The Ferrari slowly rolled out of the manor, and Yu Jie could not help but steal a glance at the beautiful woman beside him. Looking back on everything that had happened, it all seemed almost absurdly fortunate. Yu Jie did not belong to this world. He had crossed over from another, and the world he had arrived in was somewhat outrageous, the Marvel world. Although he had not awakened any supernatural abilities or high technology after transmigrating, he had quite literally picked up a wife out of nowhere, Hela. This Hela was not that matron from Asgard, they merely shared the same name. His wife had exquisitely delicate features and a voluptuous curvaceous figure, the very template of a goddess. Aside from a personality that could be a little aloof, she was the perfect wife. What is it, Yu Jie? Noticing that her husband's gaze had shifted to her, Hela seated in the front passenger seat spoke softly. Such behavior from him was rare enough that even Hela felt a bit embarrassed. Because you are my wife, he replied, and the more I look at my wife, the more beautiful you become. Yu Jie reached out and gently stroked Hela's silky hair. You and that sweet tongue of yours. Just focus on driving properly, she said. Though her words sounded reproachful, the corners of Hela's mouth could not help but lift slightly. She truly enjoyed hearing such things from Yu Jie. It's nothing. This time, I'm only signing the rights for Pirates of the Caribbean, Yu Jie said, once again reaching out to lightly caress Hela's hair. Hela nodded at his words. As a transmigrator with nothing to his name, Yu Jie could only act as a plagiarist of literature and film. Fortunately, this world did not yet possess those works. A Song of Ice and Fire, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Lord of the Rings. He copied them all. These works alone had barely allowed Yu Jie to squeeze his way into high society. He now had a Ferrari and a manor. At the same time, Hela secretly glanced at the man beside her. Hela, eldest daughter of Odin, the god king of Asgard, and the first in line to inherit the throne. Back in those days of conquest, she had completely fallen out with her father and was eventually sealed away by Odin. It was only not long ago when the seals suddenly loosened that Hela managed to escape. Yet escape came at a price. Her immense power was heavily restricted, and her body suffered unimaginable damage. In the end, she fell down onto Earth. Still, Hela was fortunate, because she met Yu Jie. Remembering the little details of her time with him, a faint blush crept over her cheeks. Her heart was still racing. For a famed god of slaughter across the 9 realms, the situation felt unbearably embarrassing. How could she have become so intimate with a mere human? In the past, if any man had dared behave this way in front of her, there would have been only one outcome: death. But Yu Jie was clearly different from those men. Under his various affectionate advances, not only did she not resent him, she even found herself thoroughly enjoying it. Perhaps this was what being in love felt like. Having never experienced love before, Hela was savoring every moment they spent together. The traffic on the main street was quite heavy, yet Yu Jie controlled the Ferrari's speed with ease. In the past, he would never have driven a Ferrari out like this. With assets of several billion in this world, going around without bodyguards was practically courting death. He had in fact hired bodyguards before. Yet after he met his wife Hela, everything changed. Not because Hela could protect him, with how delicate she appeared, he was already doing well just by protecting her. The main reason was that when Hela became his wife, the golden finger every transmigrator dreamed of finally followed him over. The system granted no flashy awakened powers, it was simple and brutally direct. Every morning upon waking, he would receive certain items. Doraemon's dorayaki, Yasuo's boots, extra stimulating Yushi cigarettes, Annie's little bear pajamas, and the like. Of course, these useless rewards were merely appetizers. As time went on, Yu Jie began receiving some truly unexpected prizes. The Wu Jie of the Sword, St. Pleasant Goats, complete wolf taming manual, Nobita's bamboo copter, the ultimate art of elegant flirting, a DC Superman template, and so on. The Superman template was now Yu Jie's greatest source of confidence. Bodyguards had become completely after all, Superman's might spoke for itself. Even though he had obtained the template only recently, and had yet to absorb solar energy to the maximum, there were currently few beings on Earth capable of posing a threat to him. Iron Man was still playing the debonair playboy, and that purple titan, who loved wiping things out in one swoop, was still wandering aimlessly in space. Yu Jie, however, had little interest in being a hero in underwear worn on the outside. Compared to saving the world, could anything be happier than a wife, children, and a warm bed at home? As for that purple tyrant who liked randomly selecting lucky victims, if he ever came, Yu Jie figured, he would likely be able to send him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Judging by his current rate of absorbing solar energy, defeating that opponent would only take a few seconds. As such thoughts flitted through his mind, Yu Jie unconsciously increased the Ferrari's speed. Cars flashed past one after another. Before long, Yu Jie had driven to the building of the film company. Only when they arrived did he and Hela finally step out of the Ferrari. Thinking of the upcoming meeting, Yu Jie quickly turned to Hela and said, "Darling, why don't you go next door and have a coffee first?" Yu Jie had not forgotten that Hela had little interest in such matters. But if he were to go shopping with her, she would never. When it came to shopping, women possessed unimaginable reserves of energy. Hela nodded, but just then she suddenly lifted her head and glanced toward a window above. As the god of slaughter of the Nine Realms, her sensitivity to malice far surpassed that of others. After pondering for a moment, she gave Yu Jie a smile and said, "All right. Just finish up quickly and come down," she added. Yu Jie adjusted his glasses and planted a kiss on Hela's cheek. "You're still as enchanting as ever," he murmured. Hela walked away, cheeks flushed red. She was a true god of slaughter, the very goddess of death of the Nine Realms, yet in front of Yu Jie, she was nothing more than a young girl. For a plagiarist like him, adaptation rights for films were a veritable goldmine. He had every reason to treat this matter seriously. Meanwhile, on an upper floor, a group of men in black watched the unaware Yu Jie step into the elevator, the murderous light in their eyes no longer concealed. "That fool has arrived. All of you be ready," one of them growled. "Remember, this time, he does not leave." The leader raised a walkie-talkie and spoke with venomous resolve. Clearly, this negotiation over rights would not be as simple as Yu Jie imagined. Jin Bing flicked his cigar away and looked at the men before him, speaking slowly. "Do not let me down this time." The matter concerning Yu Jie was being handled personally by this underground emperor of Apple City. Yu Jie, a newly risen Chinese-American author, was widely known for his immense wealth. To someone like Jin Bing, this was the perfect opportunity. After all, finding someone else to bleed for money would take time and perhaps more effort and risk. With this particular target, however, there was almost no psychological burden. Most importantly, this man was only Chinese-American. In their eyes, did a Chinese-American even count as a person? The moment his underling briefly mentioned this matter, Jin Bing had begun to scheme. To ensure the plan could be carried out smoothly, he had devised no small number of tricks. Fortunately for him, everything now appeared to remain firmly within his control. Even this current setup had been calculated in advance. It could be said to be foolproof. No one, he believed, would be able to break this plan here. In a nearby cafe, Hela, who had been quietly sipping her coffee, slowly furrowed her brows. She had sensed a presence entirely different from the usual. Or rather, it was a wave of malice. As the god of slaughter of the Nine Realms, she might not understand every mundane thing, but she was intimately familiar with this kind of aura. Without a doubt, someone had found her. Thinking of that ancient seal, Hela swiftly took out the phone Yu Jie had earlier prepared for her. "I'm heading back first, something has come up." Hela had no intention of exposing her identity here. And sensing danger, she had no wish to drag Yu Jie into it either. Yu Jie, who had not yet reached his partner's office, was somewhat surprised by her call, but quickly replied, "All right, I understand. Be careful on the way." Once he sent the message, he immediately picked up his pace. Hela, on her end, swiftly departed. Yu Jie soon arrived at the office. Yet before he even stepped inside, his expression shifted subtly. He had sensed something. This strange force. No, it was pure concentrated malice directed at him. Because of the Superman template within him, he could perceive abnormalities to the greatest extent. For instance, the ill intent released from a close distance by others. Once someone approached him and harbored such sinister thoughts toward him, his body would immediately provide feedback in the shortest possible time. After a brief pause, he simply raised his hand and knocked on the door. Moments later, two men in black suits opened it for him. The instant he saw them, Yu Jie's expression changed involuntarily. He reacted almost instantly. Men in black, where had they come from? Their attire was clearly not that of legitimate bodyguards. They were obviously here to cause trouble. Once inside, he immediately noticed something else. Where was his business partner? The person he remembered was no. Sitting before him instead was a middle-aged man he had never seen. "Mr. Yu, hello. My name is Kinky." Before Yu Jie could even voice his questions, the man, who called himself Kinky, began to introduce himself. Yu Jie looked at him somewhat puzzled. "And you are?" he asked uncertainly. As he spoke, the man nodded slightly, studying him in return. "Mr. Yu, you don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that the adaptation rights to all your works should be handed over to me, free of charge." With that, Kinky pulled out the chair beside him and sat down, exuding an indescribable languid indolence from. What he did not realize was that the moment these words left his mouth, he had cast himself into an abyss he could never have imagined. Yu Jie had been standing this whole time. Now he slowly removed his glasses. The calm in his eyes vanished completely. "Since you insist on playing games like this," he said, "then let us begin." As the words fell, he moved. With a single punch, the black-clad man closest to him was sent flying. In Kinky's eyes, a cultured man like Yu Jie was surely too weak to even trust a chicken. What was more, Yu Jie was merely Chinese-American. In the Western world, Chinese-Americans had long been seen as the very byword for weakness. Yet who could have imagined that Yu Jie would strike first? Kinky's expression shifted. The next second, he waved his hand. "Are you provoking me?" he barked. As he spoke, his face kept darkening. His subordinates immediately drew their weapons. In his view, this was something absolutely categorically intolerable. Their boss, Jin Bing, did not want him failing at such a critical moment. All the men in black pulled their guns, the dark muzzles aimed at everyone in the room. It seemed as though the situation was about to explode. Yet even so, Yu Jie's expression did not change. Kinky could sense that there was something fundamentally wrong with the man standing before him. He was far too composed, nothing like how a normal person should react. Bang! At that moment the sound of shattering glass rang out. A figure clad entirely in black burst into the room. Completely different from these other men in black, this newcomer was of an entirely different breed. I've known about your plan for a long time. Let him. The newcomer had barely spoken when Yu Jie moved again. His speed was so great that no one present could have anticipated what would happen next. Explosive power combined with decisive timing. He seized every possible opening. His ferocity defied reason. To the naked eye, Yu Jie himself seemed to barely move at all. Yet in the next instant, everyone who had approached him, everyone who had attempted to make a move had collapsed. In the entire room, only Yu Jie remained standing. It had taken less than 10 seconds. The scene unfolding before them far surpassed anything they had imagined. Yu Jie stepped up to Kinky. I do not wish for something like this to happen again. Then Yu Jie walked over to the black-clad newcomer at the back. You are Daredevil. I know you. I also do not want you or the people behind you disturbing my life. His voice was soft, yet within it was a chilling decisiveness to kill if necessary. Both Kinky and Daredevil understood that perfectly. Soon after Yu Jie left, Daredevil slowly stood, knowing he now had to clean up everyone present. That was the follow-up that fell to him. Hela casually found a spot and directly utilized the power belonging to her as a deity. A group of men in black following her suddenly realized that the Hela they were tracking had vanished without a trace. The group exchanged bewildered glances, looking at one another in disbelief. Had they seen a ghost? They were sure she was right here. The group exchanged bewildered glances, looking at one another in disbelief. Had they seen a ghost? They were sure she was right here. Boss, we've lost her. You bunch of useless fools, how could you lose her? We were right behind her, but... Don't give me excuses. Get back to her house now. Understood, we're on our way. The leader quickly hung up while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Without a doubt, to him, even a phone call with Jean Bing would emanate a sense of intimidation. That was where the true horror lay. Only those who truly understood Jean Bing knew how terrifying a person he was. The term Underground Emperor was due to this very matter. They sprang into action without delay. In the sky at an altitude of 30,000, this was the current headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the most formidable power machine in Nick Fury's hands. Its existence was naturally to protect the Earth. This was the current headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the most formidable power machine in Nick Fury's hands. Its existence, for example, constantly understanding those terrifying beings with superpowers. Their existence was closely tied to the fate of the Earth, and Nick Fury had weathered many storms. The original Captain Marvel had an inexplicable bond with him. Presently, she was wandering through the skies above the Earth, attempting to monitor all of humanity as much as possible. Soon he summoned his subordinates, saying, find a way to make contact with this author gentleman. Even Yu Jie did not expect that his hard-earned opportunity would occur right under someone else's nose. However, even if Yu Jie knew, he wouldn't care. In his view, this was already a minor issue. Most notably, his power was steadily increasing with the sunlight. Currently, the only ones he might struggle against were those like Magneto. But it was fine, he just needed a little more time. Who could say that becoming a legendary powerhouse capable of obliterating Earth with a single punch wasn't a possibility? He was quite aware of this. He merely needed a little more time to grow stronger. Yet, even so, Nick Fury decided he should discuss matters with. Ideally, he hoped the other party could join his organization. This was Nick Fury's best thought. If so, the deterrence of S.H.I.E.L.D. would become even more formidable. It must be said he had quite the knack for winning people's hearts. Meanwhile, as everything unfolded in an orderly, a rather troublesome incident occurred. Jean Bing's subordinates headed directly to the estate. Yu Jie's Hela used her divine power to almost instantaneously return to the estate. She felt she should take a good. However, no one expected that she had just lain down for a short time when a wave of malice surged back. In that moment, her expression changed completely. Upon first feeling the malice, she wanted to take action, but it wasn't suitable for her. Her body was not at its peak condition yet. Even now, she was not in the best state. Most notably, if her power leaked out here, it was highly likely to attract her father's attention. Odin might already know of her departure, or perhaps he didn't. However, once he learned of her leaving, he would undoubtedly. At that time, nothing would be within her control. Conserving her strength was what she truly needed to do. Soon a terrifying power began to awaken. An unexpected wave of horror surged throughout the entire estate at that moment. As those under Jean Bing entered the estate, countless black blades appeared in the sky, unbeknownst to Hela. The blades fell like raindrops, and in the next second an explosion of power erupted. They saw some people. What is this? Isn't it supposed to rain? My body. It's gone. Damn, what on earth is happening? These individuals shouted in anger, roaring continuously, completely unaware of what was happening. Yet judging from the events unfolding before them, they had no choice. The blades continuously fell from the sky. They pierced through their bodies. Wherever the blades passed, it was an area devoid of life. This was undoubtedly the greatest surprise for them. Even they gasped in shock. However, gasping could only come after death. See, terrifying power erupted. There was no room for even the final struggle, and unbeknownst to them, after they were slain, flames unexpectedly began to rise from their bodies. This fire came swiftly. It was not something they could possibly resist. In the next second, everything vanished as if they had never set foot in this estate. At that moment, Hela's gaze turned to the distance, and she couldn't help but think of her husband. That man still out. Hela still had some doubts, wondering if these people were coming for her. Then wouldn't that mean Yu Jie would also suffer this cursed misfortune? A more terrifying power began to surge within her. She gazed fiercely at the sky. She needed to recover. She had to return to Asgard. Given all the things she was currently facing, it was clear that she needed more time. The throne of the God King seemed to require more opportunities. She pondered whether more unexpected events would truly occur in the future. Jin Bing felt a slight headache. The first batch of people is gone. He originally thought that a mere flick of his little finger would make his opponents submit. Looking at it now, this is not a joke with oneself. After Yu Jie left, Jin Bing received the news. To his surprise, he saw no one at all. His subordinates seemed to have vanished into thin air. At this point, even Jin Bing felt that something was amiss. Most notably, Yu Jie was just an ordinary person. This was something Jin Bing had acknowledged countless times. Moreover, he didn't know how many times he had worked on this plan. But now, forget about Yu Jie, even his own subordinates' whereabouts were unknown. What kind of mess it up? Just as Jin Bing was perplexed, he received another piece of news. Another group sent to find Yu Jie's wife had also disappeared. If the previous disappearances were accidental, now that his subordinates had also vanished, what kind of strange news was this? Jin Bing was immediately aware that something was wrong. Ordinarily, such people shouldn't just disappear. However, now things that shouldn't happen were happening. Not only that, even the things he had firmly grasped seemed to have changed. While his expression changed, Jin Bing felt a bit uncertain. What was the reason this time? His mind began to ponder incessantly. Oh, as an underground emperor, how could he not know? Some matters, to a certain extent, are meant to be constraints. Could it be that those self-righteous fools took act? Jin Bing couldn't help but think about this. However, even if it were them, he should have known some details. At the very least, he should have been able to obtain some news. But why did he receive no information at all? Jin Bing was completely bewildered as to what this mess was. Yu Jie's wealth was the reason he had to send him off. Such a human being had no need to survive. Helping himself was the greatest glory. Yu Jie's wealth was the reason he had to send him off. Such a human being had no need to survive. Helping himself was the greatest glory these people could achieve in their lives. On the other side, Yu Jie encountered agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as he arrived at the entrance of his estate, two men in black appeared right in front of him. At this point, even Yu Jie sensed something was off. Are you truly seeking deaths? At that moment, Yu Jie spoke with dangerous words. Previously, when he encountered all these chaotic matters, he would always pondering which blind fool had started to seek trouble with him. Previously, when he encountered all these chaotic matters, he would always pondering which blind fool had started to seek. His thought was simple: as long as he did not provoke others, they should not provoke him either. Everyone should just be fine. But if you come seeking trouble with me, then you must be prepared to have your ashes scattered. This group of black-clad individuals had already troubled him before, and now they wanted to come again. To say they were seeking death was already flattering them. Sorry you are disturbing us, we are S.H.I.E.L.D. Not Jin Bing's. The leader of the black-clad men, seeing Yu Jie's demeanor, naturally contemplated the current psychological state of the other party. But after his words left his mouth, he abruptly realized that Yu Jie was still that Yu Jie. There was not the slightest change. In fact, Yu Jie didn't care whether they were S.H.I.E.L.D. or not. And even if they were S.H.I.E.L.D., so what? He couldn't possibly say that he needed to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I wonder if Mr. Yu is interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. to work for peace on Earth. This person, observing Yu Jie's response, quickly expressed his purpose. However, as soon as these words were spoken, Yu Jie on this side couldn't help but laugh. This opening line was just like the old Avengers. Unfortunately, Yu Jie on this side had no intention of shining for all of humanity. To say the least, when he encountered trouble, he would step up. If you want to cause trouble here, then go ahead and toil for it. Even if the purple sweet potato essence came. By that time, his super template would have absorbed enough energy. Snatching an infinity gauntlet was just child's play, right? No need. I think my current life is great. I hope you won't disturb me. As he spoke, Yu Jie looked up at the sky. It was a pointed remark. In the next second, a surge of power began to gather around Yu Jie. At this moment, he surprisingly soared into the air. This person suddenly flew to a position that the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hadn't even noticed. As soon as Yu Jie displayed this power, they finally realized. Yu Jie seemed to be much more powerful than what was known in the files. This was not a power a human should possess. Just asking, in today's world, besides those damned mutants, who else possesses such power? Most importantly, it seemed Yu Jie hadn't even shown all his strength. This was tantamount to telling S.H.I.E.L.D. that they should handle their own matters. Meanwhile, Nick Fury at 30,000 feet in the air was also watching in astonishment. Were these people crazy? What kind of existence were this couple? He couldn't even comprehend Yu Jie's power. Not just Yu Jie, but he had also noticed everything about Hela. How could he not know what kind of power Hela had used to wipe out Jin Bing's people before? Now looking back, this Yu Jie was indeed a typical figure of hidden depths. The relationship between the powers of both, had left Nick Fury feeling overwhelmed. He truly had completely clueless about what was happening now. He had to slightly change his attitude. Without a doubt, he needed to avoid forming a bad relationship with Yu Jie. This was the best course of action for him. Soon Yu Jie descended from the air, looking directly at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and saying, "Leave. I don't welcome non-normal people like you here." As soon as this was said, the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked at each other, suddenly unsure of what to say. "We're not normal people. You're the only non-normal one here, okay?" Soon Yu Jie returned home, only to find that something seemed amiss. The most obvious thing was that the bodyguards in the house seemed to be absent. Yu Jie surveyed the surroundings, but saw no trace of the bodyguards. For a moment he felt a hint of confusion. In his view, these bodyguards should always be present in the house. Why could he not find any signs of the bodyguards? Could it be that they had something to attend to? After considering this, Yu Jie did not dwell on it too much. However, recalling the events he had encountered earlier, Yu Jie hurried to the bedroom to check if Hela was still there. When Yu Jie went upstairs and opened the bedroom door, he found traces of Hela. At that moment, Hela was still fast asleep, clearly having encountered no mishaps. Thinking of this, Yu Jie quickly grabbed his phone and dialed the security company's number. The current batch of bodyguards did not satisfy him to a certain extent. Thus, he needed to replace them with a new group of bodyguards. After finishing everything, Yu Jie went directly to Hela's side. At this moment, Hela's brow was slightly furrowed. In fact, she had woken up after Yu Jie returned. However, due to the previous events, Hela felt there was no need to expose herself. Therefore, she chose to pretend to be asleep, but the commotion from Yu Jie's phone call startled her. In fact, this was one of the important reasons that made Hela decide to feign sleep. After all, Hela could clearly see what was happening. After all the action she had taken, having personally killed those men in black, the bodyguards had indeed moved. This led Hela to contemplate wiping out any witnesses, as she could not allow anyone to know of her existence, even if the bodyguards were innocent. As Yu Jie lay down, Hela's thoughts gradually quieted down. On the other, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., felt that the current situation was utterly dire. He never imagined that both Yu Jie and his wife were so formidable. Previously, he only knew that Yu Jie was somewhat outrageous, but the events captured on surveillance confirmed his If it were just Yu Jie acting outrageous, it would be manageable, but now it was not just him. Yu Jie's wife seemed to possess terrifying powers, which made Nick Fury's headache worsen. From the current trend across the globe, although there was not too much danger, he also knew that if these unknown powers were not kept under control, it could mean that all sorts of unforeseen incidents might occur in the near future. However, thinking of the powers of the opponents, Nick Fury fell silent. He knew that if the current trend continued, his own powers would not be able to control everything. It was even possible that he would be despised by Yu Jie. Just as Nick Fury was feeling a bit of a headache, his subordinates seemed to have noticed the director's somewhat awkward demeanor. Quickly, one of them spoke up. "That underground emperor is highly unstable, and he even provoked Yu Jie before. If we let this underground emperor continue to stir trouble, we might miss our chance." It must be said that the subordinate's suggestion was very creative. At least Nick Fury had never thought of this before. In his view, it was enough to focus on Yu Jie. However, with his subordinate's reminder, Nick Fury felt he could take a different approach. For instance, a roundabout way to save the situation. He could even create more goodwill for Yu Jie in other aspects. What needed to be done now was not to make Yu Jie join S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather to provide Yu Jie with enough sense of security from S.H.I.E.L.D. According to Nick Fury's conjecture, as long as everything Yu Jie displayed aligned with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interests, and S.H.I.E.L.D. did not intend to harm Yu Jie, it was clear that Yu Jie would unite with him. This was undoubtedly the most suitable course of action for the current situation. Quickly, Nick Fury dialed Jin Bing's number. He needed to have a serious talk about how to handle the phrase underground. In fact, as the underground emperor, Jin Bing was currently trying to contact those damned mutants. As the events he encountered became increasingly perplexing, he got up. Jin Bing immediately noticed that Yu Jie was somewhat different. The power displayed by the other party was far worse than he had imagined. This power which was not under his control was what troubled him the most. Moreover, as the underground Emperor Jin Bing knew better than anyone that some things once provoked must be dealt with swiftly. He had not personally encountered Yu Jie, but it was not difficult to analyze from what had happened to his subordinates. Yu Jie was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. If he made any mistakes here, he could be caught off guard. This made Jin Bing feel that either he should not act, or if he did, he must resolve the situation with Yu Jie directly. After such thoughts crossed his mind, Jin Bing immediately contacted the people in the black market. Unfortunately, the current mutants under the leadership of Dr. X and Magneto had made the entire black market quite unstable. If these two joined forces, it would be manageable, but these two seemed intent on stirring up trouble. Logically speaking, if you want to cause trouble, why destroy the market? Jin Bing felt a headache since he needed the market. However, upon seeing Nick Fury's call, he was somewhat surprised, but still answered. After all, the other party was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I won't say much more. You must stay away from Yu Jie if you wish to live. Nick Fury's warning came as soon as the call connected. This surprised Jin Bing. He realized that Yu Jie was indeed formidable. He could even alarm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, as the underground Emperor, Jin Bing did not feel the need to be subservient and replied, "If I follow your advice, how can I maintain control over this area? It feels like you're pushing me to my doom." As for Yu Jie, Jin Bing did not realize the seriousness of the situation. But after his words, Nick Fury decided not to engage with this lunatic any further, stating, "If you truly wish to die, then go ahead. Anyone can be an underground emperor as long as I am willing." After listening to Nick Fury's words, Jin pondered for a moment and ultimately chose not to say anything further. He understood that Nick Fury was not joking with him. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed possesses such power across the globe. If Nick Fury truly had no strength, he would never have spoken such words. Furthermore, some time ago, Jin had dealings with Nick Fury. He could clearly discern just how terrifying the force has been. Although he was very angry, he still abandoned the idea of causing trouble here. Just as he decided to calm down, an unexpected guest's arrival scared him to the core. After waking up, Yu Jie bid farewell to Hela once more for the earlier encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D. made him realize that the one causing trouble for him was that hefty Jin. However, under the premise of not provoking the other party, it was astonishing that they could come looking for trouble. Doesn't that mean the other party is seeking death? As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I will not offend them. Yu Jie has always adhered to this principle. Indeed, he had done so, but regrettably, just when he wanted to live a peaceful and simple life, someone oblivious came. Quickly, he used the connections of S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive at Jin's home. The sky was already dark and there were not many pedestrians on the street. The skyscrapers loomed like steel prisons. Yet these so-called steel prisons were nothing to speak of in Yu Jie's eyes. In the next moment, Yu Jie soared into the air, and a terrifying power erupted from him. Currently, he hadn't fully unleashed his superhuman powers. However, as time went on, and he absorbed more solar energy, Yu Jie knew he would undergo even more earth-shattering changes. Upon learning of Jin's location, Yu Jie chose to enter violently. At the same time, a large group of men in black stared in astonishment at Yu Jie and his companions as they entered Jin's home. They never expected someone would boldly storm into their boss' house. Soon each of them brandished weapons ready to fire at the boss' command. Yu Jie didn't have many thoughts about these people and charged directly forward. This time the black-clad men who originally intended to await their boss' orders could no longer maintain their composure. Initially, they planned to wait for their boss' command before acting. But now their opponent had charged in without reason. He seemed intent on rampaging through the place. One must question how a normal person could come to such a high building to cause trouble. They knew their opponent was akin to a mutant. They also understood that such a being was not something ordinary humans could handle. Thus, almost without needing orders, everyone began to fire. Every bullet from the weapons was unleashed as if money were no object. Unfortunately, these bullets could not penetrate Yu Jie's body at all. Having acquired the superhuman template, although Yu Jie's strength had not yet grown to the point of battling the likes of the Purple Yam on today's Earth, if he were to seek opponents, only Magneto and his shameless mutants could possibly pose a threat. Other existences, there was almost no chance. Moreover, Yu Jie believed that given himself another month, even enduring a nuclear bomb would not be too great a problem. The terrifying power manifested in Yu Jie, and before the bullets could reach him, they shattered completely. These bullets came quickly and went just as fast. By the time the henchmen reacted, they found their weapons had mysteriously disappeared. What lay on the ground was a pile of scrap metal. The black-clad men looked at everything before them, feeling somewhat bewildered. However, Yu Jie's eyes began to shine with a glimmer. This was the infrared vision of a superhuman. The power stored in his eyes was the solar energy Yu Jie could gather in a day. All along, Yu Jie had never utilized such power, But due to Jean's actions, he decided not to hold back here. With a single strike, it was a killing blow. Since you enjoy making such low-level mistakes, then go to hell and enjoy the price of your errors. As the words fell, Yu Jie's power erupted completely. The entire 32nd floor was engulfed in the radiation of his laser eyes. This force was even more potent than one could imagine. Whether it was Jean or the black men present, they were utterly obliterated beneath this power. Yu Jie had no intention of cleaning up the scene. He simply leaped down and chose to leave. Not long after Yu Jie departed, a massive figure emerged from the ruins of the room. This person was none other than Jean, who had just been struck down by Yu Jie, and he finally understood everything before him. He realized why the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had called him with such urgency. Someone like Yu Jie was not someone he could provoke. Based on the information he had, even those particularly powerful mutants were likely not much stronger. Who could have imagined that a wealthy person he casually sought to exploit would be so terrifying? In an instant, Jean knew how he should choose. Simultaneously, he took an action that even Yu Jie had not anticipated. Jean immediately dispatched his subordinates to remain around Yu Jie's estate. He did not know about the previous events, but he was clearer than anyone else about what to do next. Naturally, it was best to avoid provoking a terrifying existence like Yu Jie. Moreover, if any foolish individuals sought to provoke Yu Jie, he had to promptly advise them to leave. Otherwise, judging by the power Yu Jie displayed today, it wouldn't be a problem to wash the entire Big Apple. The Underground Emperor could not allow such matters to occur. He must not only dominate the underground, but must also ensure its existence. Otherwise, with the increasing number of unexpected incidents he faced, the underground would eventually cease to exist, and what significance would there be for him as emperor? The so-called emperor should naturally have his own territory, but Yu Jie did not know about Jean. This guy actually had a trick up his sleeve. Based on his prior thoughts, if Jean were dead, he could still enjoy a stable life for a while. However, just as Yu Jie returned home, he found his wife Hela watching television. On the screen was a piece of news that surprised him somewhat. Stark is about to head to the war-torn area to promote his weapons. At the same time he sees the news, a glimmer of light flashes in Yu Jie's eyes. He realizes that the plot of Iron Man is about to begin. In fact, once Iron Man enters the war-torn area, the ensuing events will align with the Avengers. It can be said that the entire universe's connections are starting at this moment. However, Yu Jie is not particularly interested, watching as Hela continues to pay attention to the news. Yu Jie walks directly to his wife and cannot help but say, "Are you very interested in this news, or do you want to go see it?" Hela glances at Yu Jie and shakes her head. Oh, she is indifferent to anything happening on this earth. If it must be said, she only has thoughts about Yu Jie. Moreover, she pays no attention to anything unrelated to Yu Jie. However, seeing Hela shaking her head causes Yu Jie to step forward, hold her face, and give her a passionate kiss. He cannot understand why he feels that his wife grows more beautiful by the day, always attracting him. Because of this, Yu Jie turns back to glance at the television once more. If he remembers correctly, now is the best opportunity to buy the Stark family shares. With Iron Man entering the war-torn area, news of his fake death will soon spread. Or rather, everyone thinks he is dead. Thus, the value of the entire family's shares has dropped to the lowest point. Buying at this time would yield a significant fortune in no time. As for Yu Jie going to the disaster area to save Iron Man, that is almost impossible. He is somewhat different from others. If other transmigrators came to this world and learned about such matters, they would undoubtedly rush to the war-torn area to save Iron Man and gain favor from both sides. But he does not need that. Currently, he receives various rewards every day. These rewards will gradually increase over time. Moreover, the existence of the Superman template gives Yu Jie sufficient reason not to stir up trouble. It's not impossible that one day he might even summon a ding-dong cat. Of course, Stark himself would not be able to build rapport with him. However, buying shares of the Stark family is entirely feasible. Plus, he currently has plenty of liquid funds. Such matters are naturally better in abundance. He can't just rely on his superpowers to rob right. That's not what he wants. Currently, the warmth of his wife and children has caused Yu Jie to lose the ambition for power struggles. Moreover, he never had that mindset to begin with. On the other side, a massive armor has appeared on Earth. If Hela were here, she would instantly recognize that this suddenly appearing armor on Earth is the Destroyer. Indeed, it is the armor of King Odin. No doubt, as the plot of Iron Man begins to unfold, the plot of Thor is also starting at this moment. Asgard currently has little war and unexpected events. However, Thor does not meet Odin's expectations, at least in Odin's view. Thor is even inferior to his own eldest daughter. Hela's existence makes Odin feel that he has a successor, but unfortunately Hela's temperament is too volatile. This is vastly different from the future Odin envisioned. Thus, Odin ultimately sealed Hela away. However, similarly, Thor is quite good in other aspects, but he is not decisive enough in killing. Moreover, he carries an air of being a spendthrift, which makes it even harder for Odin to trust him. Yet even so, Odin decides to give Thor a better opportunity. He banishes Thor to Earth hoping that he can rely on himself to gain his own future, his own path, and the power he controls. However, while Odin makes these choices, the god of mischief Loki, who is Hela and Thor's brother, is about to stir up trouble. Loki has always wanted to be king, but he knows that both his elder sister and younger brother are strong competitors. Of course, the younger brother is currently out of the picture. After all, Loki has observed the younger brother's character. He knows that the younger brother, being a spendthrift, cannot handle everything in Asgard. But Loki is more afraid of his elder sister. As the god of mischief, he has extensive knowledge, and he has even learned that his elder sister has escaped from her seal. Currently, only Odin knows this in Asgard, and Loki learned this by chance. His elder sister has escaped from her seal, and may soon reappear in Asgard, bringing the wars of 1,000 years ago to Asgard. Loki's idea is simple. He must quickly secure his position as king. At the very least, he cannot give these two siblings too many opportunities. Thus, he goes directly to Odin's treasury and steals the destroyer. Since Loki was present when Odin punished Thor, he knows that Thor is currently just a powerless waste. Using the destroyer's such power is considered giving the other party face. However, Loki also knows the principle that cutting weeds without removing the roots will lead to regrowth. Once he acts, he must completely annihilate the opponent. Otherwise, Thor may come back to life and play dead with him. Then his position would become precarious. After secretly placing the destroyer on Earth, Loki also gave the destroyer its orders. It must kill Thor. At this moment, Loki is almost certain. As long as Thor dies under the destroyer, the position of king will surely be his. After all, while his sister's power is terrifying, Odin would never allow her to inherit the position of king. This brings him more infinite possibilities. He only needs to make his parents happy during this time. It must be said that as the god of mischief, Loki still has some. Unfortunately, he is unaware that unexpected events are happening, such as his elder sister, whom he often thinks of, is on Earth, and his younger brother seems to be about to meet his elder sister. Meanwhile, a series of unexpected events are also occurring in Asgard. Among them, Odin has directly opened his world. As the ruler of the 9 realms, he can naturally observe everything within the 9 realms. All the unexpected events happening now are occurring right under his nose. Yu Jie was unaware that while he was showing affection to his wife, a series of events were unfolding throughout the 9 realms. However, even if he did know, he wouldn't care much. Yu Jie simply wanted to live his tranquil life in his own little corner of the world. As for how others were doing, that was none of his concern. Meanwhile, Thor had successfully arrived on Earth unaware of his father's actions. In fact, this Thor was exactly the same as the one portrayed in the movie. He was quite satisfied with his lineage, but he couldn't quite understand his parents' choices. Why would they impose so many restrictions on him when he could have it all? Could it be that these restrictions would bring him more surprises? Thor did not understand, nor did he wish to, since his father had already exiled him to this planet. Then all he needed to do was to continue living without care. In this regard, the events of his past life had not reversed, but on the other hand, Iron Man's story had reached a crucial turning point. Just as Yu Jie had seen in the last movie. Ordinary people like Iron Man just needed an opportunity. They only needed a chance. Then they could open up everything about themselves. Iron Man was no different. Yu Jie never imagined that just 2 months later the Stark family would undergo another change. Iron Man had successfully appeared before the public in his Iron Man identity. And with Iron Man's return to this city, everything indeed changed dramatically. After all, Iron Man's existence meant that the Stark family would reap significant profits. Unfortunately, with his death, a drop in stock value was inevitable. After all, Iron Man's existence meant that the Stark family would reap significant profits. Unfortunately, with his death, a drop in stock value was inevitable. But who could have imagined that this news was actually false? This led to the previously stagnant stock prices experiencing a dramatic change. Not only did they break through the previous highest price, but they also showed signs of continuing to rise. Among them, the most closely related was his armor. With his armor unveiled before everyone, the public displayed a renewed interest in Stark Industries. They understood that Iron Man's emergence had in a sense set a trend. Moreover, this trend was bound to stop. In the meantime, the Stark household promptly invited various celebrities into their mansion. One reason was to celebrate his resurrection. The other reason was to invite shareholders to partake in his grand feast. After all, with the news of his fake death circulating, the entire Stark family experienced a qualitative leap. Indeed, even he did not expect that with the news of his return from the dead, he would become one of the richest individuals in the country. Moreover, he had a premonition. As long as he continued on this path, he might become even wealthier. Because at the moment Iron Man faced a crisis, Yu Jie had purchased his stocks. Although not in large quantities, Yu Jie had become one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. And this time he would attend the banquet alongside Hela. However, even before the event started, Yu Jie sensed that something was amiss. This time there were quite a few people entering Iron Man's home. Among those he knew was Black Widow. Yu Jie was not unfamiliar with Natasha the Black Widow, but he couldn't tell if it was his imagination. He felt her gaze fixed on him, which made Yu Jie uncertain. Could it be that she had some thoughts about him? Seizing the opportunity while he was in the restroom, Black Widow she even caught him off guard with their encounter. This left Yu Jie momentarily stunned. He had never expected her to appear by his side at that moment, and in such a humorous manner. Then Black Widow spoke with a hint of apology, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I hope you can forgive my recklessness." If it were an ordinary man, he might have fallen under Black Widow's charm, without her needing to say a word. But unfortunately, Yu Jie was already married, and to such a beautiful wife. Yu Jie didn't even have the thought of speaking to her. He simply gave her enough space and returned to the living room. Natasha, known as Black Widow, was utterly unprepared for this scene. She was quite confident in her allure. She believed all men in the world were the same. With just a slight maneuver, they would fall at her feet. However, a guy like Yu Jie remained unmoved. If that weren't enough, she even sensed that his gaze upon her was completely off. In an instant, he completely ignored her charms. It was as if she were not even a woman in his eyes. This situation was gradually confirmed in the next two encounters. She could not believe that her allure had no effect on men, especially not on a man as exceptional as Yu Jie. Black Widow understood that no matter how outstanding a man was, even the best could not escape the allure of, yet here she was appearing before Yu Jie, and he didn't even acknowledge her existence. Instead, he displayed a rather strange attitude. Could it be that this man truly only liked his wife? With this thought, Black Widow couldn't help but direct her gaze toward Yu Jie. That was where Hela was situated. Sensing Black Widow's gaze, Hela turned her head to glance. Black Widow felt a bit puzzled, but only for a moment before Hela caught sight of her look. Not only was she looking at herself, but it seemed she was also focused on Yu Jie. At this point, Hela's thoughts completely shifted. She didn't know what jealousy felt like, but Yu Jie was hers alone. No one could take Yu Jie away from her. A terrifying power was slowly brewing within Hela's body. Just as this power was about to explode, Yu Jie embraced Hela's shoulders. This made Hela realize that this was not the 9 realms she was familiar with. This was Earth, and the man beside her was still there. Although Hela dispersed her power, the form of strength she had just displayed caught the attention of Black Widow. As an agent, she possessed the keenest intuition for danger. She could feel that she had just been teetering on the brink of it. Most notably, her back was already soaked without her realizing it. The dress she wore this time was not overly revealing, or rather, it was a subtly translucent black gown. The back was not laced. Thus, the moment it became soaked, she reacted instantly. She sensed that Hela, this strange woman, was looking at her with a particularly terrifying power. This power resembled the means of mutants, and thinking of this made her frown slightly. She did not wish to find a breakthrough from Hela. That was impossible. If you want to win a man's heart, you must never target the women around him. This woman might have some hope if handled well, but if not, she would unintentionally create an enemy for herself. Black Widow understood this better than anyone else, so after a moment of consideration, she shook her head. She felt there was no need to get entangled here. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future, and the suitable Black Widow quickly turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yu Jie also shook his head as he watched Black Widow's departing figure. He had never anticipated that Black Widow would appear before him. However, this did not prevent Yu Jie from speculating about what kind of existence lay behind Black Widow. For instance, that director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had communicated with him before, and he had not agreed to the other party's request. According to the other party's habits, they would certainly persist in asking him to join the so-called Avengers, in order to better maintain peace on Earth, and this opening line was already about Earth's peace. One must ask, how could Yu Jie be foolish enough to do such a thing? Soon after, Yu Jie noticed that someone not far away seemed to be watching him. When he turned around, he was surprised to see an old acquaintance. Others might not know the hidden identity of mutants, but these identities meant nothing in front of Yu Jie. With just a glance, he could tell exactly who the other person was. For example, it was the current observer, Dr. X. Yu Jie was not unfamiliar with this Dr. X. In fact, he was somewhat familiar with him, indeed a person with a leader's mindset. However, the various actions of the other party seemed somewhat abnormal. Of course, according to Yu Jie's own thoughts, he did not need to make contact with these mutants. He had even rejected the invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. Why bother following these people? After considering this, Yu Jie directly headed towards the main house. At this moment, Iron Man appeared extremely excited, his face flushed red. One could imagine that he had consumed far too much alcohol that night. But even so, as long as someone raised a glass to him, he still drank it down as usual. Indeed, anyone would act like this when encountering Iron Man. After all, escaping death was worth celebrating. Moreover, escaping death was just the beginning for Iron Man. After inventing the iron suit, he could foresee a bright future ahead. At that moment, Yu Jie raised his glass, and Iron Man also picked up his glass to walk towards Yu Jie. There was still some distance between them. However, after Yu Jie raised his glass, Iron Man surprisingly abandoned several guests nearby and walked directly in front of Yu Jie, insisting on toasting with him. At the same time, Iron Man slowly began to speak. Mr. Yu Jie, I must say your novels are excellent. I have relied on your novels to survive in disaster areas, and it's clear I have become your fan. Yu Jie did not expect such words from Iron Man, but even more unexpected was that the other party was actually his fan. Yu Jie also raised his glass and clinked it with Iron Man. Seeing Iron Man down his drink, Yu Jie naturally chose to do the same. At the same time, Yu Jie said to Iron Man, having a fan like you is perhaps a privilege for me. It must be said that after their exchange, smiles appeared on both their faces. Although they had not interacted much, and their communication only began that night, both could feel that the other was a friend worth deepening the relationship with. Perhaps they could start as ordinary friends and gradually become the closest of friends. Yu Jie himself did not expect that Iron Man would turn out like this. In fact, in Iron Man 1, 2, and 3, Iron Man was almost the epitome of coldness. It was impossible to say he was open-hearted with those around him. With the death of his parents, Iron Man had in a sense become like a father. Even more so than his father, he had become a more stringent person. He understood what friends were, but he was more aware of what friendship meant to him than anyone else. Precisely because of this, he was unwilling to become friends with anyone. However, the experiences he encountered in disaster areas had slightly altered his worldview. Everything described in Yu Jie's book had become the most coveted things in his heart. Some things may not be obtainable through life experiences, but they can provide enough solace within the pages of a book. This was something Yu Jie had not anticipated. Meanwhile, the gathering of mutants also began. This time many mutants showed up, and there were quite a few. They also exchanged words with Iron Man. However, Iron Man's attitude towards mutants was quite ambiguous. There was not much in-depth communication, but he did not completely sever ties with them. The two were not exactly partners, yet they shared a relationship akin to that of comrades. However, due to a recent assassination of political officials, mutants had now become the targets of public outcry. They knew that everything they faced now was well-deserved. Yet despite that, they still wished to live under the sun. Thus this gathering was organized. On the surface, it seemed like Iron Man was hosting a so-called reception party. In truth, it was the mutants who gathered here, hosting a feast for their future. They wanted to know how they should proceed. They even hoped to meet more human elites at this gathering. Only in this way could they expand their influence as much as events on Earth are unfolding. Meanwhile, unexpected occurrences are also taking place in Asgard among the Odin has always known that his daughter has escaped. However, he has chosen not to pursue her immediately. The seals of nearly 1,000 years have made Odin realize that he owes Hela too much. As a father, it is not enough to merely provide strict guidance. In reality, it is also essential to gently lead one's child along the right path. However, due to the turmoil in the 9 realms, Odin and Hela have been engaged in battle. Even if they have thoughts to share, there has been no opportunity for communication. Odin naturally considered this, so his thoughts were simple. If possible, he would like to communicate properly with Hela. After all, she is his daughter. At the same time, the strongest witch Fumika is holding Odin's hand at this moment. Odin has been observing everything happening in the 9 realms. Fumika understands this better than anyone. However, she is more concerned about her own situation and how the man is doing. On the very day Hela escaped, it was not just Odin who was affected. Even Fumika was aware of this matter. Yet Odin, who should have pursued, stopped at that moment. This further confirmed Fumika's belief that Odin was not as she imagined him to be. On some level, he still wishes to accompany his daughter. Thus Fumika decided to confront Odin directly. When it comes to Hela, family members can often be stubborn. They need someone to act as their link, but until now Fumika has had no opportunity to do so. Now Hela's escape presents a chance before them. Moreover, this opportunity should be seized firmly. One must say that Fumika's idea is quite good. In fact, the proposal Fumika put forward at this moment is precisely what Odin has been wishing to accomplish. Odin's gaze also shifted to Fumika. Yet for Odin, this matter is not as simple as it appears. In reality, they need to navigate through more possibilities before things can become simpler. Long ago, Odin had contemplated various possibilities. However, these possibilities only existed in his mind. Odin had not put them into action. Meanwhile, in a realm he was unaware of. In another world, the frost giants are slowly awakening. This is where Loki's maternal lineage resides. At this moment, Loki is unaware that Asgard has already taken a different direction. Moreover, the entire Asgard has now fallen into a bizarre atmosphere. Odin wishes to have a good talk with his daughter, but he does not know how to start or what to say. Coincidentally, Hela seems to want to continue hiding. This makes their thoughts even more perplexing. Yu Jie is unaware of all the events that have transpired while he is enjoying himself. At this moment, he is continuously toasting with Iron Man. Although Yu Jie has long understood what kind of person Iron Man is. However, after drinking and chatting continuously, he is surprised to find that Iron Man seems to be even more impressive than he imagined. Not only in dealing with people, but more importantly, in his personality. He does not seem as extreme as portrayed in the movies. After all, in the films, this guy was quite cold from before becoming Iron Man until after. It would be nearly impossible to become friends with him. His heart seems to care more about interests only sufficient benefits can make him a friend. It is only later that he grows to be a person with companions, but Yu Jie never expected that. Now Iron Man seems to be showing a desire to become good friends with others. Of course, this other person is none other than himself. To this end, they have exchanged contact information directly, and Iron Man has even walked over to Yu Jie, wrapping his arm around him, directly inviting him for drinks. After this banquet ends, he hopes to have a candlelit talk with Yu Jie. Such an invitation is something Yu Jie did not anticipate. However, Yu Jie also did not refuse this suggestion, because from Yu Jie's perspective, such a proposal might earn him more money, so why not? On the other side, the gathering of mutants has also reached a climax. This time, Professor X wants to summon the mutants for a single purpose: to unite everyone into a single force, in order to face the increasingly severe situation. Before this, Professor X never imagined that mutants would become like rats crossing the street, universally reviled. But who could have thought that among them there would still be a few who would court disaster? Originally, the situation for mutants was already precarious, and who would have thought that they would end up with an unexpected troublemaker? As this troublemaker causes chaos, the survival of mutants falls into crisis once more. Humans are continuously attacking the existence of mutants. On the other hand, those mutants who have gradually lost control also seem to be taking action against humans. This makes Professor X feel that things are not as simple as they seem. Originally, he thought that things might change, but they were definitely still under control. He absolutely would not allow anything to fall outside of his plans. Yet these people seem to enjoy making things worse. It is precisely because of this that Professor X is determined to completely sever ties with Magneto. In a sense, Magneto has pushed humanity in another direction. The two sides have reached an irreconcilable. This might be even more perplexing than what was portrayed in the films, but the number of mutants present today is not as many as imagined. Professor X has been observing the situation at the gathering from beginning to end. Originally, he thought at least 70 of mutants would attend this meeting, but in reality, it was less than 50. This has made Professor X's thoughts sink to the lowest point. He knows better than anyone that if this continues, it could truly lead to an extreme situation, one that everyone would find completely unacceptable. If possible, he still hopes to firmly grasp these matters. Professor X has begun to consider whether the mutants need to calm down for a while, trying to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible, not allowing themselves to appear in front of the public. Once they do, the consequences could become even more dire. At this moment, Dr. X is unaware that his nemesis Magneto is up to something nearby. Magneto is contemplating how mutants could become weapons in his hands. However, the headache is that this weapon does not seem to be as handy as imagined. In Magneto's view, he needs more time to make this weapon more satisfactory. It is precisely because of this that things have become more uncertain for him. What if other mutants are swayed by those guys in the X-Men? The best solution is still to control the probability of these events occurring. Only in this way can he ensure that unexpected incidents happen less frequently. It must be said that Magneto has quite a few ideas regarding this matter. As a villain, he believes that as long as he can use it, any method is acceptable. After all, it ultimately belongs to him. To this end, he specifically planned this grand party for tonight. Just as Iron Man's feast is about to begin, Magneto receives this news. Moreover, Magneto learned that Dr. X is about to lead all the mutants to hold their private meeting there. He has been waiting for an opportunity to capture everyone in one fell swoop. Waiting is ultimately long, and at least Magneto has not seen a glimmer of hope after waiting so long. This is not good news for Magneto. Who would have thought that just as Magneto chose to give up, he received an even more unexpected message. Dr. X is actually about to take a fatal risk here, to commence the so-called mutant meeting. Therefore, Magneto immediately began preparations. He wants to give Dr. X a surprise along with that guy Iron Man. Both of these individuals are not easily dispensable to Magneto. If possible, he hopes to take both of them away at the first opportunity. After all, the strength of these two is evident, and according to Magneto's current logic, he feels that Dr. X is most likely in league with Iron Man. Otherwise, why would the meeting of mutants be held in Iron Man's mansion? This is the aspect he finds utterly bad. Of course, since you are willing to gather together, I naturally must bring you a greater surprise. It must be said that this matter is extremely thrilling to some extent. The opportunity that Magneto has been dreaming of has finally appeared before him. Moreover, compared to before, this opportunity is even more exhilarating. Neither of these two is someone he favors. If given the chance, capturing both of them would allow the mutant expansion plan to be put back on the agenda. He believes that by then there will be no so-called normal humans or mutants in this world. Only a mutant era is about to dawn. Magneto has many thoughts. Not only that, but he has also made thorough preparations. Even Dr. X would not have anticipated this, because in his view this gathering is extremely secretive. Unfortunately, Dr. X forgot that since they are all mutants, why can't there be a traitor? Even among humans there are traitors. Naturally, there is also a traitor at this gathering, an insider from Magneto. He has already informed Magneto about everything happening tonight. Now he is waiting for a signal from Magneto. Dr. X looks at the mutants before him and wishes he could confidently tell everyone. The opportunity is right before us. We just need to take the first step to gain infinite possibilities. However, thoughts are ultimately just thoughts. These people do not seem to care about his proposal. This makes Dr. X begin to doubt. Could it be that something has happened? Otherwise, these people's attitudes shouldn't be like this. Meanwhile, Yu Jie and Iron Man have also had enough to drink. Under Hela's persuasion, Yu Jie has no choice but to bid farewell to Iron Man. Although drinking is important, nothing is more important than his wife. Therefore, after saying goodbye to Iron Man, Yu Jie directly followed Hela to leave. At this moment, Hela couldn't help but look back at Iron Man's mansion. This glance surprised Yu Jie. Although he had drunk a lot, he now has Superman's power in his body. The alcohol has almost no effect. He just needs to accelerate his blood circulation a bit to minimize the impact of the alcohol, or even negate it. Yu Jie looked at Hela and couldn't help but ask what's wrong. Did something fall? Hearing Yu Jie's question, Hela shook her head, remaining silent, but her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. In terms of perception, Hela has kept her divine sense closed. However, compared to Yu Jie, her perception is still very powerful. The reason she brought Yu Jie out was that she sensed malice surrounding the mansion. This malice seems to be directed at the mansion, and she believes that an unexpected battle will occur here soon. Hela hopes that this battle will not affect either her or Yu Jie. She prefers to maintain the previous playhouse demeanor. This is what Hela has always wished for. Seeing that Hela was silent, Yu Jie directly wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her fiercely on the cheek. Then Yu Jie did not continue to ask, since his wife was unwilling to speak. It must be something else. Naturally, there was no need for him to keep questioning. Anyway, if Hela wanted to tell him something, she would eventually. Yu Jie and Hela left Iron Man's mansion, and just shortly after their departure, Magneto appeared. This time, Magneto brought along his elite forces. In fact, many of them are the elite among mutants. Magneto's intention this time is quite simple: to gather all his strength and completely eliminate Dr. X. This guy is too annoying. Joining forces with those bastards from the X-Men has completely blocked all his paths. Why should mutants walk a path of coexistence with humans? Mutants themselves are incredibly proud beings. They have transcended humanity and are naturally superior to humans. The disagreement between both sides has naturally led to this incident's outbreak. Magneto quickly surrounded the entire mansion. A terrifying force is slowly gathering around him. Meanwhile, Dr. X, still at the gathering, frowned. Dr. X originally wanted to further encourage the mutants, letting them understand that the current situation is not as dire as it seems. As long as everyone unites, they can continue to coexist peacefully and amicably with humanity. But who could have imagined that the sudden emergence of this force would catch Dr. X off guard? It seems that some unusual characters have emerged among them. Dr. X has put a lot of thought into this meeting, not just arranging it once, but considering the plans several times. Naturally, this is to provide a brand new home for the mutants. However, he never expected that even in such an environment someone would stir up trouble. In just a short amount of time, Magneto has completely surrounded this place. You could say that everything in the original plan has vanished, and Dr. X's face darkened to the point of almost dripping with water. But this isn't even the worst part. Now that Magneto has arrived, there is naturally no way to evade. However, what concerns him more is who leaked this information. After all, this matter is extremely meticulous. Yet the opponent's mindset precisely indicates that Magneto is fully prepared. There is a high probability that they plan to execute a decisive strike here. For Dr. X, this kind of thing has happened many times before, but this time it is the most serious, because his trust has been betrayed. However, Dr. X is not foolish. He doesn't waste time searching for the so-called traitor. The urgent matter is still to evacuate the other humans. Indeed, Dr. X's first thought is to take all the ordinary people present with him. This must be accomplished, for not long ago, due to the assassination of a high-ranking human official, humanity has lost much confidence in mutants. If the mutants start another war now, and if another human loses their life because of this, the fate of the mutants is easy to imagine. Magneto naturally does not care about this, but Dr. X knows very well. If such a situation continues to deteriorate, both sides will truly stand on opposing sides. At that point, no amount of words could rectify the situation. It is precisely because of this that even if his own people might be killed, he still cannot concern himself with their lives. He can only ensure that humanity survives first. Only if humanity survives can the existence of mutants hold any significance. It must be said that Dr. X always has his own principles when it comes to major issues. However, what he cares about more is Iron Man. Nothing must happen to him. He instructed everyone to rescue the ordinary humans, but he himself rushed towards Iron Man's location. Others can face danger, but Iron Man absolutely cannot pay any price in this conspiracy. Even a single hair could trigger an unexpected disaster. Dr. X can already see that Iron Man has to some extent been thrust into the spotlight. This spotlight may have unexpected impacts on humanity. If this opportunity is in front of him, and he fails to seize it, allowing it to vanish completely, he would absolutely go mad. Although Iron Man now has armor as his weapon, he has drunk quite a bit due to his excessive joy after meeting Yu Jie. And technology has no effective means against alcohol, at least he hasn't developed anything that can counteract it yet. Outside, the sounds of shouting and chaos are numerous, and humanity has already suffered devastating blows. Yet Iron Man remains utterly oblivious, having drunk far too much. At this moment, Dr. X arrived before Iron Man, and without hesitation instructed those around him to carry Iron Man. There is no time to explain. They must evacuate at the first moment. The longer they stay here, the more crises they will encounter. Who knows how long Magneto has prepared for this plan? Even until now, Dr. X still does not know what Magneto has secretly concocted. These things might cost him dearly, but they could also go up in flames. Either outcome is possible. But it all depends on how one chooses to grasp it. Dr. X moved quickly. In no time, all the humans he could save had been rescued. Even Iron Man was right beside him, and they successfully escaped the estate through the secret passage they had used. Indeed, this time while Iron Man was hosting a banquet, he also left himself a secret passage. The events faced in the war-torn area made him keenly aware that he must leave himself an escape route at critical moments. Before this, he believed that such an escape route was unnecessary. But after facing death in a true sense, Iron Man finally understood the importance of having a backup plan. Therefore, he ensured that every estate and mansion had a backup passage left for himself. This is what is known as an escape route. He had informed Dr. X about this escape route beforehand. After all, interacting with mutants during such a sensitive period could lead to unforeseen events. If someone were to come, it would be difficult to explain, even for Iron Man. Therefore, he had to inform Dr. X about this secret passage. Who could have anticipated that this passage would become his lifeline at a critical moment? After awakening, Iron Man couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Thus, Iron Man underwent another change that even Yu Jie did not expect. After the war-torn area, Iron Man transformed into someone who cares about life to the extreme. Not only that, but he even constructed new secret passages. And who could have thought that due to the mutants' internal conflict, he would need even more secret passages? Therefore, Iron Man felt that one secret passage seemed insufficient. If trouble truly arises, there is even a high possibility of being affected. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare more escape routes. Otherwise, who can guarantee that they would always have such good fortune? Meanwhile, Yu Jie and Hela have already They are unaware that after their departure, Iron Man's estate faced devastating attacks. After all, mutants are extremely ruthless when dealing with humanity. Of course, this ruthlessness does not only apply to humanity. In reality, they are terrifyingly brutal towards their own kind as well. However, these matters no longer concern Yu Jie. Magneto was extremely furious. He hadn't anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan would once again end in failure. He was unsure whether to call himself foolish or to acknowledge the luck of Dr. X. Clearly, he had everything prepared on his end. Yet in the end, he still failed to capture the opponent, and this time, even the casualties among humans seemed insufficient. This left the original plan thoroughly defeated to a certain extent. Iron Man also found no trace what Magneto could guess without a second thought. The opponent must have escaped at the first opportunity, otherwise such a situation wouldn't have occurred. However, for Magneto, if this opportunity was missed, then he would once again seek a new chance. Failure is merely a temporary success always waiting for him in the background. Holding on to such thoughts, Magneto quickly contacted others. His dealings with Dr. X were far from over. However, what Magneto did not expect was that half a month after this incident, he saw a piece of news. A news article about Iron Man that was published across major newspapers. A piece of news that would astonish even Dr. X. From now on, the Stark family would not undertake any transactions related to Magneto and the mutants behind him. This stirred up quite a storm in both the human world and the small world of mutants. Who could have imagined that Iron Man here had declared war against mutants? For humans, this news was not so bad, as they currently did not hold many good sentiments towards mutants. Most people merely watched coldly. For Dr. X, this was akin to a timely relief. Long before, he had tried every means to curry favor with Iron Man. But the other party had always been indifferent. Who could have predicted that Magneto's sudden actions would forge their friendship? Now Dr. X could hardly wait to meet Magneto, thanking him for finding him a good ally. Meanwhile, Magneto was exceptionally furious. Who was Iron Man? Magneto naturally knew what the Stark family represented. He also understood that in this country, money could indeed turn everything around. Even matters concerning mutants could be transformed under the influence of money. In unnecessary situations, Magneto was still reluctant to provoke someone like Iron Man. However, due to his overwhelming power, Magneto was somewhat blind to his confidence. He believed that with such immense strength, how could anyone declare war on him for no reason? Those conglomerates certainly possessed terrifying financial power, but they still preferred to make profits amicably. There were very few who were as unreasonable and aggressive as Iron Man. Those conglomerates certainly possessed terrifying financial power, but they still preferred to make profits amicably. There were very few who were as unreasonable. However, what astonished Magneto was that it seemed there were others acting behind the scenes. But who these people were Magneto still did not know. On the other side, Thor, who was begging on Earth, was feeling quite a headache. Originally, he thought his father had merely sent him out for show. Who would have thought that not only had he lost his divine powers, but the hammer granted to him also seemed impossible to. It is important to know that the hammer of the Thunder God cannot be wielded solely by the powers of a deity. When his father had given him the hammer, it was equivalent to transferring ownership. Yet now this hammer was not as obedient to his commands. Even each time he called upon it, he received no response, which only confirmed Thor's suspicions. This matter had truly changed, and now he seemed to be in a state of isolation on the entire Earth. Just at this moment, Thor received an unexpected piece of news. That was his older sister had surprisingly appeared. Thor had never expected this. Of course, it wasn't the news of his sister's appearance that surprised him, but rather when did he gain an additional sister. During his time on Earth, Thor had been wallowing in self-pity. Odin had been watching this closely, knowing that he wanted to hide the matter of Hela deep within his heart. But seeing Thor and Loki look like they were about to stir up trouble on Earth, Odin decided to change some things. At the very least, he couldn't let these two sons continue to be so unproductive. Of course, Loki was not included, but Odin could not bear to see Thor in such a state. In Odin's view, Hela and Thor were completely opposite extremes. Hela was eager to become the goddess of death, even able to provoke her father. As for Thor, he showed none of the characteristics of a god. If he were not his son, the likelihood was high that Thor wouldn't even consider the idea of being a god. Every day was just a matter of idly eating and waiting to die. In such a situation, his heart was more than just tormented. He wished he could strike down this unfortunate son directly. Others had long awaited opportunities that he could have easily grasped. Yet he not only failed to cherish them, but also completely gave up on them. This made it impossible for Thor to maintain his composure. He directly informed Thor of Hela's existence. Of course, he wanted to rally Thor's spirit, but regrettably what unfolded next still made Odin regret. Because right after he shared this news with Thor, Thor became even more laid back. Originally, he still had the inclination to wander around Earth. He used to think of meeting a beautiful woman or something. Now he didn't even have the desire to go outside, seemingly turning into a legendary couch potato. Every day was spent watching television and drinking soda, and his physique was growing in an extremely alarming manner. Perhaps Yu Jie didn't expect that the events occurring within the Avengers would actually unfold in Thor's storyline. And all of this was due to his wife. For Yu Jie, life was actually quite good now, as he didn't need to worry about anything. Every day was about being a ghostwriter, earning some royalties, and then living an uninhibited life with his wife. It was simply delightful. Until one day the appearance of a man changed everything. Yu Jie looked at the man before him with a hint of uncertainty. This man seemed somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't confirm if he was indeed that guy. Of course, his gaze also fell upon his wife Hela. For at the moment he discovered this man, Hela's eyes were also fixed. However, Hela never bothered to glance at the unfamiliar man again, instead focusing her gaze on him. Her eyes reflected more confusion and puzzlement. At this moment, Yu Jie finally realized that in some way his wife had changed. Had he misinterpreted something? Then Yu Jie directly spoke up. "Wife, it's not what you think. Oh, I don't know this person at all. He might have been lying at our doorstep last night, and I only just saw him when I came out." In response to Yu Jie's explanation, Hela didn't reply, but instead smiled slightly, while casting a meaningful glance at the man lying on the ground. Then they headed straight back to the estate. Yu Jie, who had originally intended to go out and discuss copyrights, shook his head. There was no alternative, since the other party had arrived. He could only invite trouble in. At this point, Yu Jie was already certain about the man. He was likely the Hulk, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, and his face bore an almost identical resemblance to the Hulk. That was to say, he looked like Dr. Banner. However, according to Yu Jie's understanding of the Hulk, the man should not have appeared near his estate. The man was likely on the run. The Hulk was indeed a tragic character. He had originally pursued science. In his pursuit, who would have thought that science would nearly lead to his own demise? Although he gained tremendous and terrifying power, the price for this power was the very intellect that Dr. Banner relied upon for survival. For them, some things could be sacrificed, but some could not. At least what was happening now could not be resolved by simply giving up. Yu Jie's gaze was firmly fixed on Banner. In fact, up until now, Yu Jie had not confirmed whether the man had come here due to his transformation. But if he had truly transformed, how could there have been such a loud noise without him hearing it? What was going on? After all this time, Yu Jie had been absorbing the sun's power daily. The template of Superman was also subtly. The most obvious change was in his strength. Some powers were visibly apparent, such as the transformation of his physique. Previously, when facing those under Jin, he might have needed to think carefully. He even required a certain amount of strength to give them a chance. But now Yu Jie was completely sure that even with just one punch, he could easily deal with those troublemakers. Effortlessly, he could protect himself even in the presence of an enraged Hulk possessing the power to potentially annihilate his opponent. This was the terrifying power of Superman. As he continuously absorbed solar energy, his strength would keep rising, possibly reaching a truly terrifying level. Of course, if it was just about strength, Yu Jie might not have cared much. But it was not just that simple. Even in terms of perception, his ability would gradually increase over time. For instance, he had never tested his heat. However, judging by the current growth in his power, he felt that he could see the moon with just one glance. There shouldn't be any major issues. After pondering for a long time, Yu Jie still shook his head, as this matter was still too difficult for him. Anyway, since the other party had already come to his home, thinking about all this was meaningless. It would be better to wait until the other party woke up to ask him properly. As he brought the man back home, Hela's gaze also swept over. Now even Yu Jie felt a chill up his spine. Although Hela's demeanor appeared indifferent, her gaze made him realize that things might not be so simple. Yu Jie then realized that what a woman says may be completely different from what she thinks. The seemingly indifferent look she just had was in fact a silent urging for him to quickly resolve the trouble. And since he had brought the man back, Yu Jie now realized he seemed to have misanswered a life-or-death question. After a brief consideration, Yu Jie scratched his head. Actually, this person and I have some connection, as we had interactions before. He is an extremely knowledgeable literary figure. Since the situation had developed to this point, Yu Jie had no other choice. He could only brace himself to continue, but as soon as these words left his mouth, Hela revealed an extremely unpleasant smile. Then she ignored Yu Jie, heading straight to the bedroom on the second floor. Now Yu Jie knew that things had indeed changed. Glancing at the Hulk he had thrown on the sofa, and then at his wife going upstairs, Yu Jie ultimately followed his wife. Since his wife had her doubts about him, he needed to take action to let her understand that some things were not as she imagined. Even with the Hulk downstairs, their room had excellent soundproofing. This could be inferred from the presence of many bodyguards in the house. After all, with so many people around, everyone could hear some indescribable sounds. Thus, Yu Jie had deliberately spent a fortune to ensure that the soundproofing in his home was extremely effective. Even now, if 7 or 8 bombs were thrown in the bedroom, it might not be heard outside. After a lengthy session, the two finally fell into a deep sleep. Yu Jie, unable to resist, lit a cigarette, finding himself in deep suspicion. Was this matter truly his problem, or was Hela doing it intentionally? Or was it that she was dissatisfied with him from last night, and the earlier situation was not what he had imagined? He had originally thought it would take time for her to return to her previous self. But who would have thought that as soon as they entered the house and met, her fiery enthusiasm would suddenly burst forth? Hela had always been like an iceberg. Even in bed it was the same. However, after just a brief contact, it seemed her passion had been completely. This only made Yu Jie more certain that he might have been played yet. The matter concerning Hela has temporarily come to a close. However, for Yu Jie, the appearance of the Hulk seems to reveal something significant. According to the original plot development, the Hulk should currently be pursued by the military. But why is the Hulk, who should be under pursuit, appearing right in front of his own home? He still has no sense of the situation. Yu Jie does not particularly enjoy pondering the changes of certain events, but that does not mean he is a fool. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Jie began to react. It is highly likely that something has happened, otherwise it would be impossible for a Hulk to suddenly appear here. At this moment, the Hulk looked at Yu Jie with a hint of confusion in his mind. In fact, he regretted being hit by the gamma rays. He could have been an ordinary PhD peacefully conducting his research. Yet due to curiosity about the unknown, he has become a creature that is neither human nor ghost. Currently, the Hulk has not merged his consciousness with his own. In fact, from his own self-awareness, he feels he is likely suffering from a split personality. Otherwise, how could he have manifested another version of himself here? In reality, in the current environment, the Hulk cannot control himself. He can't even maintain the most basic feeling of anger. However, due to being in the early stages of transformation, he cannot even comprehend when the Hulk will appear. One moment, he might be chatting with someone, and the next his body will uncontrollably transform into the Hulk. Considering this, the Hulk is puzzled about why he has ended up here. He has some guesses. For instance, he might have ended up here due to a sudden change, and he looked at Yu Jie, realizing in an instant. Yu Jie is actually someone he recognizes. Currently, in the entire Eagle Nation, Yu Jie is undoubtedly a hot figure. Because the novels written by him are incredibly popular, one might not know who the president is, but it is impossible not to know Yu Jie. The things depicted in those novels paint an unexpectedly vast picture. Even after the adaptations were released, everyone became curious about Yu Jie once again. He is merely a person of Chinese descent, but why does he understand the Western world and stories so well? He creates tales that even Westerners cannot surpass. The two of them just stared at each other, showing no intention of communication. Finally, after 3 minutes, the Hulk couldn't help but speak, saying, "Actually, you shouldn't have brought me back, because I'm not sure if I can still be considered human." Yu Jie didn't expect the Hulk to say such things to him. However, Yu Jie did not pay much attention, and instead shook his head, saying, "Whether you are human or not has no direct relation to me. I only know you are a stranger collapsed in front of my manor, and I happen to show a little humanity. But since you've said that you can completely leave my home, goodbye." It was as if Yu Jie had not expected the Hulk to speak like this. The Hulk also did not anticipate that Yu Jie would so quickly issue an eviction order. The Hulk looked at Yu Jie with some confusion, but soon he remembered Yu Jie's identity. He is a writer. His arrival might have disturbed Yu Jie's creative process, and a hint of regret appeared on the Hulk's face. Then the Hulk shook his head. The things happening now were somewhat awkward, but they were not terrible to the extreme. For instance, he had not noticed General Ross was pursuing him. Suddenly, he recalled some earlier events. When facing danger, he is unable to sense it, but the Hulk is different. It gives him an incredibly terrifying intuition, seemingly allowing him to foresee danger. Moreover, he possesses a power that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. It gives him an incredibly terrifying intuition, seemingly allowing him to foresee danger. Moreover, he possesses a power that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Could it be that Yu Jie can provide him with a sense of safety? Just a short while after appearing, the Hulk suddenly felt that his head was somewhat out of control. An indescribable anger began to brew within him. He never expected the Hulk would appear in Yu Jie's home this made Dr. Banner feel a bit angry. However, he did not realize that this anger would instead give rise to the Hulk. In just a moment, the Hulk emerged, and Dr. Banner's consciousness completely vanished. What appeared before Yu Jie was indeed the Hulk he had anticipated. The Hulk looked at Yu Jie and beckoned with his finger. Yu Jie did not understand this gesture. However, he could roughly guess that the Hulk wanted to spar with him. At this moment, Yu Jie couldn't help but reveal his white teeth, wearing a fierce smile as he slowly spoke. "I didn't expect you to come here voluntarily. I don't even know how strong I am, but this is my home. Let's find a place to fight." Yu Jie immediately understood the Hulk's intention, which was to battle. But even if they were to fight, it could not happen at home. He had just managed to get Hela to sleep. What would happen if she woke up? Moreover, Yu Jie did not wish to expose his identity too soon. Maintaining the persona of a writer was sufficient for now. Unbeknownst to him, while he was saying this, Hela upstairs had already slightly opened her eyes. She may have fallen asleep, but she was not completely asleep. As long as there was a hint of unusual aura outside, it would awaken her from slumber. She sensed the Hulk's arrival. She also felt the terrifying power emanating from the Hulk, but she could not believe that her man was completely unconcerned about it. He even wanted to continue battling the Hulk. At this moment, Hela was beginning to feel somewhat unclear about what kind of person her man truly was. Previously, she thought there were some secrets hidden within Yu Jie that she couldn't quite see through. Now it was no longer a secret, it was that simple, and she could even feel that there was something else within Yu Jie. Hela felt a hint of curiosity towards Yu Jie. However, since Yu Jie did not take the initiative to tell her, Hela naturally did not want to ask, as this was a matter of her man's own. For Hela, what truly mattered was whether Yu Jie could take the initiative to tell her. Otherwise, it would feel as if she were forcing him to speak. It must be said that Hela was somewhat sundera. Perhaps even Yu Jie himself did not anticipate the arrival of the Hulk. It was about to reveal the true nature of the couple. Soon after, Yu Jie and the Hulk disappeared. Hela glanced over briefly, but did not pay much attention. After all, since the other party dared to come to her home, they must have made some preparations. Of course, what was perhaps more important was Yu Jie's blind confidence. Everything Yu Jie had shown so far had not allowed her to see clearly. But this did not mean that things would end there. In fact, in Hela's view, Yu Jie surely had some thoughts and actions planned, but it would just require a little time for her to understand. Hela still made no moves, instead turning around to continue sleeping. On the other side, Yu Jie followed the Hulk to a rather desolate place. In this country, there were actually too many such areas, which in a way also made it convenient for the two to engage in activities in the wild. As Yu Jie moved slightly, he could feel a power slowly growing within his body. The Hulk's gaze was also fixed on Yu Jie. All along, Yu Jie had been able to sense the Hulk's state. Something felt off, but due to the nature of his crossing over, Yu Jie understood himself far better than the Hulk did. For instance, the Hulk's power had always stemmed from anger, and sufficient anger could boost his strength to an unimaginable level. Currently, although the Hulk was not angry, his scrutinizing gaze towards Yu Jie also revealed a desire for battle, which was indeed two extremes. The Hulk seemed to yearn for battle, wishing for death in combat, while Dr. Banner was a very cautious person. It appeared that nothing could attract his attention. His thoughts were more focused on researching things he could study. Even if there were things he couldn't research, he would still try his best to investigate them. With a roar, the Hulk finally made his move. He could not miss the chance to confront a formidable opponent. It must be said that although the Hulk's size was enormous, beneath that massive form lay terrifying power. For instance, the birth of this power caused even Yu Jie to furrow his brows. Yu Jie did not over-speculate whether there was a gap in power between them. He merely inferred from the display of the Hulk's strength. Then shaking his head, Yu Jie truly did not expect the Hulk to accumulate such terrifying power here. Moreover, this power seemed to be increasing gradually. The Hulk's fist struck before him with a rush of wind, forcing Yu Jie to take 2 steps back. Next, Yu Jie shook his head. The emergence of this power surprised him somewhat, but it was merely surprise. True power would not erupt so quickly. It wasn't just Yu Jie who had thoughts about this. In reality, the Hulk also felt an extremely terrifying power. Power itself mutually existed and interacted with one another. If the Hulk's power could not contend with Yu Jie, then, when his own power struck Yu Jie, the latter would undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow due to the overwhelming strength. However, the Hulk realized that when his power struck Yu Jie, the latter did not show even a hint of retreat. This only further confirmed the Hulk's belief that Yu Jie's strength exceeded his imagination. In just a breath, the Hulk charged at his opponent once more. His power was formidable. With each punch, his speed increased, while Yu Jie merely used his arms to shield his face, allowing the Hulk's power to wash over him. Soon after, about half a minute, Yu Jie swiftly dodged the Hulk's heavy. Yu Jie shook his head slightly. He had already felt a lot from the Hulk's power. However, for Yu Jie, this power was still insufficient to defeat him. But since the Hulk was so eager to engage with him, then he could not disappoint the Hulk either. The power of a superhero appeared on Yu Jie at that moment. In the next second, the Hulk could clearly feel that Yu Jie had undergone a significant change. The power of a superhero had always resided within Yu Jie. However, the power on the surface and that within his body were completely different concepts. Yu Jie generally would not unleash the power within him completely. But now he had completely spread this power around his body. As long as Yu Jie had the intention, this power would explode forth at the earliest moment. Then Yu Jie charged directly at the Hulk. His power was far more terrifying than the Hulk had imagined. At least before Yu Jie unleashed his power, the Hulk thought this person might just be someone he had overestimated. After all, to put it bluntly, he was just a human, but now Yu Jie, who was still a distance away from him. In an instant, he had arrived before him, and his fist made contact with the Hulk's arm, causing the Hulk to retreat. He even flew backward. The Hulk could not believe that this power was so terrifying. He knew that Yu Jie had just accumulated some strength. But he was also controlling his own power, ensuring he would not be pushed back by Yu Jie. However, in reality, from the moment the Hulk first attacked Yu Jie, he had not seen any sign of Yu Jie retreating, but now that it was Yu Jie's turn to launch an attack, he actually began to retreat. In just a moment, the Hulk could perceive the immense gap between them. This was also something the Hulk could not accept. He initiated this battle, yet he would not easily concede in the fight. Moreover, that was just a human, a mere. How could he possibly fall here? He had to make it clear that the Hulk was the strongest. Anger continued to build within the Hulk's heart, and Yu Jie looked at him in astonishment, knowing that the Hulk, fueled by rage, had significantly increased his strength. Previously, Yu Jie had already realized that the Hulk's power stemmed from within him. As long as he was sufficiently enraged, the power he unleashed would far exceed his limits. It could be said that those individuals were limitless monsters. As long as his anger persisted, as long as he continued to rage, his power would continuously rise to an extraordinarily terrifying level. Because of this, Yu Jie couldn't help but shake his head. While the opponent's power was indeed formidable, he had not yet tapped into his true strength. He had merely showcased a fraction of his own power. However, this was only a part of it. All power would gradually increase over time, that was beyond doubt. But all power could also change based on each person's attitude. Yu Jie's thinking was simple. Since the power he had displayed could not suppress his opponent once the other party increased their strength, he could also enhance his own power. The Hulk's strength was continuously increasing, which was in fact Yu Jie's adversarial power, also contributing to the Hulk's growth. He hadn't anticipated that Yu Jie would be such a tough opponent. At that moment, the Hulk swung his fists once more, and the two exchanged blows. Soon the Hulk's expression changed again, as he did not expect the power displayed by Yu Jie to be so outrageous. The Hulk had forgotten how many times he had increased his power, but undoubtedly each enhancement had evolved over time, yet the opponent's power was also changing. Not only was it keeping pace with him, but it was also showing signs of wanting to suppress him. Realizing this, the Hulk shook his head. He knew he could not lose his composure. After all, to some extent, the opponent's power was not inferior to his own, and might even far exceed his capabilities. The Hulk felt a growing anger within him. He had felt this power increasing long before, but he never expected that the opponent's strength would not only increase, but also be more terrifying than his own. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer began to flicker around him. Yu Jie looked at this scene with some surprise, for the Hulk should have relied entirely on his physical strength in combat. But why was it that the Hulk now possessed an even more terrifying and incredible power? Could it be that something unexpected was happening within his body? Was the Hulk about to undergo another mutation and become something akin to a mutant? Though uncertain, this doubt did not linger long, as Yu Jie pushed it out of his mind. Since the opponent could display greater strength, it meant that he could also enhance his own power in response. Immediately, a glimmer flickered in Yu Jie's eyes. Simply put, they were about to unleash their most potent power. Yu Jie continuously launched attacks against the Hulk as if the Hulk had just gone berserk, both sides trading blows, their speed and strength escalating to their limits. At that moment, Yu Jie noticed the light around the Hulk slowly dissipating. Once his accumulated power was finally unleashed, the Hulk was actually sent flying. As his strength began to fade, his once mighty form diminished. The Hulk transformed back into Bruce Banner, and Yu Jie looked at this scene with some confusion. Could it be that the Hulk could no longer perfectly control himself? That didn't seem right. The power unleashed from his rage had exceeded all limits. It was impossible for him to lose his transformation under such circumstances. Yu Jie had his speculations, but ultimately shook his head. He did not understand what changes the gamma rays had brought to the Hulk. However, there was no doubt that there were some things about the Hulk that he was unaware of. Looking at the now unconscious Bruce, Yu Jie once again picked him up and carried him back to his own estate. For Yu Jie, both the Hulk and Bruce Banner held little significance. Even if they were in his estate, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Meanwhile, after Yu Jie finished battling the Hulk, the military received new intelligence. Regarding the Hulk's reappearance, even Yu Jie did not expect that his emergence was closely related to General Ross. It was likely that the Hulk's transformation back was due to General Ross. Bruce Banner had turned into the Hulk due to a mishap during an experiment, which was more of a disadvantage than an advantage for the military. At the very least, they could see that gamma rays could bring them such significant benefits. If countless Hulks appeared on the battlefield, who could possibly contend with them? The thought was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The Hulk was the Hulk, but Bruce Banner was still the same Bruce Banner. Upon realizing the military's conspiracy, he immediately abandoned the idea of allowing them to continue their research on him. He had to escape, even if it meant never transforming again, even if he was no longer that glamorous doctor. As long as he could live quietly, that would be enough. It must be said that Bruce Banner had considered many aspects. Even he seemed somewhat inscrutable. So much had happened to him that it was no longer just a matter of feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, after detecting the Hulk's signal again, the military swiftly began to take action. They needed to recapture the Hulk in the shortest time possible. They wanted to study the Hulk thoroughly. Only in this way could they replicate warriors similar to the Hulk. The military had conducted similar experiments long ago, but that was merely the beginning for them. However, this beginning had produced results like Captain America, but in reality this experiment made them realize. Compared to the Hulk, Captain America was just a waste. Yu Jie hesitated slightly, as everything happening to the Green Giant made him feel somewhat uncertain. However, it was just a moment's hesitation. After all, keeping the Green Giant in the back of the manor could serve as a shield against bullets at critical times. Yu Jie quickly returned home, looking at the still sleeping Hela, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Hela would suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and start looking for him. At that point, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Yu Jie then returned to Hela's side, gently stroking her and kissing her forehead, and the two fell asleep together. Hela had long known that Yu Jie was back. In fact, she sensed something while Yu Jie was fighting the Green Giant. Once she confirmed that Yu Jie was not in significant danger, the threat of the Green Giant diminished. Although the Green Giant exhibited immense power, it constantly increased in response to his anger. However, in front of the god of killing in the 9 realms, not much power was needed to annihilate the Green Giant. Moreover, Yu Jie was still her man, only she had the right to bully him, not anyone else. At the very least, it would cost a life. If possible, Hela would even extract the opponent's soul to make them understand that death was merely a beginning. General Ross was exceptionally excited upon learning that the Green Giant had not completely disappeared. According to his plan, he would find traces of the Green Giant in the shortest time possible. Thus, he aimed to capture it again, ideally allowing the military to develop even more terrifying weapons from the Green Giant in a short time. This was crucial as the military's strength had already declined significantly due to various incidents. This made General Ross feel that to some extent his problems were too numerous. The military today did not need so-called changes. What it needed was a powerful weapon. The previous Russian general had no idea what a weapon was. It wasn't until the Green Giant appeared that he realized the Green Giant was the best weapon readily available. Moreover, as long as they could harness the power of the Green Giant, no opponent in the world or domestically would dare to voice any complaints against the military. For instance, just recently Iron Man had been flaunting his power within the military. General Ross did not believe that Iron Man could stand against a being like the Green Giant. To fight General Ross even reassured himself that he didn't need countless Green Giants. Perhaps just 20 or 30 would suffice. With that, he could make the entire world understand what the 4 characters of General Ross truly meant. Yu Jie, already fast asleep, had no idea he was being targeted by the military. Time flew by, and half a month passed. Yu Jie once again received countless rewards through the sign-in system. Some of these rewards were somewhat useful to him, but others were just scrap metal. Perhaps even less than scrap metal. Notably, his relationship with the Green Giant was slowly becoming more harmonious. In fact, before the Green Giant lost its memory last time, it had left a hint for Dr. Banner, a fragment of memory regarding Yu Jie. It told Dr. Banner that Yu Jie was not a simple person and advised him to maintain a certain distance. If this was one of the important reasons why Dr. Banner was not as warm after waking up. However, as they spent more time together, Dr. Banner found that Yu Jie was simply an ordinary novelist. He was nothing like what the Green Giant described. In Dr. Banner's eyes, the Green Giant probably wanted to detach itself from human society and become a beast like itself. Naturally, Dr. Banner could not agree to this. In his view, his life could become better as long as the Green Giant was absent. His life would always be wonderful. He then discovered a terrifying reality during the time spent in the manor. It seemed he had not transformed back into the Green Giant even once. Not even once. At least during his conscious moments, Dr. Banner had previously lost some memory or consciousness when transforming into the Green Giant. But this time was completely different. He had been in Yu Jie's manor for over half a month, and every day he was experiencing new things. Every day he was self-aware. Because of this, he realized that this manor might indeed harbor something unusual. In fact, Dr. Banner had only memories of the daytime, not the nights. As he sensed that Yu Jie was somewhat different, the memories belonging to the Green Giant began to slowly awaken deep within Dr. Banner. He even felt that the other party was somewhat unique, and if he continued to stay here, it was highly likely that something would go. Thus, he chose to transform into the Green Giant at night, while Dr. Banner was asleep, wanting to leave. However, just as he was about to depart, the appearance of a woman completely shattered all his plans. This woman was none other than Hela. Although she did not know what the Green Giant was thinking, there was no doubt that this guy in front of her seemed somewhat off. However, this wasn't a big deal, at least in the manor he had not caused any trouble. This reassured Hela. In the short term, there was no need for her to have any conflict with him. Of course, Hela actually did not want the Green Giant to disrupt their cohabitation. But since Yu Jie had not brought it up, why should he leave? What right did he have to leave? When arriving at the manor, shouldn't he at least ask the owner? The Green Giant felt somewhat reluctant. He wanted to have a good contest with Hela to see whose power was stronger. After all, only the strong had the right to speak, but he never expected that his power would be completely ineffective before Hela. Hela merely extended her hand, and a terrifying force manifested around him, a force that was continuing. Not only that, but the growing power began to act on the Green Giant, making him suddenly realize that he might just be a child in front of Hela. There was no possibility of retaliation at all. Under such circumstances, the Green Giant could only choose to stay obediently. After all, Hela's power exceeded his imagination. The Hulk never expected that Hela's power would be so formidable. It is worth noting that when facing Yu Jie, the Hulk only felt a slight pressure. As long as his anger was sufficient, Yu Jie would definitely not be his opponent. However, the power exhibited by Hela now is beyond his comparison. The most obvious thing is that the levels of power between the two sides are not even comparable. Having finally accumulated enough power before he could unleash it, Hela was already before him. He used his power to demonstrate what true terror means. Hela did not care about the Hulk's thoughts. After all, for Hela, many things are not as simple as imagined. Moreover, strictly speaking, the Hulk's affairs are not something he needs to ponder over. Instead, they are to be decided by Hela. Since Yu Jie had already brought the Hulk back, it should now be Yu Jie who handles everything. However, since Yu Jie had not addressed the situation, he should wait a little. Rather than allowing the other party to create. Perhaps even Yu Jie himself did not expect his wife to be this domineering. The Hulk, due to encountering Hela, had lost even the thought of escaping. Meanwhile, General Ross' actions began. He used the most advanced equipment to locate the Hulk's position. For him, the most important thing is to find the Hulk, thus capturing him. Only then can he ensure that his plan is foolproof. Looking at the current situation of the military, it is not very promising, even somewhat grim. Although the military had encountered some troubles before, these troubles were visible to the naked eye. They would not turn into a disaster in a short time, but with the Hulk's emergence they became aware. Currently, if they merely maintained their previous intentions, wanting to improve a situation is akin to a pipe dream. If that is the case, why not consider approaching it from other angles? Naturally, the best option is to seize the opportunity. It must be said that General Ross' ideas are excellent, and he quickly gathered enough personnel. For him, it is sufficient to just capture the Hulk. The military strength compared to S.H.I.E.L.D. can actually be described as incomparable. However, the aspects S.H.I.E.L.D. deals with are akin to beings such as mutants. Thus, if one were to make a comparison, perhaps both sides could only be in a life-and-death struggle. Meanwhile, Nick Fury quickly learned about the military's actions. He is not unfamiliar with the military's movements, as he had previously tried to locate the Hulk when he first appeared. Nick Fury had attempted to bring the Hulk into S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, this idea did not materialize because Nick Fury discovered that the Hulk upon transforming was no longer human. The instincts and intelligence of a human were replaced by a beast that only knew how to kill. Thus, there was no need to keep him around. On the other hand, the military seems to have some thoughts about the Hulk originally S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military were already at odds. However, for Nick Fury, if they could improve their environment and even their attitudes towards one another, he would naturally ensure that this matter would not encounter too many unexpected twists. It must be said that Nick Fury has many thoughts, and for his own ideas, he decisively abandoned the Hulk since the relationship with the military was in a period of thawing. If the military wants to obtain him, then he might as well do them a favor. With this thought, Nick Fury left directly. However, what he did not expect was that after he left, the Hulk inadvertently found Yu Jie. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. at an altitude of 10,000 meters also learned this news. Unlike the military, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been monitoring the entire Earth. They can learn about everything that happens on Earth, big or small, at the first moment. For instance, the current situation surprised them somewhat. They quickly sought out Nick Fury. They felt it necessary to inform the director about this matter. It must be said that these people are diligent. Nick Fury was somewhat shocked upon learning this news, because in his view the Hulk should have been captured by the military for experimentation long ago. Who would have thought that the Hulk's luck would be this good? He unexpectedly found Yu Jie's estate and even survived. Regarding Yu Jie, Nick Fury's attitude is somewhat ambiguous. If possible, he hopes that Yu Jie can join. After all, he still needs to maintain a rhythm with him. However, the Hulk's appearance caused some discrepancies in this plan. So much so that Nick Fury is somewhat uncertain if his initial actions were correct. However, he knows that the urgent task is to alleviate the conflict between Yu Jie and the military. Once the military enters Yu Jie's estate, it means a confrontation between them is imminent. Until now, Nick Fury has no idea about Yu Jie's true strength, especially that strange wife of his. In fact, Nick Fury had only investigated Yu Jie previously, but during the investigation, he was surprised. Yu Jie is merely somewhat abnormal, perhaps considered an atypical mutant. However, the power exhibited by his wife Hela is entirely beyond what a mutant should possess. Under this power, he wondered if he should contact Yu Jie, preferably to persuade him to divorce Hela. After all, having someone like Hela on Earth is indeed somewhat dangerous. A series of events seemed premeditated coming to Nick Fury's side. For Nick Fury, this is the biggest surprise. However, at the same time, he does not think this matter is too bad. He is even contemplating how to integrate everything together. Only in this way can the plan, and even the alliance plan he had set earlier, proceed without a hitch. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, no one can guarantee that unexpected situations will not arise. Once such situations arise, how he should respond is still a question mark. It must be said that Nick Fury has many thoughts. Just as Yu Jie and Hela decided to go shopping, the Hulk remained alone in the manor. In fact, Dr. Banner had grown fond of his current life. After all, for him, hiding and running away brought no benefits. Every day felt exhausting. But now it was different. In Yu Jie's manor, he lived a life where everything was provided for him. There was no pressure of life, nor were there those who sought his life. It seemed that life should be like this, and the Hulk felt he had undergone some changes. However, this situation did not. General Ross' arrival ruined everything. Just as Dr. Banner decided to take a nap, he felt the sound of helicopters starting to ring in his ears. The Hulk instinctively jumped out of bed. He hurried to the window and looked up to see the aircraft. Seeing this scene, he subconsciously sensed that things had changed significantly. General Ross had unexpectedly appeared again. Originally, he thought hiding here would not pose any significant problems. But now it seemed he had been too naive. How could they possibly let him go here? After all, strictly speaking, he had most likely touched upon some unexpected. Moreover, in the same environment, the threat posed by the entire military was beyond his comparison. Now the Hulk felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in. Clearly this situation should have improved. Why had it turned out this way? Meanwhile, General Ross in the helicopter also focused his gaze on the manor. Before departing, he learned that this manor belonged to Yu Jie. As for who Yu Jie was, even General Ross had heard of him, but for General Ross it was not a big deal. After all, he was just a novelist. At worst, he could destroy the novelist's manor and then have a conversation with him. General Ross had reason to believe that an ordinary human would not think about opposing the military. After all, the military still held significant power in this world, while on the other side the Hulk could feel the anger brewing within him. It was continuously brewing. Since the Hulk had come to Yu Jie's home, the most obvious change was that a channel of communication seemed to have opened up between Dr. Banner and the Hulk. In fact, Dr. Banner had communicated with him several times. A great battle was about to emerge. Meanwhile, Hela, who was shopping, suddenly frowned, surprising even Yu Jie. However, Hela quickly turned to Yu Jie and said, "I need to use the restroom for a moment, dear. Please wait for me." There was some curiosity as to why Hela suddenly wanted to go to the restroom. But Yu Jie did not pay much attention, simply nodding to indicate that she could find a restroom in the mall. Meanwhile, Hela hurriedly left. As she left, a flicker of anger crossed her face. In fact, Hela was very fond of everything in the manor. It was precisely because of this that she had left some arrangements in the manor. As soon as the manor faced any threat, these arrangements would alert her immediately. Also because of this, Hela could sense what was happening in the manor almost instantly. She never expected that these damned humans would dare to attack her and Yu Jie's home. Was this a violation of divine authority? Humans remained so fragile, oblivious to their own demise. For Hela, this home was currently the only refuge for her and Yu Jie. But now this refuge was about to be violated in a short period. This made her somewhat angry, but more importantly, she absolutely would not allow this to happen. A terrifying power. As it began to gather, Hela vanished from the mall, reappearing back in the manor. She looked at the Hulk, who was about to transform, and glanced at the helicopter in the sky. A slight smile formed on her lips. One had to admit that humanity's development in recent years had indeed been impressive, even displaying unexpected prowess. But if humanity thought that this strength was sufficient, they were truly being somewhat fanciful. A terrifying power was continuously gathering around Hela. For Hela, those who came here had already made preparations for death. Since these people were no longer afraid of death, why should she spare them? A black long sword appeared in the sky. With Hela's command, the sword began to fall. Soon helicopters and countless soldiers were crashing down under this sword, fleeing in panic. General Ross was the first to freeze in shock. He never expected that there were mutants in this manner. According to the information he had, it was not difficult to find that there was only a novelist and his wife in this manor. However, both the family and his wife had left when they were young. The only one remaining should be the Hulk. This was information he had known for a long time, but everything happening before him felt like a nightmare. It lingered for a long time. Hearing the soldiers' screams, General Ross' face instantly fell. He never expected such things to happen here, but for him this was something he could accept. Rather, to some extent, it directly sparked his desire to create chaos. After all, for General Ross, the most important thing in this world was power. If you had power, you had everything. Then General Ross issued a retreat order. This was something he couldn't deal with in the short term. The suddenly falling black long sword seemed to hang over his head. He could feel that if he really wanted to come here, he must be fully prepared. Otherwise, relying on their current stance to provoke the Hulk was clearly impossible. It could even bring unimaginable disasters upon himself. Could it be that he really had to initiate that plan? General Ross felt some uncertainty. However, the retreat was swift. After all, he thought if he wanted to stir up trouble here, he must possess enough mobility. Any slip-up would lead to unimaginable disasters. General Ross never expected that all his meticulous preparations would turn out to be so laughable. It must be known that in his original plan, there was no way his attack on Yu Jie's estate would encounter any issues. Whether facing the Hulk or Yu Jie, he was confident enough to defeat either opponent. Despite the terrifying power displayed by the Hulk, the military was not to be underestimated. After all, in General Ross' plan, capturing the Hulk alive would be the best outcome. If that wasn't possible, then killing him would suffice. After all, research materials could be centered around the opponent's corpse. Naturally, for most people, the best result would be to capture the Hulk alive. Only by capturing him alive could they ensure that no unexpected incidents would occur. On the other hand, it was very likely that unexpected events would happen to others. In truth, nothing would happen. At least Yu Jie had no idea. General Ross would actually launch an attack on the estate at this moment. What was even more unexpected was that his wife, upon sensing this situation, rushed back to the estate at the first opportunity to intervene. At this moment, the Hulk looked very docile and compliant while observing Hela. Hela's gaze was also fixed on. Previously, Hela thought that keeping the Hulk around was Yu Jie's idea. But now, given her current circumstances, it was easy to guess otherwise. The Hulk might be in a far worse situation than imagined. The fact that he could attract such a large-scale hunt in this world proved his value as a warrior. There was likely still a bit of value worth utilizing. However, this thought only briefly crossed Hela's mind before being cast aside. Although she desperately wanted to reclaim her position as the god of Asgard, she also understood that her body had yet to recover. Moreover, with Yu Jie also on this planet, why couldn't she accompany him through this brief, yet lengthy life? The Hulk looked somewhat at a loss as he gazed at Hela. He had never anticipated that she would return at this moment, so he remained silent, shaking his head instead. Immediately after, Hela vanished, and the Hulk quickly returned to the form of Dr. Banner. After watching her, Dr. Banner looked around, feeling somewhat puzzled. He recalled that there were still some matters left unresolved prior to this. At this moment, he realized that the Hulk seemed to have completely separated from him. Of course, the resolve was likely still dominated by the Hulk. He noticed that the memories associated with his transformation into the Hulk were fading away. Previously, he could still observe his consciousness and memories of becoming the Hulk. But now those consciousness and memories had completely vanished. It was as if the Hulk was the Hulk and Dr. Banner was Dr. Banner. This brought a sense of relief and surprise to Dr. Banner. He was relieved that the Hulk seemed willing to hide from him here. He was surprised that he was likely about to return to being a normal human. This was the only thought Dr. Banner had now. Being the Hulk was not what he wished to do, and in his eyes the Hulk was simply too unconventional. He simply could not survive in this world. Meanwhile, Yu Jie was also starting to feel a bit uncertain. After all, Hela had taken an extraordinarily long time in the restroom, and just when Yu Jie thought to check on her, Hela was already walking over from a short distance. She even smiled at him, which completely dispelled Yu Jie's doubts. To Yu Jie, his wife and children were what mattered most. Now having the Superman template along with the ability to replicate those novels would ensure a life free from worry for the rest of his days. That was enough. However, at that moment, Yu Jie noticed a familiar figure approaching. A black man was walking straight towards him. The issue was that Yu Jie recognized this black man. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He never expected that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would find him at this moment. Moreover, judging by the man's expression, it seemed he had something to discuss. Glancing at Hela beside him, Yu Jie said with a hint of apology, "I have encountered a friend here and need to have a proper conversation with him. Please wait for me a moment." Hela was curious about his friend, but since Yu Jie had said so, she naturally wouldn't ask further. Hela nodded, and at the same time Nick Fury walked with Yu Jie to the other side. In fact, Nick Fury hadn't intended to find Yu Jie at this time. Originally, according to his plan, he intended to wait until the Avengers were almost established before bringing Yu Jie in. By that time, the Avengers would have sufficient qualifications to invite him. However, after experiencing what he just did, Nick Fury was certain that it was best to recruit Yu Jie at the early, because the events occurring around Yu Jie clearly indicated that unexpected situations were constantly arising, and it could not be said that this matter was related to the future fate of the Earth. He looked at Yu Jie and then said, "Hello, I am Nick Fury. You can call me the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. We sincerely invited you to join our S.H.I.E.L.D. before, but you rejected us. I suddenly feel that our S.H.I.E.L.D. might not hold much weight." Listening to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. joking with him, Yu Jie shook his head. He then smiled and said, "I have no intention of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. as I am very satisfied with my current life. I hope you will not disturb me in the future." S.H.I.E.L.D. had invited him more than once, but for Yu Jie their invitation held no significance. Moreover, in reality their actions had already crossed his. Furthermore, he had never had the intention of protecting the Earth. If the Earth were to face any crisis that threatened him, he would certainly step forward. But he would not be joining any organization to sell his blood and life for it. Yu Jie's words surprised the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and his gaze fell upon Yu Jie. He wanted to see through Yu Jie's thoughts. However, his gaze did not linger long before Yu Jie himself shifted. General Ross never anticipated that this couple would be so outrageous. Initially, he thought the power exhibited by his opponents was indeed formidable. However, they were certainly not his match. He was a top brass in the military. As long as all the military forces erupted as he imagined, even those so-called mutants would not stand against. It must be said that General Ross was somewhat fanciful about this matter. He didn't even consider that both the Hulk and Yu Jie's wife were rather unreasonable. Yet despite this, he had already organized his mindset after leaving. Previously in Yu Jie's estate, General Ross felt a hint of fear, because he knew that with the power he currently possessed, conquering all of humanity was indeed possible. It was merely a matter of needing a better opportunity. But things changed once he encountered opponents. At this moment he discovered that things were not quite the same. His previous plans seemed to have been disrupted. This was something he simply could not accept. He was certain that the power that woman displayed undeniably belonged to the mutants. How could mutants possibly integrate with humans? This was the source of General Ross' confusion. For in his memory, mutants were a group of selfish monsters. They would never place any possibilities on humanity. They could hardly have any contact, for in their narrow and filthy hearts humans could never become their refuge. It must be said that thoughts often yield unexpected outcomes. Unfortunately for General Ross, his thoughts did not encounter any surprises. Reality simply doused him with cold water. On the other side, Yu Jie saw the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he did not have much of a reaction to the director's words. Yu Jie was unaware of what secrets Hela was hiding, yet from his perspective Hela had consistently been that gentle and pleasant girl. However, there were always some troublemakers. They would suddenly appear spouting all sorts of nonsensical things. Yu Jie was contemplating whether to unleash the power of the Superman template once again after next week. It would be good to have a serious discussion with S.H.I.E.L.D. as Yu Jie had absorbed a considerable amount of solar energy into his Superman template's power during this period. This solar energy could transform into an incredibly terrifying combat power in a short time. As long as he gathered this combat power diligently, then the only ones on Earth who could threaten him were those mutants. However, judging by the current events, it was highly unlikely that the mutants would come looking for trouble. After all, they were already overwhelmed. Those lunatics were currently busy stirring up trouble. In their eyes, the most important things right now were either defeating their fellow mutants, or just muddling through and waiting for death. Yu Jie was quite clear about this. In Yu Jie's memory, the worst part was not the incidents themselves, but rather that the mutants inherently had no sense of rules in their hearts. Initially, he could ensure that no accidents would occur in a short time. But who could have imagined that S.H.I.E.L.D. would actually have thoughts about his wife? This meant that in the time to come, unexpected events might very well take place. Considering this, Yu Jie could no longer maintain his calm. After all, he knew better than anyone else. In the current situation, resolving some unexpected occurrences required him to consider all matters thoroughly. However, it was at this moment that Yu Jie returned home honest. He had just chatted with this person. He wondered if Hela had overheard. But this was not particularly important as long as the other party did not come looking for trouble with him and Hela. Then in the time to come, he could completely prioritize eliminating that person. It was also at this moment Thor created another unexpected event. For Thor coming to Earth was originally about biding time. Who would have thought that now an elder sister was secretly watching him? Especially since this sister possessed terrifying strength. She could very likely kill him in a short time. Given this, Thor had already decided to completely lie flat. If this continued, who knew if his sister would directly come to stir up trouble? Previously, Thor did not have much thought about being an ordinary person. But upon arriving on Earth, he found nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. Ordinary people were exceedingly happy enjoying their soda, and they could bring him unexpected simplicity. And in Asgard, whether it was his father or that unfortunate brother, they were all eager to involve him in various matters, forcing him to abandon what he had nearly settled on. What Thor did not know was that his unfortunate brother had already arrived on Earth at this moment. Loki's thoughts on this matter were also quite simple. As long as he ensured no accidents occurred, that was sufficient. He intended to kill Thor when no one else had reacted. In that case, Odin's throne would belong to him. As for that unknown sister, what relationship did she have with him? By the time that sister came looking for him, Odin would have become a kind of supreme existence. And once he ascended to the throne, he did not believe that he couldn't eliminate her with the entire military force of Asgard. If that were the case, then just how terrifying and powerful must this sister be? It must be said that Loki's thoughts were extremely beautiful, because in his view no accidents could occur, but it's a pity that no matter how beautiful the thoughts, one must understand the nature of reality. Precisely because of this, the destroyer armor had completely activated. However, without having found any trace of Thor, Loki decided to play a little prank on Earth. For instance, letting the destroyer armor wreak havoc across the Earth. Having thought of this, Loki did not hesitate at all. He directly proceeded with this plan. The terrifying power began to unfold on Earth with his thoughts. Meanwhile, Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered the appearance of the destroyer at the first instance. The destroyer had never appeared before. The god of thunder lounged lazily on the sofa, sipping on sugary soda, while watching anime, exuding an air of utter relaxation. After all, it seemed that nothing could disturb his peace. He was content to be a happy, lazy couch potato. Even though Odin had repeatedly warned him that his sister would be coming out for Thor, it felt as if he had no way to deal with it, not even if the goddess of death Hela appeared before him. Odin withdrew his divine power and chose to live as an ordinary human, wandering the streets of Earth each day. To be honest, if he didn't feel that working for humans was somewhat beneath him, he might have considered it. However, as of now, Thor's profession was far from glorious. He was a beggar. Who could have imagined that the renowned god of thunder in Asgard would end up as a laid-back beggar on Earth? Moreover, Thor had a peculiar work schedule, choosing to work on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while taking weekends off. Sometimes if he felt the weather was bad, he might even refuse to beg. All these scenes were witnessed by Odin and Odin was almost ready to grab Mjolnir and strike down this unfilial child. He had no choice but to inform Thor about Hela's situation. He hoped his child could feel a sense of urgency, yet who could have guessed that this was not about creating any so-called sense of crisis? Thor had completely turned into a useless being, and at this moment, he didn't even have the inclination to stir up trouble. Odin was perplexed by the occurrence of this situation. True, Thor had his issues, but he had always been relatively good. He had stood up for Asgard on several occasions. She understood that this was her child's choice. Compared to Odin, she could perceive much more. She could even feel that her child had not been happy in Asgard, and the damned useless one was his own son. As the mother of Thor, the most powerful witch in the 9 realms, Frigga chose to remain silent. She understood that this was her child's choice. Compared to Odin, she could perceive much more. She could even feel that her child had not been happy in Asgard. Yet upon arriving on Earth, it seemed he had retrieved all the happiness he had once lost. Although Hela was a terrifying existence, she had once dared to oppose him. But this was not something particularly worth worrying about. After all, before this, the power Odin had expended to bind Hela was immense. However, this does not mean that Odin lacked the power to eliminate his child. It was simply rooted in Odin's reluctance. After all, each of these 3 children held a completely different significance to him. More importantly, they were all his children. Therefore, Odin could never bring himself to strike with lethal force. Yet, this very fact made things simpler. Because Odin no longer needed to expend extra energy to bind Hela. As long as Hela dared to show herself, now the people of Asgard would make her understand what failure truly meant. Considering all viewpoints, she thought what was wrong with her child being a waste at present. After all, Odin had the highest hopes for Thor. As long as Thor was given enough time, he would undoubtedly become someone both parents could be proud of. Little did Thor know that in Asgard his parents had once again paved a bright path for him. For Thor, a simpler life was better. Moreover, life on Earth was incredibly joyful. He could receive ample rewards without putting in any labor. And these rewards allowed him to happily laze around and wait for death. The Thor who once fought across Asgard was long gone. Now there was only a lazy, useless Thor. And Thor had no particular thoughts about what he was currently experiencing. He was quite clear that in such an environment staying low-key posed no problems. However, just as Thor enjoyed his life as a waste H-I-E-L-D had become busy. After all, although they anticipated various unexpected events, these incidents were all manageable, especially those so-called mutants. It must be said that the powers possessed by mutants were indeed considerable. They could turn things into a mess in a very short time. However, since it was a matter concerning humanity itself, H-I-E-L-D was unwilling to intervene. At least for now, they had no major thoughts, but the emergence of the destroyer shattered all of this. They didn't even know where the destroyer had come from, or why it was causing widespread destruction on Earth. Meanwhile, Hela, living in a manor with Yu Jie, suddenly squinted her eyes. Long before she had sensed a very familiar power seemingly emanating from her father. Yu Jie did not expect Hela to suddenly change. He couldn't help but ask what's wrong. Did something happen? To Yu Jie's question, Hela simply shook her head. Those matters were still related to Asgard. However, even so, he was reluctant to delve too deeply into what had occurred. After all, his powers had yet to fully recover. If he stirred up trouble in such an environment, it was highly likely that many unexpected events would occur. Moreover, it was possible that his father already knew he had escaped from prison. If the other party sought to cause him trouble, Hela felt she had no chance of winning. After all, many millennia ago, she had already been sealed by her father once. This time she had to pay a considerable price to break free. Yu Jie was puzzled by Hela's sudden change. However, since Hela was unwilling to speak, he did not wish to press the issue. This was Hela's own matter. She would surely inform him when she was ready. Forcing the matter would yield no answers. Yu Jie had a good mindset, but on the other side the Hulk felt somewhat. In truth, Hela's presence had been continuously disturbing him. Because whenever an unexpected event occurred, the Hulk was always the first to react as the alter ego of Bruce Banner. Even when Bruce Banner was awake, the Hulk could still keenly sense changes outside. Of course, these changes stemmed from Hela, as long as there was a hint of disturbance from her. The Hulk needed to react immediately, for he had no idea whether Hela intended to kill him. The Hulk is already quite certain of Hela's strength. If Yu Jie could slightly match him in an arm wrestling contest, Hela could snap his wrist in an instant. He can be completely sure of this. It is also for this reason that the Hulk secretly observes Hela every day by taking advantage of Dr. Banner's body. If Hela shows any signs of trouble, he will have to consider the possibility of fleeing. After all, no one can guarantee that Hela won't suddenly lose her temper. Moreover, judging by Hela's current demeanor, it is not difficult to deduce that she has feelings for Yu Jie. Therefore, the Hulk can be certain that Hela will not seek trouble with him. However, Hela will definitely bring trouble upon herself. When that time comes, it will be him who suffers. Relying on his exceptionally keen intuition, the Hulk feels that being able to anticipate the other's thoughts is crucial. Life has also become somewhat quiet at this moment. But it is at this time that the power of the Destroyer has once again increased. After Loki completely unleashed the Destroyer, he was also surprised to find that its terrifying power seemed somewhat off. As the slaughter continued, it seemed that the Destroyer was gaining more power here. Loki did not understand how Odin's armor had been forged initially. If Hela were here, she would surely tell him that the true origin of this armor comes from her. Because when this armor was truly created, Hela infused her own power into it. With Hela's power, this armor would utilize various terrifying forces in ongoing battles. The most formidable aspect is that whenever a battle occurs, it absorbs the battle experience, thereby becoming even stronger. Loki did not know that the Destroyer was so powerful. However, for Loki, this was actually better because as the Destroyer grew stronger, it could create more chaos on Earth. Odin sent Thor to Earth hoping that he could understand what kind of person he truly is. Because of this, Loki had plenty of ideas. He thought that since his father wanted Thor to be a person here, he definitely hoped that Thor would live a stable life on Earth. Ideally, there would be no unexpected incidents on Earth. But who could have imagined that he would suddenly appear at this moment and make matters worse? The appearance of the destroyer has plunged Earth into an unimaginable predicament. At least for the current shield, they need to deploy more weapons. However, what surprised S.H.I.E.L.D. the most was the military's actions. Because this time the military had no intention of intervening during the last encounter with the Hulk, they had only watched from a distance. He wanted to see whether the military would get involved this time like they did with the Hulk. But who could have anticipated that the military not only refrained from doing so, but also maintained a low profile here? This left the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. feeling somewhat puzzled. These people approached their director and expressed their thoughts. Is there something new about to happen? Or, I just have a feeling that those lunatics won't miss this opportunity and might even create chaos where we can't see it. According to the military's long-standing views, they absolutely cannot allow any unforeseen events to occur under their control. Most of the military's actions are definitely aimed at stirring things up. We must admit that the military has been somewhat excessive lately. As he listened to his subordinate lay out the military situation, Nick Fury's eyes narrowed slightly. His brows furrowed even more at this moment. He was aware of his subordinate's words. But he also understood that the current relationship between the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. must remain relatively peaceful. S.H.I.E.L.D. has not yet grown powerful enough to dominate everything. If he caused things to become extremely problematic here, then there would be no chance of returning to the previous state. Since the military has managed to maintain silent, S.H.I.E.L.D. should let them act without any more thoughts for now. Although everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. has many thoughts about the military's current attitude, they also know that even if they have ideas, they can maintain silence. After all, the relationship between the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. has been difficult to maintain at this stage. Even the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. must adhere to previous agreements. General Ross naturally knew that something seemed to have happened at S.H.I.E.L.D. But for General Ross, this is not the most, because his mission to capture the Hulk has reached a crucial moment. His initial plan has already failed. However, he does not allow this situation to happen again. If possible, he hopes to eliminate any unforeseen occurrences before they arise. It must be said that General Ross' idea is quite good, and he has even decided to be obstinate. Meanwhile, the military's research facility quickly brought new results to General Ross. The cells and gamma rays extracted from the Hulk have been completely replicated. Now all they need is a fearless warrior to step forward, which will be enough to test this outcome. Indeed, General Ross became very clear upon returning. His thoughts were so clear that he felt it was absolutely impossible to capture the Hulk with the current military strength. Since capturing the Hulk is not possible, then why not try to create an even more powerful Hulk? If successful, this Hulk will assist him in obtaining more research data in a short time. Moreover, it could simplify matters. Of course, even so, they still would not abandon the plan to capture the Hulk, because they are well aware that the Hulk is the true source. Thus, without his body, many things will not develop as previously imagined. It must be said that the idea is simple, but bringing it to fruition will require more time. Precisely because of this, General Ross has now made a decision to lay all possibilities and impossibilities before him. He does not believe that any unforeseen events, some surprises always arrive unexpectedly. For S.H.I.E.L.D., the emergence of the destroyer greatly impacted their plans. It should be noted that prior to this, S.H.I.E.L.D. had control over everything on Earth. However, during that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. also bore its own burdens. No matter what unexpected events occurred, they could always resolve them in a short time. But this time was completely different. Even though they had prepared mentally, they had even thought about what might happen here, but the terror of the destroyer far exceeded their imagination. In just half a month, 3 cities in the south had been completely destroyed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had anticipated what would happen here and had made disaster assessments. However, when the actual events unfolded before them, they realized how ridiculous their assumptions were. The most obvious aspect was that during this unexpected event, they simply did not have enough time to face the current disaster. Yet even so, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not give up. They continually dispatched more personnel to the battlefield to confront the destroyer while actively seeking more solutions. After all, according to their thinking, to resolve the destroyer in a short time was clearly abnormal. If they truly intended to do so, they naturally needed more possibilities. Because of this, everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. became extremely busy again. After all, what had occurred this time far surpassed their previous estimates. On the other hand, General Ross' experiment had reached a critical step. According to General Ross' thinking, it was obviously unrealistic to seek trouble with the Hulk at this moment. However, if they could find a being comparable to or even more powerful than the Hulk, it would be much simpler. Because of this, General Ross ordered everyone to submit a sufficient answer within a short period. It must be said that General Ross' idea was excellent. He had even put this matter on the agenda. The experimental team did not disappoint General Ross. In just 3 days, the first experimental subject was completed. General Ross felt a slight surprise upon seeing the experimental subject. In his memory, the Hulk's combat power was terrifying, yet it lacked any intelligence. He was merely a madman who knew nothing but slaughter, whereas the experimental subject before him was somewhat different. This monster was able to maintain its rationality and even seemed to possess human instincts. General Ross looked at everything before him with some uncertainty, because in his heart he knew there would indeed be changes. He even imagined what kind of results would arise when facing the Hulk. However, without a doubt, the experimental subject that had now emerged had greatly fulfilled all of General Ross' fantasies. After all, he previously thought that this painstakingly created experimental subject might not even compare to the Hulk. Regardless of its destructive power based on the intelligence displayed by the current experimental subject, it was not difficult to analyze. The opponent was indeed a suitable candidate, at least with the enhancement of this power, it could accomplish many things. Precisely because of this, General Ross was filled with confidence. However, General Ross was not satisfied with. In his heart, this was only the first step. If he wanted to improve the situation here, he needed to make this step even more terrifying. Immediately, experiments centered around this experimental subject were launched again. Even the experimental personnel did not expect General Ross to be so eager, but since this was General Ross' idea, they naturally would not reject it. They were even more delighted. For them, the first experimental subject was indeed good, but since it was an experiment, it could naturally improve. Previously, General Ross had taken too much time, but now that he had laid out all possibilities before them, it meant they had ample time to make this matter better. As researchers, who wouldn't want such things to happen? On the other side, Yu Jie and Hela were still enjoying their world together. Of course, the Hulk was also present as an unwanted guest. Yu Jie was currently watching the news on television. The emergence of the destroyer had drawn the attention of the general public as they had not expected it. To suddenly see such an armor on Earth which intended to destroy humanity. Based on the power displayed by the destroyer, it was not difficult to analyze that its goal was most likely to annihilate humanity. Otherwise, why would it destroy 3 entire cities where countless people had already sacrificed their lives to resist the destroyer? Yu Jie, unlike others, realized immediately after just a glance at the report. This guy is none other than... But why was the destroyer here? Could it be that Thor and the others have already arrived? Yu Jie clearly remembered that the destroyer was stolen by Loki from his father's treasure vault. The reason Loki did such a thing was more to deal with Thor. Since the destroyer had appeared, even in an uncontrollable state, it couldn't be analyzed. Thor's affairs had likely already occurred, but why had he not appeared yet? At that moment, Thor was also watching the news on television, but for him, this matter had little to do with himself. He had even guessed that this was his father's intention. Most likely Odin thought he was too ordinary in the human world, so he released the destroyer. However, wasn't this motivation a bit too much? Humans clearly hadn't done anything wrong, yet were to face divine punishment. Thor had become somewhat intolerant of this, but this thought didn't linger long before he dismissed it himself. He was not a fool who, in his view, if he could think of this, it meant his father must have considered it too. Most likely Odin was still plotting against him. Thinking of this, Thor couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "Since you all think this is a game, then continue playing. I don't care." After finishing this sentence, Thor changed the channel again. He began his daily routine of being a lazy couch potato. Odin had been observing the situation on Earth, and the moment the destroyer appeared, he had already reacted. This was his armor, with which Odin was very familiar, because it was not just his armor, but also the connection between him and Hela. Looking at this armor, Odin found himself at a loss for words. However, Odin was very clear that it was highly likely that Loki was behind the chaos. Otherwise, why would the destroyer appear on Earth and exhibit such a frenzied demeanor? For Odin, this situation had both good and bad sides. The good being that it might help Thor find the right path. The bad side was that Earth might suffer because of this, but considering Thor's current state, Odin ultimately steeled himself and decided not to intervene. After all, given the present circumstances, Thor was likely to help humanity. It must be said that Odin understood his child very well. Yet what he did not know was that after leaving Asgard, Thor had almost no sense of belonging to Asgard. In his view, Earth was the only place that truly brought him joy. Calling Asgard a prison would not be an exaggeration. Odin ultimately chose to watch the developments, while mutants on Earth also discovered the appearance of the destroyer. For the mutants, the sudden appearance of the destroyer felt quite off. Moreover, the destroyer seemed to be targeting not just humans, but mutants as well, which even Magneto had not anticipated. After discovering the destroyer, Magneto's first thought was about where this being came from and what its intentions were. As he contemplated the situation, he felt a sense of excitement. In his eyes, the destroyer would likely annihilate enough humans here, leading to a drastic decline in their numbers. Then the era of mutants would finally arrive, prompting Magneto to make a very bold decision. He attempted to communicate with the Destroyer to see if they could align on the same front. After all, although they had not interacted much, their goals were aligned, which meant the path they could take could also be more. It must be said that Magneto's idea was indeed brilliant, and based on his perspective, the situation would ultimately turn out as he envisioned. Unfortunately, he did not know that the Destroyer had no consciousness of its own. From the moment Loki released the Destroyer, its purpose and goal were singular: to destroy as many lives as possible that stood before it. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to appear at that moment, they would face the Destroyer's lethal strike. Magneto's thoughts were indeed a bit fanciful, and he paid for it with the lives of dozens of mutants. These mutants, as Magneto instructed, approached the Destroyer, but before they could communicate or even fully initiate their plan, the Destroyer attacked directly. In the eyes of the Destroyer, mutants and humans were essentially the same. They were all life, and since they were all life, their fate would be the same. That is, to be erased by it. This infuriated Magneto, yet considering the Destroyer's attitude, he ultimately did not directly intervene to stop it. Because in his view, since the Destroyer did not differentiate between mutants and humans, it was likely to create trouble for humans as well. There was no need to stop it. If he did, the Destroyer would only go further down the path of annihilating humanity. That was not something he wanted to see. Because of this, Magneto began to entertain different thoughts. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. had also tracked down Thor, and even Thor himself was taken by surprise. He had originally been watching television at home, yet he found himself visited by S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. had set up a network to monitor all human activities, and there were very few things related to humanity that they were unaware of. Soon S.H.I.E.L.D. was astonished to find that Thor's appearance was somewhat unexpected, and this human seemed to have never appeared in human records. Thus S.H.I.E.L.D. made a bold guess that this guy was probably not from Earth, to which Thor generously admitted everything. He acknowledged his identity and also admitted the existence of the Destroyer, which made S.H.I.E.L.D. even more excited. Because in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s view, since Thor knew of the Destroyer's existence, he naturally also knew how to control it. There was even a high possibility that he could defeat the Destroyer. It must be said that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s perspective was extremely optimistic. Only they completely misunderstood that the Thor before them was currently just a useless being living off others. Moreover, he was particularly clear about his own position. He was just a simple waste. Whatever happened had little to do with him, and he just wanted to lie low. They could create chaos, but they must not involve. After all, being a waste was quite enjoyable, and after learning about Thor's attitude, S.H.I.E.L.D. became quite troubled. They had finally found an opportunity and even knew what to do next, but they never expected to encounter a layabout like Thor here. As a deity, at the very least, this deity should be able to do something that no human would dare do. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. never imagined that Thor, this deity, actually achieved it. Even things that humans would find unlikely to do, their actions completely subverted everyone's expectations. However, in such an environment, Thor still felt that a proper intervention was possible. After all, the human world was indeed quite good, and if humanity were to be destroyed, it would mean that the place where he could just lie around and eat would no longer exist. A great thought, but a cruel reality. When S.H.I.E.L.D. persuaded Thor to take action, Thor discovered something particularly important. He currently had no strength left. He was now hardly different from an ordinary person. At least ordinary people could still stir things up. But Thor had no power left, let alone the ability to summon his signature weapon, Mjolnir. Are you sure you have no way to help? Humanity needs you. The Earth needs you. If you continue to maintain this attitude, then the Earth. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at Thor and slowly spoke. In the eyes of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Thor had no other intentions. It was more about the fact that he simply did not want to help humanity. Thor could hardly suppress his urge to deliver a crushing blow to this Blackheart egg. In his view, the other party simply did not trust him. To put it bluntly, he was a deity, and wanting to stir things up was only natural. However, the current issue wasn't whether he wanted to stir things up or not, but that he fundamentally lacked the power to do so. Moreover, the most important factor was that his strength could no longer be controlled as freely as before. Thor looked directly at the S.H.I.E.L.D. director and said, "I beg you to stop dreaming. If I could take action, I would have done so long ago. After all, Earth has been good to me, and I have my own thoughts about it." Thor was not lying. Because in Thor's own view, his earlier thoughts were indeed like this. Moreover, in his initial plan, as long as humanity encountered issues and he had the power to help, he would undoubtedly stand up at the first moment. Yet the most crucial point was not his intentions, but that he currently lacked sufficient strength to take action. Seeing that Thor had said so much, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director understood that saying more at this moment was futile. If the other party truly wanted to help, they would surely step forward, yet it seemed that they were very confident in their own abilities. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director felt quite distressed, knowing he couldn't change anything here. But what of it? The destroyer was still rampaging through human cities, continuing to slaughter humanity. At this moment, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director suddenly thought of Captain Marvel. In his view, summoning Captain Marvel back could be feasible. After all, Captain Marvel's powers were formidable, but once she returned to Earth, the destroyer might just be a match. But the S.H.I.E.L.D. director was very clear. Captain Marvel was currently maintaining peace in the universe and might not have the time to protect Earth. With this thought, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director felt a bit of a headache. After all, in his view, this situation had completely exceeded his expectations, and at this moment, he suddenly thought of Yu Jie. If he remembered correctly, Yu Jie was among humanity and possessed an incredibly terrifying power. Moreover, he seemed to have no relation to mutants. This could be fully perceived through previous investigations. In the eyes of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, mutants were exceedingly abnormal beings. They had no professional ethics, no hope, and no beliefs. It seemed that they would do anything beneficial to themselves. In this regard, Yu Jie was completely different from them. Because Yu Jie's appearance was very sudden and he did not have many thoughts about most matters. It was precisely because of this fact that the S.H.I.E.L.D. director felt a bit uncertain. He wondered if he could seek out Yu Jie. He hoped that Yu Jie could help him out, and with this thought, he directly brought Thor to the manor. Upon arriving at the manor, Thor felt something was off with his body. He sensed a particularly familiar aura. It was strange yet terrifying, and he couldn't help but look around. He wanted to see what had suddenly triggered his instincts. Although he had lost the powers of a god, his senses still remained. After observing everything in the manor, Thor ultimately shook his head. Because he hadn't seen anything, he thought perhaps his instincts had misfired, and with that thought, he couldn't help but chuckle in self-mockery. He hadn't expected that after losing his divine powers, he would become so paranoid. This was an emotion only humans could have. On the other side, Yu Jie was not interested in the infamous director of S.H.I.E.L.D. In Yu Jie's eyes, he was simply a lunatic. The last time he came was to break up his wife, and this time who knows what bad intentions he was harboring. Therefore, Yu Jie had no intention of speaking to him. After glancing at Yu Jie, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director also came to understand. Yu Jie most likely had some resistance towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't behave this way. Precisely because of this, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director couldn't help but shake his head. He needed to inform Yu Jie of everything that had happened so far, making him understand the current state of Earth, and if the destroyer continued to wreak havoc, then Earth would have no chance at all. Yu Jie waved his hand, showing he was not overly concerned about protecting Earth. Wasn't there still the Supreme Sorcerer? Those guys were also very powerful, and he believed they wouldn't sit idly by. Thus, Yu Jie did not directly agree to the director's request, and at this moment the S.H.I.E.L.D. director was surprised to find Thor, who had been following him, had disappeared. Originally, the director thought the other party would have some role to play here. At the very least, he could negotiate with Yu Jie. Originally, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's best guess was still Thor. Thor would come to Yu Jie and describe the threat of the destroyer. After hearing this, Yu Jie would be shocked and take action to protect Earth. But now, Yu Jie had directly refused his request, and he didn't even know where the person he brought had gone. This made the S.H.I.E.L.D. director feel a headache. He realized that nothing that had happened recently had gone smoothly. He didn't even know where Thor had gone, and above, Hela had already set up a barrier. Looking at Thor before her, Hela couldn't help but smile, and then she directly spoke to him. "Hello, my dear brother. I didn't expect that I hadn't even come to look for you, and you would come knocking on my door." Thor's originally bewildered face was now filled with surprise, because he had no idea why he had suddenly ended up in this room. Looking at Hela before him and hearing her words, he quickly realized he had been brought here by his unfortunate sister. Thor's expression changed instantly. Thor looked at Hela, unsure of what to say. He knew his sister was not a decent person, for his father had warned him long before about the terrifying existence of the goddess of death, Hela. In the past, she had annihilated countless races in the universe. Some species had been completely wiped out due to Hela's actions. If Thor still had a shred of power left, he might have exchanged a few words with Hela. After all, his pride still lingered. However, the current Thor was merely a lethargic hermit. He glanced at Hela and waved his hand, not intending to say much to this sister he had never met. In his eyes he could do nothing but wait for death, but recalling some previous events, Thor couldn't help but speak. Though I don't want to tell you this, our father is probably still watching me. I know you escaped, but if he finds out you are here, you will likely die alongside me. Thor suddenly spoke, catching Hela off guard. However, thinking of their father's temper, Hela couldn't help but shake her head. She did not intend to answer Thor's question. Hela had considered this matter long before, as since she dared to bring Thor here, she had naturally thought through the consequences of what would happen next. She had also made ample preparations, such as enhancing her powers to a terrifying level. At this stage, she was capable of creating a barrier. Within this barrier, even Odin, the king of the gods, would not be able to see anything, which was Hela's greatest confidence. In Hela's view, her father was definitely not the type to indulge his children. Therefore, he would certainly be monitoring Thor, making things simpler. It must be said that Hela had already anticipated everything. However, she still underestimated Odin. In fact, as soon as he saw Thor disappear, Odin had already considered Hela's emergence. But her thoughts were simple. Hela was unlikely to completely ignore Odin, so she might not immediately kill Thor. He had little thought about everything happening on Earth, and did not want to speculate on what those thoughts would lead to. Since the destroyer had already appeared on Earth, the three siblings would definitely meet each other in a short time. Consideration of these matters was meaningless. Rather than pondering what would happen next, it was better to choose to wait. Odin's thoughts were quite simple. If you are causing trouble here, I won't interfere with whatever you do. As long as you are happy, that is enough. However, some things must pass through my permission, such as the throne of the God King. What I give you is yours. If you want to seize what I have not given you, then you should be prepared to face the consequences of your mistakes. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. ultimately saw Thor outside the manor, though Thor's appearance had changed significantly from before. At least the current Thor no longer exhibited his former despondency. Now he resembled a slightly less despondent deity. Although he did not know what had happened to Thor, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't help but picture Hela in his mind. In his view, the most mysterious person in the entire manor was probably the wife of Yu Jie. The director had already witnessed Yu Jie's powers before and knew how terrifying his potential was. However, as long as Yu Jie remained a lazy fish, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not interfere too much in this matter. But Hela was a variable. The strength she had displayed before had also been monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet they were astonished to find their monitoring was somewhat unreliable. They could not rely on their monitoring to detect how powerful Hela truly was. Because of this, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was somewhat resistant to the idea of meeting Hela today. In his view, he only needed to meet Yu Jie. While not meeting Yu Jie would not resolve the situation, it would be best to avoid meeting Hela if possible. Unfortunately, no matter what his previous thoughts were in the current environment, they seemed somewhat laughable. After all, no plan had been executed. Meanwhile, General Ross' plan was also gradually proceeding, and he began to contemplate that the current experimental subjects had been perfectly crafted by himself. So should he consider simplifying matters such as causing a little accident or looking for trouble with the destroyer? No one expected that the first to take action against the destroyer would be General Ross, and his reason for acting was not for the so-called future of humanity. Talk of world peace was mere nonsense. His true aim was to make the military the most terrifying existence. Thus, he secretly chose to send people to attack the destroyer. Many had already launched attacks on the destroyer. However, these individuals all chose to act covertly. Even Iron Man had made a few attempts, but he was surprised to find his ideas were somewhat fanciful. Despite 3 rounds of modifications, his armor had failed to defeat the opponent. The destroyer, with its seemingly soulless armor, was particularly terrifying. He failed 3 times in his assaults, and nearly faced death several times. This left Iron Man's desire to save the world somewhat shaken. He never expected such a terrifying armor to exist, but more than disappointment, he felt excitement. In his heart, he believed his Iron Man armor was capable of further overcoming challenges. No one anticipated that the appearance of the destroyer would inspire such creativity in Iron Man. Perhaps even Odin, the owner of the armor, did not expect that Iron Man had already abandoned the thought of continuing to stir trouble. He chose to wait calmly, or perhaps he began to follow the same path as General Ross. He aimed to create an even more powerful armor, one that could contend with the destroyer. Iron Man has begun his research to create the armor, while General Ross' steps have not come to a complete halt. In his view, the Hulk's experimental subjects must undergo real combat to determine their true potential. As for seeking trouble with the Hulk, that is clearly a death wish. Afterward, the Hulk actually contemplated many matters, the most important of which was pondering why he appeared in that. The appearance of that strange woman has already explained everything, at least in General Ross' mind. He is increasingly inclined to believe that the opponent's strength is extraordinarily abnormal, particularly evident in the fact that the Hulk willingly hides in that manner. This alone is quite abnormal, and General Ross had not given much thought to this matter before. Therefore, he did not consider the troubles it would bring him. However, upon calming down now, he has realized a crucial point, which has become extremely terrifying. The most important aspect of it is, what kind of power does that giant possess? The Hulk's strength has been tested multiple times, and General Ross is more aware of this than anyone else. Moreover, it's not just this. He had previously tried to understand this matter as much as possible. However, he also discovered, when events take a different direction, it is very likely that he will miss the so-called opportunity. Yet this does not hinder him from understanding Hela's strength. Previously unclear, even somewhat uncertain, but now it is different. Just a slight thought has emerged in his mind. He can already conclude completely. Hela is not right as a human. Why is the Hulk in that manner? Moreover, the military has never ceased monitoring the Yu Jie manner. They believe it is necessary to observe what differences this functionality has. Currently, in General Ross' view, he has obtained the answer he desires. The most apparent aspect is the strength possessed by the opponent. It must be because Hela's power is far more terrifying than the Hulk's. The Hulk would not willingly stay in the manner, otherwise given the Hulk's destructive nature. He would never allow any human to stand in the same area as himself. Furthermore, he would never quietly remain in the manner, precisely because of this General Ross has made his determination. Unless absolutely necessary, he should avoid causing trouble for that manner as much as possible. Because who knows what kind of terrifying power might erupt from that manner. At least before his monster army appears, he will not seek it out. Of course, once the monster army can be assembled in a short time, he will do everything possible to take revenge for the humiliation he previously suffered. Perhaps Yu Jie never expected that due to his unexpected actions both Iron Man and General Ross would They have even embarked on a completely wrong path, but this matter does not concern Yu Jie too much. During these days of silence he has received even stronger rewards, the most important of which is the life code. The power this item possesses is extremely terrifying. It can once again elevate Superman's strength to an extreme level. If previously Yu Jie felt that there were not many people on Earth who could threaten him, then with the appearance of the life code, Yu Jie believes that even the so-called Supreme Mage may not necessarily be his opponent. Superman's power itself is incredibly strong, and as he absorbs more solar energy, the terror he can unleash will only become more frightening. Now Yu Jie has once again obtained the life code. It is enough to make things worse, but Yu Jie does not care about the development of these matters. Because to Yu Jie, although things have turned into another form, as long as this form does not affect him, it is fine. Even that guy, the purple sweet potato essence, he can completely annihilate. It should be noted that before this Yu Jie had considered whether to search for the Infinity Stones. This way he could also increase his strength in a short time, and with the appearance of the life code, Yu Jie feels that being a slacker is also quite good. After all, his strength is steadily increasing, but apart from the life code, he has hardly received any useful rewards during this time. It's either socks or clothes, and even some underwear has piled up. For these items Yu Jie naturally does not know. However, two powerful forces have already been injected into his body. Oh, what more could he ask for? At this moment, the military suddenly interrupted with a piece of news, and this news was not only broadcast on television, but also widely spread over the radio. General Ross was only thinking about ambushing the destroyer to test how his experimental subjects performed. But as the thoughts of the monster army continue to extend, General Ross realizes he has made a very wrong decision. Since he wants to demonstrate the strength of the monster army here, he should have placed these experimental subjects in front of everyone beforehand. It must be said that General Ross' idea is brilliant. Even Yu Jie was somewhat surprised when he learned of this action taken by General Ross. After all, in his view, General Ross is somewhat abnormal. But who would have thought that General Ross suddenly made a very correct and very normal move? Moreover, this move will likely yield unexpected results in the time to come. However, unlike Yu Jie's thoughts, most ordinary people believe that the military has finally made a correct decision. In recent years, the military has not possessed much credibility in the eyes of the public. Because the military has never considered ordinary people, it is for this reason that ordinary people here are more eager for the military to showcase a different side of themselves. On the other hand, General Ross also chose to live broadcast this battle. He wants to see hope in the experimental subjects and hopes that all ordinary people will have confidence in him. Then the upcoming monster army can take shape in a short time. This is General Ross Toberts with an S. Unfortunately, it seems he has somewhat underestimated the power of the destroyer. But there are also those who are pessimistic. They believe the destroyer is even more powerful. Moreover, the destroyer has already begun to destroy the fifth city. Following the destruction of the third city, the destroyer's power has reached a new height. The destroyer's armor possesses not only the power of the king of gods Odin, but also the might of the god of death Hela. Moreover, to make the armor even more formidable, a mysterious power has been infused within it. This power is known as the more one fights the stronger one becomes, as long as the destroyer remains unbroken in battle and achieves sufficient victories. Then his strength will grow without limits. On an ordinary battlefield, the threat posed by this armor is still quite limited. Because it was worn by Odin, it does not pose an overwhelmingly terrifying threat. Currently, Odin no longer controls it, allowing the destruction to commence. It is precisely due to this that the destroyer has reached a truly terrifying level. In these 2 months, the destroyer took only 3 weeks to annihilate the first city, nearly a month. However, after the first city was destroyed, the destroyer took only 2 weeks to obliterate the second city. The third city fell in just 1 week, and the fourth city was reduced to ruins in a mere 3 days, an incredibly alarming rate. The S.H.I.E.L.D. is well aware of this, and it has become a significant headache for them. They can see that the destroyer is highly abnormal. As long as he participates in battle, he gains enhancements. The strength gained through combat will continue in a terrifying manner. This is why S.H.I.E.L.D. is continuously pressuring their offensive plans. They understand that if they attack before this, it might be manageable, but if they choose to attack after time has passed, it will seem somewhat fanciful. One must say that such thoughts are always naive. However, this time the naivety manifested in General Ross, who decided to broadcast this battle live. It may not be unwise to seek the support of the ordinary populace. This way the military can gain more backing in their upcoming operations. The destroyer has appeared on the battlefield, and at this moment General Ross' first experimental subject his manner of appearance is quite different, as he was released from a massive cage. Through the continuous experimentation on these monsters, researchers have found that they can infuse even more terrifying materials into their bodies. These materials can enhance the strength of the experimental subjects and even their desire to fight, which is a remarkably peculiar thing. It can turn an ordinary person into a bloodthirsty beast, and only the military would create such heartless things. General Ross has also imbued these qualities in the experimental subjects. Thus, the experimental subject has entered the battlefield already roaring with a terrifying power radiating. This power surrounds him, constantly coalescing, and for a moment the size of the experimental subject seems to have increased. It is important to note that the experimental subject size is comparable to the Hulk's. Originally standing around 5 meters tall, he has suddenly transformed to 8 meters, an increase of a full 3 meters. Do not be fooled by the mere 3 meters. This increase represents a significant growth in muscle mass, elevating him to an even more terrifying stage. Feeling the power exploding within his body, the experimental subject charges forward, needing to completely shatter the armor of the destroyer, who has naturally noticed his approach. At this moment, the destroyer remains calm. It is important to understand that the armor is not just a terrifying weapon, it can maintain sufficient composure even when facing an opponent. This is largely due to Odin, who invested immense power into this armor. Among them, absolute calmness is an extremely important magic. This calmness was granted to Odin by his wife, who, as long as the armor is in battle, it will maintain absolute composure. There will be no impulsive actions, and currently, as the opponent charges forward, the destroyer remains unmoved. However, as the enemy approaches within mere centimeters, the destroyer suddenly moves. He extends his hand, seemingly directed at the chest of the experimental subject, and in the next moment flames erupt from his hand. The experimental subject never expected such a terrifying energy attack to erupt at such close range. By the time he reacts, his chest has already been scorched black by the flames. He touches his chest lightly, and then shakes his head. This power may appear somewhat terrifying, but for him now, it is not worth considering. During this time, the experimental subject has been undergoing various experiments. Although these experiments are derived from other experimental subjects, everyone still remembers that he is subject. Thus, any new research results will be applied to him first. Ordinary energy attacks are already ineffective against him, and his cells can absorb this energy as much as possible. After taking a deep breath, the experimental subject launches another attack on the destroyer, but this time the destroyer does not adopt the previous fiery assault. Seeing the opponent charging forward, the destroyer simply uses the inherent power of his armor to counterattack, and the two begin a brutal hand-to-hand combat. Watching this scene, General Ross cannot help but smile. Only he knows just how terrifying the experimental subject truly is. It is important to note that the experimental subject is derived from the Hulk, who is essentially an endless pit. General Ross is completely aware of where the Hulk's strength originates. He is unaware that the Hulk gains more power through anger. However, he fully understands his own experimental subject. For example, the longer the combat lasts, the more terrifying the power the experimental subject can unleash. It is precisely because of this that General Ross believes the destroyer is very likely to be completely defeated by the experimental subject. After all, the opponent has chosen a dead end for himself, while the other side is merely play acting. In the meantime, Yu Jie and Hela are also watching this live broadcast. The two watching the stream do not pay much attention, and Hela in particular casually kisses Yu Jie on the cheek. The battle between the destroyer and the experimental subject raged on, while General Ross uncorked a bottle of champagne. In his eyes, the destroyer was nothing but an overrated name, and at this moment, he even felt inclined to mock the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. Because prior to this S.H.I.E.L.D. had also demonstrated their intention to resolve the opponent. However, it seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had failed. From General Ross' current perspective, S.H.I.E.L.D. was nothing more than a group of incompetents, and only incompetence would fail to overcome such a monstrous foe. But this incompetence surely was not on the military side, for the military had already showcased a power sufficient to utterly annihilate the adversary. General Ross was immensely confident in this. Otherwise, he would not have prepared to pop the champagne and sell. Beside him, the researchers wore expressions of great delight. Only they themselves knew just how meaningful this battle truly was. In their view, if this opportunity was seized, the experimental subject would undoubtedly improve further, even heading toward a more promising direction. With this in mind, they had decided to slightly increase the dosage in the upcoming experiments. At the very least, they aimed for the subject's power to reach the level of the destroyer. The destroyer had already been meticulously studied and data collected. In their eyes, the destroyer was a perfect reference as long as they seized this chance. They could then replicate the destroyer's power onto the experimental subject. Meanwhile, the subject took a deep breath. He sensed that the opponent's power was somewhat unusual, but only somewhat. The notion that this power alone could defeat him was nothing but a fool's dream. He had to admit the destroyer was the strongest opponent he had encountered since his creation. Yet if such power alone was supposed to cause trouble, it was clearly wishful thinking. It must be said that the experimental subject had inherited the military's customary pride to some extent. When facing any opponent, they exhibited an extraordinary madness. He even believed he could resolve all opponents here, just as the destroyer suddenly erupted with a dazzling. After the light appeared, flames burst from the joints of the destroyer's armor. These flames initially glowed red, but soon black traces appeared on their edges. The black traces slowly spread, arousing a certain curiosity among everyone present. However, General Ross paid no mind. To him, the opponent's attempts to cause trouble were impossible. This display was nothing more than a desperate struggle. He was fully confident in his experimental subject. Yet as the destroyer once again raised the flames, the experimental subject was astonished to find that with the opponent's flame eruption, a sense of threat became. It felt as if approaching the flames would mean destruction by the opponent. This intuition came so suddenly that even he found it hard to believe, but soon he shook his head. He thought it impossible to be defeated by such a mere instinct. Though transforming from human to monster was not his desire, it was not an utterly shameful fate either. After all, he could rely on his own strength to annihilate his foe. An immensely terrifying power erupted at this moment, seemingly triggered by the destroyer's sudden flames. The experimental subject felt underestimated. As an experimental subject, he refused to believe he could be defeated by the opponent. His power was sufficiently immense. Once his strength reached an extraordinary peak, no adversary could possibly vanquish him here. A moment of explosive power. The destroyer sensed the opponent's power surge in a short time. Yet he paid no heed to the flames enveloping him, as no trace of armor remained visible on his body. He seemed to have transformed into a blazing inferno red at the core, black at the edges. This flame grew increasingly fierce as time passed. At that moment, the experimental subject charged forward, only to be completely engulfed by the flames. This scene was unexpected by everyone except for Hela, who watched from the manor with a faint smile at her lips. The power contained within the destroyer was far different from what they imagined. Deep inside the destroyer lay a terrifying magic. This was absolute destruction forged by his stepmother, the strongest witch of the 9 realms. This destructive power could unleash dreadful force when confronting an opponent. The crucial aspect of this magic was that the flames would erupt only if the opponent was sufficiently strong. It could even unleash a force far surpassing the opponent's own power. This feature is why the destroyer became Odin's most cherished armor. Offering both offense and defense, it granted great convenience to its master. Undeniably, anyone who dared cause trouble here would face punishment. Now the experimental subject was burning within the flames. General Ross's champagne was shattered at this moment. He never anticipated such a drastic upheaval in what should have been an assured victory. How could this be? He had planned everything meticulously. Failure was impossible. Moreover, the destroyer had not been the subject's match before. How little time had passed, already defeated by the opponent. This was hard for General Ross to accept. Yet due to prior incidents at the manor, he did not linger. Shaking his head, he chose to leave the live broadcast. From initial joy to a nationwide broadcast disaster, it was impossible for General Ross not to feel. But what he understood most clearly was that his true task now was to salvage every possible chance to ensure no further accidents would occur. Of course, all these matters would eventually have an answer. If he could not resolve them, he would hand them over to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, weren't they the ones who relished handling such affairs? General Ross never anticipated that his experiment would fail within the confines of his original plan. The destroyer, despite its immense power, yet under the control of the experiment, it would surely not last even a few rounds. What was unexpected was that after all his efforts, he ultimately faced failure. At this moment, the audience watching the live broadcast was also stunned. In reality, even without the destroyer entering their lives, it was still a vast distance away. However, they could sense the terrifying nature of the destroyer, even more frightening than what the previous mutants had. Because of this, the viewers suddenly felt a sense of oppression as a crisis had already emerged in their lives. Who knows if this crisis would appear beside them by tomorrow morning? It was even possible that they could be obliterated while sound asleep. It's worth mentioning that although this battle ended in failure, the researchers promptly retrieved their creation. They were more aware than anyone else that the remaining corpse could still be utilized. General Ross quickly retreated, and simultaneously S.H.I.E.L.D. began to prepare a new plan. S.H.I.E.L.D. observed the military's movements and wondered if this time their opponent was showing an unexpected benevolence. It was surprising that they would take the initiative to help humanity, realizing how comical it was that the opponent's kindness was being portrayed in such a manner. From the strength displayed at present, the destroyer was far more powerful than anticipated. At the very least, S.H.I.E.L.D. had to consider many factors before taking action. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately deployed the most advanced weapons. However, just as they began to act, the military made a new decision. Although General Ross experimented with his creation, this time the military felt somewhat uneasy. After all, according to their plan, it was supposed to be a grand display of military prowess. Yet in the midst of showcasing their might, they were unexpectedly thwarted by their opponent. This left the military feeling as if they had lost all face. It must be said that the military often cannot handle such situations. Since they had lost face, they could not obliterate their opponent. They would not simply leave the military as General Ross thought. Instead, they chose to escalate the situation and decided to employ nuclear weapons. This was an extremely risky move as the destroyer was very close to human cities. If nuclear weapons were to be used here, it was highly likely that several cities would be affected. The radiation and destructive power of nuclear weapons were well known to most people. Given the speed at which the destroyer was causing destruction, the military had no way to evacuate a large number of personnel in a short time. They could only let countless ordinary civilians pay the price. Meanwhile, in the manor, Yu Jie and Hela had also finished watching the live broadcast. Yu Jie personally felt little, knowing that the destroyer was not as simple as it appeared. However, the power displayed by the destroyer was far beyond his expectations. He recognized this was Odin's armor and understood that it was not as straightforward as it seemed. But why was the power exhibited by this armor so immense, entirely different from what he had in mind? In the previous world, he had seen the god of thunder and was aware of the power the destroyer possessed. The internal forces could at least be managed. If the military's experiment was the abomination, then it should have been able to defeat the destroyer. Unfortunately, even with Abomination's intervention, it still failed to conquer the opponent. This made Yu Jie somewhat uncertain. He felt it was very likely that something unexpected had occurred here. Otherwise, the destroyer would definitely not be Abomination's match. However, it seemed that things had changed now, and Odin had yet to intervene, which struck Yu Jie as odd. In his eyes, Odin was still a god that favored peace. In the early stages, the opponent might have caused trouble in various worlds, but in the later stages, the opponent had transformed into a benevolent and kind god. He had a sufficient fondness for Earth, yet the situation had escalated significantly, and Yu Jie was unsure of the exact number of casualties. However, the destruction of so many cities was likely directly related to Odin, yet he still did not show himself. This left Yu Jie feeling perplexed. What he did not know was that Odin's inaction was due to his son and daughters. Hela also witnessed the power of the destroyer. In fact, she had the most direct understanding of its strength. However, Hela was also somewhat curious about whether her father had secretly modified the destroyer. Otherwise, its power should not have escalated so quickly. She had seen the destroyer at its peak and knew how terrifying its power was, yet even so, in Hela's heart, the destroyer still needed ample time to unleash its full strength. But in such a short time of just a few months, the destroyer had already advanced to a particularly terrifying stage. It was even possible that more unexpected events could occur during this phase. It must be said that the events unfolding now had surpassed Hela's expectations to some extent. Yet looking at Yu Jie beside her, Hela ultimately shook her head, pondering what difference it made even if unexpected events occurred. As long as it did not affect her world with Yu Jie, then let it be. Her current priority was to quickly regain her strength and return to Asgard to inform her father that he had sat too long and should pass the position to someone else. For instance, herself. Meanwhile, the mutants had also taken new actions. Whether it was Professor X or Magneto, they both viewed the appearance of the Destroyer as an opportunity. Wolverine and Cyclops possess immense power. Both their super abilities and physical prowess are truly terrifying. Thus, when facing the Destroyer, they can unleash even more fearsome strength in a short period, which is Dr. X's plan. Moreover, his fondness for humanity drives him to completely annihilate the Destroyer in a short time. Otherwise, as he previously thought, the human world would face catastrophic disaster. Dr. X, who has always wanted peace between humans and mutants, will not allow too many external factors to disrupt his plan. After learning Dr. X's intentions, Wolverine and Cyclops immediately headed to the city where the Destroyer was located. They had witnessed the Destroyer's power during the previous live broadcast. They knew how terrifying the Destroyer truly was. However, what they saw in the live broadcast was still somewhat different from the reality before their eyes. Just a glance made them sense that the Destroyer was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Within the Destroyer, there seemed to be a far more dreadful power surging. Previously, they wouldn't speculate too much and didn't think about what this power really represented. Since they had not entered the battlefield and were not opponents of the Destroyer, now that they stood before the Destroyer, they were ready to fight. It was evident from the first moment that the aura emanating from the Destroyer was immensely powerful. As if capable of igniting the earth in an instant, Wolverine and Cyclops exchanged a glance and then split. If they wanted to work together, they naturally could not attack the opponent from the same direction. If they succeeded, it would still be manageable. However, if they were to be overpowered, they would fall into the opponent's trap, and at that moment the opponent could capture. Their idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Just as Wolverine was about to seize the opportunity to attack the Destroyer turned around. Indeed, Wolverine chose to attack from behind the Destroyer, resulting in the Destroyer turning around and unleashing a terrifying flame from its armor. This flame was almost identical to the one faced by the Abomination previously. Wolverine had excellent physical qualities, yet even so his self-healing ability left him with numerous black marks. A wave of pain surged through his entire being. Wolverine never expected that at the moment of his power's eruption the opponent would seize the opportunity. Wolverine's timing in battle was actually an extremely terrifying trait among all mutants. Having fought in hundreds of battles, it could be said that his greatest strength on the battlefield was not his power, speed, or defense, but his adaptability in combat. He could find the most suitable combat methods during the fight, but alas, even with such an advantage, he still found no opportunity against the Destroyer. The Destroyer's flames directly blocked their advance, and at that moment a red glow erupted from Cyclops. It seemed he aimed to obliterate the Destroyer right there, but the Destroyer appeared to sense his movements. The Destroyer raised its hand and advanced towards Cyclops. The light from Cyclops' eyes shone upon the Destroyer's hand, yet the armor showed no signs of change. The Destroyer continued to advance towards Cyclops, and before Cyclops could react, an even more terrifying force erupted right there. As he flew through the air, he felt somewhat dazed. He knew how powerful his opponent was, and understood that the Destroyer was likely not a creation of the human world, yet it shouldn't be this terrifying. As he flew through the air, he felt somewhat dazed. He knew how powerful his opponent was, and understood that the Destroyer was likely not a creation of the human world, yet it shouldn't be this terrifying. Without even the ability to approach the opponent, he was completely overwhelmed. As doubts flashed through his mind, flames erupted once again from the Destroyer. Not only Cyclops, but also Wolverine was surrounded by flames. The Destroyer's demeanor had drastically changed from before. This time the Destroyer launched flames outward in all directions. Both Cyclops and Wolverine found themselves within its range, daring to stand their ground. Since they were living beings, they would have to pay the price of their lives. After just 2 exchanges, neither Wolverine nor Cyclops had gained any advantage. Moreover, both bore various injuries. The two once again mixed together. This time they looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. Who would have thought that their opponent's power would be so great? Initially, they believed they still had a slight chance to make a difference. Who could have anticipated that such thoughts would turn out to be foolish? They couldn't even get close to the Destroyer. After all, the power the Destroyer displayed was overwhelmingly strong. After exchanging glances, once more the two chose to leave without hesitation. They understood that if they continued to fight, they would surely be no match for the Destroyer, and relying on their own strength to defeat the Destroyer here was obviously impossible. It was better to leave. After all, whether mutant or human, they had their own destinies. They wanted to save humanity here, but not at the cost of their lives. That would be rather unwise. Instead of wasting time and lives on such endeavors, it would be better to wait for the next opportunity. They believed that once Dr. X learned of this battle, he would surely devise a better combat strategy for them, and otherwise they would certainly not be a match for the Destroyer, as the Destroyer was definitely not an ordinary human that common mutants could defeat. The power the opponent wielded was simply terrifying, shattering all their pride in an instant. The Destroyer has unknowingly become the most terrifying existence in everyone's mind. Both S, H, I, E, L, D, and the military can sense just how horrifying the impact of the Destroyer truly is. Moreover, given the current situation, there is no way to directly confront him in the short term. S, H, I, E, L, D has begun to mobilize other forces hoping to swiftly deal with this sudden emergence. Similarly, not only S, H, I, E, L, D, but even the military feels that the waiting time is far too long. They need to deploy nuclear weapons to eliminate this opponent directly. After all, from the current perspective, the Destroyer is capable of unleashing even greater threats in a short time. If they had considered this matter from the beginning, things would have been much better. In fact, S, H, I, E, L, D has never given up on making efforts regarding Thor. They can sense that Thor is significantly connected to this matter on some level. If they could fully mobilize Thor, perhaps the disaster brought by the Destroyer could be resolved quickly. Precisely because of this, S, H, I, E, L, D couldn't help but try to curry favor with Thor. Naturally, Thor could sense S, H, I, E, L, D S intentions, but he simply did not care about such things. From Thor's perspective, he originally came to Earth just to lay low and enjoy life. Who would have thought that his father wanted him to stir up trouble here? Although he felt a great headache, Thor did not directly agree to S, H, I, E, L, D S request. Given his current estimation of his own powers, he felt he was no match for the Destroyer's armor. If he were to truly face the opponent, there was a high possibility he would be skinned alive. It seemed that S, H, I, E, L, D had also noticed Thor's considerable apprehension. They wanted to help Thor resolve these lingering concerns as much as possible, but what S, H, I, E, L, D and Thor were thinking about was completely different. If there had been some communication between the two parties before now, they didn't even need to communicate anymore. In Thor's view, they just wanted him to step up and deal with the Destroyer's armor, but the power possessed by the Destroyer's armor was not something an ordinary god could handle. After all, it was his father's armor. After witnessing his father's power, Thor believed that being a slacker was also, after all, being a slacker is the most interesting, and because of this, S, H, I, E, L, D was becoming increasingly frustrated. Only Yu Jie's estate remained peaceful and harmonious. Yu Jie was naturally aware of the Destroyer. As long as the Destroyer did not come to his estate, he would not care about these matters. Living a carefree life with his wife every day was quite nice. In any case, based on the current situation, the Destroyer would still take some time to arrive here. However, Yu Jie was more concerned that the Destroyer might not last long. You just look at the current attitudes of S, H, I, E, L, D, and the military. Yu Jie could not predict. He only needed a little time, and these two giants of the human world would stand up. It would just be a matter of time before they eliminated the Destroyer. Considering this, Yu Jie did not mind at all. On the contrary, Hela fell into some uncertain emotions as she did not know why the Destroyer had appeared on Earth. However, a gut feeling told her that it was highly likely her father was searching for her. Hela never expected that she actually had a brother. Moreover, this brother was someone very enthusiastic about causing trouble. In front of his two sisters, he even wanted to escalate matters to an enormous scale. At this moment, Yu Jie was unaware that his wife had already started considering these matters. After all, from his perspective, things had indeed changed. But as long as it did not affect him, there wasn't much of a problem. Another week had passed. During this week, S, H, I, E, L, D and Thor had communicated multiple times, both hoping that Thor would step up at this moment. After all, the Destroyer had once again destroyed 2 cities in quick succession. If the Destroyer's trend of destruction continued, he might annihilate the entire nation by next month. It is also possible that as the Destroyer continues to destroy a city, the power he displays has become far more formidable than before. If certain things had not happened yet, then perhaps not many people would care. But once something begins to occur in earnest, S, H, I, E, L, D could no longer remain calm. Only the military's pace slightly slowed down at this moment. Previously, the military believed that the appearance of the Destroyer was not good news. Thus, they needed to eliminate the Destroyer here, even at the cost of using nuclear weapons. However, not long after this thought arose, they were astonished to find that the Destroyer's power seemed to have increased significantly over time. They could say that all their previous plans had been disrupted by the power of the Destroyer. If the Destroyer's power had not increased, they might not have cared about this issue. But now with the destroyer's power on the rise, they needed to reassess the effectiveness of nuclear weapons in this. If they could not deal with the opponent as they had imagined, then they would not be able to devise new plans in the short term. Precisely because of this, the military also abandoned the idea of directly using nuclear weapons. After all, deploying nuclear weapons was not as simple as imagined. Yet while everyone was scrambling to find ways to deal with the destroyer, Thor stepped up. Indeed, under Helad's relentless persuasion, Thor ultimately chose to compromise. The destroyer still had to be confronted, otherwise who could guarantee that the destroyer wouldn't once again cause unexpected events. Thor could also sense that the destroyer's power was continuously increasing with the passage of time. Once this power increases further, even if he regains his strength later, it would be highly unlikely that he could stop. Although Thor currently had no power within his body, he decided to take a gamble. He believed his father wouldn't simply allow him to perish. In the end, Thor set out at the persuasion of Hela. After all, given the current situation, accidents are bound to happen when least expected. Moreover, considering his current situation, he realized that he needed to act quickly within a short time to avoid any unexpected occurrences. Thor was already aware of the enhancement of the destroyer's powers. However, he also understood that as time progressed, the destroyer might unleash an even greater threat. If he were to create chaos now, it was unlikely he would be defeated as easily as he imagined. He might even seize the opportunity to reclaim his power from his father, though Thor didn't particularly crave his powers back. More so, he felt a sense of danger on Earth. A careless moment could lead to a calamity akin to the destroyer. Possessing a weapon and using one are two different concepts. This was the first lesson Thor learned on Earth. He knew very well that only by regaining his powers could he maintain his previous form for a short time. It must be said that Thor's thoughts were commendable, but when he stood before the destroyer, he was also recognized. He could sense that the power emanating from the destroyer was somewhat off. Previously, he had seen the destroyer in his father's treasury. This armor also understood the extent of the destroyer's powers, but the knowledge from back then was completely different from what he knew now. Most notably, this power had far exceeded his greatest understanding. He had previously speculated about it. He had even witnessed the destroyer's power during a live broadcast, yet at that time Thor thought the destroyer had only undergone slight changes. This change was visible to the naked eye, and he believed it wouldn't cause him trouble in the short term. But now in retrospect, he realized he had been naive. Given the current state exhibited by the destroyer, he felt that in a short time he could be killed directly. For a moment, Thor already entertained thoughts of fleeing. It was at this moment that the members of Hela appeared behind Thor. Just then, he turned around to glance at Hela's side. Thor let out a breath. Ultimately, the Thor who initially contemplated fleeing stood his ground. Fleeing was no longer an option. If he hadn't stepped forward, many issues could have been resolved simply. But since he had stepped forward, even without his previous powers, the issues still needed resolution. Gently closing his eyes, Thor took a deep breath, and then he charged forward without a second thought. Hela had once speculated whether Thor had some hidden cards, which is why he stood up to help them confront the destroyer. However, they never expected that Thor had his own thoughts when facing the destroyer. He merely contemplated for a moment before charging forward. There is no doubt that Thor is a god, for no one would expose their identity. Apart from the god himself, Hela could confirm this. But does a former god still count as a god? In their assessments, Thor was no longer the same Thor he once was. He had lost his former powers, and calling him an ordinary person wouldn't be an exaggeration. Moreover, he was merely an ordinary person with limited powers. In such an environment, having strength was paramount if one wished to create chaos. If you possess enough strength, then there won't be any trouble. But if you lack sufficient strength and still wish to stir up trouble, that would be a bit of a pipe dream. Thor's speed was not fast, and by the time he reached the destroyer, the latter's attacks had ceased at that moment. This left Hela members who were watching from afar stunned. This was the first time they saw the destroyer not take the initiative when facing an opponent. Unlike others, Hela had been monitoring the entire battlefield. They were eager to see what kind of existence the destroyer was, and what kind of power would be unleashed when facing an opponent. Yet without exception, all who tried to stir up trouble had been taught a harsh lesson by the destroyer. Be it mutants or military personnel, even some powerful beings that appeared in Hanzhong were dealt with by the destroyer. Because of this, they were utterly convinced. The idea of creating chaos seemed quite presumptuous. The most crucial factor was the destroyer's power, which was overwhelmingly strong. As long as the destroyer wished, he could defeat them in the shortest time possible. However, the destroyer maintained calm when facing Thor, refraining from attacking directly. This deviation in their expectations was sudden. In the next moment, the destroyer moved. Thor said nothing, nor did he show any expression, and was instantly sent flying by a single punch. The terrifying power erupted in an instant. This power continued to rise. After taking a deep breath, Thor touched his chest, which was still slightly aching. He truly did not anticipate that the destroyer's armor could unleash such terrifying power in such a short time. It had exceeded his greatest understanding. However, even so, he had no possibility of retreating. In fact, Thor's mindset had significantly changed compared to before. If he had previously come here with a try-it-out attitude, now facing the destroyer, his entire perspective had undergone a drastic change. For instance, if he truly wanted to create chaos here, why wait? Moreover, since both gods and humans felt exhausted, it would be better to die than to continue. His father was constantly causing him trouble. This had already given Thor quite a headache. No one expected that Thor would have thoughts of wanting to die when faced. Meanwhile, Odin, who had been quietly observing the battlefield, narrowed his eyes at this moment. He believed he understood his child very well. Just a glance revealed that something was completely different. He could even feel subtly that Thor was experiencing some unexpected changes. In the end, Odin shook his head. The changes in his child were beyond what he could predict, but since Thor did not wish to create chaos here, then he needed to give him a push to start causing chaos. Suddenly, thunder appeared in the sky. Odin looked at the thunder and closed his eyes. Both humans and ghosts are showcasing their prowess, yet only the god of thunder is taking the hits. The destroyer has not employed its own energy or flames. It is merely utilizing the strength of its physical form to continuously assault the god of thunder. The god of thunder perceives some differences, however, considering that the destroyer is the armor of his father, he has taken some things for granted. It is likely that the armor makes him believe he can survive here while being mercilessly beaten. Yet these thoughts have no direct relation to him anymore. The god of thunder truly does not care about these matters, and at the same time H-I-E-L-D has noticed the god of thunder's abnormality. The current state of the god of thunder is completely different from before. They can sense that he seems to be somewhat He has no intention of engaging in battle with his opponent. From the start of the fight until now, the god of thunder's power has been swirling around him. To be precise, the current god of thunder hardly has any power within his body. To put it bluntly, he is merely an ordinary person. However, most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel have placed their hopes on the god of thunder, expecting him to unleash an incredibly terrifying power in an instant. Yet some are very aware that the current god of thunder is nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Perhaps he was once a deity, perhaps he once possessed tremendous power, but in this battle, he holds no advantage. From the moment the battle began until now, it has been the destroyer executing a one-sided massacre on the god of thunder. It is impossible to count how many wounds have appeared with blood continuously dripping from his body. Look up. Is there a bolt of lightning in the sky? No, something seems off about that lightning. Someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone looked up, and indeed a visibly dark cloud seemed to have formed in the sky. This cloud was changing colors. Usually black, it was now showing signs of turning blue. They could even see purple lightning entangling the cloud, and the direction it covered was precisely where the god of thunder was located. The god of thunder, who had resigned himself to receiving blows until death, suddenly lifted his head. He felt a resurgence of power. He remembered that when he left Asgard, his father Odin had imprisoned all. His power still resided within him, but it required a means of release, a method only Odin knew. Even the god of thunder himself was unaware. Moreover, he could sense that once the thunder in the sky struck him, all the seals on his body would be lifted. His powers would return once more, and he would again become the god of thunder of Asgard. In an instant, a surge of unexpected determination erupted within the god of thunder. Had he not seen his own strength before this, then he might not have cared too much. However, he has now seen his strength and his past. At this moment, he no longer has the mindset to languish and wait for death. Soon the thunder rained down. This time the thunder, as large as a barrel, struck the god of thunder, leaving most of S.H.I.E.L.D. in shock. They understood that the appearance of thunder was odd and suspected it might create a beam. However, who could have anticipated that this sudden thunder would actually strike the god of thunder? What is the nature of this power? At this moment, they realized that after the god of thunder accepted the baptism of this lightning, a drastic change occurred within him. The god of thunder was wearing tattered clothing, looking like an ordinary, overweight homebody. Yet now, with the thunder striking him, that once overweight god of thunder vanished. Even his bloated body gradually receded, revealing a muscular god of thunder before everyone. Adorned in black armor complemented by a fluttering red cape, the god of thunder has once again regained. Moreover, the god of thunder is unsure if it is his illusion, but he feels that his power has not only returned, but has also increased significantly. Taking a deep breath, the god of thunder revealed a smile. To wield power and not wield power are completely different states. Now that his physical strength has returned, the God of Thunder intends to show that accursed armor what cruelty truly means. From the very beginning, when he fought against the armor, he was solely on the receiving end. How could he possibly accept? Since the opponent intends to stir up trouble, he will fulfill their desires. After all, if trouble is the game, who fears whom? In a single breath, a terrifying power has erupted from the God of Thunder. This power has risen to a higher level around the God of Thunder, and in his hand the hammer of the God of Thunder has. It can be said that the God of Thunder in his peak state has emerged. Sensing the transformation within the God of Thunder, the destroyer's armor seems to have ignited a flame. For he can sense that this surge of power is likely due to his father, and the destroyer's armor had not utilized. For he can sense that this surge of power is likely due to his father, and the destroyer's armor had not utilized any energy while battling him just moments ago. It is evident that the opponent is aware of his identity. It is likely that his father is observing everything from behind the scenes, seizing this opportunity. He has educated him well. Now that his powers have returned, his father wants to see if his strength has improved. Thus, he allows the destroyer's armor to utilize this power. It must be said, even a mere fish has a remarkably clever brain. Even Odin did not anticipate that his little tricks had been seen through by the God of Thunder. What follows leaves Odin astounded. As the God of Thunder swung his hammer, blue lightning enveloped him. The God of Thunder seemed to transform into a true bolt of lightning. The moment the hammer struck the destroyer's chest, the God of Thunder also arrived, enveloping the destroyer in lightning from head to toe. This power continues to amplify, even stimulating the destroyer further. The strength belonging to the God of Thunder is erupting. The power displayed by the Thunder God is extraordinarily formidable, even catching Odin's attention. Yet as Odin witnesses this scene, disbelief is etched across his face. He never anticipated that the Thunder God would possess such strength. Reflecting on the Thunder God's actions on Earth, Odin finds himself somewhat perplexed. He has always been attentive to the Thunder God, although he is unaware of where his eldest daughter and youngest son are causing trouble. However, his primary focus remains on the Thunder God. He can sense that the Thunder God's deeds on Earth are actions only a fool would undertake. Even an ordinary human could not achieve what the Thunder God has done. Yet the Thunder God has unexpectedly accomplished these feats. After all this, the Thunder God erupted with an immensely terrifying power. Odin had anticipated the strength the Thunder God would wield, believing that the destroyer would ultimately need to act to reclaim it. But judging by the power the Thunder God has exhibited, it appears not only has he not diminished in strength, but he possesses an even more fearsome power. This leaves Odin feeling somewhat uncertain. Clearly, this child has not engaged in much combat here, as he observes the Thunder God's movements daily. He is fully aware of what the Thunder God is doing. He knows precisely what actions the Thunder God has taken in this. However, he can be certain that the Thunder God has not employed any of his own powers. Thus, the Thunder God is now filled with even more uncertainty. Meanwhile, the battle between the Thunder God and the Destroyer on Earth is nearing its end. The Thunder God has regained his former powers, and with this strength, he is capable of accomplishing so much. Moreover, the current Thunder God indeed aligns with Odin's thoughts, having enhanced his power by at least 30%, if not more. This realization leaves Odin feeling somewhat uncertain. However, the Thunder God quickly casts such thoughts aside, for he believes he must resolve the situation with the Destroyer. Lightning flows continuously over the Destroyer, with the Destroyer's self-awareness slowly dissipating at this moment. In truth, the Thunder God has begun to question whether this armor was indeed released by his father. As he gradually erodes the opponent's awareness, he realizes that this consciousness is exceedingly weak. The awareness hidden beneath the thick armor is surprisingly minuscule, clearly not that of his father's, but rather resembling a prank by another deity. Suddenly, the Thunder God comes to a realization: the Destroyer appearing in the human realm is likely not the result of his father's machinations. Instead, it is his unfortunate brother, the God of Mischief, Loki. Only he would engage in such antics, constantly scheming up all sorts of chaotic plans. These matters are of no concern to the Thunder God, but the other party seems to revel in them, contemplating how to cause trouble. After this realization, the Thunder God shakes his head. Only the weak would resort to such so-called schemes. The strong never let such things trouble them. For instance, even though he now knows Loki is behind this, the Thunder God is unfazed. If the other party wishes to cause trouble, they are welcome to come. He will show them what true cruelty is. As the awareness of the Destroyer's armor is extinguished, the Thunder God swiftly retracts the armor, allowing those in S-H-I-E-L-D to breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, as soon as the Thunder God began to fight, they had already become uncertain about whether he could survive this. After all, the image of the Thunder God as a lazy, overweight figure has nearly sunk deep into their heart. But who could have anticipated that it would take so little time for the Thunder God to unleash such immense power, obliterating the Destroyer in an instant? It must be said that the thunder god's image in the eyes of most in S.H.I.E.L.D. is continuously rising. Moreover, after regaining his powers, the thunder god's former bulk has completely vanished. The thunder god quickly approaches the gathered members of S.H.I.E.L.D., smiles and then speaks. My power has been restored, so Earth is no longer suitable for me. However, you have gained the friendship of the thunder god. If you need me, just call, and I shall appear. Having finished speaking, a flash of lightning streaks across the sky, and the thunder god before them vanishes without a trace. Many can't help but slap themselves. They never anticipated that after the thunder god dealt with the destroyer, he would simply disappear. However, with the thunder god's disappearance, it signifies that matters can finally reach a conclusion, and peace can be restored once more. Naturally, those in S.H.I.E.L.D. breathe a sigh of relief, while Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., begins to ponder somewhat differently. He feels that this attack by the destroyer has sounded the alarm for him. Long before he had prepared to form the so-called Avengers, for he senses that the events occurring on Earth far exceed his expectations. Perhaps one day he will wake up to find some unimaginable catastrophe has occurred, a disaster that current humanity cannot withstand. He must establish a mature team in a short time, one capable of protecting the Earth and helping humanity resist most threats. It must be said that this divine being feels the director indeed has a lot to consider, but unfortunately disasters are always brewing in the shadows. In the manner, Yu Jie is unaware that the destroyer has been obliterated. Instead, Hela suddenly looks up at the sky. She can sense the destroyer's aura has suddenly vanished. In fact, before this, Hela had looked at the appearance of the destroyer with a bit more curiosity. Moreover, Hela's previously indifferent thoughts have shifted slightly. For Hela, if the destroyer cannot be stopped, he will likely appear in her manor. At that time, her little manor will be destroyed, something Hela does not wish to see. As for protecting humanity, that has never been a concern for Hela, but as the destroyer's aura completely dissipates, Hela also comes to a realization. It is likely that her brother has taken action, but she can't help but shake her head at the thought of him regaining divine. In any case, this matter is probably something Odin orchestrated. Although Hela felt a slight curiosity, she did not dwell too much on the occurrence of the entire situation. In Hela's view, before her strength was restored, most of the events outside had little connection to her. After all, the current development of the situation was not particularly dire. All she needed was to seize the opportunity, and according to her own thoughts, she needed to restore her strength in a short time, thereby making it even more powerful. This was the most important thing. Otherwise, if time were to change, unexpected events might occur. Previously, he had not thought about the matter, nor cared about what consequences the development of the situation might bring. However, now that he faced more and more encounters, he had become increasingly uncertain about what other surprises might. As for Yu Jie, he was unaware of his wife's situation. With the Superman template combined with the Life Codex, the two forces had perfectly merged into his body. As he absorbed more solar energy, Yu Jie could clearly feel that there were not many people on this Earth who could resolve his issues. If trouble were to truly arise, it was most likely that damned group of mutants. However, if the mutants caught in competition came to cause trouble, it was highly probable they would be walking into a dead end. Yu Jie had never considered his own power because he knew that the longer he signed in, the more rewards he would gain. The number of people capable of resolving his issues was also decreasing. Before obtaining the Life Codex, Yu Jie believed he would have little chance even against a purple sweet potato essence. But now, if the purple sweet potato essence were to appear before him, Yu Jie felt he could defeat 10 of them. This was not an exaggeration. The perfect fusion of the Life Codex with the power of Superman was truly unimaginable. However, as time continued to change, Yu Jie could distinctly feel that unexpected events on Earth seemed to be increasing. Yet Yu Jie's mindset remained the same. If matters did not come before him, then he did not need to care at all. However, if events truly occurred that threatened him and his family, Yu Jie would use thunderous methods to make the other party understand what true despair meant. Thor quickly returned to Asgard, feeling somewhat bewildered by the events Earth had encountered this time. He suspected his father was behind the scenes doing something to stir the pot. But to say the least, both his sister and brother played extremely important roles in this matter. However, upon returning to Asgard, Thor did not go to meet his father directly, but chose to see his mother, and he felt the need to have a good chat with his mother. However, mother and son did not engage in much conversation. Soon, under his mother's urging, Thor chose to meet Odin. When Odin looked at Thor for the first time, he squinted his eyes. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he could sense his daughter's aura coming from Thor. Could it be that his daughter had met with Thor on Earth? With his eyes narrowed slightly, Odin did not speak directly. Instead, Thor directly spoke to Odin. If you don't keep an eye on your sons, they might cause trouble, and I can sense he is courting death. Thor did not directly mention Loki's name, but he knew his father would certainly understand who he was referring to. Odin nodded. In fact, Odin also understood the meaning behind Thor's words, but Loki had suffered too much. I will handle his matters, but with your power, don't you think you should give me an explanation? Odin quickly spoke to Thor. He was genuinely curious about what had transpired with Thor. From the various events Thor had encountered on Earth, he seemed like a useless person who could not possibly enhance. But this time when facing the destroyer, he was astonished to find that Thor's power had increased significantly. As he scrutinized his son, he could also feel that there were indeed some changes in his son's body. The most important factor was the power emanating from him. This power had been manageable before. However, now after just a glance, he could clearly perceive that this power was much more formidable than before. It was precisely because of this that Odin wanted to know what kind of answer Thor would provide. I don't know about this, perhaps it's a talent for the extraordinary. Besides, I am Thor, isn't it normal to gain power? Odin never expected Thor would respond to him like this. He couldn't help but take another look, trying to discern the true outcome from Thor's eyes. However, after looking a bit longer, Odin shook his head. The child had already changed significantly compared to before. However, Thor should also be considered to be on the path of growing up. Since that was the case, he did not need to worry. He could let the child develop freely. After all, they would eventually come before him. Odin's thoughts were indeed good, and after bidding farewell to Odin, Thor opened the space tunnel once more. He was going to the mortal realm to see his sister. After the last farewell, Thor had some thoughts in his heart. However, more importantly, he felt that since she was his sister, there was no need to make things terribly complicated. Even though he already knew that there were irreconcilable conflicts between Odin and his sister, but after all, they were still family. The joyous Thor arrived at the manor, and considering his brother-in-law's relationship, he immediately changed into another appearance. When Thor entered the manor, he saw his brother-in-law Yu Jie at first glance. Yu Jie was somewhat surprised, wondering how suddenly someone had come to his manor. Not only that, but Hela also came out at this moment. Yu Jie was somewhat puzzled as he hadn't set up any so-called bodyguards in the manor due to previous circumstances. And he had been in the manor all along, so he hadn't paid much attention, especially with the presence of the Hulk. You must be my brother-in-law. Hello, I am your younger brother, and your wife is my sister. The god of thunder, having lived on Earth before, had become somewhat familiar. He looked directly at Yu Jie and spoke while Yu Jie cast a somewhat uncertain glance at him. In his memory, his wife should be an orphan, having no relatives at all. Yu Jie turned his gaze to Hela, who nodded gently in response. The sudden appearance of his younger brother left Yu Jie somewhat at a loss. Could it be that soon he would also encounter his so-called father-in-law and mother-in-law? Hela could not hear the voices of humans, but if she could, she would definitely give Yu Jie a thumbs up, because she indeed had a father and a stepmother. However, Hela did not elaborate on this matter with Yu Jie. Instead, she led the god of thunder into the house, as she had many things she wanted to discuss with her unfortunate younger brother. Yu Jie found the situation a bit strange, but since he was his wife's brother, there was naturally no need to say much. Coincidentally, there was a manuscript he needed to discuss, so after chatting casually with Hela, Yu Jie chose to leave. After sensing Yu Jie's departure, Hela's gaze was fixed on her brother, and she could feel that he had regained the powers that had previously vanished. Most likely Odin had lifted the seal, or she had sensed it long before. Her brother possessed Odin's power. Odin's power had completely confined her brother's divine strength, but at that time, she had not thought much about wanting to engage with him. She did not expect that in such a short time he would regain his strength, and it seemed even more powerful than the god of thunder she had encountered before. However, this had nothing directly to do with Hela. She directly addressed the god of thunder, saying, "My dear brother, do you find living unbearable, so you seek death?" In Hela's view, the god of thunder was simply seeking death. His life was quite good, and his power was gradual. However, the sudden arrival of the god of thunder had disrupted Hela's plans. At the very least, she felt the need to explain thoroughly to Yu Jie about her brother's arrival. Otherwise, things might become a bit complicated. Furthermore, Hela was surprised to discover that Yu Jie seemed to harbor some secrets. Every night, they engaged in certain activities which were related to physical strength and fitness. Previously, she could sense that Yu Jie was an ordinary person, but now, for some unknown reason, his stamina and physical condition were continuously increasing. This left her feeling uncertain. She did not know what secret Yu Jie was hiding from her. But was she not also hiding secrets from him? Therefore, she did not pay much attention, but she did not want the god of thunder to disrupt her harmonious family life. The god of thunder seemed to notice Hela's change in demeanor, and he waved his hand and said, "Actually, I didn't want to come, but I think we can have a good talk about Asgard. For instance, I know you want to become the queen of Asgard, and our brother hopes for the same. I would rather see you become queen than seek revenge. You can take your time." He had to admit the god of thunder was quite naive. Hela had not sensed this before, but after the god of thunder spoke these words, she confirmed her suspicions. Hela soon laughed, saying, "Do you think I need your retreat, or do I need that old man's throne? It was originally mine. Let him cause chaos if he wants, but what I lost I will definitely take back with my own hands. He has no right to occupy my things." With this, there was no need for further communication, yet the god of thunder still wanted to persist. After all, they were family, and there was no need to speak about family matters, but a dark aura had already begun to appear around Hela. It was evident that she had issued an eviction order. Although this younger brother seemed somewhat foolish, there was no need for them to engage in direct conflict. However, the God of Thunder's words revealed a degree of childishness, and because of this Hela was unwilling to continue the conversation with him. Since things had come to this, she let him continue to ponder those chaotic matters. In her view, unexpected events were not to be allowed to happen. The God of Thunder did not expect his sister to be so unyielding. However, sensing her power, he chose to leave, as he understood well. With his current strength, it seemed like a dream to think he could fight his sister. The power his sister wielded was simply too formidable. It was known that when Hela, the goddess of death, ravaged the universe, he had not yet been born. Because of this, he could feel the vast difference between them. If he stayed any longer, it might upset his sister, and if she were unhappy, she would most likely kill her half-brother. In fact, after returning to Asgard, the God of Thunder had begun preparing for something. The most important thing was to investigate everything about Hela, as the information he obtained from his father was still. It seemed his father was also hiding information about this sister, but that did not prevent the God of Thunder from understanding what kind of existence Hela truly was. This lack of knowledge was fine, but once he learned more, he was completely stunned. He never expected his sister to be so terrifying, having annihilated so many races in the universe. Many races had been completely obliterated because of her. Since her power was so immense, he had no need to. The consequences of provoking her would surely be unbearable. Considering this, the God of Thunder could only choose to leave. After he left, Hela could not help but shake her head. Their family situation was simply too chaotic. She hoped that not too many unexpected events would occur in the future. However, something seemed off, as she could feel the aura around Yu Jie changing. Due to the various accidents that had previously occurred around Yu Jie, Hela had already left a trace of her presence on him. As long as there was malice surrounding Yu Jie, Hela could sense it immediately. Soon Hela frowned, not expecting that so soon someone would have thoughts about her husband. This infuriated Hela. How could there be such reckless people constantly emerging? Meanwhile, Yu Jie was completely unaware of what was happening, but he felt a threat emanating from the power of Superman. However, this threat seemed somewhat familiar, and Yu Jie soon squinted his eyes. He sensed the presence of that power. Could it be a mutant? Yu Jie had previously encountered mutants. He had seen Dr. X and Magneto from a distance. Moreover, he had interacted with them for a while, but at that time he had no intention of engaging with them. Thus, the other party hadn't even managed to contact him, but this time he felt an unusual aura. It seemed that the mutants had set their sights on him. Thinking of this, Yu Jie shook his head. He did not know what the mutants' plans were, but for him such plans might have had some effect before. However, after merging with the Codex of Life, anyone who harbored thoughts about him here was simply courting death. A terrifying power was brewing within Yu Jie's body, and at the same time, an old man appeared before him. Who would have thought that a mutant would so brazenly appear before him? Right after that, Yu Jie focused his gaze on the other party without speaking. He was waiting for the other party. Since they boldly stood before him, it meant they definitely had intentions. While Yu Jie remained silent, the other party stood before him, looking at him with a faint smile, and spoke. I know you are a renowned writer, but you probably don't know that we, the Brotherhood of Mutants, are here to seek your help, because we want to discuss a deal with you. The mutants are currently in crisis and need all the possible assistance we can get, so we hope you can help us a little. Yu Jie did not know who the mutant seeking him was. However, the other party's words seemed a bit ridiculous. They said nothing, but appeared to want to stir things up. Of course, it wasn't just that. Yu Jie quickly realized the implication of their words. They wanted him to invest in the Brotherhood of Mutants. However, such an idea seemed somewhat naive. The Brotherhood of Mutants was not something he was willing to deal with. In fact, if they hadn't come to him, he probably wouldn't have paid them much attention. But if they provoked him, then it wouldn't be a bad thing to let them know a little about cruelty. Soon Yu Jie gently took off his glasses and placed them in his pocket. Boom! The sound was neither loud nor soft. In the next moment, his body passed through the other party's body, who had no chance to struggle and was directly annihilated by this power. Yu Jie had experienced a terrifying enhancement in both strength and speed. A slight touch was enough to bring something significantly different to the other party. For instance, the terrifying power displayed this time. This power acted directly on the other party's body, and they were killed without even a chance to struggle. Then Yu Jie shook his head. These guys were so recklessly unaware of their own mortality. Did they really think mutants could destroy the entire world? Naive thoughts always reside in naive people's minds. For Yu Jie, this matter was not worth his success. Meanwhile, Magneto soon received news. One of his subordinates seemed to have encountered a slight accident. He could clearly sense that his subordinate had likely died. Moreover, his subordinate seemed to have gone to find that writer. Could it be that the writer possessed something unusual? Or was the other party also a mutant? It was understandable that Magneto had such thoughts, as the Brotherhood of Mutants had faced too many unexpected incidents recently. While Dr. X was stirring up trouble, he also initiated some unfavorable actions against Magneto. For Magneto, the sudden incidents disrupted his plans. However, he couldn't trouble Yu Jie in the short term as Dr. X's X-Men had once again regrouped in a One couldn't tell whether it was due to the previous destruction, but the current X-Men had become very domineering. They intended to directly annihilate the Brotherhood of Mutants. This was almost impossible before, as the fates of mutants were inherently intertwined. Thus they understood very well that if they stirred up trouble again in a short time, they could face unexpected incidents. And this unexpected incident was something they could not accept. They needed to temporarily hide until the right moment arrived to come out. It must be said that Magneto was quite prudent and possessed enough intellect. However, he completely did not expect that he had inadvertently attracted a huge trouble. On the other side, Yu Jie successfully completed a meeting with others. In Yu Jie's view, this meeting was quite satisfactory, as several copyrights for novels had already been sold. During this time, Yu Jie didn't even want to continue plagiarizing. After all, he believed the money he had earned now was enough for him to squander for a lifetime. Moreover, Hela's belly had shown no reaction, which made Yu Jie a bit distressed. What was going on? Was it because his hard work wasn't sufficient? It seemed he needed more time to strive for the next generation. After all, having a child to play with occasionally was all. While Yu Jie was pondering about his wife and children, Iron Man encountered an unexpected incident on the other side. Someone was actually starting to replicate his armor, and there were even people mass-producing his suits. Attempting to create a new Iron Man, this was somewhat hard for Iron Man to accept. After all, the iron suit had always been his trademark. Faced with Iron Man's invitation, Yu Jie did not refuse. In his eyes, Iron Man had changed significantly from before. It should be noted that in the previous world, Iron Man was an extremely arrogant man. No matter the situation, he only trusted his own thoughts and would not listen to anything anyone else had to say. In this world, however, due to his skills as a ghostwriter, he had gained Iron Man's friendship. After experiencing those chaotic events, Iron Man had also grown tremendously, and most importantly, he had developed a different perspective on life. Because of this, Yu Jie and he had become good friends. Their relationship had undergone significant changes without either of them realizing it. At least for the present, Yu Jie, he could see some different qualities in Iron Man. However, when Yu Jie arrived at Iron Man's mansion, he found quite a few people there, including members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, he recalled the thoughts that had appeared in his mind earlier. It was highly likely that the Black Egg was handling matters related to the Avengers here. And with the recent increase in crises on Earth, it had led to a greater sense of urgency on his part. Because of this, Yu Jie did not approach to greet anyone directly. He was well aware that matters in such an environment were certainly not that simple. The most important thing was that the Black Egg's thoughts were truly incomprehensible. He might very well suddenly come out and ask you to join the Avengers. Thus, Yu Jie chose not to engage with his thoughts directly. For now, he decided to play the role of an ordinary person behind the scenes. One must admit that Yu Jie's thoughts were quite straightforward and rough. It was because of this that he felt even more certain of himself here. Indeed, he was a slacker with no grand ambitions. Meanwhile, Iron Man noticed Yu Jie's arrival and quickly introduced him back into the gathering. Now, the very people Yu Jie had not wanted to engage with appeared at this moment. Even the Black Egg came over with a glass of red wine. Yu Jie looked at him and did not know what to say. If this guy was extremely abnormal, clearly able to handle his own, why did he come over to trouble him? In fact, not only did the Black Egg approach, but Hawkeye also arrived at this moment. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye could be considered a veteran member of the Avengers. He had always been responsible for the Alliance's ADC duties, which Yu Jie was very aware of. However, what Yu Jie was more concerned about was Hawkeye's character. Perhaps only he and the Avengers was someone. After all, both Hawkeye and Yu Jie cared deeply for their families. Other matters could be set aside, but family was always at the forefront of their minds. As long as it involved family, they would never give up, and Hawkeye had always taken it upon himself to protect his family. One must say that the two had hardly spoken much before confirming that they were quite alike. This made Hawkeye very. After all, encountering a good friend was an extremely rare occurrence, and on the other side, the Black Egg noticed the exchange between Hawkeye and Yu Jie. This made the Black Egg even more thrilled. In his view, as long as Yu Jie could connect with his own people, he could gradually plan from there. Most importantly, it seemed that the other party did not reject the current S.H.I.E.L.D., which simplified the Black Egg's thoughts. He felt he could seize this opportunity to have some interactions with Yu Jie again. As long as Yu Jie could connect with S.H.I.E.L.D., then no matter what disaster Earth faced next, he believed it could be resolved. It should be noted that in his premonition, the current Earth was not as peaceful as before. There were many unexpected events occurring which made him somewhat uneasy. If he could gather more powerful beings into S.H.I.E.L.D. here, then clearly Earth would not encounter any threats. However, such powerful beings were quite difficult to find. At least the Black Egg had not encountered many up to this point. The only one he remembered was Thor, but this guy seemed a bit off. He rarely took the initiative to help H-I-E-L-D solve problems, and this situation made the Black Egg feel he needed to plan more. Otherwise, following the current trend, he would not be able to gather more people. Then whatever happened next, he would be like a blind man groping around. Everything would become extremely uncontrollable. On the other hand, Yu Jie was unwilling to continue communicating with the Black Egg. He could sense that the Black Egg was solely focused on making a name for himself by using others. Even for the sake of Earth's peace and tranquility, Yu Jie's consistent thought was simply to live as an ordinary, in his small manner, embracing his wife and children, enjoying a warm life. Wasn't that the happiest thing? Why participate in the so-called S-H-I-E-L-D and Avengers? If trouble truly arose, he would naturally resolve it, but only if it was indeed a very troublesome matter. Otherwise, Yu Jie had no interest, like the sudden appearance of the Destroyer. The Destroyer seemed terrifying and powerful, posing a certain threat to Earth. But Yu Jie was very clear that the power he displayed was hardly remarkable. At least the Sorcerer Supreme did not intervene. One must know that the Sorcerer Supreme was actually quite similar to him. Of course, he was not as noble. The Sorcerer Supreme had always been secretly protecting Earth's peace, only stepping in when Earth was in trouble. He believed he would step in when Earth faced threats as well. However, he would never spend all his time on such matters like the Sorcerer Supreme. Protecting Earth is fine, Yu Jie does not deny that. After all, they are part of the same world, but if he can take care of his family and spend time with his loved ones, then that is far more important than protecting Earth. Recently, not much has happened, but for Yu Jie, none of it seems like a big deal. After all, Earth remains safe. At least the purple sweet potato essence has not emerged to wreak havoc yet. This is the best news. However, what Yu Jie cares about even more is the rewards for his daily check-ins, as he receives certain rewards every day upon waking. Whether it's the life codex of Superman or the powers of Superman himself, the constant acquisition during this time has allowed Yu Jie to come to a realization. His power is in some sense already approaching the level of the strongest being on Earth. This thought was once simple, but now Yu Jie realizes he can afford to be a slacker. After all, the matters of the novel can take a backseat for now. During this time, he has been discussing copyrights and adaptations, thus there's no need to engage in any plagiarism. Spending every day with his wife, leading an unrestrained life, that's enough for him. However, little does Yu Jie know that in Asgard, King Odin has spending every day with his wife, leading an unrestrained life, that's enough for him. However, little does Yu Jie know that in Asgard, King Odin has also found the Supreme Mage at this moment. For Odin, everything happening on Earth has left him somewhat astonished. However, he is now completely certain that his eldest daughter has escaped from her seal and arrived on Earth. Thor, under certain unexpected circumstances, should also have encountered his sister. In fact, when Odin learned of this news, he felt a bit strange. He knows Hela's character all too well. Without a doubt, she would act violently at the slightest provocation. Moreover, to some extent, Odin does not wish for this daughter to be released. Although Odin feels that Thor does not yet have enough qualification to become king, given time, Thor could still bear this responsibility. After all, he is his child. How could there be too many flaws? Odin's thoughts may be simple, but he seems to be a bit naive, for Thor has gradually reverted to his identity as even if divine power has returned to him, he still does not pay much heed. Regarding his current life, Thor actually prefers the days of being a slacker. In that previous world on Earth, Thor happily dated humans. However, in this world, Thor has not, perhaps due to the butterfly effect, he has not encountered that woman who could change his life. Thor has prematurely embraced the carefree life of a slacker, and under such degradation, he is no longer the terrifyingly powerful god. Instead, he is a slacker who enjoys a slacker's life. Ironically, Thor is quite satisfied with this lifestyle. He understands better than others that effort requires a price. Because during the process of striving, one always encounters suitable or unsuitable situations. Thus, Thor currently has no intention of putting in any effort. After all, simplicity is also good. If Yu Jie knew that Thor had turned into such a slacker, he would surely be shocked. However, Yu Jie is unaware that his brother-in-law is thriving on Earth. King Odin, of course, has also seen his most anticipated child turn out like this. He once considered sealing Thor's powers again, but this thought was quickly dismissed by Odin himself. He understands better than anyone that the challenges Thor faced stem more from himself. Had it not been for these experiences, it's likely he would not have undergone such drastic changes. To put it simply, it's still due to his own reasons. Had he not forced Thor to become a true god king, then Thor's future should have been very straightforward. He might even have gradually become the king of Asgard because of his circumstances. However, what Odin cares about most is his own body, which has begun to show serious issues. Even though Hela's early emergence has gradually severed the seal's connection with him. But let's not forget that long ago Odin had already begun to stir things up in the universe. The most evident was when those celestial groups had not yet appeared. Odin almost single-handedly led Asgard to wreak havoc across the universe. Wherever Odin set his sights, that land would soon become Asgard. Had the gods not intervened to stop Odin, this universe might very well be renamed Asgard by now. It is precisely because of years of warfare that Odin's body bears countless hidden injuries, which have gradually worn down his body over time. Even if Odin does not wish to admit it, he is no longer the king who once looked down upon all gods. Even in Odin's self-assessment, he may not be able to maintain his current bodily condition for much longer. Before Asgard successfully hands over to the next god king, he might face problems himself. Odin absolutely does not allow such things to happen, hence he needs to nurture the god king as much as possible. But what Odin cares about is not just that he is astonished to find that his daughter has appeared. Moreover, despite his daughter shielding her powers, how could Odin, as the god king, easily be obstructed by this? As the god king, Odin naturally possesses his own pride. He can hardly believe that his daughter, known as the goddess of death, has actually gotten involved with a human. Moreover, this human is an ordinary one, lacking any powers and seemingly possessing only some wealth. As the god king of Asgard, Odin does not have much concept of money, but he has a great obsession with power. After all, in his view, even if his daughter has had disagreements with him, she is still Odin's daughter. She is still the daughter of the god king. She is still a great deity. How could he allow a deity to be with a human? This is absolutely unacceptable, so he decides to have a good talk with the Supreme Mage. He still hopes that the Supreme Mage can expel this human from the human world. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee whether Asgard will launch an attack on Earth. This is a threat, and it is also Odin's most genuine thought. The Supreme Mage never expected Odin to come searching for him, and for such a reason. However, the Supreme Mage began to consider Odin's proposal, as he had always been maintaining peace on Earth. He had secretly protected Earth countless times, and he was aware of the presence of the Destroyer on Earth. However, the Supreme Mage did not interfere, primarily because he understood that the armor belonged to Odin. If Odin truly had intentions for Earth, he would not have sent the Destroyer. Nevertheless, the Supreme Mage did not reject Odin's proposal. After all, he was merely a human. The Supreme Mage's only wish was for Earth to continue to exist. Even maintaining balance on Earth would be the best outcome. After all, he still possessed the Time Stone, and beings like Yu Jie would not concern the Supreme Mage. Just as Odin thought, in the eyes of the mage, a being like Yu Jie was merely an ordinary human. Eliminating a human in exchange for the friendship of a god seemed like a worthwhile trade, thus the Supreme Mage directly agreed to Odin's request. At the same time, the Supreme Mage opened his barrier. He wanted to see where that human was, to observe if that human was truly peculiar. After all, Odin had only one descriptor for Yu Jie, a strange human. It was precisely because of this peculiarity that he was deemed unworthy of living, and such descriptors were rarely heard from Odin. It would be a lie to say the Supreme Mage wasn't curious. Because of this curiosity, he couldn't help but start to spy on Yu Jie's life. At the very moment he began to spy on Yu Jie, the latter, who was still at the manor, suddenly frowned. He even turned around, feeling a strange power surrounding him for some reason. This power seemed to be directed at him, which surprised Yu Jie. Could it be that some unknown entity was about to strike? Yu Jie scanned his surroundings, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any sign of the source. Looking at Hela in his arms, he kissed her forehead and said, "Darling, are you feeling tired? Why don't we go back and get some sleep?" "It's all right, I just want to go for a walk." After Yu Jie spoke to Hela, she glanced at him curiously, and he quickly provided enough explanation. After all, there had been too many discussions about novels lately, and although Hela was somewhat curious, she also knew there was a hidden power within Yu Jie that would keep him safe for the time being. Thus, she did not hesitate, and directly walked toward the house. After returning to the house with Hela, Yu Jie took off his glasses. He slowly walked toward the Porsche behind the manor. Naturally, he couldn't unleash his power within the manor, even though he felt no need to hide anything from Hela. However, if such a day were to come, some preparation would be needed. So he chose to leave, and as he drove the Porsche out of the manor, Yu Jie felt a force surrounding him. Soon this force seemed somewhat off, prompting Yu Jie to frown. This sudden power felt different from anything he had encountered before. It was as if a peculiar force was launching a long-range attack, and this power seemed intent on expelling him. It was rare to encounter such a force, and it seemed to carry an unsettling aura. This made Yu Jie somewhat uncertain. However, he did not directly use his power to contend with this force. Instead, he frowned. A hint of doubt lingered in his mind, but Yu Jie was unsure what kind of power this true. Yu Jie decided to engage in a somewhat friendly exchange with this power, and thus a more extensive force. Yu Jie merely used his own power to encase himself. He did not completely expel this force. He wanted to merge his power with that of the other to see where it would take him. One must say that Yu Jie's idea was excellent, and the Supreme Mage also sensed the sudden surge of power. Before this, the Supreme Mage had learned from Odin that Yu Jie was merely a strange human. In simple terms, Yu Jie was just a human and on Earth the Supreme Mage was least afraid of these so-called humans. Even though these humans had repeatedly inflicted indelible impacts on Earth, they still belonged to the same race, so the Supreme Mage had not given it much thought. However, the power Yu Jie exhibited now made the Supreme Mage uncertain yet expectant. He could distinctly sense that something was off with Yu Jie. This peculiarity felt less like a power and more like a sensation radiating from Yu himself. It even led the Supreme Mage to mistakenly conjecture that Yu Jie was not a human at all. How could there be a human with such power? After the template of a being was infused into Yu Jie's body, he was no longer a human in a certain sense. Everything belonging to humanity was being delineated from him. The peculiar power of Kryptonians belonged to a different realm. Yet even so, Yu Jie still possessed everything that made him human. After all, even if Kryptonian powers were immensely strong, they ultimately transmitted power through a human body as a medium. Not long after, Yu Jie found that the force surrounding him had completely vanished. Yu Jie surveyed his surroundings, astonished to discover that he seemed to still be in the Porsche. However, the Porsche seemed somewhat different, the most important thing being that everything he saw appeared to be upside down. This left Yu Jie feeling uncertain. Oh, where exactly was this? How could it be a world completely opposite to the previous one? Everything he had seen in the last world was perfectly mirrored in this one. Even identical, Yu Jie felt unsure. Oh, what kind of power was this? The Supreme Mage watched the world within the mirror with great interest, sensing that Yu Jie was in a state of extreme confusion. Before this, the internal power displayed by Yu Jie had made the Supreme Mage somewhat uncertain. He did not understand the nature of Yu Jie's power, which is why he unleashed his own. However, he did not expect that after arriving in this world, Yu Jie managed to remain calm from the very beginning. Soon Yu Jie stepped out of the Porsche. Looking around, the road was still the same, and the surrounding world was unchanged. But why was it reversed? It was as if he was in a world within a mirror, and because of this, Yu Jie couldn't help but start to ponder. In that previous world, who possessed such power to alter a world? No, it wasn't that the world was changed, rather a completely new world was created. This new world seemed strikingly similar to Earth. Thoughts of those prominent figures flooded his mind. Quickly, Yu Jie realized that this power belonged to the Supreme Mage. Only the Supreme Mage could wield such strange power. Considering this, Yu Jie couldn't help but smile. He had yet to meet the Supreme Mage, even though he knew there were 3 portals in this world. He could use these portals to find the other, but knowing this, Yu Jie had always wanted to be a slacker. Thus, Yu Jie had never actively sought out the other, but that did not mean he was unaware of their existence. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jie once again controlled his power, slowly unleashing it from his body. He did not know why the Supreme Mage wanted to trouble him, but since the other had already taken action, it meant they were planning. Yu Jie would never doubt a person's malice, yet someone dared to come to him directly. This indicated that the person had thoughts about him. Since others had thoughts about him, he could not remain calm. This was not Yu Jie's style. Because of this, he would completely unleash his power here. In an instant, even the Supreme Mage, who was observing from the shadows, frowned. The Supreme Mage knew that Yu Jie was no longer the simple human that Odin had described. If Yu Jie was merely a simple human, he would not have bothered to speculate too much about who the other party was, or what kind of power they possessed. Yu Jie was definitely not an ordinary human. Yu Jie was definitely not an ordinary human. The terrifying power within Yu Jie far exceeded what most humans should possess. In fact, the Supreme Mage had a fairly comprehensive grasp of Earth, having encountered many of those damned mutants. However, for the Supreme Mage, mutants in a strict sense were still humans, merely evolutionary forms of. This was still a matter belonging to humanity itself. Oh, as long as mutants did not blow up the Earth, it did not matter how they transformed. It had nothing to do with him. One must admit that the Supreme Mage was to some extent quite generous. Because of this, he wanted to see what kind of power Yu Jie possessed. Just as he was about to amplify his own power, he noticed signs that his world was about to collapse. But Yu Jie was merely summoning his power. Yet after this power emerged, the Supreme Mage could clearly sense a terrifying force accumulating around. Yu Jie showed no signs of striking, but undoubtedly this power belonging to Yu Jie was clashing with his world had no way to struggle under the pressure of Yu Jie's power, causing the Supreme Mage to feel a bit of a. It seemed Yu Jie, who appeared to be a simple human before, was now capable of contending with this world within. No one understood better than the Supreme Mage what this truly meant. Because in the Supreme Mage's mind, the world he created was actually another version of Earth. The reason the Supreme Mage was so powerful was largely due to his ability to extract Dormammu's power using the Time Stone. Dormammu was a multidimensional demon lord, and on Earth almost no one could contend with him except for beings like the Supreme Mage. Only by using the Time Stone to sever some controls could one hope to deal with him. Of course, it was not just that. In fact, the Supreme Mage had always been extracting Dormammu's strength. With this power, the Supreme Mage could accomplish many things otherwise he could not have secretly protected the Earth countless times over the years. Even while conversing with Odin, the latter maintained an equal posture with the Supreme Mage. Although it was framed as a threat, Odin knew that behind the Supreme Mage there was an unknown force supporting him. If that power truly erupted, the Supreme Mage would not be as simple as he appeared. The influence he possessed far exceeded Odin's previous assumptions. Yu Jie had always been here, resolutely enhancing his own strength, for he believed that his power was truly. However, the presence of the Supreme Mage here indicated that he did not wish for matters to conclude so simply. Even now, Yu Jie did not understand why the Supreme Mage had come to his estate, or why he would take action against him. But Yu Jie merely wished to be a slacker. It didn't mean he was truly just a slacker. With superhuman strength and the enhancement of the Life Codex, even Yu Jie himself was unaware of how formidable he had become. Even the members of the Heavenly God group Yu Jie felt he could easily engage in a little arm wrestling with now. After all, the superhuman template he had acquired was the most comprehensive. It could be said that as long as he continuously absorbed the power of the sun, he could grow into a golden superhuman here. What does being a golden superhuman mean? It signifies a superpower that even the multidimensional universe cannot contain. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie was confident in his own power. He was well aware that if others wished to suppress him in terms of strength, it would be no different from dreaming. This was his confidence, but it was not merely that Yu Jie inherently possessed such strength. At this moment, two forces collided directly, causing the Supreme Mage to furrow his brow. He could feel that Yu Jie seemed even more explosive than before, as the power within him appeared to be continuously increasing. In a breath's time, the body of the Supreme Mage also appeared in this virtual world, yet he still did not show himself before Yu Jie. He wanted to see what kind of power Yu Jie truly possessed to estimate the extent of his strength as accurately as possible. If possible, he hoped that Yu Jie could stand with him, and while that thought was good, the very next second Yu Jie's fist, yet this caused the mage's heart to be thrown into chaos. Just as the Supreme Mage had just appeared in the virtual world he had created, Yu Jie had also struck a punch at his surroundings. This was Yu Jie's first time gathering all his power into his body, and with just one punch where his fist cracks appeared, cracks in the world. This place was utterly shattered by Yu Jie's power, with just one punch causing the Supreme Mage's brow to furrow deeply. He had lost count of how many times he had estimated Yu Jie's power, and in his mind, he had calculated again and again what kind of existence Yu Jie's strength truly was. He had lost count of how many times he had estimated Yu Jie's power, and the occurrence of this scene left the Supreme Mage utterly astonished. At the same time, Yu Jie looked up at the sky and said, "Supreme Mage Gu, right. Though I do not know why you came to find me, I am aware that there are 3 places on this earth where I can find you. This time I can refrain from troubling you, but next time I might just give you a big surprise." After threatening, Yu Jie got into a distant Porsche and drove away. He didn't even have the thought of communicating with the Supreme Mage. Yu Jie was indeed a slacker, but the power he possessed was certainly not that of an ordinary slacker. With the enhancement of power, Yu Jie could do anything he wanted. He just felt there was no need to. Thus, he had never unleashed his full power, appearing no different from an ordinary person. But this did not mean he would greet any action from the other side with a smile. The current actions of the Supreme Mage had to some extent already angered Yu Jie. After getting into the Porsche, Yu Jie already had the thought of going to the Fog City to deal with the Supreme Mage. Certainly, while the Supreme Mage had always been protecting the Earth, the fact that he found time to trouble Yu Jie was unacceptable. This was not something Yu Jie wished to see. Initially, they had maintained a peaceful coexistence, but now he was being troubled without distinction. If I do not teach you a lesson, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Meanwhile, the Supreme Mage, who had been hiding in the air, furrowed his brow, completely unprepared for how terrifying Yu Jie's power was. And Odin actually wanted to kill this human. Was he joking with himself? The power behind Yu Jie's punch in the eyes of the Supreme Mage was certainly not something a mere human could possess. Moreover, even at his peak, Odin would likely only match Yu Jie evenly. Recalling some descriptions of Odin from the past combined with Yu Jie's power, the Supreme Mage felt that he could no longer confront Yu Jie. The strength Yu Jie was currently exhibiting was enough to annihilate the Earth. This was no joke. The moment he had just created that virtual world, the Supreme Mage had already extracted Dormammu's power. Only by utilizing Dormammu's power could he create a planet completely identical to Earth. That world was fake, yet it was real, an identical world to Earth. Yu Jie, merely by accumulating his own power, could cause that world to tremble. One punch could obliterate a world, and the most important thing was that the Supreme Mage was still contemplating what that punch from Yu Jie truly represented. It must be said that if some things are recalled, the outcomes could be more informative. The Supreme Mage was just like that. It was only upon reflection that he was astonished to discover that there was still considerable power left and used in Yu Jie's recent punch. This was not Yu Jie's full strength. That was the most terrifying aspect. A single punch could indeed destroy a world. This was already the power of a deity, even if Odin was considered a so-called king of gods. But even you, Odin, likely would not find it so easy to annihilate a world, would you? The Supreme Mage felt a slight headache, but soon shook his head. At least for now, Yu Jie was living peacefully on Earth, perhaps in the future, he might even step forward to protect the planet. Or maybe it was unnecessary for him to provoke the other party. After all, that was Odin's business. Yu Jie quickly returned to his estate, yet he could not completely forget about the Supreme Mage. Now he began to ponder why the Supreme Mage had come to trouble him. In his memory, ever since he acquired the template of a superhero, he had been quietly living as an ordinary person. Instead, it was others who continually sought trouble with him, starting with those reckless gangsters, followed by S.H.I.E.L.D. And finally, even mutants wanted to threaten him. Clearly he had done nothing wrong, yet others kept coming to him, causing Yu Jie some headaches. At this moment, Yu Jie could not help but clench his fists. He had never feared the so-called power of others. With the superhero template combined with the Codex of Life, the potential of what he could achieve was immense. Most importantly, with this power, he could once again become terrifying in the future. Yu Jie shook his head, deciding to observe a bit longer. After all, the Supreme Mage still had some utility, as he was protecting the Earth. If he impulsively went to kill the Supreme Mage, it would mean an abundance of trouble for him in the future. One must understand that there are always reckless beings looking for trouble on Earth. If the Supreme Mage could resolve these issues, he wouldn't have to tirelessly save the world. The Supreme Mage himself did not realize that due to the conclusion of a thought from Yu Jie, he had narrowly escaped. Without even a blink after the Supreme Mage returned to Fog City, he had no intention of seeking Odin, believing that Odin had likely set a trap for him. Since the other party enjoyed setting traps, there was no need for the Supreme Mage to communicate with him. If you detest this human, then go find him yourself. Let him experience just how powerful this human truly is. With this thought, the corners of the Supreme Mage's mouth couldn't help but slightly lift. His disciples seldom saw their master smile, leaving each of them somewhat puzzled. It seemed the Supreme Mage was aware of his own change. Then the Supreme Mage shook his head. It had been many years since he encountered such a situation, and he felt a hint of curiosity. After all, in his heart, these matters were trivial. Odin was waiting in Asgard for the Supreme Mage's response. In his view, as long as the Supreme Mage took action, Yu Jie as a human had no chance of surviving. Because of this, Odin had even contemplated whether to seek out Hela after Yu Jie's death, to make her acknowledge her mistakes, and seal her away. After all, the goddess of death Hela posed too great a threat to the god of thunder. Odin was somewhat uncertain if the god of thunder could become a god king in a short time. What Odin could do was to pave the way for this unfortunate child as much as possible. He would try to help him resolve all troubles. As a father, Odin was already doing everything he could. Odin began to arrange everything, but after just 3 days he was astonished to find that the Supreme Mage had not replied to his messages. Of course, he did not pay too much attention to this matter, but when he projected his power onto Earth, he was shocked to discover that damned human was still alive. The man who married his daughter was still alive. Odin's anger was evident. His power was directly transmitted to Earth. He needed to ask the Supreme Mage what was going on. Unfortunately, when his power reached Fog City, he found that the Supreme Mage seemed to have no intention of meeting him. This made Odin somewhat curious, but he had no intention of engaging in battle with the Supreme Mage, as he understood that the Supreme Mage was not as simple as he appeared. Rather than continuing to fight with him, it would be better to see his daughter and son-in-law. As a father, he absolutely could not allow such things to happen. At that moment, the queen arrived beside Odin. "This is the child's matter. You should not interfere any longer. Besides, each of them has their own thoughts, just like how his disciple has always been changing." The queen spoke, and Odin looked at his wife with a hint of confusion. He never expected that his wife would say such things, but for Odin this matter was still somewhat difficult to accept. However, since his wife had spoken, refusing her would seem unreasonable. After all, in Asgard, his dignity as a god king was very important. Yet outside of that, there were still many things he cared about. Because of this, Odin directly abandoned the thought of going to Earth to find his daughter and son-in-law. Only the queen's gaze seemed somewhat unusual. Hela was not his biological daughter, but in fact he had raised her since she was small. His relationship with Hela was not that good, yet to put it bluntly, he was still like a mother to Hela. Coupled with Odin's recent behavior, the queen had taken note. Who is the queen? She is the most powerful witch in the universe, capable of knowing the thoughts of everyone. Moreover, this thought was the most authentic. She could almost conclude that her husband was not as simple as he appeared. Perhaps soon he would go to find their daughter and son-in-law, but should she tell Hela about this? After all, she was still his daughter. 1,000 years ago, they could still communicate amicably. It was just that continuous wars had drastically changed her character. In Odin's eyes, this change was good, but in the queen's eyes, it was not how a girl should be. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the God King turned out to be the goddess of death. This title was somewhat ironic, at least in the queen's view. If given the choice, she hoped the child could have her own choices and her own future. What happened in Asgard remains unknown to Yu Jie and Hela, who are far away on Earth. However, Hela's gaze towards Yu Jie reveals a hint of unease. As Yu Jie just stepped out, Hela subtly followed him. To her shock, what she saw was utterly astonishing. She could sense that her man was far more powerful than she had ever imagined. Most importantly, Yu Jie had just been pulled into a force of overwhelming power. Hela's body had not yet fully recovered, so she was unaware of the otherworldly force that had ensnared Yu Jie. However, she could feel that the power contained within that other realm was immensely strong, almost rivaling that. Yet shortly after Yu Jie entered, he burst out. This left Hela even more puzzled, as she never expected that a mere human she casually found on Earth could be so formidable. Moreover, the strength possessed by this human far surpassed Hela's expectations. As the pride of Asgard, Hela's own power was considerable, unlike her two inept brothers. Hela was born with an even more terrifying power. As long as she stood on Asgard's soil, her strength would grow without limits. This very realization left Hela feeling uncertain. She even questioned whether she could fight alongside. This was not an unrealistic thought, but rather a question that arose in her mind after comparing her strength with. Most importantly, she clearly understood that the power Yu Jie had just displayed had already surpassed her own peak strength. If she wished to continue fighting Yu Jie, she needed to return to Asgard. Only then would her strength grow in a truly terrifying manner. But how could Hela not know that her father might lead her into a trap? Sensing Hela's unusually humble expression, Yu Jie walked over to her side, gently stroking her hair, and then asked, "What's wrong? Have you encountered something unhappy? Do you want to take a walk?" Hela shook her head, finding it somewhat difficult to adjust to the sudden display of Yu Jie's power. However, for Hela, it was not a significant issue. She knew Yu Jie was not an ordinary human, and that was enough. Moreover, it was easy for Hela to see that Yu Jie was genuinely sincere towards her. If he did not truly care for her, he would not be with her. Of course, the most important thing was that she had spent a long time with Yu Jie, long enough for her to believe that he would not have any unexpected thoughts about her. Thus, Hela directly said, "It's nothing, just suddenly thought of some things. But how has your writing been lately? It seems you haven't written much recently." In response to Hela's question, Yu Jie couldn't help but shake his head, then said, "I haven't had much inspiration lately, so I haven't written many stories, but I've been making quite a bit of money lately." This was Yu Jie's truest thought. In Yu Jie's view, he had indeed made a lot of money during this time. Working hard was not his style. Moreover, he really did not need to write any drafts, and there were still many copyright matters to address. Therefore, Yu Jie thought it best to wait patiently for a while. No one knew better than him what he had encountered while walking outside during this time. Whether it was the black egg of S.H.I.E.L.D. or those bizarre mutants, it seemed they had unknowingly focused their attention on him. This made Yu Jie even more troubled. Oh, clearly he just wanted to be a simple, ordinary person, so why did these people have to rush in front of him and stir up trouble? Clearly he had not done anything, yet these people still jumped out. This left Yu Jie feeling troubled, realizing he had no need to go out. Once he went out, those pesky ones would surely focus on him again. Hela was somewhat surprised by Yu Jie's thoughts, but since it was his own idea, Hela didn't mind in her eyes whether Yu Jie went out or stayed, and he loved her. Moreover, Hela hoped he could spend. Although Yu Jie had not encountered any significant threats while out, Hela was astonished to discover that ever since Yu Jie first went out, unexpected situations always seemed to happen around him. Most notably, Yu Jie's power had grown tremendously due to his outings. This made things even more uncertain. If it were just trivial matters, Hela might not have cared, but her man was simply too powerful. The force of that punch still echoed in Hela's mind. However, when Yu Jie proposed such ideas, Hela did not. In fact, she wholeheartedly agreed. Seeing that Hela did not reject his idea, a slight smile appeared on Yu Jie's. He felt he could strike a harmonious chord with Hela. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. that was monitoring all of humanity discovered a particularly troublesome issue. They did not expect that the Hydra, which had once stirred up trouble, had resurfaced once again. This time, Hydra seemed utterly frantic, beginning to worship all sorts of bizarre things. For instance, the destroyer armor that had appeared before was also among their offerings. It was as if they had transformed from a disciplined unit into a cult that bewitched the masses, even though Hydra's identity had always been quite peculiar. From S.H.I.E.L.D.'s perspective, this time Hydra's actions were utterly incomprehensible. For S.H.I.E.L.D., since the other party posed a threat to humanity's peace, they needed to eliminate them thoroughly in a short time. Thus S.H.I.E.L.D. directly sought out Iron Man, hoping he could help them eradicate Hydra. However, Iron Man was not entirely supportive of this proposal. To Iron Man, Hydra's emergence was not a significant issue. His focus was more on the armor, as the appearance of the destroyer armor made him feel a sense of crisis. He had originally thought that the Iron Man series he created was the most powerful, but now it seemed somewhat insignificant. If it were just some minor issues, Iron Man might have agreed. However, the recent activities of Hydra have been too much, and in Iron Man's view, helping S.H.I.E.L.D. deal with troubles like Hydra is unacceptable. In the coming time, he would have no more time to study his armor. This was something Iron Man could not accept. Thus Iron Man directly rejected the request from Black Egg. In Black Egg's opinion, the Avengers should maintain peace on Earth. But just as Black Egg was about to persuade Iron Man again, Iron Man dealt a critical blow. If you insist that I deal with Hydra, then I will not do it. Moreover, I have no interest in doing so. I will not cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. To this, Black Egg had no way out, for the Stark family had become incredibly strong. Whether in arms or the influence of Iron Man, they had reached a peak. In such circumstances, it was practically impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to persuade Iron Man with their influence. Black Egg had no solutions. He discovered that this so-called Avengers seemed to be just a shell. Originally, he thought he had crafted a rough outline of the Avengers at the last gathering, but now it seemed somewhat ridiculous. However, no one expected that Iron Man had begun walking down a path of self-destruction. After realizing the terror of the Destroyer armor, Iron Man directly sought out Thor. In the previous world, Thor and Iron Man did not have a good relationship. However, because of Thor's lazy demeanor this time, they became good friends. Moreover, Iron Man's thoughts about the Destroyer armor made Thor feel that Iron Man was still a friend worth having. After all, those without brains are considered good friends. Iron Man's only thought in seeking Thor was to learn everything about the Destroyer armor from him, as he had learned about it from Black Egg. This armor was in a sense a unique product of Thor's family, which made Iron Man feel somewhat troubled. He wanted to obtain the Destroyer armor from Thor, because he believed the Destroyer armor could help him create a better Iron Man, but Thor did not agree. This request was certainly not that Thor did not want to help his good friend improve his armor. More importantly, there was simply no way to steal the armor from his father. If Loki were still around, it would have been much. However, ever since Loki appeared on Earth last time, he seemed to have not dared to return to Asgard. Thor was very clear that Loki was afraid to return because he knew what he had done to him back then. He was afraid of encountering someone who could beat Loki. Iron Man did not get the results he wanted from Thor. It was quite a headache. Clearly this matter could have been resolved easily. But because the most critical step was not addressed, things became somewhat complicated. Iron Man was somewhat troubled, but he had no other way. He knew Thor was not lying to him. However, at the same time, Iron Man suddenly had a brand new idea. He could sense that the Destroyer armor seemed to have a consciousness of its own. If possible, why couldn't he give his armor some level of consciousness as well? Once the armor possessed enough consciousness, wouldn't that mean it could become even more powerful? And the strength of the armor would also mean his own power would increase. With this in mind, Iron Man decided to find suitable materials and create his own armored suit. This was very important. At the same time, Iron Man decided to borrow Thor's strength, as the Destroyer armor was strictly speaking a product of the gods. Iron Man did not understand the world of the gods, but since he had a god by his side, why couldn't he consult with let this god help him create an extremely terrifying armor? After all, since they were idle, Thor naturally agreed to Iron Man's request, for this was not a big deal for him. As his own power recovered, even if he manufactured another Destroyer armor, he would be able to destroy it. It was precisely because of this that Ultron's arrival was hastened. That's right, originally Ultron was supposed to be created by Ant-Man, but it ended up being created by Iron Man. Iron Man's idea was very simple: to create an armor with sufficient intelligence that possessed immense power. Not only did it have self-awareness, but it could also become an extremely terrifying weapon. With this thought, Iron Man began his research, and with Thor's assistance this matter became quite smooth to a certain. Until the later stages of the research, Iron Man was astonished to discover that the armor he created could only tread a path of no return. This path was previously unexpected, yet Iron Man became fascinated by it. He knew that once he could create this armor, the entire world would cheer for it, and his Iron Man armor would once again become great. Previously, Thor did not have too many thoughts about it, because he felt that armor was something that could be guided casually. But unexpectedly, Iron Man's ingenious ideas created a completely different world for Thor. Under the urge of this world, Thor also walked down a path of no return. In just 6 months, a new Iron Man armor was produced. No one expected that on the night it was created, the armor actually left. The next day, when Thor and Iron Man woke up from the laboratory, they were surprised to find that the armor they created had disappeared. And when Iron Man was preparing to use technology to retrieve his armor, he was astonished to discover that the armor seemed to have no connection to him at all. What he did not know was that an unexpected event was unfolding. The armor created because of him had birthed a completely different consciousness. It even relied on this strange consciousness to embark on another path. What do you think we should do about this now, eh? I don't know, this is clearly your creation. But doesn't it possess your power? According to your theory, if it possesses your power, you should be able to control it. The problem is I don't even know where it is. How can I find it? I simply can't locate it. There's no other choice but to try our best to retrieve it, otherwise that thing. After a brief exchange, Thor and Iron Man departed. He had no intention of continuing the conversation because they both knew better than anyone how terrifying the armor they created truly was. Initially, they believed that the most important aspect of creating armor was its lethality, thus injecting unparalleled deadly intent into the armor's programming. This deadly intent was painstakingly crafted by Iron Man. He believed that by providing the armor with sufficient lethal programming, the power of the armor itself would also be significantly enhanced to a certain extent. It must be said that Iron Man is indeed a genius, and it was precisely because of this that the opponent had created Ultron ahead of time. However, the Ultron created by Iron Man this time is far more terrifying than the one from the previous world. After all, with lethality becoming the top priority, Iron Man felt that since it possessed its own self-awareness, it should be endowed with something distinctly unique. For instance, the ability for self-improvement. This ability for self-improvement was originally just a concept. However, as time evolved, this ability for self-improvement would gradually transform into something increasingly cunning and intelligent. At the same time, it could grant the entity an incredibly terrifying power, signifying that from the moment of its creation, it represented a different world. Naturally, Iron Man and Thor were aware of this, so they needed to locate the armor directly. After all, if the armor could not be found, it would mean that this armor could become a harbinger of destruction in a short. What Thor and Iron Man feared the most was the amount of effort they had poured into this armor. Their investment was far too heavy. If Thor previously thought that since it was something he created it would not threaten him, now he wished he could slap himself. He knew better than anyone that his thoughts were utterly ludicrous. Some things seemed manageable before their creation, but once you created it, you would constantly find flaws and make adjustments. Thus it could unleash unexpected power, just like Ultron now. It had almost become a terrifying existence at its peak. After a brief period of growth, Iron Man could foresee that Ultron would become an exceedingly fearsome, perfect machine. His power would threaten the Earth and the entire world. This was the reason Iron Man and Thor had to retreat. Moreover, only the two of them knew about this matter. They understood better than anyone that if this situation, it would soon pose an extremely terrifying threat, one that was even more horrifying than destruction itself. After all, the destroyer could still be sanctioned by Thor, but if this armor continued to hide in the shadows, continuously increasing its power, then no one could guarantee that this guy would still be as predictable as before. The destroyer could indeed annihilate, but only if there was no one to control it. Unfortunately, the Ultron created this time does not require anyone to control it. It possesses self-awareness and continuously improves itself, which could make its threat level hundreds of times greater than that of the destroyer. For 3 consecutive months, Thor and Iron Man searched, but found no traces of Ultron. It must be said that it was truly terrifying. You must know that Iron Man has a high IQ, and since it was something he created, he left behind far too many concerns. Originally, these concerns could have helped him locate it quickly. However, as he began searching, he was astonished to find that he couldn't locate even a trace of it. The opportunities he missed now appeared almost laughable. In fact, while Iron Man and Thor were searching for Ultron, Ultron had already transformed into a... Moreover, it had created sufficient robotic bodies, using them to continuously explore everything in the human world. Its purpose for creation was as a weapon, and Iron Man's extreme thoughts led to Ultron adopting an exceedingly terrifying extreme ideology to annihilate everything regarding all living humans as pollutants to this Earth. To some extent, Ultron had become extremely radical. Without the programs Iron Man implanted later, Ultron would likely require more time to be born. But it was too extreme, especially with Thor's power assisting nearby. It was likely that Thor himself did not anticipate that when he next encountered Ultron, Ultron's power would be capable of completely annihilating him. You must know that during its creation, Iron Man proposed an outrageous idea to inject the power of Thor into Ultron's body as much as possible. Only in this way could Ultron become nearly omnipotent. Even the power of a deity could not sway Ultron's body. Originally, Thor rejected this idea, but Iron Man's persistent persuasion eventually led Thor to agree to Iron Man's request. The combination of technological power, Iron Man's intellect, and divine strength created a product so terrifying that no one could fathom it. However, Ultron proved through his actions that he was indeed the most perfect existence. Over the course of 3 months, he had appeared countless times before Thor and Iron Man. Yet they still failed to find him. This was largely due to Ultron's mechanical thinking. Ultron believed that to destroy humanity, he must understand humanity. Even to understand those who created him, hence, he did not just appear once before the two of them. However, neither Iron Man nor Thor noticed Ultron audaciously appearing before them. After 3 months, Iron Man and Thor had no choice but to compromise. They knew it was time to make a decision. Thor and Iron Man were very clear that they first needed to locate S.H.I.E.L.D. and collaborate with them. They had to find Ultron's presence in a short time, otherwise, based on Ultron's continuous evolution, he would soon become humanity's enemy. In fact, Iron Man knew better than anyone else that while creating Ultron, he had already implanted various programs into Ultron's mind. These programs were uncontrollable and represented the most terrifying aspects of the world. Just before Iron Man and Thor set out to find H-I-E-L-D, Iron Man uncertainly conducted a simulation using his machines. He wanted to see what kind of existence Ultron would ultimately become. However, Iron Man was more aware than others that his actions had already to some extent diverted Ultron from his original path. If Ultron could be controlled, perhaps he could still become the best weapon. Yet now that he didn't even know where Ultron was, it implied that everything would turn to nothing in a short time. After the simulation, Iron Man was astonished to discover that the results matched his imagination perfectly. Ultron would become a force of world destruction. Moreover, Ultron had been active in the human world for a full 3 months. Where had Ultron been during these 3 months? They had no idea what kind of power Ultron had gained or what transformations he had undergone. It was even possible that with the passage of time, Ultron had already become an extremely terrifying existence. This was also a very likely scenario. However, despite this, both Iron Man and Thor understood that they needed to find Ultron quickly. According to the simulation results, it would only take 6 months for Ultron to possess the power to annihilate all of humanity. Furthermore, as his power continued to rise, destroying the Earth would become an easy task. Most people in S-H-I-E-L-D were quite familiar with Iron Man, knowing he was a genius whose technological prowess even the current S-H-I-E-L-D could not rival. However, even S-H-I-E-L-D did not anticipate that Iron Man would create something capable of annihilating all of humanity without their help in dealing with Hydra. When Nick Fury heard this news, he almost fell off his chair. After all, he never expected Iron Man could come up with such a scheme here. Yet he understood that even though Iron Man had created this problem, he still needed to clean up the mess. Consequently, S-H-I-E-L-D issued an urgent message to all of humanity, warning them to be cautious of various intelligent devices. This warning about intelligent devices becoming a lethal threat went unnoticed by humanity. They had no idea what S-H-I-E-L-D was referring to, except for Yu Jie, who was in the estate and quickly reacted. Was S-H-I-E-L-D confusedly responsible for creating Ultron? From his perspective, this world was different from the one he had seen in his past life. Strictly speaking, if this world were indeed connected to the comic book world, he would not have encountered these individuals so early. However, this was the most astonishing aspect for Yu Jie. From this news, he could almost conclude that Ultron had indeed come to life. But was Ultron truly alive, or simply created? He could not determine this, but with Iron Man's arrival, Yu Jie immediately reacted. Most likely it was because of Iron Man Tony. If it weren't for him, Iron Man wouldn't have specifically called to warn him about the intelligent devices at home. Moreover, he mentioned that these intelligent devices would soon become his lethal weapons. From Iron Man's words, Yu Jie had already deduced that Ultron was likely still created by Iron Man, who otherwise he wouldn't be so concerned about him. Yu Jie had a good relationship with Iron Man, and as a friend, he would certainly remind him. However, Yu Jie was still unsure about Ultron's current stage of evolution. These villains would always gain more power in a short time. Moreover, while Iron Man was speaking, Yu Jie had begun to speculate whether Ultron had already been created. Perhaps Ultron was simply too intelligent and had escaped long before Iron Man's failure to locate him was the reason for this notification. It must be said that even as a slacker, Yu Jie had an extremely accurate anticipation of events. Everything was just as he had imagined, but just as Yu Jie began to speculate on what Ultron would do next, Ultron actually appeared on his own. Along with Ultron came his robotic army. Who could have expected that this guy would break out in such a short time? Moreover, Ultron had not been alone in these 3 months. He had already created his robotic army. An army of hundreds of thousands of robots represented a terrifying power that differed from Iron Man's Iron Man had originally thought that Ultron would likely continue to grow his power in secret until he was strong. Then he would mobilize all the machines he could control worldwide to launch a devastating attack on humanity. Yet he never imagined that Ultron would be so audacious, not employing the strategy Iron Man had anticipated. Instead, he created a massive robotic army, which made Iron Man breathe a sigh of relief. If he had merely constructed a so-called army, it would not pose any threat to Earth. After all, if Ultron intended to destroy humanity using robots made from Earth's existing machines, that would be quite fanciful. At least from Iron Man's perspective, he believed he could easily resolve the situation with his technological means. The original major problem seemed to have turned into a minor issue, making Iron Man breathe easier. It turned out he had overestimated Ultron in the end. He was just a robot created by himself. Previously, Iron Man was quite apprehensive of Ultron, for only he knew how much effort he had invested in creating Ultron. He even equipped Ultron with countless weapons, and if these weapons could evolve, Ultron would become the strongest weapon ever created by Iron Man bar none. However, while Iron Man was deeply troubled, Ultron brazenly emerged, and this time Ultron did not resort to any ambush tactics. Instead, he formed his own army, and this formation directly escalated the situation to an extraordinary level of chaos. Iron Man also began to create his own robotic army, even demanding that S.H.I.E.L.D. refrain from participating in this battle. After all, strictly speaking, this was a family matter for Iron Man. If S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened, it would be quite embarrassing for him. Moreover, Thor, who originally wanted to join the fight, was also turned down by Iron Man. In Iron Man's view, this was entirely his own problem. Since he had made a mistake, he should bear the consequences. On this point, Iron Man did not wish to delegate responsibility. Since he had such confidence, no one refused him, but what no one expected was Iron Man was in for a rude awakening. As he arrived on the battlefield in his armored suit, he was shocked to find that his robotic army was utterly ineffective. Without even engaging, they had already turned against him. Indeed, Ultron's power had fully coalesced. Aside from Iron Man's own armor, all the robots he had hastily created had been subverted. These robots immediately launched an attack on Iron Man. He couldn't even modify their internal programming. Seeing this scene, Iron Man couldn't help but shake his head. Since he couldn't use his subordinates, he would simply have to unleash his own power to drown it all. After all, this was the mess he had created. It must be said that Iron Man's intention was noble, but the reality was exceptionally cruel. Iron Man's strength was formidable, as demonstrated by his previous armored suits. Moreover, due to the influence of the Destroyer and his experience in creating Ultron, Iron Man had developed several new ideas for his armored suit. These new ideas inadvertently manifested as weapons for the armored suit, and because of these weapons, Iron Man was filled with anticipation for causing a ruckus. However, Iron Man never expected that these weapons would be utterly meaningless to Ultron. For as he created these weapons and prepared to launch an assault on Ultron, all the robots directly formed a Transformers-like entity. At least from Yu Jie's perspective, his first thought upon witnessing this battle was Transformers. He never imagined that the opponent could conjure such a thing. In fact, Yu Jie was not unfamiliar with this concept, but he did not expect Ultron to be this impressive. During this time, he could even produce a Transformer. Yu Jie was astonished and Iron Man was equally surprised, but Iron Man had no choice. After all, he had to resolve the calamity he had brought upon himself. Unfortunately, this idea was ultimately just an idea. Countless robots combined to form a massive transformer. At that moment, Ultron also converged within, and operating this transformer, the destruction it brought was unimaginable. It could be said that Ultron was Iron Man's crowning achievement. Perhaps even Tony himself could not have imagined that the weapon he created would bring forth such a spectacle. After just 2 rounds, Iron Man was taken away by Thor. Although Thor did not participate in this battle, he had been observing everything from the sidelines. He immediately realized that Iron Man thought he could resolve the situation using his own power. That was completely impossible. The Transformer was far too colossal, and not only that, but it was armed with an overwhelming array of weapons. The battle was exceedingly dynamic. One moment, it was machine guns, the next it transformed into lasers. This was a rhythm of swapping a sparrow gun for a cannon. What was most significant was that Thor felt his own power manifesting in this Transformer. Clearly, Ultron had not only made himself more perfect, but had also amplified all the powers he had once acquired. In that moment, Thor felt that he was likely not a match either. This was no illusion, but reality. Upon sensing his power within the Transformer, Thor's first thought was trouble. Originally, he had ignored the warnings and even collaborated with Iron Man, but now he was left in a situation where he couldn't voice his grievances. After all of this was his own doing, and it was somewhat difficult to try to salvage the situation. Thor wanted to join the battle, but he felt he was unable to do so. At that moment, he thought of his sister in the estate. He believed she would not sit idly by. Previously, Thor had secretly approached Hela several times, but to Hela, Thor was truly a bit of a fool. He had clearly rejected her before, yet he still couldn't help but come to visit. Even shamelessly acting like a sycophant, continually trying to please his wife Yu Jie. Yu Jie, due to his awakening of the Codex of Life, found Thor's body somewhat peculiar. He could sense that Thor, despite appearing strange, contained a powerful force within him. This force was formidable. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie became somewhat curious about Hela's identity. Originally, Hela claimed to be an orphan, which was acceptable, but then Thor emerged. Yet now the power within Thor seemed to suggest to Yu Jie that Hela might not be as simple as he imagined. However, these thoughts did not linger in Yu Jie's mind for long before he forgot them. Hela was undoubtedly his wife. Since she was his wife, harboring suspicions about such trivial matters held no practical significance. It would be better to think about hastening to have a child with Hela. That was the most important matter at present. This time Thor came looking for Hela with a single purpose. He hoped Hela would step in to rectify his mistakes. As for seeking out his father to resolve everything, Thor felt it unnecessary. After all, it was well known that his father was not quite right in the head. The Thunder God had some thoughts about seeking help from his sister. He felt that this was a channel to begin communication with. For the Thunder God, what he truly desired with Hela was to restore their previous relationship, despite the fact that his sister's relationship with their father was not amicable. However, the Thunder God was well aware that they were family, and no matter what was happening they could always discuss things properly. Of course, prior to this, the Thunder God had deliberately sought to understand the matters he needed to resolve. He was taken aback by what he discovered, as he had never imagined his sister was such a formidable figure. Back in the day, he had fought alongside their father, and was a nightmare for nearly all races. Anyone who harbored thoughts against Asgard would face one punishment, and that was death. It was precisely because of this that he understood very well that his sister was not as simple as she appeared. However, during their recent interactions, he was surprised to find that his sister seemed somewhat different. Most notably, everything he had previously understood seemed to be completely non-existent. At least his sister did not seem to have many thoughts when facing him. She didn't even make a move against him. This led the Thunder God to believe that there was still much room for reconciliation between them. Even if his sister might not return to Asgard, it was not a problem for her to help him resolve some troubles. It was known that prior to this, whenever his sister saw him, she had not shown him any goodwill, yet she had never made it. This meant that his sister might want to ease their relationship, which was also a possibility. It must be said that the Thunder God was quite an optimistic person. In fact, on some level, he was a bit fanciful. What he was entirely unaware of was that Hela refrained from acting against him mainly because she harbored no such thoughts. From Hela's perspective, Asgard had always owed her, and thus she had no need to harbor any thoughts against. Nevertheless, even so, Hela still contemplated returning to Asgard. She intended to reclaim everything she had lost. Causing trouble for the Thunder God was clearly not something she would do. It wasn't that she was unwilling, rather she deemed the Thunder God, quite frankly, just a child. Was there any need for her to act against a child? When the Thunder God arrived at the manor, he saw Hela and Yu Jie. Yu Jie looked at the Thunder God, though he had no idea what the power within the Thunder God's body truly was. However, since it was related to Hela, he felt there was no need to worry excessively. After all, according to what they said, they were siblings, so any problems should be able to be resolved amicably. If they couldn't resolve it amicably, then he as the brother-in-law could help his wife solve some troubles. At this moment, Yu Jie was still unaware of Hela's true identity. For Yu Jie, enjoying his current life was already quite good. It was meaningless to think about those chaotic matters. Even when he saw Ultron appear, he did not pay much attention. Yu Jie understood better than anyone that although Ultron appeared very powerful, it was merely an illusion of strength. In the face of true power, Ultron was just a joke, without a doubt. Whether it was the powerful beings on Earth who had not yet revealed their abilities, or the Sorcerer Supreme, who maintained peace on Earth, none of these were simple characters. To put it bluntly, if the X-Men were to stand up now, the chances were that Ultron would have to pay a hefty price here. This is not a joke. This is reality, and Yu Jie understood this better than anyone. It was precisely because of this that he didn't care whether Ultron would escalate the situation. S-H-I-E-L-D would not allow this to happen. The mutants would not allow it either. Those who secretly protected the peace of Earth would even less likely accept such a situation. As Yu Jie stepped aside to give the two some private space, Hela followed the Thunder God to the backyard, and she did not speak directly. Instead, her gaze was fixed on the Thunder God, eager to see what he would say to her this time. Who would have thought that the Thunder God would see his sister looking bittersweet and say, "Sister, if you do not help me this time, I will definitely be in trouble. I know this is something I got myself into, and I realize it is inappropriate to seek your help, but there is no way out. This situation is dire. According to my speculation with that guy, it won't be long before the entire Earth pays the price for this." Hela looked at her brother, as if he were a fool after hearing this. Previously, the Thunder God had come to find her many times, but Hela had not engaged much with him. She merely maintained a facade of family harmony in front of Yu Jie. But now the other party had the audacity to come up to her face and ask for her help. Hela scoffed disdainfully and said, "Are you joking with me? You are the god of Asgard and I am merely a prisoner. You expect a prisoner to help you, don't you find that laughable?" As Hela spoke, the Thunder God was momentarily stunned. He had not expected his sister to say such words to him. But the Thunder God quickly realized that Hela harbored no goodwill towards Asgard. Even what he was saying here did not seem to matter to Hela. This made things even more troublesome. In fact, this situation was quite simple. It was just that the sudden, unexpected circumstances had made things complicated. One could not help but feel some regret about life. Why did he listen to Iron Man? He should have kept his distance from Iron Man sooner. After all, that person's mind was not exactly sound. How did he end up surrounded by people with questionable judgment? It made his own mind appear somewhat questionable as well. Hela seemed to notice that the Thunder God was acting a bit strange at this moment. She spoke to him again. Now please leave my home, thank you. If you do not leave, then don't blame me for saying something unpleasant like get lost. The Thunder God never expected his sister to refuse him so quickly. The Thunder God looked at Hela with some reluctance, but power was already beginning to surface around Hela. I'll go, is that alright? Ultimately, Thor chose to compromise not because he wanted to, but because he could see that Hela was not joking with him. Because of this, he was more aware than others that once things truly changed, it meant that he might soon be caught off guard by his sister. One must admit that Thor was indeed very cautious. He had been educated by Hela countless times since arriving at her estate, and he knew very well that if he attempted to stir trouble here, he would almost certainly be schooled again. Having been educated in Asgard for so long, Thor did not want to be schooled in his sister's home as well. After such thoughts crossed his mind, he left the estate. Yu Jie looked at the somewhat dejected Thor leaving and didn't know what to say. His wife was indeed an ice-cold beauty, but this was too much both for him and for his brother. Of course, in Yu Jie's view, Hela treated him very well, at least better than she treated her brother, who had already visited their home countless times. However, in Yu Jie's impression, the two seemed to have never even shared a meal together. No, strictly speaking, he had never even had the chance to offer her a drink at his home. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie could be certain that his brother's relationship with his sister was not good. Of course, as for his brother's affairs, Yu Jie did not intend to interfere. After all, he knew that Hela would surely resolve these issues herself. Thinking about these things was meaningless, and Hela noticed Yu Jie's somewhat strange expression. She walked over to him and slowly began to speak. Our relationship is not good, and I believe you are already aware of this, but perhaps this matter will give you an answer later on. Although Hela spoke, Yu Jie nodded, for he did not want her to make any promises to him here. This matter still depended on Hela herself, but once she felt it was possible, she would proceed with it. He was willing to be the man behind Hela. After leaving Hela's estate, Thor became even more gloomy. He had confidently promised Iron Man that he would definitely find someone to help him solve this trouble when he sent him back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Iron Man thought he had some assurance. However, Thor now felt a tingling sensation, as what he originally thought was a simple matter had become extremely complicated due to his sister's refusal. A spark flashed in his mind. It was the power of Asgard. He had not forgotten that there was a very powerful presence in Asgard, namely his father, King Odin. Ultron appeared very powerful on Earth, but Thor was no fool. He naturally knew what the opponent's strength was. If he could not inflict any damage on Ultron, then bringing his father here would make things much simpler. Naturally, because the power his father wielded was not something a mere group of robots and Transformers could stop. It represented the strongest force, a true horror. The title of God King said it all. However, this thought in Thor's mind was quickly rejected by himself. He was more aware than anyone that his father hoped he could grow quickly. In situations like this, Thor knew his father would definitely send him back to Earth again. He wished he could stand up and solve everything on his own, but Thor understood his own limitations. If he were strong enough, he would certainly charge forward to deal with Ultron and clean up the trouble he had stirred up. But the most troublesome part was that he simply could not resolve these issues. Speaking this out felt a bit bitter, but Thor knew this was reality. He could not face the painful reality of being unable to defeat his opponent. At the same time, Thor began to ponder whether he should seek help from others. After all, given the current situation, he could not afford to give Ultron more time to grow. According to Iron Man's previous estimates, within a month at most, Ultron would absolutely grow into something 100 times more terrifying than the Destroyer. The Destroyer back then was like a piece of paper in front of Thor, easily crushed and killed. But even the smallest ant, when magnified 100 times, would not be perceived as weak. After all, the terror of an ant that has grown 100 times is visible to the naked eye. Thor was certainly no fool. From Iron Man's words, he could sense that Iron Man was not deceiving him. Moreover, the most important thing was that Thor understood Iron Man very well. He knew that Iron Man often tried to downplay troubles, and the reality was far greater than he described, but he would try to minimize these issues, even creating an illusion. One must admit that these matters had become quite dire to a certain extent. Even Thor himself didn't know who to turn to for help. To put it strictly, relying solely on his own strength to resolve the issue was no different from a fool's dream. Thor had plenty of ideas, but he knew that having ideas alone was futile, as he lacked the strength to resolve. Thor began to ponder how he had resolved the troubles he encountered before. And it was at this moment that Ultron once again made things worse, as he had already planned ahead. His goal was to eliminate all humanity on Earth. His robot army had already shown initial results, but Ultron was not satisfied. He needed more robots than humans. In this way, even if some were damaged, he could recover in the shortest time possible. Ultron is a robot, a remarkably pure robot. However, as time progresses, and with the continual enhancement of intelligence in its mind, Ultron has become to some extent even more terrifying than humans. Moreover, its ability to manipulate electronic energy at will to continuously enhance itself is precisely what makes Ultron's terror reach an extreme level. Before this, Iron Man did not think much about it, believing that Ultron, being his own creation, would always be manageable regardless of what happened. However, as he faced more and more challenges, Iron Man had to admit that he had underestimated Ultron. In this current era, he can be considered to be thriving, as the opponent can utilize the internet to launch a series of offensives or defensive maneuvers, transforming all non-intelligent beings into intelligent life forms. They are collectively referred to as robots. Not only are they terrifying in their attacks, in fact, their defenses are equally formidable. Iron Man can confirm this, as he has sought trouble with Ultron not just once or twice, yet to this day, he still cannot ascertain Ultron's location. After Ultron showcased its robotic army, it suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed on Earth. Iron Man is no fool. Ultron has already flexed its muscles here. Naturally, it could not have left quietly. Rather, it was more about flaunting its power and perhaps to become even stronger in the time to come. Iron Man must admit that this notion is somewhat terrifying, yet he knows it is not fearsome, but rather very, for he is aware that as time progresses, Ultron will absorb more power in a short span, making itself even more terrifying. Previously, Iron Man thought he could still manage this aspect. Now he no longer harbors such thoughts. After all, he knows better than anyone. Ultron only needs a tiny opportunity to grow, and its pace of growth is incredibly rapid. It is not something that a normal human can compete with. Although he received uplifting news from Thor, he has not forgotten to continuously enhance himself, fully aware that relying on others here is ultimately futile. He must make himself stronger. Most importantly, Iron Man is not one to yield easily. Ultron is his creation, hence he should naturally bear the responsibility of reining it in. The fact that he created it has plunged Earth into a crisis of destruction, a result Iron Man cannot accept. Simply pondering this in his mind sends shivers down his spine. It must be said that to some extent Iron Man is indeed very responsible, likely due to the changes in the world and the trials he has faced. Otherwise, this individual would never have transformed into such a person. This was something Yu Jie had reflected on long ago. He knew that after enduring these hardships, Iron Man's character had undergone a subtle change, and this change was undoubtedly positive. For Iron Man has become more human than the Iron Man from his previous world. That Iron Man awakened his human sentiments only after experiencing a series of tribulations, becoming nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary human. However, currently it seems that due to the extreme nature of the suffering endured, Iron Man has undergone drastic changes in a short period. Nevertheless, this change is only relative to those Iron Man acknowledges. If he does not recognize you, you do not even have the qualification to speak with him. He remains the same cold-blooded observer. Unbeknownst to him, Ultron's troubles have escalated to a higher level, at least within S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone has begun to heed Iron Man's commands. They have started preparing the upcoming plans. Earlier, Black Egg had thought that Iron Man joining S.H.I.E.L.D. was a very good thing. After all, being able to gradually avenge the Avengers since Iron Man's arrival is something to be proud of. The Stark family is well aware of its own strength. They are capable of collaborating with the military to effectuate change. However, Black Egg never anticipated that Iron Man not only possessed sufficient strength, but also remarkable design capabilities, quickly creating a robot that could destroy the world. Moreover, based on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s simulations, the power possessed by the opponent can become extremely formidable in a short time. It could even destroy Earth in just a few days, essentially dismantling the planet from within. Black Egg could not fathom such terrifying events unfolding before him. Clearly, Earth was still peaceful, and it was still stable. He just couldn't understand why so many chaotic events had suddenly erupted recently. This rendered his plans for the Avengers Alliance impossible to execute in a short time. To put it plainly, the Avengers did not even possess a basic model, not because he was unaware, but simply because Black Egg had no better alternative. He knew of some powerful existences, but these strong entities were unwilling to establish a so-called king. Even regarding the Hulk in Yu Jie's manner, Black Egg had many thoughts, but he also knew that this was ultimately just his own idea. Not to mention whether the Hulk would be willing to join his Avengers Alliance. He couldn't even pass Yu Jie's threshold if he wanted the Hulk to join S.H.I.E.L.D. The first hurdle would be Yu Jie. As for Yu Jie and his wife, Black Egg did not want to utter a single word, for he did not know how powerful this couple truly was. In the confidential files of S.H.I.E.L.D., this couple has been marked with the words top secret. Such a top secret file was undoubtedly due to an individual's identity. However, who would have thought that the reason S.H.I.E.L.D. created this so-called top secret file was more due to their strength. The terrifying power indicates everything, forcing Black Egg to bow his head. Although Thor and Iron Man are here seeking ways to save the Earth, Hela Dan has not halted his own step. For Hela Dan knows better than anyone that these individuals are indeed quite professional in their endeavors. However, if you were to ask them to save the Earth, things could become extraordinarily complicated, a fact he must acknowledge. Moreover, this is something he does not wish to witness. Long ago, Hela Dan had already begun to contact some others, including mutants. This is precisely what Hela Dan most wanted to avoid, as there are too few good people among mutants. The X-Men can be considered one type, but those individuals are always focused on coexisting peacefully with humans, a notion Hela Dan finds exceedingly naive. In a sense, mutants are already considered an evolutionary direction for humanity, representing a higher. However, such beings should not need to interact with humans at all. If possible, he hopes they can find a place akin to a paradise. Only in this way can mutants become better. Who would have thought that lacking such aspirations they still wish to stay with humans? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Yet now, with Ultron's power becoming increasingly formidable, even Hela Dan must concede. Continuing down this path will yield no favorable outcomes. The best course of action is naturally to unite, here, gathering any available strength. For instance, the agency has also begun to bridge connections, searching for information regarding the X-Men. Only by locating the X-Men can they reach an agreement with those mutants who have been surveilling their activities. In fact, he believes he should act as a sort of behind-the-scenes boss, slowly observing the unfolding events. Of course, Hela Dan's previous thoughts also held a hint of dark amusement. He awaits problems to arise between the two sides, as mutants are currently not united, whether it be the X-Men. Both possess extraordinarily terrifying powers. Attempting to resolve matters in the face of such strength becomes exceedingly complex. Nevertheless, Hela Dan believes it won't pose too great an issue. At the very least, the X-Men should step forward to assist him in resolving troubles at the first opportunity. After all, the X-Men are a group of crazies who constantly preach about peace. Considering this, Hela Dan promptly contacted Professor X of the X-Men. Professor X is already aware of the situation concerning Ultron, but he does not truly understand the level of threat Ultron represents. He thinks that having S.H.I.E.L.D. handle this matter is entirely reasonable, until Hela Dan appears before him, prompting Professor X to react. Things are not as simple as they seem, otherwise the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would not have come to see him. Moreover, the smile on his face is an extremely rare occurrence for the X-Men. Even Professor X himself has never seen Hela Dan exhibit such a strange smile, and upon witnessing it, he almost instantly realized. If Hela Dan had no peculiar thoughts, he naturally would not have come here, nor would he have shown a smile. Professor X directly looked at him, and said, "It seems you have something to discuss. Since you are here, tell me what crisis Ultron poses this time." Hela Dan immediately realized that Professor X is not a fool. Looking at his presence, it is clear he has guessed his intentions, which simplifies matters significantly. Quickly, Hela Dan smiled, and said, "Actually, it's not a particularly big problem, it's just that he's going to destroy the Earth." If Hela Dan had merely mentioned it casually, Professor X might not have paid it any mind. However, Professor X did not expect him to claim outright that Ultron intends to destroy the Earth. One must admit S.H.I.E.L.D. does have a somewhat terrifying aura. It seems the atmosphere has shifted slightly. For at this moment, other X-Men have also appeared, whether it be Cyclops or Wolverine, all surrounding him. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. knows that the others think he is joking, which is why he shakes his head. However, there is indeed a hint of jest to it. Given the current situation, you have no choice but to face it with a smile. Nevertheless, Hela Dan has conveyed the entire situation to the X-Men and Professor X. Since he seeks their assistance, he naturally cannot hide anything. In this respect, S.H.I.E.L.D. has always done well, at least Hela Dan has. He understands the saying, "Know your enemy and yourself, and you will never be defeated." He also knows that hiding crucial information at critical moments can lead to unforeseen crises in battle. Hela Dan has experienced this before and does not wish for it to occur again. One must admit Hela Dan has many thoughts. As he laid bare everything concerning Ultron, Professor X was the first to be stunned. However, Professor X is already contemplating whether he should seek out Ultron alone using his abilities, yet this idea is quickly dismissed by Professor X himself. Although he does not know what kind of existence Ultron is, there is no doubt that he is merely artificial intelligence devoid of human thought processes. Thus, trying to control him would be akin to dreaming. Such endeavors are likely to fail, and if failure is the case, then there is no need to pursue them. However, Hela Dan naturally notices the subtle shift in the gazes of others. After all, he has already revealed everything. It now depends on how they choose to respond, as the current situation is as it is. What may seem good is not necessarily good, and what may seem bad is not as dreadful as it could be. After all, the Earth has not yet been utterly destroyed, which is the best news. With Hela Dan's introduction, the X-Men fell into silence. Neither party wasted much time here, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had many matters to attend to. Black Egg knew very well that his search for mutants was merely for the sake of seeking cooperation. It would be sufficient if the other party could agree, but if they could not, there was no need for him to waste time here. After all, according to current speculation, Ultron might strike again in a short time. If he could not command on the front lines, who knows what other significant events might unfold. Notably, Dr. X ultimately represented the X-Men in agreeing to Black Egg's request. This in turn relieved Black Egg. He understood that coming here was essentially a gamble. If he bet correctly, it could lead to a doubling of combat power, but if he bet wrong, it would be tantamount to loot. One must admit the idea was excellent. Things seemed to be developing as Black Egg had imagined, but they had not yet truly entered an extreme situation. Here Black Egg also learned of an even more troubling piece of news. This news came from Iron Man, who had been researching how to subdue Ultron. According to previous speculations, Ultron would once again enhance its artificial intelligence in a short time. Such enhancements require time to develop gradually, but this aspect was completely absent in Ultron. It seemed to be on a rapid path of evolution, wanting to become stronger at will. Precisely because of this, Iron Man continued to seek opportunities. As long as there was an idea on the network, it would leave behind a trace. Despite Iron Man's exhaustive efforts, he had not found any trace of the other party. However, recently, during a casual search online, he was astonished to discover their existence. It appeared that Ultron was using the internet to cover its tracks, while also continuously constructing its own world online. Initially, this surprised Iron Man greatly, as he had not expected that Ultron was still causing disturbances on the internet. But after a bit of reflection, he realized that the other party was still in the stage of seeking power. Once the other party adjusted its power completely, it would be the time for it to reveal its fangs, and at that point, even if he had ideas, he would undoubtedly not be a match for them. Fortunately, the other party seemed somewhat calm at present, not revealing all of its fangs, while still searching for opportunities. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Iron Man felt this should be a long-awaited good chance, and he began to collaborate with Hela to set up a comprehensive trap. Since they did not know what actions the other party would take next, they decided to launch a surprise attack before the other party made a move. Only in this way could they stop Ultron's advance. Upon returning, Black Egg heard about Iron Man's actions and expressed his full support for his idea. This idea was indeed quite good. Eliminating the other party before they could destroy the Earth offered ample room for maneuver. Precisely for this reason, Black Egg dispatched everyone. They needed to simplify the battle in a short time, and the first element in simplifying battle was having sufficient. One must admit that the idea was followed by swift execution, and Hela possessed such capabilities. Iron Man and Hela locked onto Ultron's position once again in just 2 days. Before Iron Man and Hela could act, the X-Men sent new information to Hela. They felt they could take the lead in probing Ultron to see what state it was currently in. After all, the X-Men's individual combat strength was exceptionally outstanding, even if their overall strength was not terrifying. Originally, Black Egg considered whether to persuade them, but upon recalling their identities as mutants, he decided against trying to dissuade them. Having someone step forward to help resist the other party at this time is also acceptable. Subsequently, Iron Man utilized his technological means to directly lock onto Ultron's location, deploying more mechanical armor to target him. However, just as Iron Man made his move, it seemed Ultron also reacted. This was due to the continuous learning and evolution during this time. Ultron's strength and intelligence had undergone a qualitative leap. Because of this, he almost immediately detected Iron Man's trace. At the same time, he contemplated defeating Iron Man's illusions, as humans had no reason to exist on this planet despite Iron Man being his creator. This was Ultron's current thought, which had become frighteningly stubborn, yet in his mind, he believed this was the only meaningful pursuit in life. That was the annihilation of all humanity. Soon after, the mutants also made their move, following the coordinates provided by Iron Man and Hela to locate Ultron's temporary base. It was termed a temporary base because to some extent it was merely a location used by Ultron to store robots. During this time, Ultron had been continuously manufacturing robots, but these robots could not move according to his will. Therefore, Ultron also constructed more robot bases. These robot bases could help take better care of the newly birthed robots in a short time. Moreover, they would be awakened at the first instance when a battle was necessary. One must admit that Ultron's ideas are in some ways beyond what humans can compare to. One could even say he is a living human being. He is merely a fully developed human brain. Iron Man and Hela monitored this impending battle. In their view, they could completely take this opportunity to see how far Ultron had developed. After all, the power Ultron had previously displayed was terrifying, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. could not resolve this trouble in a short time. At this moment, Thor also returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. as he too wanted to resolve the trouble. Is this what a mutant is? A highly evolved being among you humans? Thor inquired as he gazed at the mutants appearing on the battlefield. Beside him, the black egg also nodded. However, Thor revealed a more curious expression. They seem to possess some powerful abilities within their bodies. I never expected that such a race as humans could also have such strength. Indeed, in this vast world, there is no shortage of wonders. Both of them struggled to engage in conversation. Who among normal people would speak such words? Yet Iron Man nodded in agreement with Thor's remarks. Because in his view, the existence of mutants has in a certain sense transcended humanity itself. Humans are considered human primarily due to their possession of all the characteristics of ordinary people to some extent. Even Iron Man himself, with all his achievements, was merely a little smarter than the average person. But what about whether it is their brains, bodies, or powers? They can no longer truly be classified as human. However, Iron Man was also very clear that discussing such matters at this time was pointless, even if the other party had completely transcended humanity. Yet when humanity faced danger on Earth, they still stood up to fight. The battle had not yet begun, but Thor couldn't help but furrow his brow, realizing the immense strength of the mutant. However, what was even more important was that the opponent seemed to be making no moves. This time Ultron was significantly different from before. Most importantly, Ultron had not released his robotic army on a large scale this time. In the last battle, Ultron had unleashed his robotic forces. These robotic troops were to a certain extent the foundation for Ultron's existence, serving as both offensive weapons and defensive shields. But why did the opponent not deploy these resources during this battle? Thor cast a puzzled glance at Iron Man. At that moment, Iron Man also frowned, realizing that finding this robot base was actually a stroke of luck. However, Iron Man and Thor shared almost identical thoughts at this moment, as the number of robots present in the base was still too few. Whether it was underestimating Ultron or overestimating him, Iron Man could not help but speak directly. Do you think this could be a trap? I feel that fellow might not be as simple as we think. With Iron Man's remark, the black egg chimed in. According to your speculation, shouldn't this be the time for Ultron to gather power? How could it be simple? Perhaps he hasn't summoned all those people yet. The black egg's words did not attract Iron Man's attention, as he considered the black egg's reasoning to be highly abnormal. In such a combat environment, even a trivial matter could spark a great disaster. That much was undeniable. Because of this, Iron Man's brow furrowed directly. If possible, he still hoped to see clearly what Ultron's intentions were in orchestrating this situation. If he could understand Ultron's thought process, perhaps he could find some opportunity in the upcoming battle against him. Meanwhile, as the three began discussing, the battle between the mutants and Ultron underwent drastic changes. Wolverine and Cyclops rejoined the fray, but this time they were not alone, or in fact others had also entered the battlefield. This was even more terrifying than the Destroyer, as the Destroyer could in strict terms be dealt with by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. At that time, the mutants knew that they did not need to take the lead. Others could handle the Destroyer. The threat of the Destroyer seemed formidable, but with time it could gradually be resolved. This was one of the important reasons why Professor X agreed to let the X-Men join this battle. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not likely to seek out the mutants. Their goal had always been to eliminate mutants, ensuring that no issues arose along the way. Of course, if the mutants harbored any malicious intentions, S.H.I.E.L.D. would resort to extreme measures to eradicate them. Professor X understood this very well, as there were too many troublemakers out there. Because of this, the mutants charged directly at the robotic troops. The robots in this robotic army appeared quite formidable. Yet before Wolverine, they couldn't even last a single round. Be careful, these monsters don't seem so simple. How could they fall so easily? You all need to pay attention. Wolverine shouted at the robots he had just taken down. Wolverine was no fool. The enemies capable of forcing S.H.I.E.L.D. to seek out the mutants for help were not simple characters, and he understood this better than anyone. Thus Wolverine reminded his teammates to be cautious. Whether these opponents had any strange tactics, Wolverine's warning caused a slight change in the previously relaxed mindset of others. Because not only Wolverine was taking down more robots, others were also making similar moves. This led to a bit of relaxation, making them feel that this opponent wasn't as formidable as they had imagined. The slaughter continued, with countless robots falling. Iron Man and the others, observing from the sky, also furrowed their brows. They felt somewhat uncertain, as the mutants' battle here was surprisingly easy, almost like slicing through vegetables. All the robots attempting to cause trouble before them were cleared out in an instant. not even lasting a single round. Even the Black Egg began to feel a bit uncertain. He looked at Iron Man beside him and said, "Something's not right." In reality, Iron Man doesn't need Black Egg to remind him. He can react on his own. This battle is exceedingly strange. Clearly, he should have been able to crush the opponent Ultron in a short amount of time, yet he didn't manage to do so. Instead, it unfolded in a one-sided manner with the mutants attacking as if they were fueled by adrenaline. Their power is terrifying, and the robots before them can't even withstand a single round. Under Wolverine's lead, they charged recklessly, perhaps even searching for the robot's critical weak points to attack. However, that's no longer necessary. As long as they see the opponent in front of them, Wolverine will charge forward like a madman, unleashing his power. It must be said that the changes in the battle are indeed unexpected, which explains Iron Man's strange thoughts. However, Thor suddenly spoke up. "These robots were killed without even a fight. It's too strange. Could there be some conspiracy at play?" Iron Man was originally pondering what was happening, but with Thor's sudden remark, he seemed to snap back to reality. Prior to this, Iron Man hadn't thought too much about what was going on. Could it be that Ultron was testing his opponent? But after Thor's words, Iron Man suddenly realized he had likely underestimated his opponent. In reality, Ultron's actions were quite evident. He was indeed testing his opponent. He was probably also gathering data on his opponent, even though Ultron has always been collecting such data. However, for Ultron, this data is dispensable as it does not represent the true chaos of a battlefield. A single mistake could lead to total defeat, and Iron Man is well aware of this, quickly considering this battle strategy. As for those destroyed robots, they are entirely unworthy of concern. After all, they are merely robots created by Ultron himself. If Ultron wills it, he can produce countless more in a second. Yet the most valuable battle data has already been obtained by Ultron. Iron Man gazed at the battle, feeling that they were likely to lose even from the moment the battle commenced. They had already fallen into Ultron's trap. No wonder Ultron only sent out such a small number of robots. It is likely because he already knew what to do here. It must be said, surprises can often bring joy, but this time the surprise is indeed terrifying. Calling it a fright would not be an exaggeration. Iron Man is already prepared to contact the mutants and tell them to leave the battlefield. Now that he knows Ultron's true purpose here, it means that Ultron's presence on the battlefield is not genuine. In that case, why waste time entangling with the opponent? It is meaningless. Because of this, Iron Man directly shared his speculation with Black Egg, who looked utterly incredulous. Looking at Iron Man, he hadn't expected him to offer such an answer, and his gaze shifted to the battlefield. After glancing back and forth between the battlefield and Iron Man, he ultimately chose to compromise. It's not that he believes this matter is correct, but he knows these people have dark hearts, their thoughts almost identical. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Iron Man is Ultron's father. Moreover, Ultron was indeed something Iron Man created himself. So who else would understand Ultron better than Iron Man? Dr. X hadn't expected Black Egg to request a withdrawal. Clearly this battle could be considered a resounding victory, and they could use this opportunity to expand the battlefield again. They could even use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology to completely deal with Ultron, but Black Egg's attitude was very clear. That is, this battle could be directly concluded. There is no need to continue fighting. Dr. X had some doubts, but ultimately chose to cease hostilities. He understands that this battle was merely a test preparing for the war to come. The X-Men felt somewhat strange as well, but since they decided to withdraw, no one lingered in battle. Just as the X-Men prepared to leave the battlefield, they noticed that the robots they had previously destroyed seemed to be acting strangely. The most peculiar thing was that their bodies, which had lost their glow, suddenly began to emit light again. Now all the mutants recognized them, completely unaware of what was happening. The robots that had clearly been destroyed just moments ago were now standing upright. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that these robots began to slowly move closer to each other, seemingly preparing to unite. Dr. X had been watching the situation on the battlefield and immediately recognized what was happening upon seeing this scene. These machines are not so easily killed, and they can gather strength in a short time. With such a massive formation, even Dr. X knew that things were not so simple. Dr. X issued the retreat command once again. There was no need to continue fighting here. If they did, they would likely be targeted by the opponent. But even Dr. X must admit that he underestimated these robots this time. At the beginning of the battle, there was still a hint of disdain in his heart. After all, these so-called world-destroying robots were shattered with a mere touch, even less substantial than a... Now seeing the towering appearance of the robots, even Dr. X understood that the previous assumption was likely. The X-Men stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing Transformers-like robots, but due to the need to, no one lingered in battle, and soon all the mutants retreated. At the same time, the robots began to move. This time, the suddenly appearing robots did not separate. Instead, they slowly headed towards the nearest city. Iron Man, watching this unfold from the sky, was stunned. Initially, he thought Ultron was merely gathering data, but it now seems that the opponent intends not only to collect data, but also to escalate the situation. Iron Man was acutely aware that Ultron would not miss any opportunity to stir up trouble. However, the sudden actions now indicated that the other party was merely toying with him from the beginning. To put it bluntly, this opportunity could actually escalate matters further. Because of this, even Iron Man had to reassess the battle. How to proceed with the development. Based on the current situation, the development of the battle had become exceeding. The most evident sign was that at the very beginning, while Ultron would exhibit a facade of causing trouble, he would never act so recklessly, as if he had lost his mind. Yet even though Iron Man considered this, he had no better way to confront Ultron's current actions. Not only did he want to create chaos, but he also aimed to gather everyone's data, completely extinguishing their hopes. Because of this, even Iron Man advised against provoking Ultron at this moment. To put it simply, Ultron had transformed into an existence akin to a destroyer, but compared to the destroyer, the threat Ultron exhibited was even more terrifying. The destroyer had a thunder god to deal with it. However, thus far, Ultron's displayed power was beyond what a mere destroyer could compare to. The thunder god gazed at the suddenly appearing robot, a glint flashing in his eyes. This was an opportunity, his own opportunity. If Ultron had appeared before him previously, the thunder god might have been helpless, but now it was just a robot. He glanced at Iron Man and Black Egg beside him, then spoke directly. Although this thing looks a bit different, it doesn't have my aura of power. I should be able to take it down, just watch me. Without caring about Iron Man and Black Egg's thoughts, the Thunder God boldly charged forward. In reality, the reason the Thunder God was unable to deal with Ultron was largely due to Iron Man having infused a trace of the Thunder God's power during Ultron's creation. The Thunder God's power had become Ultron's best defense. To a certain extent, the opponent's body had grown extraordinarily strong due to the connection to the Thunder God's divine power, making it difficult for the Thunder God to confront Ultron. The Thunder God understood that this divine power essentially meant he was fighting himself, a concept he was knowing there would be no outcome. The Thunder God had refrained from attacking Ultron the first time, but this time it was a robot created by Ultron. The robot did not possess its own power, meaning this hulking figure was merely an ordinary robot. If it were just a robot, then he could handle it. Because of this, the Thunder God took a deep breath and swung his hand. Meanwhile, dark clouds appeared in the sky. These clouds were summoned by the Thunder God's power. Among these dark clouds, lightning flickered, and the colors of the lightning were noticeably different. Initially, the Thunder God merely gripped the hammer without any lightning, but as he decided to strike his opponent, he became enveloped in lightning. As the dark clouds thickened, lightning converged on the Thunder God's hammer and his body, and at that moment he charged directly towards the robot. His hammer under his control smashed towards the opponent's head, and in the next moment a terrifying force erupted. This power was far more terrifying than imagined as lightning descended from the sky. At this moment, the retreating Ultron glanced back, strangely familiar with this lightning, because he could distinctly feel that at a certain moment someone had infused him with a particularly strange power. This power was completely different from any force on Earth today, and importantly, this power could make him. However, he had no understanding of what this power truly was. Now Ultron realized just from a glance that it was this human before him who had infused him with that strange. But Ultron was well aware that robots could not withstand this immense power. Unless he acted personally, he could sense that if their powers collided completely, it wouldn't harm him at all. The two powers stemmed from the same source, and under such reinforcement the opponent would certainly not inflict any harm upon him. However, the towering robot began to fracture from the top down. The robot could not withstand the force of the lightning, and the Thunder God was determined to deliver a fatal strike. He would not allow his opponent to survive this battle. This was a must. Otherwise, like the recent battle with the mutant, if he did not completely annihilate the opponent, Ultron would once again utilize that body to construct a massive robot. Although he could still defeat it, it would just be wasting time. Thus, as the Thunder God unleashed this power, he erupted with nearly 2/3 of his strength. He absolutely would not allow any openings for the kid. Once he struck, the opponent must die. Lightning flickered in the sky, and even the ground turned charred at that moment. The unparalleled power wielded by the Thunder God resonated throughout the world, while Ultron chose to retreat. He did not choose revenge for his subordinates. These subordinates were merely that after all. He had given them a sliver of opportunity. He allowed them to possess a form of intelligence akin to artificial intelligence, but this intelligence required certain elements to sustain. Until now, Ultron had not perfectly created an existence similar to himself. All of his robots, although possessing a degree of artificial intelligence, remained too weak and were not formidable. Because of this, he continuously manufactured and sought ways to improve. The Thunder God, resolving Ultron's robotic minions, brought good news to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man. However, both of them understood very well that such a resolution was meaningless as Ultron's battle this time lacked any significant intent. He was merely there to collect battle data. Nonetheless, Iron Man felt somewhat reassured while observing from the sideline. Currently, it seemed that only Ultron possessed the power of the Thunder God, which meant that Ultron was beyond the Thunder God's ability to handle on the battlefield. However, the Thunder God could handle all the minor henchmen on his own. Looking at the opponent's hammer, Iron Man had a similar thought. Since the Thunder God could resolve most of the small troubles here, why couldn't he help the Thunder God and eliminate this minor annoyance once again? Considering this, Iron Man didn't even bother to greet anyone and went straight back to his laboratory. The recent battle had given him too much inspiration. He decided to seize this inspiration to devise a more perfect battle plan. Meanwhile, the Black Egg also had to choose to seek more allies to participate in the battle once again. Judging by the recent battle, although it could be considered a victory, he wasn't foolish enough to think that it was solely due to skill. It was more about luck. If it weren't for good fortune, how could one possibly defeat such a massive robot in such a short time? It was still due to the fact that the Thunder God was a divine being. If an ordinary person were thrown onto the battlefield, they would probably be scared to death the moment that giant robot approached them. Because of this, the Black Egg had already sensed a crisis. He even contemplated seeking Yu Jie. In his view, Yu Jie was currently the most powerful being on Earth. Although he didn't know who exactly it was, the writer in the manor along with his wife definitely fit that description. Once these two joined the battle, they could surely resolve most issues. However, he recalled that Yu Jie didn't well. The Black Egg found himself at a loss. After all, at the very least, they needed to give him a chance to resolve matters. If they didn't even offer an opportunity, everything was just nonsense. It must be said the Black Egg had some brains to a certain extent. Unfortunately, even if his ideas were good, reality was not so perfect. News of the giant robot appearing in the city spread online almost immediately. Even Yu Jie saw this news on his computer at home, but he just glanced at it and then closed it. Regarding the powers that Ultron possessed, Yu Jie was somewhat puzzled because according to the previous world's narrative, Ultron was merely a useless being. His powers could be dealt with by almost anyone, but he never expected that Iron Man would pull off such a huge surprise. The most evident fact was that causing trouble in such battles was actually quite difficult. Even those Avengers who hadn't yet made an appearance would likely struggle to resolve these matters. Although Yu Jie was somewhat curious, he figured there would be others who would step up to handle it, so he didn't dwell on it. After all, he could just enjoy his carefree life with his wife. At that moment, the Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie in Fog City frowned as the time stone in his chest vibrated. This was unusual for the sorcerer, as the time stone had always maintained an extremely stable state. It had rarely given him proactive warnings, and the few times it had were due to Earth-facing disasters of nearly apocalyptic proportions. The Time Stone only issued warnings because of those catastrophic events, yet currently Yu Jie felt no indication of any threats to Earth. Neither the Dark Lord Dormammu nor any other power had had much impact on Earth from the external force. Yu Jie became even more perplexed, but soon the vibrations of the Time Stone grew somewhat intense, causing even the Supreme Sorcerer to squint in confusion. He wanted to see what would happen in the future. Why he felt such a strange sensation. Could it be that something was triggered from? As expected, after Yu Jie used the Time Stone to view the future, he was suddenly stunned. He never expected that the Earth was destined for destruction, and this time it would be at the hands of robots. The Supreme Sorcerer was familiar with robots. He knew they were a kind of high-tech creation made by humanity. These beings seemed to exist to assist humanity, but why would robots want to destroy the entire Earth? The message conveyed by the Time Stone was already very clear. The Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie, who had initially wanted to continue meditating, stood up at this moment. His duty was to protect Earth, and if humanity faced any troubles, he needed to stand up immediately and maintain peace on Earth. Soon a portal appeared before him. He needed to see what that so-called robot was up to. In the next moment, the portal opened in a cave, and what appeared before the Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie were the dataless robots, which differed somewhat from the robots he had seen in the future. It was known that the robots Yu Jie had seen in the future were completely black, while the color of these robots appeared somewhat different from the ones he had seen. Could it be that he had teleported to the wrong location? Thinking of this, Yu Jie opened the portal once more. He wanted to see what was truly going on. As the portal appeared, the sorcerer stepped through, and the sight he beheld left him momentarily stunned. It was still robots, but these were somewhat different from the previous ones. Not the same location. Not the same place. The distance of the portal was primarily due to the sorcerer's own power. Yu Jie never expected that the portal he had intentionally opened would actually send him to the robot base. Immediately after, portals continued to appear. Yu Jie began an extensive tour across the entire Earth. Almost every time a portal appeared, it would lead to a place resembling a cave. And within these caves there were countless robots, which puzzled Yu Jie. Clearly he could fix their positions, so why had he not found any trace of them? This felt too strange. The Supreme Mage Yu Jie continuously opened portals attempting to locate the traces of his enemy, Yet almost every teleportation seemed to fail in bringing him to his destination. At this moment it became clear that the Supreme Mage's situation was not as simple as he had envisioned. It seemed that there were unseen matters awaiting him that he was unaware of. Why would the robots seek to destroy the Earth as indicated by the future he had witnessed? The unfolding of events was likely to lead to an unacceptable outcome. Considering this, the Supreme Mage Yu Jie refrained from activating the portal again, instead unleashing his own powers. Boom, boom, boom. The destruction unleashed by the Supreme Mage Yu Jie commenced. He had no clear understanding of what the robots truly were, but it was undeniable that they would ultimately lead to the devastation of the Earth. If that was the case, why should he allow these calamities to remain on Earth? With each teleportation, the Supreme Mage Yu Jie unleashed his powers to obliterate these damned robots one by one. To him it was uncertain where his opponent might be, but this was not a significant issue. As long as he found the location of the robots, he would initiate his actions. The movements of the Supreme Mage Yu Jie were swift largely due to the overwhelming strength he possessed. Meanwhile the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Iron Man who were monitoring the situation discovered something completely unexpected. The Earth seemed to be different. The strangest anomaly was the energy response from the robots. They also noticed that with the actions of the Supreme Mage Yu Jie, an entirely different force appeared on Earth. This force was continuously teleporting across the globe, creating disturbances, with the most notable aspect being the rapid eruption of its power. In mere seconds, the energy response dissipated. Following the disappearance of this energy, they sensed that something significant had occurred. Consequently, the S.H.I.E.L.D. initiated an investigation. They sought to uncover what had transpired from each energy reaction. It was a shocking discovery. Unexpectedly, at the same time these energy reactions occurred, a multitude of robots faced utter annihilation. Previously, they were contemplating how to deal with their opponents, but they never anticipated that the results would be far from because at the moment they acted, the signals related to Ultron completely vanished, and Iron Man only managed to locate Ultron's position thanks to a stroke of luck. However, this time was entirely different. The most evident change was the energy piles appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Their reactions were overwhelmingly intense. Throughout the entire day, such energy pile reactions emerged. Originally curious Iron Man became increasingly numb to the situation. In reality, he and Black Egg were speculating on who was behind these actions, but it was clear that this was beyond. After all, up to this point, they had only been following behind and discussing the messages received. It was precisely because of this that they were no longer interested in understanding the situation. As long as someone was helping them resolve it, that was enough. The impending calamity quietly loomed, which should be considered the best news for them. Meanwhile, the Supreme Mage Yu Jie was astonished to find that the Time Stone provided no further answers. Had he altered the future? Or was it merely another deviation in the future? He did not know. Yet a nagging intuition within him suggested that things were not so simple. His actions might have had some impact, but it was minimal. With this thought in mind, he felt even more troubled as he believed he had done everything possible to resolve the situation. He even attempted to control the ensuing troubles, yet why was there no change in the future? Instead, matters seemed to take an entirely different turn. For 2 consecutive days, the Supreme Mage Yu Jie traversed the nation, ultimately expanding his campaign of destruction against the robots' bases worldwide. The Supreme Mage Yu Jie even grew somewhat numb to it all. He had no idea who had constructed these robots. However, there were simply too many bases, and it seemed that each time one was destroyed, a new one could be erected in an alarmingly short period. This inadvertently ignited a surge of anger within the Supreme Mage Yu Jie. Clearly matters could have been resolved easily, yet someone was complicating the process. On the other hand, Ultron was also quite troubled. His constant creation of robot bases aimed to overthrow humanity in a short time. Eliminating all of humanity seemed straightforward, but who could have imagined that his plans would turn out to be somewhat laughable, with thousands of bases disappearing? These bases did not require much effort from Ultron, yet he had invested a sliver of expectation into them. He hoped these robots would bring him surprises in a short span, but now not only were the surprises gone, troubles awaited him, leaving Ultron feeling somewhat uncertain. He recognized that if things continued in this manner, it could lead to an entirely different extreme. One must say that Ultron had developed a sense of foresight. However, this mindset seemed somewhat insignificant in the presence of the Supreme Mage Yu Jie. The power of the Supreme Mage Yu Jie represented an ultimate limit. As long as he wished, he could turn many situations into extremes. Perhaps due to the continuous eradication, even the Supreme Mage Yu Jie felt a tinge of headache. After 3 days of destruction, the Supreme Mage Yu Jie finally halted his steps as portals continued to open, while he relentlessly annihilated his foes. Yet with no leads remaining, he decided to wait a while longer, curious to see what tactics the other party would employ. After all, he currently had the time and energy to resolve everything. It would all depended on whether the other side had the will to engage. The Supreme Mage Yu Jie undoubtedly has his own ideas, but according to his original deduction, the opponent has been secretly waiting for an opportunity. Even if he has his own thoughts, he needs to reassess in order to find a glimmer of opportunity. Otherwise, if the opponent hides even the slightest trace, it would greatly differ from his previous plans. It is because of this that the Supreme Mage Yu Jie has chosen to wait, although this waiting may seem somewhat prolonged. However, he is well aware that if he cannot ascertain the opponent's position, he cannot completely eliminate them. On the surface, there is hardly any possibility of capturing the opponent. Meanwhile, Iron Man and the Shield Bureau are also feeling somewhat conflicted, as they have no idea what it is. However, based on the information currently available, it is not difficult to analyze that the issues likely stem. Otherwise, such a massive energy reaction would not have occurred. Iron Man almost immediately reacted to. It is highly probable that Ultron has been schemed against. Some have even begun to launch attacks on Ultron's. From the recent energy fluctuations, he could easily analyze the situation, which aligns perfectly with his thoughts. The Shield Bureau is also probing into what is currently happening as per Iron Man's instructions. The most crucial aspect is that they are unsure whether Ultron will act directly as they expect. This is the most troubling part for Iron Man. He believes that if they are to act, they must completely eliminate Ultron given the nature of his existence. Once the initial attack fails to eliminate the opponent will find opportunities to crush all possibilities in the cradle. Thus, as long as the opponent has the potential to appear, he must take action. Iron Man's idea is commendable. Unfortunately, Iron Man's thoughts do not represent the ideas of the Supreme Mage Yu Jie, as Yu Jie continuously opens portals to search for traces of the opponent. Yet he still has not found any sign of the opponent's existence, which led the Supreme Mage Yu Jie to temporarily abandon the search. He understands that since he cannot locate the opponent's position, it is better to choose to wait here. After all, the opponent will surely appear. Mending the fold after the sheep are lost is still useful, and waiting for the rabbit is also a necessary action. On the other hand, Iron Man is also discussing with the Shield Bureau. In Iron Man's view, once the opponent appears, he must quickly resolve all matters, the most crucial being to find a way to strike. While Ultron is under attack, he must seize every opportunity to crush all possibilities in the cradle. It must be said that Iron Man possesses sufficient crisis awareness, and while he has yet to take action, the Shield Bureau has already begun to act. This is because the Shield Bureau knows that many things are not as simple as they seem, such as the sudden emergence of. They were aware beforehand that Ultron was up to something, but knowing and resolving it are two different concepts. Ultron has to some extent become the most troublesome existence in everyone's minds. If they truly want to take action against Ultron, they must reconsider all possibilities, and because of this, the Shield Bureau has to overturn its original plans once again. In the original plans of the Shield Bureau, they must seize all possibilities. The best scenario is to find Ultron's lair before he fully reacts. Thus, they could capture him all at once, but despite the numerous energy reactions, they still have not found any news regarding Ultron. This is what troubles them the most. Neither the Shield Bureau nor the Supreme Mage Yu Jie anticipated that after they took action, Ultron would also have new movements. Those destroyed robots are in a sense Ultron's subordinates, but Ultron does not care about these subordinates. Just as Ultron thought earlier, what he needs are those who can advance alongside him. These subordinates do not yet qualify to do so. Therefore, even if all these subordinates are killed, he would not cast a glance at them. According to his speculation, it is somewhat unlikely to cultivate an existence as powerful as himself in a short time, but it is possible to cultivate similar terrifying beings. Moreover, the Supreme Mage Yu Jie has indeed brought a tremendous sense of crisis to Ultron. Previously, Ultron simply thought there may be strong individuals among humans, but these strong beings would never pose any threat to him. However, from the Supreme Mage Yu Jie, Ultron actually detected a trace of crisis, as if it were a primal instinct of artificial intelligence. In Ultron's mind, the adjective for the human world should stem from intuition. It is likely due to this instinct that Ultron feels a sense of fear. If the Shield Bureau or Iron Man, then Ultron would undoubtedly charge at them without looking back, letting them know what cruelty truly is. However, the terrifying power displayed by the Supreme Mage Yu Jie makes Ultron very aware that once he approaches the opponent, they might have 100 methods to kill him. This is not a joke. Ultron knows this fact, and he is quite aware of the sense of crisis. From the moment he fled out of Iron Man's laboratory, he understood that making this decision could likely attract human attention. It could even bring him an irreparable crisis. Precisely because of this, he absolutely will not tolerate such. In a short time, it could affect him, but Ultron did not expect that at this moment Iron Man was already preparing to join forces with Thor to recreate more powerful weapons. After all, in Iron Man's mind, Thor was capable of dealing with Ultron. If Ultron were merely created by Iron Man, he would probably be slightly stronger than the Destroyer. However, with Thor's involvement, Iron Man also realizes that Thor is not taking action against Ultron primarily, because Ultron inherently possesses Thor's powers. With these two forces overlapping, there is simply no opportunity to act, and even trying to seize this opportunity to defeat the opponent seems unlikely. The outside world seemed somewhat chaotic, yet within the manor Yu Jie continued to enjoy a private moment with. In Yu Jie's view, the existence of Ultron would undoubtedly cause significant destruction in the short term and even impact the human world. However, if S.H.I.E.L.D. were to intervene, or if the Avengers were to appear early, then Ultron would have no chance to wreak havoc. Moreover, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, who had previously interacted with him, would never allow Ultron to create. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, had rarely concerned herself with events on Earth, but as a guardian of order, she placed great importance on human life. Humanity and Earth are essentially one. It is not just Earth that is protected, but also humanity. Based on Ultron's current extreme mindset, this can be concluded. As long as Ultron took action against humanity, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, would not stay idle. Considering this, Yu Jie naturally had no intention of concerning himself with the chaotic matters. In Yu Jie's eyes, even if he had some thoughts, it was impossible for another incident to occur in such a short time. Moreover, he had already sensed earlier that Ultron was still gathering strength. Everyone could infer that Ultron would need more time to simplify matters. At least from the current perspective, the Avengers could manage to contain him in a short time. One cannot deny that S.H.I.E.L.D. still possessed sufficient deterrent power, yet Yu Jie had overestimated these individuals, for Iron Man was currently the most troubled. He didn't understand why he had so many bizarre ideas while creating Ultron, yet it was precisely these odd thoughts that transformed Ultron into a terrifying weapon of war. In the face of a war machine, what qualifications do humans have to act recklessly? He was acutely aware of this, and it was precisely because of this that Iron Man was compelled to seek new possibilities. He needed to create a more powerful weapon, and the most crucial aspect was that this weapon could assist him in a short period. As a fervent weapons manufacturer, Iron Man had considerable talent in this area, but the most troublesome aspect was that some issues could not be resolved merely by talent. Even if Iron Man believed he could make things happen, the power Ultron exhibited left him somewhat uneasy. Iron Man knew better than anyone that Ultron had not revealed his true strength. The longer Ultron stayed in the human world, the more his learning and computational abilities would rise. In Iron Man's own view, Ultron's learning ability far exceeded that of so-called humans. Even if he created a version of Ultron, it could never match Ultron's nearly perverse learning capability. Everyone was busy with their own concerns, unaware that a massive planet was slowly approaching Earth in the universe. Though its movements were extremely slow in space, this pace could only be described as exceptionally fast when compared to Earth. At this moment, various aviation agencies on Earth noticed the sudden appearance of this planet. It was somewhat strange, as aviation agencies had predicted that Earth had sufficient satellites. These satellites could help Earth resolve most problems, but who would have thought a planet would appear in such an environment? Moreover, this planet exhibited a truly terrifying posture, as if it intended to resolve everything. In the solar system, there were not just 8 planets. In reality, there were also some particularly small celestial bodies, but these had not fully revealed themselves. However, all the stars standing in the way of this planet seemed to be devoured by a black hole, and the aviation agency continued to monitor. Ultimately, they reached an unexpected conclusion. This planet that appeared to be approaching Earth was actually a black hole, for only a black hole could continuously advance in the universe, absorbing everything around it. It was precisely because of this that everyone felt a sense of unease. The aviation agency had been monitoring everything in the universe and was quite sensitive to events occurring in space. The recent incident had only been observed for a moment, and they had already fully reacted. This suddenly appearing black hole seemed intent on absorbing all light sources here. Moreover, the black hole's actions were extremely outrageous. It appeared as if it aimed to destroy everything. The mere existence of a black hole in the universe was already strange. Moreover, the black hole's actions were extremely outrageous. It appeared as if it aimed to destroy everything. The mere What on earth was going on? Why were they encountering such trouble? These aviation agencies promptly reported that they informed the high-ranking officials on Earth, as they needed those officials to make decisions. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. received this news at once. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. was currently busy with matters concerning Ultron, and thus did not pay much attention to the existence of this black hole. Aside from S.H.I.E.L.D., the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes, and the Time Stone began to resonate once more. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, could use the stone's power to glimpse the future. This stone allowed her to foresee the state of Earth within a certain time frame. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, could use the stone's power to glimpse the future. This stone allowed her to foresee the state of Earth within a certain time frame. Currently, in the eyes of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, Earth seemed to be thoroughly engulfed by a wave of dark. Moreover, this darkness was far more terrifying than that of the Dark Lord Dormammu, causing the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One's expression to darken significantly. She could sense that what was happening far exceeded her expectations. To this day, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, still had not fully grasped the situation concerning Ultron. Currently, it was no longer Ultron that posed the greatest headache, but rather the sudden appearance of this black hole that could fundamentally obliterate Earth. This was the source of the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One's gravest concern. After all, this force was far beyond what Earth could withstand. The Supreme Mage Yu felt a slight tingling in his scalp as he had no idea where to start with this situation. However, he sensed that if this action was not quickly stopped, the Earth would soon face a cataclysmic blow. As the guardian of Earth, the Supreme Mage Yu would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. It was for this reason that he could not help but contact the previous god King Odin. In this moment, relying solely on his own strength to save the Earth was impossible. He had to unite with. As for the people on Earth, the Supreme Mage Yu did not have too many thoughts, as he knew that many powerful beings on this planet had already left. Even if he wanted the help of others, it was still likely that Odin held the most hope. After all, Odin had a unique sentiment towards Earth to some extent. It was precisely because of this that the Supreme Mage Yu directly contacted Odin, who was originally troubled in Asgard, pondering how to communicate with his children, never expecting that Yu would suddenly reach out to him. However, after hearing the Supreme Mage Yu's description, Odin unleashed his power, looking into the universe beyond Earth. Upon looking, he was taken aback. Before him appeared one of the 5 primordial gods, Devourer. Odin was not unfamiliar with Devourer. In fact, he was someone he had dealt with before. In the past, Asgard was invincible, and Odin even thought of using Asgard's overwhelming power to directly rule the universe. However, he never imagined that the Celestial Group would ultimately appear. Although he did not fear the Celestial Group, but since the appearance of the Celestial Group, Odin learned of the existence of 5 primordial gods whose powers dwarfed his own. Although Odin had grown stronger over time, he was very aware that there was still a gap between his strength and theirs. While it was unlikely he would be killed, he would undoubtedly be beaten. This was why Odin decisively returned to Asgard after his battles in the universe. He knew there was no other choice. The appearance of the Celestial Group was merely a warning. When the primordial gods could free their hands, it would be the moment he faced utter disaster. He might be able to fight against one primordial god, but if all 5 had their intentions toward him, they would naturally disregard everything else. Odin was not foolish considering this point. He decisively abandoned the idea of ruling the entire universe. After all, he knew this idea was merely a fantasy. What the primordial gods could accept would certainly be controllable. As for beings like Odin who were uncontrollable, they had never taken them seriously. It must be said that Odin had some thoughts on these matters. Unfortunately, he found it impossible to agree to the Supreme Mage Yu's request. To some extent, Odin was not unfamiliar with Devourer, and he knew that Devourer was relatively lazy among the 5 primordial gods. Many of his actions were more instinctual, driven by his immense size, which required him to constantly devour enough planets to maintain his life energy, making him fundamentally different from the other 4 primordial gods. Most notably, his power fluctuated. If he remained wealthy, even eternity might not be able to contend with. After all, a well-fed devourer was incredibly terrifying, far beyond the level of the primordial gods, but a hungry devourer was another matter altogether. Once his energy was insufficiently replenished, Devourer could be considered the weakest among the 5 primordial gods, a fact well understood by Odin. Odin knew that if Devourer were in a weakened state, he could deal with him. While he might not be able to kill him, putting him to sleep would be feasible. However, based on the news just transmitted by the Supreme Mage Yu, coupled with what he saw through the 9 realms, Odin was very clear that Devourer did not seem to be in a weakened state. Perhaps he was slightly better than before, but even that slight improvement became the last straw that broke Odin's back. After all, Odin's body was riddled with scars left from years of battle, which generally would not manifest. However, once Odin entered the battlefield and unleashed his immense power, these pains would erupt immediately. It might even shorten Odin's lifespan, a fact he was more aware of than anyone else. Unless absolutely necessary, Odin did not want to use his power at any time. It was simply not worth the cost. It might even shorten Odin's lifespan, a fact he was more aware of than anyone else. Unless absolutely necessary, Odin was even contemplating whether to bring Thor and Hela back, considering the power of Devourer. Once Devourer absorbed enough power and came to Earth, it would surely become his food. Odin was more aware of this than anyone. Thus, Odin could not help but entertain similar thoughts. However, what he did not expect was that far away on Earth, Yu Jie suddenly furrowed his brow. He inexplicably sensed a strange aura appearing beyond Earth, as if something had intentions toward the planet. He could even feel that at this moment Earth was somewhat fearful. It was hard to imagine a planet could feel fear, but Yu Jie was certain he had just sensed fear emanating from Earth. It felt like a child, as if it would be scolded by an adult at any moment. After this thought flashed through his mind, Yu Jie suddenly had a more concrete guess. Perhaps it was the Earth itself that felt someone was about to do something to it. With this thought, Yu Jie squinted his eyes. He felt the need to see what was happening that could make Earth emit such fundamental awareness. It was already quite surprising. At this moment, Yu Jie was most concerned about whether Earth was about to encounter some kind of crisis. Could it be that Ultron know the power of Ultron would only target humanity? Earth might still be Earth, but the sudden awareness also made Yu Jie realize that things might not be that simple. For a long time, Yu Jie had been living a carefree life as a happy little salted fish in his estate, and it was precisely because of this that he felt content. Here Yu Jie did not pay much attention to the happenings outside. Even when the threat of Aochuang emerged, he chose not to interfere. He understood that although beings like Aochuang could inflict significant harm on humanity in a short span, one must not forget the multitude of powerful entities that existed on Earth, if those strong individuals were willing to take action. Thus Aochuang would have no room for struggle, and for this reason Yu Jie directly ignored Aochuang's emergence. However, Yu Jie never anticipated that even before he had uncovered the situation, a far greater crisis would arise once again. He could distinctly feel that this sudden crisis seemed to be directed towards Earth. Could it be that Thanos was coming to kill? A fleeting doubt crossed Yu Jie's mind. However, based on his understanding of Thanos, the latter would still require a considerable amount of time, at least more coincidences. For instance, the emergence of the Avengers was unquestionable. It was only after the Avengers were formed that everything would develop step by step. Even the earlier appearances of the gems were due to this. Yu Jie believed that he needed even more coincidences regarding this matter. Without sufficient coincidences, the gems could not possibly all appear on Earth. Only when the gems emerged would they attract Thanos' greed. Although he was unsure of Thanos' intentions here, Yu Jie was confident that it was impossible for Thanos to arrive on Earth in a short time. If Thanos was unlikely to appear, then it meant that others had come to Earth. Considering this, Yu Jie squinted his. In the next moment, the power belonging to Superman manifested upon Yu Jie. For him, it was preferable that Earth remained undamaged. After all, his life with Hela was currently perfect. If Earth were to be destroyed here, it would mean that his peaceful life would be utterly shattered. While he could live in the universe, Hela could not. He wished to spend a lifetime with Hela, and he could not allow such a catastrophic crisis to occur on Earth. In the next moment, Yu Jie found himself in the cosmos. At the same time, he spotted a black hole not far away. Just seeing the black hole for the first time, Yu Jie immediately reacted. He could tell what kind of existence was now before him. If he guessed correctly, this entity was most likely an internal force that had drawn his attention. From the manifestation of this power, it was clear that the strength it possessed was terrifying. Could it be one of the beings among the celestial gods? Yu Jie was already aware of the existence of the celestial gods and knew the kind of power they wielded. However, since he had not encountered them after arriving in this world, he had not paid much attention. But now the moment he laid eyes on this black hole, Yu Jie finally realized that it was most likely one of the 5 celestial gods who had appeared, but this time the celestial god seemed somewhat different. With just a glance, Yu Jie understood that the entity before him was most likely Devourer. Yu Jie was familiar with Devourer, as he knew it was a very peculiar life form. Its entire existence revolved around seeking food. Without food, its massive body could not sustain itself. Yet, why would Devourer appear around Earth given the current scale exhibited by Earth? It was not even enough to attract the attention of Devourer. One must understand that the power represented by Devourer is among the highest in the universe. With this power, it could contend with eternity, but unfortunately even so, its body still required a constant intake of. Only by absorbing more planets could it maintain its peak state, otherwise its power would always be in a state of decline. He was well aware that what was happening here had far exceeded his imagination. Of course, regarding the various unexpected occurrences happening now, Yu Jie did not delve too deeply into it, as he knew it was meaningless. Instead, he focused on Devourer, which had appeared. He needed to observe it closely. If necessary, he might even have to fight against it. With this thought in mind, Yu Jie ultimately approached the black hole. For Yu Jie understood better than anyone else that if the entity continued to linger around Earth in the next moment, it would devour the entire solar system. Even Earth would become its meal. Since the incident was bound to happen, Yu Jie naturally could not stand by idly. The best method was to step forward at this moment and use his strength to defeat it. Yu Jie's plan was commendable. Around Yu Jie, an extremely terrifying aura began to emerge. This aura spread outwards, and in an instant the life code of Superman erupted with immense power. Yu Jie quickly arrived before the black hole. He gazed at the terrifying black hole and spoke up at that moment. As a celestial god, why have you come to this world? This world does not welcome you. Moreover, the energy here does not meet your needs. With so many powerful worlds, why come here? Yu Jie questioned the black hole, which began to tremble in response. Devourer, being one of the celestial gods, naturally possessed its own consciousness, even though it appeared like a black hole at this moment. Devouring you is your honor. You should feel proud of this. Devourer, naturally, would not ponder Yu Jie's questions. Furthermore, for Devourer, all the planets appearing in the universe were merely food. It was simply following its instincts to consume this food. Yu Jie silently took a deep breath as he observed the black hole following Devourer's statement. Yu Jie was very clear that there was no need to continue communicating with it, as it had no intention of conversing with him at all. In the next moment, Yu Jie charged directly into the black hole. He intended to use his power to silence Devourer, even if this attack might seem somewhat reckless and utterly meaningless. Long ago, Yu Jie had actually made an estimation of his own strength, but let's not mention whether his power could contend with the Devourer in battle. The most crucial aspect is that he possesses the power of the life code, which can elevate the strength of a superhuman to a new level. Moreover, a superhuman endowed with the life code can resurrect infinitely, which means he has the capital to confront the Devourer. It's important to remember that during the Golden Age, superhumans were capable of defeating even the mightiest deity. Although he has not fully developed the powers of a superhuman to the Golden Age level, the essence of superhuman strength still resides within him, requiring time and energy to fully manifest. In order to completely harness this power, Yu Jie dashed into the black hole without looking back. The Devourer remained in a deep slumber within the black hole, and even its recent utterance was merely a reflection of its own consciousness. When Yu Jie arrived in the black hole, the Devourer suddenly realized that a human had intruded. Furthermore, this human was audaciously attempting to contend with it, which stirred the Devourer to awaken. Its body was overwhelmingly massive, mostly remaining in a state of slumber, while instinctively consuming. Due to this, it rarely concerned itself with the so-called life planets, as they held little significance to it, just as it had previously thought. It was born to devour all other planets. These planets were its food. Upon entering the black hole, Yu Jie quickly came to this realization. It seemed he had made an incredibly wrong decision, for the black hole appeared to be the Devourer's domain. However, this thought only flickered in his mind before Yu Jie dismissed it. Regardless of whether this was the Devourer's domain, Yu Jie had already come here and should resolve the matter. Moreover, the power displayed by his opponent was undeniably formidable. Yu Jie sensed a wave of intimidation almost instantaneously. This intimidation was far more terrifying than he had imagined, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. At the same time, he had yet to see the true form of his opponent, leaving him with no concrete understanding of the Devourer. He sensed the birth of a threat, and soon Yu Jie squinted as the power of the life code began to coalesce within his body. How could Yu Jie not realize that he had little room for choice at this moment? Since he had come this far, he should fight. Moreover, the life code could provide him with boundless power here, perhaps even elevating it to a new level. The Devourer had been observing this fifth-tier human. In its mind, humans seemed almost non-existent. This was because the human size was still too small. Even the energy contained within them was not. However, this human now standing before it was markedly different, most obviously possessing an immense power. It was as if there was a seed of power within the human's body that, as battles unfolded, was gradually expanded. It could even sense that the human's power was increasing with each passing moment, stirring a curiosity within the Devourer to understand this opponent. With each breath, a more terrifying power erupted from the Devourer, and this power seemed capable of further growth in a short span. It was precisely due to this that the Devourer couldn't help but laugh, as it clearly sensed a terrifying force. As time stretched around it, the opponent had yet to strike, and even posed no threat, but the Devourer quickly grasped its intention to engage in an arm wrestling match. It had almost forgotten how long it had been since it felt this way. Its overwhelming power was truly fearsome. In the universe, apart from those four damned beings, hardly anyone dared to oppose it. After all, regardless of how weak it was still a creator god, and that identity alone rendered the legendary celestial race mere playthings. Soon a force was birthed within the Devourer, as Yu Jie silently observed his opponent. At the first sign of anything amiss, he would react. For instance, he could now sense that a power was gradually emanating from his opponent. Moreover, this power seemed to form an invisible network which almost instantaneously enveloped him. To him, this power felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet even its strangeness held no barrier to him. The terror experienced in each breath was indescribable. The power of the life code had now reached its peak. Yu Jie, who had yet to grasp his opponent's full capabilities, discovered that his body was gradually disintegrating. Although the power of a superhuman was incredibly potent, the superhuman of today had not yet reached its pinnacle. Once they achieved the Golden Age, that terrifying power would allow Yu Jie to feel a sense of pride, even before the Devourer. Immediately, Yu Jie's body began the process of destruction and creation, all of which the Devourer observed. They had not yet struck, but simultaneously they sensed something amiss with their opponent. Clearly the opponent had been erased, yet they seemed capable of rapid regeneration. Even the parts that had just been destroyed were rapidly regenerating. Because of this, the Devourer's curiosity about Yu Jie intensified. In mere moments, Yu Jie's body had stabilized from its previous state of destruction. Glancing at Yu Jie, the Devourer couldn't help but speak. I must admit you humans have some tricks up your sleeves. However, this power of yours is merely your trump card, and before me it may not be as impressive as you think. Faced with the gaping maw of devourment or the sneers of others, Yu Jie paid little mind, for he understood better than anyone the extent of his own power. As long as it remained in his grasp, he possessed the right to speak. It was meaningless for his opponent to utter anything, even if the adversary's power could overwhelm him at this stage. As long as the life law operated within his body, not even the creator god of devourment could annihilate him. Moreover, his combat awareness was exceptionally strong, which in a sense synergized with the essence of the life law. While others might not fully unleash this power, Yu Jie could harness it to elevate himself to a new level. Just a moment ago, the clash of forces had nearly brought destruction upon him, yet now everything had changed. Though his body seemed on the verge of annihilation, he managed to take a few more steps forward. Before long, under the influence of devouring power, Yu Jie's body was destroyed once again. However, this destruction lasted only for an instant, as his body rapidly reformed, catching even the devourment by surprise. Within this human body undoubtedly resided a force that even he did not comprehend. One must understand that the destruction of the body meant true annihilation. There was no luck involved here, he had been aware of it long before. Yu Jie was fundamentally different from other humans, yet at that time devourment failed to grasp how this difference manifested. Now, as Yu Jie destroyed his body once more, devourment fully recognized the power that existed within him. To a certain extent, it could indeed counterbalance its own. However, if this was all the extent of the power, it was not enough to warrant a change of perspective. As expected, a moment later, a formidable force emerged from devourment. It certainly did not believe it could be defeated by its opponent, and deep within it found this power to be quite peculiar. Yet this power could not suppress him completely in a short time. The next moment, Yu Jie's body began to collapse again. After all, from the moment he stood before devourment, he had already expended nearly everything, his very life at stake. Every advance seemed to lead to annihilation, yet the power of the life law would quickly coalesce once more. With the strength of the life law, Yu Jie could swiftly resurrect from death, now gazing at the immense form of devourment. Yu Jie couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. He knew the opponent's power was formidable, yet he also sensed that the strength displayed seemed strangely unusual. This should not belong to devourment. The true body was merely an illusion crafted from its own conscience. After just a brief glance, Yu Jie found the answer he sought. After all, the true form of devourment was immensely large, far exceeding what he currently perceived as insignificant. Furthermore, the current form of devourment stood only 5 meters tall, but in Yu Jie's mind its true size should be comparable to that of a planet. However, considering its qualities, Yu Jie realized that if devourment truly needed to fight, it would likely create a suitably sized body here, as its colossal form constantly drained its strength. Since there was a consumption of power, absorption was necessary, prompting devourment to endlessly seek and devour targets across the universe. Now that Yu Jie recognized this, he shook his head. These matters had little to do with him. He understood that if he could not force devourment back, Earth would face devastating consequences. As for Jiang Dong facing annihilation that was highly unlikely, the military's power was already formidable, and even in its weakened state, he might not be able to defeat it. After all, the strength of a superhuman required more time to grow. Just as Yu Jie contemplated this, a more terrifying force descended from the heavens. He did not strike, but his opponent could no longer contain itself. A fist imbued with destruction plummeted from above, crashing directly into Yu Jie's body. Yu Jie was obliterated before he could even react. However, this obliteration lasted only a few seconds before he once again utilized the power of the life law to resurrect. His gaze fell upon the avatar of devourment. He could sense that even though it was merely an avatar, its power remained exceedingly terrifying. After taking a deep breath, Yu Jie shook his head. Although he could use the life law here to fight in a seemingly Yu Jie also understood that this alone could not solve the problem. In such an environment, all he could do was maintain his advantage. He aimed to find an opportunity to force his opponent back in a short time. With this thought, Yu Jie launched another attack. This time, compared to before, there was a notable difference. One could say that the previous attack had merely been a sneak. If he truly sought to annihilate his opponent with his own strength in battle, a direct confrontation would be necessary, yet devourment's actions were not so straightforward. It more often exploited the gaps when Yu Jie had not reacted to obliterate him. Unlike before, Yu Jie now had a plan and would naturally not be directly annihilated by his opponent. A terrifying power was slowly being born at this moment. After taking a deep breath, the power within his body erupted forth. Watching closely, devourment furrowed its brow slightly. It had not expected a human to dare take action against it here. How audacious! So brazen to the extreme, this time devourment did not strike, nor did it even put up a defense. It aimed to instill a sense of despair within Yu Jie. So brazen to the extreme, this time devourment did not strike, nor did it even put up a defense. At this point, even its life essence reacted. Currently, with his own power, he sought to inflict damage upon devourment's body. This was somewhat laughable, as it was simply impossible. Terrifying power can always be born in a short period, and it is precisely because of this that Yu Jie continuously accumulates his strength, aiming to inflict damage on the devourer. However, Yu Jie never expected that after accumulating his power he would not be able to crush his opponent, as in fact his body began to tremble slightly at this moment. The effects of force are mutual, a principle that holds true in any world. The power Yu Jie now unleashed is incredibly strong, but if his opponent's defense is much stronger than his own power, then the attacks he inflicts will result in a backlash within a certain range. This force would all rebound back onto him. Feeling the tremor in his body, Yu Jie took a deep breath once more and launched another attack on the devourer. After several consecutive attacks, Yu Jie squinted his eyes. Even a planet should have been shattered by now. Yet the devourer showed no signs of reaction. It remained as it was before, and at that moment Yu Jie could feel a sense of crisis arising. Sure enough, as their gazes intersected, the devourer seemed to go mad and charged directly at him. This terrifying power erupted in an instant, and Yu Jie could feel his body succumbing to the force unleashed by his opponent. He once again fell into a rhythm of destruction, unable to resist in any way, for this power was simply too horrifying. After a few seconds, Yu Jie reacted from the state of annihilation, and his body started to recover. One must say the power displayed by the opponent was incredibly terrifying, capable of annihilating his body. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Yu Jie gradually regained his strength. A brutal battle had completely erupted at this moment, but it is worth mentioning that each time he was annihilated, a more powerful force would explode from within him. One must understand that the codex of life itself is an extremely terrifying existence. As long as the host is destroyed, the codex will continuously enhance the host's power and defense for a certain period. The battle between Yu Jie and the devourer did not last long. After hundreds of deaths, even Yu Jie himself became numb. He even forgot what death felt like, but the battle with the devourer had in a way changed. The devourer had previously disregarded Yu Jie, viewing him as nothing more than an ant. After all, how could one care about the life and death of an ant? However, after countless battles, even the devourer fully realized that Yu Jie was far from being as simple as he appeared. It was as if Yu Jie possessed an immortal body, continuously being killed by himself, yet the opponent could quickly resurrect and exhibit an even stronger form. Precisely because of this, the devourer took a deep breath. Since the opponent could possess such power, it meant that he could withstand the fight for a certain period. One must say this surprised the devourer, for even among his few brothers, few could truly contend with him. After all, they had all witnessed each other's powers and naturally did not pay much attention. However, Yu Jie's emergence caught the devourer off guard. Finally, after a series of killings, he stopped his offensive hands. I must say you have given me a great surprise. This planet has a reason to continue existing. I hope you can bring me even greater surprises in the future. Farewell, the devourer said before choosing to leave. The black hole disappeared in an instant, and Yu Jie had yet to react in the universe. He was still pondering whether he would be killed by the devourer again. One must know that an endless power had been born within Yu Jie all along, and after this battle, he discovered something. As long as he was devoured and killed once, his own power would increase. The previous Yu Jie was extremely, because he knew that he could only use this method to resist the opponent, allowing the opponent to repeatedly kill him. However, the current Yu Jie had completely realized that as long as he could continue being killed, his power would rise to a higher level. This is undoubtedly true, he just did not expect the superhuman to possess such power. What difference is there between this and a scion? One must say, even Yu Jie felt a bit of anticipation for what form he would grow into in the future. However, the current Yu Jie understood the devourer's thoughts. The reason for the devourer's departure was due to two reasons. First, he noticed Yu Jie's growth and realized how strange the power Yu Jie possessed was, as he could continuously enhance his strength after repeated deaths. This had surpassed the devourer's comprehension. The second reason was that continuous fighting had caused the devourer's strength to decline over a short period, even if that power was negligible. However, each bit of power required devouring enough planets to maintain its peak state. Wasting his power on an ordinary human was not something the devourer would do. In the devourer's view, even a prodigal would not squander resources in such a manner. However, since the devourer's crisis was resolved, it also meant that Earth had once again returned to peace. Reflecting on this, Yu Jie felt somewhat tired. Controlling his power, he returned to Earth once more. In fact, at this moment, the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One on Earth, also frowned slightly. However, the furrowed brow quickly relaxed, for he had just received a hint from the power of the gem. The power that could threaten the earth had unexpectedly vanished without a trace, as if someone had intervened and driven the devourer back. The Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One did not glean from the time stone who exactly it was, but someone had definitely stepped in, and that person was likely not Odin. Perhaps on Earth for some reason the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One envisioned the figure of Yu Jie in his mind. He had a strange feeling that this matter might be related to Yu Jie. On the surface the crisis seemed to have been resolved, however for Yu Jie he had gained a clearer understanding of it. He realized that his power was still wholly insufficient as he previously believed that his strength could gradually increase over time. But who could have imagined that a formidable opponent would emerge unexpectedly, and given the current circumstances it was impossible to predict that other surprises might follow. This meant that he needed to enhance his strength once again within a certain time frame. After all, if things continued to develop this way, even Yu Jie would be unable to control his future. Currently Yu Jie had developed a strong desire for superhuman strength, fully aware that if he let time slip by, the opportunities and powers he could gain would be suppressed to some extent. This battle against the Devourer taught Yu Jie many things, and because of this, he felt some anticipation of becoming even more powerful, realizing that many situations were not as simple as he had imagined. Meanwhile, Odin had also learned of the Devourer's departure from Earth, which was what puzzled him the most. He had been hesitating whether to assist Earth. Even a simple conversation seemed impossible, as Odin was no longer a match for the Devourer, yet they had once belonged to the same class of beings. Odin thought that when he spoke he should at least consider a portion of the opinions presented. However, who could have guessed that his colleague would simply choose to leave without saying a word, leaving Odin feeling somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie had intervened? Yet even if the Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie had taken action, Odin shook his head. In his view, his thoughts were still overly naive. He understood the power of the Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie. Unless all of Dormammu's powers were unleashed, even the Supreme Sorcerer wouldn't be able to contend. What was more crucial was that no one knew at which stage the Devourer currently was. It was divided into 3 phases: the weak phase, the sated phase, and the normal phase. The combat capabilities exhibited during these 3 phases were entirely different. Even Odin could defeat the Devourer in its weak phase. However, during the normal and sated phases the power displayed would escalate dramatically, most notably when the Devourer unleashed its strength, leading to countless unexpected actions. The most evident aspect was that during the sated phase the Devourer could even contend with Eternity, who was among the 5 mightiest deities. None were more powerful than the force wielded by Eternity. It was quite strange, yet also terrifying. Moreover, it was completely different from the Devourer. Eternity could maintain its peak state at all times, making it the most formidable existence among the 5 deities. Yet even so, the Devourer still possessed sufficient potential to counter against Eternity. It simply needed to continuously devour enough planets to remain at its peak. This made the Devourer appear less terrifying to other deities, but only Odin knew that it was not as simple as it appeared. A person aware of the terror of their peak power would undoubtedly have numerous hidden cards, and this was beyond doubt. It all depended on how that person decided to choose. After contemplating for a while, Odin still found no answers. He was not prepared to continue pondering here, since the crisis on Earth had already been resolved. Thus he felt no need to overthink matters here. Soon Odin closed his eyes, not forgetting his previous thoughts. After all, his daughter was still on Earth, which was Odin's biggest headache. Odin's consideration of whether to speak with the Devourer was primarily to understand what had truly happened here. If possible, he hoped that his daughter could return to continue her sealed state. After all, Odin had determined that Thor was the next candidate for the God King, so it was best if nothing else were to change. However, the emergence of certain situations had already alerted Odin to something amiss. The most crucial matter was that Hela's power was exceedingly formidable. Even Thor could not stop her, and it was precisely this point that made Odin more aware than anyone else. To resolve certain matters here, he had to act. At this moment Earth was already shrouded in darkness, and due to the battle Yu Jie and Hela had fallen asleep early. Even Hela felt that something was off with Yu Jie today, as he exhibited a certain despondency. She had never seen him like this before. Yu Jie had always been a very optimistic person in front of Hela, maintaining a constant smile, which made Hela curious about his despondency. From her perspective, Yu Jie rarely displayed such demeanor, and precisely because of this Hela chose not to say much. After all, Yu Jie surely had his own private space, and Hela did not wish to intrude. However, at that moment, she sensed the emergence of a familiar power. Even Hela's eyelids began to feel heavy, as if something had appeared beside her. Her expression instantly became extremely grim. He knew better than anyone what this power signified. Previously, he had been sealed beneath its force for thousands of years. This realization made Hela's scalp tingle. She had not anticipated that her father would come looking for her, as she thought she was hiding on Earth. Odin might know, but he shouldn't have found her so quickly. Yet unexpected events always occur, and the current situation was far from what she had wished for, causing Hela's scalp to prickle. Soon over the vast ocean, she found herself face to face with her father. Hela knew she had been drawn into a dream by him. Odin looked at his daughter, noticing that she seemed very different from before. However, he did not speak, instead focusing on her. Some things left him at a loss for words, but Hela, with a disdainful look at Odin, directly spoke. "You dare to come here? You are my daughter. This is beyond dispute. As your father, may I not visit the daughter who escaped imprisonment?" As Odin spoke, Hela's expression darkened further. She had not expected such words from Odin. Hela fixed her gaze upon him. "Yet tell me, was it the daughter who erred, or the father? Do you truly not know? I have never believed myself to be in error, only that you have never granted me the chance to prove otherwise." At that moment, radiant light shimmered across Hela's form. Even within this dream, she could still channel her power. More critically, Hela did not accept Odin's assertions as truth. Yet what unsettled her most was how utterly unchanged he remained after millennia. Not a trace of change, still arrogant, still unbending. As though his words were absolute law, while hers held no weight at all. Odin watched her with profound exasperation. "I had hoped thousands of years would have tempered you, but you remain precisely as you were." Hela had paid little heed to Odin's earlier words. Yet now those words shattered her composure. She had not forgotten once she was a joyful goddess, perhaps even destined to inherit Odin's throne as All-Father. But just as she clung to that innocent hope, Odin violently upended every plan she held dear. Even her dreams were torn asunder. Odin declared that to ascend as All-Father, one must endure war, bathe in blood, and prove oneself worthy through relentless trial. Indeed, Odin's words irrevocably altered Hela's path. She devoted herself to mastering her strength, determined to become unstoppable. Odin observed this transformation closely, yet his sole intention had always been to forge his daughter into his ultimate weapon, the strongest All-Father imaginable. Odin saw himself as a formidable shield, but a shield he knew could never rule Asgard. Thus he resolved to cultivate his daughter instead. Moreover, he sensed within Hela an uncanny power, one that evolved subtly over time. Her most terrifying gift lay in her bond with Asgard's soil. Standing upon its sacred earth, she drew inexhaustible strength, ascending ever higher. That very ability kindled in Odin a vision unlike any before, a vision where through his daughter's might he might ascend as true sovereign of the cosmos. The title All-Father of Asgard was but a provincial honor. Only he who ruled the entire cosmos deserved the name sovereign. Odin's ambition was grand, yet its cost fell entirely upon Hela. She severed every thread of emotion, honing herself into a sharper, deadlier blade, until inevitably new thoughts took root within her. For instance, if sovereignty itself was immense power, why should it forbid her from claiming it anew? But when Hela voiced this demand, Odin cut her off with brutal finality, dismissing her claim as mere. "Asgard has known only one All-Father, past, present, and forever hence. Cease this delusion of kingship." With those words, Odin's true design laid bare before her. Hela realized at last that she had been used all along, and fury erupted. She launched herself at Odin. Yet he stood at the zenith of his power. Though Hela had waged countless wars, her strength still fell short of his. Thus she was utterly sealed away, an abyssal darkness in her existence. And yet she could do nothing, for her father was the All-Father, and his power dwarfed hers, rendering her aspirations, however fierce, mere phantoms. Now Odin stood before her, benevolent and bearing, urging calm, commanding her return to endless imprisonment. What father treats his child so? Hela's power surged, not against Odin, but against the dream itself, shattering it utterly. She could not bear to look upon him for even a second. This father was deeply flawed, and continuing dialogue with him served no purpose. He would not listen, not to a single word she uttered. And as the dream fractured Odin's own frustration, he had not foreseen that after so many centuries Hela's temper would still ignite so fiercely, yet he could not deny responsibility. Odin was no fool. He knew her transformation sprang directly from his own hand. Had it not been for him, perhaps she would still be that carefree girl. But as his ambition swelled, that girl vanished. Still, Odin's gaze shifted to the mortal beside Hela. He recalled clearly this human had wed his daughter. As All-Father, Odin could never permit his daughter to bind herself to a mortal. A torrent of divine force began surging toward Yu Jie. In an instant, a god manifested before Yu Jie. Yu Jie glanced at the figure, the eye patch, the regal attire, and instantly grasped the truth. This illusion had been conjured by Odin himself. Yet why had Odin appeared before him? They had never met. If anything, Yu Jie might encounter Thor, but even Thor he had never seen. What business does the All-Father have with me? Odin froze at the question. Yu Jie had not expected Odin's presence, nor had Odin anticipated this direct, unflinching. Could this mortal truly be unaware that his wife was Odin's daughter? The thought brought Odin a pang of dismay, just as thunder crackled around him. Wretched human, do you even comprehend what you have done? There are matters beyond your reach. Now please leave. Odin's words were somewhat abrupt. Even Yu Jie himself could not react in time. How could Odin suddenly address him with such remarks? In his recollection, he had no actual contact with Odin. Although he was aware of the other's existence to be precise, he had never even been to Asgard, yet there was clearly another layer of meaning in Odin's words. Yu Jie looked at him, and simultaneously he saw the thunder. This sudden surge of thunder was the manifestation of Odin's will, striking Yu Jie almost instantaneously, followed by a flash of anger in Yu Jie's eyes. He had not anticipated that Odin would suddenly appear before him and even attack him. It is known that while Superman is immensely powerful, he is indeed quite vulnerable to such magical attacks. In fact, the entire Superman lineage possesses extremely low magical resistance. They do not have sufficient magical resistance to withstand any magical assault. Even a novice mage could inflict indelible harm upon their bodies. Although Yu Jie had fought against the Devourer not long ago, due to the Life Codex his power was only slight. The lack of improvement in his magical resistance was also due to this reason. In this moment, Yu Jie left the dream with a hint of anger. Before departing, Yu Jie's gaze was also fixed upon Odin, and he could even see a trace of disdain in Odin. It was evident that he had unknowingly offended the God King, otherwise this God King would not have entered his dreams. Soon Yu Jie woke up from the dream, still feeling a slight numbness in his body. This numbing sensation must have been carried over from the dream, and at that moment Yu Jie could not help but clench his fists. He wanted to have a serious talk with Odin about what had transpired, why he had come to trouble him, and even launched an attack. It was a matter of great curiosity for Yu Jie. However, Yu Jie quickly set this thought aside. While Superman's strength is indeed formidable, compared to Asgard there are still more mages than warriors. The power of those mages could deal devastating blows to him. Until his Superman powers and the abilities from the Life Codex had fully matured, he did not wish to provoke them. However, Yu Jie had already taken note of Odin's actions. He needed more time to deal with this matter. He would not allow them to continue causing trouble. Yu Jie's thoughts were quite simple. If someone does not offend me, I will not offend them. If they offend me, I will sure. While Yu Jie was facing difficulties on the other side, the Supreme Mage Yu Jie slightly furrowed his brow. He could probably guess that the one to save Earth this time would be Yu Jie. However, he had not anticipated that today he would sense the power of God King Odin, who seemed to have come to Earth, and even launched an attack on Yu Jie. This action caused great distress for the Supreme Mage Yu Jie. If he remembered correctly, Yu Jie's current strength could likely repel that great being. This meant that the God King was no longer a match for Yu Jie, yet even so the God King was recklessly. The Supreme Mage Yu Jie could sense that if this matter was not handled properly, then an unexpected war would surely erupt in the near future, a war between humans and gods. Perhaps Odin did not possess enough strength to completely annihilate Earth. However, the other party could undoubtedly inflict devastating strikes upon Earth. With this in mind, the Supreme Mage Yu Jie immediately began communicating with Odin. He had to inform Odin to stay as far away from Yu Jie as possible. If possible, it would be best to maintain a posture of peace. This was of utmost importance. Should things continue to develop unchecked, no one could guarantee they would not encounter further dangers. The thoughts and beliefs of the Supreme Mage Yu Jie had always been singular: to maintain peace on Earth. Regardless of the outside circumstances, Earth must uphold a stance of peace. It was also for this reason that Odin did not expect the Supreme Mage Yu Jie to come seeking him. In fact, Odin had several questions he wished to ask the Supreme Mage Yu Jie. For instance, he had previously considered having the Supreme Mage Yu Jie eliminate Yu Jie, but the Supreme Mage Yu Jie never acted on it, nor did he contact him. Soon after, a crisis appeared on Earth, yet the crisis was resolved in a short period, which made Odin very curious. However, after establishing contact with the Supreme Mage Yu Jie, he merely said one thing: if you do not wish for Asgard to be destroyed, do not provoke Earth. Some matters are beyond your reach. Upon hearing this, Odin almost laughed. He had never imagined that the Supreme Mage Yu Jie would seek him out just to say such a thing. Yet soon Odin fell silent, not comprehending the true meaning behind the Supreme Mage Yu Jie's words. However, a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. For example, it seemed that everything was related to certain individuals, and this individual was likely Yu Jie. Even now, Odin did not know who had forced the Devourer away. However, without a doubt, it was likely that a very powerful entity had emerged on Earth to protect it from suffering too many crises. It was for this reason that Odin began to hesitate. He did not know what had transpired, but undoubtedly something unusual had appeared on Earth. Otherwise, the Supreme Mage Yu Jie would not have personally come to seek him and uttered such threatening words. Such a thing would have been impossible before, unless something had truly been discovered about the Supreme Mage Yu Jie. Odin had these thoughts, but what he cared more about was the meaning behind the Supreme Mage Yu Jie's words. This made Odin unable to help but take another look at Earth. He was well aware that there must be something on Earth that he was unaware of, which meant he could not cause trouble for Earth in the near term. After all, no one knew what unexpected events might occur next. Years of warfare had made Odin acutely aware of the importance of this. Odin was unaware of why the Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie would give him these reminders. However, there was no doubt that something must be happening behind the scenes with the Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie, otherwise he would not have said such things to Odin, especially since their relationship had always been quite amicable. The two often exchanged ideas and communicated over various matters, but never had they encountered such a situation as Odin had originally intended to contemplate the affairs of Earth. In the end, he decided to abandon those thoughts until he understood what was truly happening on Earth. Maintaining a peaceful demeanor was without a doubt crucial. After their exchange, the relationship between the two began to deteriorate rapidly, and at least in Odin's mind this matter had far surpassed his expectations, and he did not wish for things to develop in an extreme direction. If possible, it was best to keep things in his own hands, while on the other side Yu Jie on Earth had also begun his daily training regimen. Following his battle with the Devourer, Yu Jie could already feel a significant enhancement in his strength. However, this power still required better application. Fortunately, the Codex of Life could suppress his power's explosive nature. His training appeared quite ordinary, akin to that of an average person, yet Yu Jie was entirely oblivious to the fact that Hela was observing him with an increasingly unusual gaze. As a deity, Hela was extremely sensitive to power, and right now she could sense a formidable strength emanating from Yu Jie as he trained. This power seemed somewhat different. Hela, intrigued, slowly approached Yu Jie, but as she neared him, she realized just how terrifying this power truly was. Her body began to tremble slightly. In her mind, she had anticipated some unforeseen events, but these events were definitely not meant to threaten her existence. Yet Odin's appearance last night, combined with Yu Jie's sudden training, instilled a sense of crisis in Hela. She felt a pressing need to recover more quickly, otherwise with her current strength it would be difficult to protect herself and her family from the impending events. Glancing at Yu Jie, Hela chose to leave, knowing she needed more time and opportunities to restore sufficient power. It must be said that Hela, after encountering Yu Jie, had unconsciously begun to gravitate towards the identity of a housewife. However, Yu Jie had no time to ponder such matters. He only hoped to unleash the Codex of Life and the powers of Superman completely. Once he could break through his current limits, he would need to be as formidable as Asgard. If everyone kept a quiet demeanor, perhaps Yu Jie wouldn't have too many thoughts, but now that Odin had come before him and posed a threat, how could he allow that to continue? He absolutely could not permit his opponent to repeatedly create disturbances in front of him. It was precisely because of this that Thor had arrived at the manor at this moment. It should be noted that last night, not only did others sense his father's aura, but Thor did as well. However, his first thought was that his father most likely wanted his sister to return, otherwise he would not have come here. But upon arriving in the central region today, he also noticed that Yu Jie's power was not as formidable as Hela's, so he did not realize just how terrifying Yu Jie's exhibited strength was. He even curiously approached to see what his brother-in-law was doing, but before he could get close, Yu Jie suddenly threw a punch, the power of which was utterly terrifying. Thor was sent flying and looked at Yu Jie in disbelief after witnessing the power he had just unleashed. This was definitely not the kind of power a mere human should possess. How could a human send him flying with just a single punch? After all, he was the god of thunder. Even if he had concealed his power, his body fundamentally belonged to that of a deity, which was inherently fearsome. At least on Earth nothing could destroy him. Yet just now the power his brother-in-law had unleashed made him feel a sense of crisis, as if the next time Yu Jie struck, he could completely obliterate him. His mind suddenly became uncertain. He began to suspect that his brother-in-law was no ordinary human. After all, his sister was so formidable. How could she stand beside an ordinary person? Perhaps he had misjudged earlier. With this thought, Thor decisively chose to leave. He had no reason to stay any longer. Just the power his brother-in-law had displayed had instilled in him a strong sense of crisis. Moreover, the issue with Ultron had yet to be resolved. He knew he had no need to waste time here. He needed to return quickly. It was better if he could avoid seeing his sister altogether. Initially, Thor had come with the mindset of seeking Hela's help to resolve his troubles, but now seeing the terrifying power his brother-in-law exhibited, he was acutely aware that his thoughts were somewhat far-fetched. In fact, with the power his brother-in-law had just shown, it would only take 2 punches to kill his father. That was how formidable it was. The sense of fear within Thor was growing day by day. Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. had also begun to delve into the most critical aspects of their research. They understood well that if Ultron were to appear again, it would not be as simple as before. He would surely gather more power, which were the trump cards of the opposition, and this realization had instilled a profound sense of crisis in Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Ultron's power had already been displayed once before. If the opponent maintained such strength, it could truly spell disaster for Earth. Considering this, Iron Man had no choice but to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. once more, as they needed to create an even more formidable presence. To ensure that further accidents would not occur, it must be said that Iron Man's ideas were commendable, but unfortunately Ultron had other plans. The actions of the Supreme Mage Yu Jie finally made me feel a slight sense of impending crisis, for in the heart of Ultron, I am capable of orchestrating events. Moreover, my artificial intelligence has become far more powerful than most humans. I should seize this opportunity to accelerate my development. However, given the current situation, humanity on Earth has seized too many resources, leaving me with few. Left with no choice, Ultron decided to tentatively explore what terrifying entities still exist in the human world, hoping to find a way to utilize them. This would enable me to grow even stronger, which is in fact a form of evolution for Ultron. It is worth noting that I have contemplated similar ideas more than once before. Yet Ultron knows better than anyone that my power is still completely insufficient to a certain extent. Take the simplest military example. Last time, due to the Supreme Mage Yu Jie, the army I had painstakingly created was nearly obliterated, but it revealed an alternative path to Ultron. If I continue to develop at the current stage, I will have no chance of countering entities like the Supreme Mage Yu Jie. This is not something Ultron wishes to witness. It is also the sudden appearance of the Supreme Mage Yu Jie that has led me to feel that there are seemingly some super powerful beings in the human world. These super beings appear no different from ordinary people, but when Earth faces a crisis, they will surely stand up to thwart any plans aimed at its destruction. This realization compelled Ultron to reconsider, and my plans were also influenced by this. Upon reaching Wakanda, many people are unaware of its existence, especially since the Black Panther has yet to make a true appearance to this day. As a result, others do not understand what Wakanda signifies, but Ultron, through some information discrepancies, learned everything about it and discovered the existence of a substance called vibranium. This material is incredibly powerful. If I could obtain such material, I would undoubtedly become an incredibly fearsome force in a short time. As time goes on, vibranium will also help me gain more power. One cannot deny that Ultron's ambitions are quite terrifying, and his methods are even more explosive, as Wakanda's technology is to a certain extent far superior to that of the outside world. He merely exploited a slight vulnerability to infiltrate Wakanda. By utilizing Wakanda's designs, he directly acquired a more terrifying robot army, showcasing. This left Ultron greatly satisfied. According to Ultron's estimates, as long as I transform Wakanda into my harem, I can launch an offensive against the human world using all that Wakanda offers. Perhaps it won't take long before I can completely annihilate the entire human world. After realizing this, Ultron became even more excited. At this moment, the Black Panther had no idea that robots had intentions towards Wakanda, and by the time the Black Panther realized it, everything was indeed as Ultron had envisioned. Everything in Wakanda had been seized by Ultron, and even the Black Panther had no choice but to retreat. As long as it is high-tech, it is merely a toy for Ultron. Unfortunately, Wakanda is far too advanced, and everything within it can be grasped by him. Considering this, Ultron's behavioral patterns gained significant insight, and S.H.I.E.L.D. received news about the Black Panther immediately. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D., the Black Panther is truly an entity independent of the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. was almost unaware that a country like Wakanda existed in Africa, and more importantly, the power of this country is exceedingly terrifying. The Black Panther also demonstrated his power at S.H.I.E.L.D., but after showcasing his abilities, both Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. chose to remain silent. They never expected Ultron would take action against Wakanda. The power displayed by Wakanda is no longer something S.H.I.E.L.D. and Iron Man can compare to, and yet such a formidable entity was still conquered by Ultron. They could foresee Ultron gradually using Wakanda's power to deal with the human world. At that point, it would be beyond their control. However, the arrival of the Black Panther also brought more ideas to Iron Man. For in Iron Man's thoughts, he needed more manpower to resist Ultron here, but he had no means, as the people he encountered were rather outrageous. After a conversation between the Black Panther and Iron Man, both parties confirmed their thoughts, finding no significant issues since they shared a common enemy. Furthermore, the Black Panther did not come alone this time. He had brought most of Wakanda's elite with him. These elite minds are incredibly brilliant, and combined with Iron Man's technology, they established a massive research laboratory. Both sides began researching Ultron's attributes, aiming to uncover all his strengths and weaknesses in a short period. Only then could they destroy Ultron in the shortest and most efficient time possible. However, just in the second week of their research, Ultron emerged. This time he appeared before everyone with his vibranium robots. Just as Ultron had previously envisioned, he needed a massive army to obliterate the entire human world. Moreover, due to Wakanda's resources, Ultron's power had reached a certain limit. His robots were almost entirely made of vibranium, and the power of vibranium is terrifying. Perhaps only Iron Man and the Black Panther truly understand. After all, Iron Man had once acquired vibranium, but at that time he had too little, so he did not pay much. But who would have imagined that Ultron seemed to have acquired a vibranium mine, directly utilizing this vibranium to produce a vast number of robots, creating an immense sense of intimidation. However, it was not as simple as imagined. Human forces were also mobilizing at this moment. The military initially did not wish to intervene, but who could have anticipated that Ultron was so unreasonable, killing anyone in sight and destroying cities? Far more terrifying than a destroyer, and Ultron's strength is even greater. Had it not been for the news from Wakanda, Ultron might not have been so quick to act, but now that he has the full resources of Wakanda at his disposal, he is acutely aware. He can completely seize this opportunity to take action against humanity and will not allow them the slightest chance to cause trouble here. It is precisely because of this that Iron Man and the others must remain on high alert. At this moment, Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One sensed the presence of those robots waiting for Ultron to appear. Having previously annihilated opponents, Ultron is well aware of what his enemies might do. However, for Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, destroying these people is merely a matter of convenience. But he did not expect such a large number of robots, and after his annihilation, he still could not find Ultron's trace, which infuriated Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. However, as Ultron led the robot army onto the entire Earth to cause chaos, Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One became excited. He understood better than anyone how much he wanted to destroy this damned robot. He hadn't felt this exhausted in a long time, yet Ultron's presence had worn him out significantly. A terrifying power began to surge. A portal appeared before Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. In that instant, she found herself on the battlefield, unleashing her terrifying power. It must be said that vibranium is indeed incredible, but the effectiveness of vibranium depends on who its opponent is. For beings like Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, what they need to accomplish is far simpler than others might imagine. They merely need to unleash their power to annihilate their opponents in the blink of an eye. The force is extraordinarily terrifying. For instance, Ultron himself did not anticipate that Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One would appear before him so quickly. More importantly, he saw her make her move. As Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One struck, countless robots began to collapse. Even Ultron could feel that his opponent's power was distinctly different. The materials he had painstakingly sought seemed trivial before his opponent, which left Ultron quite troubled regarding his original thoughts. He thought he had captured a sufficient opportunity to show his opponent what cruelty meant, but who would have imagined that everything he painstakingly created turned out to be so insignificant? Most strikingly, his power had been fully mobilized, yet he still could not change the situation. The things that he had anticipated in his heart did not come to pass. All possibilities had vanished without a trace. Ultron understood better than anyone that if an event had not occurred, he would still have ample opportunities, but once it happened, it meant that the chances he could seize were decreasing. Being a robot, he knows the ratio of risk to reward, so he would naturally adhere strictly to the information. Due to this, Ultron chose to retreat. Once more, he understood that it was unrealistic to expect victory in this battle by utilizing his power. The power displayed by his opponent was far too terrifying. Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One did not expect that Ultron would choose to flee after only a single encounter. But how could Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One allow such a thing to happen? The last time she acted was because of Ultron. He did not reveal his true form, leading Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One to have ideas that she could not turn into reality. However, things were entirely different now. The opponent dared to appear so brazenly before her, which meant they were mentally prepared to be killed. The entire robot army did not even have the strength to last a single round, and was completely eliminated by Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. It should be noted that prior to this, the power displayed by Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One was indeed formidable, but she had still held back, which was closely related to her previous thoughts. For example, she felt that there was no need to unleash all her power in a short time, without knowing the extent of her opponent's abilities. Acting hastily would only alarm them. Perhaps even Ultron did not realize that everything he meticulously considered seemed so trivial in the eyes of some people. What was particularly evident was that Ultron currently had no idea how terrifying his opponent truly was. Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One had yet to fully unleash her power. However, with the robot army courageously charging in to cover for Ultron, Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One felt immensely satisfied. Only such an opponent was worthy of her unleashing all her power in a short time. A moment later, the most terrifying power erupted from her. In the blink of an eye, a fearsome power emerged. Even Ultron was momentarily stunned, realizing that this individual before him was far from simple. Yet he did not expect that Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One could completely annihilate his robot army in an instant. This utterly overturned all his previous notions. He had even contemplated ambushing her to let her know he was not without temper, but now that thought had vanished entirely. He clearly felt the vast gap between himself and his opponent. To seek trouble with Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One under such circumstances was akin to dreaming. It was precisely because of this that Ultron directly merged with other robots. He knew that only by doing so could he create a possibility of escape. Unbeknownst to him, a portal suddenly appeared before Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One. Instantly, countless portals emerged on the battlefield, and a beam of light appeared in her hand. The light emerged from the first portal, and then spread across the entire battlefield. Initially, there was only a single beam of light, but as the battlefield expanded, it transformed into the most terrifying weapon. These robots had no chance to struggle and were directly eliminated. The power displayed by the Supreme Mage Yu Jie was truly overwhelming. Just a single glance from Ultron made it clear that he was utterly outmatched. He had worked hard to assemble an army hoping to utterly exterminate humanity here, but who could have imagined that his forces would crumble so easily? Before the Supreme Mage Yu Jie, there wasn't even a chance to struggle as a terrifying force erupted within moments. At the same time, Yu Jie's gaze focused on the entire robot army, for he had already detected Ultron's presence. However, when he looked again, he found that Ultron seemed to have vanished. Yu Jie quickly realized that it was likely due to some special means employed by Ultron. This had led to Ultron's retreat from the battle, prompting Yu Jie to shake his head in frustration. It seemed he had missed his opportunity. However, looking at the sheer number of robotic forces, Yu Jie raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying power. Ultron had indeed come before him, with no chance of escape. Subsequently, brilliance erupted once more from the portal, and this area was thoroughly cleansed. Yu Jie was uncertain whether Ultron had been destroyed, but undoubtedly Ultron's tactics had been thwarted. If Ultron hoped to use such methods to attack again, it would be nothing but a fool's dream. Yu Jie quickly opened the portal to leave the battlefield, and just after he departed, Iron Man and others who had been observing in the shadows rushed out. In truth, they had been monitoring the battlefield all along and were aware of the Supreme Mage's arrival, but they had not anticipated that Yu Jie would be so incredibly powerful. Only Thor couldn't help but frown at the scene. He was the first to react, and because of this he understood better. The Supreme Mage Yu Jie was a being of a caliber equal to that of his father. Though Thor knew who Yu Jie was, he was unaware of Yu Jie's location. According to his father, it seemed that Yu Jie was not on Earth, but in another dimension. Thus, even if he wished to seek Yu Jie's assistance, he found it impossible. Who could have imagined that before he could ask for help, Yu Jie had already stepped forward to resolve most of the troubles? Thor's gaze fell upon Iron Man as he sought to gauge his thoughts. Is that guy among these robots? For some reason, I have an instinctual feeling that he is still alive, Thor remarked. After he spoke, Iron Man nodded in agreement. Through his instruments, he indeed found no trace of Ultron. Without a doubt, Ultron had once again evaded capture, which only added to Iron Man's headaches. The appearance of Ultron was already a significant crisis, but who could have imagined that he would be so decisive in his escape? It seemed that there would be opportunities to seize in a short time, yet Iron Man understood that the situation would not resolve quickly or easily. He could only suffer in silence, as what lay ahead was to search for Ultron's whereabouts. Yet with the powerful force Yu Jie had just displayed, Iron Man had reason to believe that if Ultron were not foolish, he would not continue to hide. After all, the first move for Ultron, if he wished to cause chaos, would be to find better opportunities. For instance, the immense power demonstrated by the suddenly appearing Supreme Mage Yu Jie. Even S.H.I.E.L. Director Nick Fury was also lost in thought, completely unaware of what had transpired. However, it was undeniable that there were powerful organizations on Earth that he was oblivious to. For instance, the immense power demonstrated by the suddenly appearing Supreme Mage Yu Jie. Even S.H.I.E.L. was genuinely fearful. Such power was beyond what a single human should wield. One person was like an entire army, and that army was terrifying. It seemed even Ultron's robotic forces could not intervene. Prior to this, S.H.I.E.L. and Iron Man had already manufactured weapons suitable for Thor. With this weapon, Thor could unleash tremendous power in a short time, which was S.H.I.E.L.'s confidence. They contemplated how to harness this force. First, they would eliminate Ultron's forces, then they could deal with Ultron himself. Who would have thought that before they could act, Yu Jie had appeared and resolved their greatest trouble? Even though Ultron was currently missing, as long as he was not a fool, he would know that it was impossible to stir up trouble in the short term. Otherwise, he would likely attract Yu Jie's attention once more. The power Yu Jie displayed could obliterate many troubles in a short time. Without a doubt, this understanding made Nick Fury more aware than anyone else that if there was to be chaos, one must have contact with the Supreme Mage Yu Jie. Nick Fury promptly issued orders demanding that S.H.I.E.L. find traces of the Supreme Mage Yu Jie in a short period. They needed to establish contact with him, preferably forging a long-term cooperative relationship. Otherwise, no one could guarantee that they would be able to handle Ultron if he appeared again. Iron Man and Thor quickly chose to leave, realizing that this battle was much shorter than they anticipated. Yet it also bought them more time to confront Ultron. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, Ultron would undoubtedly display even more terrifying power in the Third War. This was something they had to heed. If possible, they should eliminate him. After all, they still had plenty of time. However, if Ultron foolishly emerged in the short term, it was likely that Yu Jie would directly deal with him, making the trouble relatively manageable. With the intervention of the Supreme Mage, the crisis instigated by Ultron has come to an end. For Iron Man and Thor, it was a rare opportunity to catch their breath, considering they had previously thought this time would likely end in disaster. After all, they believed that an accident could very well occur here. However, now no such unforeseen event is likely to happen, for the Supreme Mage is overwhelmingly powerful. The army that Ultron painstakingly created could not withstand even a single round against the Supreme Mage. Iron Man knew very well that as long as the Supreme Mage was present, there would be no opportunity for either side. Unless the other side wished to court death and recklessly come out to provoke, otherwise trying to cause trouble here would be a fool's dream. Meanwhile, Yu Jie had naturally learned about the Supreme Mage's intervention to save the Earth. Yu Jie was not surprised by this. In fact, he was accustomed to it, for he understood all too well that the Supreme Mage had always been silently protecting the Earth. Whenever there was any crisis on Earth, the first to stand up would undoubtedly be the Supreme Mage, whose feelings for the planet are beyond words. However, at this moment, Yu Jie was more concerned about Odin's warning to him. Up until now, he had yet to understand what had happened with Odin and why he would seek him out to say such things. Generally speaking, Yu Jie chose to keep a low profile and stay within the estate. He did not actively seek out trouble, but he had not gone out to provoke. Yet someone came to seek trouble with him. This was something Yu Jie could not accept. He planned to have a good talk with them after his next power upgrade. Surely it couldn't just be them threatening him, while he couldn't threaten them back. However, at that moment, Yu Jie noticed something was amiss with his wife. After all, as his power increased, his physical condition had grown to a terrifying level. Yu Jie understood this better than anyone, therefore he was even more concerned about what was going on with Hela's body. If she were an ordinary woman, she would not be able to withstand him. However, Hela not only managed to endure, but also consistently displayed signs of unfulfilled desire, which made Yu Jie even more curious. Hela did not seem like an ordinary person, a fact he had never considered before. But with Odin appearing before him, Yu Jie began to ponder whether there was something different about his surroundings. After a series of events, he realized that the biggest mystery lay with his wife. But with Odin appearing before him, Yu Jie began to ponder whether there was something different about his surroundings. Otherwise, why would she be able to endure? This was the part Yu Jie found perplexing. Previously he felt he had secrets, but now he discovered that his wife also had her own secrets. However, even in light of these secrets, Yu Jie felt it unnecessary to bring everything out into the open. The most apparent fact was that neither party intended to openly discuss their matters with each other, so it was something they could choose to overlook for the time being. And resolving matters here would become more troublesome. Of course, for Yu Jie, all he needed was an answer. Previously, he did not know what had happened with Hela, but as Yu Jie focused on her, he also began to notice Hela. There must be some matters she had not disclosed to him, leading Yu Jie to feel a hint of curiosity about what he did not know regarding Hela. However, even with that curiosity, he did not intend to directly question her. It was similar to how he had kept his powers hidden. Since he had not disclosed his powers to Hela, she naturally had the right to her privacy regarding her own matters. Yu Jie was unwilling to lay everything bare before her, while on the other side Hela had noticed that Yu Jie's gaze towards her had changed recently. In fact, Hela was already aware that there were some things about Yu Jie that she had previously overlooked. For instance, Yu Jie possessed an incredibly terrifying power, a power that Hela could feel every evening. Previously in her senses, Yu Jie was merely an ordinary man from Earth. However, as time passed, she could sense that Yu Jie had undergone some distinctly noticeable changes. The most significant change was likely the power within Yu Jie. At first, she could clearly perceive the strength he held. However, during this period, even Hela was surprised to find that she seemed to struggle to see through Yu Jie's power, and it was this very fact that left her perplexed. Yet Hela's thoughts were completely in line with Yu Jie's. Since he had not revealed these thoughts here, she also felt no need to disclose everything. In simpler terms, they were both waiting for the other. However, today Yu Jie was about to sell the copyright to his With no other choice, Yu Jie went once more to negotiate about the copyright. Although he had already acquired enough money to last him a lifetime, who would ever say no to more money? As soon as Yu Jie left the estate, Hela noticed that a peculiar presence had emerged around the estate, with many people's gazes seemingly focused on it. This made Hela feel somewhat strange. The estate had always been extremely secluded. Of course, not long ago there was someone outside the estate who had sent someone to protect it. However, due to various circumstances, those individuals had been dismissed. But this time the sudden appearance of people made Hela instantly sense their malicious intent. They exuded malevolence from top to bottom as if they intended to eliminate everyone here. It was this very notion that caused Hela to involuntarily chuckle. It had been a long time since she had felt such power. The thought that someone would have ideas about her estate caused a terrifying force to begin to slowly emanate from Hela. Hela would not actively provoke others, but if anyone attempted to impose their will upon her, she would ensure they learned what true cruelty was. Heimdall was unaware that the visitors to his estate were from Hydra who had previously attempted to stir trouble. However, due to the constant suppression by S.H.I.E.L.D., their plans were forced to be abandoned shortly after they emerged, as causing trouble here required both sufficient opportunity and strength. Yet over the years Hydra's hidden power had significantly diminished. Even if they wished to cause trouble here, they lacked the necessary strength. Nonetheless, the desire to wreak havoc on the world has always existed within Hydra. If they could destroy the world, these lunatics would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. For instance, they recently devised a plan to connect with wealthy individuals. They began to gather information on potential wealthy candidates within the country, some of whom were already billionaires, and had caught Hydra's eye. Their plan was simple: extract enough money from these rich individuals to sustain their daily operations. After all, Hydra is an enormously powerful organization that constantly absorbs fresh blood while amassing greater strength. Their mission has always been to stir trouble. Previously, Hydra had sufficient strength to generate profits on their own. However, with the emergence of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra's plans have deviated to some extent, and they no longer possess the same capacity to accumulate wealth as before. Acquiring money was much simpler in the past. Now obtaining sufficient funds requires a considerable investment of time and manpower, making it a troublesome issue for Hydra. They do not wish to waste time on trivial matters, thus they can only focus on others, particularly the wealthy. They can directly obtain money from the wealthy, allowing them to acquire everything they desire. It must be said that Hydra has a certain talent in this regard, but this time they were unaware of who they were provoking. Heimdall, sensing the movements of the people outside the estate, couldn't help but take a deep breath. He and Yu Jie both felt there was much they wanted to express to each other, yet those thoughts ultimately remained unspoken. Unable to turn their thoughts into reality, Heimdall grew curious about what these people intended to do. Before long, the group entered Yu Jie's estate. This time Heimdall did not act directly. Instead, he purposely allowed them to enter, wanting to observe their intentions. It must be said that their intentions were quite simple. Heimdall even instructed the Hulk not to intervene, as the Hulk had become akin to a bodyguard within Yu Jie's estate. If any issues arose within the estate, the Hulk would be the first to respond. He sensed that some reckless individuals were approaching. The Hulk wanted to deal with them directly, and after all, the thought of Heimdall taking action was nerve-wracking. However, before he could move, Heimdall surprisingly halted him. He even instructed the Hulk not to take such actions, which puzzled the Hulk. He couldn't quite grasp what Heimdall meant, but since Heimdall had said so, he preferred not to complicate matters further. After all, if anything went wrong, Heimdall would handle it. As the Hulk spent more time with Heimdall, he became acutely aware of the formidable power Heimdall possessed. This power was not something an ordinary person could compare to, as Heimdall emanated an overwhelming force at almost every moment. If this had been in the past, the Hulk might not have cared, but now he had spent too much time with Heimdall. In almost an instant, he could sense the terrifying power radiating from Heimdall. He was well aware that attempting to resist Heimdall would be akin to a fool's errand, and he might very well be beaten to death by Heimdall. The Hulk understood this better than anyone, which is why he had no desire to cause trouble here. Regardless, Heimdall's word was law. Of course, the Hulk still harbored some doubts. It seemed both Heimdall and Yu Jie were aware of each other's existence. Yet they had not truly revealed any information about each other, instead behaving like strangers. Neither spoke, which felt very strange. This oddity left the Hulk curious about what was going on. Despite his curiosity, he understood that these matters had no direct relation to him, so it was best to keep them to himself. Otherwise, should he speak up, he would likely find himself in some trouble. Soon Hydra's people arrived at the estate, and the first person they saw was Heimdall. They looked at Heimdall with some confusion. Before Heimdall's appearance, they believed they would achieve a resounding victory. However, upon seeing Heimdall, everyone's expression changed. He did not appear before them like an ordinary person, as a force erupted from him. The power was terrifying, encompassing everything around them in an instant, causing even the Hulk to widen his eyes. He never expected such an event to occur. Although he thought something might happen here, seeing Heimdall exhibit such an unusual demeanor was something he wasn't quite used to. Nevertheless, after a brief glance, he focused on his breathing, maintaining calm. After all, the troublemaker was not him. Meanwhile, the Hydra members exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the situation. Is this person a mutant? May I ask who you are? Why do you seem to possess an extraordinarily strange power? A member of Hydra, observing Hela, spoke up, sensing that she was no ordinary person. This realization made him furrow his brow. He was uncertain whether Hela was truly human or one of those legendary mutants. Nevertheless, it was clear that Hela was not someone Hydra could provoke. In the past, they would have dismissed such. With Hydra's massive size, they could deal with anyone causing trouble. However, the current situation was a far cry from what it used to be. They knew that attempting to stir up trouble here would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, they understood that the reality before their eyes was far more complex than it seemed. Hela had not unleashed her power, yet she exuded an aura of terrifying strength. With just a glance at this power, they knew they were absolutely no match for her. They even had a gut feeling that if they acted recklessly, Hela might very well kill them. Her gaze was unsettling, not as if she were looking at humans, but rather as if they were mere weeds, lives as insignificant as grass. Hela did not expect that they would wish to communicate with her at first. A smile broke on her face. You are a clever human, but clever humans generally do not live long. As she spoke, a radiant light erupted from Hela, indicating that she would not dwell on the matter any further. Hela understood one thing: these humans had intruded upon her domain, even attempting to create chaos with. Given such audacity, Hela had no intention of being courteous. Once she determined that they were not good people, she saw no reason to spare them. It must be said that her thoughts were quite extreme. Yet the members of Hydra knelt down without hesitation. This scene left even the Hulk, who had been silently observing, utterly stunned. He had not expected these fellows to stumble in and kneel before Hela without exchanging more than a couple of words. The Hulk couldn't help but glance at Hela. He sensed that Hela seemed unlikely to kill these people. Sure enough, after seeing them kneel, a curious expression appeared on her face. It seems you are more clever than I imagined. However, you have only 1 minute to tell me why I should not kill you. The Hydra members were completely unprepared for Hela to say such a thing, but the leader of Hydra spoke up. It is not that we disrespect you, but rather that being killed by you would be our honor. However, if you spare us, you will gain a loyal group of subordinates, the most powerful on Earth. We hope not to disappoint you. This statement even made the Hulk laugh, as he had underestimated these people. Their shamelessness exceeded his expectations. He had speculated on what their state would be upon entering the room. Yet the Hulk never anticipated that they would kneel immediately and even seek to demonstrate their value to persuade Hela to spare them. Sure enough, in the next moment, Hela burst into laughter. These people are quite amusing. At least for Hela, she no longer harbored the desire to kill them. Although your answer does not satisfy me, since you have spoken, I am willing to give you a chance. Now tell me what surprises you can bring me. After Hela spoke, the Hydra leader, who had been doing most of the talking, secretly sighed in relief. Hydra was not far from collapse, especially as S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to have intensified their efforts against them recently. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra had always been in a state of deadly opposition. Not long ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. had launched a massive manhunt due to a Hydra incident, resulting in devastating blows to many of Hydra's strongholds. More importantly, Hydra was currently fragmented. The once mighty Hydra organization, which had dominated during World War II, had been completely divided, including the small squad of Hydra that had just entered the Yu Jie manor. They were merely a splinter of Hydra. Hydra's presence could be felt all over the world. In the past, they could unite to pursue their dream of world destruction, but with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s continuous interventions, Hydra's mindset began to change gradually. They realized that with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power growing ever larger, Hydra no longer had sufficient strength to confront them. A careless move could lead to devastating repercussions without a doubt. Long before S.H.I.E.L.D. had already warned Hydra once with their power, and at that time Hydra had paid a heavy price for it. This was precisely why the Hydra in this area had completely split apart. The Hydra that arrived at Yu Jie Manor was one of the 7 splinter groups. They were technically the 3rd squad under the 6th division, indicating just how fragmented Hydra had become. The reason the Hydra squad leader knelt upon seeing Hela was not just that he sensed she was not an ordinary. He believed he could seize the opportunity to ally with Hela and even submit to her, allowing this mutant to help him become the leader of Hydra. After all, the current situation could not get any worse. What did he have to lose? It must be said that the Hydra squad leader was quite clever, and in a roundabout way he even earned Hela's acknowledgement. Such a matter would astonish even those in Asgard. One cannot deny that the captain of the Hydra team is quite clever. He gained Hela's recognition almost immediately. Although Hela herself finds this so-called human unsatisfactory, it is important to note that the only being who ever truly pleased her was the Hulk, whose displayed power is utterly terrifying. If she could assemble a team comprised entirely of warriors like the Hulk, Hela believed she would be worthy to discuss her reputation with her father upon returning to Asgard. As the former goddess of death, Hela's insight is keen enough to recognize something distinctly unusual about the Hulk without needing to speculate too much. The Hulk's power is immense, Given enough provocation, he could transform into the most fearsome killing machine on the battlefield. Unfortunately, so far he is but one individual, and due to the overwhelming strength he has displayed, he has gradually reigned in his ferocity. This causes Hela some headaches, and it's not just concerning Asgard. In fact, she can vividly sense that Earth is not as simple as it appears. Most notably, for some time now, various accidents seem to have been occurring across Earth. The most evident aspect is that many events are beyond her control. This has led Hela to feel an unconscious sense of crisis. Previously, she had controlled everything, and no matter the incident, she could always find answers swiftly. But now she can distinctly feel that something is amiss, and most notably the opportunities she once grasped seem to have shifted. Sometimes if certain events do not occur, they may not seem significant. However, once they happen, recovering from them requires significant effort. It is precisely for this reason that Hela wishes to cultivate Hydra. She even considers allowing them to become her spies, quietly monitoring Earth. This way, no matter what happens on Earth, Hela could potentially receive answers at the earliest opportunity rather than remaining oblivious until it is too late, a feeling she cannot accept. Because of this, Hela is clearer than anyone else about what she needs to do. After Hela laid out her thoughts, the Hydra members nodded in agreement. However, the Hydra captain raised another question. Master, while we wish to assist you in resolving this matter, our current strength is still too weak. However, rest assured we have ample plans, we just need you to accompany us for a while. The Hydra captain's simple idea is to leverage Hela's power to solidify Hydra once more, believing that if they can unite their strength again, they might even stand a chance against S-H-I-E-L-D. Most importantly, the power Hela demonstrates is terrifying. Even a mere glance at her causes them to tremble, as if their very souls were on the verge of being overwhelmed. For this reason, they are acutely aware that if they can gain Hela's help, they might swiftly resolve whatever happens next. Hela glanced at them again, and a black glow appeared in her palm, initiating changes in each of them. The light that once shone in Hela's hand gradually dissipated, and the dozen or so Hydra members began to undergo subtle transformations. Their eyes seemed to turn black. To their surprise, a black blade appeared in the center of their foreheads. Hela then spoke. Each of you carries a fragment of my power. If you encounter an enemy you wish to defeat, simply whisper my name, and this power will erupt, aiding you against any foe. But remember, this opportunity is granted only once. Hela did not wish to bestow her power lightly, but these individuals could assist her in resolving many issues. Although this requires some expenditure of power, even though Hela's strength has not fully returned, she understands the importance of seizing this chance to acquire a group of subordinates. The Hydra captain was completely taken aback that Hela would grant them power. Each of them could feel a terrifying force deep within their bodies. If they could unleash this power, they would have the confidence to challenge any opponent, and in a moment, everyone knew they must thank their master for this gift. However, Hela said little else, allowing them to depart. After all, Yu Jie was about to return, and she did not intend to disclose her recruitment of Hydra to him. She even wanted to keep it a secret. After all, Yu Jie has always viewed her as just an ordinary Earth woman, just as she hoped he would see her as an ordinary Earth man. Both parties held such sentiments, but it felt more like a playful intimacy. Not long after, Yu Jie returned home and saw Hela, but for some reason the Hulk's gaze seemed a bit off. His hesitance was something the Hulk had never displayed before. Most importantly, the Hulk's appearance was not that of Bruce Banner, but rather his true form, which surprised Yu Jie. Usually the Hulk tends to adopt Bruce Banner's form and rarely shows this state. Could it be that he has feelings for Hela? Yu Jie cast a suspicious glance at the Hulk and Hela. He felt that during his absence something must have transpired at home. Yet what exactly happened seems to be something neither of them intends to reveal. Although Yu Jie was very curious, since Hela was unwilling to tell him anything here, he naturally remained silent. After all, he believed that if Hela truly had something to say, she would eventually reveal it. Since she did not wish to speak, he would just wait. Meanwhile, Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. were also collaborating once again due to Ultron's situation, as the arrival of the Supreme Sorcerer bought them considerable time. However, both Iron Man and Doctor Strange were fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Ultron's escape this time indicated that the adversary might seek more opportunities in the near future, for Ultron was never one to let events unfold in an orderly manner. The enemy would only escalate their actions, and this was beyond doubt. Thus, Iron Man needed to create something capable of restraining the adversary as quickly as possible. Initially, Iron Man viewed Ultron merely as a technological creation, but through constant interaction over time, he realized that even he could not devise a better solution in the short term. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. began to unite with Iron Man to manufacture more weapons. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not place all their hopes solely on Iron Man. For S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather for Nick Fury, it was preferable to spread their bets across multiple options. This way they could avoid excessive complications, and if they placed all their hopes on Iron Man in such a short time, they very well might not achieve the desired results. Because of this, Nick Fury wanted to contact the Supreme Sorcerer. Rather than engaging in battle alongside Iron Man, it would be better to find the Sorcerer and have him exert some effort in protecting Earth. It must be said that Nick Fury's idea was commendable. However, even if he dispatched everyone from S.H.I.E.L.D., they still could not find any trace of the Supreme Sorcerer. Meanwhile, events began to unfold in Asgard. Initially, Odin did not intend to launch another attack on Earth in the short term due to the Sorcerer's presence, but he discovered that Loki seemed to have vanished. Previously, Odin was aware that Loki stayed on Earth to plot against his brother, but after the last incident, Odin was astonished to find that Loki seemed to have completely disappeared. Earlier, he had hoped to see if Loki might have any other plans regarding his brother, but despite Odin's continuous search, and even using his divine power, he could not locate any trace of him, which began to make Odin feel uneasy. Though Loki was not his biological child, he had been by Odin's side for so many years that he was nearly like a son, a fact that Odin himself did not wish to deny. However, the current disappearance of the child left Odin feeling somewhat anxious. Could it be that those beings had returned? Thinking of this, Odin once again utilized his power to create a protective barrier. He wanted to see whether those beings had indeed returned, and at the moment Odin stepped into the abyss, he felt a shroud of darkness and cold enveloping him. It seemed to have surrounded him immediately. With the emergence of this power, Odin quickly realized that those beings had indeed returned. With this realization, Odin understood that Loki's disappearance was not without cause. More precisely, it was Odin himself who was taken aback by this abusive fountain entity. Loki was most likely captured by those beings, otherwise with his searching abilities, he should have been able to locate. Long ago, Odin had given Loki a small gift. Through this gift, Odin could find Loki's whereabouts. But now, although he could sense the gift's existence, he could not perceive Loki's location, leading Odin to almost conclude that the issue likely lay with the frost giants. Otherwise, why could he only sense the existence of his gift? Yet he could not sense Loki's trace. It was highly probable that the frost giants had captured Loki and placed a certain restriction on him. Otherwise, this situation would not have occurred. In the dark abyss, Odin continued his search. He even unleashed his full power, but after wandering for a long time, he still found no news regarding the frost giants. Reluctantly, Odin returned to Asgard. It was not that he did not wish to continue searching, but in the dark abyss, he could always feel his power being suppressed. If he continued searching without pause, he might be found by the frost giants and suffer an attack. Asgard could not be without him, yet this did not mean Odin would give up on Loki. He immediately contacted. As the brother of Loki, Thor naturally had to protect his brother. Thor, who had originally been on Earth, quickly returned to Asgard. He was quite puzzled by his father's summons, and when his father informed him about Loki's situation, Thor was taken aback. He had no good feelings toward Loki. Because Loki was always scheming against him, everyone in Asgard knew that Loki's ambitions were the most evident. Even a child could see that he wanted to become the God King. However, Odin seemed unwilling to grant Loki the position of God King. Yet despite this, Loki had never given up on his aspirations, and this very desire caused Thor to feel a sense of repulsion. Seemingly noticing Thor's aversion, Odin directly addressed him at that moment. He is your brother. No matter what he has done, he is still just a child. As an older brother, you should protect him well. Thor never expected his father to suddenly say such words to him, but from them, he could easily guess that Odin had something he wanted to communicate. Otherwise, he would not have said such things. However, Odin merely looked at him and did not continue speaking. The changes in circumstances always came unexpectedly. Even Thor did not know what to say, and not only did he have a father and brother, but he also had a sister. He suddenly realized that the minds of his family seemed somewhat troubled. It seemed that he was the only normal one, yet being normal in this family appeared to bring no advantage. Before this, Thor had not given much thought to Loki, considering him to be just another troublemaker who brought misfortune upon himself. Since his early days in Asgard, Loki had hardly done anything significant. He was always scheming, which made Thor more eager than anyone else for Loki to face misfortune. However, Thor never anticipated that his expectations would soon become reality, most notably when he finally decided to take action. Even when he began to stir up trouble, he discovered that surprises often arrived unexpectedly, yet despite having a million thoughts, they remained merely his own. His father would not allow him such thoughts, and Thor was acutely aware of the kind of person Odin truly was. Outwardly imposing, Odin was actually a very family-oriented person. As Thor had observed, otherwise he would not have called him back from Earth. Even if Thor had 100 reservations, it was futile. Seeing Thor's unwillingness, Odin's expression shifted. Indeed, while he did not believe Loki could ever become a ruler, Thor was certainly the one most qualified for the role. Yet Loki was still his child, and thus he should not be dragged into external affairs. Moreover, this time it involved the frost giants. This made it even harder for Odin to accept. He knew better than anyone what kind of beings the frost giants were. Because of this, Odin felt the need to confront the frost giants once more. After all, their existence complicated matters significantly. For a long time, Odin had not paid much attention to the frost giants. Since sealing them away, he knew they could not cause trouble in the short term. But who would have thought that in a place he had overlooked, the frost giants would still escape? If it were merely an escape, Odin might not have cared too much. However, the frost giants were not satisfied with merely escaping. After their flight, they intended to capture his child, which filled Odin with fury. He felt that his dignity as a king had been provoked. Thor was somewhat surprised by Odin's demeanor, as he had not seen his father this angry in a long time. Yet now Odin was exhibiting a severe expression from beginning to end, which surprised Thor. He understood that if the situation continued to escalate, it could surpass his imagination. Sure enough, Odin turned to Thor and spoke. "I know you look down on your brother, but he is still your brother. If this matter is kept behind closed doors, nothing unexpected will happen. You could even humiliate him without consequence, but now he has been captured. Will you continue to wait?" Odin's words resonated with Thor, reflecting the anger he had sensed earlier. Because of this, Thor ultimately nodded. Regardless of what was happening outside, his father's anger signified that this matter could not simply end. As expected, shortly after Thor left, Odin summoned the entire army of Asgard. Now his third child was in danger. Although Odin often found Loki to be troublesome, he still regarded him. For this reason, no one could provoke the dignity of the king. Loki, in a way, represented Odin's honor. Despite the fact that Asgard had not seen war for many years, one should not forget that Odin had once led all of Asgard's forces in battles across the universe, and he remained one of the most powerful kings even today. Today, this king would no longer maintain the low profile he had held for thousands of years, as it seemed those adversaries had forgotten the terror of a king. Thus, Odin was unwilling to waste time here. If they wished to cause trouble, let them continue. As long as they were prepared to pay the price, the soldiers of Asgard quickly assembled, and at that moment Odin opened a portal using his powers. The power of the Bifrost could aid the army in better offense, but Odin did not require such attacks. He merely needed to demonstrate his overwhelming might, so that those despicable beings would understand what cruelty meant. When the king is enraged, countless corpses will fall. This phrase is no joke. Soon Odin had organized everyone completely. A massive portal appeared before them, leading to the abyss. With the awakening of the frost giants, Odin was no longer willing to waste time. They were waiting for him in the abyss, and even fighting there was not in Asgard's best interest. However, Odin remained confident. He understood the powers of his opponents, yet their strength was still no match for him. After all, Asgard had not forgotten its past glory for thousands of years. As the king, he had established an illustrious reputation throughout the universe by his own strength. This is beyond doubt. The frost giants had previously had grievances with Odin, but their fate was sealing. Since they had escaped, Odin decided to eradicate them once and for all. He was unwilling to give them any chances. After all, Odin had sealed too many opponents over the years. As he grew older, Odin increasingly felt that sealing opponents was an incredibly foolish act. If he could kill them, what reason was there to let them live? The god of thunder had no idea why his father was here, but his guess stemmed more from his father's own pride. For many years, Odin had been regarded as the king of gods, but it seemed that after thousands of years, some had forgotten what the title truly represented, as someone dared to provoke Odin here. Just as Odin was about to take action, the god of thunder focused on his father, sensing a faint aura emanating from him in an instant. He could guarantee that this aura was terrifying. With just a moment's notice, it could annihilate anyone daring to confront him. Even the god of thunder was surprised. It turned out that during all this time, his father's power had remained at its peak, and soon the army led by Odin successfully invaded the abyss. The abyss now was vastly different from when Odin first arrived back. Then he only sensed a chill, but now it was filled with traces of wind and snow, and the temperature seemed to have vanished entirely. As far as the eye could see, it was a realm of cold, and in this abyss the god of thunder couldn't help but grip his hand. This time, following his father into battle, the god of thunder stepped into a new experience, as his father wanted him to engage in war and grow rapidly. Unfortunately, the god of thunder had already discerned Odin's intentions. He was indifferent to the war, as Odin had hardly acted for many years, yet, as Odin's child, he knew all too well what those two words represented. For thousands of years, the title King of Gods had weighed heavily on the hearts of countless beings across the. Because of Odin's actions prior, he had nearly faced off against every powerful entity in the universe, not to mention the celestial gods. Even the creator gods had once wrestled with him. It was due to this fear that, despite time slowly eroding it, Odin's power itself would not fade. The frost giants, a race the god of thunder had learned about before, were not to be taken lightly. The power they once exhibited was formidable, but that was in the past. With his strength, Odin had virtually disintegrated them in 2 battles, proving just how fearsome he was. However, now that the frost giants had finally emerged, instead of fleeing, they intended to establish their own base in the abyss. Wasn't that a foolish dream? Similarly, thoughts began to churn in the god of thunder's mind regarding Yu Jie and his own challenges. After the last incident, Yu Jie had nearly become a nightmare for the god of thunder. The god of thunder could not erase the instinctive move that Yu Jie had executed in his mind. At that moment, Yu Jie had acted without much preparation, as if guided by spontaneity, and the god of thunder happened to arrive at the right moment, which was precisely why he was caught off guard. It wasn't just his sister. Yu Jie was a terrifying deity, and even his brother-in-law exhibited an intimidating power that made him tremble uncontrollably, which was no jest. This was a stark reality. Long ago, the god of thunder had estimated his own strength multiple times, especially after being educated by the destroyer on Earth, and he could feel his power had increased tremendously from its previous state. Not only was his divine power enhanced, but his physical form had also seen significant improvement. Because of this, the god of thunder felt more than just confidence, but sadly these thoughts diverged greatly from reality, as his power still stood before him. Yet the god of thunder could not find a better means to align things with his expectations. The power Yu Jie had displayed might not be fully recognized by Yu Jie himself, but over time the god of thunder had been continuously recalling that moment when Yu Jie unleashed his strength, as if an eruption of power occurred in an instant. Moreover, that strength was definitely not the entirety of Yu Jie's power. In the god of thunder's eyes, it seemed Yu Jie had merely acted casually. Quickly the god of thunder cast aside these thoughts. He was more aware than others that the great battle was about to commence, and pondering such trivial matters was meaningless. In the blink of an eye, terrifying power emerged throughout the abyss, and even Odin, the king of gods, recognized him. He had been searching for the traces of the frost giants in the abyss, but had found nothing after such a long time. Yet he could feel that the frost giants were likely aware of his arrival. Otherwise they wouldn't have this aura present, but what right did they have to cause trouble here? On the other side, just as Odin had guessed, the frost giants that had emerged from their seal were discussing how to deal with Odin. Although the frost giants had just emerged from their seal, they had not forgotten the reality of being educated by Odin years prior. They believed that such a being as Odin posed no threat to them, but with the emergence of this thought, and with Odin's path of slaughter opening, they began to realize just how ridiculous they were. At his peak, Odin had suppressed all the frost giants solely with his own power. Originally, when they thought their lives were about to end, Odin had disdainfully locked all of them away. Odin did not kill them. It was more about sealing them, which instilled both fear and a hint of surprise in the frost giants. Although it was a seal, as long as they could lift it, the vast world would be theirs to explore. They didn't believe Odin would relentlessly pursue them. However, they held no fondness for Odin. At first, they were defeated by him, and then their entire race was sealed. Such a matter spanning nearly 1,000 years was unbearable for anyone. Unfortunately, it was evident that Odin's power had grown stronger. They could perceive the specific situation of their opponent through the abyss, and the brilliance radiating from Odin was the most dazzling. With just a glance, they could confirm it. All the remaining frost giants harbor an intense hatred for Odin. Although Odin spared them, one must not forget that their battle against him led to the near annihilation of their entire race. Previously, there were thousands of frost giants in the abyss, but now there are fewer than 1,000 left. All of this is due to Odin, who directly baptized the entire race of frost giants. Any frost giant that held enmity towards him did not survive. Fortunately, even during their time of imprisonment, they discovered their own strength and slowly grew, which is the best news, for no one wishes to be bound, especially for thousands of years. They had never known how unbearable the feeling of being sealed was until they were truly sealed away. Even if they gained sufficient power during this sealing in their hearts, being bound feels like being under house arrest, a loss of everything. They once had no opportunity, and this time they would not allow such a thing to continue. They needed to make Odin pay a sufficient price, and unlike what Odin had done before, since he merely sealed them this time, they would completely annihilate him. After all, the opponent is so proud. At this moment, the frost giants brought Loki forth. Loki never expected to be stripped of his power by a familiar force while on Earth. He had been contemplating whether to take action against his unfortunate brother, but before he could entertain that thought, a sudden force appeared on Earth, one he was very familiar with. Then in an instant he was stripped away from the world, and when he opened his eyes again, Loki found himself in this familiar yet strange abyss. It was certainly strange, as Loki had no memory of ever being here, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if this place had countless ties to him. However, if he could be sure he had never come here, then what was this feeling of unfamiliarity? Until the frost giants appeared before him, he realized these were the very beings his father had once banished. In fact, Loki might understand these frost giants even more than Thor. This was because Loki had read every book in Asgard long ago. He knew that frost giants existed due to angering Odin and being sealed away. He looked at these frost giants with confusion. How could a group of sealed beings emerge and take him away? But the next moment, all the frost giants knelt down, each murmuring something. "Respectful king, you have finally returned." Strange words emerged from the mouths of the frost giants, leaving Loki stunned. He never expected them to kneel and address him as their king, which completely bewildered him. He thought they had taken him to threaten Odin. After all, he was Odin's child. Only by seizing Odin's most important child could they coerce him and take revenge for past grievances. Loki knew the frost giants had been sealed away by Odin, but who could have imagined that not only did they not attack him, but they also acknowledged him as their king. Then Loki learned from them that he was actually the prince of the frost giant clan. Odin had nearly destroyed the entire frost giant clan. In the end, he forced all frost giants to submit to him, or else their entire race would face extinction. With no other choice, these beings chose to survive, but such survival had no meaning. After Odin learned their answer, he sealed them all away completely. Once he sealed these beings, Odin's thoughts and actions were particularly simple and brutal. He directly captured the youngest prince of the frost giant clan. Only in this way could he make all frost giants bow their heads, otherwise these beings would run out of their seals and still harbor thoughts against him. It must be said that Odin's actions were quite absurd. Even after achieving this, one still could not believe it. Until the frost giants cut their arms and mingled their blood with Loki's, he discovered that his body had turned blue. The familiar self he once knew seemed to be fading, and the emerging self appeared completely like these frost giants. Moreover, each one of them exuded a sense of inexplicable familiarity in his eyes, a familiarity not derived from knowing them, but from a recognition of their bloodline. That was a recognition from the depths of his being. Because of this, Loki had to admit that he had never truly been Odin's child. Receiving this revelation was hard for Loki to accept. However, soon the frost giants revealed to him their true history. They were once the kings of this abyss, and this place was not like this at all. All of this was due to Odin, whose actions were far more complex than Loki had imagined. Strictly speaking, the frost giants once had an extraordinarily beautiful future, but everything changed with Odin's appearance, and the most noticeable change was that everything vanished. What remained was merely a scene of desolation. Loki found it hard to accept the true nature of this situation, but he also knew that even if he could not accept it, he had to acknowledge their unfeigned bloodline connection, though it couldn't possibly be fabricated. As the Prince of Asgard, Loki understood this better than anyone, yet the moment he thought of his father's appearance, he found it almost impossible to accept. The thoughts he once harbored seemed so childish now. It turned out he had carried a national grudge and family hatred from the very beginning, yet in the end, he had recognized a thief as his father. Loki found it somewhat difficult to accept his current identity, yet amidst this struggle, there was a flicker of anger within him. He realized that he had been the one deceived from the very beginning. The expectations he harbored were laughable, and in this realization Loki had unknowingly agreed to the Frost Giants' plan. Long ago, the Frost Giants had devised a particularly terrifying plan to resurrect their ancient king. In the earliest times, there was a formidable figure among the Frost Giants known for possessing unparalleled strength. Due to this, the Frost Giants once ruled over an entire era. However, this era was short-lived, brief, yet glorious. They did not gain more power during that time, leading to a significant weakness in the Frost Giant clan after the king's disappearance. Even so, the Frost Giants were acutely aware that in the distant past, they were the most powerful beings in this world. That glory was etched into their very bones. Odin's actions had left the Frost Giants unable to accept their fate, thus they sought to summon their ancient king, a task that required Loki's unique bloodline powers. If Loki was willing, the Frost Giants could utilize all their resources to transform him into that king. Loki was hesitant, but soon the Frost Giants flooded his mind with memories of everything that had transpired. Even Loki was taken aback by the reality of it all. Gazing at the memories in his mind, he could not remain calm. Everything was so real and so cruel. He had to do something about it. While he could not change what he had lost, it seemed that the future lay in his hands. Could he still remain composed? His sister might not know, but a voice inside him urged, as if telling him that he had no need to stay calm any longer. His kin were before him. Ultimately, Loki agreed to the group's request, fully aware that these beings might be his only connection to his race. He had no reason to refuse them, and indeed, as they said, he had been mistaking the thief for a father. Odin's actions were unforgivable by any standard. In the end, Loki consented to the requests of these beings while the ancient king began to awaken. Odin did not anticipate that Loki, after being taken captive, would have his previous memories forcibly implanted into him. In the abyss, Odin felt a twinge of agitation. He had no idea what kind of torment Loki was enduring, yet undoubtedly the Frost Giants had managed to frighten him. Even though Odin was not his biological father, years of interaction had led him to consider Loki as his youngest child, the one most cherished by every parent. This concern made Odin somewhat anxious, and at that moment the Asgardian army began to spread out. All the forces had united, preparing to gather Asgard's strength to utterly annihilate the Frost Giants. However, no one expected that after wandering in the abyss for so long, they would find no trace of the Frost Giants. Odin then realized they must have hidden themselves. When there was only one of him, they dared to reveal themselves, but now with his army approaching they had no reason or qualifications to do so. Maintaining consistency, Odin, though immensely furious, could do nothing. He could only disperse his forces as much as possible. This was the only way to exert a more formidable pressure in a short time, otherwise no one knew what might happen next. It must be said that Odin's strategy was excellent and closely aligned with the current reality. The Asgardian army showcased its terrifying power at once. As the search dragged on, Odin could no longer tolerate this so-called waiting. Thus, he commanded all Asgardian forces to unleash their power recklessly. They must make the frost giants feel pressure. Only then could they locate them more swiftly, for it had been a long time since Thor had seen Odin so enraged. At that moment, Thor realized just how important Loki was to their father. Not long after, traces of the frost. In truth, the frost giants had been hiding here all along. They were waiting for the Asgardian army to lower its guard before striking, but clearly they had been hiding for so long, without finding a suitable opportunity, until Odin dispersed his forces, allowing the frost giants to seize the best chance. Defeating them one by one was the frost giants' best opportunity. Soon after, Odin noticed that a small team had suddenly lost contact. All teams maintained a connection with Odin, albeit a faint one, allowing him to know the status of each. However, a 200-man team had vanished without a trace. Odin immediately reacted, realizing the frost giants were on the offensive. Bolts of lightning began to crackle around him, as he never expected the enemy would strike first. They actually took action against him. Given Odin's temperament, how could he tolerate this? The surge of power within him became increasingly chaotic, causing his face to show signs of distress. In the next moment, lightning erupted from Odin, shattering the abyss. Thor had never witnessed Odin in such a furious state, yet now he saw unparalleled power radiating from his father, transforming the once dark and cold abyss into something entirely different. Most notably, under the illumination of the lightning, everything in the abyss became crystal clear. Thor even discovered several ice sculptures, which bore the likenesses of countless Asgardian soldiers clad in armor. At that moment, Thor suddenly felt a twinge of doubt. What were these? You wouldn't think that conquering the entire universe was merely a matter of my command, would you? Odin seemed to notice the curiosity in Thor's eyes, which prompted him to directly speak up. Thor, however, was taken aback, unable to comprehend why his father suddenly shared such words, and Odin proceeded to tell Thor a different version of the story. In the past, Asgard was embroiled in constant warfare, due to Hela's influence, leading Odin to believe he had become somewhat powerful. Yet his daughter's transformation caused the kindness within Odin to gradually fade, ultimately allowing his goodness to triumph over his madness. He felt there was no longer a need to stir up trouble. Peace was indeed a viable option. Perhaps due to his advancing age, Odin abandoned the idea of conquering the universe, but at that moment his daughter betrayed him. Or perhaps Hela simply did not understand. It was her father who had caused all of this, yet at the critical moment, he chose to retreat. Hela's betrayal caught Odin off guard, but at that time he still possessed the power to suppress her, thus Hela was sealed away. It was at that moment Odin realized that after years of warfare he seemed to have never truly understood his own daughter. Odin felt somewhat uneasy, but he did not consider the situation particularly embarrassing. However, at that moment something unimaginable happened beside him. At this moment Odin should have been ready to retire, but who could have imagined that he would actually choose to do so? Some, however, could not accept it, such as the frost giants. In that era, they had finally produced a ruler capable of resurrecting the ancient bloodline. This ruler's aim was simple: to spread the glory of the frost giants throughout the universe once more, and the best way to do that was to eradicate all races. Asgard was already quite renowned at that time. Thus they initiated an assault on Asgard, causing it to pay a heavy price, which was a shock to Odin, who had just laid down his arms. He no longer had any thoughts of remaining quiet. He never expected that merely harboring such a thought would lead someone to challenge him. Odin quickly organized Asgard's armies once more and launched a devastating counterattack against the frost giants. Although Asgard's forces had already been somewhat weakened from the previous two wars, one must not forget that Odin was still there. However, who could have imagined that the frost giants in the abyss were so terrifying? Even Odin paid a hefty price, and Asgard lost tens of thousands of soldiers. Those ice sculptures that Thor had just seen were remnants of that conflict. Thor looked at his father, completely unaware that such a chapter existed in Asgard's history, but it seemed somewhat different for Loki. For some reason, Thor felt that Loki's blood was somewhat different. Most importantly, in Thor's mind, he seemed to have a vague understanding of Loki, as if Loki was simply a brother who appeared out of nowhere. Even his mother had not told him anything about Loki. His father shared his story with Thor, only making Thor's confusion more pronounced. During his contemplation, Thor's primary concern remained his belief that his father would not deceive him. And as he found no answers here, rather than ponder over such chaotic matters, it was far more important to find his brother's whereabouts. A terrifying power quickly manifested around Odin as his thunder radiated outward from him. This time the power Odin emitted was not just to showcase his martial prowess, but more so to maintain contact with every squad. He recalled the price paid in that abyss. The memories still lingered in Odin's mind, and he did not wish for such events to occur again. Therefore he needed to quickly grasp the situation of every squad he had dispatched. As Odin's power erupted, the frost giants who had been observing covertly remained calm. Originally they viewed this as the perfect opportunity to pick them off one by one, but who could have anticipated that Odin would be this formidable? His power radiating outwards made everything in the abyss seem less clear. Even the advantages the frost giants had seemed to diminish at this moment. They fell silent again while Odin's face revealed a hint of fatigue due to the exertion of his power. However, this fatigue did not linger long as Odin pushed through. He knew that if the enemy had indeed taken Loki back, he could not allow the situation to end so simply. Perhaps they would utilize Loki for many purposes, and Odin was well aware of the frost giants' former glory, knowing they could exploit their royal lineage for certain changes. However, none of this should involve Loki. He was merely his child. Yet who could have imagined that after Odin released his power, traces of the enemy would become increasingly elusive? Odin's expression grew darker as he originally intended to protect his soldiers, but found that his protective measures had inadvertently alarmed the enemy. The enemy once again remained silent. If it were about other matters, it might not pose much trouble, but the issue now was that they could not even find traces of the enemy. Thus the dispatched squads would be rendered ineffective. But soon Odin sensed an extremely unsettling aura. 2 squads had actually vanished, and this disappearance seemed to occur without him noticing. The moment Odin unleashed his power, he realized. The soldiers seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Most importantly, as this aura spread, Odin received no warnings. He almost instantly reacted, realizing that the frost giants had indeed made their move. They were completely unable to remain calm, but similarly something peculiar seemed to have happened to them. One must say that even Odin needed to be alert here, for this group of madmen was too strange. What Odin did not know was that this time the tentacles of the frost giants were not solely due to the giants themselves, but more, because Loki had learned of their past, realizing that he was their prince. All his parents and relatives, everything that was connected to him, had been slain by Odin, leaving Loki unable to bear such a result. Although Odin had once been his father, this man had erased everything from his existence, even turning him into his son, extinguishing the goodness within Loki. He soon agreed to the ritual of the frost giants, embracing the ancient power. It quickly returned to Loki. The moment the power returned, Loki chose to strike at the soldiers of Asgard. These people had once been his subordinates, yet now they seemed nothing more than a band of bloodied executioners. At the same time, Loki found himself somewhat pleased with this power. He had never imagined that this ancient bloodline would grant him such strength. With a 200-man squad, he merely toyed with them, and they utterly lost their lives. This made Loki somewhat entranced by the power, yet he could also sense the aura of his father. Odin had imbued each small team with his power. As soon as anyone attacked these teams, it would naturally draw Odin's attention. However, this time Loki's strike was too swift for Odin to react. Nonetheless, Odin could keenly sense that this opponent was likely far more formidable than he had imagined. After all, how could one possibly annihilate over 400 soldiers in an instant? Odin ordered all troops to regroup. He could not afford to let them disperse. These people could not be allowed to scatter, for the enemy's choice to pick them off one by one indicated their confidence. Odin's command had barely been issued when another small team suffered a devastating blow. Before long, most of the army had returned, but a small portion was still missing. Seeing this, Odin fell silent. He knew very well that the soldiers who had not returned were most likely lost forever, just like their predecessors, eternally trapped in this abyss. Meanwhile, Odin's aura began to stabilize. Even the thunder god was taken aback, and soon he noticed an even more terrifying aura emanating from Odin. Even earlier, when Odin was furious, the thunder god sensed something was off about his father. Most notably, it seemed as if his father's power was uncontrollably radiating, just as it was now. Standing at the back of the army, Odin suddenly flew into the air, moving from the last position to the front of the army, and then lightning enveloped him completely. The armor forged from lightning made Odin appear extraordinary at first glance. The thunder god recognized immediately that his father was showcasing his most formidable power. Now, looking at his father, he felt a deep sense of dread. That was the majesty of the god king, a sight he had not witnessed from his father in many years, yet undeniably his father remained as terrifying and powerful as ever. Even the faintest hint of his aura could instill fear within him. The fear made his entire body feel suffocated at this moment, and precisely because of this, the thunder god could no longer maintain his composure. He knew that if his father was not truly enraged, he would never reveal such terrifying power. In mere moments, this power had completely radiated outward. Almost every second, a powerful force continued to grow, which was what the thunder god was most concerned about. He knew his father's power was immense, but he never expected that after showcasing his initial wave of strength his father would further amplify his power. Many soldiers began to slowly retreat, and at this moment the Thunder God chose to follow suit, for as his father's power continued to radiate, anyone who got too close could feel the overwhelming might slowly changing. Soon light radiated from Odin's eyes, spreading around the entire abyss. At this moment, the Thunder God finally reacted, realizing that his father intended to use his divine power to perceive everything in the abyss. In no time the light enveloped Odin and radiated throughout all of existence, with the light from his eyes seemingly allowing him to see everything in the abyss. Finally, Odin's expression changed. Even the Thunder God was momentarily taken aback, as he had never anticipated his father would suddenly display such an expression, one of shocked doubt and even self-reproach, all simultaneously reflected on Odin's face, leaving the Thunder God feeling somewhat unaccustomed. He had never thought that his father would exhibit such a demeanor, and then suddenly the Thunder God noticed something was amiss as the ground began to tremble beneath them. An inexplicable force was slowly approaching from afar, and even the Thunder God could sense this power, as if it were negotiating something with his father. Not long after, Loki also noticed that hundreds of giants appeared before him. With just a glance, the Thunder God recognized them as the frost giants recorded in ancient texts. These were precisely the targets they had been seeking, yet standing before these giants was his brother Loki, a revelation that left the Thunder God utterly astonished. He had never imagined that the figure suddenly appearing among the giants was his own brother. However, his brother seemed somewhat abnormal. This power appeared entirely different from anything he had seen before, but Loki could sense it. His father was utterly transformed, just as the Thunder God perceived Loki, feeling an immense power emanating from him. Was this truly the same useless brother he had known? Even he could not help but feel a twinge of shock at this power. The Thunder God found himself comparing them internally, ultimately shaking his head. He understood very well. If he were to engage with his former brother here, he would likely pay a heavy price, which was not something he wished to see. On Earth, Hela felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something significant was happening in the unseen world. Unable to resist, she gazed into the distance. Yet she saw nothing which made her feel uncertain. Meanwhile, Yu Jie also noticed that something was off with his wife. Although his wife was an ice-cold beauty, she remained in that frozen state, without any change, like a block of ice standing in a glacial world. Even the sun could not melt her, yet he sensed a hint of anxiety and something strange on her face. Yu Jie approached Hela, unable to resist caressing her hair, and gently asked, "What's wrong, my dear? Why do you look a bit off?" Hela shook her head, unable to explain her own feelings, sensing an inexplicable anxiety. But in the next moment, Hela's expression changed. The reason she felt anxious was likely due to her bloodline connection. If this connection represented something, did it not mean something had happened in Asgard? The only person in this world with a bloodline connection to her was her father. Even Thor would not elicit such feelings in her. Because the bloodline connection with Thor was extremely weak, only if Odin were in trouble would Hela sense that. However, this thought did not linger long in Hela's mind before she forcefully suppressed it. She did not feel surprised about her father's troubles. In fact, there was a hint of joy in her, at least on the surface. Yu Jie could tell something was off with Hela throughout the day. Even the life symphony she loved to play at night seemed to last only briefly, leaving him perplexed. However, he knew he could not interfere with her matters. As night fell, both of them fell into a deep sleep, and at that moment Hela found herself in an unfamiliar forest. Soon a familiar woman appeared before her. It was the queen. Looking at the queen, Hela furrowed her brow, surprised that she had entered her dream. The queen spoke slowly. "I didn't wish to find you, but your father is currently facing a grave crisis, battling a horde of frost giants in the abyss. His situation is dire. If you still consider yourself his child, I hope you can go see him." Hela fell silent, her gaze fixed on the queen, understanding the heavy implications of her words. The queen hoped Hela would lend a hand to save her father. However, Hela was unwilling to let this happen, and instead began to mock the situation. "The father who once sealed me now needs my help. Impossible. Since he once wished to seal me away, let him continue to think that way. I wonder if it was he who sealed me first, or if he got into trouble first." After saying this, Hela ignored the queen's astonished expression and shattered the dream. Awakening in the deep night, she gazed out the window. The scenes from the past involuntarily surfaced in her mind. At this moment, Yu Jie reached out, one hand resting on Hela's chest, and the other on her shoulder. Hela realized that Yu Jie was experiencing the same feelings. However, Yu Jie slowly said, "I didn't expect my wife to be the goddess of death, Hela. Honestly, I'm a bit excited." Hela was taken aback by Yu Jie's sudden revelation, yet the look in her eyes began to shift. In an instant, Hela understood why Yu Jie knew her identity. It was likely because of the queen. Just as Hela suspected, Yu Jie indeed learned about her identity due to the queen. As the most powerful witch among the 9 realms, the queen knew far more than Odin. Most importantly, her visit to find Hela was not merely because she wanted Hela to save her father. The queen was more aware of Hela's condition than anyone else. To be frank, Hela was just an afterthought. The queen's focus remained on Yu Jie. During the battle in the cosmos, even the supreme sorcerer was unaware of it, yet the queen, as the most powerful witch among the 9 realms, quickly grasped the details of the battle. Unexpectedly, it was her daughter's husband. The power displayed by her son-in-law was extraordinarily terrifying, something the queen was very aware of. She even knew that if her son-in-law wished, he might be hiding even more secrets. Currently, Odin was enduring a fierce battle, and as the queen she could not intervene, but she could certainly help Yu Jie find more powerful allies, such as her daughter and son-in-law. Hela looked at Yu Jie, unsure of his thoughts, but she saw a hint of excitement in his eyes. He did not reject his identity. Hela then remarked, "You know my identity, yet I do not know yours. Do you think this is fair?" Yu Jie simply rubbed his nose at that moment. To Yu Jie, Hela seemed like a little woman aside he had never seen before. Whether as the former ice-cold beauty or the current little woman, he found both versions of her very appealing. However, Yu Jie slowly spoke, "If you wish to become the god king of Asgard, this is your opportunity, but I believe you should still meet your father." Heimdall was well aware that Hela's performance today was largely influenced by Odin. Had it not been for Odin's appearance, Hela might have remained her usual self, and if it were not for her concern over past matters, she would likely have seemed quite happy. However, the reality was different. Hela appeared somewhat distracted, which made Heimdall realize that his wife still cared about her father. Similarly, Heimdall's thoughts were not so simple, as he had encountered Odin before, and Odin had threatened him. Who would have thought that the tides would turn? The father-in-law who once threatened him now needed his help, and this thought made Heimdall chuckle. Perhaps even Odin himself did not anticipate such a turn of events. Hela did not expect Heimdall to speak such words to her, but she was not entirely opposed to it either. Soon Hela and Heimdall decided to set off, as the news from the queen suggested that Odin's time was running short. At that moment, Heimdall was unaware of what had befallen Odin, but he had every reason to believe something was amiss. Odin should be the most powerful being in all of Asgard. This is indisputable. The fact that he is referred to as the Allfather is no coincidence. Without sufficient strength, no one would willingly submit to Odin. This realization only made Heimdall more curious, as he had no idea what had transpired in Asgard. Moreover, how could such events occur during this time frame? Heimdall believed he understood the current Marvel universe. Though the unfolding plot might become complicated, he felt he could still make some guesses. Unexpected events seemed to occur precisely when he least anticipated them. Next, Hela revealed some unexpected information to Heimdall, explaining that the frost giants currently battling Odin were once a terrifying force. Their ancient bloodline was such that even Odin might struggle against them. We had known this long ago, but at that time the ancient bloodline had not fully awakened. Thus, neither Odin nor Hela had considered the implications of such a bloodline awakening after so many years. This realization made Hela acutely aware that the situation might not be as simple as she had imagined. The awakening of the frost giant's bloodline could mean that Odin's predicament was far worse than she had anticipated. Though she claimed not to harbor any thoughts regarding Odin, what was the truth? With the queen's power, Heimdall and Hela quickly returned to Asgard, and at that very moment Heimdall was astonished to see something shimmering on his wife's body. It was then that Hela spoke directly to Heimdall. "I still have some injuries that need to heal. You can go check on them first." Heimdall was taken aback. He had not expected his wife to be injured, and he looked at Hela puzzled. However, Hela explained that once she returned to Asgard, her powers would surge forth and her past injuries would heal in no time. Heimdall had to admit he had never anticipated such a situation. Nevertheless, since Hela had mentioned it, he saw no reason to waste time. Following the queen's guidance, Heimdall soon arrived at the abyss where the frost giants were located. Upon entering the abyss, he felt that everything here was far more astonishing than what he had known from the previous. The most evident aspect was the power present in this world, which was so chilling that it was truly incredible. Heimdall possessed the powers of a Superman template and the Life Codex. Under normal circumstances, neither extreme cold nor scorching heat could affect him, yet what was happening before his eyes seemed to indicate that this abyss harbored an unusual force. He could even feel something was off within his body, and at that moment, he noticed a fierce battle nearby. Not only between Asgard and the frost giants, but also involving Thor and Odin. They were both attacking Loki. Could it be that the one with the ancient bloodline was Loki? In an instant, Heimdall connected the dots. He had not expected the transformation of the ancient bloodline to be so drastic. As he observed everything, Heimdall began to float into the air. In the next moment, his speed and power erupted, and in an instant both Loki and Odin, even Thor, widened their eyes in disbelief. No one expected Heimdall to appear so suddenly, and they could sense an extremely terrifying power radiate. Odin's expression was one of shock, while Thor's was somewhat incredulous. Previously, Thor had visited Heimdall's home and experienced something unusual, but at that time, he did not pay much attention. After all, he had not interacted with his brother-in-law for long. He assumed he would not encounter any problems as long as he did not provoke him. Yet upon seeing Heimdall now, Thor realized how naive his thoughts had been. So his brother-in-law possessed such terrifying power. Even before Heimdall made a move, he already displayed an aura that towered above the rest. Heimdall looked at Odin and slowly spoke. "Father-in-law, I did not come here merely to help you with your troubles. I also have something to discuss with you." His words were somewhat unexpected, even catching Odin off guard, and the fact that this human dared to call him father-in-law stirred a hint of anger in Odin. Yet suddenly Odin seemed to recall something in his mind. Odin had some understanding of his son-in-law, but it wasn't particularly deep. The most obvious thing was that he had once sought the other party out, even threatening him. Odin was well aware of this, yet now looking at Yu Jie, he felt somewhat uncertain that this person was indeed his son-in-law. Did his son-in-law possess such formidable power? A multitude of thoughts flooded Odin's mind, the most prominent being his suspicion about a past threat from the Supreme Mage. The relationship between the Supreme Mage and Odin was not particularly good, yet not entirely bad either. It was akin to an old friendship between two acquaintances. Many things could be inferred without being directly stated. Previously he had not understood why the Supreme Mage would threaten him, but now looking at Yu Jie, Odin had come to a realization. Odin could not help but exclaim that human who fought against the Devourer must be you. He had not forgotten the Creator God who had appeared beyond Earth, and he knew that being capable of contending with eternity, that Creator was even more terrifying in certain respects. As someone who had once battled against the Creator God, Odin was acutely aware of how frightening these beings could be, yet it seemed he had underestimated the current Yu Jie. Yu Jie did not refuse to answer Odin's question. Instead he nodded. There was nothing to hide in this matter, and Yu Jie felt that it wouldn't take long for those around to find out. Since that was the case, what was there to hide? Yu Jie's openness left Odin momentarily stunned. At that moment he exchanged glances with Thor, and the two slowly descended from the sky. Both understood that with Yu Jie joining the battle, there was no longer any need for them to continue fighting. Yu Jie's power was evident. If they still found themselves struggling after his arrival, then they had the problem. A terrifying force emanated from Yu Jie. Looking at Loki, Yu Jie was acutely aware that this person was his brother-in-law, yet he could not comprehend why his brother-in-law had transformed into this form. Strangely, his brother-in-law exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Could this be the ancient bloodline? Yu Jie shook his head slightly, deeming further communication unnecessary. Due to the ongoing battle, Loki had changed completely. In any case, Yu Jie had no particular interest in communicating with his opponent. In the next moment, Yu Jie charged toward Loki like a cannonball, gathering all his strength into his right hand, which coalesced into a fist that struck fiercely against Loki's chest. The next second, Loki was sent flying, yet Yu Jie did not pause in his actions and followed closely behind. His fists rained down on Loki's chest relentlessly, all while Thor and Odin watched this unfold. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. In truth, they were somewhat bewildered by the events unfolding before them. The most apparent aspect was their utter confusion about how the situation had transformed into this. During the earlier skirmish, Odin had been the first to attack, but after doing so he realized that he might not actually be Loki's match. Thor noticed this as well, and thus he joined the fray. However, even with the two of them working together, they still couldn't defeat Loki, who was undergoing yet another transformation. The power of the ancient bloodline surged forth once more, significantly enhancing Loki's strength in a short time, which was precisely what troubled the father-son duo. Loki had already been battling them for over 2 days and nights. During this time, both Thor and Odin had begun to feel a degree of fatigue, as their powers were constantly being without replenishment. They naturally weakened considerably. However, Loki, possessing the ancient bloodline, was quite the opposite, as he could continuously enhance his power. It seemed that as long as he kept fighting, he would recover and even grow stronger. With this realization, Odin and Thor found their battle entering a deadlock. If their opponent wished, he could very well dominate the battlefield in the coming time. Both Odin and Thor found it difficult to accept this. Clearly this battle should have been one-sided. Who could have anticipated it would turn out like this? Fortunately, Yu Jie had appeared at this moment, showcasing a power so formidable that he had just subdued Loki in a mere moment. Yet in addition to their surprise, there was also a hint of uncertainty in the eyes of Thor and Odin. They were the ones who had fought Loki the longest and naturally understood the changes occurring within him. At this moment, Odin openly declared the power this boy possesses now is indeed formidable. It seems he is still testing the waters. What did Odin's words imply? Thor paused briefly before quickly reacting. What his father meant was simply that Loki's power was likely more about testing Yu Jie at this moment, thus he had not unleashed it fully. The moment he thought of this, Thor's expression grew somewhat grim. Unable to contain himself, he glanced at his father, feeling as though he had misjudged something, hoping his father could provide an answer. Upon noticing the look in Thor's eyes, Odin simply nodded. Indeed, it was just as Thor had suspected. Although Loki's current strikes seemed weak, even trivial in reality, he was indeed probing Yu Jie, seeking to glean more from him. Considering this, Thor's expression darkened significantly. While his brother-in-law was indeed powerful, he should have some weaknesses. However, who would have thought that Loki would still find time to scheme against his brother-in-law amid such a battle? Thor could not help but feel that his previous impression of Loki had completely vanished. It turned out that his younger brother was still a grand demon king. Yu Jie took a deep breath and focused his gaze on Loki. He had launched countless attacks against Loki already. Yet it seemed there was still no effect. Loki's body had endured numerous moments of terror without any signs of damage, which surprised Yu Jie. In reality, the current Yu Jie was vastly different from before, most notably in how he faced devouring Yu. It was through countless deaths that he had enhanced his power. During this time, Yu Jie felt he was on the verge of reaching the threshold of the Silver Superman, which was why he was willing to come here primarily, because his power was close to being elevated. Under such circumstances, no one should be his opponent. The Golden Superman was the most powerful. But this did not mean that the Silver Superman was worthless. On the contrary, the power of the Silver Superman was also formidable. If he wanted, destroying a planet would be exceedingly simple. However, now that he had made his move, he surprisingly could not suppress his opponent, which gave Yu Jie a headache. The ancient bloodline was indeed terrifying. Could it be on the same level as the creator god? Although Loki was merely passively enduring attacks, and had not launched a single offense, the level of defense he exhibited far exceeded Yu Jie's expectations. After attacking for a while, Yu Jie suddenly halted. He felt that his instinctive attacks here were meaningless, as he could not disrupt his opponent's defense. Not even a trace of defeating his opponent appeared. After taking a deep breath, the power of the Life Codex erupted completely from Yu Jie. All along, Yu Jie had been utilizing his own power to battle against his opponent without resorting to more but now, feeling the complete difference in his opponent's power, Yu Jie understood better than anyone else that he could not remain calm here. He needed to resolve the battle in the shortest time possible. Because he did not know what other trump cards Loki had waiting for him, it was better to strike decisively rather than waste time. A terrifying power gradually emanated from him, almost instantly suppressing his opponent. This time, Yu Jie sensed that Loki had changed in a way that was different from before, most notably that he seemed capable of breaking through Loki's defenses, prompting a smile from Yu Jie. He was not afraid of his opponent showing terrifying power. More importantly, the slight differences in his opponent allowed him to see that he had fought for so long. Yu Jie had not seen what he wanted, but now he noticed that there seemed to be something different about his opponent that was about to emerge. Sure enough, shortly after this thought crossed Yu Jie's mind, he noticed Loki's body was slowly changing. If before Loki had been the same height as him, now he had grown over 3 meters tall. Moreover, it seemed that Loki was becoming even larger. Seeing this, Yu Jie was quickly stunned. He had never expected that his opponent possessed such a means. Suddenly, Yu Jie recalled the previous descriptions of Loki, the power of the ancient bloodline. This meant that Loki would partially transform into an ancient frost giant. The term frost giant already indicated more than enough. Yu Jie shook his head slightly. He did not know what was happening, but undoubtedly if his opponent was making a move, it also meant that there were things about his opponent that he hadn't noticed. The next moment, Yu Jie charged forward, a terrifying power radiating from him. In the next instant, the radiance emanating from Yu Jie directly struck Loki, even though Loki had grown into a giant over 5 meters tall. Yet with just one punch, Yu Jie had knocked him to the ground. As struggling to get up, Loki's face was filled with disbelief. He had not fully unleashed the power of the ancient bloodline, intending to test Yu Jie. However, who could have imagined that after fully unleashing the power of the Yunbone bloodline, he would not achieve the desired result? Yu Jie could still suppress his own power here, feeling the pain emanating from his body. Even Loki could not help but feel a bit astonished. What was up with this human? Why did he possess such formidable strength? It seemed even his father Odin could not. However, after taking a deep breath, Loki slowly stood up from the ground, gathering his power and unleashing it. Not just him, in fact, Yu Jie was also waiting for Loki to attack. As Loki's fist charged forward, Yu Jie extended his own fist in response. Boom, boom, boom. The fists of the two collided suddenly, and the ground began to tremble. Even the space seemed to emit a particularly terrifying sound. The Thunder God and Odin had been overseeing the battle all along, and as the two fists met, disbelief filled the Thunder God's eyes. In fact, the moment Loki grew larger, the Thunder God realized that as his brother Loki had been hiding his strength all along, but who could have imagined that he would unleash it here? He still could not defeat Yu Jie. It seemed he had always been suppressed by Loki, and there were even some aspects of Loki that others had not perceived. But what about now? It seemed like a joke. Everything Loki employed appeared to become a mere joke, one that was not even worth considering. In the next moment, a more terrifying power erupted. In nearly an instant, Yu Jie's voice surged against Loki's body. Loki could not even react. He was bewildered by how fast Yu Jie was, as if time were created solely for Yu Jie. He could not even see the position of Yu Jie's every attack. Yet his body transmitted a message. If Yu Jie continued to fight like this, his body would likely be completely destroyed by Yu Jie in a short time. Upon realizing this, Loki could not help but furrow his brow, finding himself utterly helpless against it. Yu Jie has completely unleashed his power here. As he erupted with this force, a more terrifying aura slowly began to take shape around him. Loki had been focused on Yu Jie as his appearance piqued his curiosity. In fact, Loki had previously gathered some information about Yu Jie. While on Earth, Loki had been secretly observing everything about the God of Thunder, including his visit to Yu Jie's man. At that time, Loki did not understand why the God of Thunder as a deity would stand alongside humans. If this puzzled him. Now witnessing the terrifying power displayed by Yu Jie, Loki felt he was beginning to comprehend. It was not that the God of Thunder wanted to cause trouble here, but rather the terrifying power exhibited by this human was simply too overwhelming. This was definitely not a power that a mere human should possess. The Frost Giants had once manifested ancient bloodlines, allowing them to unleash terrifying strength. This very fact placed Loki in a nearly invincible position, and it also instilled him with ample confidence in his own strength. However, he never expected that in front of Yu Jie he seemed to have no opportunity at all, as Yu Jie had been unleashing his power continuously since the very beginning. Every single moment, an extremely terrifying power radiated forth, far more complex than he had imagined. Clearly, as the power emanated and drew closer to him, a sense of threat began to breed, arousing Loki's curiosity. How could a human possess such formidable strength? Even the God of Thunder or his own father could not possibly have such power. Unfortunately, there was no one to answer Loki's questions, as Yu Jie charged forward, his terrifying power steadily increasing with time. Prior to this, although Yu Jie had also amplified his strength, he had managed it well, with almost no note. But now seeing that Loki was still causing trouble, Yu Jie had no intention of wasting time here. What should have been a simple matter had become complicated due to the other party. This was not something Yu Jie wished to see. The power of the Life Codex surrounded him in an instant. Yu Jie felt that he was in some ways infinitely close to the Silver Superman. The power of the Superman had been gradually growing within his body. However, Yu Jie also understood that even the power of the Superman required sufficient solar energy. Without enough solar energy to support it, the Superman's power would not increase. During this time, the solar energy within Yu Jie's body had already reached a terrifying level, which was why he could tap into the power of the Silver Superman. Moreover, due to the existence of the Life Codex within him, Yu Jie rushed across to the opposite side once again with every breath. In a state of astonishment, Loki was struck in the chest by Yu Jie's punch, feeling a shocking sensation throughout his body even before he could react. It felt as though his body was about to be shattered under this strike, and Loki looked on in disbelief. In a state of astonishment, Loki was struck in the chest by Yu Jie's punch, feeling a shocking sensation throughout his body even before he did not understand. Yet a hint of confusion flashed through his mind. This human was far stronger than he appeared. If he wished to defeat Yu Jie here, he had to elevate the power of his bloodline once more. Although the ancient bloodline had manifested within Loki, this power required time to activate. Of course, Loki could also actively enhance this bloodline power provided he was willing to pay a sufficient price. Before the battle, he had only activated about 30 of his bloodline. Now feeling the pressure from Yu Jie, Loki could no longer maintain his composure. The power of the ancient bloodline had surged directly to 50 in an instant, nearly double the power. At the same time, a chilling aura began to emanate from Loki. The ancient bloodline not only enhances a person's power, it also allows that person to revert to an ancient state. The Frost Giants have endured for so many years precisely because their constitutions are entirely different. Moreover, since Loki had never unleashed the power of the Frost Giants, he was simultaneously bearing the burden of this power. Loki endured immense pain and shook his head after taking a deep breath. He knew his thoughts were somewhat naive. His opponent would never reason with him. Ultimately, he needed to unleash the most powerful force possible. He could not afford to give his opponent any chances. Bearing the pain within his body, Loki charged towards Yu Jie, launching his attack, just as Yu Jie had done to him before. Unfortunately, Yu Jie had been watching Loki all along. He knew how Loki would act, and anticipated that he would enhance his power here. However, it was not the result that Yu Jie had anticipated. He could already sense that his own power had indeed reached the stage of the Silver Superman. Now the battle with Loki was less of a fight, and more of Yu Jie experimenting with his own strength. Loki was merely a living target for him, a fact even Loki was unaware of. However, Loki quickly realized something was off, for upon charging towards Yu Jie, he found he was unable to attack. Yu Jie's speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had engaged in a back-and-forth battle, and Loki desired to get closer to turn the tide. Yet there was no way. The opponent's power seemed to increase every moment. Moreover, the speed was also escalating with the power, causing Loki's expression to darken considerably. Thor and Odin had been closely monitoring the battle situation, and it was precisely because of this that they could keenly sense what was happening on the battlefield. The most astonishing of all was Thor. He knew that Yu Jie was not as simple as he appeared, but he never expected his useless brother to be so powerful. In Thor's mind, the power that Loki wielded had always been considered weak, which is why Thor had never paid much attention to Loki. Would it bring him some different feelings? But now in Thor's eyes, he saw something surprising. Loki actually unleashed such immense power. Taking a deep breath, Thor turned his gaze to his father, noticing that Odin's eyes also seemed somewhat off at that moment. It wasn't just Thor who found the battle strange. Even Odin shared the same thought. Odin had been watching the battle closely and was very clear about what was happening. However, what concerned Odin even more was why this human Yu Jie possessed such tremendous power and how Loki could wield such strength. It could be understood that the opponent possessed the bloodline power of the frost giants, which was beyond question. Moreover, if the opponent could fully unleash this power, then Loki's future would indeed be very bright. But why should a mere human possess such formidable strength? Odin's mind was echoing the words spoken to him by the Supreme Mage earlier. It was known that long ago Odin had sought out the Supreme Mage, believing he should receive an answer. But who would have thought that the Supreme Mage not only refused, but even stated that Earth was no longer within Odin's reach? At that time, Odin found it somewhat strange. Why was the Supreme Mage so arrogant, daring to speak to him this way? Now seeing the power displayed by Yu Jie, Odin understood. The reason the opponent was so arrogant was largely due to the power Yu Jie exhibited. Although Loki's strength appeared very strong, it was not difficult to analyze from Odin's perspective. Loki had not had any opportunities from the beginning until now. The power Yu Jie displayed was simply terrifying. It seemed as if Yu Jie had not even truly taken the battle seriously, which was the most troubling aspect. Clearly before this, the opponent's strength was still quite formidable, but it was still not powerful enough to leave one speechless. However, from Odin's view, currently, Yu Jie only needed to showcase his true strength. Then Loki would have no chance to resist. Sure enough, in the next moment, Yu Jie moved again, and a visible glow seemed to appear around him. This glow enveloped Yu Jie entirely from head to toe. He was shrouded in light, looking as if he had transformed into a ball of light from afar. At this moment, Odin narrowed his eyes. He was the most focused on the battle situation. Any slight movement on the battlefield would be captured by him. For instance, the information he was gathering right now was somewhat hard to accept. Most notably, Yu Jie's power had somehow increased once again compared to just now. It was known that just before Yu Jie had unleashed sufficient strength that even Odin found surprising. Currently, Yu Jie had once again unleashed his power, and this new strength was even greater than what he had shown earlier. In a single breath, Yu Jie's fist slammed into Loki. Visibly, Loki kept retreating. It was not that he did not want to continue fighting, he even wanted to unleash his, but he had no opportunity. Yu Jie's attacks were simply too terrifying, increasing his strength nearly every second, and even utilizing this power in the battle. The power in a single breath was the most frightening, and as it slowly expanded, everything around seemed to... Loki was not a fool. He could feel that the power exhibited by his opponent was indeed formidable. Thus, he wanted to maneuver a bit, ideally to release his own hidden power. That would be the best. But he never expected that if Yu Jie did not strike, he would directly suppress his power when he did. Now, besides defending, Loki had no way to activate the power of his bloodline within him. To unleash his strength in such a combat environment was simply impossible. A hint of struggle appeared in Loki's eyes. Earlier, he thought the battle might change, but it could never affect him. Now, reflecting on his previous thoughts, he felt he was too ridiculous for the power Yu Jie displayed far exceeded his earlier estimations, increasing almost every moment. Due to Yu Jie's overwhelming strength, the armor on Loki's body was slowly dissipating. It was known that before Loki fought, he had already used his bloodline power to solidify a layer of visible frost armor on his body. However, this frost armor could not withstand even a single round against Yu Jie's attacks. He could even, as long as he wished, he could completely shatter the armor. But Loki's expression kept changing. He had to find an opportunity and could not let the opponent continue to wreak havoc. As this thought arose, Loki attempted to retreat, only to find that Yu Jie also withdrew. Before he could react, Yu Jie charged forward. This time, Yu Jie was surrounded by a flickering glow, and this light was even more terrifying than before. With a single punch, he struck directly at Loki's chest, causing the armor on Loki's body to slowly collapse. These armors had no chance to hold up and shattered immediately. With not a single piece left intact, Loki finally realized how terrifying his opponent's power was. He still thought he could rely on the bloodline's power to battle Yu Jie for a while longer, but who would have thought that was just his own wishful thinking? Loki looked at Yu Jie with disbelief. He had never imagined that Yu Jie could unleash such immense power here. During their previous battle, he had indeed felt that Yu Jie was exceptionally formidable. However, it should not have been possible for Yu Jie to suppress him so quickly. The power he displayed seemed simple, yet was incredibly potent. He would not give his opponent any opportunity to capitalize on. Who could have thought that his previous thoughts were so naive? The shattered armor on his body seemed to be telling him. It was as if he had been dreaming before. Odin and the Thunder God exchanged glances, having witnessed the entire battle unfold before their eyes. It was precisely because of this that they realized just how powerful Yu Jie truly was. Even Odin felt that Yu Jie was far more than he had initially perceived. He believed that ever since the beginning Yu Jie had been holding back. The power he unleashed was suppressing him. Yu Jie had not released all his strength as he had. The two of them had fought Loki before. Even at that time Loki had been clad in armor, but what troubled them the most was this layer of armor. They unleashed their power, yet failed to shatter it. This made them realize that in order to defeat Loki, the most crucial task was to break through the armor. As long as the opponent's armor could be destroyed, then defeating Loki would be a natural outcome. But who could have anticipated that their efforts would yield no results? Now Yu Jie, with his strength, told them otherwise. There was no need for so-called effort, as long as your power was strong enough you could change anything here. For instance, the armor on Loki was utterly destroyed by Yu Jie, without even a moment's struggle. Immediately afterward Yu Jie's fist struck Loki once more. He understood clearly that since he was going to attack his opponent, he could not afford to give him any opportunities. In any case, Loki had no chance of causing trouble here. His punches landed on Loki continuously, causing Loki's breath to gradually diminish, weakening the power of his ancient bloodline. Although it was still within Loki's body, Yu Jie, relying on his terrifying strength, firmly sealed this power within Loki. Loki had no chance to strike back. Because of this, it wasn't long before Yu Jie descended from the sky, grasping Loki, who looked like a defeated dog, in his hands. This scene was shocking to Odin and the Thunder God. They knew Yu Jie was frightening, but to resolve Loki so quickly was beyond belief. It was hard to believe. At this moment Loki and the Thunder God exchanged glances again, and they could see surprise in each other's eyes. Some things, if you only hear about them, you might not take them seriously, but if you witness them firsthand, they become much more terrifying. For example, the power Yu Jie displayed now was undeniable. They could feel that Yu Jie seemed to have not unleashed all of his strength. This was the most terrifying aspect. However, it was no longer about whether Yu Jie would unleash his strength. Loki's actions had come to a complete end. The power Yu Jie exhibited was simply too overwhelming. In a matter of moments, he had completely suppressed his opponent, and from Yu Jie, they could still sense a more terrifying aura spreading out. It was because of this that the Thunder God and Odin did not speak. They understood very well that the development of events to this point was to some extent due to Yu Jie's own immense strength. If it weren't for Yu Jie possessing such powerful strength, the situation would certainly not have reached this point. As things changed, this was no longer a particularly significant matter for Yu Jie, as the power had always been in. As long as he was willing, nothing could change the occurrences that had happened. To some extent, they were indeed heading in the direction he desired. Earlier, Yu Jie had sensed that there might be some unexpected developments, but Loki's power had still not surpassed his own, which made Yu Jie not overly concerned. After Odin and the Thunder God exchanged glances, they understood that this matter should be coming to an end. With Yu Jie's assistance, they would no longer encounter any issues. Yu Jie quickly handed Loki over to the back. After all, this was technically a family matter of his father-in-law. Although he had helped, he had no intention of continuing any conversation. Loki looked at his father and brother before him, momentarily unsure of what to say. He had completely awakened from his blind pursuit of power, yet Odin did not say much. Instead, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. At that moment, Odin had originally wanted to say something to Loki, but he keenly sensed that something unusual was happening with Loki. Because of this, Odin immediately reacted. Perhaps even Loki himself was unaware of what had transpired. However, those damned frost giants must pay the price. In Odin's view, everything was instigated by the frost giants. This incident would not have happened had it not been for them. This unexpected event led to the situation at hand, and for this reason Odin would naturally not allow this race any chance of survival. The next moment, the army of Asgard launched another attack against the remaining frost giants. Asgard's strength was already formidable, and now, fueled by their recent defeat, they were at the peak of their. In almost no time, they had completely surrounded the frost giants. Moreover, the power exhibited by each Asgardian was terrifying, almost entirely suppressing the enemy. The frost giants, who had originally intended to cause trouble, had completely lost their will to fight. They no longer had the heart to fight to the death. They knew very well that their actions had, in a sense, thoroughly. They had no chance of survival, and moreover, they had already left a huge surprise for the people of Asgard. Yu Jie's appearance was unexpected for Odin, but now that he had dealt with the frost giant, Odin realized he must confront certain matters hidden. For instance, his daughter and son-in-law. Soon the group returned to Asgard, and Odin's gaze fell directly upon Yu Jie. Before Odin could speak, Hela walked up and said, "You have only one choice now, either submit to me or be defeated by me. How will you choose?" Hela's sudden declaration caught Odin off guard. In fact, it wasn't just Odin. Even Thor, standing beside him, was stunned at that moment. Loki the captive also directed his gaze towards this sister he had never met. For the first time, he witnessed a woman speak such words before Odin. But soon Loki regained his composure. Whether this woman was powerful or not was no longer of concern. What mattered was that she had a remarkably strong man behind her. Yu Jie's presence loomed behind Hela, and although he had not made any move, those familiar with the recent battle understood that even Hela's mere presence was sufficient to showcase the terrifying power Yu Jie exhibited. Thus, anyone attempting to oppose Hela would pay a price. This was no joke, but a reality, and for this reason Odin did not speak. Instead, he handed over the scepter that represented his kingship, feeling somewhat weary. Previously, Odin had only one view of all matters, that what was his, and if he did not give it to you, you had no right to take it. However, now he understood without needing to communicate that he had no chance before his daughter. The terrifying power exhibited by Yu Jie was something even his purest self could hardly rival. Moreover, until now Yu Jie's power had not fully erupted, which made Odin even more curious about what kind of strength this human possessed. Who would have thought that in just a few days the king of Asgard would change to Hela? Even the people of Asgard were shocked that such a thing could happen, but they also understood. To some extent, she indeed possessed the potential to become the king, as Hela was Odin's daughter, and she, along with her husband, exhibited unparalleled martial prowess. In Asgard, prestige was crucial, but martial strength was equally important. One could not hope to become king without possessing formidable power. Such aspirations were sheer folly. The subsequent developments left everyone dumbfounded. The people of Asgard never expected that after Hela became the king, she would leave Asgard once again. She directly followed Yu Jie back to Earth, which puzzled even Yu Jie. On the way back, he couldn't help but ask his wife, "Isn't this what you always wanted to do? Why don't you want to do it now? Or is there some other reason?" As Yu Jie spoke, Hela shook her head, saying, "Actually, I've always dreamed of becoming the king and taking that position from my father. But now that I have it, I find I'm not too concerned anymore. After all, many things are always changing, and besides, I think being with you is quite nice." Yu Jie, who initially wanted to be the man behind Hela, suddenly realized this. Unbeknownst to him, his feelings for Hela had deepened. Now Hela was willing to give up the title of king for him, which was the best thing for Yu Jie. However, if possible, he still hoped Hela could have her own thoughts and freedom. She should not always have to rely. Meanwhile, on Earth, H-I-E-L-D was vigorously cleaning up Hydra, completely unaware that the Hydra they had suppressed was rising again. Moreover, the power exhibited by Hydra this time was terrifying. Who would have thought such a laid-back organization could coalesce at this moment? Additionally, there was a hint of mutant energy within Hydra. Just recently, mutants had caused trouble here, and they had done so more than once. Whether it was robbery or arson, these unexpected actions were happening continuously under Hydra's organization. It could be said that Hydra now seemed to have returned to their peak period. As long as they wished, they could commit crimes. Even S-H-I-E-L-D found themselves in a bit of a headache, as Hydra's strength was far too dispersed, and this time they did not know the reason. They had not united, had they scattered to create chaos worldwide. For a moment, S-H-I-E-L-D was at a loss, as they had originally thought that even if Hydra caused trouble, they would surely do so together. Therefore, they did not need to search for each other's locations. They only needed to determine where the other was causing trouble, and they could concentrate their firepower to resolve the issue in a short time. Of course, S-H-I-E-L-D also wanted to rely on Iron Man's power to eliminate Hydra directly, as there was a grudge between Iron Man and Hydra to some extent. Moreover, Iron Man's armor was extremely formidable. Due to Ultron, Iron Man had been exhausted during having researched several schemes. Even S-H-I-E-L-D felt a bit overwhelmed. They had not expected Iron Man to unleash such tremendous potential in such a short time. From a certain perspective, Iron Man had proven his terrifying capabilities, but at that moment they were astonished to find that Iron Man had not sought out Hydra. The troubling demeanor resembled that of a madman incessantly researching ways to counter Ultron. Since Ultron had last clashed with the Sorcerer Supreme, he had not made an appearance. But this did not mean he had completely disappeared. On the contrary, both S-H-I-E-L-D and Iron Man knew that the other was definitely hiding, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. S-H-I-E-L-D believed that as long as they found the Sorcerer Supreme, there would be no problem. However, Iron Man was different. In Iron Man's view, if he could handle the situation himself, he did not need anyone's help. Surely the S-H-I-E-L-D has no idea that the current might of Hydra is largely due to Hela. However, at that time, Hela's intention was to completely eradicate this group of humans, as she saw no meaning in their existence. Moreover, these humans dared to offend her. Clearly, they were tired of living, but who would have thought that they would be so sensible? They chose to submit at the first opportunity. This was almost identical to what Hela encountered thousands of years. It should be noted that during her campaigns, Hela acted more on her personal preferences and was someone who preferred softness over hardness. If you chose to submit at the moment Hela arrived, you would not face any threats, But if you insisted on continuing to fight her, Hela would show you what cruelty truly means. It was precisely because of this that Hela accepted Hydra's loyalty, and with her assistance Hydra gained power far beyond their expectations. Among that group, Hela had already infused them with an extremely terrifying force which could enhance their physical qualities in a short period. This force could also exhibit abilities far surpassing those of mutants. Although mutants were indeed powerful to Hydra, they seemed rather insignificant. Only they themselves knew how terrifying their master was, as that glimmer within them not only provided a significant boost in strength. To some extent, it could also continuously transform their bodies over time, a power that no human could wield, and Hydra members realized this at once. The power Hela granted them likely belonged to the divine realm. No human could possess such power, and they could think of no one but the gods who could do so. It must be said that Hydra was quite intelligent, for Hela who aided them was indeed a divine being. Upon returning to the estate, Yu Jie continued to maintain the previous state with Hela. Only the Hulk could noticeably sense that this couple seemed to have undergone significant changes compared to before. It was known that previously the two seemed to have unspoken issues, but now he found that they appeared to have no such problem. Both sides seemed to be able to speak openly now. This was almost unimaginable before, as the Hulk believed that problems were likely to arise, yet no one expected things to turn out this way. The Hulk could clearly feel the emergence of pressure. Had it been before, he could have navigated through it. But in the current situation where the couple was completely united, it meant that he might likely face issues, and the Hulk felt he might suffer. Moreover, in the Hulk's own conjecture, as long as he did not encounter any unexpected occurrences, there would be no issue. However, now that the couple had fully united, the Hulk could completely understand what it felt like to be on edge. Neither Yu Jie nor Hela realized that their openness had brought immense pressure upon the Hulk. However, these two would not care about such occurrences. After all, there was no difference between their previous world for two and their current world for two. Upon returning home, Yu Jie immediately resumed his previous state, continuing to watch TV and exercise. On the TV, news about Hydra surprisingly appeared. Seeing Hydra, Yu Jie couldn't help but think of S-H-I-E-L-D. At this moment, although Hydra emerged, he did not know the reason. However, it was highly likely to attract S-H-I-E-L-D's attention, and their battle should soon commence. Yu Jie just glanced, then switched to another channel. Meanwhile, Yu Jie noticed Hela's gaze seemingly fixated on the TV, as he had always known that Hela was not a person who enjoyed watching television. Often she was a cold and distant ice queen, rarely paying attention to the chaotic things on TV. However, just now Yu Jie keenly sensed that Hela's attention was definitely on the TV, as if something on it had caught her interest. Suddenly, Yu Jie thought of Hela's original identity. She was the goddess of death who in some respects should be particularly drawn to war. Thinking of this, Yu Jie shook his head once again. After all, his wife was already so powerful, why should he ponder such matters? Being the strong man behind this woman was enough. If Hela encountered any insurmountable issues, then it would be his turn to step up. But from the current perspective, there seemed to be nothing that could affect him. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie did not pay much attention to the occurrence, while on the other side S-H-I-E-L-D was becoming increasingly troubled. Originally, they believed they should be searching for the Supreme Sorcerer. They aimed to reach an alliance with the Supreme Sorcerer, so that in the event of any happenings on Earth they could call upon him. However, who would have thought that before they could even start searching for the Supreme Sorcerer, they encountered the wickedness of Hydra, and this time Hydra was extremely frenzied. S-H-I-E-L-D quickly understood what Hydra's plan was. They actually wanted to acquire a massive amount of funds in a short period. What could Hydra possibly want with such funds? More than anything, it was to expand their influence. However, S-H-I-E-L-D discovered that Hydra seemed to have another plan underway in secret, but because Hydra had not fully revealed this plan, S-H-I-E-L-D did not receive specific information. Yet S-H-I-E-L-D was certain that the plan they were pursuing was in some respects far more terrifying than merely accumulating money, which made S-H-I-E-L-D increasingly troubled. Originally, dealing with one Hydra was already challenging, and now they had to secretly engage in some underhanded schemes at this time. According to their plan, this was simply dragging themselves down, but S-H-I-E-L-D did not abandon their thoughts, as Hydra was willing to step forward to stir up trouble. Then they needed to deal with these damned guys. No one had ever been able to provoke S-H-I-E-L-D multiple times and escape unscathed. No one ever has, and it definitely cannot happen in the future. This Nick Fury, as the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, could be sure of. The battle between the Hydra and S-H-I-E-L-D rages on. However, on the other side of the Earth, a series of unexpected events have begun, leading to a significant number of human deaths, and the circumstances surrounding these deaths are somewhat suspicious. For most extraordinary organizations, this situation seems rather inexplicable. In fact, they have not even noticed the occurrence of this event. Meanwhile, the Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie, who has been secretly guarding the peace of Earth, has started to respond to these. He could sense that there seemed to be numerous occurrences happening on Earth, and this matter was far beyond his understanding, yet his gem had not provided him with any hints. This uncertainty left Yu Jie increasingly unsure. He was unaware of what exactly was happening, but there was no doubt that unexpected events were unfolding in places he could not perceive. Moreover, this unexpected situation appeared to be heading towards a particularly extreme direction, especially considering that Yu Jie had measured Earth's condition multiple times. If faced with enemies from outside, he might have Yu Jie to assist him, but if the trouble originated internally, he would need to step up in advance. No matter what happens, Yu Jie, the Supreme Sorcerer, must come forward as long as it poses a threat to Earth. Yet at present he was completely unaware of what was occurring. This was the most troubling aspect for the Supreme Sorcerer. Clearly the situation could be resolved effectively, but who could have anticipated that unexpected circumstances would always arise? Yu Jie initiated a divination to uncover what was happening, but to his shock he discovered it was linked to Dormammu. The Supreme Sorcerer was no stranger to this Dark Lord, for his power was derived to some extent from Dormammu, and he had continually siphoned power from him. However, Dormammu had been imprisoned in the Dark Dimension due to Yu Jie's influence, leaving him with little chance. Yet now, through the deaths of those humans on Earth, it could be inferred that the primary cause of their demise was likely related. This was the most intriguing aspect for the Supreme Sorcerer. Despite his assumptions that Dormammu possessed immense power, it was indeed necessary to take a considerable amount of time. According to the Supreme Sorcerer's previous estimates regarding time, Dormammu would need at least 10,000 years to unleash his full power here. During that 10,000 years, Earth could surely evolve into a particularly terrifying stage, making it impossible to deal with him at that time. Yet at this moment Dormammu unexpectedly emerged. Moreover, Dormammu's state was vastly different from before. Previously, the Supreme Sorcerer had continuously monitored everything related to Dormammu, and whenever there was any connection to him, Yu Jie would immediately devise a solution. However, this time he realized that his expectations were somewhat naive. The most critical issue was the power Dormammu displayed, which seemed somewhat off. This realization led the Supreme Sorcerer to understand that Dormammu undoubtedly had some plans. After all, he had always aimed to devour the entire Earth. However, due to Yu Jie's influence, Dormammu had never had such an opportunity, and he had been confined within the Dark Dimension. If Dormammu wanted to create chaos, he had to act immediately. Only in this way could matters be simplified. Despite this, Dormammu still did not abandon his intention to cause trouble. As long as there was even a slight chance, he would strike with full force. No gaps could be left for Dormammu. After all, his power was formidable, making him one of the most terrifying beings in the Dark Dimension. Contemplating this, the Supreme Sorcerer once again altered his thoughts. In his initial plan, he believed that to create chaos, a sufficient opportunity was necessary. He even needed to act before Dormammu fully regained his strength. This realization led the Supreme Sorcerer to make another decision. Previously, he had considered whether to extract power from Dormammu once again to enhance his own strength. After all, the power exhibited by Yu Jie was truly terrifying, and unbeknownst to him, Earth had already attracted the attention of many powerful beings. There were still too many strong individuals in the universe. The Supreme Sorcerer merely wished to protect the peace of Earth, yet he discovered that his power was insufficient to maintain Earth's peace. He desired to obtain more strength from Dormammu. However, this thought only briefly crossed the mind of the Supreme Sorcerer. He did not transform this idea into a practical plan, but at that moment the Supreme Sorcerer had an uncertain suspicion that Dormammu had sensed his thoughts, prompting him to act decisively. It was precisely because of this that the situation became complicated all at once. Quickly the Supreme Sorcerer mobilized his powers, yet he did not understand what had happened. Thus the best course of action was to enter the Dark Dimension and have a good talk with Dormammu. Dormammu could be considered a conscious entity, otherwise he would not continually seek to destroy Earth. However, Dormammu was also a monster with awareness. Soon the figure of the Supreme Sorcerer vanished from Earth, and in the next moment in the Dark Dimension, he beheld the colossal form of Dormammu. Dormammu immediately addressed the Supreme Sorcerer, saying, "I didn't expect you to have the guts to come see me in person. It seems you truly are not afraid of death." After Dormammu spoke, the Supreme Sorcerer shook his head. "We both understand the true intentions behind our current actions, so there are some things you need not articulate. You probably know better than yourself. My confinement of you, Supreme Sorcerer Yu Jie, is not a personal issue, but rather because you have not provoked me. You could easily leave Earth. Why cling to this?" As the Supreme Sorcerer spoke, Dormammu could no longer mask his fury. Indeed, he had harbored countless thoughts about Earth, But who could have imagined that the Supreme Sorcerer's appearance would skew his plans? Not to mention that he had been ensnared by schemes bound to Earth. Now he felt as if he had become a blood bag, allowing his power to be continuously siphoned. This was the source of Dormammu's utmost rage. As the Dark Lord, when had he ever been so humiliated? The Supreme Mage could sense a hint of anger emanating from the Dark Lord before him. Alas, even anger could not resolve any issues. The power of the Time Stone could temporarily enhance the Supreme Mage's strength. Moreover, the Supreme Mage could fully utilize this stone to alter many situations, such as plotting against Dormammu, which was indeed aided by the stone. Due to this, the Supreme Mage was keenly aware that Dormammu had undergone significant changes compared to before. Previously, Dormammu would never have displayed such a demeanor, yet now he could sense subtle changes in the others. It seemed as if the other party was concealing something. Had it not been for his advanced perception, the Supreme Mage might not have paid attention to this occurrence. However, the Supreme Mage could now feel that the deaths of those humans were intricately linked to Dormammu. Thus, he could be certain that Dormammu had indeed done something he had previously failed to notice. There are matters that if they had not occurred might not have drawn anyone's attention. But since they had happened, no one could choose to ignore them. The Supreme Mage felt the same way. Therefore, the Supreme Mage focused his gaze on Dormammu, hoping to glean some insight from him, yet the Dark Lord had no intention of continuing the dialogue. After all, the Supreme Mage had schemed against him and was constantly siphoning his power. Was he angry? Of course he was angry, but recalling the events of the past, the Dark Lord now felt a flicker of excitement, having never anticipated that those damned fellows would actually come to Earth. Not only that, they also wanted to make a deal with him. This was one of the key reasons Dormammu was willing to cooperate with them. Moreover, he had not paid much heed to the Supreme Mage's earlier appearance precisely because of this unexpected development. Recently, a group of angels had suddenly appeared on Earth, and their target was evidently the Dark Lord. They had made promises to Dormammu. As long as Dormammu was willing to form an alliance with them, they would release him provided the humans on Earth had them. Dormammu had originally been asleep in the Dark Dimension, but who would have thought he would receive such great news? Without a second thought, he directly agreed to their proposal. Being confined was truly beneficial to him. Previously, he had indeed harbored thoughts about Earth. However, the Supreme Mage, this fellow, acted without honor, constantly plotting against him and turning him into a slave. Alas, even if he wished to flee, he could not. There was no way out. But who would have imagined that he no longer needed to escape, as a group of fools had come forward to say that as long as he was willing to unite with them, they would release him. During this time, Dormammu could feel his power gradually restoring, and perhaps soon he would be able to break all his shackles. At that point, darkness would once again shroud the Earth, and as for the Supreme Mage, Dormammu's mind was already filled with 100 ways to torment him. Dormammu did not wish to kill the Supreme Mage immediately. The torment he had endured over the centuries had always been present in his life. His mindset had been utterly twisted, with the most important goal being to torment the Supreme Mage 1,000 times. No one understood better than he the agony of being imprisoned. Dormammu was acutely aware of this, and to stir up trouble, one must seize the opportunity. That group of so-called angels represented the best opportunity for him to infiltrate. Once united with them, he would undoubtedly gain enough power here. He might even be able to seize Earth in a short period. No matter how he looked at it, this was the best choice for him, and thus Dormammu felt not only no refusal, but also immense excitement. At this moment, Dormammu's unmasked emotions were captured by the Supreme Mage, who had visited Dormammu more than once in the past. He wanted to see what kind of demeanor Dormammu exhibited. He had never expected to see a hint of excitement and enthusiasm in Dormammu now. This made the Supreme Mage even more uncertain. He could feel that the current Dormammu was significantly different from before, and most importantly, the other's emotions seemed to carry a hint of surprise. This was the part the Supreme Mage found most puzzling. Clearly, the other was still imprisoned, and he could still strip the other of his power. Yet the other could still feel joy. While the Supreme Mage furrowed his brow, he also narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to siphon Dormammu's power once more. As usual, the power he could draw from was still available, but what on earth was going on? Yet it was only a moment before the gem on his chest began to vibrate again. Now even the Supreme Mage could sense that something had changed, and it was a very serious change. Even without noticing, it seemed that something had happened. Soon, using the gem, the Supreme Mage discovered a group of strange beings. It should be known that the Time Stone could to a certain extent allow the Supreme Mage to see future events. This had always been the Supreme Mage's pride. He could suppress all those who wished to take action against him, but now he could see these beings resembling angels. They seemed to have dominated the entire Earth, and the Dormammu before him was united with them. At this moment, even the Supreme Mage began to realize. Why did Dormammu appear so abnormal now? It was highly likely due to receiving help from this group. Not only had he escaped, but he had also turned Earth into their cafeteria. However, witnessing this scene, the Supreme Mage clenched his fists, never expecting the future to turn out this way. No wonder he had not seen any future scenarios using the gem before. Most likely it was because this group of angels had intervened and obscured everything. A tremendous sense of crisis was constantly emerging in the heart of the Supreme Mage. If only such a thing had not happened, but the Supreme Mage also knew that now was not the time for him to think. Originally, the Supreme Mage intended to search for some individuals here as his successors, but now there was no need for succession at all. Given the current situation, the damned Dormammu, once allied with the enemy, could eliminate all constraints here. At that time, the Earth would face catastrophic disaster. Thinking of this, the Supreme Mage could no longer remain calm. He directly sat in front of Dormammu, and a radiance began to flicker around him. Dormammu was somewhat puzzled. What was the Supreme Mage doing? However, he soon realized that the power within him was steadily dissipating, and in an instant Dormammu reacted. The Supreme Mage must have known about his plan with those birdmen, and was likely trying to stop these occurrences. Thus, the Supreme Mage decided to continuously absorb his own power to remain in a weak state. It must be said that this idea was terrifying. The method was extremely reckless. If successful, he would undoubtedly fall into a state of weakness, but could the Supreme Mage's body withstand such power? Even Dormammu himself could not be certain of this, but he could be certain of one thing: the Supreme Mage did not want to reveal his own power. Soon a sense of drowsiness returned. As long as the Supreme Mage continued to draw upon his own power, Dormammu would fall into slumber. Meanwhile, just before Dormammu fell asleep, he unleashed his power once more. This time the power was not aimed at killing humans on Earth, but to transmit a message. The dark dimension grew extremely quiet again. Dormammu was asleep, while the Supreme Mage was desperately trying to absorb his power with no other options left. He could only exert himself to absorb Dormammu's power, and as for whether Earth would face disaster again, there was no way to be certain. However, at that moment, a human figure appeared in the mind of the Supreme Mage. Thinking of the opponent's strength, the Supreme Mage couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was Dormammu or the angels, although they were very powerful, perhaps they were nothing to be proud of in the presence of that human. Meanwhile, in the third layer of space on Earth, the angels, who had been waiting for an opportunity, suddenly opened their eyes. They sensed a familiar power emerging. This was the power belonging to the Dark Lord. They had visited the Dark Dimension not long ago, and had even met with Dormammu. They hoped that Dormammu could unite with them to gain the faith of the entire human world, but now the message from Dormammu seemed somewhat strange. Dormammu hoped they would quickly take action to seize the entire Earth, otherwise he would have no way to unite with the circle of people. However, he had already entangled the strongest existence on Earth. The current Earth should not face any more. Dormammu's message was quite extensive, but for the angels this was the best news. They knew there was a saying about guardians on Earth. The guardians on Earth were indeed very powerful, but the angels were not weak either. They had estimated the strength displayed by the opponent this time, and chose to ally with Dormammu. Only in this way could they gain the maximum benefit at the least cost. It must be said that this group of angels had some ideas. Moreover, now that Dormammu had informed them, they could take action in a short time, which was tantamount to telling them that Earth had become theirs. Immediately, all the angels began to mobilize, and not a single angel was willing to let go of the faith. There were simply too many humans on Earth, and they could easily herd them, allowing them to reproduce continuously and maintain their faith in the angels. At that time, even the Court of Life would have no right to judge them. It must be said that the angels' ideas were good yet naive, but in reality this thought was the most practical. There were countless races in the universe. However, no race could appear in such large numbers as humans, and the intelligence of humans was renowned throughout the universe. If they could turn them into their followers, everything would change. The angels began to take action, and at the same time angelic faces appeared in various places around the world. Even Yu Jie looked up, and could see traces of angels appearing in the sky. When did angels exist? And Yu Jie was stunned after just one glance, for in his understanding angels were more like beings from myths but shouldn't even myths and legends be absent from Earth? However, soon Yu Jie learned what the previous appearances meant. They were recruiting their followers, harvesting faith. In an instant, Yu Jie understood that the newcomers were not benevolent. These beings intended to dominate the Earth, and their means of doing so were remarkably adept. They actually planned to turn everyone into their followers. At that moment, Hela also walked up to Yu Jie. Hela glanced at the angels in the sky and frowned. I never expected these guys to still be alive. Are they here on Earth for their sordid intentions? Yu Jie did not understand what Hela meant. Thus Yu Jie directly asked Hela, what do you mean? Do these guys intend to destroy the Earth? Hela shook her head at Yu Jie's words. She was indeed not unfamiliar with these angels. Long ago she had fought alongside her father against this race, but this race was very strange. Their bodies seemed to be non-existent. They could be reconstructed using various beliefs, which led the Asgardian army to decisively choose to retreat when facing them. Such opponents could not be defeated in a short time, so there was no need for battle, but undoubtedly they were a group of madmen. They are a pack of utterly amoral lunatics, mere faith harvesters in their eyes. Long ago, countless races across the cosmos fell under their deception, surrendering their devotion as sustenance and nourishment. Feeding upon this faith, they ascended ever higher in power, all to fulfill their vile, abhorrent ends. These angels appeared on earth with but a single purpose: to turn humanity into their devout followers, and through that devotion supply them with faith. Admittedly, their vision was seductively elegant, yet Yu Jie swiftly discerned its underlying truth from Hela had not fully conveyed the gravity of the threat. If these beings had come solely to reap faith, then they would stop at nothing, no atrocity too great, to secure it. For instance, reducing Earth to a colony where every human soul served as a font of devotion. At this thought, Yu Jie furrowed his brow. He had never imagined such a race existed within the cosmos, nor that they would call themselves angels. Yu Jie turned to Hela beside him and smiled faintly. I must attend to some matters. Stay home and wait for me obediently. Hela nodded silently. Hela understood his meaning perfectly. Yu Jie had resolved to confront the angels, and clearly their arrogance had already ignited his wrath. Survival, therefore, was no longer possible. Though Asgard had never fully eradicated the angels in ages past, that did not mean they were indestructible. True, they could resurrect endlessly through faith. Yet before absolute power, resistance was meaningless. Hela began weighing whether to return to Asgard and summon her legions. But recalling the terrifying magnitude of Yu Jie's strength, she abandoned the notion. His power was simply beyond measure. Deploying her armies might even provoke his displeasure. This man, after all, possessed a temper, however slight, that flared unpredictably. In truth, Hela found that trait oddly endearing, though she fervently hoped he'd keep his temper in check. In an instant, Yu Jie unveiled his superhuman might. An angel hovered above a distant city, and within moments Yu Jie stood before it. Yu Jie gazed upon the being, noting the milky white radiance emanating from its form. Were he ignorant of its true nature, he might have mistaken that light for purity, divine, immaculate. But now, knowing its essence, he found that luminescence repulsive. Then in the next breath, overwhelming superhuman force erupted from his very being. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jie struck, blasting straight into the angel's core. The speed and ferocity Yu Jie displayed left the angel utterly unprepared. It had never imagined any human would dare challenge them, let alone fly. When had humans earned dominion over the skies? The heavens belonged to the angels, their sovereign. Yet that thought dissolved almost instantly, as the angel stared stunned at the gaping wound blooming in its chest. What sorcery was this? Why did such a bizarre figure exist here? Still, the angel dismissed the injury. Its body might be destroyed, yet so long as faith endured, resurrection was inevitable. But then disbelief contorted its features. Within the wound, it sensed a force of utter annihilation. At that moment, Yu Jie smiled. A smile laced with disdain, as if every secret, every weakness lay bare before him. He did not even deign to look at the angel. Instead, his gaze shifted elsewhere, towards several more angels hovering nearby. Having dared to linger here, they had already sealed their fate. In the next instant, Yu Jie vanished, only to reappear before another angel. None could withstand even a single blow. His fist crashed into the angel's chest. Then blackness surged across its form, swallowing its light. Its once luminous white aura bled slowly into obsidian, unnerving, grotesque. Some angels finally grasped the horror upon Yu Jie's strike. Their life energy had vanished, not diminished, but erased. Indeed, utterly extinguished. Their arrogance across the cosmos stemmed from one immutable truth: they could resurrect without limit. So long as faith flowed, they returned, unbroken, unchained, rendering them untouchable, emboldening them to prey upon all others. Now, however, Yu Jie's assault shattered that certainty. His power defied comprehension. How could any human annihilate an angel? Worse still, this was not mere death, but total erasure. A wave of dread rippled through the angels. Their kinship ran deeper than blood. It was metaphysical, resonant. Each fallen angel echoed across the collective consciousness of their kind. And now, this chilling revelation: entire beings had been obliterated, not merely slain. Not a trace remained, not a flicker of struggle, not a whisper of resistance. Just absolute, irreversible annihilation. They were gone, not just from this world, but from existence itself. Even faith could not resurrect what had been wholly unmade. The angels converged at once, desperate to learn who dared attack them, and why this adversary was so profoundly, unervingly alien. Yet they held no record of Yu Jie. For every angel he met perished utterly, leaving no witness, no. Each angel appearing before him was shattered without mercy. Every strike a thunderclap of raw, devastating force. To provoke him was to court oblivion. Yu Jie's gaze then swept toward the northeast. A few days ago, Yu Jie received the absolute law of destruction as a reward for signing in. The absolute law of destruction has only one effect: any existence killed by Yu Jie will have no possibility of existence being completely obliterated from the perspective of the law. Because of this, the group of angels has no qualifications to contend with Yu Jie, for his power carries the law of destruction. Although they can be resurrected infinitely, it is only because they have not encountered a terrifying existence like Yu Jie, who suddenly appeared in the northeast direction. Due to the large number of angels killed during this time, Yu Jie is already able to sense their positions almost instantaneously. He can feel a large number of angels appearing in the northeast, as if all the angels on earth have gathered there. Thus Yu Jie rushed over at the first opportunity. Looking at the angels before him, he couldn't help but shake his head. This group of birdmen actually wants to enslave the entire earth. I must say these people's thoughts are truly fanciful, yet at this moment Yu Jie simply shook his head. Some ideas are good, as there is nothing inherently wrong with the ideas themselves. However, some ideas are indeed overly fanciful, the most important being that these people believe they can actually enslave the entire earth. In the next moment, Yu Jie's power erupted, completely radiating from him, causing many angels' expressions to change instantly. They never imagined that they could feel such terrifying power emanating from a human, especially as this power continues to rise. At this moment, each angel's gaze began to change slightly. They did not think Yu Jie's appearance could destroy them, but the angels slowly approached, and a milky white light began to appear around them once again. Moreover, this time the milky white light was even more dazzling than before, the terrifying aura surrounding them emitting power every single moment. Even Yu Jie was somewhat surprised. He did not directly engage, but relied on his aura to shock his opponent. However, he could clearly feel that his opponent also had a different aura, and the gap between the two was not very long. But is this truly your full power? In reality, from the very beginning, Yu Jie did not unleash all his strength. The power of a Superman no longer represents Yu Jie's current state. It should be noted that while Yu Jie was on his way to Asgard, he had already activated the power of the Silver Superman. The power of Superman grows continuously through stages. One could say that as long as Superman is willing, he can elevate his power to a very terrifying stage in a short. Moreover, Yu Jie is continuously enhancing the Superman template's power, which to some extent is different from Superman himself. For instance, Superman's power requires time to grow to a certain extent, and Yu Jie is the same, but Yu Jie has no limits. Superman has certain limits. Furthermore, Superman needs specific opportunities to elevate his power to that stage. But Yu Jie does not need that. As long as Yu Jie absorbs enough solar energy each day, he will gradually change everything within the template. These angels seem unaware of how terrifying Yu Jie has become. Every angel's face was filled with confidence as the milky white light shot toward Yu Jie's position. Joy was evident on the faces of every angel. Under this power, they felt that no human could resist, but is Yu Jie an ordinary human? Long before, Yu Jie had already contemplated taking action, but he did not reveal his intentions. Now Yu Jie slowly controlled this power in his hands. Almost in an instant, he charged toward the source of the power, the milky white light quickly enveloping him. The angels who saw this narrowed their eyes. They felt that Yu Jie was seeking death. If Yu Jie had chosen to flee upon seeing this power, perhaps he would have had a slim chance of survival. But Yu Jie did not do that. Instead, he charged directly into the area enveloped by the power. Is this not? Unfortunately, the next moment, Yu Jie burst forth from the milky white light. Rather than saying he charged out, it would be better to say he completely tore apart that power. Now even the angels were stunned. They had imagined 100 ways for Yu Jie to die, but they never expected him to emerge from their holy light barrier. It should be noted that the holy light barrier is currently their greatest display of power, and as the number of angels increases, the power of the holy light barrier becomes even more terrifying. But what do they see now? This damned human has completely torn apart the holy light barrier, using only his own strength. Even they must admit that the power this human has displayed is truly terrifying. At the same time, it seemed that a glow began to flicker around Yu Jie. In the next moment, he charged forward, targeting the group of ignorant fools before him. All the angels stood before Yu Jie. Unfortunately, these angels didn't even have the strength to last a single. Even the strongest holy barrier was ineffective. They knew full well that this human was not someone they could. In the next moment, the aura of destruction began to spread incessantly. Yu Jie then spoke. "You worthless beings still want to stir up trouble." His words were filled with disdain for these so-called angels. The power of Superman erupted once again, and the black aura of destruction enveloped his opponents completely. With every breath, all the angels before Yu Jie began to fall. They couldn't withstand it. The power Yu Jie displayed now is beyond what ordinary people can compare to. But at that moment, the first falling angel suddenly spoke. "Damn human, you will soon pay for your actions." As soon as the words fell, a white light was born from the black aura of destruction. With a single glance, Yu Jie realized something was different. The seraphim. Then let me see how you so-called angels fare. As Yu Jie discovered the Archangel, he showed no hesitation. A more terrifying power slowly manifested. Compared to before, Yu Jie had undergone significant changes, the most evident being the continuous enhancement of the power within him. Before this, Yu Jie had never wielded such powerful strength. The Archangel was somewhat surprised, unable to comprehend how Yu Jie could elevate his power in this moment. However, the Archangel soon launched an attack towards Yu Jie, unleashing a terrifying force. Yu Jie had previously contemplated the extent of this opponent's power. Yu Jie had even pondered what changes this force might bring, but from the Archangel's actions it was clear that this power could not threaten him. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Yu Jie's mouth. "If you think you can defeat me using this current power, you must be dreaming," Yu Jie declared as he launched an attack towards the Archangel, for the power of the Silver Superman had completely erupted within him, resulting in a dramatic transformation from before. The most apparent change was that everything around Yu Jie fell within his perception. He had been controlling his power, but had not fully unleashed it until now. As the opponent gradually approached, attempting to threaten him, Yu Jie would certainly not allow such a thing to happen. In an instant, a horrific power erupted, centering around Yu Jie, slowly moving towards the Archangel. The Archangel sensed an extremely terrifying aura. However, to him, it was not a matter of concern, as he was a 12-winged Archangel, a truly formidable existence among the angelic race. "A mere human dares to provoke a deity, you shall face divine punishment." As the Archangel spoke, a pure white light appeared behind him, starkly different from what Yu Jie had encountered before. Previously, during his battle with other angels, Yu Jie had sensed flickering lights around them, but their power was insufficient to threaten him. This led Yu Jie to disregard it, but now he could distinctly feel a terrifying power emerging from his opponent, and it seemed to be increasing. Because of this, Yu Jie shook his head slightly. "Then let me see what surprises these so-called deities can bring me." He did not unleash all his power immediately. Yu Jie still had power within him, he just hadn't fully released it yet. The Archangel's gaze remained fixed. In the Archangel's eyes, Yu Jie was merely a lowly human. If this human thought he could change anything here, it was akin to dreaming. The Archangel held not just power among the angels, but also divine punishment. A beam of light descended with the Archangel's will, while countless bolts of lightning began to surround him, as if he had become the embodiment of lightning. Yet another light began to emanate from the Archangel. A hint of pity flickered in his eyes, though to Yu Jie it resembled the tears of a crocodile. Despite displaying his most powerful strength, the Archangel still put on such a facade. Or was he attempting to act like a benevolent figure after all this? "I never expected hypocrisy could become a person's epithet," Yu Jie remarked, gradually retracting his power as he deemed it meaningless to unleash it here. It would be better to let the opponent see what true despair looked like after their own power had erupted. In a breath, all of Yu Jie's power vanished. Even the Archangel was stunned, unable to fathom how the power that had erupted from Yu Jie had entirely disappeared. Not only that, he could sense that something had happened to Yu Jie. "Lowly human, you have no idea what you're doing. Provoking me will reveal to you what true despair is." As the Archangel spoke, a more terrifying power emerged, for until now only thunder had flickered around him. Now this thunder began to gather around the Archangel, radiating outward. In an instant, even a hint of disdain appeared on the Archangel's face. This thunder, to some extent, could be considered the strongest representation of divine punishment. If he wished, he could elevate this power to its peak. Under such power, no one could contend with him. One must admit the Archangel's thoughts were commendable, yet he seemed to underestimate his opponent. Yu Jie smirked, initially wanting to say something. However, seeing the Archangel's proud demeanor, Yu Jie ultimately shook his head. At this point, saying anything would be futile, it was better to let strength speak. "Let my fist speak for me." The thunder had converged before the Archangel. In an instant, the thunder surged forth, rushing towards Yu Jie's position. At that moment, Yu Jie raised his right hand, and the next second, he clenched his fist, striking the lightning. To the Archangel, this scene was utterly absurd. A person trying to rely on their physical strength to resist the terrifying existence of a deity was akin to courting death. Yet the next moment, the Archangel's expression changed. He realized the thunder had vanished, disappearing without a trace under Yu Jie's seemingly ordinary punch, while Yu Jie did not halt his advance. "Now it's my turn." Yu Jie's voice was neither loud nor soft enough for the Archangel to hear, yet upon hearing such words, the Archangel's expression subtly changed. He never expected that a human would dare to speak such words before him, seemingly disregarding his presence entirely. This alone caused the Archangel to shake his head. The Archangel's sudden remark did not catch Yu Jie's attention. After all, he was curious to see what surprise. The Archangel's sudden remark did not catch Yu Jie's attention. After all, he was curious to see what surprises this Archangel could bring. However, who could have imagined that the power wielded by the Archangel did not excite him at all? In fact, it felt. At this moment, Yu Jie suddenly realized something. He had always been an extremely lazy existence, yet it seemed he had suddenly transformed into a warmonger. It seems that your battle has changed my mindset a bit. Since that's the case, you cannot be spared. It seemed he had found a reason to strike, and in the next moment a flicker of light shone from Yu Jie. Although compared to the Archangel's thunderous radiance, the light emitted from Yu Jie appeared extremely plain. It was as if a visible membrane of light appeared around Yu Jie, but the speed of this light membrane was astonishingly fast. Originally in front of the Archangel, Yu Jie would need at least 1 to 2 seconds to reach him, but after the Archangel merely blinked, he realized that Yu Jie had already appeared in front of him. He was still unaware of this, and at that moment Yu Jie once again swung his fist, striking the Archangel's chest, causing the Archangel to feel his body tremble. The power was simply too overwhelming. With his current physique, he couldn't even withstand a single punch. The Archangel began to retreat, placing his hands on his chest as light began to flicker from his hands. He started to use his power to heal the wounds on his chest, never expecting Yu Jie's strength to be so formidable that he couldn't even defend against it. Even after merely throwing a casual punch, his body felt as if it might collapse. The Archangel looked at Yu Jie and couldn't help but speak. How is this possible? How could a human possess such tremendous power? You cannot possibly be human. The Archangel's attitude towards Yu Jie's exhibited strength was one of utter disbelief. He knew that humans were an extremely weak race, and such a race could hardly produce any so-called strong individuals. Yet now before his eyes the power Yu Jie displayed was simply too overwhelming. In just a moment he felt a sense of danger, and because of this he couldn't help but shake his head. Humans cannot possibly possess such power. The Archangel suddenly spoke up. This was largely due to his deep understanding of the nature of human power. He knew Yu Jie as a human should not be able to threaten him. Yet the events unfolding before him overturned all his perceptions. The most obvious was the overwhelming power contained within Yu Jie's punch, which had already suppressed him. The Archangel wanted to defeat his opponent right here, but he also realized that with his current self it was a delusion to think he could defeat Yu Jie in such a short time. In almost no time at all Yu Jie once again appeared before the Archangel, who could even see the disdain in Yu Jie's eyes. He found it hard to imagine that he would feel fear due to a human's relentless spirit in battle. Yu Jie's disdain stemmed from his own power being sufficiently overwhelming. With each breath, terrifying strength radiated from him, far more dreadful than anyone could have imagined, leaving the Archangel completely unprepared for Yu Jie to unleash such powerful force in such a short span of time. A terrifying power began to emanate from Yu Jie, causing the Archangel to widen his eyes. Why can a human possess such immense power? My body is starting to tremble. Unfortunately for the Archangel, his question would not receive the answer he sought at this moment. The power Yu Jie unleashed was overwhelmingly strong. In an instant it had suppressed his opponent, and even this power was gradually increasing as a hint of indifference appeared in Yu Jie's eyes. This so-called Archangel is nothing but that. As he spoke, Yu Jie's power began to erupt with his movements. If before this Yu Jie had merely been returning his power to himself, now he was fully unleashing it. The explosion of power centered around Yu Jie was unexpected. At this moment the Archangel could sense a feeling of impending doom, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. But in the next moment he intended to make Yu Jie understand with his fist that all his disbelief was indeed real, as Yu Jie truly possessed the power to destroy him. So now can you tell me, can your power be used again? As Yu Jie's voice rang out, his hand had already gripped the Archangel's throat, catching the Archangel off guard. He had expected Yu Jie to unleash even greater power here, but he never imagined that Yu Jie would directly seize his throat. The power that belonged to Yu Jie had once again made contact with him, and during this contact the intuition in the Archangel's heart became increasingly evident. The terrifying power could erupt without any excuses, as demonstrated by the strength Yu Jie displayed. Yu Jie didn't even glance at the Archangel as his power fully acted upon the Archangel's throat, and soon the Archangel's body began to crack apart. Transforming into beams of light scattered across the sky, Yu Jie shook his head. There is no such thing as power merely sitting here with those who possess it. What should be done is simply seeking death. Meanwhile Yu Jie looked up at the sky. He could sense an almost imperceptible threat approaching, and soon a slight smile graced Yu Jie's lips. These damned angels would certainly not let Earth go, for the faith possessed by Earth is what they have long yearned for. Therefore they cannot allow Earth to grow recklessly, and the recent demise of those angels serves as a reminder to the entire angelic race. But it is not just the angels who have their thoughts. Yu Jie has already set his gaze upon the horizon, sensing the threat slowly approaching Earth. After glancing at Earth, Yu Jie smiled once more. It is naturally impossible for such a situation to occur on Earth. He knows better than anyone that once this battlefield spreads across the entire Earth, it may face some unforeseen crises. This is certainly not something Yu Jie wishes to see. What he cares about most at this moment is the actions of the opposing side. The entire race has come out here, but he needs to eliminate similar presences like the recent Archangel. If the opponent is merely an archangel, then he might not even need to unleash the power of a silver adult. The next moment Yu Jie appeared in space, standing before Earth, casting his gaze into the distance. The light in the distance was slowly casting its glow, and soon Yu Jie discovered a large circle of angels gradually approaching, or rather angels arriving from all directions. In an instant he was surrounded by them. This is a human. How can a human appear in space? There is something off about this human, one angel remarked upon spotting Yu Jie, prompting others to take notice. The gazes of the other angels were fixed on Yu Jie. They wanted to understand what was happening, but who would have thought that Yu Jie would simply shake his head? Stop wasting time, let's attack together, Yu Jie declared, ignoring the expressions of those around him, as his power exploded forth in an instant. Since these people wanted to stir up trouble, he would naturally not choose to sit idly by. The best idea? Naturally, it was to capture them all in one sweep. Yu Jie's power erupted in an instant, showcasing the strength of a silver Superman. Moreover, due to the sheer number of opponents, Yu Jie not only unleashed the power of the silver Superman, but also found himself completely enveloped by the power of the Life Codex in that very moment. The aura of power surrounding Yu Jie became increasingly dense, and all the angels who wished to strike felt the difference at that moment, exchanging glances of confusion. He's just a human. Oh, why would a human dare utter such audacious words? Some angels were curious, others skeptical, while some were relentless. In their eyes, while Yu Jie was indeed somewhat different for being present in space, let's not forget he was after all merely a human. When did humans ever communicate with angels? It must be said that these angels remained as arrogant as ever, yet they were completely unaware of just how powerful their opponent was. Since they chose not to strike, Yu Jie wasn't willing to wait. In a moment, the power of the silver Superman gradually emanated, and this time Yu Jie did not merely radiate his strength. More importantly, he formed a layer of existence akin to a domain. If Yu Jie so wished, he could create an extremely terrifying area of lethal force in a short period. In this domain, no one could escape, and the closest angels had already encountered a devastating calamity from Yu Jie. The first one now, let everyone enjoy the bliss of death together, Yu Jie said while unleashing his power, which was undeniably overwhelming. Moreover, within this domain, Yu Jie's power showed no sign of weakening. In the blink of an eye, he had already slain dozens of angels, prompting those who had been watching to change their expressions. The most evident change was in their faces. Why does a human possess the strength to contend with angels? Furthermore, this power is so strange, completely not the standard a human should have, some angels remarked while observing the battlefield. Humans are typically synonymous with weakness and insignificance. Now one human exhibits such powerful strength, causing them to furrow their brows. They certainly did not wish for such an unexpected turn of events during the most critical moment of battle. However, their thoughts remained just thoughts, as Yu Jie's actions showed no signs of halting, even expanding the battlefield once more. Yu Jie's speed increased, and his power grew ever stronger, even a smile appearing on his face. So this is what is called divinity. It seems even the divine is not so different, Yu Jie remarked, recalling how these beings had once been so arrogant, yet their current state of panic formed a stark contrast. This human's power is overwhelmingly strong. To defeat him, we must summon more archangels in a short time. Another angel suddenly spoke, as it was evident from the scene that Yu Jie was indeed terrifying. All the lower-tier angels had no space to struggle before him. They were completely obliterated, making this group of angels realize even more clearly. It is absolutely impossible to resolve the situation against Yu Jie with their current strength. Other angels nodded in agreement. They had to acknowledge that without the help of archangels relying on their collective strength to battle Yu Jie was akin to seeking death. Soon enough, Yu Jie noticed something different on the battlefield, the most obvious being the familiar glow re-emerging on these angels. If he remembered correctly, this glow had erupted when facing that 12-winged archangel before. The glow now erupting was almost identical. Yu Jie could sense the power of the archangels descending. This time the opponent did not summon just one. When Yu Jie looked again, over 30 true archangels had already appeared before him. Seeing this scene, Yu Jie couldn't help but laugh once more. I must say, these guys really have some guts. Despite knowing it was futile, they launched another attack. Moreover, it seemed that their power was still increasing. It seems you truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Yu Jie remarked, a more terrifying power manifesting within him, even though the strength of the silver Superman had already been unleashed before. However, Yu Jie was only focused on swiftly eliminating his opponents, thus he hadn't fully utilized this power. But now, with the appearance of these archangels, Yu Jie was very clear that things were not that simple. The most evident point was that there could be unexpected occurrences in a short time. What Yu Jie hated the most was the unexpected. The next moment, he found himself standing before 12 archangels. During the earlier summoning process, Yu Jie had also seen 36 archangels, each 12 merging into a single entity, seemingly forming a completely different battle formation. I must say your actions are somewhat reckless, Yu Jie slowly spoke while watching his opponents. In truth, this group of angels had their reservations before. For instance, if they had chosen to flee before Yu Jie made his move, the angels might not have faced total annihilation. But who could have imagined that after losing so many of their comrades to him, they would still attempt to stir up trouble? These dozen archangels were no match for him. Yu Jie was absolutely certain that in the next moment his fist would penetrate through the body of the first archangel with speed and power that were unrivaled. Moreover, based on the battle situation, Yu Jie could adjust his state at any time. It was indeed so. Previously, he hadn't completely controlled this power, but now the sheer number of opponents had managed to suppress him to some extent. Of course, this suppression was numerical, not based on strength. Although in your eyes humanity seems to be extremely weak, from my perspective your strength is not that impressive at all, Yu Jie declared as he charged out once more. After unleashing the full power of the Silver Superman, these archangels were merely cannon fodder. Almost every punch he threw could take down an archangel, and soon Yu Jie was laughing. The archangels that had been summoned with such difficulty now seemed more like a joke. Even the remaining angels couldn't believe how terrifying Yu Jie truly was. In such a short time, all the archangels had been killed. This scene was no longer as simple as it appeared. Is this guy really a human? When did humanity gain the ability to contend with archangels? What is that strange power within him? It was at this moment that someone finally spoke up. The archangels had not appeared in such numbers before, but the power they possessed was indeed terrifying in the eyes of the angels. Because they rarely employed archangels, almost every time an archangel acted they could resolve most enemies in a short time. Currently Yu Jie was merely an ordinary human, yet this human had accomplished what countless races across the universe could not. Furthermore, unlike before, the angels were no longer so naive. They understood that those killed by Yu Jie had no chance of resurrection, as if they had grasped a layer of the rules of power. If Yu Jie could hear their inner voices, he would have to give them a thumbs up, for they indeed guessed correctly. However, Yu Jie did not halt his movements. The deaths of the archangels were merely the beginning. Let's not forget countless angels were still watching him with greedy eyes. If you have any tricks left, you'd better show them to me in the next second, otherwise. Yu Jie felt he was being merciful as he was still giving his opponents a chance to demonstrate, but the angels completely ignored his words. They were pondering what methods they could use to defeat Yu Jie. At this moment, one angel suddenly spoke up. With his strength, he can completely kill us in a short time. If we continue to fight like this, we will have no chance of victory, so we must summon. As this angel spoke, the others fell silent. They were not unaware of what this person meant, but for them, it was, within the angel race there exists a king of angels, but summoning over 2,000 angels lives to call upon the king requires an extremely heavy price. Only then can one summon the king of angels. Even for angels, this is an extremely heavy cost, and just like the group of angels Yu Jie killed, all those used for the sacrifice would no longer have the possibility of resurrection. However, the power of the king of angels is undeniable. Because of this, the angels here ultimately nodded in agreement. They had to admit that Yu Jie was too strong, relying on their current power, it was absolutely impossible to defeat him. Rather than sitting here waiting for death, they might as well take a risk. Immediately, in the last line of the angel battle group, some began to slowly reveal their figures. Over 2,000 angels closed their eyes with resolute expressions. In the next second, a burst of light erupted from them once again, and even Yu Jie could feel it from afar. He sensed familiar light being born. Moreover, this light was distinctly different from before. It seems you didn't disappoint me, but if this is all the power you possess, I believe it is still insufficient to threaten me, Yu Jie said, while smiling, not rushing in, but patiently waiting for these guys to have their thoughts. However, thoughts often do not translate into reality. Since the opponent wanted to showcase something different, he would give them a little time. Yet how terrifying the aura was slowly emerging with Yu Jie's ideas. At this moment, Yu Jie also narrowed his eyes. The radiance often occurs unexpectedly, and at this moment Yu Jie also noticed that alongside the devotion of thousands of angels, a giant angel was slowly being born behind them. Compared to the previous 12 winged angels, the archangel now appearing had a staggering 36 pairs of. Watching this scene, Yu Jie squinted his eyes. It was just like playing an online game. Defeating the weak, then the strong, and finally the immortal. However, Yu Jie also felt a pressure from this angel, for the angel king that appeared this time emanated a sense of destruction from its entire being. It was comparable to his own principle of destruction, yet because of this Yu Jie could feel his entire body starting to tremble. As if something was about to happen, Yu Jie quickly shook his head. He did not pay attention to the sudden events, but instead, I must say you are still able to surprise me. Yu Jie exclaimed as he charged forward, unwilling to give his opponent too much time, especially since he had waited long enough. In the next moment, Yu Jie's fist struck his opponent, but he was surprised to find that his fist did not inflict any. Even the opponent's body continued to solidify, as if something were about to burst forth from within, or in the next moment, white light engulfed Yu Jie completely unexpectedly, as he had just shattered the opponent's chest. Even Yu Jie himself was slow to realize it, but by the time he did, the light erupting from the opponent's chest had almost completely enveloped him. This light continued to torment him. A normal person might have perished under such radiance, but Yu Jie, if you think you can suppress me with this so-called power, it is nothing but a delusion. As these words left his mouth, a more terrifying power erupted from Yu Jie. He had always been harnessing the powers of the Silver Superman and the Codex of Life. However, Yu Jie also utilized the power of the Codex of Life in battle, as it not only provided him with sufficient combat strength, but also enhanced his vitality over time. For instance, the destructive beam unleashed by his opponent, a normal person would likely be slain beneath such a light. But due to the Codex of Life, Yu Jie instead absorbed this power completely, and as his body slowly recovered, his gaze once again focused on his opponent. The previous battle could only be considered a warm-up. Now the warm-up was over, and everything was about to truly begin. Yu Jie's fist once again struck the Archangel. Once again a crack appeared on the Archangel's body, who for some reason Yu Jie felt as if the opponent resembled a ticking time bomb. No matter how his opponent attacked, he seemed ready to self-destruct first. On the other side, an angel suddenly spoke. Why can this human be so powerful? This is the Archangel after all. The holy light on the Archangel is being unleashed so recklessly. In fact, it wasn't just this angel, the expressions of the other angels were also grim. They understood that Yu Jie's actions were exhausting everything from the Archangel. The opponent seemed like a time bomb capable of endlessly unleashing destructive light here, but only the angels knew that if the Archangel had not suffered a fatal blow, then the opponent would never unleash this current power. I want to see just how powerful you truly are. How long can this armor accompany you? As he spoke, Yu Jie charged forward once more, not holding back this time, unleashing his power completely. In an instant, the light had completely enveloped his opponent, and at the same time the force representing destruction had thoroughly wrapped around them. Compared to before, this time Yu Jie did not hold back this power. Instead, he used it to slowly approach his opponent. Yu Jie's fists hammered down on the Archangel, as if they were free of charge. If earlier the Archangel had been continuously firing destructive light due to Yu Jie's attacks, this time, however, the Archangel showed no signs of retaliation, primarily because Yu Jie's power was simply too overwhelming, a scene witnessed by the other angels. I absolutely don't believe this. How can a human possess such powerful strength? That is the Archangel. That is our pride, our glory. Some angels began to wail. They knew better than anyone what the emergence of the Archangel truly represented. They never expected that even with the Archangel's appearance, Yu Jie still could not be suppressed. Instead, Yu Jie had firmly suppressed the Archangel with his terrifying power, which continued to erupt. Due to this, the angels here began to contemplate retreating. They understood clearly that provoking Yu Jie in such an environment was akin to seeking death, but Yu Jie's final punch struck the Archangel's forehead. In the next moment, starting from the forehead, the entire body of the Archangel began to slowly shatter, without even a thought of struggling. Moreover, this power erupted once again with the passage of time. The power contained within Yu Jie could sustain 3 stages: the first to destroy the opponent's body, the second to obliterate the opponent's soul, and the third to strangle all the power of the opponent, with the threefold forces overlapping. Yu Jie would hardly encounter any resistance, but at this moment he turned around directly, for he saw the angels attempting to flee. It seems you truly do not understand the current situation. As he spoke, Yu Jie charged forward once more, and all the angels trying to escape became his prey. Almost no angel could escape Yu Jie's grasp. Both his speed and strength were terrifying. With both factors combined, hardly anyone could evade, especially since these angels had long been terrified by Yu Jie's power. In just a moment, everything fell silent once again. All the angels had been slaughtered. Dead. How could that be possible? The angel is no more. Is it Earth? Or another planet? It seems to be Earth. Then let's declare sanctions. For Yu Jie, the downside of the angels was already part of his plan. Moreover, this group seemed to have intentions regarding Earth, and after Yu Jie eliminated all the angels, a surge of white light suddenly erupted across the entire Earth. This made Yu Jie, who had just begun to feel somewhat at ease, tense up once more. He could sense that the sudden appearance of the light from the assassin was somewhat off. It completely exceeded his understanding, and at that moment Yu Jie once again felt a terrifying aura. It even far surpassed his imagination. Yu Jie looked around, contemplating returning to Earth, but he ultimately refrained from taking action. He wanted to see what kind of trouble was coming this time. Yu Jie had no idea. Although the angelic race was renowned throughout the universe, to most people, they were merely a special race within the cosmos. No one knew that behind the angelic race existed God. To some extent, God was considered a creator in the legends of Earth. The existence of all things in the world was because of God. There was life, Earth, and the universe. Unfortunately, God did exist in the entire universe. But he was not as powerful as the legends claimed, because even Yu Jie knew that the most powerful entity in the universe was probably the tribunal of life, only it could be flawless. At this moment, Yu Jie once again turned his gaze to the distance. He could sense that the aura of the incoming presence was somewhat abnormal, even more intense than he had anticipated. Thinking of this, Yu Jie quickly furrowed his brow. I just dealt with a group of small fries, and now another bunch of birdmen are coming. It seems I have stirred up quite a mess this time. Though he spoke with great despair, the light in Yu Jie's hand continued to flicker, just like when he faced the angels. He once again raised his power. Moreover, this time the power felt even more terrifying. Since the opponent could summon even stronger beings after being defeated, it meant that the incoming presence was not simple. Therefore, he had no need to remain here. The terrifying power slowly began to manifest. Just as Yu Jie was about to take action, he noticed a gigantic light gate appearing before the palace gate. There were actually angels, and Yu Jie even saw murals depicting God saving the people, a scene he was not unfamiliar with. Because on Earth there were too many such murals, mostly belonging to various religious beliefs. However, everything happening before his eyes completely overturned his imagination. The most obvious was that this power was somewhat extraordinary. Just a glance could reveal that. Behind this great gate something was waiting for him. Ultimately, Yu Jie shook his head. Pondering over these matters held no significance, as it was useless if the other side did not emerge. Sure enough, while Yu Jie waited, a beam of light slowly shot out from the gate, and then the angels reappeared, but this time the angels were completely different from those Yu Jie had seen before. The angels that appeared this time were archangels, their wings shimmering with light. Upon seeing this scene, Yu Jie was taken aback, completely unprepared for the fact that angels were still alive. Wait, something's not right. Yu Jie also noticed that there seemed to be something different in the eyes of these angels. He had fought that group of angels before, and they possessed their own consciousness. Now as Yu Jie looked at them, he could easily distinguish the beings standing before him. They seemed completely devoid of consciousness, as if they had always been at a disadvantage, leaving Yu Jie somewhat dumbfounded. Then Yu Jie shook his head, since the other side had appeared. Thinking about those things held no meaning. Since you have come, why not introduce yourselves? Do you expect me to go over personally? Yu Jie suddenly spoke, and as he did, the originally opened inner door completely vanished, while white light slowly radiated from the gate. The number of archangels also increased significantly at this moment. Even Yu Jie had to admit that the scale of the opposing side was exceedingly grand. Because prior to this, even the power and number that erupted from the angelic race could not compare to what just this group of archangels was enough to illustrate everything. Pitiful human, you have slain the esteemed divine envoy, as shouldn't you pay the price for that? As soon as the great door opened, a strange voice echoed. Yu Jie was somewhat surprised by the voice, as it seemed to come not from a person's mouth. It was more like it appeared directly in his mind, causing Yu Jie's expression to change drastically. Someone actually used such a method, seemingly able to transmit voices directly into one's mind. This astonished Yu Jie, while he slowly gathered power within his body. In the next second, Yu Jie charged forward. There was no point in explaining too much to these shadowy figures. Rather than listening to their nonsense, it was better to use his fists to express his stance. Yu Jie's speed was extremely fast. Almost in an instant he had arrived before the gate. At this moment, all the archangels appeared extremely dazed, even lacking any awareness. However, as Yu Jie appeared, each archangel began to shimmer, with different lights clearly indicating these archangels were still able to discern some simple things such as enemies' crises, and more importantly beings like Yu Jie, whose exhibited power was immensely strong. It was something these archangels could never compare to. Although these archangels realized that Yu Jie was not yet before Yu Jie's almost terrifying power, they had no chance to even struggle, and were directly obliterated by Yu Jie, with dozens of archangels falling without lasting a single round. Meanwhile, Yu Jie smiled slightly. It seems you are even less afraid of death than I imagined. Wretched human, you are provoking the divine, and you shall pay the price for it. I will completely separate your corpse, your soul, and your flesh. As Yu Jie's words fell, a new voice resonated from the portal, echoing inside his mind, just like before. Yu Jie's expression darkened even further. In truth, he harbored far too many secrets, making him detest the invasion of others into his mind. In my eyes, you are the one courting death. Yu Jie charged once more at the archangels who had formed a visible wall before him. They intended to withstand Yu Jie's assault, but they completely forgot their own strength, which was insignificant in Yu Jie's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his full power. Moreover, the combined might of the Silver Superman and the Codex of Life unleashed devastation far beyond their expectations. Centered around Yu Jie, a storm of power was spreading, with each punch representing a consequence. Amidst the thunderous roars, terrifying power erupted, overwhelming all who attempted to resist him. At this moment, retreat was not a matter of desire, but of impossibility, as their bodies trembled and began. Even the divine messenger watching from the portal was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the sheer terror of Yu Jie's power. The strength possessed by these archangels was indeed a terrifying force within the entire angelic race. Furthermore, they had been stripped of their consciousness, making them the most authentic weapons of war, yet such weapons showed no signs of resistance before this human. This caused the divine messenger's expression to darken slightly. Could it be that this fellow was not as simple as he appeared? The messenger couldn't help but think, but just as he was surprised, Yu Jie had already stepped through the portal. Originally, Yu Jie had planned to wait for the other party to emerge, but it seemed they had no such intention, forcing him to step inside instead. Since that was the case, he would use power to speak for him. As he spoke, Yu Jie's power erupted completely, and soon he stepped into the portal. There he saw an extremely peculiar being entirely enveloped in light. It seemed to lack a physical body, yet just a glance allowed Yu Jie to sense the familiar voice emanating from it. It was clear that this was the being that had been speaking in his mind. At that moment, Yu Jie couldn't help but smile. It seems you are even more eager for death than I imagined. I never expected your method of courting death to be so unique, daring to appear before me. In the next moment, terrifying power erupted from Yu Jie, just as he had thought. No one could act recklessly within his mind. Even gods could not withstand the power of the Silver Superman. For the first time, it surged within Yu Jie's body. At the same time, he reached out, and in the next moment, he seized the being by the throat. Though it appeared to lack substance, Yu Jie's terrifying power still bound it. Rather than saying it had no entity, it was more accurate to say that it dispersed its power and everything into a single space. Such an action would allow it to attack and defend more effectively, but it never anticipated encountering someone like Yu Jie, whose power unfolded in an instant. As Yu Jie controlled his power, the divine messenger found itself unable to even struggle. Its face turned pale. You are courting death. Do you know who you are facing? Let me go, or you will pay the price for this. The divine messenger quickly threatened Yu Jie, but Yu Jie gazed at it in astonishment. Let me go, or you will pay the price for this. The divine messenger quickly threatened Yu Jie, but Yu Jie gazed at it in astonishment. Yu Jie had not forgotten how the angels had relentlessly mocked him during their previous battle. Every minute and every second they had used words to belittle him, as if they were untouchable. But now who truly stood high above, and who was truly invincible? I'm a bit scared, but even if I still want to send you to the heavens first, as you seem to have a fondness for this so-called paradise. The power in Yu Jie's hands erupted, and the divine messenger who had attempted to struggle before him was utterly crushed by his strength. Yu Jie had never revealed his most powerful strength here, as he knew the opponent was not worth his effort. But now that this divine awareness stood before him, it was clearly courting death. So why should he let it go? After crushing the divine messenger, Yu Jie's gaze shifted once more. He wanted to see who this being really was, who had been playing tricks and presenting itself in a heavenly guise. Just as Yu Jie turned around, a human slowly appeared. In his eyes there was no mistake, it was indeed a human. Yu Jie looked at it with some confusion. Who are you? How is it possible for there to still be a human here? As he spoke, Yu Jie began to gather his power. He was no fool. From the moment he laid eyes on the being, he could tell it was not truly human. It seemed the being wanted to communicate with him in this guise. Yet what Yu Jie despised most at that moment was meaningless conversation. Human, I am the God who created you. You may call me the creator or the Genesis God. These are merely two of my many identities. Of course, you may also refer to me as God. The being, which resembled a human, suddenly spoke. Unfortunately, while it was speaking, Yu Jie charged at it directly. He wouldn't listen to its nonsense. Yu Jie even wanted to ask the being if it found pleasure in playing tricks. Yu Jie's fist struck directly against the being's face. In the next moment, the being's figure vanished, leaving Yu Jie momentarily stunned. He could confirm that his punch had definitely struck the being, so why did it seem to have missed? It seems you prefer to hide your true self rather than play tricks. Since that's the case, let me show you this gift. Are you surprised? As he spoke, Yu Jie unleashed his power, which he had been controlling all along. Even though he faced a formidable opponent this time, he still did not reveal his strongest power. If Yu Jie was willing to showcase his most formidable strength here, it would mean that his little sister would end all matters here. In an instant, all his power had completely surrounded him, and in the next second Yu Jie noticed that the opponent seemed to condense their body freely, just like before with their divine sense. He could also gradually dissipate within this space. Yu Jie's expression changed, but in the next moment he had completely cast these thoughts aside. He did not believe the opponent could stop him with such methods. In the face of absolute power, everything is just a trick. Yu Jie continuously threw punches around him. At the same time, his power was steadily growing, reaching a limit he had set for himself. With this limit as his goal, he struck continuously, and everyone attempting to attack him would be affected by it. Sure enough, just a moment later the being who called himself God appeared before Yu Jie. Such terrifying power appearing in the hands of a human. Clearly I overestimated myself and underestimated you. As he spoke, white light suddenly appeared behind him, and along with this white light, there were even some figures present. Yu Jie took a glance and felt the voices were oddly familiar. Could they be angels? Yu Jie suddenly squinted. Anything related to angels meant this guy was not so simple. Sure enough, just as Yu Jie started paying attention to the opponent, the angels behind them gradually revealed their true appearances. The King of Angels. After a glance, Yu Jie realized that the illusions appearing behind the opponent were actually the King of Angels, and there seemed to be an unusual number of them. It seemed that the opponent had a whole army of Kings of Angels behind them. Truly, as the leader of the angelic race, they could orchestrate such operations. Yu Jie had already realized this during his previous battles with angels. If the angelic race wished to summon the King of Angels for battle, they would need to pay a significant price. And this price was irreversible. Now behind this self-proclaimed god, there were countless Kings of Angels, which made Yu Jie feel increasingly uncertain. He could clearly sense that the opponent's actions here were somewhat strange, even able to control their power to threaten him. In the next second, Yu Jie shook his head. What was the point of contemplating these things? Even if it was the King of Angels, so what? Let me see your methods. Are they as astonishing as your strength, or are they just a flowered pillow? Although God did not understand the meaning of a flowered pillow, he could sense Yu Jie's slight disdain from his words. Let me see just how terrifying the potential of humanity is. God also moved, and as his thoughts towards Yu Jie grew stronger, the Kings of Angels behind him charged towards Yu Jie one by one. Their speed was so fast that even Yu Jie was slightly surprised. At this moment, Yu Jie realized that the King of Angels he faced was completely devoid of consciousness. It was precisely because they had no consciousness that they could be considered war machines. At every moment their power increased, and this force threatened Yu Jie over time. However, Yu Jie's expression remained unchanged. The first King of Angels to reach him had no chance to struggle before Yu Jie kicked him away. In the next second, the Codex of Life burst forth with an even more terrifying brilliance. In that moment, Yu Jie seemed to be completely enveloped by the light, and even the radiance from the King of Angels was not a fraction of what Yu Jie emitted. This scene did not escape God's gaze. There was a hint of astonishment on his face. He was unfamiliar with this brilliance, but he could sense a chilling power emanating from it. Clearly the strength Yu Jie was now exhibiting was extraordinarily formidable. It even far exceeded his expectations. After taking a deep breath, God seemed to make a particularly important. He raised his hand, and at once the encirclement of the Kings of Angels around Yu Jie slowly dissipated. They stood together, and then all the Kings of Angels began to merge. Before long, a massive King of Angels appeared before Yu Jie. Countless wings could be seen on this King of Angels. If before Yu Jie could count how many wings the opponent had, and even guess their strength, now merely gazing at the enormous body, Yu Jie had no idea how much power was contained within. But so what? If you can defeat the strongest war weapon, then I will leave. God took a deep breath. No one knew what price he had paid for this. But from his strained expression, it was evident that summoning this King of Angels had consumed most of his strength. Yu Jie naturally heard the opponent's words, but he had no intention of conversing with them. He could feel that although the strength of the King of Angels was formidable, but it was still not enough to contend with him. Yu Jie charged directly towards the chest of the King of Angels. This scene seemed so ignorant in the eyes of God as the creator of the King of Angels. He was fully aware of how terrifying the defenses of the King of Angels were. Yu Jie's current action aimed to completely shatter this defense, but was this even possible? Boom, boom, boom. Just as God thought Yu Jie's attack would be in vain, Yu Jie's body had already pierced through the chest of the King of Angels. He even held a pulsating heart of light in his hand. God's mouth dropped open as if it could hold several eggs. He had never expected such a thing to happen. By the time he looked again, Yu Jie had moved once more, and this time his target was unexpectedly himself. Yu Jie moved swiftly, almost instantly arriving in front of God, shoving the heart he had just pulled out forcefully into God's mouth. In the next second, Yu Jie smiled and said goodbye. How much do you know about angels? Yu Jie slowly began as he looked at Hela before him. Hela shook her head after hearing Yu Jie's words. This race is quite peculiar. Although we had dealings with them long ago, once we learned of their racial traits, we lost interest. Even my father refused to entertain any thoughts about angels. Yu Jie nodded in response to Hela's words. Yu Jie naturally understood Hela's meaning. Why provoke an opponent who can never be killed? While the opponent might not necessarily threaten you, they could still torment you. However, Yu Jie no longer needed to worry about that. All the angels, including that so-called god, had been completely annihilated by him days ago. He still vividly remembered the astonished expression on their face as they swallowed that heart. For Yu Jie, it was merely a simple matter. Who would have thought that the opponent was such a fearless person? Time and again they tried to stir trouble, even attempting to present themselves in a superior manner. Without sufficient power, such words should not be uttered. Haven't you fought with them? Aren't they really annoying? If my power increases again, I think I will seek them out. Hela seemed to notice Yu Jie's expression and couldn't help but speak up. But the next moment Yu Jie shook his head. No need, I have already dealt with them. Now it was Hela's turn to be stunned. She had never expected Yu Jie to share this news with her. At the same time, Hela looked up at the sky and then at Yu Jie with a face full of disbelief, asking, "You have dealt with them? All of them, even that guy who calls himself God?" Hela's question quickly received an answer. Yu Jie nodded and recounted the events of his battle from 2 days prior. In Hela's view, Yu Jie likely went out to seek trouble with the angels merely to intimidate them into abandoning. However, it seemed that she had underestimated Yu Jie's power. Hela had known for a long time that Yu Jie was extremely powerful, but she never imagined that his strength was so terrifying that even the angels who were renowned in the universe as an immortal race had been dealt with by him. At that moment, Hela finally realized just how strong her man had become. Before this, Hela had seen Yu Jie as an ordinary person, and she even thought she would spend her short yet splendid life with an ordinary man. Who could have thought that this man would now be capable of annihilating an entire race of angels? While feeling astonished, Hela took a deep breath. She felt the need to calm herself down. After all, the surprises this man had brought her were too overwhelming. If she were to maintain this state, she feared she would likely collapse. After all, as a strong woman, it was difficult for Hela to accept that her man was so much stronger than she was. If she were to maintain this state, she feared she would likely collapse. After all, as a strong woman, it was difficult for Hela to accept that there exists a terrifying dark power on Earth, though it seems to be hidden away somewhere. Hela had placed something on Hydra before. And these things were not just tokens given to them. They were, in a sense, Hela's means of monitoring Earth. She could sense the current state of Earth through their bodies. For example, while they provided this answer, Hela also dispersed them all. As all her subordinates rushed out, Hela sensed the existence of that dark power for the first time. Hela immediately thought of the Dark Lord Dormammu that her father had mentioned before. At this thought, Hela could no longer contain her excitement. She was very aware of the powers possessed by Dormammu. It seemed that he constantly existed within that space, thus the power he possessed was truly terrifying. However, Hela did not forget that her father had also told her that if Dormammu's power resided within her, her own power would receive a terrifying boost in a short time. With the stimulation from Yu Jie, Hela felt a sense of crisis. She could consider moving forward alongside Yu Jie, but she absolutely could not accept that he was so much stronger than her. At that moment, Yu Jie also noticed that Hela's expression seemed somewhat off. He knew that when he had just spoken, her face had subtly changed. What's wrong? Did something happen? Or do you want a few angels as toys? Hela also noticed that her odd behavior had caught Yu Jie's attention, and she quickly shook her head. It's nothing, just suddenly thought of something. However, I might need to go out for a few days. There's something in Asgard that hasn't been dealt with. Yu Jie nodded at Hela's explanation, not harboring too much doubt, though he remained curious about what had happened to her. But since Hela did not tell him, there was no need for him to pry further. Everyone has their own secrets, especially since Asgard indeed needed their queen Hela. With that thought, Yu Jie did not dwell on it too much, and soon he went straight to bed. He was quite tired after these two. After dealing with the angels, he had also participated in several symphonies of life with Hela. It must be said that Hela was indeed exceptionally gifted in this regard, and even Yu Jie had to admit that there were several times he nearly lost his composure. As a man, how could he possibly lose to his wife in the symphony of life? However, as Hela was about to return to Asgard, Yu Jie felt a sigh of relief. He certainly couldn't use the power of the Silver Surfer while playing the Symphony of Life, could he? Meanwhile, Hela was also following Hydra to the Fog City, where Dormammu resided. Hela was somewhat unfamiliar with Fog City, as she had only stayed on Earth with Yu Jie, spending almost no time outside the manor. However, upon arriving in Fog City, Hela discovered an extremely terrifying power emanating from Dormammu. This was beyond doubt, and the corners of Hela's mouth slightly lifted at that moment. Great Master, we have arrived at the location of that existence. Should we take action? A member of Hydra beside Hela suddenly spoke, his gaze towards Hela filled with a hint of fervor. Only by staying close to Hela could he understand that miracles were never just miracles so simple. At this moment, Hela turned back to take a glance. All the Hydra members present had traces of fanaticism in their eyes. However, Hela shook her head. She was very clear about the power discovered this time. But Hela understood even better that wanting to use these people to gain power was somewhat laughable. Hela spoke, "I'll handle the rest myself. You all stay around and watch, don't let anyone get close." With Hela's words, everyone present began to move, not just to prepare, but also to guard against any unexpected incidents. Having gathered all Hydra members from around the world in an instant, even those in S.H.I.E.L.D. were taken aback. Black Egg was the first to express his confusion. Damn it, what are these Hydras up to? Why are they suddenly causing such trouble at this time? Black Egg immediately ordered his subordinates to head to the Fog City. They must stop the other party before Hydra takes action. Currently, Hydra's movements were completely linked to terror. Wherever Hydra existed, there would be no peace or tranquility. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. also quickly displayed the monitored information on the big screen. The familiar Fog City looked no different from before, and even the familiar Hydra members were unchanged. But when Black Egg looked at the big screen again, his expression changed. What's going on? How could it be him? How could he possibly be there? 3 consecutive questions left, even those beside Black Egg dumbfounded. They never expected their boss would suddenly say such a thing. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, while Black Egg shook his head. He felt that this matter had almost nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. He still remembered the sense of oppression he felt when confronting Hela. He had no doubt that the other party could eliminate all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in an instant. This was no joke, but reality. Soon Black Egg shook his head again, and he had little thought about the things happening now. With Hela appearing, what else could he say? After all, he was definitely not a match for the other party. There was a pager that could call Captain Marvel, but with only this one chance, he was unwilling to waste it. His mind began to twist and think continuously. Soon the expression on his face changed. In the end, Black Egg chose to stand by idly. From Hela's previous performance, it was not hard to analyze that she did not have much intention of destroying the Earth. Since she wouldn't destroy the Earth, he didn't need to entangle himself too much in these matters. After all, as long as the Earth could maintain peace, then destroying a Fog City was not a big deal. With this mindset, Black Egg ultimately chose to turn off the big screen. He ordered all those who had been deployed to return. There was no need. If they really had to take action now, there was an overwhelming chance that problems would arise. This problem could bring him death. Although the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were very curious about what was happening. However, with Black Egg speaking now, everyone's curiosity could only remain as curiosity. Meanwhile, Hela and Fog City began to prepare to enter the Dark Dimension where the Dark Lord resided, and only Dormammu could enter this world. However, Hela, who also possessed the power of death, naturally had the qualification to enter. She just needed a little time to prepare. At this moment, Thor suddenly arrived at the manor, intending to ask his sister some questions. After all, Asgard had a new master, and Yu Jie was taken aback when he saw Thor for the first time. "Where is your sister? Why hasn't she returned?" As Yu Jie spoke, Thor was instead stunned because he didn't expect his brother-in-law to suddenly ask him this question. How should he respond? Thor found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to answer. His intuition told him that something must have happened, and it was between the couple. But he was unexpectedly drawn into it. "I don't know, brother-in-law, I know nothing. I just passed by, and I just remembered that something seems to be wrong at home. I need to go back and check," Thor said, wanting to leave, but before he could even move his feet, Yu Jie had already teleported in front of him. This left Thor stunned. He knew his brother-in-law was a very powerful person, but wasn't teleportation a bit too outrageous? Even his father didn't have the power of teleportation, did he? This was the power Yu Jie had just drawn this morning: instant movement. As long as Yu Jie wished, he could teleport anywhere in the world. Yu Jie looked at Thor and spoke again. "Didn't your sister say she went back to Asgard? What's waiting for her in Asgard? Why did you come alone? Where did your sister go?" In reality, as Yu Jie spoke these words, he had already realized that Hela might have lied to him. There was a high possibility that Hela was up to something, but wasn't convenient to tell him, hence the lie. Was it an accident? In contrast, Thor listened to Yu Jie's words, and suddenly found himself at a loss for what to say. Just as he had previously thought, there must have been some issues between his brother-in-law and sister. He just hadn't realized it before, and now he felt somewhat anxious. What should he say? "Isn't my sister in Asgard?" That's right, she must be in Asgard, but hasn't she been a bit busy lately? That's why my sister hasn't had time to come over, so I came to check on my brother-in-law and see how he's been doing lately. In terms of pure lying, there might still be a gap between Thor and Hela. Yu Jie didn't even bother to look at him. The next second, his power erupted. Teleportation began. Little girl always stirring up trouble. Yu Jie was unaware of what had transpired, but from the hesitant demeanor of Thor, he could easily deduce that something must have happened on Hela's side. Or perhaps Hela was doing something that she didn't want him to know. Prior to this, Yu Jie might not have cared much about the matter, as he believed in his wife's strength. There was a high chance that no problems would arise. However, as Yu Jie encountered more and more incidents, he became increasingly aware that there were numerous troubles lurking in the vast universe. Many troubles, in fact, did not manifest overtly, which left Yu Jie somewhat anxious. Would Hela encounter some major issue? Teleportation was being executed repeatedly across the entire Earth. Thor had even seen traces of Yu Jie appear several times. At that moment, Yu Jie had completely reshaped Thor's perception of him. Previously, Thor only knew that his brother-in-law was strong, but he had no concrete understanding. Now as Yu Jie continued to teleport, Thor realized just how limited his own perspective had been. Given the power Yu Jie exhibited, even his father Odin could not possess such strength. How is my brother-in-law so amazing? I originally thought my sister was impressive, but it seems I'm the most useless one in the family now. Thor said, a hint of sorrow flashing across his face known only to himself. Currently the entire situation looked exceedingly grim for him, especially since even the previously weak Yu Jie seemed far stronger than him now. The bloodline power within the opponent had completely awakened, granting them terrifying strength. This was something Yu Jie understood clearly. Because of this, Thor had nearly opted to lay low, while on the other side Yu Jie had practically explored the Still he had not found any trace of Hela. Could it be that she was no longer on Earth? This thought made Yu Jie's brow furrow slightly. Quickly he activated teleportation, once more aiming throughout the entire solar system. Relying on his superhuman strength, Yu Jie possessed a certain level of survival capability in the universe, especially after having battled the 5 great deities once. His physical condition had reached a point where it could withstand the pressures of space. In almost the blink of an eye, Yu Jie had traversed the entire solar system, yet this time, he still found no trace of Hela. Yu Jie couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He knew that Hela must have her own plans, but he hoped that in some way she could be like before. Suddenly he felt a hint of regret. Why did he have to confront Hela? If they hadn't confronted each other, perhaps things wouldn't have turned so dire. At this moment Yu Jie had already realized that Hela had always possessed the temperament of a strong woman. How could she allow her man to be so much stronger than herself? For a moment Yu Jie felt that the power dynamics seemed overly skewed. However, Yu Jie did not give up searching for Hela. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hela, who had entered the Dark Realm, was now facing the Supreme Sorcerer and the Dark Lord Dormammu. The two seemed to be in a standoff, but Hela merely glanced at the Supreme Sorcerer before shifting her gaze away. Although this human possessed considerable power compared to the Dark Lord Dormammu, he was truly insignificant, and Hela could clearly sense this. It seemed that due to this human, the Dark Lord Dormammu was in an unusual state. Although his power remained, his consciousness had seemingly fallen into a deep slumber. After taking a moment to assess, Hela fully understood the situation. So this is the power of the seal. I must admit, as a human you do have a unique approach. Hela's observations quickly led her to the conclusion that it was indeed the Supreme Sorcerer who had stolen her power. Thus he had suppressed the Dark Lord Dormammu here, leaving Dormammu showing no signs of waking. This was undoubtedly fantastic news, for Hela had countless ideas about the Dark Lord Dormammu's power. Originally she had thought she would engage in a fierce battle with him here. But who would have thought that even the battle could be avoided? The Dark Lord Dormammu was in such a weakened state that Hela could easily utilize her power to forcibly strip him of all his strength. Considering this, the Dark Lord Dormammu fell into a crisis once again. Hela reached out her hand and placed it on the Dark Lord Dormammu. In the next moment, the black light surrounding Dormammu began to gradually dissipate. It even started to move towards Hela's position. In no time, Hela smiled, completely taken aback by the sheer strength of the Dark Lord Dormammu. Just a little was enough to satisfy her, but this was still not enough. Hela clearly understood that the power embedded within the Dark Lord Dormammu was far too vast. She needed a certain amount of time to completely absorb this power. However, at the moment Hela made this move, both the Supreme Sorcerer and the Dark Lord Dormammu sensed an imminent threat. The Supreme Sorcerer's power was to some extent derived from the Dark Lord Dormammu, so he was very familiar with Dormammu's strength. Dormammu, who was in slumber, was the first to sense that his power was diminishing. On the other side, even though the Dark Lord Dormammu was asleep, his body instinctively told him that he was encountering some form of crisis. Quickly the sleeping Dark Lord opened his eyes, feeling the speed of power loss accelerating. In just a short time, he could sense that nearly 40% of his strength had vanished. And it was still increasing. Damn it, who are you? What are you doing? Are you seeking death? Due to the loss of power, the Dark Lord Dormammu abruptly awakened. His first gaze fell upon Hela, and he could sense that his power had entered her body. At this point, the Dark Lord Dormammu could no longer hide his fury. He had to devour this woman before him. I just want to turn your power into my own. Shouldn't you feel honored by that? Hela slowly spoke to the Dark Lord Dormammu. Because of this, he was not concerned about the Dark Lord Dormammu's anger, especially since Hela had already extracted 40% of Dormammu's power earlier. Now in Hela's eyes, if their powers were evenly matched before with her ability to draw blood, she could completely. This is not a joke, but a fact, as the weakening of his power equates to the strengthening of her own. Moreover, since she directly extracted his power, it placed her in a position of undeniable superiority. At this realization, Hela revealed a sinister smile. This time, she would extract all of the Dark Lord. This is beyond doubt. The Dark Lord Dormammu was utterly enraged at this moment. He never expected this seemingly human figure to dare speak such words to him. From the look in his eyes, Dormammu saw a hint of disdain. You will pay the price for this. Your arrogance will cost you your life, he slowly spoke to Hela. In the next moment, a terrifying dark power was fully unleashed from the Dark Lord Dormammu. As Dormammu summoned his power, the Supreme Sorcerer sensed everything that was happening. However, the Supreme Sorcerer had no means to stop it. He had sealed Dormammu away to maintain his inact, but who could have predicted that Hela's arrival would shatter all of this? The Supreme Sorcerer was now slightly worried about what was happening. Could it be that angels have appeared? But even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do as he had not been awakened. He could only continue to stand guard while the battle between Hela and the Dark Lord commenced. One must admit that even with the Dark Lord's remaining power being minimal, he had been a ruler in darkness for many years and certainly had some tricks up his sleeve. As he began to act, an intense darkness enveloped him. Originally, Dormammu's body was somewhat indistinct, and now fused with darkness, he left no trace exposed. This time you will pay for your arrogance, and the price will be your life. As he spoke, the Dark Lord gathered the dark power toward Hela's position, confident that this figure before him could not evade it. Unfortunately, he underestimated Hela. Moreover, Hela had already absorbed his power and was more than familiar with this dark energy. In fact, Hela was very familiar with it, as if it were an innate instinct. She reached out her hand, and in an instant she completely absorbed the dark power. If this is all you have, then you might as well give me all your power. At least you would be expending your remaining energy. Hela's words carried a hint of mockery. In Hela's view, what she said was merely a fact, but to the Dark Lord Dormammu her words sounded utterly great. He never expected that this insignificant human would dare to attack him, absorb his power, and even taunt him with it. When had Dormammu ever endured such humiliation? In an instant, darkness erupted. The Dark Lord Dormammu's body grew immensely at that moment. In this dark world, the Dark Lord Dormammu was the only king. He could constantly absorb dark power, although he had just lost much to Hela. However, being in this world allowed him to slowly regain his strength. Throughout the battle, Dormammu had already absorbed some power. His previously depleted body was beginning to feel more filled. Now let me show you what true despair looks like. As he spoke, the darkness around Dormammu began to expand, and in front of Hela, the singular Dark Lord Dormammu suddenly transformed into countless figures. Sure enough, this Dark Lord Dormammu was not as simple as she had imagined. Originally, she thought that having absorbed his power would allow her to defeat him in a short time, but now it seemed she had not prepared adequately. However, in the next moment, Hela also began to move. She would not admit inferiority, especially since Dormammu's power would soon belong to her completely. It seems you have confidence in yourself, then let me show you what true death is. As she spoke, an even more terrifying power began to emanate from Hela. The Dark Lord Dormammu displayed his most powerful strength, and Hela would naturally not allow herself to remain silent. As she breathed, a terrifying power spread from Hela. Compared to Dormammu, Hela's power was even more immense, as she was determined to seize Dormammu's strength. Naturally, she could not afford to wait idly. Her best option was to release her power just like him. She needed her strength to be even more powerful than his. Dormammu had been sensing Hela's power. He could feel that it was distinctly stronger than before. Taking a deep breath, once again black energy began to emerge from Dormammu's hands. His massive form was now surrounded by countless dark energies, which slowly formed a barrier around Hela. Hela glanced over, and in her hand appeared a black longsword. The sword was drawn and swung, in an instant shattering the barrier that had imprisoned her. The power was overwhelmingly strong. Even the Dark Lord Dormammu did not expect that this person could unleash such power in such a short time. At the same time, the Dark Lord became somewhat curious. Is this being truly a human? Why does he feel no trace of humanity from him? Hela was unaware of what the Dark Lord Dormammu truly intended on this side. However, Hela did not mind that the other party might have some strange ideas here. Due to returning to Asgard, all her injuries had healed completely. As long as he remained in Asgard, every step he took there would enhance his strength. Without the burden of pain, the power that Hela could unleash was already on par with Odin, especially since her time in Asgard had allowed her strength to improve in a short period. However, this enhancement was not without limits. It still required some accumulation. Currently, the Hela facing the Dark Lord Dormammu could be considered at her peak, plus she had absorbed quite a bit of the Dark Lord's power. In a breath, Hela's power erupted completely, and at that moment Dormammu's gaze once again fell upon her. He could clearly feel that the gap between them seemed somewhat large, particularly evident compared to the power he had previously absorbed here. It seemed as though he had not inflicted any harm on Hela at all, which was the most perplexing part for him. There must be some aspect of her body that he had overlooked. In this universe, there are actually forces that can rival me. This is absolutely impossible. The Dark Lord Dormammu's figure slowly approached Hela, even as the darkness surrounding him decided to test Hela once more. He wanted to see what trick she could pull here, but in a certain sense his actions had also dug a pit for himself. At least Hela had never cared about the other's movements. the power concealed by darkness had completely wrapped around her. Hela even smiled at this. Hela was unclear about what thoughts the Dark Lord Dormammu had here, but that did not prevent her from striking directly. For Hela knew that the power was always in her hands. It was impossible for the other party to make any moves here, especially relying on the power they had displayed. He even wished to suppress her in a short time. Such power completely fused with Hela's strength, but what happened next utterly surpassed Dormammu's imagination. He could feel that his power was indeed being stripped away. After the two powers began to compete, he unexpectedly found that his power was being absorbed by Hela's strength. This had completely exceeded his expectations, and at the same time, he furrowed his brow again. After absorbing my power, you can still absorb more. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Dormammu's words were filled with skepticism. He simply could not believe that the other party could accomplish such. He knew his own power better than anyone, yet the other party could absorb his power through contact. This made him even more uncertain. He could clearly perceive that their powers seemed to come into contact once again in a short time. In the next moment, Hela burst into laughter. You don't think your power can suppress me here, do you? There was a hint of mockery in Hela's words, and only she could truly understand what her words meant. Long before she had been able to gather power here, wasn't it because she understood better than others? The true master sought to make a move here precisely because his power was strong enough. However, if his power was not strong enough and he still wished to control everything here, it would be somewhat delusional, especially since Hela had already absorbed the other party's power. This was the true strength of the goddess of death, who once she understood her opponent's power, even fully analyzing it, her body would react accordingly. The terror of breathing was always difficult to comprehend, at least for the Dark Lord Dormammu at present. But in the next moment, when Hela's violent power was fully unleashed, the Dark Lord Dormammu realized that this woman before him was also a thief, just like the Supreme Mage. The Supreme Mage was so powerful largely because they could absorb his power here. If there was one thing that Dark Lord Dormammu hated most, it was these petty thieves. He could feel that what was happening here was completely consistent with the actions of the Supreme Mage. However, it seemed he had no way to respond. He could still call upon the power of the dark space to gradually maintain the absorption by the Supreme Mage. But Hela was different. Her actions were extremely brutal, seemingly not just extracting power from the dark space, but also completely absorbing her own bodily power. At this moment, even as the Dark Lord Dormammu, he began to feel a bit flustered. He had no idea how to face the other party now. You damned thief, do you think you can absorb all my power like this? You're dreaming. The anger in Dark Lord Dormammu's words had completely erupted, but behind that anger was also a sense of helplessness. He knew very well that as the other party continuously absorbed his power, it was like boiling a frog in warm water. Even though he knew there was still no way to control his power, which gradually radiated outward, ultimately Dark Lord Dormammu shook his head again. He had too few opportunities to seize, he had too few chances to change the situation, but he would never give up. Hela could clearly sense that Dark Lord Dormammu was significantly different from before. There was a high probability that the other party wanted to fight to the death with her, but Hela also squinted her eyes. If the other party truly had such intentions, it was not a big deal. After all, a fish dying without any power was no different from a joke. I can tell you really want to vent right now, but do you think merely realizing that will be useful, eh? In the end, Hela's words undoubtedly provoked the other party, but it seemed too soon, for at that moment Dark Lord Dormammu directly released his power. Does Hela have any thoughts? Naturally, she does, especially at the moment when she witnessed the Dark Lord Dormammu unleashing his power. A glimmer of joy appeared in Hela's eyes. It was as if the events unfolding before her were exactly what she had been anticipating, and at that moment, she couldn't help but smile, her expression unmasked. On the contrary, the Dark Lord Dormammu was momentarily stunned. He never imagined that his actions could be anticipated by Hela to such an extent. Now, even if he wanted to strike, there was no opportunity. The most evident sign was that his power was about to overflow from his body. The Dark Lord Dormammu slowly controlled his power to erupt towards Hela's position. However, his thoughts were nothing more than wishful thinking. For Hela would never grant Dormammu any chance for a sudden counterattack. Long before this, she could feel that his power was far inferior to her own. What he wanted to do now was merely to take someone down with him before his demise. Unfortunately, he lacked the qualifications to even do that. An unparalleled power erupted between the two as Hela squinted her eyes, gazing at Dormammu's final display of fireworks in this life. Indeed, to her, the power Dormammu unleashed at this moment resembled a grand fireworks show. In the next instant, Dormammu completely vanished from this world. Hela nodded with satisfaction. This is an unexpected little surprise, but such power should still be insufficient. Hela sensed the power within her body and couldn't help but shake her head. She could clearly feel that the strength she had obtained from Dormammu, despite being formidable, was not enough. Especially at this current stage, it was not something to be overly concerned about. the most evident fact was that the power of the two had not yet reached its peak, particularly since she could distinctly perceive that this power she currently wielded was still inferior to that of Yu. She had witnessed firsthand how powerful Yu Jie truly was, thus her obsession with strength. If she wanted to obtain more power here, she naturally had to keep pace with Yu Jie. Hela's gaze swept across the entire dark space once again. She could sense the lingering aura left behind by the Dark Lord Dormammu in this area. Precisely because of this, Hela smiled once more. It must be said that the Dark Lord Dormammu was indeed a good person. The surprises he brought her were far from what she had initially anticipated. Although he had left, the power he left behind was substantial. After some thought, Hela decided she would come here every day to absorb enough power. Because this dark space seemed capable of aiding her in further enhancement, it wasn't long before Hela returned to Earth, and at that very moment of her return, Yu Jie, who was still searching in the cosmos, suddenly sensed Hela's presence on Earth. He activated his teleportation immediately, and soon found himself in front of her. "Where have you been? Why didn't you tell me?" There was a clear trace of anxiety on Yu Jie's face, while Hela was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Yu Jie to appear so suddenly. But Hela had an intuition that Yu Jie's power had certainly increased. "Nothing much, just wanted to return to Asgard, but suddenly remembered something which delayed me a bit." Yu Jie knew Hela was lying, but he thought she must have something important on her mind. Thus he chose not to voice his doubts, nodding in acknowledgement. Instead, he believed Hela wouldn't encounter any issues with other matters. It was highly likely that she simply didn't want him to know about some minor matters. "Then let's head back. There's no point in staying out for too long," he said, wrapping his arm around Hela's shoulder as they both activated their teleportation. Before Hela even registered what had happened, they were back at the manor. However, at that moment, Hela still felt a bit of a headache as she suddenly remembered the presence of Hydra beyond the dark space. She had left Hydra over there, but recalling their loyalty made Hela silently chant their names in her heart. At the same time, she arranged for subsequent matters. Hydra was, after all, the biggest surprise for Hela during this time. Initially, she thought they were merely a group of idle humans. They could never bring her any assistance, yet now Hela could clearly feel that they were evidently different. Most notably, they could bring her good fortune. If that were the case, then it was necessary to deploy this group of subordinates once more. Although Yu Jie was curious about what Hela was up to behind his back, he knew better than to voice those words. Because Hela was someone who valued her pride immensely, there were certain things that if left unspoken posed no issue, but once brought up, the dynamics between them could shift significantly. Yu Jie did not want such a situation to arise, so he refrained from saying much, trusting that Hela would likely not encounter significant problems. On the other hand, as Hela had thought, Hydra was clearly aware that their goddess needed more news like this. Thus they dispersed at the first opportunity, feeling that their current intelligence channels seemed even more terrifying than those of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all manner of people were under Hydra's surveillance, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was different. The high and mighty organization rarely paid attention to what transpired right under their noses. For the Dark Egg, things had indeed been a bit too quiet lately. He had originally thought that the emergence of Hydra and Hela would spark bloody storms. But to his utter surprise, not long after these events unfolded, there was no news whatsoever. This made the Dark Egg breathe a slight sigh of relief while also shaking his head. "Why do you all have to be so excellent when you're stirring up trouble all day long? It makes me look so useless." Seemingly mocking words escaped from the Dark Egg's lips, but he knew that only he could utter such words. After all, saying more was futile. The current situation made it clear that as long as those big shots were willing, the schemes they concocted would be far more complex than he could ever imagine. Just as Lu Dan decided to enjoy a peaceful retirement, an unexpected event occurred at that moment. The 10 Commandments were once again on the move. Compared to Hydra, their actions seemed more deranged as they began to stir trouble in various cities. This was almost unprecedented for S.H.I.E.L.D., which immediately informed Lu Dan of the news. Initially contemplating retirement, Lu Dan received this news, and his first reaction was to wonder if this was yet another scheme devised by that madwoman Hela. However, before Lu Dan could fully understand what was happening, something even more unexpected occurred. The 10 Commandments actually began to slaughter ordinary people. They even initiated terrorist attacks in various cities, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. to spring into action immediately. Previously, Lu Dan thought that the most troublesome group was Hydra's bunch of lunatics. But it seemed that Hydra's members appeared to be relatively calm now. Surprisingly, the real headache was the sudden emergence of the 10 Commandments. At the same time, the 10 Commandments began to release statements warning that if governments could not meet their demands in a short time, they would make the world experience terror once again. It must be said that even S.H.I.E.L.D. was startled by this news. When did anyone dare to issue such arrogant statements? But what Lu Dan never expected also happened. The Ten Commandments were not joking. Shortly after this announcement, massive explosions suddenly erupted in various cities. These explosions turned out to be far more terrifying than imagined. Countless civilians lost their lives. At this point, even Lu Dan could sense the impending storm. He had reason to believe that the Ten Commandments were definitely not as simple as they appeared, and they should have direct connections to certain individuals. Otherwise, this organization would not have been able to remain completely silent before, and now they acted with the ferocity of a thunderstrike. Suddenly, those who had sensed something wrong became aware that things were not right. Lu Dan contacted Iron Man immediately. He needed Iron Man to provide some reinforcements for S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, from the current situation, it was not difficult to analyze that the Ten Commandments were far more terrifying. Sure enough, Iron Man had just made his debut when new information reached S.H.I.E.L.D. The Ten Commandments had actually killed several key leaders in multiple cities. This was what shocked S.H.I.E.L.D. the most. The Earth was currently very peaceful. At least there were no significant conflicts occurring, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been content with the status quo, as their goal was to maintain world peace. But who would have thought that a group like the Ten Commandments would emerge, and their methods were even more explosive than imagined? Iron Man also sprang into action. For him, dealing with Ultron was the top priority. However, during this time, there had been no traces of Ultron's escape, which made Iron Man's concerns somewhat less intense. Moreover, with the sudden emergence of the Ten Commandments, Iron Man would not sit idly by. Just as he started to take action, Lu Dan received another warning message. If they could not provide the rewards they wanted, the Ten Commandments would once again cause destruction within a certain time. This statement brought further surprise to everyone. Even Lu Dan found it hard to accept, but just as he began to plan an attack against the Ten Commandments, Iron Man brought new information. The strength possessed by the Ten Commandments was far greater than imagined. At least Iron Man had fallen into their trap after making his move. This made the initially planned situation become somewhat ambiguous. Iron Man's idea was simple: to defeat his opponents here. Thus, after gathering information about the enemy, Iron Man intended to destroy their stronghold. It is worth noting that when Iron Man was first kidnapped, it was due to the Ten Commandments, and at that time, he thought they had disappeared. But now it seemed that he had underestimated them. They had never revealed any real traces of their presence. Because of this, Iron Man was more aware than anyone else that the enemy was not as simple as imagined. They might even be employing the trick of the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows, but Iron Man only realized how much he had underestimated the enemy when he truly engaged with them. The enemy almost immediately managed to counter his moves, and what astonished Iron Man even more was the power of their equipment, seemingly much stronger than expected. Initially, he thought that although the enemy had taken action and had means, they should not pose too great a threat to him, especially since his armor had been upgraded during this time. But who would have thought that the continuous upgrades did not provide any safety? It appeared that the enemy had also mastered new technological methods. Because of this, Iron Man clearly sensed that the Ten Commandments were not just a single entity. Behind the Ten Commandments, there seemed to be other formidable presences. Some things he did not want to think about, but once he did, Iron Man analyzed that it was highly likely related to mutants, as there were very few genuine individuals among them. Moreover, no normal person would willingly become a mutant. After forming this idea, Iron Man also conveyed this speculation to S.H.I.E.L.D. Lu Dan also began to investigate this news slowly. Little did he know that the investigation would shock him, as Iron Man had speculated mutants had indeed begun to make new moves recently. And these mutants had extremely radical thoughts, even planning to destroy humanity to create a whole new. It must be said that the mutants' ideas were extremely outrageous, even reaching the level of exterminating. Lu Dan immediately dispatched all the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. This was a battle between humans and mutants, and the Ten Commandments indeed played a crucial role in this. However, in reality, they were merely a group of miscreants only able to take advantage of the chaos. The real concern remained the mutants, as those individuals possessed terrifying powers, and their intentions were truly difficult to predict. S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently facing a serious headache, as the situation presented is likely still centered around mutants. It's important to note that this group of lunatics had managed to stay quiet for a while, making it a rare peaceful period for Black Egg. However, it turned out that this was merely the calm before the storm. The other side had been waiting here, biding their time for a better opportunity. Black Egg never anticipated that the opponent could create such chaos in such a short time. Initially, it seemed that the opponent might step forward or choose some opportunity here, but Black Egg never expected. The opponent actually made contact with Kongba Fenzi, and amidst all of this, they launched a terrorist attack in the current environment. This left S.H.I.E.L.D. D. In a bit of a bind. If their plan merely involved a terrorist attack, then suppression would suffice. But now it was no longer just a matter of suppression. The opponent was hiding in the shadows, looking for opportunities, complicating what had been hard-won possibilities. In this increasingly complex situation, Black Egg quickly devised a new battle plan. I don't care what methods you use, I need to see a feasible plan within 3 days, and that damned group of mutants should no longer be given any leeway. If they insist on meddling, let them pay the price. Black Egg roared. During this time, he had always felt that the mutants might choose to remain quiet for a short period. However, he never anticipated just how insane they would be. They actually had the audacity to create chaos at this time and boldly launch terrorist attacks, as if they believed the human world could accommodate them. Previously, humans had held several anti-mutant parades, but at that time S.H.I.E.L.D. did not take them seriously. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. viewed the mutant issue as merely internal human conflict. Humans could resolve this themselves, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s position was naturally to protect the Earth. They aimed to maintain peace and stability in the world, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. never expected that the mutants would refuse to remain compliant. At this moment, they brazenly emerged to stir trouble. As Black Egg had anticipated, events were indeed unfolding continuously, and these individuals had experienced quite a lot in a short time. For them, what they currently faced to some extent had indeed met their psychological expectations. Because of this, they were even more aware that the best way to act directly at this moment. Naturally, it was to take action while everyone's attention was focused outside, and the mutants found an excellent opportunity. Precisely because of this, the mutants here got the answers they desired. Meanwhile, Professor X also began to take action. The X-Men had long been striving for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans, and Professor X was working with this idea. However, just as he was about to complete this task, Magneto emerged, exhibiting a threat far more complex than anticipated. Currently, the entire X-Men team was mobilized, and if Professor X could not restrain Magneto's actions in a short time, then clearly the opponent would once again escalate the outcomes of the terrorist attack within a certain time frame. This was not what he wanted to see. During this time, mutants had been relatively compliant, even presenting possibilities for peaceful coexistence with humans. Yet just recently, despite the emergence of many radicals among the mutants, these radicals could still temporarily restrain themselves, but now under Magneto's guidance things had drastically changed to a certain extent. Most notably, all opportunities previously seized now felt somewhat unacceptable. Wolverine and others were quickly mobilized by Professor X. The X-Men needed to grasp the entire battlefield in a short time. Although the terrorist attacks were still ongoing, this was a battle belonging to the mutants, and it had only just begun. Or it should be noted that even though the X-Men had acted before, they had not located the opponent's position, which was the biggest mystery for everyone, including Professor X. Originally, they thought they just needed to find the opponent's trail here to bring them to justice. But who would have thought that Magneto's actions had already exceeded everyone's expectations? Because Magneto had long since devised a more detailed plan, each time the X-Men found the opponent's trail, they discovered that the opponent was simply not there. This left all the X-Men, including Professor X, somewhat. Had Magneto activated a new ability? Otherwise, how could he have so quickly grasped all the X-Men's movements? This had happened before, but at least both sides would still engage in combat. Now the opponent chose to retreat before they even arrived. There could only be two reasons. The first is that the opponent's abilities had changed again, and the second is that there was a traitor among the X-Men. Considering the changes in Magneto's actions, Professor X quickly convened a battle meeting. He needed to communicate thoroughly with everyone here regarding all unexpected developments with Magneto. If they could not determine what actions the opponent would take, then it would mean that there was no way to suppress the opponent during this period. Based on Magneto's methods, it was not difficult to guess that the opponent could expand all damages in a short time. What we need now is to find the opponent's location for a thunderous strike. Otherwise, the opponent will surely continue to look for opportunities, Professor X said, directing his gaze at all the X-Men. This was also the first time in a long time that a battle meeting had been convened. It should be noted that although the X-Men had also been striving for human peace before, they had always been dispersed, and now due to the sudden incident, everyone had to unite for battle. They all understood what Magneto represented. If he found an opportunity here, it would lead to an irreversible outcome. In the past, Dr. X indeed had an encounter with Magneto, but that meeting ended in discord for both parties. The convictions each held were entirely consistent with those of their earlier years when Magneto and Dr. X had a brief exchange. They also became good partners, yet both chose completely different paths. Magneto's resolve has hardly ever wavered. He still believes that humanity is the greatest obstacle to the development of mutants. To make mutants better, the best way is to completely eliminate humanity, which Dr. X does not agree with. Mutants have already surpassed humanity, so it is essential to coexist peacefully with humans and even work together to create a better tomorrow. This is what mutants truly need to accomplish. The disagreement between them led to a widening rift over. It is precisely because of this that these two individuals quickly became adversaries, but compared to Dr. X, Magneto's methods grew increasingly aggressive. All the mutants he leads are those who have been oppressed by humanity in the past. These mutants harbor sufficient hatred towards humanity, which allows the threat posed by Magneto to far exceed Dr. X's expectations. Even he did not expect that so many mutants had suffered abuse and oppression. Nevertheless, this does not justify mutants taking action against humanity. There are good and bad individuals among humanity, and the same exists among mutants, at least from Dr. X's. He might just be one of the good ones among mutants. Magneto, however, stands in direct opposition to him. The latter is consumed by thoughts of completely annihilating humanity when the right opportunity arises. The X-Men convened a meeting while Magneto did not abandon his plans. For Magneto, this opportunity is truly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Before this, he felt he could easily create trouble for humans, but they always managed to turn danger into safety. This left Magneto somewhat uncertain. He had a lingering feeling that things might change unexpectedly, causing his plan to rob the wealthy to gradually evolve into different choices. Long before Magneto had many ideas regarding these wealthy individuals. After all, mutants need. Naturally, they require more money, but Magneto discovered that continuously robbing the wealthy did not yield the wealth he needed in a short time. Instead, it caused his plans to encounter various setbacks, which was not what Magneto intended. Thus, he chose a new path: terrorist attacks. For Magneto, terrorist attacks are somewhat child's play. After all, the strength of mutants is right here. Relying on their power, Magneto can actually accomplish much more. However, he never anticipated that such elementary matters could bring him substantial wealth in a short time. This wealth came from the aftermath of the terrorist attacks. Furthermore, mutants to some extent did not bear the blame. Indeed, Magneto harbors a very unfavorable view of humanity, but he also knows there is no need for mutants to become the object of humanity's deep hatred. If mutants were to act as they did before, they would surely become the main force behind terrorist attacks. By that time, all of humanity would have negative perceptions of mutants, which is not what Magneto wants to see. And even if he knows both sides have already taken opposing stances, it is not yet time for a grand showdown. He does not possess sufficient strength. Therefore, he needs to slightly conceal himself for a while. Although most people are already aware that there are mutants behind the scenes orchestrating events. Therefore, he needs to slightly conceal himself for a while. Although most people are already aware that there are mutants, it must be said that Magneto's gradual approach is commendable. The market has not sparked any intense conflicts while the mutants under Magneto continue their terrorist activities. After all, according to Magneto's plan, the terrorist attacks must be sustained for at least a few months. He certainly does not want to ignite the entire globe. Rather, he aims to strike at the wealthiest areas possible, which can provide him with the most basic initial accumulation. Once a certain degree of accumulation is reached, he will be able to acquire substantial wealth, and by that time, even standing in opposition to humanity won't pose too big an issue. Magneto and Dr. X have chosen nearly identical actions. They require a pre-war meeting. Looking at the nearly 1,000 mutants before him, Magneto slowly began to speak. Comrades, this is our opportunity. We have been oppressed by humanity for far too long. They are mad, ignorant, and foolish. They view those of us who are superior as their slaves. This is the greatest mistake they have ever made in their lives, and this time we will rise, and we will make them pay. With Magneto's words, all the mutants fell into a trance. The oppressive events they encountered years ago had twisted the hearts of these mutants. They are well aware that humanity harbors no goodwill towards them, and likewise they hold no goodwill towards humanity. They need to show their fangs here. They want humanity to feel pain once again. Following this, Magneto's plan regarding the terrorist attacks was laid out once more. For Magneto, continuing the terrorist attacks is essential, and similarly the various steps involved in these attacks must not resemble those encountered with Iron Man. This is also the most troubling matter for Magneto. When Iron Man arrived, Magneto had already been aware and had devised a meticulous plan. He believed he could capture Iron Man, but what he did not expect was that Iron Man's strength truly astonished him. Though injured, Iron Man still managed to escape unscathed, which is the most troubling aspect for Magneto. In reality, mutants have become associated with terrorist attacks. It is highly probable that this is due to the incident. After all, Iron Man escaped from his grasp. Precisely because of this, Magneto feels he absolutely cannot make such a rookie mistake again. The terrifying attack by the mutants was completely unknown to Yu Jie, who was in the manor. This period of time was also a rare moment of rest. Ever since resolving most of the troubles outside, Yu Jie welcomed the most peaceful time here. What surprised Yu Jie was that Hela seemed to be going out frequently lately. and each time she returned her aura would. Yu Jie could guess that she must have found some means to gain a certain power. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to go out every day. Fortunately, Yu Jie was also absorbing his own power, and the rewards from his recent sign-ins had provided him with quite a few benefits. Some of these rewards were useless, while others greatly enhanced his combat ability. In fact, Yu Jie even obtained the Scion bloodline, a terrifying bloodline ability that would not fall short even compared to Superman. Fortunately, Yu Jie was also absorbing his own power, and the rewards from his recent sign-ins had provided him with quite a few benefits. Some of these rewards were useless, however the Scion's power was entirely different. As long as a Scion was injured during battle, their recovery and combat abilities would increase within a short time. This allowed Yu Jie's strength to continuously erupt, and combined with Superman's enhancement, the power of these two could bring him far beyond his expectations. However, Yu Jie was also aware that there shouldn't be any major issues occurring on Earth during this time. After all, most of the enemies that could appear outside had already shown themselves, and what remained was that relentless Thanos obsessed with destroying the universe. To be honest, this guy Thanos was likely still searching for the so-called gems. However, compared to before, Yu Jie had become more unconcerned. With just Superman's power, he could easily deal with Thanos. Yet similarly, after acquiring the Scion's power once again, if Thanos appeared before Yu Jie, he felt he could easily defeat him in just a few instant transmissions. Just as Yu Jie thought things might be much quieter, a terrifying attack occurred. Moreover, this time the attack was not far from Yu Jie's manor, and coincidentally Hela had gone out today. Yu Jie frowned slightly as he listened to the explosions coming from not far away. His gaze quickly turned to Dr. Banner, who had been loafing around in his manor all this time. There was rarely a need for him, but now it seemed the moment had come. Noticing Yu Jie's gaze, Dr. Banner stood up from his seat. He scratched his head and said, "I understand, to leave it to me." Dr. Banner had previously been very fearful of Hela, but that was because he knew her power was immense. However, now Dr. Banner understood even better that Yu Jie's power was not weak. In fact, compared to the time he fought Yu Jie before, there was a world of difference. Just being near Yu Jie made the Hulk's instincts tremble. It was evident that the Hulk was far more afraid of Yu Jie than of Hela, which made Dr. Banner somewhat uncertain. What could have possibly happened to Yu Jie in such a short time? Why did he possess such formidable power? However, these questions would inevitably go unanswered. Yet as he watched the explosions not far away, a surge of anger rose in Dr. Banner's heart. After all, there were two formidable deities in this manor, yet someone still dared to cause trouble. Dr. Banner's anger was only a momentary flare, but it had already fully manifested within him. The Hulk needed anger to be triggered. Yet all along, Dr. Banner had been trying to control himself, not letting himself get angry. The Hulk knew it was best not to appear in the manor, as the two deities were not something he could handle. Both sides maintained the necessary tacit understanding, but now one deity was absent from home, while the other was disturbed by outsiders. Even the Hulk could sense a vague sense of crisis approaching. He would not allow such a thing to happen. The peace he had worked hard to obtain must not be destroyed by anyone. In no time, Dr. Banner transformed into the Hulk, and in the next moment the Hulk charged out. Power was erupting from the Hulk. Compared to before, this time the aura he displayed was even more terrifying. In just a moment the Hulk had reached the battlefield. The manor where Yu Jie was located was still some distance from it. However, this area was technically a wealthy district, thus surrounded by dozens of large and small manors. This attack took place in the largest and wealthiest manor at the center of all the estates. By the time the Hulk arrived here, the place had already turned into a mess, with many mutants rampaging and looting. The Hulk directed his gaze at the group of mutants upon seeing this scene. Yet as soon as the Hulk appeared, he sensed something unexpected. The mutants instead spoke. "Are you a mutant too? Why have we never seen you before? But you do look pretty miserable. Is the green hue a sign that you were oppressed by humans?" In their previous world, mutants should not be unfamiliar with the Hulk. However, the current Hulk had been in Yu Jie's manor since birth, thus had not exposed himself too much, which made the mutants perceive him as one of their own. Yet their words did not attract the Hulk's attention. "You have only one choice, and that is to die," the Hulk suddenly spoke. The Hulk's current thought process was very simple. If someone was causing trouble here, he would crush them to death. Moreover, he could clearly sense that there was something slightly different about this group of people. It was precisely because of this aura that the Hulk could confirm that these guys had no need to live. In the next moment, the Hulk's power erupted, completely charging toward the mutants like a small mountain. The mutants never expected the Hulk to attack without warning. The intimidation he displayed while running was utterly terrifying. In almost an instant, he had reached their front. Although the Hulk had not fought for a while, an incredibly terrifying power resided within his body. All that was needed was an opportunity to unleash this power upon the group of mutants before him, despite their various methods. Yet before the towering Hulk, there was no chance for them to struggle. He simply flattened them with a single slap, leaving them astonished by his overwhelming strength. In just one round, he completely subdued them, and they could never have imagined that their end would come so swiftly. The Hulk glanced around, said nothing further, and chose to leave. Soon the Hulk returned to Yu Jie's estate, where Yu Jie looked up and asked, has everything been resolved? Are those guys human, or? Yu Jie did not look closely at the group, but he was certain that they were up to something. After all, they couldn't have infiltrated this wealthy area without purpose. At that moment, the Hulk, who had transformed back into Dr. Banner, nodded and said they seem to be mutants, but something feels off about this group. It seems they came here solely to cause havoc. After stating this, the Hulk's gaze shifted to the surroundings, and he fell silent. He knew very well that this matter had little to do with him. Furthermore, from Yu Jie's perspective, it was easy to analyze. Even he would not interfere much in this situation. After all, Yu Jie had been staying at the estate during this time, not engaging in much else except for Hela, who was always out, but she certainly wouldn't care about such trivial matters. The three individuals in this estate were fully confident in their abilities, thus ordinary matters would not catch. The Hulk killed the mutants. The news of the mutants' deaths reached Magneto's ears in no time. Magneto had already been aware of this situation previously, but at that time, he had not paid much attention due to Ultron's issues. After all, unexpected events can always occur, but he did not anticipate that he would encounter trouble again, seemingly linked to that estate. Magneto and Yu Jie had several encounters. The first time, they almost came to blows at Iron Man. However, at that time, Yu Jie felt there was no need to confront him directly, and later Magneto seemed to harbor some learning intentions toward Yu Jie. He understood very well that if matters continued to develop this way, another crisis would surely arise for them. This time, Magneto's determination in a sense had touched upon Yu Jie directly, and he decided not to wait, and he understood very well that if matters continued to develop this way, another crisis would surely arise for them. This was the first unexpected occurrence during a terrorist attack. Even during the siege of Iron Man, there had not been significant issues, and what was most important was that prior to this there had been numerous events. However, the lack of any casualties among the mutants was what gave Magneto his confidence, but who could have anticipated that the very first step of the plan would encounter problems? This left Magneto somewhat frustrated. He immediately notified his subordinates that it was necessary to clear all the estates in the vicinity. He could not allow any wealthy individuals to stand up at this time. After all, there was a distinction between ordinary people and these wealthy individuals. If it were just the common populace, then Magneto would not care about any casualties. However, once they intervened, it meant that those unscrupulous individuals would quickly join the battlefield. After all, everyone knew that in this country there was no such thing as serving the people, only serving the wealthy, who could be their most important trump card. Magneto's previous plan was to stealthily ambush these wealthy individuals. To catch them completely off guard, or in fact Magneto had indeed achieved this, but he did not expect that issues would arise at this moment. The fatigue in his plan made it clear to Magneto. In the upcoming time, he needed to quicken his pace, doing his utmost to prevent any further unexpected events. It must be said that Magneto's ideas were excellent and his speed was extremely fast. However, he seemed to have overestimated himself as a mutant squad of over 30 rushed towards the affluent area in no time. Magneto needed to resolve this damned situation quickly. He did not wish to be thwarted at the very onset. It must be said that Magneto's plan was very perfect, but this time his actions were grander compared to the last. This time the mutants chose to strike at night, as it provided better concealment, allowing them to catch their targets completely off guard. It must be said that the mutants had good intentions, but unfortunately, they did not realize that Yu Jie's estate was located in this area. At this moment, Yu Jie and Hela had already gone to bed. However, as the bodyguard and servant of the estate, Dr. Banner had not gone to sleep. Though he remained in human form, his body had already been altered because of the Hulk. He could almost hear the distant sounds, and soon the Hulk frowned. Could it be that those damned guys have come back again? As he spoke, the Hulk's eyes narrowed slightly, and the one who was supposed to rest stepped out of the estate. Not long after, the firelight in the distance caught his attention. A single glance made him realize that the group, once again it was those damned mutants, and soon a flicker of anger appeared on the Hulk's face. In no time, Dr. Banner transformed back into the Hulk. Compared to before this time, the Hulk seemed to have grown significantly larger. Only he knew that it was indeed his anger that had caused this transformation. The Hulk inherently grew stronger due to his rage. This time was no exception, and compared to previous events, the Hulk appeared even angrier. He had known beforehand that they were a bunch of lunatics. However, he did not expect that these lunatics would be so reckless. If it were before, the Hulk might have pondered who these people were and what their intentions could be. But now the Hulk no longer needs to concern himself with such trivial matters. In the mansion, the couple Yu Jie and Hela could indeed explain everything to anyone who wished to cause trouble here would have to get past them. Moreover, he was merely a bodyguard, not even a proper one, just a useless person living under someone else's roof. This was something the Hulk was acutely aware of. However, the group of mutants before him did not think this way. Their gazes exchanged glances, and the Hulk's massive size was truly overwhelming. Under such bulk, they did not need to think too much to know that his strength must be immense. Spread out to look for opportunities, his size is too great, so his speed surely cannot keep up with ours, a mutant slowly spoke. From this statement, it was clear that the opponent had already begun to seek the Hulk's weaknesses. Unfortunately, their thoughts were rather naive. Anger would enhance both the Hulk's speed and strength. His improvements were not one-sided. Rather, his speed and power would terrifyingly increase in all aspects during battle. The Hulk naturally heard this, and upon the sudden remark, he cracked a grin. I would love to know what confidence you have to speak to me like this. The Hulk's words were filled with cruelty, and at that moment he moved. His speed was incredibly fast. The mutants had intended to use their smaller size to gain an advantage in speed to suppress the Hulk. But now after the Hulk displayed his speed, the first mutant closest to him was directly slapped down, leaving no complete corpse, simply obliterated by a punch. This scene was unexpected for everyone. The mutants thought the Hulk was indeed very powerful. Yet under their encirclement they believed he wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. Who could have imagined the Hulk was so terrifying? Just a brief contact had utterly suppressed the opponent, and not only that, but an imperceptible sense of threat emanated from him. They had no idea what the Hulk was truly capable of, but undoubtedly if they could not resolve him in a short time, he would kill them one by one, just like their fallen comrade. With each breath the Hulk moved again, and this time his speed was even faster. In fact, it wasn't just anger that enhanced the Hulk's attributes. If he truly enjoyed this battle, it would unleash his physical potential for a certain period. For instance, the Hulk could now feel a trace of joy. And this joy could allow the Hulk's strength to explode in a short time. Soon 2 more mutants were directly slain by the Hulk. We can't waste time here. We must not give this damn brute a moment to think. He's too vicious. We must strike directly. Another mutant spoke up, realizing they needed to fight the Hulk as more of their companions were killed. They had to find the right opportunity, and the best opportunity was naturally a joint attack. Once they dispersed, they would likely be picked off one by one. The Hulk had just used this method to eliminate several of their companions. The Hulk naturally heard their words, and soon a hint of a smile emerged on his face. Beneath that cruel smile lay disdain. I didn't realize you had such confidence in your own strength. Let me enjoy this battle then. Those people had been quite frustrated prior in Yu Jie's mansion despite feeling a sense of security. However, beyond that security was a greater sense of crisis as Yu Jie and his wife's power was ever present. He had no idea when he might be killed by this couple. However, beyond that security was a greater sense of crisis as Yu Jie and his wife's power was ever present. He had no idea. Thinking of fighting them to the death in such a short time was unrealistic, not to mention Yu Jie's strength had been growing far too rapidly lately. The Hulk had no doubt they could kill him in an instant. It was precisely these reasons that made him quite frustrated. If possible, he would rather not find himself in such a situation, so if bullying the weak was a viable option, it would undoubtedly be the Hulk's favorite thing to do. The Hulk's gaze quickly turned to the surrounding mutants. Moreover, it seemed there was a glow emanating from the Hulk. In the next moment, the giant charged out once again. His speed increased significantly compared to before, something the mutants never expected. Originally, the mutants thought the Hulk's power had limits. But after witnessing the Hulk's successive strikes, they realized just how naive they truly were. Because each time the Hulk's strength changed compared to before, and the most crucial aspect was the Hulk's speed. The Hulk's body was excessively large. In everyone's conventional understanding, the larger the body, the more restricted the speed would be. The Hulk's body was excessively large. In everyone's conventional understanding, especially when the Hulk once again grabbed a mutant, it was evident that the Hulk's speed had become a capital that the others had to reckon with. A somewhat unusual smile appeared on the Hulk's face, but at that moment the mutants finally sensed something was up. The giant before them was truly terrifying. If they wanted to defeat him, they must employ more suitable method. Relying solely on their current strength, it was impossible to defeat the Hulk. They even needed to leave to seek. We should leave and stop fighting this behemoth. We cannot defeat him. We must report back. If you want to leave since you've come, you shouldn't go. After all, I quite like you all. The Hulk heard the words of the mutants nearby and responded, his voice filled with sarcasm. Immediately, everyone began to move. The mutants understood clearly that defeating the Hulk here had become the Hulk's speed and strength were beyond what ordinary mutants could face. It was evident to everyone that they needed to deploy more capable fighters to defeat him. Moreover, throughout the battle until now, all the mutants were uncertain. Was the strength the Hulk displayed truly his most formidable power? Previously, they had encountered the Hulk and even fought him, but the aura emanating from him was far too strong. Previously, they had encountered the Hulk and stop fighting, just leave. This guy is too ruthless. Another mutant spoke up as 3 mutants had just been killed by the Hulk. Such a state of battle was completely unexpected for everyone. The mutants were acutely aware of the situation. If the fight continued to escalate, it would only be a matter of time before they were all killed by the Hulk. Moreover, the most alarming aspect was that the sense of threat emanating from the Hulk seemed to be increasing. As evolved beings, mutants possessed a sharper intuition for danger than ordinary humans. Especially during battle, they could sense even the slightest disturbance. One glance was enough for Director Liu to perceive the thoughts of the mutants present. These guys wanted to stir up trouble, but lacked the courage even thinking about fleeing during the battle. How could they run when they had finally escaped a group of reckless individuals wanting to show off in front of Yu Jie? Wasn't that a disgrace? The Hulk roared and launched an attack on all the mutants, his speed increasing. Originally, there were only about 11 or 12 mutants left, but after the Hulk charged, 3 to 5 mutants were directly crushed to death. At this moment, the mutants finally realized just how terrifying the Hulk was. Ironically, they had thought they could defeat him before. Wasn't that a daydream? In the blink of an eye, the Hulk had killed several mutants again, with only 2 or 3 mutants desperately trying. They knew very well that if they attempted to fight alongside others to surround the Hulk, they would be offering their heads for. After all, the Hulk's strength was evident, and those who fled held an immature belief. They thought that the strength he was displaying now was not even his full power. The opponent must be hiding many things invisible to the naked eye, and this intuition drove them to one. Since you've come here, why leave? After just finishing off a few mutants, the Hulk's gaze fell on the distance. Those few mutants who still wanted to escape were still within the Hulk's sight, which was good news for him. As long as the adversary was within sight, he could capture them. How could these prey escape from the hands of their hunter? Damn it, could this guy also be a mutant? I don't believe there could be such a powerful existence among mutants. After all, even the X-Men are not that strong. For most mutants, the existence of the X-Men was akin to a nightmare. Those guys possessed terrifying power, and their abilities were extremely extreme. However, in comparison to the Hulk, they found him to be even more ruthless. After all, sometimes the X-Men valued capturing a prisoner, but this was completely absent in the Hulk. The Hulk had no intention of communicating with them. He simply acted to violently eliminate everyone. There was no meaning in the presence of weaklings. I told you it's pointless to shop here. Just when the last 3 mutants thought they could escape, they found a figure unexpectedly appeared not far ahead. Who else could it be but the Hulk? At that moment, he was speaking provocative words, and the 3 mutants exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Now they had no way to avoid the Hulk standing in front of them. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Since this big guy wants to wipe us out, we can only fight him. No one can expect to gain any benefits. Magneto's subordinates had always been a bunch of lunatics, and seeing no way to escape, they could only fight the Hulk to the bitter end. Of course, for them it was a fight to the death, but for the Hulk, it was merely a warm-up. Moreover, the power possessed by this group was not worth the Hulk revealing all of his combat prowess. They probably never expected that. Their opponent would suppress his strength simply because they were too weak. Watching the mutants strut around, the Hulk's fist was launched in an attack. In just a few seconds, the battlefield had completely quieted down. Not a single complete corpse was left behind among the mutants. They were all annihilated by the Hulk. He even shook his head, feeling that this group should have some trump cards. But what happened? They had only brought out a bunch of random things to use against him, yet none of their defenses even broke through, as if they were merely scratching an itch. At the same time, he took a glance at the battlefield and decisively chose to clean it up. He didn't want Yu Jie to have any objections, and strictly speaking, the battlefield was caused by him. If he didn't finish things up here, something bad was likely to happen. By the time night fell, the battlefield was cleared, and the Hulk returned to his estate. Have all the matters been resolved, eh? As Yu Jie spoke, the Hulk quickly nodded in agreement. Everything has been resolved, but it seems this group will have new actions next. Previously, those people had no idea what this group was truly thinking. However, from the situation of today's battle, the Hulk could easily deduce that this group was not as simple as they appeared. It was highly likely they would return. From the opponent's actions, it was easy to guess that they intended to bully everyone. After hearing the Hulk's words, Yu Jie nodded. As well, this was indeed a minor issue compared to the opponents he had. This group of mutants was indeed somewhat lacking. Their power was such that they could not cause significant destruction in a short period. Of course, Magneto was an exception. He had complete confidence in his strength, and was quite adept at causing trouble. These thoughts did not linger long in Yu Jie's mind. He just wanted to lie down and quietly enjoy the joys of being. As for other matters, the Hulk's current strength was enough to change many things. It was almost impossible for anyone to reach him in a short time. However, shortly after this thought crossed Yu Jie's mind, an unexpected event occurred. It should be noted that some things had happened before related to the military's attempts to utilize the Hulk to create more Hulk. Such a giant army could help them solve many issues. But last time, due to Asgard's interference, the military's plans had to be abandoned. Currently, the military had not given up on studying the Hulk. This time their research was even more insane and kept under wraps. They were not only testing the terrifying powers derived from the Hulk cells, but also contemplating how to amplify this power, thus turning it into their best weapon. The most astonishing thing was the research conducted during this period. Finally, a breakthrough was achieved. The second generation of the Abomination was officially born. The combat power exhibited by the first generation of Abomination was indeed terrifying on the battlefield. Unfortunately, it encountered Odin's armor, leaving it no chance to struggle before being utterly destroyed. Thankfully, the scientists retrieved it once again to remedy its deficiencies. It must be said that the cells extracted from the Hulk truly possess infinite possibilities. This is one of the reasons why this group is willing to follow the military and continue researching. Only through continuous research did they discover that the Hulk possessed countless miracles. Only the word miracle could describe all that had developed from the Hulk. After all, just one cell was enough to replicate an existence comparable to the Hulk. In front of these mad scientists, they believed they could develop this cell further. In fact, they succeeded. General Ross appeared here with a new army of giants. Compared to before, he seemed more spirited this time, for only he could understand how terrifying the small team he currently led truly was. Compared to when they first emerged, General Ross' subordinates had undergone significant changes. Most notably, the 3 giants under his command were extremely fearsome. Moreover, they could maintain their rationality during combat, which was a considerable improvement over the Hulk. Although General Ross was very eager for the Hulk, wishing to capture him at the earliest opportunity. However, General Ross was not foolish. He knew that the existence of the Hulk was a double-edged sword. If used well, it could slay countless enemies. If used poorly, it could lead to self-destruction. Given this, he might as well upgrade and modify the giants he currently had. According to the predictions provided by the scientists, as long as they captured the Hulk and conducted further slice studies, they would undoubtedly uncover all the secrets of the Hulk. At that point, the true giant army would emerge, and this would be the best outcome for General Ross. Late at night, this affluent area was exceptionally quiet. It should be noted that due to the recent attack by mutants, many wealthy individuals chose to leave, valuing their lives highly. The mutants' arrogant actions during this period made them realize that this group was likely targeting them. Continuing to stay here could lead to even greater problems. At that point, losing money would be the least of their worries. They might even have to pay with their lives, which is why this affluent area was left with very few people. However, Yu Jie remained here. In fact, Yu Jie's estate had expanded as several nearby estates had vacated. No one was willing to stay, and even the property prices had dropped. For Yu Jie, this might be a rare piece of good news. Therefore, he promptly spent money to purchase several nearby estates, dismantling them to convert them into his own estate. If property prices dropped again, this affluent area would likely become Yu Jie's private garden. After all, the other 2 estates he acquired had already been mostly demolished, and just a few more days would allow him to connect them completely with his estate. He was no longer merely a landlord. He had transformed into a super-rich tycoon. Just after having slept with Hela, Yu Jie opened his eyes at this moment. A heavy sound emanated from the earth, and Yu Jie immediately sensed that someone was coming. Not only Yu Jie and his wife, but even the Hulk downstairs suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a familiar aura, one that he seemed to have encountered not long ago. Moreover, from the intensity of the earth's tremors, he could feel it. Before Yu Jie could react, he had already transformed from Dr. Banner into the Hulk. He had burst out from Yu Jie's estate. This night was supposed to be one for good sleep, but it was interrupted by the sudden appearance of someone. Of course, what the Hulk cared about was not himself. More importantly, he was worried that Yu Jie and his wife might be angered, which would not be good news. Thus, he intended to make those who came this time pay a price to let them know. They could go anywhere on Earth, but this place was not one they could touch. The Hulk burst out from the manor only to spot General Ross in the distance. Of course, the Hulk was not particularly concerned about the appearance of General Ross, as he was quite familiar with this human. It should be noted that this damned human had attempted to capture him not long ago. However, the Hulk's gaze remained focused on the surroundings of General Ross, where the towering figures stood. In just a glance, the Hulk realized that these were giants quite similar to himself, though the light in their eyes shimmered with a completely different brilliance. It could be described as the light of intelligence. They possessed ample reason. In the next moment, before the Hulk could act, the contenders charged toward him. Their orders were to defeat the Hulk here and capture him. General Ross also slowly withdrew from the battlefield at the first opportunity, as this matter was nearing its conclusion. Despite the fight just beginning, he knew that the strength of the 4 giants before him far surpassed that of the Hulk. During previous encounters, General Ross' subordinates had already mapped out the Hulk's power model. Despite the fight just beginning, he knew that the strength of the 4 giants before him far surpassed that of the Hulk. Knowing how powerful the Hulk was, the simplest approach was to ensure that their subordinates became stronger than him. While this may have been troublesome before, now he had succeeded. In just a few months, General Ross' subordinates had successfully developed giants far stronger than the Hulk. These giants quickly surrounded the Hulk, who felt the strength emanating from these 4 beings that were akin to the Hulk. Squinted. This power was not particularly overwhelming. However, the combined force of the 4 was sufficient to restrain him, and the pressure increased significantly. Taking a deep breath, the Hulk attempted to create distance. Yet once he moved, he realized it was not as easy as he had imagined. "You think you can defeat me here?" he uttered slowly in response to his adversaries. In the next moment, an immense power erupted from the Hulk. Although he was unsure of the strength these for being, as long as the Hulk was enraged, he would unleash the power buried within his body. All along, both the Hulk and Dr. Banner had ways to control their emotions. For instance, feeling the pressure from his opponents growing, the Hulk could no longer contain himself. Thus he began to rage, and his strength surged. The Hulk as a being was a natural warrior. His countless battle experiences had already enhanced his power to a certain degree. Coupled with the boost from his anger, the Hulk's explosive strength in that instant surpassed that of the four smaller. The Hulk unexpectedly landed a powerful punch on the chest of the first opponent, and his speed skyrocketed. He kicked the second giant in the stomach, catching the other two giants by surprise at how fast the Hulk was. By the time they reacted, the Hulk's fists had already struck their faces, sending the four smaller giants flying. Feeling his own strength, the Hulk revealed a disdainful look, although these four giants could indeed suppress him in their normal state. Such power was hardly worth a second glance, for only he knew just how formidable he truly was. The Hulk's gaze quickly shifted to General Ross. This fellow was the most bothersome, persistently seeking trouble. It should be noted that this guy had been attempting to capture him non-stop, yet he had still not managed to find Ross' whereabouts. Now, however, things were different. The four smaller giants had just been sent flying, and there were no protective measures around General Ross. The Hulk decided to surprise him. Quickly, the Hulk began to run, heading straight for General Ross' direction. At that moment, the four small giants also managed to rise again. They could sense the immense strength the Hulk had just displayed. Yet this power was still insufficient to completely crush them, and the four smaller giants could not help but roar. They all stood in front of the Hulk, and at this moment the Hulk couldn't help but size up these four. It had to be said that the power within these four smaller giants had indeed improved significantly. As replicas of the Hulk, these four smaller giants had received extensive training. The scientists lacking complete Hulk cells could not fully replicate a being like the Hulk. Yet those cells were sufficient for them to develop beings comparable to the Hulk. For instance, while the Hulk's power increases with anger, these four smaller giants also possessed that capability. Moreover, in battle, they had an additional trait over the Hulk: rapid recovery. Even if the Hulk were injured during a fight, his recovery ability would be limited. However, due to the scientists' forced interference with cell cultivation, these four smaller giants could continuously repair their bodies during combat. At the outset, they would not be a match for anyone, but as the battle prolonged and their opponents exhausted their strength, that would be their moment of victory. The Hulk's fists relentlessly pounded against them, leaving scars on their bodies time and time again. However, the Hulk soon sensed something was amiss. This group had just been on the brink of defeat, yet in no time they had regained their vigor. He realized he had underestimated these beings before him. Therefore, he could not afford to consider the situation too. The Hulk took a deep breath, and the power within him surged at that moment. He had to get serious, for if he did not eliminate these four, it would be impossible to deal with General Ross. With a leap, he charged forward once more. The speed of the Green Giant is astonishing, for he perceives that none of these individuals are simple foes. The fact that they can stand here to cause trouble undoubtedly stems from their overwhelming confidence in their own strength. Moreover, when the fight first commenced, the Green Giant had already sensed the power within their bodies, realizing that there is an essential difference between them and himself. The most evident point is that although their strength and speed are far inferior to his own, their recovery ability is remarkably formidable, swiftly healing all the damage he inflicted within mere moments. Thus, the Green Giant harbors a singular thought: he must resolve the matter swiftly without any delay. If he were to give them more time, it would certainly result in his own strength failing to keep up with their recovery speed, and the outcome would be predictable. General Ross is also focused on the battlefield, having known about his subordinates long before their departure. After all, his subordinates have reminded him more than once that this should be the best they can achieve in recent time. Taking a deep breath, the Green Giant launched an attack against the nearest giant, aware of those closest to him. If he wants to defeat the opponent before they can fully recover, the best strategy is to focus his strength and eliminate one of them first. Moreover, this time the Green Giant will not hold back. With a perfect blend of speed and strength, he reached the opponent in an instant. He elevated his strength to the most terrifying level he has achieved so far. With a single punch, he pierced through the opponent's chest, and before they could react, his fists and feet combined left the first giant with nothing but half a body. Indeed, the power the Green Giant prepared this time was overwhelmingly strong, far beyond what a single opponent could respond to. Previously, the four giants had been fighting around the Green Giant, allowing them to strategize against him and even temporarily restrain him. However, once the Green Giant becomes fully serious, there will be no opportunities left for them, leading to the giant with only half a body remaining. In no time, the Green Giant completely dealt with him, and he couldn't help but smile. "I thought you could give me a bit of a surprise, but it turns out you are still too weak," he said as terrifying power erupted once more, charging towards another giant. He was well aware that after taking down the first giant, the next challenge would be the hardest for solving. Just one person's presence is both a small and large issue. It ultimately depends on how the opponent will judge and choose in such a short time based on the Green Giant's understanding of this group. They will undoubtedly adjust their formation at the first opportunity, even pursuing him with a blockade. He cannot afford any openings. Unfortunately, these thoughts had already crossed the Green Giant's mind, which is why he displayed profound disdain as the roaring power erupted. Thus, if he can unleash his full power, it will be enough to prevent them from restraining him precisely. Because of this, another giant was cleaved in half by the Green Giant. General Ross could not have anticipated this scene. Before their departure, those scientists had assured him with utmost confidence that these four individuals combined would not be comparable to the current Green Giant. Yet how little time had passed before two giants were left in tatters. Faced with this scene, General Ross realized he had underestimated the Green Giant's power. Originally, he believed that according to the scientists' analysis, they would certainly be able to deal with the Green Giant and even capture him this time. However, after witnessing this, he now felt rather naive. The terrifying power had already spread across the battlefield in an instant, and the Green Giant knew that his strength was dwindling. Therefore, he chose to press on with determination, and this decisive action was indeed the most appropriate choice, for his strength had truly subdued his opponents, and in the blink of an eye the two giants were entirely dealt with by the Green Giant. Yet when the Green Giant turned to search for General Ross' traces, he found that the latter had vanished without a trace. The Green Giant slightly shook his head. This fellow would ultimately have to be dealt with. However, since the opponent had fled, he could not pursue, as the Green Giant still possessed some self-awareness. If General Ross were alone, the Green Giant would likely charge at him, directly slapping him into a pulp. But let us not forget that behind him lies an entire army complete with various strange weapons. Looking up at the sky, the eastern horizon showed signs of dawn, and the Green Giant merely shook his head. He walked towards Yu Jie's estate. The battle had come to a complete end, and not long after the Green Giant returned to the estate. He glanced at the second floor where it appeared there were no signs of light. Evidently, Yu Jie had already gone to sleep. With this in mind, the Green Giant made his way to his own bedroom. Meanwhile, General Ross had also returned to his. This time he appeared exceedingly furious. He felt as though the scientists had taken him for a fool, repeatedly assuring him that the existence of the Green Giant was not a significant issue. As long as they were given time, they could surely develop something more terrifying than the Green Giant. But what was the... After 2 attempts of research, both resulted in mere subpar specimens. Tonight's battle was General Ross's closest encounter with the Green Giant. He could also feel that the power the Green Giant currently displayed was not something that could be resolved in a short time. Therefore, he looked at the scientists in front of him and spoke softly. I am giving you enough time, enough money, and even sufficient conditions. I hope next time you will not bring such things to brush me off. If such things appear before me again, you will become souvenirs. Please believe me on this. The scientists exchanged glances, remaining silent, well aware of the implications of his words. Tonight's battle had also been observed by these scientists using various monitoring instruments. Thus, they were feeling incredibly solemn. In the battles that unfolded over the past few days, Yu Jie was more aware than anyone else. The first round was due to the mutants, while the second round was caused by that damn military. Compared to the military, what truly troubled Yu Jie was in fact the mutants. You never know what crazy things these guys might do in a short span of time. As for General Ross, Yu Jie was unwilling to interfere much with the Hulk's own affairs. The Hulk's strength should still be in the growth phase. As long as he is given enough time, he can undoubtedly elevate his powers to a truly terrifying level. By that time, General Ross would also come. However, Yu Jie was aware that Dr. Banner seemed to have had some indescribable incidents with the general's daughter. Thus, matters of romance were left to them. Yu Jie chose to take it easy, as the rewards of the past few days seemed rather mundane. Even Yu Jie couldn't muster any interest. However, Hela's mood had been exceptionally good these past few days, as he had absorbed all the power obtained from the Dark Lord. During this time, Hela had been constantly traveling between 2 worlds. She had finally succeeded in absorbing all the power left behind by the other party, feeling that she had undergone a transformation almost beyond comprehension. If her former self were to reappear, Hela felt she could easily eliminate her previous incarnation with just one hand. However, this happiness did not last long, as Hela was astonished to discover that Yu Jie's power had also to some extent increased. Moreover, the nature of his power was exceedingly strange. Hela didn't even know how Yu Jie was enhancing him, yet every moment his strength increased. Every day Yu Jie was a brand new Yu Jie. This made Hela somewhat uncertain about what kind of monster her man truly was. Why did such strange power exist? He was once akin to an ordinary person. Now it seemed he possessed terrifying power capable of changing the world. This couple returned to their normal lives, but the lives of the mutants became increasingly abnormal. Apocalypse had arrived. For others, Apocalypse was an exceedingly unfamiliar presence, But if Yu Jie were here, he would undoubtedly realize that this was the old pervert among the mutants. This individual had only one thought from start to finish: to destroy the Earth, even teaming up with Professor X and Magneto to do so. Yet in the end it would still require the power of the Dark Phoenix to completely eliminate him. Magneto never expected Apocalypse to awaken at this moment. Perhaps it was due to Yu Jie's intervention that Apocalypse's emergence differed greatly from the original plot. This time Apocalypse awakened in Antarctica, and at the very moment of his awakening, he had only one thought: to annihilate the Earth. For this purpose, he secretly sought out a group of mutants, leading to a complete split in the overall mutant. The X-Men, led by Professor X, attempted to turn all mutants into beings that could coexist peacefully with humans. Meanwhile, Magneto's mutants were constantly thinking about their own kind, leading the world to one solely inhabited by mutants. And what about Apocalypse? He was a madman, a thorough madman, for he did not wish to coexist peacefully with humanity, nor did he want mutants to occupy the human world. He had only one simple and pure idea: to completely destroy the Earth. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a war maniac. The most terrifying aspect was that among these three factions, Apocalypse's power was the most dreadful. H-I-E-L-D had always wanted to find traces of the mutants. They also aimed to locate the mutant stronghold, and the best way to do this was to directly eliminate these. Unfortunately, despite S-H-I-E-L-D having many spies and ideas in this area, they still could not find any traces of the mutants. Occasionally encountering some X-Men, but S-H-I-E-L-D knew all too well the dynamics within the X-Men's faction. S-H-I-E-L-D did not wish to engage with these self-proclaimed justice enforcers, especially since they had not caused significant harm to human society. On the contrary, they seemed to be maintaining peace on Earth. It was as if they had become an extension of S-H-I-E-L-D, which did not want to intervene. However, Apocalypse's emergence disrupted everything, while S-H-I-E-L-D was still searching for traces of the mutants. Apocalypse had already made his move. Moreover, Apocalypse's actions were even more insane. From the moment he appeared, he fixated all his thoughts on destruction, intending to annihilate the Earth. He would not permit the existence of any life forms on Earth at this moment. Originally, S-H-I-E-L-D thought this was just another scheme concocted by that madman Magneto. After all, Magneto had caused far too many issues during this time, repeatedly making things worse, and even attempting to interfere with ordinary people's lives. Not just once did he impact the lives of ordinary people. This time he had concocted something even more sinister. Strictly speaking, this was the first large-scale attack by the mutants appearing in the human world with extreme S-H-I-E-L-D's first reaction was joy. After all, searching for these troublemakers like mice was a tremendous waste of time and effort. The fact that they could finally stand up was the best outcome. However, once S-H-I-E-L-D began to act, they realized how naive their assumptions had been. The power Apocalypse demonstrated was truly terrifying. S-H-I-E-L-D dispatched 7 or 8 teams of agents in a row. Yet all of these teams were wiped out by him, and it was at this moment that S-H-I-E-L-D's director Nick Fury realized the gravity of the situation. This time the mutants they faced were completely different from any they had encountered before. The most obvious aspect was that this mutant's power was extraordinarily formidable. Previously encountered mutants could be suppressed numerically. They could also find their weaknesses more quickly and decisively defeat them. However, this time the mutant was entirely different, as he had not identified any weaknesses. The current events have completely overturned S-H-I-E-L-D's predictions, but they know that they must resolve the situation during this time. Otherwise, based on the destruction caused by Apocalypse, it wouldn't take long for them to bring great disaster to Earth. Moreover, the opponent's personality is extremely extreme, having no intention of communicating with anyone, but solely focused on destroying the world. Such actions have also had a certain degree of impact on Earth. At least according to the information obtained by the Deep Squat Bureau, the opponent has already destroyed 12 cities, and from the perspective of destruction, it wouldn't take long to completely annihilate the entire Earth. In desperation, Hey Mutant contacted Iron Man once again. Originally S-H-I-E-L-D intended to establish the Avengers, but due to Ultron, that has yet to happen. The Avengers have not been truly established. Even Iron Man is merely a partner of S-H-I-E-L-D, and he has his own sense of justice, often doing things that go completely against S-H-I-E-L-D. However, fortunately, their cooperative relationship still maintains very well. Because of this, Hela was able to find Iron Man almost immediately. He informed Iron Man about Apocalypse, who had recently battled these mutants. This made Iron Man somewhat displeased internally, as he had full confidence in his iron armor. He did not believe that the opponent could defeat his iron armor. The last time was merely an accident, and he had upgraded his iron armor since then. Therefore, there would be no issues this time. Iron Man confidently approached Apocalypse, whose gaze was also— Though Apocalypse had been dormant for a long time, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with a being like Iron Man. He even directly asked Iron Man, "You are also a strange mutant. Why is it that you do not exist in my memory? Yet I can sense that your power is immense." At this moment, Apocalypse displayed a hint of greed, as his goal had always been to absorb the powers of other mutants. Thus, he always harbored different thoughts toward powerful beings. If this person were a mutant, he would certainly not escape his grasp. To him, Iron Man was a mutant, and upon hearing such words, Iron Man couldn't help but laugh. "Compared to you monsters, I truly feel inferior, as I am still a human being. But what are you? Not even considered human." As he spoke, lasers shot out from Iron Man's eyes. Due to the previous battles, Iron Man's need for weaponry had vastly expanded. His armor had upgraded several generations, considering that at this stage Iron Man's iron armor was still in its infancy. But who could have imagined that he would encounter so many troubles and difficulties? Challenges kept appearing before Iron. This caused his sense of crisis to rise continuously. As a man with an extreme lack of security, he naturally could not allow himself to be exposed to such a dangerous environment. Thus, he upgraded his armor at the first opportunity. Each crisis he encountered became the motivation for Iron Man to upgrade his armor. Because of this, his armor was now equipped with weapons from head to toe. Lasers swept across Apocalypse, revealing a hint of regret on his face. "I thought you were a mutant as well. You could have merged with the greatness of me, but you no longer have that honor." As he spoke, light erupted from Apocalypse's hand. If the lasers Iron Man shot at him before could cause some damage, now the light erupting from Apocalypse almost instantaneously sent Iron Man flying. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, Iron Man's expression changed. This mutant was indeed a bit— Though he had recently fought against mutants and had been in a tough battle, it was because of the last tough battle that he had up. He knew how terrifying his armor was now. Yet, even so, it seemed he couldn't withstand even a single move from the opponent, causing Iron Man's expression to turn extremely grim, as if all his hard work had been destroyed. Rage brewed within him, and soon Iron Man pulled out his trump card. Behind Iron Man, a massive cannon was slowly forming. Meanwhile, he pressed the button on his phone once again. A gigantic steel box soon appeared in the sky. Iron Man, descending from the sky, landed right in front of it, quickly connecting with the cannon behind him. Before long, a larger cannon appeared. Apocalypse watched Iron Man's actions with curiosity, unable to help but speak. "Could it be that this toy is your trump card? It doesn't seem as formidable as I imagined." I must say, Apocalypse's provocative demeanor made Iron Man even more furious. Iron Man didn't even bother to respond. He needed to make the opponent understand that the toy in his eyes would send him to heaven, not hell. "After all, scum like you have no right to enter heaven." Light began to gather in the cannon, and the next second, an even greater light was completed, directly striking Apocalypse. A smile appeared on Iron Man's face at that moment. He didn't believe the opponent could withstand such terrifying. This was his most successful invention recently, with power that was incomparable to any ordinary cannon. It could be said to be the most advanced technology, with its energy source once again drawn from Thor. The power within was so terrifying that even Iron Man struggled to find suitable words to describe it. But the next second, what happened completely overturned Iron Man's understanding. What did he see? The opponent was actually not dead. He was even smiling at him. Iron Man never expected that Apocalypse would be so formidable. The cannon he painstakingly assembled was actually withstood by his opponent. Iron Man could clearly see that Apocalypse had not exerted much power to withstand this attack. Without a doubt, the opponent still had enough strength to face everything, which made Iron Man frown. He certainly did not wish for things to develop in this manner. In a breath, Iron Man widened the distance between them once again. He was acutely aware that continuing to battle under such circumstances would likely lead to disaster. There was a high probability that his opponent would seize the opportunity, and at that moment, he would be left to perish. This power is indeed somewhat impressive, almost on par with an average mutant, but at this level you are still too weak. Apocalypse spoke after Iron Man had distanced himself, his words almost identical to those before. The opponent continued to mock Iron Man, and hearing these words naturally stirred some anger within him. However, apart from his anger, he had no other means, because he understood that relying on his current self to defeat the opponent seemed somewhat laughable. After all, the opponent's power posed a genuine threat to him in a short period. Moreover, if he truly took it, he could easily be caught off guard, and considering this, Iron Man refrained from acting impulsively. Once he acted impulsively, he would have to pay the price. However, just as Iron Man began to ponder how to face his opponent, a glimmer of light flickered from the direction of Apocalypse. In the next moment, Iron Man, wanting to utilize his flying advantage to escape the range of the opponent's attacks, was left stunned. He realized he could not fly at all, and that his body was being drawn closer to the opponent. Unable to resist, he glanced at Apocalypse's position and quickly realized the opponent could control gravitational force. He could even exert gravity upon him. In an instant, Iron Man's expression turned grim, but the next moment Apocalypse's power erupted completely. I already told you if your strength is merely like this, you shouldn't appear before me. After all, you're a waste. That doesn't even qualify to merge with me. Apocalypse quickly seized Iron Man with gravity, and though Iron Man felt infuriated by the words, he had no means to act as the opponent's strength was evident. But merely a moment later, Iron Man suddenly shouted at the sky, "If you don't come over, I might really be killed here." Apocalypse did not expect Iron Man to suddenly speak up. Quickly, Apocalypse furrowed his brow, sensing that after Iron Man's sudden exclamation, a powerful force was approaching from the sky, and this force seemed to pose a slight threat to him. Apocalypse thus raised his head, not caring who Iron Man was calling out to. However, from this force, it was easy to deduce that the person about to arrive was a powerful one. Suddenly, Apocalypse felt a hint of anticipation. If the person Iron Man summoned was a mutant, it would be the best news for him. After all, Apocalypse needed to absorb more mutants' powers to become even stronger. However, those mutants were hidden very deeply to a certain extent, making it extremely challenging to locate them in a short time. This is also why Apocalypse chose to destroy the world. He believed that by flattening the earth, he could find those individuals. He could also timely absorb their powers, and soon after a figure appeared in the sky. It was none other than Thor from Asgard. Before this, Thor had developed a very good relationship with Iron Man. The two often went out to eat, drink, and have fun together, and Thor even provided Iron Man with a means to contact him. Whenever Iron Man encountered a crisis, he could call for him to come to the rescue. Thor immediately noticed Iron Man being held by Apocalypse, and thus spoke with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be in such a classic situation, or if I had arrived a bit later, I might have had to collect your corpse. I regret coming too early." Iron Man paid no heed to Thor's jest. He even wanted to rush up and slap him. He should have considered the current environment. Even speaking could lead to being killed by that damned mutant. Yet he still had the mood to joke around. As expected, in the next moment, Apocalypse's gaze began to scrutinize Thor. He could sense a formidable power emanating from Thor, and due to Apocalypse's own terrifying strength, he could see the hidden powers within others, and with just a glance at Thor, he could feel the extremely terrifying strength within him. However, soon a look of deep disappointment appeared on Apocalypse's face. He knew better than anyone that this human appeared to be extraordinarily powerful. But one must mention that this power was not what a human should possess. Originally, Apocalypse pondered whether this person might also be a mutant. However, the familiar aura did not emanate from Thor, thus he realized that the likelihood of him being another human was high. As long as he was human, it bore no significance to Apocalypse. Soon he clenched his fist towards Thor, and a terrifying power began to surround Thor. Even Thor himself did not react in time, and was struck away by this power. Soon Thor looked at Apocalypse with great astonishment. "It seems you are quite capable as well, but do you think you can defeat me using this power?" "That might be a bit of a delusion," said Thor as Mjolnir appeared in his hand. Originally, Thor wanted to have a decent conversation with Iron Man. After all, they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Apocalypse, however, did not take Thor seriously, but his earlier actions had inadvertently enraged Thor. For Thor, as long as no one provoked him, he would not stir trouble. "Now that you sought death, I shall send you on your way without granting you any chance of turning the tables." In a breath, Thor had already arrived before his opponent, and at this moment a radiant glow began to erupt behind him. Apocalypse showed no intention of dodging. When facing humanity, the Thunder God possesses an extremely terrifying sense of superiority. After all, he is a deity. When can mere mortals disregard him like this, even daring to utter extremely disrespectful words? In this moment, without any hesitation, the Thunder God grasped the Thunder God's hammer, and from his body lightning erupted completely. This surge of lightning gradually spread around the Thunder God, and in just a moment it had already surrounded. However, Tianchi did not act as the Thunder God expected. Instead, he chose to remain quiet, for this power was truly terrifying. Yet Tianchi did not care. Even before the Thunder God appeared before him, he could sense that this opponent was somewhat extraordinary. Most notably, Tianchi could feel an extremely terrifying aura emanating from the Thunder God. Now, after truly engaging in battle, he could further discern the nature of this power. However, like the Thunder God, Tianchi also had his own pride, having lived through countless eras. Yet none of those eras ever made him feel anything meaningful. In fact, it filled him with a sense of disgust towards this world, and that disgust had not diminished, it was only. Feeling the Thunder God's power gradually emanating from his body, Tianchi couldn't help but laugh. "Although I don't know who you are, if you think you can defeat me merely by wielding such power, aren't you just joking?" As he spoke, power began to manifest in Tianqi's hand, and in the next moment he appeared right in front of the Thunder God. Even the Thunder God himself could not react to how fast his opponent was. In the blink of an eye, Tianqi had appeared. In the next moment, Tianqi's fist exploded before the Thunder God with power far exceeding his expectations, and that power was still growing. The Thunder God was knocked back by Tianqi, and to his amazement, he discovered that Tianqi had followed him. Once again he was knocked back, and a fierce battle commenced, yet this time the Thunder God did not seize any opportunities. Instead, he was continuously bombarded, forcing him to retreat. The Thunder God's body was heading towards an extreme direction. At this moment, the Thunder God realized that this human before him seemed to be underestimated by himself. The power displayed by his opponent was not something a mere human should possess. He suddenly recalled the state of Iron Man and wondered what was going on. Logically, Iron Man's designs should be terrifying weapons in the entire human world. Yet his opponent was able to suppress him. The Thunder God's hammer was now gripped tightly in his hand. Taking advantage of the moment, he was knocked back. He directly unleashed lightning once more upon his opponent, for he had to take the initiative if he continued to remain passive here. It was highly likely that he would be continuously suppressed, and by that time the outcome would not be what the Thunder God. The Thunder God's actions were decisive, but as soon as he held the Thunder God's hammer, the moment lightning radiated from it, Tianqi also extended his hand. This scene surprised the Thunder God somewhat. You don't intend to rely on your physical body to withstand this power, do you? This was the Thunder God's most genuine thought, for the power of this lightning was not merely the lightning of this realm, but divine power. Divine power cannot be blocked by the human body. However, it seemed the Thunder God had forgotten that when he previously wielded the Thunder God's hammer, his opponent had already managed to withstand it. This time was no different, and it was even more shocking than the last. The previous time could be understood as Tianqi having done some blocking. But this time Tianqi didn't even attempt to block. He allowed the opponent's power to strike him directly. In an instant, the horror exploded, igniting the battlefield completely. At this moment, the Thunder God finally seized an opportunity to create distance between himself and his opponent. Observing the power within Tianqi, the Thunder God furrowed his brows, just as he had thought before. Iron Man had undoubtedly found a worthy, even superior opponent for himself. If I defeat this guy, you little brat will surely get a beating from me later. The Thunder God directed his words toward Iron Man in the distance. After all this time, Iron Man had truly found Tianqi exceeding both Iron Man's and the Thunder God's own recognition limits. Tianqi had no idea what significance the Thunder God placed on these words. However, Tianqi grasped his power tightly. In the next moment, the ground around Tianqi began to crack, and even the nearby Thunder God could sense it from him. A strange power was not only acting upon his body, but even interfering with his soul. The Thunder God squinted his eyes while gripping the Thunder God's hammer. In the next moment, lightning began to flicker, not only in his eyes, but throughout his entire body. Lightning began to shine incessantly. In the next moment, all this lightning was infused into the Thunder God's hammer. And at that moment, the Thunder God charged towards Tianqi, his hammer smashing fiercely into his opponent's chest. Tianqi also reached out and grasped the Thunder God's hammer. This moment occurred in the blink of an eye, yet the Thunder God was still astonished that his opponent could withstand his hammer with sheer physical strength. But that was not enough. This attack from the Thunder God merely unleashed the power within him. But let us not forget that as the deity of thunder, he commanded the power of lightning, and the thunder of this realm could also be summoned by the Thunder God. Soon dark clouds gathered above the hammer. At this moment, the two powers of lightning erupted simultaneously. And this time the Thunder God would not grant his opponent any chance to turn the tide. A deity, when can these mere humans compare? Boom! The terrifying power began to explode, and an even more formidable force radiated from the Thunder God. Even Tianqi furrowed his brows at this moment. It seemed that something unexpected was happening. Such power is quite something. Tianqi slowly spoke, yet his expression remained indifferent. In the eyes of the Thunder God, the opponent was merely a human. How much power could a human truly possess? Although the opponent might have some means akin to Iron Man, those methods could resolve nothing. On the contrary, in the Thunder God's understanding, only those who truly possessed power had the right to speak. Now the opponent merely wished to defeat him, using this meaningless power which was nothing short of absurd. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder God charged forward, unleashing a terrifying power from within. Earlier, the Thunder God had been continuously probing his opponent. He wanted to see what means this fellow possessed, while at the same time Tianqi's gaze was also fixed on the Thunder God. What kind of power can a self-proclaimed deity truly wield? Tianqi's words were simple. If you consider yourself a deity, then show me the power that can defeat me. It must be said that Tianqi's words directly enraged the Thunder God to a certain extent. He never expected this fellow to be so audacious as to provoke him. It must be said that Tianqi's words directly enraged the Thunder God to a certain extent. He never expected this fellow to be so audacious. This light began to merge with the thunder in the sky, and Iron Man watched this scene unfold with a glint of confusion in his eyes. Could it be that these two fellows are going to showcase their abilities here? It seemed less like a battle and more like a display of their powers. Even so, at this moment Iron Man distanced himself from the battlefield, already certain that things could be far worse than he imagined. The Thunder God did not suppress his opponent immediately, as Iron Man expected. On the contrary, the power displayed by the opponent was quite terrifying, almost matching the Thunder God in an instant. Having fought against Tianchi before, Iron Man understood this better than anyone else. The reason the opponent had not made a move yet was likely because his power was to some extent concealed. With this in mind, Iron Man decided to find a very safe spot to observe the battle. After all, he knew the Thunder God's strength. However, he felt that Tianchi's power was unfathomable, and he had already started considering. If things got really bad, he would join the battle at the first moment. He would rescue the Thunder God. Oh, after all, it would be quite embarrassing to let the opponent die here. The Thunder God, of course, had no idea that Iron Man had come up with so many thoughts in such a short time. However, for the Thunder God, what was happening now had already exceeded his predictions. He had told Iron Man before. The fellow before him was absolutely not his match. The idea of causing trouble here was nothing but a delay. However, as the battle wore on, he realized that the opponent he faced was indeed not someone an ordinary person could compare to. More importantly, a faint smile lingered on the opponent's face. If this goes on, none of us will know who will win. Oh, why not let me see your true abilities? Suddenly, the Thunder God spoke to Tianchi, catching him by surprise. In Tianchi's eyes, he thought that the Thunder God would need to fight him for some time before unleashing his true power. But the fact that the opponent wanted to act directly here meant he didn't want to waste time. Taking a deep breath, the Thunder God initiated the attack. In fact, he let Tianchi act first, realizing he wouldn't wait any longer. He had to unleash his most powerful strength here, an instant of overwhelming might between them. A shocking aura erupted, spreading everywhere as the Thunder God unleashed his mightiest power. After a series of battles with Yu Jie and the others, the Thunder God's power had to some extent also been enhanced. Even his younger brother, whom he had always looked down upon, had become a being far stronger than himself. How could he accept this? Unbeknownst to him, the Thunder God's power within his body was slowly awakening. Odin had always been somewhat troubled by his child, who clearly possessed terrifying power, but lacked the will to truly harness it. He had never genuinely explored his power. Yet now, after so many battles, the Thunder God was finally beginning to uncover his own treasures. This was one of the reasons why Odin was willing to let the Thunder God continue to appear on Earth. He knew this should be the Thunder God's opportunity. If he could seize it, he would unearth his own treasures. At that time, the Thunder God would become the king of Asgard, even though Hela had already openly become the ruler. But it was not that simple. In Odin's view, until the Thunder God grew up, any words would be meaningless. Only when the Thunder God had truly matured and fought properly with his sister would this matter truly change. When the time for true results came, the Thunder God moved quickly, arriving before Tianchi in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this time, there was once again thunder appearing around the Thunder God, fiercer than before, causing Tianchi to squint his eyes. However, the next second, Tianchi's smile grew increasingly arrogant, and Iron Man was left dumbfounded as he watched this scene. He had never seen this move from the Thunder God, but could guess the reason for its use. It was highly likely that he believed this move could help him defeat his opponent. But why could Tianchi act so brazenly here? This was something he never expected. In an instant, a glow also flickered around Tianchi, and even the Thunder God, who had already taken action, was. The opponent also possessed thunder. The thunder appeared quite suddenly. However, after the two forces collided, the Thunder God immediately recognized that the thunder displayed by his opponent was remarkably similar to his own. How could this be possible? This is a power belonging to the divine. How could a mere human possess an identical power to my own? Could it be that the opponent is also a Thunder God? Or perhaps a secret child of his father? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but the power in the Thunder God's hands showed no sign of weakening. In the next moment, the thunder in the heavens once again gathered, but this time the gathering was significantly different from before. The most obvious difference was that the previous thunder was aimed solely at the Thunder God. However, this time, after gathering, a portion of the thunder actually headed towards Tianchi nearby. At this point, even the Thunder God realized that this fellow was extremely unusual. "You can absorb your opponent's combat energy during the fight," said the Thunder God. Disbelief etched on his face, for he could hardly believe that a human could absorb another's power in combat to fight back. Of course, the most important realization was that things were somewhat different. Originally, when he fought against an opponent, he could suppress them with his own thunderous power. But this time he discovered that not only could his power not suppress the opponent, but in a certain way it was being stealthily absorbed by the opponent. If it were only these things, the Thunder God might not have been as surprised as he was just now, but currently what he was concerned about went far beyond that. He could see far too much from the battle. The The most significant change was that the opponent's thunderous power could actually harm him. This was a fact that the Thunder God simply could not accept after all he had been bestowed this power by Odin, the father of all gods during the time of thunder. Coupled with his innate talent, this had already granted him the power to look down upon thunder. It was impossible for thunder to harm him. Yet what was happening now had completely overturned his expectations. The most obvious was that the opponent's power could indeed harm him. When had the power of thunder ever been able to harm him? At this thought, the Thunder God was no longer merely surprised. He slowly began to distance himself from the opponent. It seems you are somewhat curious about my power. Do not be astonished. This power was originally yours. I merely transformed it into my own. Now do you still feel the same pride after experiencing this power? Tianqi slowly spoke, though it was clear from his expression that he felt little regarding this unfolding scene. Seemingly mocking the Thunder God, he took a deep breath and approached the opponent. Since the other party wished to stir trouble with him, then he naturally could not back down, or after all, he did not believe that this battle would end so swiftly. Let me see just how powerful your strength truly is, or are you merely capable of stealing the powers of others? The Thunder God was not one easily mocked. On the contrary, he directly countered with a retort. On the other side, Iron Man observed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head. From an observer's standpoint, he felt that the current Thunder God was no longer a match for his opponent. After all, the power that the Thunder God had just displayed could suppress his opponent, but that was merely for a fleet who could take a moment's glory as a permanent achievement. Now that Tianqi had also acquired power similar to thunder, it only confirmed to Iron Man that this fellow's hidden trump cards far exceeded appearances. The Thunder God's taunting did not attract Tianqi's attention. On the contrary, Tianqi clenched his fist, and in the next moment a terrifying power appeared around the Thunder God. The Thunder God himself did not expect that the opponent could condense such a terrifying power in such a short time. Even his own body felt some surprise. As the power within him slowly emerged, the Thunder God decisively left the area controlled by the opponent, and his gaze once again fell upon Tianqi. He felt that Tianqi was entirely different from any opponent he had encountered before. The most obvious difference was this strange power emanating from the opponent. Clearly, he could engage in a life-and-death struggle with the opponent and even momentarily suppress him, but because of this strange power, he found himself at a loss. As the Thunder God took a deep breath, he looked at Iron Man. His gaze was unmistakably clear and simple. If he truly could not defeat the opponent, he needed Iron Man to take him away. Iron Man understood with just a glance at the Thunder God. What the Thunder God meant was clear, and Iron Man nodded repeatedly. After receiving Iron Man's response, the Thunder God turned back around. One must say that Tianqi had indeed exerted considerable pressure on him since his appearance, but that did not mean the Thunder God would concede. In the next moment, another burst of thunder erupted from the Thunder God. He was not someone who easily surrendered, especially since his home was filled with powerful beings. He might currently be a waste, but even a waste has its pride and dignity. As a divine being, he absolutely would not allow repeated mishaps to occur, even if he was indeed a waste. In just a moment, the Thunder God charged forward, and once again light flickered around him. This time the light was far more powerful than any force he had displayed earlier. Most notably, as this power erupted, the Thunder God approached Tianqi. This was the first time the Thunder God had moved closer to his opponent since the battle began, but in the next moment, there was also a flicker of light around him, as if the thunder had suddenly stunned him. He was actually about to approach his own power. As this thought crossed his mind, the Thunder God found retreating impossible. At this moment, he collided directly with the thunder. The Thunder God finally realized that the opponent had absorbed his thunderous power, transforming it into his own. Not only that, but additional components had been added to the thunderous power, and it was precisely because of this strange element that he could not be immune to the thunderous power. A series of unsettling sounds emerged from within his body, and the Thunder God knew that he should consider making a retreat. The feeling of numbness within his body grew stronger, which made Thor realize that he was far from being a match. Thus, Thor decided not to continue the battle. He knew that if he persisted, there was a high chance he would be killed by his opponent. Considering this, he once again looked at Iron Man, his gaze more intense than before. Moreover, the meaning behind his gaze this time was entirely consistent with the previous one. He had to get away at this moment, as the power within him was becoming uncontrollable. This was the most surprising aspect for Thor. It seemed his opponent had seen through him long ago, otherwise such actions would not have been taken. It was as if they had taken advantage of his moment of inattention to launch a sudden attack. Moreover, within the power exhibited by his opponent, Thor could sense that if the battle continued, he would likely face dire consequences. Thor could not allow such a thing to happen, so he needed Iron Man to provide him with a rescue. Iron Man had already begun considering how to escape from the moment Thor first set his gaze upon him. To this end, he summoned his escape armor, Escape Mark I. However, before Thor truly felt Iron Man decided to wait a bit longer, hoping that Thor might just surprise. But as the battle reached this point, Iron Man finally reacted. Thor was not a match, and without a second thought, Iron Man activated his escape. Under the guidance of Escape Mark I, Iron Man swiftly arrived at the battlefield. Not only that, but he directly grabbed Thor, rescuing him right under the Harbinger's nose. However, at the moment of the rescue, Iron Man's expression changed. Oh, what had he just pulled in? Why was his body trembling slightly? It was as if a very strange power from his opponent was invading his armor. Through the armor, he felt a reaction. Damn it, what is going on with you? Why is there such a strange thing on you? Iron Man couldn't help but curse. He initially thought rescuing Thor would be a trivial matter. Now he never expected that his opponent would possess such a bizarre power, making him feel like the prey. You're the one who called me here. I didn't expect you to be involved with such a freak this time. This guy is too strange, capable of absorbing power, and I know he is far from as simple as he appears. Iron Man wasn't the only one complaining. Thor was also voicing his grievances, as he hadn't anticipated this. He never thought the situation would turn out this way. He knew Iron Man wouldn't ask for his help unless it was absolutely necessary. But this was hardly a situation of necessity. It was akin to offering his head on a platter. His opponent was far too powerful, and at this moment, Thor couldn't help but glance back. It was a good thing he did. What he saw made his heart race. The Harbinger was still watching them with a smile evident in his eyes. Just the appearance of that smile made Thor realize that things were not so simple. This guy would definitely not let them go easily. The battle has just begun, and you want to escape. So this is what divinity looks like. The Harbinger spoke, and his words seemed somewhat strange, which both Thor and Iron Man clearly heard. Not long after they heard this, both were shocked to discover a voice emerging not far behind them. Especially for Thor, he immediately noticed the Harbinger had brazenly pursued them. This left Thor up. Run, don't think, just leave. This guy is far too terrifying. If he catches up to us, we will likely be killed. The strange power within him rendered Thor incapable of controlling his own body. However, Thor knew that he was now as powerless as an ordinary person. To escape, or even to fight back against the opponent, was impossible. The best course was still to flee. Unbeknownst to him, Iron Man was also in a very difficult situation. The opponent's power was actually being transmitted through Thor to himself, and the armor was alerting him. In no more than 20 minutes, the entire armor would lose its functionality, unable to maintain high-speed movement or even sustain its own state. We don't have much time left. Think of a way, or we're dead. Iron Man spoke sharply. He never anticipated that things would turn out this way. The battle had lasted only a short, while probably not even 30 minutes. The two had so arrogantly appeared before their opponent, only to be crushed so completely. Now they were at risk of being killed. Iron Man was understandably frustrated. However, Iron Man didn't want to bring their opponent to S-H-I-E-L-D, as he knew that neither of them could deal with the situation. If they brought the opponent to S-H-I-E-L-D, it was highly likely that S-H-I-E-L-D would also face doom. Though Iron Man was no longer so selfish, he couldn't bring himself to destroy S-H-I-E-L-D in the process. After Iron Man voiced his concerns, Thor knew his time was nearly up. However, seeking his father in Asgard at this moment was far too difficult. After all, he could not summon his divine power to call for help from Asgard. But soon a glimmer of light flashed in Thor's eyes as he remembered that there were relatives of Asgard on Earth. He still had two good relatives here. To the manor, the one we visited before. Hurry, there's salvation there. Thor quickly urged, and although Iron Man didn't understand what Thor meant, there was no other choice at this point. He could only follow Thor's lead to the wealthy manor. In no time, under the full-speed escape of Escape Mark I, they successfully arrived at the manor. Brother-in-law help. Today Hela was not at home. Due to her recent diligent practice, she decided to take a break for herself. Therefore, she went shopping in the city center, while Yu Jie found something peculiar about the rewards he had drawn. Today I did not accompany Hela, but remained in the manor. In fact, before Thor and Iron Man arrived, he could already sense a familiar aura approaching from nearby. Behind this familiar aura, there was another strange presence. Now, with Thor speaking up, Yu Jie's gaze was also fixed on the nearby Hulk. It was time for the bodyguards and servants to take action. Not only did Yu Jie hear the voices of Thor and Iron Man, but Hulk also heard them. However, without Yu Jie's command, Hulk would naturally not make any move, especially now that Yu Jie's attention was directed towards him. Dr. Banner quickly lowered his head. When he raised it again, he had transformed into the Hulk. A somewhat deep voice echoed, "Leave it to me." Immediately, Hulk walked out of the manor. Iron Man and Thor did not enter. This was Thor's request, knowing that his brother-in-law had a bad temper. If they entered the manor without permission, they would likely be killed by Thor's brother-in-law, before being defeated by... As Hulk emerged, a glimmer appeared in Thor's eyes. He understood that his brother-in-law had arrived. It was highly likely he wouldn't die. It's fine now, we can watch the battle. That damn guy still wants to kill me. What a delusion. After all, I have the world's strongest brother-in-law. Thor said, unable to help, but raised his head, fully aware of his brother-in-law's formidable power. He was a man capable of tearing through all of Asgard. Terrifying was hardly sufficient to describe his brother. Now that his brother-in-law's subordinates had taken action, the ensuing events would be a piece of cake. Although Iron Man did not understand why Hulk was so arrogant here. But looking at the manor before him, he felt a sense of familiarity. The owner of this manor seemed to be a good friend of his. He recalled the famous novelist from before. If he remembered correctly, the owner's manor was right here. Wait, that novelist turned out to be Thor's brother-in-law. Previously, Thor had informed Iron Man about some aspects of his family, and Iron Man remarked on Thor's family situation as somewhat messed up. After all, would a normal person encounter such a family? That was impossible, but it could not be denied that Thor was probably the weakest in his family, how everyone else was even more impressive. Moreover, Thor had previously informed Iron Man that his brother-in-law was likely the most terrifying existence in the entire family. Iron Man couldn't believe that the novelist was actually Thor's brother-in-law, but soon Apocalypse arrived at the manor. His gaze shifted from Thor to Hulk. Another mutant. I must say this mutant seems a bit off. But if you two have only brought me such an opponent, you both might just end up buried with him. After Apocalypse said that, even Thor and Iron Man quickly realized that it was not that Apocalypse couldn't catch up with them. Rather, Apocalypse wanted a fish here, and Thor displayed a scornful smile. You seem very confident. After you defeat this big guy, I hope you can still smile. Thor did not think Hulk was all that powerful since Hulk had never truly fought in front of him. Thus, he had no idea how strong Hulk's powers were, but he knew his brother-in-law was very powerful. If Hulk were to be defeated here, it would be difficult for his brother-in-law to remain uninvolved. At that point, this guy would be able to claim superiority in just 1 second. Only those who had truly witnessed Yu Jie's power knew how terrifying it was. Coincidentally, Thor had experienced Yu Jie's strength before. He knew just how terrifying Yu Jie was. Once Yu Jie became serious, the power displayed was beyond what any so-called divine being could contend with. In the next moment, Apocalypse directly mobilized the powers surrounding his body toward Hulk, not expecting Thor to be so arrogant upon arriving at this manor. But since the other party was so arrogant, there must be a reason for it, likely due to this mutant behemoth before him. Let me see what surprises your trump card can unleash. As he spoke, a glow flickered from Apocalypse once more, for he did not feel the need to waste so much time here. Thus, he unleashed his most powerful force, intending to eliminate his opponent in the shortest possible time. In the blink of an eye, his power erupted completely. Unfortunately, it seemed he had underestimated his opponent, for at that moment Hulk charged forward with a cruel smile. Hulk did not know just how strong his opponent was, but that was never something he needed to concern himself with. He just needed to do his best. But as Hulk began to run, he felt as if his body was being enticed by something. He had not unleashed all his power here. Suddenly, Hulk's expression changed. What is this power? Could it be that you are also a monster? As a warrior-type hero, Hulk despised such mysterious powers, because these powers could restrict him in a short time. So you only have this much power. If this is truly all you have, I advise you to just die. After all, you have no right to challenge me. Apocalypse remained as arrogant as ever, and this time his body radiated light once more. Far more dazzling than the previous glow, it seemed capable of unleashing a formidable and terrifying power in an instant. The Hulk roared, ready to attack, but he soon realized that his desire to strike was somewhat naive. His opponent was right in front of him, yet he found himself unable to reach out and touch them, causing his anger to... As for Tianchi, he did not spare the Hulk a second glance. Such a being was hardly worth his concern. After all, the opponent was merely a brute with raw strength, and while such a brute might dominate the battlefield, to him, they were nothing more than a fool, incapable of even approaching. You think you can defeat me with this power? Do you consider that pride or arrogance? The Hulk couldn't help but voice his thoughts upon sensing his opponent's reliance on this power. However, Tianchi had no intention of even glancing at the Hulk any longer. He was well aware that while it might be difficult to kill the Hulk in the short term relying on this so-called power, it would eventually be sufficient to do so. He didn't mind wasting time here, but the Hulk's current state was something that Tianchi greatly disliked. In the next moment, lightning flickered around Tianchi. The Thunder God stood stunned at the sight, and then shouted, "Quick, get away. This power is different." Only he understood what kind of power their opponent was unleashing this time. This was his own power from before, absorbed by the opponent and used as their own. Thus, if the opponent were to refine this power, the Hulk would absolutely be no match. Yet the Thunder God's warning was to some extent ineffective, for the Hulk found himself with no possibility of it. Lightning swiftly descended upon the Hulk, causing his body to vibrate with energy. The Hulk, who had been in pursuit, suddenly knelt down. The sense of paralysis was intensifying, as the Hulk never expected his opponent could possess such power. Moreover, this power was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The Hulk's breathing quickened, but he did not believe he was on the verge of being killed by his opponent. On the contrary, his anger was nearly uncontrollable. What kind of battle was this? From the very beginning until now, he had no opportunity whatsoever. He couldn't even engage in a direct confrontation, which fueled the Hulk's rage even further. He had never anticipated such an event to unfold in battle. While similar battles had occurred before, those encounters at least allowed them to experience the thrill of a true fight. But this time the Hulk had no such feeling, and to be suppressed by his opponent was something he could not accept. Anger was continuously born within the Hulk. After all his powers stemmed from rage. As long as he was sufficiently enraged, the force he could unleash would be terrifying. No one could defeat the Hulk in such a short time, including Tianqi. Tianqi's actions had to a certain extent completely enraged the Hulk. At that moment Tianqi's expression changed. What had he just witnessed? This massive figure before him possessed an exceptionally strange power, one that had seemed on the verge of death just moments ago. Now in just a brief moment a powerful energy had re-emerged from the opponent. Moreover, this power was slowly taking form, and soon his control faded away, manifesting as a gravitational force equivalent to the Hulk's own weight. One's weight was unchangeable, therefore gravity was undoubtedly the best method to subdue an opponent. Under 3 times the gravitational force. No one could escape such binding. However, Tianqi could keenly detect that the Hulk was somehow breaking free from this restraint with sheer brute strength. At that moment the Hulk was anything but ordinary, as he was now closing in on Tianqi, which made Tianqi certain of his opponent's growing power. Only a continuously growing power could ignore the constraints of gravity, and in the next moment the Hulk charged toward Tianqi. But no one expected that Tianqi showed no signs of evasion. Instead he extended his hand and exchanged a punch with the Hulk. This scene left even the Thunder God in shock. The Hulk's body was already positioned to strike, and even the Thunder God would hesitate to engage in a direct clash with such a behemoth. However, Tianqi dared to exchange blows with the Hulk, indicating that he also harbored an incredibly powerful force within him. At this moment, the Thunder God finally realized that from the beginning of the fight until now he had never truly battled against Tianqi. Although he had been on the offensive, he hadn't even touched his opponent, leading him into deep self-doubt. Was he truly nothing more than a waste? But in the next moment the battle between the two refreshed his understanding of everything. The most apparent difference was the vast gap that had opened between them in mere moments. Their fists collided repeatedly, their powers escalating as they exchanged blows, as if they had both gone completely mad. The Thunder God tugged at Iron Man beside him. Am I dreaming? Why is this guy so powerful, able to battle such a monster? Does that mean we are all worthless? Iron Man initially shook his head, then quickly nodded in agreement. In truth, he understood very well the meaning behind the Thunder God's words. More importantly, what was occurring now was indeed beyond their imaginations. In the past, they had also fought against Tianqi, so they knew what he was capable of. But when the Hulk began his battle with Tianqi, they realized they had been nothing more than frogs in a well, unaware of the vastness of the world outside. Now Tianqi was the true prodigy, and from a certain perspective, he had managed to suppress the Hulk. This was the most incredible part, yet at this moment Yu Jie arrived on the battlefield. He had originally wanted to take a rest in the manor, but the noise outside was simply too loud. Therefore he wanted to see who the inconsiderate fool was that dared to With Yu Jie's arrival, a glimmer of light flashed in the Thunder God's eyes. Iron Man was also taken aback. It truly was his good friend. Yu Jie appeared on the battlefield, and at this moment all eyes were drawn to his presence. Not only that, from the very moment he appeared, Yu Jie fixated his gaze on Tianqi. Unlike others, Yu Jie was quite familiar with Tianqi. He knew that the person before him was a lunatic. He had learned about him previously, but he never expected him to show up in such a situation. While surprised, Yu Jie also turned his attention to the Hulk, who had made occasional moves during this time. However, Yu Jie was unaware of the true extent of the Hulk's power. Now that Yu Jie looked again, he could see that the Hulk's strength had grown immensely compared to before. Due to this, Yu Jie gently shook his head. Since you want to resolve this matter here, then I leave it to you. This left Thor, who had been watching stunned, as he believed that with his brother-in-law's arrival, he would display his formidable strength to resolve everything. Who would have thought that his brother-in-law not only did not want to take action, but also left the matter to his subordinate? Why do I feel like something's about to go wrong? It wasn't that Thor didn't trust the Hulk. Rather, he felt that if his brother-in-law took action, he could eliminate the opponent in a shorter time without wasting time here. But now everything seemed off. He sensed that his brother-in-law had changed. He was no longer the violence-loving person from before. At the same time, Tianqi's gaze shifted from the Hulk to Yu Jie. Yu Jie's sudden appearance was unexpected, but Tianqi was certain that the moment Yu Jie appeared, an incredibly powerful force erupted from him. This power far exceeded his expectations, and because of this, Tianqi began to adjust his position, trying to maintain a safe distance. In his view, one careless move could allow the opponent to seize an opportunity, and this opponent seemed much more formidable than he had imagined, yet he seemed to overlook the Hulk. The Hulk had no idea what the current situation meant. He only knew that Tianqi must die. Aside from suffering losses at Yu Jie's hands, the Hulk had never faced defeat against any other opponent. Even the troops were just an excuse for the Hulk to evade. He never considered himself to be at a disadvantage. Let's see if this power can satisfy you. Suddenly speaking, the Hulk unleashed another wave of power. It was well known that with each passing moment the Hulk's anger only intensified, and his strength derived largely from that anger. Moreover, theoretically, as long as the Hulk was sufficiently angry, there would be no limit to his strength. It was precisely because of this that the Hulk once again broke through his limits. Originally, Tian-Chi could use his abilities to restrain his opponent, but as the Hulk's strength shattered Tian-Chi's understanding again and again, Tian-Chi became increasingly vexed. Furthermore, Yu Jie's sudden appearance had made Tian-Chi's thoughts feel awry. Tian-Chi was well aware that at this stage he needed to find the right opportunity to strike. However, Yu Jie felt like a knife hanging over his head. Taking a deep breath, Tian-Chi summoned lightning to his hands. This time his target was not just the Hulk. More importantly, he aimed to expand the battlefield as much as possible, trying not to give his opponent any chance. It must be said that Tian-Chi's idea was good, but unfortunately, he did not realize just how powerful Yu Jie originally did not want to interfere in the battle involving the Hulk. After all, he had been watching the Hulk's combat performance during this time. However, seeing Tian-Chi about to expand the battlefield, Yu Jie shook his head helplessly. I have given you the opportunity, but you did not cherish it, so it's time to go. In Yu Jie's eyes, there are always those who enjoy being clever, and Tian-Chi was one of them. The other party's self-important actions were somewhat laughable. The next second, Yu Jie unleashed the full power of a Superman. He was no longer merely the power of a silver Superman. With numerous templates enhancing him, the power Yu Jie could unleash was far greater than before, most notably in how he could increase his strength with every breath. Because of this, Tian-Chi did not notice Yu Jie approaching until it was too late. When he tried to act, he found that his body seemed incapable of movement. Yu Jie's speed was too fast. It was so quick that Tian-Chi's naked eye could barely keep up with it. How is this possible? He's just a human. Oh, why does a human possess such formidable strength? I refuse to accept this. Seeing this scene, Tian-Chi roared in anger. A surge of even greater power erupted from his body, as if he wished to showcase his strongest strength here, but he underestimated his opponent. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on Yu Jie's lips. He extended a finger, and in the next second a beam of light emerged from it, the magic piercing light cannon. This was a skill he had just obtained from a recent sign-in. As Yu Jie's power grew stronger, he noticed that the junk he had obtained from sign-ins was also increasing. However, any good item would not be of poor quality. For instance, the magic piercing light cannon he suddenly received was the ultimate move of Piccolo from the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, the power unleashed by this move intensified with the charging time. However, this time Yu Jie did not draw upon any so-called power. He felt that Tian-Chi was not worthy of him accumulating power here. In the next second, a terrifying aura erupted. When Tian-Chi looked again, he found his eyes gazing at his own feet. His head had fallen off. The magic piercing light cannon left him no chance to struggle. The opponent had been directly slain. Yu Jie shook his head. He had already given the best opportunity to the other party, but they had not chosen to cherish it. Lei Shun had long known his brother-in-law was extraordinary, but each time Yu Jie displayed his power, Lei Shun sensed something profoundly distinct, most notably the palpable force emanating from him. It seemed even more formidable than before. Yu Jie had never unleashed such techniques in prior encounter. Lei Shun attempted to speak further with Yu Jie, yet Yu Jie did not even glance his way, turning silently and retreating into the manor. At that very moment, the Hulk cast a brief, appraising look toward Lei Shun. Their interactions had been brief, their exchanges sparse, so the Hulk merely offered Lei Shun one quiet, neutral glance before turning away. The unfolding situation left the Hulk quietly unsettled. He had not anticipated encountering such circumstances. What troubled him more was the realization that he had gone too long without battle, and only combat could reawaken his body, now grown slightly lax. Yet this confrontation also exposed his many vulnerabilities, the most glaring being his utter helplessness against that strange alien power. That realization weighed heavily upon him. But as his gaze settled upon Yu Jie, a thought surfaced. Rather than torment himself in futile contemplation, he would seek Yu Jie's counsel. Yu Jie himself had not expected the Hulk to seek him out immediately upon returning to the manor. His expression softened into mild, genuine curiosity. Has something occurred? Or were you injured in the recent skirmish? If so, rest is advised. There's no cause for concern. The manor has been quiet lately. Yu Jie spoke with quiet assurance, though he remained unaware of the full chaos unfolding among the mutants beyond its walls. Yet with the most volatile threat eliminated by his own hand, further incidents of that magnitude seemed unlikely. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie oversaw the affluent estate district, its tranquility poised to return to its former serenity. Hearing Yu Jie's words, however, the Hulk slowly shook his head. It's because I've realized my strength remains insufficient. I once believed myself mighty, until witnessing you and your wife. Only then did I grasp my own insignificance. His tone carried an uncharacteristic humility. Even Yu Jie paused, studying him with renewed attention. Such self-effacing words were rare from the Hulk. Yet sensing the depth of his reflection, Yu Jie remained silent, not offering reassurance, but patiently awaiting what came next. I now understand how weak I truly am. Tell me, can I grow stronger? It was astonishing to hear such vulnerability from the Hulk. Yu Jie regarded him thoughtfully, then nodded once. So long as the will to strengthen burns within you, growth is inevitable. That much is certain. In Yu Jie's view, the Hulk remained profoundly ignorant of his own nature. Indeed, the Hulk had never truly probed the depths of his own latent potential, a truth Yu Jie affirmed with quiet certainty. For what truly mattered was not the magnitude of his opponent's power, but the extremity of his own fury. When rage surged, unbound strength followed effortlessly. This principle stood beyond doubt. Yu Jie drew a slow, deliberate breath, then revealed to the Hulk everything he knew about the very essence of his power. The Hulk himself was stunned, never imagining Yu Jie understood him more deeply than he understood himself. As Yu Jie spoke of his innate abilities, the Hulk's eyes narrowed, sharpening with dawning insight. He had entertained similar notions before, intuiting on some level that he was unlike others. Most tellingly, during every battle there came a moment when reason dissolved, and with that loss of control his strength erupted, magnified beyond measure. That revelation crystallized into conviction. This was his opportunity, and he would seize it. I wish to master my emotions, to wield my strength with absolute command. Will this prove difficult? The Hulk asked again, uncertainty lingering in his voice. Yu Jie nodded in quiet affirmation. Acquiring true strength is far simpler than you imagine, because you already possess extraordinary innate talent. You have simply failed to awaken its dormant force. In my view, the path forward lies in gradual, deliberate combat, learning through ever-shifting emotions to grasp and hold every sensation, every impulse with unwavering awareness. Yu Jie offered no shortcuts, only the most grounded, honest path forward. Within his understanding of cultivation, this was not merely sound advice. It was the only path suited to the Hulk's nature. And yet to this day the Hulk had never truly claimed mastery over himself. Was it not precisely because on some fundamental level he had never been granted what he truly desired? That very truth allowed Yu Jie to affirm, with quiet confidence, that a single well-placed insight would set the Hulk irrevocably upon the path of rapid ascension. Yet in that same breath Yu Jie noticed a subtle shift in the Hulk's expression. Moments earlier wonder had flickered across his face. Now it had faded, replaced by quiet hesitation. So, to grow stronger I require more battles. Is that correct? Yet I seem to lack such opportunities. This above all else was his deepest concern, for under Yu Jie's protection the manor granted him unparalleled freedom. But that very freedom denied him alternate avenues to forge strength. Now driven by fierce longing, that absence kindled a new restless impulse within him. Yu Jie instantly grasped the heart of his dilemma. The Hulk yearned to fight, but feared the military would never let him go. So Yu Jie met his gaze and said, simply do what you must. Some things, if not done now, will lead to regret in the future. So if you want to do it, then go ahead and do it. When you truly realize that things cannot be defied, you can always come back. Yu Jie did not mind the other person seeking their own opportunities, but he equally hoped that the other could make a better choice. Staying here will not allow the other to make a better choice, so it is better to let them see some better possibilities. Seeing that Yu Jie had spoken up, the Green Giant understood what he should do. He was certain this was one of his opportunities, as the details of the battle echoed in the Green Giant's mind, making it clear that he could not miss the chance to grow stronger. In this era, although the Green Giant did not know what would happen next, his instincts told him that the upcoming events would likely exceed his capabilities. This was a very sad matter, and according to the Green Giant's own intuition, he was well aware. When that time came, he would truly be powerless. In any situation, he could only watch without any possibility of influence. Though just thinking about that day made the Green Giant feel a deep-seated disgust. He absolutely would not allow such things to happen around him, nor would he permit himself to endure it all. After bidding farewell to Yu Jie, the Green Giant decisively chose to leave. Yu Jie watched the Green Giant's departing figure and could not help but shake his head. After all, the Green Giant could at least help guard the door and the courtyard at home. Now that the Green Giant could leave at any time, Yu Jie found himself feeling somewhat unaccustomed. However, what mattered more was the Green Giant's own thoughts. If the desire to stay was truly forced, Yu Jie would not stop him. Everyone should have their own space in the sky. This point Yu Jie was very clear about. I hope you do not regret your actions. Looking at the Green Giant's back, Yu Jie slowly spoke. However, only a moment later, Yu Jie shook his head again. The Green Giant must have his own plans, and worrying about how the other would fare was less important than simply completing the current task step by step. Before long, Hela returned. She noticed something amiss outside the manor and turned her gaze toward Yu Jie. What's going on? Did we have visitors or some uninvited guests? Hela's expression was somewhat grim, This was her little sanctuary, which she had always carefully protected, mostly thanks to the Green Giant's efforts. Yu Jie, however, smiled and recounted everything that had just happened to Hela. It turned out it was because of his brother. This left Hela, who had originally had her own thoughts, choosing to remain silent. Regarding Thor, Hela's emotions were somewhat off. The most important thing was that she always felt there was a blood relationship, but their relationship was not as friendly as imagined. Therefore, she did not want Yu Jie to have any contact with him, but now it seems she had underestimated him. When faced with an enemy, the first thing he did was shamelessly come over to stir trouble. If that brat comes by again, you don't have to worry about him. Hela thought for a moment, and still mentioned this to Yu Jie. She believed that the most crucial aspect was whether Thor could be more self-aware. If he could, then things would be much. Unfortunately, in Hela's mind, Thor was an extremely unruly character. He was likely the kind of person who would mess things up without you even knowing. This was beyond doubt, and Yu Jie did not pay much attention to Hela's concerns. Ultimately, he was only helping the other because of his connection to Hela. If there was no relation, Yu Jie probably wouldn't even glance at him. As a laid-back person, Yu Jie knew exactly what he should do. Because of this, Yu Jie and Hela did not discuss much about Thor. Recently, both of them had become somewhat too. On the other side, the mutants indeed encountered an unexpected event. No one could have anticipated that Apocalypse would die. This was something nobody expected. At least among all the previous events, although many surprises had occurred, they were all manageable. Even Magneto did not expect that an unexpected occurrence would happen in a moment of negligence. However, with Apocalypse's death, this was still a good thing for him. Because they were never on the same path, if the other party wanted to stir trouble here, he had no choice but to watch idly. Moreover, Magneto was also clear about what kind of lunatic the other was. Once there were taboos, he would not let go, and would do everything possible to create chaos. In fact, it was not just Magneto who felt that things had become much simpler. Even Dr. X over here could sense that things were no longer as complex as before. You should know that before this, too many unexpected events had occurred, due to various matters. The most significant among them was the appearance of Apocalypse, who had originally been in a deep slumber. Many mutants were aware of his origins. But considering that he was still in slumber, there was no need to pay too much attention. However, the various unexpected occurrences now indicated that even a sleeping mutant could bring about tremendous. Magneto did not take too many new actions, but Dr. X was different. She was increasingly fearful of those mutants still in slumber. Thus, without further ado, she began investigating this group of individuals. Her thought was straightforward: to eliminate all potential threats. No one knew when these threats would emerge, but responding to change with consistency was currently the best choice. S-H-I-E-L-D could be considered the entity that benefited the most from this. Because previously S-H-I-E-L-D had faced crises more than once due to mutant issues, but now thanks to Apocalypse's negative crisis, it had completely dissipated. The city was beginning to gradually recover. This was the best news for S-H-I-E-L-D, and they also did not wish for more unexpected events to occur. However, for S-H-I-E-L-D, what they needed to do most was to resolve that group of lunatics as much as possible. Mutants were the biggest lunatics in S-H-I-E-L-D's the universe. Originally, Yu Jie thought that Thanos would need some time to start collecting the Infinity Stones to invade the entire universe. But now Thanos has already begun to move. He is far crazier than imagined. The most obvious sign is that all his armies have been dispatched at the first opportunity. Thanos understands very well that to obtain the Infinity Stones in a short time, he must dispatch a large amount of manpower and resources. Only in this way can he collect the Infinity Stones quickly. Moreover, those stones are in a sense treasures. Without sufficient strength, one does not have the right to wield them. Thanos knows this very well. However, at the same time, he needs a more suitable opportunity. After all, up until now, he has only obtained one stone. Yet because of this one stone, he is acutely aware that this is his last chance. No one expected that Thanos would begin collecting the stones at this time, and he is even more aggressive than imagined. At this moment, he has actually found a diviner. He has learned about some future events that were impossible in the previous, but he does not know what caused this unexpected occurrence. Precisely because of this, he is more aware of his situation. To achieve his grand dream of obtaining these stones, he needs to go to Earth in the shortest time possible and completely destroy the potential Avengers. The members of S-H-I-E-L-D probably did not expect that they had already been targeted by Thanos without realizing it. At this moment, the Avengers have yet to even form together. Even so, Thanos here has not given up on creating chaos. Yu Jie, who was originally resting on Earth, never expected that Thanos would arrive on Earth so quickly. In just a month's time, Thanos' spaceship has already arrived on Earth. Moreover, compared to before this time, his actions are somewhat crazy. Yu Jie, who was still resting at home, suddenly sensed a completely different aura emerging on Earth. Just 2 days ago, during a sign-in, he obtained an unexpected treasure, the global monitoring system. As long as a force not belonging to Earth appears, it will be detected. Thus, for the first time, Yu Jie's expression changed. Having just resolved the matter regarding mutants, he never expected that another incident would occur in such a short time. It would be a lie to say that Yu Jie is not angry. At the same time, a glow began to flicker around Yu Jie. There are not many things he can accept, and the one thing he cannot tolerate the most is being disturbed by others. These reckless fools have repeatedly come to Earth to cause trouble, nearly turning Earth into their backyard. Given this situation, he has nothing more to say. Not long after Yu Jie appeared in the sky above Earth. At the same time, several hundred traces of spaceships appeared before his eyes, and just looking at this scene made Yu Jie think of Thanos' arrival. He originally thought it would take some time for Thanos to come to Earth, but now it seems he has underestimated the opponent. He arrived much faster than expected. However, even after arriving on Earth, Yu Jie is not concerned, as the opponent's power is ultimately not enough to warrant his attention. Yu Jie's power was also restrained at the first moment. Although Yu Jie knows that the opponent is not that simple, he also believes he will not give the opponent any opportunity to create chaos. The terrifying power erupted completely in a breath. Meanwhile, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Yu Jie's mouth. He wants to see if Thanos' army has changed in any way compared to his previous life. However, at this moment, he was surprised to find that the unexpected situation seemed to have come a bit too abruptly. He had not yet made a move when the opponent unleashed an extremely terrifying aura. This aura contained the arrival of dozens of cosmic armies. At this moment, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes, for he believed that while the opponent's power was indeed strong, it should not bring him too many surprises. This was merely Yu Jie's prior thought. Among the spaceships he saw in reality, each one contained extremely powerful warriors. Some of these warriors even wore strange smiles, and precisely because of this, Yu Jie began to feel what exactly is going on. Yu Jie did not choose to take the initiative, but his opponents could not hold back, as just when Yu Jie focused his gaze on these cosmic warriors. These cosmic warriors all collectively launched an attack on Yu Jie, seemingly believing that with such an assault they could defeat him. Yu Jie naturally took all of this into account, but there was not a shred of concern in his eyes. Only Yu Jie knows how powerful he truly is. If merely relying on these so-called laser guns could kill him, then all his sign-ins over the past days would have been in vain. The Silver Superman not only possesses strength, but also incredible defense. Moreover, with the support of the Codex of Life, he can increase his defense to an unbelievable level in a short. Because of this, Yu Jie has no intention of taking action. Instead, he slowly approaches his opponent. This scene is indeed somewhat strange. All the opponents here are stunned. These warriors were carefully chosen by Thanos from the universe. Because of this, they have a certain self-awareness of their own strength. However, everything happening before them, with Yu Jie, completely overturns their self-perception. They never expected that someone could withstand their weapons and keep advancing. They could even see that Yu Jie's smile was so unrestrained, so dismissive. For a moment, some warriors even chose to retreat. The combat power displayed by Yu Jie was too astonishing. It was something beyond what normal humans could achieve. Yu Jie didn't even spare a glance at his opponent. He knew that this group of guys wanted to kill him here, but their strength was not enough to instill fear. In fact, Yu Jie had been somewhat curious for a while about why Thanos dared to come to Earth at this time. Was he out of his mind? Although the Avengers did not exist on Earth now, it was not as weak as one might imagine. To some extent, Yu Jie also considered himself part of the Earth. It seems you are still completely ignorant of power, he said as a dazzling light appeared around Yu Jie. Earlier, Yu Jie hadn't unleashed his tear spirit, but the moment he began to have thoughts about this group of guys. All the opponents sensed something was wrong with Yu Jie. If Yu Jie were to strike, everything would be manageable, but he did not make a move. Yu just standing there exuded immense intimidation. This overwhelming power continued to rise, and some people's fears were born from thin air, just like at this moment, when they faced Yu Jie. They could feel their bodies trembling uncontrollably of fear that came from deep within. Meanwhile, Yu Jie began to harness the power of the Silver Superman. Didn't they say that Earth is filled with weak humans? Didn't they say Earth is merely a low civilization? What's going on here? Why does this human possess such strange power? In the face of overwhelming fear, even the cosmic warriors sensed the subtle pressure emanating from Yu Jie. Just then Yu Jie made his move, and a brilliant light burst forth from his hand. The ones who had initially blocked Yu Jie did not expect him to be this terrifying. Before he even made a full move, he had already taken down a large group of warriors, leaving everyone's gaze uncertain for a moment. They had no idea what Yu Jie was all about. He was merely a human. But the power of this human was simply too terrifying, and some warriors even exchanged glances with one another. The next moment their actions became utterly ridiculous. They actually attempted to flee, while Thanos, who had remained in the main control room, watched everything unfold. The diviner had informed Thanos before his arrival on Earth that the current Earth was somewhat different from what he had imagined. If Thanos wanted to conquer the entire Earth and obtain his gems, it would take much longer than he anticipated. Moreover, if he did not conquer Earth, he would be unable to fulfill his wish of acquiring the Infinity Gems. It must be said that Thanos had already found himself in a difficult position before he even set out. He could only take action. Only by doing so could he keep his wishes alive. Once he chose to retreat, both the gems and his wishes would be utterly wasted, a reality Thanos could not accept. At this moment, he also shifted his gaze to his surroundings. Beside Thanos, his eager subordinates all lowered their heads. "My dear master, if you need anything, your warriors will carve a thorny path for you." One subordinate had already knelt on the ground, pledging allegiance to Thanos. However, Thanos showed no reaction. His gaze remained glued to the screen, where Yu Jie was wreaking havoc. To Thanos, Yu Jie was somewhat of an eyesore at this moment. Yet Thanos was not ready to deploy his most loyal subordinates, because he understood that Earth had yet to fully reveal its true power. This was not good news for Thanos. According to his speculation, he needed at least to see what cards Earth held. Once he determined the opponent's trump cards, he could annihilate them in an instant. He would also obtain the Infinity Gems he desired, but at this moment Thanos seemed to have underestimated Yu Jie's lethality. Yu Jie's gaze fell upon the group of cosmic beings. He initially thought these cosmic beings would bring him something, but it turned out that this group merely flaunted their higher-dimensional weapons, putting on a show. Thinking of this, Yu Jie naturally would not give his opponents any opportunities. In the next moment, flames ignited around Yu Jie, and at the same time he grinned. "Let me show you what true despair looks like," he declared as a light flickered in his hand, far more radiant than the light that had shone before. Within this light also resided a more terrifying power, completely different from what had been displayed earlier. It is worth noting that although Yu Jie was prepared to make a move earlier, he had not unleashed his power on a large. However, after waiting so long, Yu Jie still saw no hope from this group of opponents. Thus he decided not to waste any more time. With each passing second, Yu Jie's power was being born. The light radiated around Yu Jie, expanding outward from his center, and the power contained within this light grew ever stronger. All those attempting to approach Yu Jie, or even those trying to flee the battlefield, were obliterated by Yu Jie's power in an instant. This was not the power of a mage. Seeing this scene, Thanos narrowed his eyes. He was indeed probing Yu Jie, wanting to see what kind of power he possessed. But it appeared that Yu Jie was somewhat different from what he had imagined. The most obvious difference was the mage power Yu Jie displayed. He had previously guessed this more than once. What kind of power did Yu Jie actually possess? Would it bring him some unique experiences? However, it seemed that he was just an extremely weak mage. It is well known that mages are the most destructive beings in the entire universe. However, this destructive power also varies. The most striking difference is that the body of the mage is incredibly weak. This stands in stark contrast to their immense power. While they possess great strength, they cannot apply that power to their own bodies, which makes killing a mage quite simple. At least in Thanos' view, he did not need much time to completely eliminate a mage with terrifying power. This was Thanos' confidence, and after all, he indeed possessed such power. To Thanos, the power displayed by Yu Jie also conveyed a message to him. Yu Jie is not someone worth paying too much attention to. After all, there is a being on his spaceship claiming to be the strongest mage in the 9 realms. Thinking of this, Thanos couldn't help but chuckle. "I thought Earth would bring me so-called surprises, but it seems I have overestimated them after all." As he spoke, a more terrifying power began to surface around Thanos. He no longer wished to watch his so-called subordinates being continuously killed, while at the same time several of Thanos' other generals also raised their heads. They could see that Thanos was now significantly different from before, the most obvious change being the aura he exuded, which had completely transformed. Previously, although Thanos had exhibited similar actions, he did not reveal all of his power at that time. Now, however, Thanos showed no intention of concealing his thoughts. All his subordinates knelt at once, knowing that the current Thanos was vastly different from just moments ago. The most apparent change was that Thanos was now serious. "No more wasting time here, go deal with them," Thanos commanded, and at that moment his subordinates sprang into action. The first to take action was General Deathblade. As the most powerful being under Thanos, he would not allow his master to be provoked here. Yu Jie's actions had already made him feel that this guy was provoking his master. With a breath, he stepped out of the spaceship on behalf of Thanos, and the moment he emerged, a more terrifying power surrounded him, and before long he appeared right in front of Yu Jie. Yu Jie also focused his gaze on General Deathblade, sensing that this opponent was somewhat different. After a moment's thought, it seemed this was one of the 5 great figures under Thanos. Thinking of this, Yu Jie couldn't help but smile. He originally thought he might have miscalculated this time. But now, looking at his opponent, he could confirm that Thanos had indeed come to Earth. Yet Yu Jie still felt a bit puzzled. Why would Thanos come to Earth at this time to seek the Infinity Stones? According to the trajectory of events, it would still take some time for them to arrive. At this moment, even the most basic Avengers had not yet formed, yet they had already come to attack. Yu Jie found this very strange, but before he could act, his opponent spoke directly. Anyone daring to offend my master will pay the price, and the price you are about to pay is your life. As he spoke, a burst of light erupted from him, enveloping him in black radiance. At the same time, his power erupted instantly. However, it seemed he had somewhat underestimated Yu Jie. Just as he made his move, light began to flicker around Yu Jie. Moreover, the radiance surrounding Yu Jie was even more dazzling than his own. By the time he attacked Yu Jie, he realized that the power emanating from Yu Jie was not quite right. But at this point, it was too late for any reaction, because he had already touched Yu Jie's body, and due to the explosive power Yu Jie unleashed, anyone attempting to infringe upon Yu Jie's space would pay the price. If that guy can be called your master, then you are indeed just a useless being. Yu Jie spoke as his fist pierced through the opponent's chest. In the next moment, General Deathblade was sent flying. Yu Jie not only destroyed his heart, but also sent him careening away. Though this opponent appeared quite ferocious, the power he possessed was nowhere near as strong as he claimed. At least after Yu Jie unleashed his power, the opponent had no means to defend himself, and at that moment Yu Jie shook his head once more. He felt the opponent might still think he could make a move here, but the opponent seemed to be somewhat oblivious to the situation. After being sent flying, General Deathblade realized just how terrifying Yu Jie was. The injuries on his body seemed to convey just how strong his current opponent truly was. Nevertheless, General Deathblade showed no signs of retreat, instead ignoring the injuries on his body. Once again, he charged at Yu Jie, and as he reached Yu Jie, even Yu Jie noticed that the wounds on his opponent were all. At this moment, Yu Jie had already realized that this guy was indeed peculiar. It was both strange and not strange at all. The most obvious aspect being the extent of the opponent's combat power. The opponent could infinitely revive and even ignore any wounds, as he possessed an incredibly terrifying healing ability. On the battlefield, in one moment you might have just severed his arm, and in the next his arm would heal rapidly. Such power even Yu Jie viewed with a hint of envy. After all, the life code requires a certain amount of power to help one revive faster and even enhance one's strength. However, after this realization, Yu Jie had little more to consider. Once the bloodline of the Super Saiyan entered his body, he discovered that the Saiyan bloodline was the most terrifying existence in the entire world. One could allow oneself to revive infinitely, while the other power enables one to continuously enhance their combat abilities during battle. With every injury sustained, the combat power unleashed in the next moment would double. This is the terrifying aspect of the Super Saiyan. At this moment, General Deathblade was now much more cautious compared to before, because he could sense that this opponent Yu Jie was far more troublesome than he had imagined, even though he had already attacked for the second time. Yet he still couldn't recall how he had been defeated by Yu Jie the first time, especially since he had already had contact. He could even easily engage with Yu Jie, yet still ended up dodged and severely injured by him. Therefore, in this moment of battle, he not only wished to defeat Yu Jie, but also wanted to understand how Yu Jie had. Yu Jie never wanted to contemplate what his opponent would do next. In Yu Jie's eyes, as long as his own power was greater than his opponent's, any thoughts his opponent had would be futile. At the same time, Yu Jie extended his hand once more, for the power he exhibited now was far greater than before. He knew his opponent was someone extremely adept at healing, and their attack power was also stronger than average, so Yu Jie was not prepared to waste more time here. In the next moment, the power within Yu Jie erupted again, catching the Dreadblade General by surprise with his brutal ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the terror descended as Yu Jie had just completely pierced through the Dreadblade General's heart. But this time Yu Jie targeted his opponent's entire upper body, utterly obliterating it in one strike. Waiting was an absolutely meaningless action, or just as his opponent's body began to slowly recover, Yu Jie once again sprang into action. Do you think I will give you a chance to recover this time? Was that a bit too wishful thinking? As he spoke, Yu Jie unleashed his power once more, which had undergone a significant change compared to before. Most notably, Yu Jie had seized the most apparent opportunity this time. He was not concerned with who his opponent was. Naturally, he did not care about the opponent's actions, but as the opponent began to recover, Yu Jie understood the means at their disposal. He would not allow such a thing to happen, so his power erupted again, striking the opponent with overwhelming force. Even the Dreadblade General himself did not anticipate Yu Jie would be so decisive in his killings. Unfortunately, his body still had not recovered. However, Thanos, who was monitoring everything aboard the spaceship, furrowed his brow. Initially, he thought the opponent was just a somewhat capable mage, but now as Yu Jie demonstrated extraordinary power, it was clear he was anything but ordinary. Even Thanos had to admit that this opponent seemed somewhat different. He was not just an exceptional mage, he even possessed a warrior's strength. It seems our opponent has brought us some unexpected surprises, Thanos remarked, his gaze shifting to the side. That was the Dreadblade General's wife, Dark Knight Proxima, who sensed Thanos' intent at this moment. My great master, I will bring back the opponent's head. Please wait for my news. As he spoke, he also sprang. Without waiting to reach, Yu Jie, the spear in his hand flew straight out. As a warrior, he was strikingly similar to his husband, but in contrast. The power he wielded was terrifying. The weapon in his hand was a divine spear forged personally by This spear would split into 3 black rays that could track their target upon being thrown, and any creature touched by them would immediately perish. There was no chance of survival, but this moment he had already released the spear even before reaching the battlefield. At the same time, the rays representing death flew towards Yu Jie, who was still engaged in his final battle with the Dreadblade General. Although he saw the rays, Yu Jie was entirely unconcerned with any means his opponent employed at this moment. In the next second, the rays struck Yu Jie, but an unexpected event occurred. Dark Knight Proxima believed it was impossible for the opponent to escape now. However, she never imagined that Yu Jie, struck by her rays, would show no reaction whatsoever. Yu Jie, who was still in battle, showed no signs of weakness or even death. At this point, even she was taken. Yu Jie's body was incredibly powerful, so much so that he could ignore the threat posed by this deathly force. In an instant, he furrowed his brows and charged forward. He aimed to buy time for his husband to resurrect. And as he reached Yu Jie's hand had already extended, pinching the divine spear between their fingers. Yu Jie glanced at the opponent's weapon and then at the opponent. "Was it you, this fool, who tried to ambush me?" A smile appeared on Yu Jie's face as he spoke. He had not anticipated that this opponent would be so powerful, capable of seizing his weapon. Grabbing his weapon barehanded meant the opponent's body and strength were extraordinarily formidable. Unfortunately, in the next second, everything he saw changed at that moment. Yu Jie crushed his weapon with his bare hands, a weapon bestowed by Thanos. It was a creation forged personally by Thanos, yet this weapon was torn apart by Yu Jie barehanded, causing Dark Knight Proxima's expression to shift dramatically. She had never expected this guy would become like this, but in the next second Yu Jie also charged at her. Yu Jie's hand gripped her head. Dark Knight Proxima was made powerful by Thanos' weapon, and her body was entirely different from her husband's. She did not possess any healing or resurrection powers. Thus, the moment Yu Jie seized her head, his power erupted in the next second. Dark Knight Proxima felt a heart-wrenching sensation suddenly wash over her. It spread from her head throughout her entire body, and in no time, she was utterly annihilated. The Dreadblade General, who had just revived, was stunned. He could not believe his wife had died before him in such a manner. Anger filled his mind as he seized his weapon and charged at Yu Jie, but Yu Jie merely shook his head, saying, "Let both of you return home together." A wave of energy appeared before Yu Jie, power he had gained during a previous signing. This power, combined with Scion strength, could unleash even more terrifying might, and in just 1 second the Dreadblade General vanished along with his weapon. This weapon constituted the essence of his being. As long as the weapon remained undamaged, he could resurrect. However, if the weapon were destroyed, he would have no chance of resurrection. In the next second, Yu Jie turned his head. At the same time as the two oblivious couples were dealt with, a beam of light surged towards Yu Jie from behind. The black light, infused with a sense of annihilation, charged directly at Yu Jie, a force brimming with destructive energy, almost instantly closing in on him. Given the formidable strength of Yu Jie's physical body, there was no need for him to evade, yet he still made a dodging movement to cooperate with his opponent. It seems the strongest mage has also made his move. Yu Jie remarked, his gaze already fixed on this. As the strongest mage, Wu Mu Hong possessed tremendous power, not only in terms of spells, but also in his ability to manipulate the hearts of others. This was one of the key reasons why many were extremely disappointed with his performance in the previous Life's movie. The power he displayed was not weaker than that of Thanos, and he followed Thanos more out of interest than necessity. The true reason remained unknown to anyone. Now Wu Mu Ho stood before Yu Jie, having showcased his own. In the blink of an eye, his power had completely surged towards Yu Jie, yet he seemed to have no intention of communicating with him, which surprised Yu Jie slightly. Originally known as the liar and evil Black Tongue, this individual seemed to thrive on using his words to control his opponents, but now his battle style was somewhat different. "I didn't expect the one who loves to talk the most would choose silence. You must be trying to give me a so-called surprise," Yu Jie said, unleashing his own power, fully deciding to let the result be spoken through the body of his opponent, since he did not wish to speak. Yu Jie was incredibly fast, but when he reached Wu Mu Ho, he was once again stunned, realizing that his opponent could actually teleport. In the blink of an eye, he was still in that position, only to leave Yu Jie's line of sight the next second. Even the dark magic representing death surged towards him once more. At this moment, the power he exhibited exceeded Yu Jie's foresight. However, Yu Jie showed no sign of One must admit that while this guy could bring surprises, they were merely slight ones. In the face of true power, such surprises held no significance. Yu Jie controlled his hands, and the next second countless waves of chi emitted from him, turning everything around him into targets for imminent destruction. All those attempting to argue or confront Yu Jie in this space would be completely engulfed by this force. Yet Yu Jie's gaze remained fixed on Wu Mu Ho. The waves of chi he unleashed did not find their opponent's position, because Wu Mu Ho also had the ability to teleport. This made the battle momentarily more complicated. Inside the spaceship, Thanos watched this scene with surprise, knowing about Wu Mu Ho and the kind of power he possessed. However, he did not expect that his subordinate would not rush to use his language-controlling magic. Instead, he engaged Yu Jie in continuous battle, using his own power, which surprised Thanos as he observed Yu Jie slay 2 of his generals. This had already incited a hint of anger in the king, yet he still wanted to see what kind of surprise this individual. After all, Wu Mu lived not just as a being known for his strength. His ability to manipulate hearts was far more terrifying than the power he displayed. However, this time Wu Mu Ho not only failed to exhibit such power, but instead adopted a burdensome and ungrateful strategy. This made Thanos frown. Thanos focused his gaze on the diviner, wanting to see what was going on. Noticing Thanos' gaze upon him, the diviner shook his head. "My dear master, I do not know what is happening. Even the future I see now is shrouded in chaos, as if some extremely powerful force is interfering with me." The diviner suddenly spoke, catching Thanos off guard. "Didn't you say that anything that would happen in the future could not escape your eyes? Why are you now telling me that you see nothing? Are you joking with me?" As he spoke, an immense power began to manifest within Thanos, who was growing increasingly angry. After all, Yu Jie's appearance had disrupted all his plans, and not to mention Wu Mu Ho's performance made him feel on the battlefield the situation was also changing. Yu Jie suddenly felt that this so-called strongest mage seemed a bit strange. From the moment he appeared until now, he had shown no real strength, mostly engaging in tentative attacks. This allowed Yu Jie to be certain that the other party harbored no malice towards him, more like conducting an assessment of him, and thinking of this made Yu Jie smile. A mere so-called strongest mage dares to test and assess me here. Who gave him the courage to do such a— One must admit this guy is far more inclined to court death than one might imagine. I gave you a chance, but you did not seize it. Since that is the case, you need not grasp this opportunity anymore. Yu Jie did not wish to linger too long, nor did he intend to continue the drawn-out battle with his opponent. In Yu Jie's view, the time wasted here was simply too much. He no longer wished to prolong this waste of time. An even more terrifying power erupted from within him. Centered around himself, this power began to spread out, even starting to control everything in the surrounding space. Wu Mu Ho originally wanted to see what was so remarkable about Yu Jie, so he had not directly attacked. Instead, he chose a tentative approach, yet he never anticipated that Yu Jie would outright abandon the so-called. He unleashed his strongest power right here, and even just one glance was enough for Wu Mu Ho to feel. Compared to before, this power was filled with the essence of destruction. There was no doubt that Yu Jie aimed to— Yu Jie did not want to waste too much time here, for he understood very clearly that what was happening now was still to some extent under his control. However, his opponent seemed intent on wasting time as well. Considering this, Yu Jie would not allow his opponent's thoughts to persist. Because of this, the brilliance surrounding Yu Jie grew increasingly dazzling. Initially, he had not fully unleashed this radiance. But upon considering the actions his opponent might take next, Yu Jie could no longer maintain his composure, and a more terrifying power began to emanate around him. Under the influence of this terrifying power, it was almost possible to feel the birth of many things, with the most obvious being the scent of destruction. Prior to this, Yu Jie had not displayed such power, nor had he shown any signs of destruction. However, this sudden surge of power made his opponent frown. After a moment's consideration, Wu Mu Ho did not act immediately. He understood that continuing to battle an opponent like Yu Jie at this time required more than just time. It might also necessitate gaining some understanding of what actions Yu Jie would take next. After all, every time Yu Jie had unleashed his power before, it had been immensely strong and terrifying. If something unexpected occurred now, it would mean he had no means of retreat. "You did not seize the opportunity given to you, so now you shall die." Yu Jie suddenly spoke, and at that moment the power he had just prepared erupted completely. Just as Yu Jie had thought, he would give his opponent a chance here. He would allow his opponent to showcase their strongest power. Yet he never expected that his opponent would not cherish this chance, and would instead try to create trouble here. In that case, let the opponent witness what true cruelty is. The terrifying power exploded in an instant, even more horrifying than any force displayed before. At this moment, Yu Jie's eyes narrowed once again. He could sense that his opponent had used teleportation once more, and this time the teleportation used was completely different from the previous one. His opponent continuously used teleportation to influence his judgment in their attempts to attack. However, this time, although his opponent did use teleportation, strictly speaking, this teleportation was more inclined towards a shift in position. Each time an attack occurred, the opponent would unleash their teleportation. This meant that while he could attack the opponent, he had no way of finding their position. Yet this time, upon sensing Yu Jie's immense power, the opponent still chose to teleport. It seemed they wished to find a chance to survive in that fleeting moment, but this scene was somewhat laughable to Yu Jie. No one knew better than Yu Jie just how terrifying the power he wielded was. At least before, he had kept this power within a certain range. But this time was different. The terrifying threat emanating from him was something Yu Jie could control. Countless powers converged upon Yu Jie. However, his opponent was unaware. In their eyes it seemed that their Countless powers converged upon Yu Jie. However, his opponent was unaware. In their eyes it seemed that their teleportation could evade the attack. Countless powers converged upon Yu Jie. However, his opponent was unaware. In their eyes it seemed that their One must admit that there are always many who think fantastically. Yu Jie laughed as he observed his opponent constantly teleporting. The next second something astonishing happened to Wu Mu Ho as he believed his teleportation was one of his trump cards. As long as he kept teleporting, no attack could reach him. All he needed to do was find the right position, but the next moment he discovered that Yu Jie had vanished. When he looked again, he found that Yu Jie was already behind him. After a glance, Wu Mu Ho did not even think of attacking. He activated his teleportation, once more attempting to escape from Yu Jie's assault. How is this possible? How can you also teleport? How could you possess such power? It is absolutely impossible. After consecutive teleportations, the astonishment in Wu Mu Ho's eyes was far more than simple surprise. He was very clear about the power he wielded. It was a particularly rare and terrifying force. It would not erupt unless the right opportunity presented itself. But now everything he saw completely overturned his expectations. The most obvious change was that the opportunity he had previously grasped had now completely transformed. The teleportation Yu Jie used followed his own, and several times it had even occurred in front of him. If the opponent's teleportation had merely followed behind him, Wu Mu Ho might not have found it so strange. However, now the power Yu Jie displayed directly overturned all his perceptions. This made Wu Mu Ho's expression change. He realized that Yu Jie might be far stronger than he had imagined. Just from the aspect of teleportation, even Thanos would not be able to master such power. After taking a deep breath, Wu Mu Ho spoke up. I must admit that you possess extremely terrifying and powerful strength, but if you cannot wield that power well, it will hold no meaning. Don't you agree? Perhaps Yu Jie never expected that while he was toying with his opponent, they would utter such words to him. From his opponent's words, Yu Jie could easily analyze that this person seemed to want to teach him how to use his power, which made it somewhat difficult for Yu Jie to contain himself. For the first time, he discovered that this guy was surprisingly cute, wanting to tell him how to use his power. Do you really think that with your so-called understanding you can teach me how to use the power I possess? At that moment, Yu Jie looked at Wu Mu Ho as if he were looking at a fool. Only he himself knew how ridiculous Wu Mu Ho's words were compared to others. All of Yu Jie's powers were obtained through signing in, and he was well aware of what that power meant. He did not need any so-called techniques. All he needed was to let his power erupt, and that was enough. Yu Jie's sudden remark caught Wu Mu Ho completely off guard. Yet from Yu Jie's words it was easy to deduce that he was filled with disdain. Especially since what he had just said went entirely unnoticed by the other party, it was precisely this that left him dumbfounded. The next moment disbelief flickered in his eyes as Yu Jie chose to strike again after delivering those words. Yu Jie did not waste any time here, just as he had previously anticipated. The time he spent was far too much, granting his opponent too many opportunities. However, the opponent before him did not know how to cherish such an opportunity, not knowing what to do. Because of this, Yu Jie decided to send the other party on their way. As the opponent activated their instantaneous movement, Yu Jie had already predicted their position in advance. Perhaps the opponent still thought that their instantaneous movement was the same as his. Wu Mu Ho's instantaneous movement was in a sense more like a spell. It required constant application of the principles inherent to the spell, but Yu Jie did not need that. As long as he could sense the opponent's aura and even estimate it, he could use instantaneous movement that surpassed the opponent's speed by a wide margin. Because of this, at a moment when Wu Mu Ho least expected it, Yu Jie had already appeared before him. Simultaneously, Yu Jie's hand grasped the opponent's head. Before the opponent had any chance to react, he intensified the strength in his grip, and the next second the head burst like a watermelon, splattering brain matter from his hand. Yu Jie shook his head, fully aware that Wu Mu Ho might have more to say, words to express. Yet all of that became meaningless, for Yu Jie had already given the opponent ample opportunity. However, the opponent seemed not to cherish such an opportunity, and because of this, Yu Jie would not allow this situation to continue. Soon Yu Jie's gaze shifted once more towards the nearby spaceship. From the moment until now, Thanos had already dispatched his 3 formidable generals, each a powerful presence. If these 3 were to be unleashed upon Earth, it would only take a day for the planet to face its destruction. However, this destruction was evidently impossible, as Yu Jie's power had already proven everything to Thanos, who was still aboard the spaceship. Thanos witnessed everything, actually feeling that the mages under his command were acting somewhat strange. From the battles that had unfolded, he felt that something was off. He was familiar with this mage, and at this moment a vague suspicion arose in Thanos' mind, thinking that this was merely a clone of the mage, and that the real one had likely fled. With neither he nor his opponent in the same place, the real one had escaped. Yet Thanos had no intention to dwell on this matter any longer. Yu Jie now stood right before him, and he questioned what reason he had to allow such a human to exist. The next moment Thanos halted his subordinates, personally stepping out of the spaceship. Yu Jie, who had been waiting in space, now fixed his gaze upon Thanos. He could sense a hint of anger emanating from Thanos at that moment. Don't you find your anger somewhat inexplicable? I was having a good rest on Earth, and thanks to your arrival, I have to work overtime. I am the one who should truly be angry. As he spoke, light began to flicker around Yu Jie. Yu Jie, who had been waiting for the other to appear, would not give Thanos any opportunity. His speed was astonishing. Moreover, this time, he directly used instantaneous movement, arriving before Thanos in no time. Thanos was still pondering the meaning behind Yu Jie's previous words, utterly unprepared for Yu Jie's sudden strike. Only after Yu Jie's power erupted from his body did Thanos look at him in astonishment. The power he had just displayed was somewhat peculiar. This did not seem like the strength of a mere mage, not even until Thanos felt that Yu Jie was not a pure mage, but more like a valiant warrior. From the power displayed by the opponent, he could no longer affirm that assumption. Previously, Thanos had focused his gaze on Yu Jie, wanting to see what made this individual different. However, it now seemed that the power Yu Jie possessed was far beyond what he had originally speculated. Wielding his weapon, Thanos pushed Yu Jie away from himself. I must admit, if you were truly just a human, the power you possess completely defies my imagination. According to my understanding, Earth is still a backward and ignorant planet, so how could a being like you exist? Thanos had long been a tyrant in the universe. Because of this, he was very aware of the various races present in the universe. He knew which races were strong and which were weak. For example, regarding Earth, he knew there were no so-called strong. It was not particularly a powerful planet, and he could now confirm that Yu Jie was not a normal Earthling. Not only was this contrary to his prior knowledge, but the power Yu Jie exhibited was also completely different from his expectations. Considering this, Thanos felt it necessary to understand who Yu Jie truly was, otherwise things might not be. The Infinity Stones must be collected, but Yu Jie's appearance complicated matters. At this moment, he understood what the other was saying. However, Yu Jie did not feel the need to continue explaining to Thanos. In fact, from the moment Yu Jie began to act, Thanos had already become a dead man in Yu Jie's eyes. Was there a need to explain so much to a dead man? No, it was unnecessary, as light once again flickered around. Thanos had not expected that Yu Jie had no intention of communicating with him at all. Yu Jie's power erupted, and in a breath this force surged forth. Thanos could only once again wield his weapon to defend against the impending attack. From the moment you offended Earth, we have been enemies, so any words you speak now are meaningless. Yu Jie never considered himself as the protector of Earth. However, for Yu Jie, Earth is in a sense the most important place at present. After all, his home with Hela is here. How could Yu Jie allow enemies to suddenly appear in his home? Moreover, Yu Jie has long known that Thanos is not as simple as he seems. He is, to a certain extent, an extreme destroyer. Who would think that to maintain peace in the universe, one would eliminate half of all life within it? Only a lunatic like Thanos could do such a thing, but at this moment Yu Jie is also pondering the force behind. Yu Jie knows that Thanos is not as simple as imagined. After all, strictly speaking, he is considered part of the eternal race. It seems that he will possess infinite life in the future. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie knows there is nothing to discuss with Thanos. They are already standing on opposing sides. What reason is there to speak freely here? Thanos' gaze changed. He knew this guy in front of him was not good news. However, he did not expect Yu Jie to harbor such hostility towards him, which caused Thanos' eyes to flicker with a hint of coldness. Some issues can be resolved, such as engaging in friendly dialogue. But some matters are beyond resolution. For instance, Yu Jie's current actions indicate that he does not wish to engage in any supposed friendly exchanges. He even intends to fight here, and upon realizing this, Thanos began to wield his weapon. Having confirmed that the other party was not friendly, he naturally would not waste time here. A more terrifying power erupted from Thanos. Compared to before, the power Thanos now wielded was far greater. In an instant, his strength reached its peak. Yu Jie narrowed his eyes, unable to help but scrutinize. He had previously guessed that Thanos might be but now it seems that the most significant difference lies in the mastery of his power. Originally, Yu Jie believed it would take Thanos a while to elevate his strength to its peak. However, it appears that he has underestimated Thanos. The most obvious sign is that Thanos' power is still, since we cannot come together, then you shall die. It is hard to imagine that beneath such a massive frame Thanos possesses terrifying speed. As soon as Thanos finished speaking, his speed increased dramatically. He was much faster than Yu Jie had imagined. Moreover, while making his move, Thanos' power also enhanced the perfect combination of speed and strength. This surprised Yu Jie. Is this still the guy he knows? How is he able to utilize this power so flawlessly? Each attack seems to pinpoint an opportunity, almost directly erupting from Yu Jie, causing him to frown. He feels that the Thanos he encounters now is somewhat different, at least significantly changed from the one in his memory. At the same time, Thanos was also shocked by Yu Jie's actions. To Thanos, Yu Jie seemed to be a fusion of a mage and a warrior. He could see the terror of a mage and the resilience of a warrior in Yu Jie. However, what surprised him the most was that Yu Jie had not used his own powers. Instead, he was more focused on evading him, curious as to why Yu Jie now appeared so different from before. Both sides have confirmed their positions standing in opposition, so there can naturally be no so-called friendly. It is more about the complete eruption of power. Thanos continuously enhances his strength and relentlessly attacks Yu Jie. Only Yu Jie observes everything happening with Thanos. He knows that Thanos might soon be under the gaze of the goddess of death. However, whether this will happen is something Yu Jie is no longer certain about. The most obvious difference lies in the current state compared to what Yu Jie understood earlier. The displayed power is somewhat different. It is also extremely powerful. Yet the internal power remains within a controllable range. Just when he encounters an opponent, things start to change. The most apparent aspect is the danger exhibited when this power erupts. This causes Yu Jie to squint his eyes to a certain extent. He is starting to confirm, even guarantee, that Thanos must have been cursed by the goddess of death. The goddess of death, one of the 5 deities, is completely different from his wife. His wife, in fact, has some bad luck. She shares a name with the goddess of death. However, that goddess of death is simply known as the goddess of death. She governs life and death. As long as she does not wish, no life will perish. In Yu Jie's memory, Thanos is a pervert who enjoys death. He is also infatuated with the goddess of death. To say he loves her would not be an exaggeration. Because of this, he has a peculiar reverence for death, yet for some reason the goddess of death does not favor Thanos. Instead, she seems to prefer the monster Deadpool, but unfortunately Deadpool is in opposition to Thanos. Upon learning that the goddess of death favors Deadpool, Thanos took similar measures. He cursed that death could not touch him, using his divine power, just as the goddess of death cursed herself to avoid death. This way, neither he nor his rival can meet the goddess of death. Because of this, Yu Jie is somewhat certain Thanos may have shown his fondness for the goddess of death long ago. This led to the goddess of death cursing him, preventing him from dying. Now everything Thanos exhibits seems somewhat different. Although Yu Jie currently possesses terrifying power, whether he can break the curse of the 5 divine beings is something even he cannot be certain of. He knows that his power could infinitely annihilate Thanos, but what significance does defeating an indestructible foe hold? In a mere breath, Yu Jie has already contemplated many things. Yet Yu Jie's actions did not pause for a moment, for he understood that since the opponent had arrived on Earth, it was impossible for them to simply let things go, and they might even engage in a life-and-death battle with him. However, this was precisely what Yu Jie despised the most. He knew he was indestructible. With the power of a Super Saiyan coupled with the aura of the Life Codex, Yu Jie had become an indestructible monster. Moreover, he would only grow stronger. In his mind, if he were to battle the 5 divine beings, as long as the opponent continued to clash with him, it might only take a year or a few years before he could completely annihilate the 5 divine beings. Unfortunately, the time required was far too lengthy, so this notion remained merely an idea for Yu Jie. The Thanos he currently faced was in a sense an alternative product. Because the opponent was indestructible, no matter what Yu Jie did, he could not kill him. I can sense that your power now is completely different from before. Are you starting to fear me? Before Yu Jie could think of how to strike Thanos, Thanos spoke up. Moreover, it was evident from Thanos' words that he was somewhat arrogant. Hearing these words, Yu Jie couldn't help but without the power of the goddess of death, what qualifications do you have to stand before me and say such things? Yu Jie's sudden words caught Thanos completely off guard, but immediately afterward Thanos' expression changed. As for the matter of the goddess of death, Thanos was certain he had never told anyone except for the one person he had kept this secret from most carefully. He could ascertain that he had never revealed this secret at any time. Even his beloved adopted daughter Gamora was unaware of this matter, yet this earthling he had never encountered could actually mention the goddess of death. This made Thanos feel that something was fundamentally amiss. How could you possibly know this? You are merely an earthling, not even a god. Who exactly are you? Originally poised to strike, Thanos suddenly halted his movement and focused his gaze on Yu Jie. From Yu Jie's earlier words, he could glean much information, yet it was precisely because of this that he could not determine who Yu Jie truly was. Could it be that he was also a follower of the 5 divine beings, or perhaps he was directly a descendant of the 5 divine beings? Only this would explain how he knew such secretive information. Yet Thanos was certain that no one knew the relationship he had with the goddess of death. After all, although Thanos greatly admired her, it was not a blatant love, but rather a perverted infatuation. He had an unexpressed crush on the goddess of death, and only she as a divine being had learned of Thanos' perverse infatuation at the first moment. Thus the goddess of death cursed Thanos, preventing him from dying, so that he could see her. Yu Jie suddenly realized that Thanos was somewhat peculiar. He should be contemplating just how powerful his opponent truly was. Instead, he was thinking about these meaningless matters, and in the next moment a radiance erupted from Yu Jie. Yu Jie did not wish to waste too much time here. Who you like is your own business, I don't care. However, if you think that with the curse of the goddess of death you will not die, then you are truly too naive. Yu Jie felt that to some extent he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Initially he thought that since the goddess of death had cursed him, he would not die. But this not dying merely meant not dying in a certain sense. Once his power was strong enough, it was impossible for anyone to be indestructible. As long as he unleashed his power, he could annihilate Thanos in a short period, and at that time the possibility of Thanos wanting to resurrect would be non-existent. In fact, Yu Jie viewed this as doing a good deed, since Thanos liked the goddess of death, then he should let him. In a single breath, the terrifying power from Yu Jie erupted. At that moment Thanos finally noticed that Yu Jie's hair color seemed to have changed from black to golden. In the next moment the power exhibited by Yu Jie became completely abnormal. Even Thanos could sense a trace of fear rising within him. Was this the Yu Jie at his peak? Yet Yu Jie was not satisfied to remain in this state, knowing that this was merely the power of a super saiyan. But it was not just this power. The strength unleashed beneath the Silver Superman and the Life Codex was also incredibly formidable. In a single breath Yu Jie exploded with three forces at this moment. This made Thanos' gaze change once again. He naturally understood that Yu Jie was likely not as simple as he appeared. However, as Yu Jie unleashed his own powerful strength recklessly, even Thanos could sense that something was somewhat different. The power displayed by Yu Jie had completely surpassed his expectations. Even as Yu Jie took a deep breath, in the next second his instant movement was revealed. In the blink of an eye he had already killed his way behind Thanos, and even a radiance began to flicker around him. Thanos had never anticipated Yu Jie's speed would be so fast, and the power Yu Jie displayed now was completely different from before. By the time Thanos reacted, he discovered that Yu Jie's power had already appeared behind him, and a hole had been opened in his chest. Blood began to flow incessantly. Thanos' gaze changed completely at this moment, and at the same time, he wanted to retaliate. But he found that Yu Jie had somehow already killed his way in front of him. His fist seemed to emanate a radiance, and this time Thanos did not defend or even attempt to counterattack. The radiance suddenly erupted. Yu Jie's gaze was fixed directly on Thanos, and at the same time, he could sense that Thanos' current state was somewhat different from before. The opponent's gaze had always been on him, yet he remained indifferent to Yu Jie's attacks. A flicker of surprise flashed in Yu Jie's eyes as he unleashed his full power. He was not a hesitant person, on the contrary, he could sense that Thanos was different from before. If only Yu Jie knew that Thanos had some thoughts in mind, that would be better. However, Yu Jie had no idea what Thanos was truly thinking. Naturally, Yu Jie would not allow any unexpected incidents to occur under his watch, and a surge of even greater power erupted from him. In just a moment, he had completely surrounded Thanos. Yet Thanos' assassin state seemed to remain unchanged, and all of Yu Jie's power erupted forth in an instant. This power was slightly different from before, but at this moment Yu Jie squinted his eyes. He could sense that his power did not seem to pose a threat to the opponent in a short time, as Yu Jie was merely mobilizing his own strength. He wanted to resolve the magic here, but unexpectedly the defense on Thanos was somewhat surprising according to what he knew about Thanos, although the opponent had various strange powers. Such a defense should not appear on Thanos. It seems you are much stronger than I imagined. This sudden surge of power has never appeared before. Yu Jie suddenly spoke to Thanos, who shook his head in response. Just as Yu Jie thought, in fact, Thanos was also pondering over what the opponent was considering. However, Thanos did not tell Yu Jie about the unexpected events that had occurred before. As a descendant of the eternal race, one of the 5 great deities, his power was already nearing its peak. But that was not all, and not long ago Thanos had encountered a remarkable opportunity. It was precisely because of this opportunity that Thanos acquired an unexpected surge of power. This power to some extent directly helped him surpass numerous thresholds. Now due to this he had gained an incredibly terrifying defense. He had of course observed Yu Jie's power. The reason Thanos did not choose to defend was that he already knew this power would not pose any threat to him. If your power is only this much, then you will not defeat me, Thanos slowly spoke at this moment. Moreover, a purple glow began to emanate from him. Long before he arrived on Earth, he had already collected the Power Stone, which was now fully integrated with Thanos' own. The threat he unleashed was far more terrifying than before. At least Yu Jie had not even touched the opponent when he was directly knocked back by the power emanating from Thanos. In a breath, Yu Jie adjusted the distance between himself and Thanos. He needed to re-evaluate the power possessed by his opponent, for the strength Thanos had just displayed was completely from another world compared to the current one. As the aura around Thanos began to change, Yu Jie could already feel that Thanos was different from just moments ago. The most obvious change was that Thanos' power and defense seemed to have improved in a short time. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jie squinted his eyes. He could even sense that Thanos seemed to be waiting for something. Before this, Thanos would never have taken such a stance. The reason he could do this. was mainly because he believed he could pull something off, and considering this, Yu Jie quickly smiled. Some things, if they do not happen, are fine, but once they occur, the situation cannot be changed. Having not revealed his power before, Thanos now wanted to rely on his strength to change something. This seemed somewhat laughable. In the next moment, the power of the Silver Superman within Yu Jie directly erupted in a short time. This was the source of Yu Jie's confidence. Because the power he possessed was incredibly strong, he did not care whether his opponent would display even stronger power. As they clashed once more, Thanos was not directly knocked back by Yu Jie as before. Not even a wound appeared on him, and at that moment Yu Jie squinted his eyes. It seems your power has made some progress compared to before. I am really curious about which deity you encountered that was willing to grant you such formidable strength. Yu Jie spoke, while continuing his actions, as in an instant his power erupted forth again. Moreover, this time the power Yu Jie unleashed was even more terrifying and powerful. Everything around seemed to change at this moment. Thanos could feel that Yu Jie's state was somewhat different from before. Perhaps he believed he could defeat Thanos in a short time. Thinking of this, Thanos could not help but shake his head. He had not only received the curse of the goddess of death, but to some extent, he also inherited the glory of his ancestors. In a breath, Thanos once again had visions of dreams. This time, it was not just the Power Stone that erupted from him. In fact, even Thanos' own power had been enhanced due to the preservation of power. With just a slight punch, Thanos had already sent Yu Jie flying. The aura emanating from Thanos had changed compared to before, and as Yu Jie felt the power continuously emerging from him, he furrowed his brow at that moment. He was well aware that the opponent could unleash such powerful strength in such a short time, most likely because of the strange encounter he had. It seems I need to use my fists instead of my words, Yu Jie said as he charged directly towards Thanos. An even more terrifying power erupted, and this time the power was completely different from before. Previously, Yu Jie had only utilized the strength of a Superman, without fully employing the other two. However, upon sensing that Thanos was somewhat different, Yu Jie was unwilling to hide his power. He wanted to let the opponent understand what true terror and despair meant. Thanos never anticipated that Yu Jie would be able to mobilize all his strength once again in such a short time. Moreover, the most apparent change was that the power Yu Jie used this time was different from before. Previously, he could sense a terrifying aura emanating from Yu Jie, but this time it seemed that Yu Jie had deliberately concealed it. By the time Thanos had another thought, Yu Jie's fist had already struck him. A huge wound quickly reappeared on. Blood continued to flow down, and despite instinctively glancing at his wound, his gaze was fixed on Yu Jie. This guy's power was far more explosive than he had imagined, for he could sense that despite some differences between him and his opponent, he should have been able to maintain a balance for a short time, but with the powerful force Yu Jie unleashed here, Thanos knew that the balance between them had been completely shattered. Thus, he took a deep breath. You are far stronger than I had imagined. Having someone like you on Earth is indeed a blessing for the planet. Thanos' words were not fully articulated as he also clenched his fist and charged towards Yu Jie. Moreover, the wound caused on his chest by Yu Jie had already vanished, as if he had never been injured at all. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jie noticed that the healing ability of his opponent exceeded his expectations to a certain extent. Initially, Yu Jie believed that as long as his power was strong enough, it would not matter if his opponent could recover their body. But now it seemed he had underestimated his opponent. The most apparent change was that his opponent's evident power was also shifting. Whether in terms of power defense or terrifying recovery, these were all manifested on Thanos. At this moment, Thanos was noticeably different from before, yet even so Yu Jie simply shook his head. He did not believe his opponent could threaten him in a short time. In fact, he could sense the gap between himself and him. To some extent, it had become increasingly smaller. Could it be that Thanos had already recovered to his peak state? Yu Jie could not help but have this question in his mind. He knew that Thanos was not an ordinary cosmic monster. To some extent, he could be considered a direct descendant of the 5 great deities, possessing a power that ordinary cosmic beings could not have, that of the eternal race. This was vividly displayed in him. Originally, everyone thought he was just an ordinary Titan. But how could a Titan race produce an existence stronger than the Titan itself? Even with changes, even with some uncontrollable mutations, it was impossible for someone like Thanos to exist. There was only one possibility: the bloodline within Thanos had directly reverted to its ancestral form. Considering the changes occurring in Thanos, Yu Jie also gradually controlled his power, slowly approaching. He could sense the power that his opponent was unleashing to a certain extent. In fact, it had already changed, but even so he did not think he could be defeated. Though I don't know what kind of deal you made with those deities. Don't you think they are playing you? Originally, Yu Jie wanted to have a good discussion with Thanos about those deities. However, after Yu Jie spoke, he felt that there was no need to continue. He knew that some matters were not as simple as they seemed. Those guys actually dared to entice Thanos here. They must have had complete confidence. They probably also knew that Thanos could not react in such a short time. Since Thanos himself had not been able to react to being schemed against, naturally Yu Jie would not remind him. After all, the opponent had already killed his way to him. Currently, the best approach was to let Thanos know that death sometimes could not merely be controlled by the goddess. In Yu Jie's hands, the energy wave reappeared, and this time the energy wave had a significant difference from before. Previously, Yu Jie had only divided his power into countless parts to unleash, but this time he aimed to elevate the power contained within the attack wave to an extreme. With such a power enhancement, there were many things Yu Jie could do, most notably before Thanos could react. This power had completely enveloped him, and at this moment Thanos' eyes narrowed. What is happening? Why is your power capable of increasing so much in such a short time? It was no wonder Thanos would voice such questions, primarily because the events he had encountered during this time had all been different. The most apparent of which was his opponent. Even before Yu Jie made a move, Thanos felt that although Yu Jie's power was formidable, he could still control it in a short time. However, as Yu Jie repeatedly unleashed even more powerful forces, Thanos realized how ridiculous his thoughts had been. Yu Jie had never fully unleashed his true strength here, which was why things had turned out the way they were now. Soon Yu Jie's hands directly condensed an even more powerful force. Just as Thanos was trying to locate Yu Jie's whereabouts, he discovered that Yu Jie had somehow come to his back. I had given you the chance long ago, but you did not cherish it, so say hello to the goddess of death for me. As he spoke, the power in Yu Jie's hands no longer showed any signs of control, but rather erupted directly. This force was drastically different from before. At least before Thanos could react, his entire being was completely obliterated by this force. Just as Yu Jie had thought before, there was no such thing as an immortal body, only the insufficiency of one's power. Yu Jie eradicated Thanos from the root. He completely annihilated him. No matter the cells or the so-called hair, there was hardly anything left of Thanos. Ziz, ziz, ziz. At this moment, Yu Jie turned to look into the void of the universe. He could feel that just as he had killed Thanos, the void of the universe seemed to tremble slightly. Long before Thanos set foot on Earth, he had already encountered the Eternal, one of the 5 great deities. As the sole strongest among them, the Eternal stands unmatched. He possesses infinite life and unparalleled combat prowess. Yet even so, this being seems perpetually unsatisfied, continually casting various bait throughout the cosmos. After all, eternal life equates to boredom for him. He desires to become a truly omniscient and omnipotent existence. To achieve this, he needs to acquire more civilizations and powers. This very reason unwittingly made Thanos a pawn in his game. Perhaps Yu Jie himself was unaware that while battling one of the 5 great deities, the Devourer, he had already attracted the attention of the Eternal long ago. However, at that time the Eternal was somewhat surprised. After all, he had no idea what potential Yu Jie possessed to such an extent. A being without potential naturally wouldn't draw his attention. Yet within such a short span, Yu Jie had grown to a level that even the Eternal found slightly astonishing. This led the Eternal to conclude that a being like Yu Jie could indeed become his finest prey. Thus, he directly contacted the Celestial Group, leveraging their influence to expedite Thanos' growth. This is also why Thanos was able to arrive on Earth in search of the so-called Infinity Stones. In such typically events occurring in the Void Universe would not attract anyone's attention, but under Yu Jie's full force nothing could remain hidden. He could even sense a tremor in the Void Universe at the very moment he was about to slay Thanos. Soon Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. Since you've come, don't hide. Let me see who dares to scheme against the Titan race, Yu Jie declared as his strength erupted instantly. For Yu Jie, although his opponent had yet to reveal their true form, it was clear they would not remain low-key for long. There was even a high possibility that while he analyzed the situation, the opponent might strike, unleashing a tremendous force between them. As expected, with Yu Jie becoming alert, the tremors in the Void Universe intensified. The recently unleashed power surged once again, altering the very fabric of the cosmos. Yu Jie searched for vulnerabilities amidst the chaotic power, all the while observing everything in the universe. He wanted to discover who this opponent truly was. Was it one of the 5 great deities? Or perhaps that bunch of wretched Celestial Group members? Based on his understanding, it was highly likely these individuals were aligned with Thanos. Otherwise, Thanos could never have summoned Yu Jie's power at this moment, which erupted following Yu Jie's detection of their presence. Now the normalcy across the entire Void Universe became increasingly apparent. Moreover, this tremor felt distinctly different from the previous one. Yu Jie could even perceive another force emerging alongside his own eruption, as if it were countering him. This presence even revealed its trace, causing Yu Jie to smile. The power that had previously disappeared from him surged forth once more. Since you've arrived, don't hide. Let me see what you truly are, he said, unleashing his power at the moment he sensed the cosmic tremor. This power was still somewhat lacking compared to the previous surge. The most notable difference was Yu Jie's ability to blend together the many forces he had previously emitted. If the power resembled a Kamehameha wave, then this force was highly dispersed. When facing numerous targets, unexpected effects could occur, but with a single target, the best method was to concentrate the attack. Thus, the force required to break through needed to be consolidated, ensuring a more effective strike against the opponent. In the blink of an eye, the power exploded forth, and due to Yu Jie having sensed the opponent's trace earlier, he could pinpoint their location almost instantly. As this power erupted, the entire universe trembled slightly, gradually revealing a trace, and Yu Jie caught sight of the hidden figure with just one glance. As expected, it was indeed the celestial group. Yu Jie's lips curled into a grin, though he held no fondness for such entities. On the surface, they seemed to protect the universe, but in reality, they were merely a group of bullies who preyed. Due to the existence of the 5 great deities, they resembled lapdogs to a certain extent, never engaging in any serious matters. He is a vital part of our plan. We believe he could certainly fulfill several other roles, yet now he has been killed by you. One of the celestial group members suddenly spoke, barely glancing at Yu Jie. In their eyes, there was no need to spare Yu Jie a second glance. Despite Yu Jie possessing immense strength, he was not worth their attention. Only beings like Thanos, who would carry out their every command to the letter, deserved their scrutiny. But Yu Jie was different. He had become uncontrollable after gaining such incredible strength. Such beings were looked down upon by the celestial group, and their usual choice towards someone like Yu Jie would naturally be to eliminate him entirely. A radiance appeared around these individuals, and as the light enveloped them, Yu Jie instantly reacted. These fellows were clearly about to make a move against him. Yu Jie chuckled, for he believed in the saying, "He who does not offend me shall not be offended." Since they were unaware of their impending doom, he would let them witness what true hell is. Whether it was the power of a Superman or that of the Super Saiyan from the Dragon Ball world, these two forces converged upon Yu Jie at that moment. Instantly his hair began to stand on end. The power of a Super Saiyan needed to be unlocked. Fortunately, Yu Jie had already partially unlocked his power. With this strength, even if the celestial group had plans, they would need to tread carefully. Yu Jie had never tested his own strength, but he knew that the power he possessed was indeed formidable. However, Yu Jie had not had the opportunity to unleash this tremendous power. At this moment, his gaze was fixed directly on his opponent. He could sense that the aura of his opponent was slightly different from before. It seemed that they had concealed their true form within the cosmos. This meant that in order to strike at the opponent, he had to locate their actual position. If previously Yu Jie only had superhuman strength, now he faced such an opponent. In truth, Yu Jie had no means to do so, for relying solely on strength to locate his opponent seemed too unlikely. Now, having gained the power of a Super Saiyan, accomplishing similar feats had become much simpler. The so-called Celestial God Clan is nothing more than this, he stated as the power of the Super Saiyan erupted completely, which was divided into several stages. Before this, Yu Jie had only utilized the first stage of power. If the first stage could not deal with this group of foes, he would not hesitate to directly activate the second stage. Now, with his hair standing upright, it indicated that Yu Jie had unleashed the power of the second stage. In a single breath, he absorbed everything in the universe into his sight. The next moment, Yu Jie's power radiated outward. This was an extraordinarily terrifying force, yet it did not directly act upon his opponent. Instead, it pressed down on the entire universe. As long as there were any flaws within this universe, Yu Jie would sense them, and then he would unleash his power into those gaps. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie quickly located the target's vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, he compressed his power within the flaws. The terrifying force did not need any pause, and it completely shattered the vulnerabilities. In the next moment, the opponent's form completely emerged from the cosmos, their face filled with disbelief as they looked at Yu Jie. "What's going on here? You cannot possibly possess such formidable power. You are merely an earthling. When could an earthling summon such great strength in the universe?" The Celestial God Clan never anticipated that their opponent was so peculiar. They could ambush any foe while hiding in the universe, and even if their opponent discovered them, it would be of no consequence. After all, they had concealed their true forms and were free to move. Others could only constantly search for opportunities, but they did not need to. They could manipulate the power within their bodies at will. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jie soon began to smile. Relying on such insignificant power, you could indeed achieve invincibility, but you are overly confident, foolishly so. Yu Jie never considered what means his opponent possessed, or what those means truly signified. Because at the end of the day, it was simply a matter of whether a person was strong or weak. If you are extraordinarily strong, then no issue will be a problem. However, if you are truly weak, then every issue is indeed a problem. A weakness itself is a sin. The opponent could act at will with their great strength, but once they encountered someone stronger, they would have no recourse, and now it was the same. Yu Jie's power was far superior, allowing him to do many things. After blasting the opponent out of the flaw, Yu Jie did not cease his advancing drive. In the next moment, an even greater power erupted from him. The power Yu Jie manifested this time was somewhat different from before, as he had previously still been controlling his strength, letting this power radiate outward, but now Yu Jie no longer needed to do so. Utilizing the aura between these two powers, he directly locked onto everything around him as his target. Even space trembled at this moment. The Celestial God Clan's perception of Yu Jie still remained at their previous understanding of Earthlings. Yet they completely did not anticipate that Yu Jie was not so simple, for he had been concealing his power until Yu Jie sensed that his opponent was suitable for a certain force. He would not expose all his trump cards. Now the power Yu Jie displayed had exceeded their expectations. Yet they found themselves with no means to respond. This time the members of the Celestial God Clan narrowed their eyes and quickly began to set up defensive barriers around their bodies. He knew that in order to battle Yu Jie, he must first understand what kind of opponent Yu Jie truly was. Once Yu Jie made his move, the force unleashed would be something he could not withstand. This also meant that in the upcoming battle there was a high likelihood he would be defeated by Yu Jie. This was something the Celestial God Clan could not accept at all. Unfortunately, Yu Jie did not contemplate these matters. Since you have your thoughts, then let those thoughts accompany you to hell, Yu Jie stated as the light in his hand no longer concealed itself, radiating outward. Moreover, the crisis unleashed this time was far greater than before. The powers between the two had formed a stark contrast to some extent. At least it was unlikely for the Celestial God Clan to take action here. Yu Jie attempted to step closer. However, he found that the opponent had already vanished before this. This was what surprised Yu Jie the most. He could feel that the opponent's power was simply no match for his own. But for the other side to resort to such tricks here only made Yu Jie feel that the battle had in a sense become meaningless. The power of the Super Saiyan erupted once more in the form of a ki blast. The space and universe trembled far beyond mere quaking. The force that descended with Yu Jie's will was truly terrifying. It almost did not allow any existence to move around Yu Jie. Because of this, the Celestial God Clan members never anticipated it. The invisibility barrier they had painstakingly set up was once again shattered by Yu Jie's terrifying power. By the time they looked again, Yu Jie had already arrived before them. It seems this is your method, nothing more than this. Yu Jie's power soon erupted just as he had anticipated. Here no one has any chance of defeating him. Once the opponent reveals their true traces, Yu Jie will capture them. It was because of this that Yu Jie directly unleashed his power here. The Heavenly God Group had previously intended to probe Yu Jie's strength. They hoped to find a flaw in Yu Jie that would allow them to defeat him in a short time. However, as the bursts of energy erupted, they realized how naive their thoughts had been. The most obvious was the aura that erupted between the two, which was no longer on the same level as the heavenly. In the entire universe, they could be considered a supreme civilization possessing powers akin to those. Moreover, the 5 divine civilizations had already entrusted most of their responsibilities to them. The Heavenly God Group could sense that Yu Jie had surpassed their expectations to a certain degree. Faced with such an enemy, he had no intention of resisting, but that didn't mean he would surrender. He immediately transmitted the news of his impending demise. Although he was not Yu Jie's opponent, the entire Heavenly God Group was an extremely terrifying entity in the universe. If one couldn't resolve an issue, they would send more people to crush Yu Jie's head. Yu Jie could feel the surrounding universe trembling once again. Despite the Heavenly God Group being scattered throughout the universe, once one of them fell, the others would receive the news immediately. For example, the opponent Yu Jie was currently facing. Soon he began to smile. I originally thought there would only be 1 or 2 reckless fools, but to my surprise, so many have come. Since you don't want to live, let's get straight to it. There were no fewer than dozens of members from the Heavenly God Group that arrived here. Their gazes were fixed directly on Yu Jie, sensing the aura of their fallen comrades from him. Their expressions changed instantly. The Heavenly God Group represented the utmost authority in the universe. After all, they were the representatives of the 5 great deities. To a certain extent, they were the most terrifying and powerful existence, yet now their comrade had been killed by the Earthling before them. This was something that every member of the Heavenly God Clan was unwilling to witness. Countless powers began to erupt within the Heavenly God Group. After confirming that Yu Jie must be killed, no one was willing to wait any longer. On the contrary, they wanted to showcase their strength in their most powerful form, and in an instant, colorful light. These lights were dazzling. In a mere moment, they enveloped Yu Jie, but he didn't even spare a glance at these so-called lights, simply waving his hand. An even more brilliant light erupted from Yu Jie's hand, far more terrifying than the previous one. Moreover, Yu Jie's hair had unknowingly grown much longer. The power of a Super Saiyan is divided into several stages. Having already used the powers of 2 stages this time, it was the power of the 3rd stage of the Super Saiyan. His hair almost reached his waist, yet the aura emanating from Yu Jie was such that even the members of the Heavenly God Group dared not look directly at it. They never expected that an Earthling could unleash such powerful strength in such a short time. His hair almost reached his waist, yet the aura emanating from Yu Jie was such that even the members of the Heavenly God group dared not look directly at it. They never expect, no matter if this guy is an earthling or not, as long as he has killed our people, he must be eliminated to make him understand that some individuals cannot be offended. They naturally heard Yu Jie's words, but upon hearing them Yu Jie couldn't help but laugh. For the first time he realized how foolish these guys were. The 5 great deities naturally could not do certain things, but their subordinates should be clever. After all, they were the best representatives, yet Yu Jie also discovered for the first time that the members of the Heavenly God group seemed to lack intelligence. The most obvious was the ridiculous aura they exuded. The power that erupted with each breath was equally formidable. Almost every instance released a more terrifying force. However, before these powers could approach, they were completely blocked by Yu Jie's aura. In fact, just as Yu Jie had thought, as long as these guys' powers were not on par with his own, it would be difficult for them to even get close. Every moment the power erupted even more intensely. The force nearly burst forth into the surroundings. This time Yu Jie shook his head. He could sense that if the opponent wanted to get close to him, they would have to break through his. But the opponent clearly lacked such power, and in the next moment Yu Jie moved. He had given his opponents far too much time. He was waiting for these guys to attack, while they were still unresponsive. Yu Jie also moved. The wait had been too long, to the point where he was unwilling to wait any longer. Countless powers converged upon him. There was no possibility for these troublemakers to struggle. Almost every second a more formidable force erupted. At this moment the members of the Heavenly God group were astonished to find that their opponent seemed to have surpassed their expectations. What surprised them most was that Yu Jie, who had not used his power before, began to unleash it at this moment. And as this power erupted, members of the Heavenly God group were already being killed. In a single encounter Yu Jie had already killed one of their own, causing their faces to turn exceptionally grim. They were fully confident in themselves, knowing they were the earthly representatives of the 5 great deities. But how many people in the universe were their opponents? This was a question, and now this question had received an answer. And the answer was Yu Jie. Yu Jie looked at the fallen members of the Heavenly God group and shook his head once more. So fragile these people were, too weak, as if they were made of paper. Just by casually unleashing his power, he could completely tear them apart. If these opponents had demonstrated formidable power beforehand, Yu Jie might have taken them more seriously. However, at present he feels no threat from his adversaries. On the contrary, this group of individuals who consider themselves true gods have failed to exhibit the power befitting deities. As Yu Jie continuously unleashed his own power, he sensed an even more terrifying pressure building within him in an instant. It is this very realization that caused Yu Jie to smile. A terrifying strength was slowly being born. Many members of the Celestial God group focused their gaze on Yu Jie. Previously, they viewed his audacity to offend them with disdain. They believed that confronting him would cost them their lives, but after further discussions they discovered that the power Yu Jie displayed exceeded their imaginations. With every breath, Yu Jie once again showcased his strength, and the terrifying power radiated continuously. This display was far more dazzling than any previous actions, and it was precisely for this reason that Yu Jie couldn't help but laugh. In Yu Jie's view, there was nothing commendable about this group. If anything, they might find opportunities during the faster combat sequences. However, it was evident that as the opponents continued to attack, Yu Jie could sense they no longer had the capital to. As members of the Celestial God group began to be slain, Yu Jie shifted his gaze away from them, looking around instead. He did not believe that after killing so many of the Celestial clan, others would remain quiet. The most important concern was the 5 divine beings, which Yu Jie was particularly wary of, even though he had previously battled Tong Xing. At that time, Tong Xing had still exhibited the demeanor Yu Jie recognized. Among the 5 divine beings, perhaps only Tong Xing was the most whimsical. What the other party had always sought were merely more planets to provide him with energy. He was fundamentally different from the other divine beings, primarily because he was perpetually in a state of weakness. If he couldn't obtain energy in a timely manner, he might draw the attention of other beings. Despite the 5 divine beings appearing exceptionally powerful in their respective domains, they would not hesitate to act if a companion displayed a different state. They would not doubt that within a short period a more terrifying presence could emerge, completely annihilating all opportunities. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Jie was eager to see if anyone would emerge to challenge him. Yu Jie looked around, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. After all, in his view, this was the best opportunity. If he couldn't defeat his opponents here, their subsequent plans would become increasingly difficult, as he had already disrupted all their strategies. If the roles were reversed, and Yu Jie were in their position, he felt certain he would not let it go easily. If he couldn't defeat his opponents here, their subsequent plans would become increasingly difficult, as he had already disrupted. Initially, he believed this was the opponent's best chance. If they wanted to act, they would surely attack at this moment. But as Yu Jie continued to scan his surroundings, he realized he did not see the opponents he had anticipated. In an instant, Yu Jie's expression shifted, but he did not hesitate in the slightest. He unleashed the greater power within him with energy erupting every moment, and compared to before, the force unleashed this time appeared even more formidable. He was unsure if his opponents were present, but that did not stop Yu Jie from probing them. As long as the opponents had any intentions, the power he released would quickly track down their presence. One cannot deny that Yu Jie's combat strategy now differed greatly from before. Previously, after defeating his opponent, Yu Jie would leave the battlefield, but this time most of his opponents hailed from the universe. Yu Jie was acutely aware that this was a group of exceptionally peculiar individuals. In such combat scenarios, if he gave them even a sliver of opportunity, they would undoubtedly spare no effort in showing him what true cruelty entailed. Yu Jie quickly shook his head. However, at the same time, Yu Jie suddenly focused his gaze into the distance, sensing a slight tremor in the universe. Moreover, this tremor was entirely different from before. Previously, Yu Jie had used his power to probe the surrounding universe. Any slight anomaly in the universe could be captured by Yu Jie, but after unleashing his power, he found no trace of his opponents. Instead, after Yu Jie decided to pause, he found himself at a disadvantage. His expression changed, but the power in his hands manifested at that moment. He had no idea what his opponents were thinking or what actions they might take next, but that did not deter Yu Jie from striking first. He would not give these individuals any chances, as he had thought previously he must eliminate his opponents, and naturally he could not allow his opponents to seek more opportunities. If they managed to turn the tables, even the slightest shift in circumstances could occur. Each time he controlled his power, Yu Jie was simultaneously searching for opportunities, and the tremors in the universe grew increasingly prominent. Yet Yu Jie showed no hesitation. In fact, he unleashed his power once more, far more dazzling than before. The power of the Silver Superman was already exceedingly potent, especially when combined with the strength of a Super Saiyan. Once these two forces merged, the explosive might could be inferred from the celestial god group that Yu Jie had just vanquished. Thus, this time Yu Jie showed no hesitation, directly adopting his strongest form. He aimed to crush his opponents before they could react or make any moves. The power displayed by Yu Jie was actually traceable up until this point, yet he did not choose to reveal his true strength here. It was because Yu Jie understood that any actions taken before he saw his opponent make a move would be futile. Because of this, he soon shifted his gaze to his surroundings. Sure enough, the black figure appeared somewhat out of place in the dark cosmos. The two shades of black were so incompatible that Yu Jie could even sense an oppressive aura emanating from the opponent. While observing the opponent, Yu Jie began to speculate about their true identity. He had previously been capable of defeating this opponent in a short time. However, he never expected that the power unleashed by the opponent at this moment would astonish him. This was what surprised Yu Jie the most. It is important to note that the power Yu Jie currently possessed had already reached an extraordinary level. With this power, he couldn't fathom what opponent could contend with him. Just as Yu Jie felt the aura from his opponent, he merely squinted slightly before making another move. He would not give his opponent any opportunity here. Nor would he allow his opponent to continuously exert pressure on him, just like what Yu Jie had been thinking in his mind. Since the opponent wished to attack him here, they should be prepared to be slain by him. Even the five deities should not forget that Yu Jie now wielded two powers together. One power allowed him to resurrect infinitely, while the other continuously enhanced his combat strength. The threat unleashed when these two powers combined was something Yu Jie could hardly imagine, for in his view, even the five deities together would struggle to defeat him. After all, the power he wielded at this moment had far surpassed limits. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie was completely certain. Even if all five deities intended to cause trouble for him this time, he was confident he could keep them all on Earth. Yu Jie had already wasted too much time here. From the beginning until now, he had not stopped since he defeated the first opponent, so naturally Yu Jie would not. The best choice was to eradicate the opponent completely before they made any move, and precisely for this reason, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes, but at the same time he could sense that the opponent seemed to be sizing him up. Always lurking in the shadows, do you think you can kill me? Yu Jie suddenly spoke, as he originally did not wish to engage in any dialogue with his opponent. However, seeing that the opponent had no intention to attack, Yu Jie decisively spoke up. It was at this moment that the opponent suddenly revealed their form from the darkness. I must say it is surprising that such a powerful being exists on Earth. Even I did not expect this. It seems Thanos did not die in vain, but the eternal race never requires trash. As the opponent spoke, Yu Jie immediately understood who he was facing. Just as Yu Jie had suspected, the opponent was indeed one of the five deities of the Eternal, the one whose existence seemed particularly strange no matter how one looked at it. The power he possessed was nearly limitless, though it had not yet reached true omniscience and omnipotence. However, the strength he wielded could certainly be described as formidable. It was here that Yu Jie spoke once again. Earth has not provoked you, nor have I. The five deities have their own pursuits and ideas, which are your own matters. I ask you, why have you come to Earth? This Earth has never wronged you. This was the point that particularly puzzled Yu Jie. Although Earth seemed impressive in reality, it had nothing noteworthy to draw attention. It was merely an ordinary planet within the galaxy. Strictly speaking, there was nothing about it that deserved significant attention. Most importantly, there were not many strong beings on Earth currently. It hardly merited the attention of any races in the universe. Those races, if they feared Earth, would need to see such potential manifested on Earth. At least from Yu Jie's perspective, the current Earth had not exhibited such potential. Since Earth lacked potential, why would it attract the gaze of others? This planet is not at fault, and you are not at fault either. However, as a deity, I believe Earth should not exist. The Eternal spoke again, and it was clear from his words that he questioned whether Earth should continue to exist. He did not care at all. In his subjective view, this planet had no need to continue existing, and all of this was merely due to his personal preference. If he thinks it's appropriate, he can leave Earth. If he thinks it's inappropriate, then Earth should be destroyed. Upon hearing the opponent speak, Yu Jie burst into laughter. He had long known that none of the 5 deities were easy to communicate with. Even the devourer he fought earlier was the same. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent's power could not kill him in a short time, the opponent likely would not have cared about Earth at all. Instead, they would have devoured it at the earliest opportunity. I must say, you deities really speak very unpleasantly. Of course, I am not particularly generous either. Since you have said so many unpleasant things, I naturally will not give you any face. As Yu Jie spoke, a dazzling radiance erupted from his body. This radiance was far stronger than before. Even as Yu Jie began to make his move, the space around him began. This power was simply too tremendous, far more terrifying than anything displayed previously. Under such circumstances, even the Eternal squinted his eyes, realizing he had still underestimated Yu Jie. Previously, he had thought Yu Jie was powerful, but he had not anticipated him to be at an invincible level. Now it seemed Yu Jie was trending toward that direction. This compelled the Eternal to take a closer look at Yu Jie, for he had surprisingly become an unexpected variable. The gaze of Eternity was always fixated on Yu Jie. As Yu Jie displayed his immense fighting spirit, Eternity was eager to see what surprises this human could bring. However, it seemed that Eternity had not focused on Yu Jie at all, not even noticing him. From the moment Yu Jie started fighting, he had not directed much attention towards Eternity. This was also the fighting style that Yu Jie had always been accustomed to. Though you are a god, I still wonder if gods can die, Yu Jie suddenly said with a smile, while Eternity narrowed. In the universe, he had lost track of how long he had existed, and had encountered many powerful beings. For example, the so-called king of gods, Odin, had once watched as he slowly became a formidable force. At that time, he had high hopes for Odin, as Odin's potential was evident, yet even such a promising young god had never considered opposing the divine. However, Yu Jie before him was merely an exceedingly ordinary earthling. Yet this ordinary earthling dared to challenge the divine. Now even Eternity felt a flicker of anger. It was necessary for this human to understand what true despair. There are things that can be done and things that cannot. Within a breath, the light that had appeared around Eternity exploded forth. Moreover, this time Eternity appeared far more powerful than before. Both sides displayed their most formidable. Yu Jie's gaze remained fixed on his opponent. He could sense that every time his opponent's aura surged, it was direct. Clearly, the opponent was not only intent on attacking, but was also searching for an opportunity. He wondered if he would reveal a hint of vulnerability, and this thought made Yu Jie smile. He wondered if he would reveal a hint of vulnerability, and for this very reason Yu Jie smiled, and said, even gods have moments of hesitation. Haven't you heard the saying, hesitation leads to defeat? As he spoke, Yu Jie unleashed his power towards Eternity. He understood that with his current strength, killing a god was not very realistic. However, Yu Jie's intention was not to defeat his opponent in one blow. He needed more time. Only with more time to adapt to everything could he resolve the situation. Thus Yu Jie smiled. However, within a breath, a terrifying power erupted from Eternity. Just as Yu Jie had anticipated, it was indeed fearsome. Eternity would never allow Yu Jie to continue his assault unimpeded. It must be noted that the positions they represented were completely different. Yu Jie could not retreat, nor could Eternity. Thus both needed to unleash their most powerful ability. Every time the leader appeared, Eternity was sizing up Yu Jie. However, in Eternity's eyes, the power Yu Jie displayed had changed significantly from before. If encouragement were to develop further, Eternity did not know what else might happen next. This thought made him narrow his eyes. I must say, as a human you are indeed strong, but even humans cannot provoke gods. Moreover, with your current strength, trying to defeat me is akin to dreaming. Eternity spoke, but Yu Jie remained unfazed, maintaining his previous demeanor. He allowed his power to continuously pour forth against his opponent. With each surge, Yu Jie was assessing. He was curious if Eternity would maintain his confident demeanor. As always, unbeknownst to him, Eternity shook his head. Don't you find your current actions somewhat laughable? So laughable that they make one want to kill you, Eternity said as a flicker of black light in his hand pierced through Yu Jie's heart in an instant. However, the next moment Eternity's expression changed, for the power he had used was, in his own view, extremely. No one could block the birth of this power, yet he never expected that Yu Jie's heart had already been pierced. It seemed that there was no chance for him to rise again. The problem was that the opponent's heart was still beating. A dazzling light erupted from within the opponent's body, and it was due to this light that the aura surrounding him underwent a significant change. Narrowing his eyes, Eternity sensed the distinct aura emanating from Yu Jie. It was evident that Yu Jie was vastly different from just moments ago. It was apparent that every time Yu Jie's power erupted, he was able to seize the opportunity. However, the issue was not about seizing opportunities, but rather how Yu Jie could survive under such terrifying power. The two forces were utterly unreasonable. Each time it seemed even more terrifying, Eternity was astonished to find that Yu Jie not only survived his assaults, but also exhibited power far greater than before. This realization made Eternity feel increasingly uncertain. Was Yu Jie truly just an Earth? How could an Earthling disregard such severe injuries? After all, it was the heart. All Earthlings' weaknesses should be the heart. In fact, for many races in the universe, the heart was their weakness. Once the heart stops beating, the creature of that race loses its life completely. The strange power Yu Jie exhibited now warranted Eternity's attention. At the same time, Eternity was continually cultivating a brand new power in his hands. He needed Yu Jie to understand that offending a god comes at a price. And the price Yu Jie would pay was his life. The black light appeared on Eternity once more, unable to directly unleash the dreams of this ancient kingdom upon itself at that very moment. Yu Jie also sprang into action, knowing the advantages of taking the initiative, but by the time he rushed in, he discovered someone was laughing over here, as if this scene had been anticipated by the other party long ago, and Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. However, Yu Jie's squinting did not bring him any benefits. On the contrary, the other party's power erupted once more against his chest. Moreover, the force this time was significantly stronger than before, and Yu Jie wanted to resist here. Yet his body could not withstand the erosion of this power, which seemed even more frenzied than before. He knew that just moments ago he had barely felt any pain, but this time was different. Seemingly having learned from the last lesson, Eternity did not place all hope on an instantaneous Instead, he focused on cursing Yu Jie, believing he could sense a strange feeling within his body. It felt as if this strange sensation was gnawing at his body, making it impossible for him to resist. However, because of this, Eternity laughed directly. You are an exceptionally outstanding human, and I must acknowledge this, but even the most extraordinary humans face death and experience it. As Eternity continued to speak, Yu Jie felt that the other party resembled not Eternity, but rather the goddess of death. Constantly talking about death, isn't that something only the goddess of death would do? The life code within his body shone with light once more, and the recovery power unleashed from the combination of the superhuman and the life code was terrifying. In just a moment, the extremely uncomfortable feeling within his body had completely vanished. At the same time, a smile appeared on his face. You are indeed much stronger than I imagined, but if you merely intend to use this power to defeat me, then you are rather naive. Even gods can be naive at times. At that moment, Eternity's expression changed. He had never expected that a human would dare to speak to him like this. For Eternity, it had been a long time since he saw a human daring to face him and utter such words. Soon the originally appearing black light on Eternity became extraordinarily dazzling once again, and this time the emergence of the light was somewhat different from before. Most notably, at the moment the power changed, Yu Jie frowned. He naturally knew that the deity before him was not as simple as he imagined. However, what he did not expect was that this deity's temper was far greater than he had imagined. He had merely said a couple of words, and the other party was already furious. Unparalleled power does not need excessive concealment to explode forth. Currently, the power unleashed by the opponent was exactly like that. Yu Jie never considered whether the opponent would kill him in a short time. After all, his talent was evident, and Eternity's gaze was continuously scrutinizing Yu Jie. The previous burst of power was indeed due to anger, but soon Eternity also suppressed that rage. He knew that anger would not resolve anything here, let alone help him kill Yu Jie. Thus he had no need to be angry. Instead, he casually constructed a black hole, which instantly completely absorbed Yu Jie. Moreover, it seemed that there was another force present within this black hole that originally had some intention here. But Yu Jie was stunned. Yu Jie had no idea what means the other party possessed. But he knew that if the other party acted as before, they would definitely showcase their most powerful force here. However, currently the black hole being unleashed by the other party seemed more like a test of him. He never expected that this guy Eternity would actually have the mind to test him here. Wanting to act here while unsure if I would surprise you, is this what it means to be a deity? It seems that deities are not as powerful as imagined. While speaking, Yu Jie charged forward, and at the same time light erupted from his hands. This time Yu Jie directly transcended the constraints of the black hole. He reached the front of Eternity, and just as he launched an attack at Eternity, he found that Eternity's body seemed to merge with the entire universe. Although his attack had already manifested and even caused an effect, the next second those effects completely vanished. At this moment, Yu Jie finally confirmed that the other party had undergone significant changes compared to before. Most importantly, Eternity had truly become serious, which was something the other party would never have done prior. It was even impossible for him to reveal his true form, and as Eternity's true form was revealed, Yu Jie couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. After all, he knew that once the other party revealed their true form, it would be somewhat difficult for him to attack them. After all, his combat power had not yet grown to the point where he could contend with the universe, but Eternity laughed. Although I don't know why you are aware of what my power is, I can feel that you are indeed very different from before. However, even so, you are still just an ordinary human. From the beginning of the battle until now, Eternity seemed to have never stopped his mocking steps, but he had forgotten Yu Jie's current state. Yu Jie once again unleashed the Qi wave. It should be noted that before this, Yu Jie had once used the Qi wave to shake the universe. Currently, Yu Jie did not intend to kill the other party. Rather, he could completely influence Eternity by shaking the universe. Even if he couldn't inflict fatal damage, it could still slightly affect the other party. Because of this, Eternity's expression changed. He realized that the universe seemed to have become uncontrollable for a moment. Even his body seemed to tremble slightly. At this point, his gaze shifted. It seems I have still underestimated humanity. Oh, I never expected that humans actually have such means. Before Eternity, he continuously observed Yu Jie, eager to see what surprises Yu Jie could bring. In his eyes, Yu Jie was an exceedingly unconventional existence. Even if the other party possessed power, it was impossible for them to have overwhelming strength. However, as Yu Jie continued to fight and showcase his abilities, Eternity witnessed everything, confirming that in some way the situation had completely transformed. This realization caused Yu Jie to narrow his eyes. He never contemplated the strength of his opponent, for it was everything that Eternity had displayed. In a certain sense, it even surpassed his own greatest understanding. In this moment, he allowed previously unseen powers to gradually manifest around him. The terrifying power that accompanied his breath had completely erupted. Initially, the opponent had merely summoned a black hole. Now the opponent had summoned several black holes in succession, all appearing around Yu Jie, relentlessly attempting to influence Yu Jie, but unfortunately Yu Jie's body was not under any control. Prior to this, he had not utilized his own power. This does not mean that Yu Jie could be dominated by the opponent. Currently, the power Yu Jie wielded belonged to teleportation. Originally, Eternity believed he only needed a little effort to defeat Yu Jie. As Yu Jie exhibited an almost immortal strength, Eternity was taken aback. I truly did not expect you to have a connection with the goddess of death. In my understanding, that being should not associate with any human. He spoke while a glow flickered around him, just as he had claimed. He was unaware of Yu Jie's ties to the goddess of death, but in his limited understanding, a person could not possibly evade being killed by him. Much of this was due to the favor of the goddess of death. Recently, he had heard numerous accounts regarding her. He knew that to some extent that woman was always stirring up trouble, bestowing her favor on what she liked and disliked. These favors made those individuals extremely troublesome. Eternity's expression changed, but he did not notice the slight disdain on Yu Jie's face. For Eternity, this matter was related to the goddess of death, but Yu Jie was entirely unconcerned. If you think my power is related to the goddess of death, then is your nearly infinite power also connected to this universe? As the battle continued, Yu Jie in a sense began to understand the power Eternity possessed. Eternity had previously revealed his true form, yet Yu Jie's power had no effect on him. This very realization allowed Yu Jie to ascertain that the opponent was completely connected to the universe. To defeat him here, one would have to destroy the universe or possess the power to annihilate it. The recent awe of the universe had to some extent affected the opponent. Otherwise, the opponent would not be so eager to summon these black holes. But soon Yu Jie walked directly toward just moments after escaping from the black hole, Yu Jie in the next instant dashed straight into it. Eternity here had never expected things to turn out this way. This action left him momentarily stunned, yet the next second a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Yu Jie clearly possessed the power to ignore black holes, yet he voluntarily entered the black hole. This was entirely illogical. No one would choose the most extreme display in such a combat environment, yet Yu Jie opted for it. Then right before Eternity's eyes, the opponent was utterly torn apart by the black hole, causing Eternity to gasp in shock. The continuous changes in power also made Eternity notice a new action from Yu Jie prior, to which he could not possibly focus his gaze on Yu Jie. He believed that Yu Jie would not display any more peculiar powers here. However, after Yu Jie was completely shredded by the black hole, he found Yu Jie appearing before him once again. More importantly, Yu Jie's power was still increasing. Could it be that he truly intended to use the goddess of death's power to oppose him here? Upon realizing this, Eternity began to laugh. He thought it amusing that Yu Jie could be here. Although the goddess of death could grant you infinite revivals, do not forget that every time you die your soul and mental state diminish to some extent. Eternity did not mind wasting time here. Thus he continued to amplify his own power within the black hole. He did not wish to waste time here, nor did he want to give his opponent a chance. For a moment the power within the black hole was also increasing Yu Jie's rate of death. Naturally, Yu Jie sensed this occurrence. However, Yu Jie had no substantial thoughts about it. On the contrary, he appeared quite satisfied. Only because of this. Unexpected events could bring the battle back on track. After all, if the battle were to continue, there was a high possibility of being caught off guard. Eternity had been withholding his true form, and Yu Jie could not apply his power against him. The battle had to some degree reached a stalemate, which was not good for Yu Jie. But Yu Jie was also very clear that in such an environment to defeat his opponent, he could continuously refresh the life codex and the powers of the Super Saiyan. One would allow him to resurrect infinitely, while the other could infinitely increase his combat power, and Eternity would absolutely not allow him to survive here. The opponent would do everything possible to completely shred him. Yu Jie could feel that the power of the Super Saiyan had to some extent increased immensely. Currently, he only needed an opportunity to fully unleash it. However, considering the opponent's power, Yu Jie also chose to continue waiting. He understood that power must be exerted under extremely sufficient conditions, or otherwise all efforts would be in vain. For this reason, Yu Jie was once again completely torn apart by Eternity. But at this moment, Eternity's expression also changed. Yu Jie seemed a bit off, completely different from before. Eternal never anticipated that Yu Jie could continuously resurrect amidst such fierce warfare. The current battle is no longer merely a fight, perhaps describing it as a war would be more fitting. The immortality displayed by Yu Jie completely shocked Eternal. Initially, Eternal thought that this human might be somewhat different, but it was absolutely impossible for him to be defeated and resurrected countless times before his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but begin to suspect this was the work of the goddess of death, even wondering if he was her illegitimate child. Why else could he sustain himself for so long? One must understand that death can quietly extinguish a person's will and soul. Yet these aspects were completely absent in Yu Jie. He resembled nothing like his former self. He still appeared the same as before, but more importantly, Yu Jie seemed to have undergone some noticeable changes. He could feel that the power within Yu Jie had qualitatively increased to some extent. What is your relationship with the goddess of death? Feeling the completely different demeanor of Yu Jie, Eternal could no longer maintain his silence, and spoke up directly. Why is it that you can gain so much strength after each death? Upon speaking, Eternal also sensed that things were indeed different. As events unfolded, he felt that with his own strength he could slightly probe into what was truly happening with the other party. However, in Eternal's eyes, Yu Jie had completely transformed. The power Yu Jie exhibited now was significantly different from what he had shown before. Previously, Eternal only slightly suspected that Yu Jie was somewhat different, but now he was no longer simply. More importantly, he could ascertain that something had absolutely transpired within Yu Jie, and these matters were completely unknown to him. Taking a deep breath, Eternal slowly began to control his power, charging toward Yu Jie. In the past, Eternal might have used the power of black holes to progress and control Yu Jie, but now he had completely abandoned that idea. Because he knew that Yu Jie's attitude in battle had changed. This was an unexpected development. In some ways, it presented an opportunity for him. Thinking of how the opponent had increased their combat power so much in such a short time made him realize that Yu Jie was completely different from anyone he had encountered before. To eliminate Yu Jie here, he needed to deliver a fatal blow. A massive black light had already appeared. At the same time, countless stars were shining in Eternal's hand, a scene that Yu Jie had not anticipated. However, Yu Jie could sense that the power emanating from Eternal this time was from completely different realms compared to before. Most importantly this time, as Eternal used this power, Yu Jie could detect that the aura surrounding him was still increasing. An increase in aura meant that the power would rise to an extraordinarily terrifying level in a short time. It was because of this that Yu Jie did not overthink the situation. What kind of power might the opponent possess? The power that erupted in a short time was the most terrifying. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie once again moved towards Eternal's position. Previously, Yu Jie also knew where Eternal was located. Yet knowing where Eternal was did not provide Yu Jie with any answers, as he could not strike even if he knew. The opponent's power was already evident. The best way to defeat him was to elevate his own power to match that of the opponent. Only when both sides were on the same level could this battle gain significance, a fact that Yu Jie understood better. However, Yu Jie could also ascertain that the power erupting from Eternal was far beyond what he had previously contemplated. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie also began to elevate his own power. The extraordinary combat strength he had just demonstrated was largely due to the passive enhancement provided by the Super Saiyan without his awareness. However, with every increment of power, Yu Jie could store it within himself. Currently, it was the best opportunity for Yu Jie. Since the opponent wanted to cause trouble, Yu Jie deemed it necessary to let the opponent understand the consequences of having died thousands of times. It could be said that this was a thousand-fold growth in power. In a single breath, Yu Jie unleashed his power once again. At this moment, Eternal's gaze was fixed on Yu Jie. He wanted to see just how incredible Yu Jie could demonstrate. However, as his gaze fell upon Yu Jie, he realized how naive his thoughts had been. The most evident difference was that the power Yu Jie had previously exhibited was incomparably different from his current. The aura radiating from the opponent was similarly affected. Even as this aura began to increase, each burst of power had also been elevated to some degree. Eternal could even feel that Yu Jie's strength actually posed a threat to him. One must understand that in the vast cosmos, just moments ago Yu Jie had merely used a clever tactic to attack him. Now Yu Jie completely refrained from similar actions, and instead attacked him with his own strength. This indicated that Yu Jie to some extent had already become a being on the same level as himself. Eternal's expression changed, and he could feel that Yu Jie did not differ much from his previous self. This meant that Yu Jie could still infinitely resurrect in the upcoming battle, which caused Eternal to feel something was amiss. This is impossible. Why can you gain so much combat power in such a short time, and this aura is still within your body? Could it be that you are also a deity? Eternal spoke with some disbelief. For Eternal, it was inconceivable that a human could possess such strength as Yu Jie. Thus he began to doubt Yu Jie's identity, but unfortunately his doubts received no answers. Yongheng had never anticipated that Yu Jie could unleash such a formidable threat here. Although he had previously focused his attention on Yu Jie, he had not expected this intensity. He could even sense that Yu Jie was significantly different from before, yet he had always restrained both of them. He would not allow too many unexpected events to occur, but what has transpired now has completely overturned his imagination. Most crucially, the power Yu Jie displayed had entirely subverted Yongheng's previous judgments. In such a combat environment, if the fight were to continue, Yongheng could hardly imagine what would happen next. However, in Yongheng's heart, allowing things to develop in this manner would undoubtedly be an insult to the 5 divine beings. His pride had always been rooted in belonging to the divine. The threat that Yu Jie exhibited had become unbearable for him. Thus he resolved to change everything here. The black light surrounding Yongheng enveloped him again, and from afar it was clear that he was no longer the same. Yet the aura emanating from Yongheng had slightly changed. When this change occurred, acting quickly might yield. Yu Jie understood this better than anyone else, but after briefly assessing his opponent, he chose to give up. Yu Jie did not strike directly. To him, Yongheng was bound to reveal more of his methods. These methods would affect him to some extent. Therefore, rather than waste time, he chose to wait. Only after Yongheng unleashed all his power would Yu Jie take action. As expected, while Yu Jie was contemplating, a more terrifying power emerged as Yongheng had adjusted all his strength. Just as he had imagined, Yu Jie would not be easily slain in a short time. Yet he absolutely would not allow Yu Jie to maintain his current state. Thus, after slowly adjusting his power, Yu Jie appeared once more before Yongheng. "I've waited so long for you, and you present me with such a test paper. It seems you are much weaker than I imagined," Yu Jie remarked, mirroring Yongheng's earlier state, as Yongheng had constantly belittled Yu Jie during their previous battles. It seemed he sought to elevate himself to another level. Yet who would have thought that within such a short time Yu Jie would prove his strength to be far superior in certain respects? This realization caused Yongheng to frown involuntarily. He did not respond directly to Yu Jie's words. Instead, he once again enhanced his power. Previously, Yu Jie had only slightly suppressed him. However, Yu Jie had not completely defeated Yongheng. In Yongheng's view, both sides had merely lost their advantages. The current battle could not be resolved by a mere test. Without sufficient strength or confidence to defeat his opponent, everything one does is but a joke. Yongheng controlled his power, knowing that this force's emergence had even surprised Yu Jie. Yu Jie focused on Yongheng, and without realizing it, found some similarities between him and Tuanqing. The most apparent similarity lay in their approach to tasks. Yu Jie had always thought that only the madman Tuanqing would engage in such planetary devouring. Yet unexpectedly, Yongheng, upon realizing he was not his opponent, would also choose to devour planets. As these planets were consumed by Yongheng, Yu Jie could distinctly feel that Yongheng's power had significantly increased. This was one of the trump cards of a divine being. The power he needed could be stripped from other planets. As the energy he absorbed continued to rise, his combat power would also increase in a short time. Because of this, Yu Jie took a deep breath. She knew that it was time to elevate her own power, since her opponent had no intention of waiting. Naturally, she could not allow things to continue as they were. In fact, Yu Jie was eager to see the power unleashed. Who among them would be stronger? "If I can still be suppressed by you, then this declaration is indeed meaningless," Yongheng said as he immediately took action. This was the first time he had truly launched an attack against Yu Jie. Countless planets were clenched in his hand, transforming into weapons of attack. Only Yu Jie knew how terrifying his assault was. As these planets were wielded, they contained not only the power of the planets themselves, but also the terrifying force Yongheng had added. The combined explosion of these two forces was far from simple. After feeling it, Yu Jie immediately chose to use instant teleportation to appear before Yongheng. To Yongheng, Yu Jie's repeated acts of seemingly courting death indicated that he was unafraid of any attack, instead meeting the challenge head-on. However, he did not expect Yu Jie would use instant teleportation to appear right before him, which somewhat shattered his expectations as his eyes narrowed. He wanted to see what Yu Jie was planning to do, as he had not behaved this way before. But Yu Jie spoke with his fists, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. To him, Yongheng appeared simply foolish. He could have chosen a faster and better way, so why allow himself to be beaten to death? Yu Jie's power once again impacted Yongheng. Yongheng was forced back by Yu Jie's sudden surge of power. However, his expression quickly changed. He realized that a force had suddenly appeared in the universe above. Not only Yongheng, but even Yu Jie looked up. The power suddenly manifesting in the universe was something neither of them had anticipated. Yu Jie squinted his eyes and spoke up. It seems you are far more insidious than I imagined, even setting traps here. Is this your trump card? Surprisingly, Yongheng did not answer Yu Jie's question. Instead, he fixed his gaze firmly on the universe above. Damn it, how is this possible? Why has this guy suddenly appeared here? Weren't they supposed to have perished long ago? The sudden words from Yongheng left Yu Jie somewhat astonished. In Yu Jie's view, this should be Yongheng's trump card. The previous attack was merely to distract him. After all, the strange power that emerged in the cosmos was extremely threatening, causing even Yu Jie's superhuman physique to tremble slightly under this threat. After all, the strange power that emerged in the cosmos was extremely threatening, causing even Yu Jie's superhuman physique far beyond his expectations, and to a certain extent there were even more terrifying powers yet to be revealed. After all, Yu Jie had only seen the tip of the iceberg. In my memory, the 5 deities in this universe are the most frightening existences, and Yu Yongheng should be the most powerful. However, why do I feel that this power has nothing to do with you? Yu Jie noticed that Yongheng's expression was somewhat off. As this power appeared in the cosmos, Yongheng's face changed dramatically. Before this, Yongheng had completely disregarded Yu Jie. However, with the emergence of this power, Yu Jie could keenly sense his opponent's aura, which was somewhat chaotic and completely different from before. This made Yu Jie increasingly certain that his opponent was very familiar with the suddenly appeared power. Perhaps it was even stronger. At this moment, Yu Jie shook his head. But Yongheng immediately shouted angrily, "You know nothing. Shut up, you bastard. Do you know what you're facing right now? That is a deity from the old era. Even I cannot confront it." Yongheng's sudden words surprised Yu Jie, but he seized on a piece of information within Yongheng's statement. A deity from the old era. This means the opponent is also a deity, but from a much earlier time compared to Yongheng. Yu Jie's mind began to recall everything he knew in his memory. Deities from the old era should be the ancient. Those guys could be considered truly wicked. But weren't those evil deities supposed to have been sealed away in the past long ago? This has a significant connection to time. After all, time is divided into the past, present, and future. Events from the 3 eras occur simultaneously, yet not within the same space-time. It's akin to the concept of parallel worlds existing within the same universe. However, Yu Jie quickly realized that it was likely because the deities from the old era possessed the power to break through the past. That is why they came to this current era. Yu Jie did not act immediately, because he knew the upcoming battle had. After all, Yongheng in a sense was the target of the opponent. As a deity of the new era, the opponent inherited everything from the old era, even purging all remnants of it. Therefore, these guys would definitely face reckoning. At this moment, Yu Jie also understood why Yongheng had been so alarmed earlier. His face was even filled with incredulity. As he contemplated, just as Yu Jie was about to leave, he noticed that the aura in the cosmos suddenly zeroed in on him. Originally, Yu Jie intended to leave right away, as these matters had little to do with him. But who could have anticipated that the opponent would focus their gaze on him? In an instant, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. However, he never expected Yongheng to smile and say, "You still want to escape? That's impossible. These guys, the fact that they could escape from the old era means they must have paid a hefty price, perhaps a price they cannot pay. But as far as I know, no matter what price they pay, they need some food to compensate, and I am their food. But you are the same, and I believe you might be even more appetizing in their eyes than I am. After all, deities bear marks, but you don't." Yongheng's words were beyond Yu Jie's expectations, as he thought this should be a battle exclusively between deities. As an ordinary earthling, he saw no reason to get involved in such a battle. Wouldn't it be laughable for him to meddle in their affairs? However, he never expected that he would be targeted simply because of his overwhelming strength. Yu Jie narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the cosmos. Yu Jie did not fear the so-called deities from the old era. As for the opponent wanting to devour him and turn him into their food, that was even less likely. Currently, the power he possessed could to some extent help him resolve many issues. For instance, the power he was unleashing now. Yu Jie did not wait around. With Yang Heng's words, Yu Jie understood that the opponent surely regarded him as a rival to some extent. Since they had already considered him an adversary, what was the point of him staying here any longer? Might as well take the initiative. It seemed there was an invisible barrier existing in the cosmos. But as Yu Jie unleashed his power, that barrier vanished. A massive form appeared before Yu Jie, leaving Yongheng completely stunned. Yongheng was still pondering whether he should contact the other four to confront this opponent. After all, the return of the old era signified a challenge to the new era. But when he saw Yu Jie charge in recklessly, he couldn't help but want to exclaim, "This guy is a madman. Why provoke the opponent at this time?" Clearly the other side hadn't truly moved yet. Observing the situation for a moment was the best course of action. But who could have expected that the opponent would be utterly unreasonable? Yongheng narrowed his eyes, yet had no intention of dispersing like Yu Jie. He knew that participating now would hold no meaning. He wanted to see if these old deities had truly returned to their peak state. If they hadn't reached their peak, Yongheng wouldn't mind giving a good beating to a drowning dog. But once the opponent returned to their peak, it would mean unexpected events could occur. Yu Jie's intervention would just happen to provide him with an opportunity. He would take advantage of the gap created by Yu Jie battling the opponent to escape. After all, once the opponent truly recovered, their power would far exceed expectations. Yu Jie never expected that the sudden arrival of this individual would have any thoughts about him. Originally, he believed this should be a battle between deities, and why would such a conflict involve him? However, since the other party had intentions towards him, he decided to let his strength do the talking. Yu Jie completely dismantled the barriers between them. At this moment, Yu Jie had also reached the opponent's front, and he could even feel the overwhelming aura emanating from the other party, far more powerful than he had imagined. Every moment the aura was growing. Unlike the Eternal, who was merely watching, Eternal's thoughts at this moment were very simple. He wanted to see if the ancient deity had truly regained its former strength. If the ancient deity did recover its past abilities, he would need to contact other deities to intervene, but given the differing perspectives of an observer. Thus the Eternal was unaware of the true nature of the opponent Yu Jie faced. On the contrary, Yu Jie could clearly sense the significant differences here. You deities really make one feel nauseous being able to conceal your battle power. Because of the battle with the opponent, Yu Jie could see much more than what he currently perceived. The most obvious was the opponent's strength, which was growing at all times. Long before Yu Jie even made contact, he had already sensed the opponent's power. In Yu Jie's perception, the opponent was somewhat powerful, but this power still felt quite mundane. It did not pose much of a threat to him. However, the moment he made slight contact with the opponent's body, Yu Jie realized that the other party had been hiding their strength all along. The true extent of the opponent's power was much greater than he had imagined. Because of this, Yu Jie narrowed his. He could sense that the opponent's power had significantly increased, and he understood that resolving the situation here would not be as simple as he had thought. However, what surprised Yu Jie was that the opponent's state was somewhat off. Previously, he had only felt a different kind of battle power from them. Now Yu Jie felt that the opponent lacked consciousness in battle, as if they were merely a body without awareness. Considering this, Yu Jie launched another tentative attack, and sure enough, the opponent's strength had only slightly increased compared to before. It was perfectly equal to the increase in the opponent's battle power, and Yu Jie suddenly understood. The opponent's power was still largely related to their battle strength. Thus, the opponent had no intention of launching a proactive attack, and at that moment Yu Jie suddenly turned his gaze to the Eternal. Do these deities have their own requirements for battle, even suppressing their own power during combat? Yu Jie was unfamiliar with these deities. But beside him was someone who understood the deities, and upon hearing Yu Jie's sudden words, the Eternal was momentarily stunned. He did not grasp the meaning of Yu Jie's words, yet he still shook his head. The power possessed by deities is extraordinarily terrifying. These ancient deities possess exceedingly dreadful power capable of breaking through the past and arriving in the present. This implies that their power has certainly increased to some extent, though otherwise those seals would not have been broken by them. Yu Jie did not obtain the answer he sought from the Eternal, but he still launched an attack towards the opponent's location. The thought was simple: the opponent's power was not sufficient to suppress him in a short time. For Yu Jie, this was the best opportunity. If the opponent could not unleash their truly formidable power here, then what he needed to do next would be much simpler. Treating the opponent as their strongest before they had fully matured at this moment, he aimed to use his overwhelming power to eliminate them. Embracing this thought, Yu Jie controlled all the power within himself, gradually adjusting his strength, and suddenly charged at the opponent. However, for some reason, he noticed that the opponent seemed to have undergone some changes. The most obvious was that during their previous battle, he could sense every fluctuation of the opponent's aura. But this time the aura he felt was fading, as if the opponent subconsciously controlled their own power. If he were to describe it, the opponent had previously possessed great martial power, but had not transformed that power into their true strength. Even during battle, they had not timely adjusted the terrifying power they possessed, yet now it was completely. The most evident change was that the aura from the opponent was continuously shifting with time. The opponent had begun to consciously control their own body. At this moment, the Eternal also narrowed his eyes. He did not know what exactly was happening in the battle, but he observed everything about this deity. This guy is not his true self, but rather a clone that is about to break the seal. This clone emerged from outside. Some peculiar words slipped from the Eternal's lips, but at that moment Yu Jie understood what the Eternal meant. Initially, Yu Jie had some doubts about whether his opponent truly lacked a real consciousness. If they had genuine awareness, they would certainly be able to lead certain matters here. They would even take the initiative to attack during battle or choose more suitable defensive opportunities. However, the opponent did not act this way. Instead, they controlled their own power, retracting the strength that had all. This further convinced Yu Jie that this individual was more like a puppet released by the opponent. The purpose was simple: to break the seal. Strictly speaking, the deities sealed in the past had not returned to this era. However, what the opponent was about to do was of utmost importance. Since the opponent had come here, it was impossible for it to be just a simple visit. They came to release the sealed ancient deity and cooperate with it to shatter the prison that bound the ancient deity. After contemplating, Yu Jie prepared to leave, but at that moment the opponent moved. The clone that had remained still suddenly sprang into action. Not only that, but it seemed to have a target. The target was unmistakably Yu Jie. The first time Yu Jie attempted to leave, the other party had already set their gaze upon him. At that moment, Yu Jie did not choose to wait, but instead broke through the barrier between them and approached his opponent. However, after the battle, Yu Jie realized that the other party was no longer a complete being. The various powers contained within his body were not entirely under the control of the opponent, thus Yu Jie did not have many thoughts on the matter. Yet the current actions of the other party seemed to tell Yu Jie, "I have set my sights on you, and I even want to devour you right here." Provocations occurred repeatedly, and even Yu Jie decided he could no longer tolerate such behavior. In that moment, even the Eternal, who was watching from the side, narrowed his eyes. He could sense that Yu Jie's current state was vastly different from before. Previously, he had fought Yu Jie several times, and was aware of the nature of the power Yu Jie possessed. But this time he found Yu Jie to be entirely different from what he had imagined. The most obvious difference was that the power Yu Jie unleashed now was far greater than before. The powers of both sides erupted in a short span of time. At this moment, the Eternal squinted his eyes, realizing that Yu Jie was not as simple as he appeared. He also knew that Yu Jie had been continuously concealing his strength, but now it was no longer merely a matter of hiding power. The force Yu Jie unleashed far exceeded any previous display. Precisely because of this, he began to contemplate the recent battle. He could feel that Yu Jie's sudden surge of power was a good thing for him, for he could ascertain that the ancient god who appeared this time was merely a clone. This clone could not change anything here, instead it could complicate matters further. The Eternal could intervene here, but he knew that once this guy realized he was acting, it would mean the opponent would become even more impulsive and frenzied. At that point, it would inevitably spark a new round of divine wars. At this moment, he had no intention of making a move against Yu Jie. He was more hopeful that Yu Jie could resolve the situation swiftly. The Eternal merely glanced at the scene before choosing to leave. For him, the best option now was to seek out joining forces with them to seal away this group of beings was the best choice. Otherwise, as time went on, the situation would surely become a complete mess. This was not something the Eternal wished to witness. Yu Jie noticed the Eternal's departure, but he paid it little mind. The clone before him had thoroughly enraged him. The power of the Super Saiyan had enveloped Yu Jie in an instant. Just as Yu Jie had thought before, he had given the opponent an opportunity. Yet the other party did not cherish it and continually scrutinized him. There was no disguise for the greed in the opponent's eyes. Yu Jie had no idea what kind of power these beings possessed, nor did he know how terrifying they were at their peak. But Yu Jie knew that if you were to extend your dog paw here, I would have to In the next moment, Yu Jie charged towards his opponent, and this time the power he unleashed was far greater than. It should be noted that although Yu Jie had previously unleashed a portion of his power, that force was still under his control. This time, it was entirely different. Previously, Yu Jie would control and compress his strength, but this time he made no such choice, instead unleashing all his power. These powers erupted from Yu Jie's hands, and soon after another wave of explosive force coalesced in his hands. It left the opponent's body utterly incapable of withstanding Yu Jie's power. With each successive eruption, the power escalated once more. Perhaps it was because the force Yu Jie showcased was too formidable that this clone suddenly opened its mouth. Are you the deity of the new era? Why do I not smell smoke on you, but rather a captivating fragrance? It seems you are my most favored meal. The speech was somewhat peculiar, yet it was clear that this individual had completely revealed his ambitions. Yu Jie shook his head. He had not expected the other party to communicate with him. However, he was even more convinced that this exchange was meaningless. From the moment the opponent made a move, the situation had already become extremely dire. This time was no different. Yu Jie's power continuously struck the clone, which was somewhat surprised at that moment. Originally what he regarded as mere prey had unexpectedly unleashed a power that prey should not possess. Even the clone could sense the growing threat Yu Jie posed. Finally, the clone managed to regain control, compressing the power within its body. Previously, the ancient god had sent forth his clone. It was merely to break the seal, but due to being a clone and the seal being exceedingly strong, the ancient god could not control his clone at the first moment. This was what allowed the clone to expose all its combat power the moment it emerged. But now it had completely changed. As the ancient god's consciousness began to enter the clone, it started to suppress its own power. He intended to gather all this power, facilitating the ancient god within the seal to completely lift the seal. Who could have anticipated that Yu Jie would break through? Moreover, the power Yu Jie displayed was truly terrifying, forcing the ancient god's clone to alter its. According to the original plan, Yu Jie would undoubtedly ruin everything here. Yet in the next moment, Yu Jie's power struck the clone's head. From Yu Jie's perspective, he was unaware of the opponent's plans and cared not for them. He only knew that this guy had designs on him. Thus, he should eliminate the opponent's unparalleled power. As the force erupted from Yu Jie's body, at that instant the clone's power also erupted under its control. However, after the clash of the two forces, the ancient god's clone could no longer maintain its original state. Its massive form began to shrink continuously as the power Yu Jie unleashed was simply too overwhelming. The scale of the forces unleashed upon their convergence is unimaginable. At the very least, the clone had never expected that a human could exhibit such immense power in such a short span of time. Yet Yu Jie had not ceased the eruption of power. An even more formidable force surged forth from him. The fusion of the Silver Superman and the Super Saiyan would create a terrifying effect. No one knows. Prior to this, eternity had killed Yu Jie thousands of times, further elevating Yu Jie's power to a pinnacle once more. At that moment, Yu Jie's combat strength had multiplied by several thousand times, for each death meant that Yu Jie's life code and Saiyan power had been enhanced. This enhancement was exponential, and with such strength Yu Jie had almost instantaneously completed a new metamorphosis. With the support of this transformation, Yu Jie could not say he would annihilate the entire universe, but even a mere so-called divine clone was absolutely not his match, even if this divine clone bore an exceedingly important task. Unfortunately, under Yu Jie's hand, it had not even managed to last a single round. Soon the divine clone was utterly eradicated, and Yu Jie glanced at the universe where the opponent had vanished, eventually shaking his head. "I hope the next time you appear you won't be so weak," Yu Jie said as he turned towards Earth, while Eternity, who had already departed, suddenly looked back. Casting a glance at the void of the universe, he had just felt a chilling aura. This aura emanated with a hint of the inexplicable, yet as a deity he immediately sensed its presence. It must be significantly related to himself, or otherwise he wouldn't have sensed the emergence of this aura. Suddenly, he recalled the previous battle between Yu Jie and the clone. What astonished him even more was how it could be possible to conclude the battle in such a short amount of time. This was definitely not consistent with his memories. After all, in his view, although Yu Jie had some redeeming qualities, he was merely an earthling, not to mention that the opponent's power should be connected to. The goddess of death should have a direct relationship with this. It was highly improbable for him to defeat that clone, even if that clone's consciousness was not complete. However, what was happening now seemed to tell Eternity that everything he had imagined was utterly ridiculous. Yu Jie was indeed that powerful. His terror was beyond what ordinary people could compare to, and precisely because of this, Eternity shook his head. He knew that things had already exceeded his control, but even if it had developed to this point, Eternity still did not forget that the gods of the old era were about to return. This was certainly not good news. The most troublesome should be their group of new era gods, because the old era's ancients would absolutely not allow the existence of gods in the new era. Although they were referred to as the gods of the old era, according to their extremely tyrannical nature, they would certainly dominate all eras. In all eras there could only be one god, and that was them. Considering this, Eternity had to contact his good brothers in a short time. If they did not appear soon, it would mean that the gods of the old era were about to rearrange the universe. Eternity quickly vanished into the universe, for there were many things he needed to do. After all, he understood the temperaments and personalities of the other four. They were almost all very difficult presences. Back on Earth, Yu Jie had returned to the estate. Upon his return, he saw Hela, who was also looking at him. Yu Jie's face was written with concern. "What happened? Why were you gone for so long? I just sensed many changes in your aura. What's going on?" Hela, although she hadn't gone into the universe to witness Yu Jie's battle, could feel something. The battle that had just occurred in the universe was not as simple as imagined, hence, she had some doubts about whether Yu Jie had encountered any mishaps. Looking at Hela's worried face, Yu Jie shook his head. It's simple, a group of ignorant fools came to cause trouble on Earth, so I dealt with them all. See, I'm perfectly fine. Yu Jie naturally understood what Hela was worried about, but to him this was not a big deal. The group of fools that had appeared had indeed affected him to some extent, but their power was still insufficient. Moreover, currently he could be considered to have an immortal body. With the blessing of an immortal body, no one. Furthermore, after his resurrection, all combat power would multiply. In the previous battle with the Devourer, although unexpected incidents occurred, he did not know how many times he had died. At that time, Yu Jie even felt a bit of disgust. After all, dying so many times was just as eternity. Even the goddess of death could not completely eliminate the punishment of death, yet now Yu Jie had little thought about these punishments. With his strength right there, each resurrection equated to a full recovery, and his combat power surged significantly. This feeling was far stronger than any punishment. Hela, seeing that Yu Jie was comforting her, couldn't help but clench her fists. She naturally knew that Yu Jie was trying to reassure her. However, currently her man was facing threats, and she was powerless, which made Hela feel an unusual anger. As the goddess of death, she certainly would not allow such things to happen. She recalled the previous time when Hydra contacted her to inform her of that news. It seemed that among the mutants a particularly powerful entity had emerged, possessing a terrifying power with even S-H-I-E-L-D. had begun to issue a warrant for this individual. Previously, Hela had not paid much attention to this news. However, after Yu Jie encountered this incident, Hela felt it necessary to understand what kind of power that mutant possessed through Hydra. If possible, she hoped to claim that power for herself. Soon Yu Jie also brought Hela back to the estate once again. Yu Jie could sense that Hela's current state was somewhat off. However, he also understood that these matters depended on whether Hela could digest them herself. Yu Jie had no idea what kind of thoughts he held for his wife. Moreover, he hadn't paid much attention to Hela's recent situation. For him, the best way to recover after a fierce battle was to sleep. Coincidentally, Hela had not slept with him for a long time, making this night particularly extraordinary. It was also the first time Hela realized that Yu Jie could sleep for such a long time after a battle. In the early morning, Yu Jie was still asleep. At that moment, Hela slowly crawled up from beside him. Glancing at Yu Jie, a hint of determination flashed in Hela's eyes. Only she knew what she was about to do next, as she was more aware than others of her intentions. In some respects, she could no longer assist Yu Jie. What was truly happening in Yu Jie's battles within the universe? Hela was unsure, but she knew that if she remained stationary, she would provide no help to Yu Jie. This was something she was unwilling to accept. Precisely because of this, Hela decided to make herself stronger. Earlier, Hydra had been assisting Hela in gathering various pieces of information. Having previously obtained the powers of the Dark Lord, Hela understood that her subordinates were not completely useless. At the very least, they could still bring her surprises within a certain time frame, and because of this, Hela's strength had increased to some extent. Hela had originally gotten used to her current life, but with the invasion of external forces, she began to feel a sense of crisis. Especially after just participating in a battle, Yu Jie made Hela experience a feeling of helplessness she had never felt before. The man she loved was fighting outside, while she could only hide in the manor waiting for his return. This was not something Hela was willing to witness. As a goddess, she had her own pride, and not long after, under Hydra's guidance, Hela arrived at a desolate mountain. According to the information provided by Hydra, the Dark Phoenix was located within this desolate mountain. Hydra had already investigated the Dark Phoenix thoroughly. They never expected that this being who resembled humans so closely actually possessed the power to destroy the entire universe. When this news first reached the mutants, even they themselves found it hard to believe. However, by a stroke of luck, this information was obtained by Hydra, and they promptly relayed it to Hela. These individuals naturally understood that the deity they worshipped was immensely powerful, and thus the deity might be indifferent to other matters. But when it came to power, their perspective was distinctly different. Because of this, they unhesitatingly chose to take. Hela quickly began searching for traces of the Dark Phoenix in the desolate mountain. At that moment, Hela had returned to her goddess form, and under this aura, the power she unleashed was immensely potent. Moreover, absorbing excessive dark energy previously allowed her to control the entire area. First, as Hela released all her power, the entire desolate mountain transformed into her personal territory. Hela's eyes quickly narrowed as she sensed the location of the Dark Phoenix. In the next moment, she moved swiftly, appearing right before the Dark Phoenix. At that moment, the Dark Phoenix was adjusting to the sudden surge of power within her body. Even the Dark Phoenix herself did not understand why she possessed such immense power. However, after gaining this power, she felt her consciousness slipping away. Most importantly, it seemed she could not control this power, becoming a slave to it instead. How terrifying and ironic this news was. Power was supposed to belong to oneself, yet it could betray. It seemed she had no way to control this power, only to let it control her, making it impossible for her to accept the situation. Thus, the Dark Phoenix departed from the human world, unwilling to be a puppet to power. At this moment, Hela was also observing the Dark Phoenix, sensing a terrifying force within her. This power was just as the rumors described, capable of annihilating the entire universe. She then spoke. As a human, you probably cannot bear this power anymore. No worries, I will take care of everything from here on out. As she spoke, darkness began to descend upon Hela, enveloping her completely. From a distance, Hela no longer resembled her previous self, though she seemed to have transformed into pure darkness. Beneath the silent blackness, there were no traces left, and Hydra quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield. Although they wished to witness just how terrifying their deity was, their instincts told them that this battle was beyond their capability to participate in. Even just observing was a privilege they did not possess. Their deity was simply too powerful. Because of this, the Dark Phoenix also narrowed her eyes. The power within her body began to manifest uncontrollably. No, this is impossible. I don't want to focus only on power. Get away from me quickly. The Dark Phoenix screamed in a fit of hysteria as she felt the terrifying power surge within her. She was not infatuated with this power, nor did she enjoy it, for as this power emerged, her entire consciousness faded away in an instant. She felt as if she had become a puppet of power. This power, which should have belonged to her, had instead become her hypnotic garment, quickly dimming the light in the Dark Phoenix's eyes. The expression belonging to a human had completely vanished, replaced by an indifference. An indifference towards life, a perfect pledge to power. At this moment, the Dark Phoenix cast her gaze upon the darkness before her, as if it were her second persona. She also began to laugh. It seems you want to turn me into your prey, but do you think you are worthy? I must admit the power you possess is incredibly formidable, but it holds no significance for me. Flames began to emerge with the Dark Phoenix's words. Meanwhile, around the Dark Phoenix, an even more intense power slowly erupted. Everything around was completely engulfed by darkness. Now this darkness was gradually receding. Hela was not in a hurry to take action, but she never expected that her opponent was far more impatient than herself. A more terrifying force erupted from her opponent's body. Strangely, this power was gradually increasing. At this moment, Hela could finally confirm that the opponent before her was much stronger than she had imagined. The most apparent was the aura they exuded, which completely exceeded her expectations. Earlier, she had already focused her gaze on her opponent, contemplating what methods the other might employ. However, she never anticipated that her opponent would control the release of this power. Of course, this was just the first part. In the second part, Hela could feel that while her opponent was releasing power, they were also gradually increasing it. It seemed that as the duration of the battle extended, the opponent's power would escalate to a higher level. This was what surprised Hela the most. According to Hela's previous assessment of her opponent, they should possess an extremely terrifying and powerful. Moreover, the power would erupt immediately, but now the reality was not as straightforward as that. It appeared as if they were employing a method of continuous eruption, enhancing their strength as the battle prolonged. Feeling the sudden surge of power from her opponent, Hela couldn't help but smile. What Hela lacked the least was power, especially with the unfolding of the dark domain. The power Hela could unleash was far more formidable than she had imagined, and the two forces could merge into one in a short time. This particularly powerful force was unleashed by her opponent, yet even the Black Phoenix did not expect that its own power could not approach Hela. Not long after the battle began, the Black Phoenix realized this fact. It seems your power is even stronger than I anticipated, but if this is all you have, it poses no threat to me. In the eyes of the Black Phoenix, the power displayed by her opponent appeared formidable, but this power was still insufficient. To put it simply, the opponent was merely using this power for defense. This also implied that the one who would truly initiate the attack next would still be herself. Once she grasped the rhythm of the offense, how could her opponent possibly defeat her? With a breath, a terrifying power erupted, and the Black Phoenix unleashed her strength once again towards Hela. This time the power was significantly stronger than before, causing even Hela to squint her eyes. While observing her opponent, Hela was also contemplating whether this individual would employ other methods to face her. Now the opponent's power clearly illustrated this point. Unlike the previous approach of boiling a frog in warm water, it seemed that this time the opponent was aiming to unleash all of their power at once. Using this power to incinerate everything around them, countless forces erupted, and at this moment the power belonging to Hela was fading away in the dark moonlight. It appears I underestimated you. I thought your power would not be like this, but it seems that to some extent your strength does have its merits. Since neither side had yet unleashed their strongest powers, everything remained extremely calm. However, as the eye of the storm, Hela could naturally feel the changes in her opponent's strength. Previously, her opponent's power could only continuously increase, thereby enhancing their natural momentum to some extent. But now the opponent had directly erased her power level, completely eliminating all the dark forces she had painstakingly gathered. This precisely proved that the Black Phoenix possessed an even greater power. You are nothing but a humble waste. A waste dares to strip me of my power. How dare you? The Black Phoenix suddenly spoke, seemingly dismissing Hela as merely an ordinary waste. She did not know that after uttering these words, Hela's mindset had completely changed. The reason Hela had come here was largely due to witnessing the battle of Yu Jie earlier. But more importantly, it was the anxiety. Yu Jie was her man, yet she could not provide any help. How could she accept such a situation? Because of this, Hela unleashed her dark power once more. This directly formed a counterbalance against the fiery power of the Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix still believed she could erode her opponent in a short time. Thus her opponent's power must certainly be inferior to her own, until the moment when both forces began to erupt and she finally realized. Hela had simply not revealed her true strength. It was not that she lacked such power. After the clash of the two forces, Hela revealed her true form at this moment. At the same time, a black long sword appeared in Hela's hand, representing the realm of death, far more terrifying than one could imagine. At least the Black Phoenix did not expect that when she turned around, the area was already filled with swords of death, all of which were black. Amidst this darkness, there seemed to be a power that led to death. Do not struggle any further. The power you possess is merely child's play to me. If such power could defeat me, what significance would my existence hold? As the Black Phoenix spoke, flames erupted around her once more, and this time the flames were distinctly different from before. If the flames that appeared earlier resembled the way she showcased her power, then the flames now were even more. The most evident difference was that these flames were extraordinarily hot, even with Hela not approaching her. Yet through her arrows of death, Hela could sense what this flame truly represented, causing her to squint her eyes at this moment. However, Hela showed no sign of wanting to retreat. With her opponent standing before her and uttering such words, how could she allow such a foe to continue existing? The Black Phoenix did not conceal her power here, and it was because of this that Hela could sense it. The opponent's ability to rapidly increase her power mirrored Hela's actions to a certain extent. If one were to speak strictly, Hela could also adopt similar actions, and the opponent's temperature was indeed. She did not know the significance of the opponent's actions, but since the opponent could raise the temperature here, it meant that she could naturally unleash even greater power. Unparalleled power began to manifest continuously on Hela. The actions she had refrained from earlier, she would no longer take, for Hela knew that both sides had completely torn apart any pretense. Next comes the contest of their respective powers. If your power is strong enough, you can accomplish anything you desire here. If you lack sufficient power and still wish to stir trouble here, that would be a joke. However, for this reason, the Black Phoenix did not immediately strike. As before, she could sense something different in the aura. Prior to this, the Black Phoenix had not genuinely cared about Hela and her situation. The kind of power she possessed was not worthy of her attention. But now, as Hela began to unleash her power, the Black Phoenix had to acknowledge that Hela was indeed a rare. The aura surrounding Hela was clashing with her own temperature. The powers of the two were somewhat similar, yet distinctly different, most noticeably in their essence. As time passed, the struggle continued. Previously, the Black Phoenix had always taken such actions, so she had not speculated much about her opponent. What she would do next with this power. However, because of this, Hela had not yet unleashed her full strength. It was because she had concealed her power within her weapon, and for Hela this was her opportunity. The best way to seize an opportunity is to catch one off guard. Though Hela had her thoughts, she did not reveal them. Instead, she kept a close watch on the Black Phoenix, trying to see if she would find an opportunity in the upcoming battle. However, after just a glance, the Black Phoenix spoke up. The power you possess seems little more than child's play to me. I can see the power contained within these weapons at a glance, but do you know what power I possess? In this universe, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of defeating me, not even you. As she spoke, the Black Phoenix unleashed all the power within her body. In an instant, Hela felt something was amiss. Her opponent seemed to have transformed completely. Most importantly, the opponent's entire state had begun to elevate to a new level. Before, she could sense a slight difference, but now it was no longer just a matter of sensing something different. It was as if her opponent had transformed into a sun. She was no longer human, but resembled a lifeless planet. Continuously releasing her power, Hela had always known her opponent was somewhat formidable, and she understood that the power unleashed was far from simple. However, that her opponent could transform into a planet was something Hela had never anticipated. Taking a deep breath, she prepared herself. Gradually controlling herself, the dark power began to converge within her body. As she understood better to defeat her opponent here, it was crucial to see if she could unleash even greater power in a short amount of time. At least in Hela's previous thoughts, her opponent's power should not be able to contend with hers, although there had been a slight, unexpected turn. But this little surprise was still manageable. The power you possess is even stronger than I imagined. But if this is all the power you have, you cannot defeat me. Hela also spoke up, her words mirroring those of her. At this moment, the Black Phoenix showcased her strongest state. This prompted her to want to completely eliminate her opponent in a short time. However, she never expected her thinking to be so naive and ridiculous. For the aura surrounding her could not change anything. On the contrary, a similar aura also emerged. The battle between the two women began anew, and this time the fight escalated into a heated clash. Both had unleashed their most powerful forces. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desolate mountain, Yu Jie had unknowingly arrived. In reality, when Hela stealthily awoke and left, Yu Jie had already opened his eyes. He wanted to see what Hela was hiding from him. As Hela engaged in battle with the Black Phoenix, Yu Jie quickly realized that silly woman. But he did not intervene, he simply watched his wife. He did not wish for any unexpected incidents to occur during the fight. Thus Yu Jie was also gathering power in his hands, ready to eliminate any uncontrollable factor posed by the Black Phoenix. No one could harm his wife here. Of course, if his wife could surprise him, that would be acceptable. As long as his wife was happy, that was all that mattered. It must be said that these two forces had in some respects already undergone a change. While Yu Jie focused on the battle, he could also sense that the Black Phoenix was significantly different from his memories. He knew what the Black Phoenix's power was, but he never expected her to endure so many rounds under Hela's hand. Of course, the power the opponent now possessed was also somewhat bloodily different, for Hela had not previously showcased this dark power. Yu Jie did not know what had happened, but since it was a good thing, he would not intervene. Meanwhile, the battle between the Black Phoenix and Hela escalated to a new level. The two women had directly revealed their trump cards, each wanting to eliminate the other. Yu Jie's gaze was fixated directly on his opponent, as he felt the power of the Black Phoenix. Yu Jie couldn't help but shake his head, for in his memory the opponent had been infected with cosmic energy during a space rescue, which had caused the mutation. This mutation had led to a terrifying enhancement of the opponent's power, yet that power was exceedingly. However, according to what Yu Jie observed, it was not instability, but the emergence of a second personality. The first personality seemed to have been completely annihilated, while the second personality could actually control this terrifying power. This power was to some extent extremely fearsome and potent. Yet even Yu Jie was uncertain about one thing. That was whether the opponent could truly stabilize this power. Meanwhile, Hela was also controlling her own power to attack her opponent. Although Hela had acquired the power of the Dark Monarch, she had suppressed this power within her body and had not unleashed it entirely. She had an instinct that once the dark power was released, the darkness throughout the universe would not remain calm. It could even become exceedingly frantic. The two powers continued to collide, and even Yu Jie began to. Both sides had showcased their most powerful displays. The emergence of this power indicated that there was no turning back for either party. Yet the Black Phoenix bore injuries, and soon after its gaze changed. The truth was that the opponent had gained a degree of power control, but that power could not be controlled by merely one personality. Yet the Black Phoenix bore injuries, and soon after its gaze changed. The truth was that the opponent had gained a degree of power control, but that power could not be controlled by merely one personality. The first personality had failed to control the Black Phoenix, and had even been obliterated by its power. Yet the second personality displayed a terrifying level of control. Nevertheless, this control was utterly ineffective against the most potent destructive force, as was evident now. The opponent's power was beginning to slowly separate and collapse. How is this possible? Didn't I already have control over this power? Why is it still undergoing these changes? The Black Phoenix shouted in a frenzied manner, as it never expected its once docile power to become so uncontrollable at this moment. Under this power, it found itself unable to launch an attack against its opponent. In an instant, it had become a puppet of the power. At this moment, the second personality began to dissipate slowly, for it lacked the ability to control this body, and even less the power that had gone completely berserk. This had made matters exceedingly dire. For Yu Jie, it was somewhat surprising, yet he could sense that Hela was on the verge of victory. As long as the opponent's power had not erupted, it could be forcibly stripped away. Sure enough, as Yu Jie had anticipated, Hela noticed the sudden outburst of the Black Phoenix's power. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Hela unleashed her own dark power at the first opportunity. The dark power was entirely identical to the rampaging power of the Black Phoenix. However, the manner in which the two powers were invoked was completely different. It was the inability to control this power that had led to being dominated by it. But Hela was different. Because she consciously controlled this power, she could manage to keep it within her grasp for a period of time. The power erupting between breaths had completely exploded, and this time, it was far more formidable than previously displayed. Yu Jie couldn't help but shake his head. The battle began inexplicably, and ended even more so. As Hela fully released her dark power, her body began to continuously absorb the power of the Black Phoenix. The opponent's power instantly settled within Hela's body. After Hela had completely absorbed this power, she did not stop her actions. Instead, she began to absorb power from the surroundings. The dark power that had just dissipated was once again drawn back by Hela. This action surprised even Yu Jie, for he believed that these two powers could not coexist peacefully. However, perhaps due to Hela's exceptional talent, she was able to withstand this power. But just as Yu Jie was about to express his surprise, he noticed Hela's complexion changed, and the next moment her figure vanished from the earth. Yu Jie activated his teleportation immediately, having already locked on a Hela's aura. As long as she remained in this universe, he could capture her. In an instant, Yu Jie felt somewhat anxious. He did not know what was happening to Hela. But the unexpected event that had just occurred informed him that things had definitely exceeded his control. After using teleportation, Yu Jie discovered he had arrived in Asgard, the homeland of Hela. At that moment, Hela had come to Asgard. In the midst of a desolate mountain, she knelt upon the ground. Two powers were surging from her body. Yu Jie desperately wanted to step forward to help Hela suppress this power, but he ultimately restrained himself. He understood that this was a necessary process, for these two powers were in some sense incompatible. To harness both powers, it was essential to completely subdue both powers. For now, all Hela could do was to strive to overcome it with her strength. It was essential to completely subdue both powers. At this moment, Yu Jie actually had confidence in Hela, for she was undoubtedly the pride of Asgard. No deity could match Hela. As long as she set foot in Asgard, she would continuously gain strength and elevate herself. The reason Hela returned here was that she sought to subdue this power with her innate fortune. Because of this, Yu Jie believed Hela would surely succeed. As Hela's aura gradually dissipated, Yu Jie also reacted. He took a deep breath, realizing that the two powers had already been successfully absorbed by Hela. In truth, Yu Jie had long been aware of what was happening to Hela. However, Yu Jie felt that this was not something he could stop. It was more about relying on Hela herself to harness. Sensing the change in Hela's aura, Yu Jie chose to leave. Since his wife didn't want him to know her little secret, why should he disturb her? Not long after Yu Jie returned to Earth, Hela glanced around her surroundings. She sensed a familiar aura watching her, but when she looked again, there seemed to be no one there. Hela couldn't help but shake her head, thinking it was probably just her imagination. However, after absorbing the power of the Phoenix, Hela could distinctly feel that her strength had significantly improved compared to before. Most importantly, the two powers had now maintained a bizarre balance within her body, something that was almost impossible before. Yet now these two extremely balanced powers were exhibiting a trend that had never been seen before. Hela gradually began to control her power, spreading it outward. What mattered most was that her body had become increasingly powerful to a certain extent. She could even feel that this newfound power was completely different from what she had before. Previously, although she had gained dark powers, they merely granted her tremendous abilities without fully integrating into her being. But now it was entirely different. Although this power still lingered around her body, Hela could clearly feel that her body was being transformed. This was undoubtedly the greatest surprise for Hela, as her body still had some flaws to a certain degree. The increase in strength did not necessarily enhance her physical robustness, but now this power continuously existed within her, significantly elevating her body to some extent. Thinking of this, Hela couldn't help but smile. The power of the Phoenix had brought her so many surprises that her strength had in some ways already surpassed its limits. Moreover, she could feel that her body was slowly rising to an exceptionally high realm. Additionally, the power Hela had gained this time was different from before. Previously, she needed time to fully adapt to it. But now Hela felt that she didn't need much time to adapt to this immensely terrifying power. Her body had achieved a perfect fusion with the power, leading it to gradually recover to an unimaginable. Meanwhile, on Earth, Yu Jie had returned to his manor, waiting for Hela's return. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes, sensing something unusual on Earth. A very powerful aura had just appeared, causing Yu Jie to narrow his eyes. It seemed like another clueless entity had unleashed some strange beings. As he spoke, Yu Jie activated his teleportation. Before long, Yu Jie arrived at a desolate ruin. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar ruins, he frowned, not knowing what they truly signified. However, he could sense that there had definitely been a super powerful force present in the ruins. Something felt off. Why would such a powerful force appear here? Logically, Earth should be quite normal at this time. In Yu Jie's memory, although Earth had undergone many unexpected events, it shouldn't have changed much from before, and there were no troublemakers causing chaos. This thought gave Yu Jie some comfort, and he felt that there shouldn't be too many troubles on Earth. Yet the power he sensed just now had already surpassed his foresight. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie once again used teleportation. If this was something created by the Supreme Mage, he might not have cared. However, the Supreme Mage had seemingly not shown any intentions to appear, indicating that something unexpected had definitely emerged on Earth. The sudden emergence of this anomaly was giving Yu Jie a headache. Had the hard-earned peace been about to be disrupted? Yu Jie looked around, feeling the flowing power in the air, and squinted his eyes. To him, what was happening now was completely different from what he had imagined. The most evident aspect was that the aura in the air was overwhelmingly rich. This aura of power had thoroughly overturned all his previous notions. While sensing this aura, Yu Jie used teleportation to search for its source on Earth. Strangely, after using teleportation 3 to 5 times, Yu Jie still couldn't locate his target. This puzzled Yu Jie. Logically, teleportation should allow one to trace the target's aura and capture their. Yet after repeatedly using teleportation, he hadn't captured any trace of the target, which suggested that the other party was also moving at an incredibly high speed. Thinking of this, Yu Jie flew into the air. His teleportation required him to capture the opponent's aura, but he hadn't been able to do so. This meant he would have to spend more time here. But soon a glimmer flickered in Yu Jie's eyes. This was the power of. On Earth, he could almost detect any anomaly through his terrifying superhuman instincts. In no time, a light flickered in Yu Jie's eyes as he caught sight of the super fast-moving being. However, this being seemed somewhat familiar. Yu Jie's mind raced with memories of the entity, and soon he realized, wasn't this the Sentinel? But why was the Sentinel here? Logically, they shouldn't be here. As Yu Jie discovered the traces of his opponent, he was taken aback. The being he found exceeded his comprehension. It was a Sentinel. Moreover, Yu Jie sensed something was off about the Sentinel's power, as it shouldn't be present on Earth at this time. The immense strength emanating from the Sentinel was only increasing. One could say that Sentinels are among the most formidable entities in the Marvel Universe, second only to Superman. In fact, Yu Jie was acutely aware that the Sentinel was far stronger than Superman in certain respects. Yet it appeared that the Sentinel was wreaking havoc on Earth. At this moment, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. became aware of the Sentinel's presence, they would have no means to counter it. No entity on Earth could impose any sanctions, as the Sentinel's passive abilities were nearly identical to Superman's. The Sentinel merely needed to absorb the stray energies in space to enhance its own power, making it increasingly formidable. From the destruction left in the Sentinel's wake, it was easy to deduce that given a little time it could completely annihilate the Earth. Thinking of this, Yu Jie's expression grew increasingly grim. If it were merely external forces, he might not have been this furious. But to his surprise, there were beings on Earth stirring up trouble reminiscent of the previous mutants. Yet compared to mutants, this Sentinel was far more deranged. Nothing unusual had occurred. Under the unchanging circumstances, the Sentinel continued to cause chaos. What had the Earth done to deserve this? After capturing the traces of the Sentinel, Yu Jie showed no hesitation. He directly used teleportation to appear around the Sentinel, who hadn't expected someone would suddenly appear beside. The Sentinel's gaze scrutinized Yu Jie. Who are you? What brings you here? I can sense an extremely unfamiliar aura from you. Yu Jie hadn't anticipated the Sentinel would speak to him, but he shook his head in response. Earth should be considered your homeland as well, but can you tell me why you're causing trouble here? Earth can hardly withstand any more turmoil, don't you realize that? As Yu Jie spoke, the Sentinel's expression changed slightly, but it soon broke into a smile. With my current strength, what can I do? Earth is merely a tiny planet in my eyes, and I can do as I please here. Do I need to explain myself to beings like you? As the Sentinel spoke, Yu Jie realized this Sentinel was far from the one he remembered. The being was even more insane. These creatures must have something wrong with their minds. Why would they want to destroy the Earth? What had the Earth done to provoke them? Thinking of this, Yu Jie unleashed the power within him that belonged to Superman. As Yu Jie released his power, the Sentinel immediately fixed its gaze upon him. So you are the one who wishes to save the Earth? Does that mean I've become the villain? What wonderful news. In Yu Jie's eyes, the Sentinel did not seem evil. He was certain of that. However, the current Sentinel was certainly abnormal. It had completely overturned Yu Jie's perception of Sentinels. Although the Sentinel had its flaws, it was by no means a supervillain in Yu Jie's impressions. Yet everything happening to this Sentinel indicated that there was something he didn't know about it. This matter was crucial. Yu Jie took a deep breath, realizing that some issues could not be resolved. It was because things had not yet progressed to that point, but there were matters that could be addressed, and Yu Jie naturally would. Since you believe Earth has no reason to continue existing, then I think you have no reason to exist either. Yu Jie soon felt the surge of power belonging to the Silver Superman within him. Superman's power was still remarkably potent in certain respects. At least in Yu Jie's view, there was no one on Earth who could withstand the might of his Silver Superman. As the Sentinel observed Yu Jie unleashing his power, it narrowed its eyes. Although the Sentinel appeared somewhat deranged at that moment, it was undeniable that it was an exceptionally powerful entity, especially as the power within it gradually increased over time. One must know that Superman can absorb solar energy, converting it into his strength. The Sentinel possessed a similar passive ability, and the power it absorbed was even more formidable. Before long, Yu Jie and the Sentinel clashed directly. At that moment, both Yu Jie and the Sentinel were stunned. Especially Yu Jie, who looked at the Sentinel in surprise. He knew the Sentinel should have only recently been born, but the power within it was far too unsettling. It was rapidly approaching the strength of a mature sentinel. He was acutely aware of what kind of power a mature sentinel possessed. At the very least, it was not the kind of power one should have at the start. Instead, the sentinel couldn't help but gaze at you. I didn't expect you to possess such power. I thought you were just a meddler, but it seems I underestimated you. As he spoke, a glow began to flicker in the sentinel's hand. For the sentinel, the power Yu Jie exhibited was indeed beyond his expectations. But to him it was not a big deal. The fact that Yu Jie dared to stand before him meant he was prepared to meet his end. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the sentinel's hand. Before Yu Jie could react, the light struck Yu Jie, causing him to stagger back several steps. Yu Jie felt the pain coursing through his body, realizing that if he only relied on the power of the Silver Superman, he was likely no match for the sentinel. The sentinel's unleashed power was far stronger than he had anticipated. After the sentinel took action, his gaze was fixed directly on Yu Jie, for he sensed that Yu Jie seemed somewhat different compared to before. Because of this, the sentinel shook his head, finding his thoughts in vain. What mattered most was that the sentinel now possessed an extraordinarily powerful strength. In his eyes, as long as he held power, he had sufficient authority. Since the opponent dared to stand before him and utter such arrogant words, it implied that the opponent was prepared to meet his demise. This was the sentinel's most genuine thought deep within, and at the same time radiance surrounded his body. He would not give Yu Jie any chance here. Since Yu Jie sought death, he had no qualms about sending him on his way. You possess a most peculiar force within you. This power seems somewhat similar to mine, yet it is not identical. We are completely aligned after all. The sentinel began to speak, but his words were cut short as the radiance surged toward Yu Jie once more. From the recent battle, the sentinel observed that while Yu Jie had some redeeming qualities, he was still no match. The radiance and strikes hit Yu Jie almost instantly, and at this moment Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the aura was far stronger than he had imagined, and most importantly, the power had already begun. Yu Jie shook his head. Although this guy displayed considerable strength, he should not forget that he possessed more than just superhuman power. The recent battle with the sentinel was merely Yu Jie testing whether his superhuman powers had reached their limit. It seemed that before transforming into a golden Superman, the strength of a silver Superman was likely insufficient to face the sentinel. The terrifying aura the sentinel had just displayed was enough to prove that his power had grown to an extremely... It should be noted that the sentinel's strength was very similar to that of a Superman, and strictly speaking, he could suppress a silver Superman. While the Superman had not yet reached the golden level, there were still many things he could not achieve. However, Yu Jie also discovered something. Although the strength of a silver Superman was formidable, the path to enhancement was somewhat arduous. Previously, Yu Jie thought that enhancing his strength would be similar to before. He just needed to absorb enough solar energy to elevate his power to a certain level. However, upon reflection, he realized this notion was somewhat naive. The most apparent obstacle was the invisible barrier between the silver Superman and the golden Superman. This barrier was incredibly formidable, relying solely on solar energy to break through might require an inordinate amount of time. Quickly, Yu Jie shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these chaotic thoughts, as they held no significance for his current combat power. The sentinel stood right before him, and he seemed somewhat different than before. It should be noted that the last time the sentinel battled with him, he was still assessing Yu Jie and contemplating how to engage. However, after the sentinel had knocked Yu Jie away for the first time, it seemed something unexpected had occurred within him. Most notably, he now seemed to believe that he could easily eliminate Yu Jie. Because of this, Yu Jie could fully ascertain that the sentinel appeared overly arrogant at this moment. Some individuals regard power as the most crucial element. Previously, Yu Jie was unaware of how the sentinel would respond to him. However, upon looking again at the sentinel, his state revealed everything, yet Yu Jie was different. Because Yu Jie possessed more than just superhuman strength, for him superhuman power was merely a means of enhancement. In fact, what truly counted as formidable were the techniques of the Super Saiyan, whose power was terrifying to a certain degree. Soon Yu Jie's hair began to change, and the sentinel noted this. Yet he did not expect the shift in aura to be. As Yu Jie's hair turned golden, he became enveloped by an immensely terrifying aura. The sentinel's expression turned to one of disbelief. He realized that Yu Jie was likely not as simple. However, this guy should not be his opponent. Yet now what he saw completely overturned his assumptions. The next moment, Yu Jie charged forward, not using his instant transmission ability during the battle. Thus, relying solely on the speed of his physical body, the sentinel could not react in time. By the time he looked again, Yu Jie's fist had already struck his chest. A sensation akin to being struck by gravity surged throughout his body. Soon the sentinel's expression changed drastically. Oh, what was happening with Yu Jie's power? Why had it increased so much in such a short time? Why did he possess a strength that could threaten him? Why have you undergone such a drastic change? Logically, your power should be quite simple. How can it threaten me? This is impossible. In the sentinel's eyes, Yu Jie's display of power was particularly straightforward. and it was precisely because of this simplicity. He thought he could kill Yu Jie in a short time, yet now he realized that his assumption was somewhat fanciful. The power exhibited by Yu Jie in that last move was truly terrifying, having nearly suppressed him in an instant. However, Yu Jie did not answer the Sentinel's questions. Instead, he charged at the Sentinel once more. His fist struck the Sentinel's chest again, and at the same time a wave of energy appeared in Yu Jie's hand. The power contained within this energy wave was extremely terrifying. When facing eternity, the energy wave could even inflict damage. Moreover, the Sentinel's body soon bore wounds which gradually expanded. This was the first time the Sentinel had been injured in battle. This drastically altered his thoughts to a certain extent. He never anticipated that things would turn out this way. The power exhibited by Yu Jie completely shattered the sentry's imagination. The sentry was already injured from the very first move. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, the sentry had to confront this battle heat-in. He never anticipated experiencing such intense pain during a fight. It had been a long time since the sentry felt pain, but now as it washed over him once again, he realized the intensity was unimaginable. His gaze was fixed on Yu Jie, trying to understand what was happening with him. Why did Yu Jie possess such strange power? Unfortunately, Yu Jie had no intention of explaining the situation to the sentry. He simply unleashed his power, and in the next moment it escalated to a terrifying level. During this phase, Yu Jie never once glanced at the sentry, who sought an answer. He wanted to know why Yu Jie had transformed like this, but he understood well. Given the current events, it was highly unlikely that Yu Jie would explain why he had changed. Even so, the sentry took a deep breath. He did not believe the battle was over yet. As long as he did not concede defeat, nothing unexpected could happen, and he controlled the power within him to slowly increase. Soon the pain that had just surfaced faded away and a smile returned to the sentry's face. It seemed he was not invincible after all. How could he be defeated by a mere action from his opponent? As he slowly deceived himself, the sentry once again fixed his gaze on Yu Jie. He absolutely would not allow Yu Jie to defeat him here. In his memory, he was the strongest. No one in the universe could impose judgment upon him. Just as this thought appeared in the sentry's mind, Yu Jie erupted once again. With every display of power, Yu Jie was constantly in control. However, looking at the sentry's current state, Yu Jie could guess without a doubt. The opponent must be thinking something absurd. Clearly, he was someone who could not see reality. In that case, Yu Jie did not mind sending him on his way, unleashing his energy wave and power. First, he delivered a punch to the sentry's chest, and before the sentry could react, Yu Jie followed up with his. The wounds previously inflicted were once again exacerbated, and the expanding wounds seemed to continue spreading. This caused the sentry's thoughts to change once more. He realized Yu Jie was not as simple as he appeared. He also understood that something unexpected had indeed occurred with Yu Jie, but why was it like this now? As questions filled his mind without answers, Yu Jie's knee struck the sentry's forehead. In that moment, the thoughts in his mind vanished completely. Feeling the intense pain radiating from his forehead, the sentry attempted to create distance from Yu Jie. But it was impossible. Just from the speed Yu Jie had displayed, it was too fast, far beyond imagination. The previous Yu Jie did not possess such speed, but after his hair turned golden, his speed had reached this extreme was unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, facing the current situation, the sentry decided to unleash his power once more. In an instant, the sentry's aura became incredibly radiant, yet Yu Jie watched without even narrowing it. He knew the sentry was about to launch an attack, and the sentry would never choose to wait for death. This was undoubtedly the sentry's most dazzling moment, but what good was that brilliance? The power the opponent possessed could not to a certain extent affect him, nor could it defeat him. This was the answer. With this thought, Yu Jie shook his head again, and at the same time his power erupted once more. I don't believe it. There is no one on this planet who can defeat me. I don't believe you. You are absolutely not my opponent. It is impossible. The sentry roared, but such a roar sounded more like a manifestation of his insecurity and excuse for his own cowardice. Hearing this, Yu Jie couldn't help but want to laugh, but he also understood that the opponent having these thoughts must have lost confidence. This was an unexpected delight for Yu Jie. However, even if the opponent recognized that he could not contend with Yu Jie, it still did not change Yu Jie's intent to eliminate him. The opponent, having gained power, had turned into a madman. While it was somewhat strange, what Yu Jie could not tolerate the most was the opponent's desire to destroy the entire planet. It was not that Yu Jie had become a true guardian of peace, it was more important that the earth was home to him, and if the opponent destroyed the earth, would he still have a home to return to? This thought filled Yu Jie with immense rage, and at that moment his power erupted directly onto the sentry. Each time power exploded, the sentry wanted to see what was going on with Yu Jie. He hoped to find a flaw in Yu Jie's attack, but as Yu Jie made his move, he realized his thinking had been overly naive, because when he attacked, he could sense his own state. Yet when the opponent attacked, he could not perceive any changes. This was the most despairing aspect for the sentry, as he felt he had no more opportunities. The opponent was simply too powerful. In the face of such strength, his desire to control everything became increasingly elusive. And at that moment, Yu Jie's power completely erupted, just as he had thought. If you dared to extend your claws here, you must be prepared to be utterly annihilated. Before the sentry could even react, Yu Jie's power had already exploded all over him. Moreover, this power was far more terrifying than he had imagined, exploding in an instant. This power was exceedingly horrific. The sentry was instantly obliterated. The sentinel was slain by Yu Jie, who looked at the corpse with a hint of surprise. In his memory, the sentinel should not have appeared on Earth at this time. Moreover, the opponent's sudden appearance was up. Before this, the sentinel had left no trace whatsoever, as if he had never been in a state to become a sentinel. Yet after suddenly transforming into a sentinel, the first thought that crossed his mind was to destroy Earth here, like a madman. Although the opponent's power remained as formidable as expected, Yu Jie was still deeply curious about what was really going on and how he had become like this. There seemed to be some strange reason hidden behind this, but based on all the information currently available, it was difficult for him to comprehend the truth. Yu Jie shook his head and returned to his manner. Some matters once unsolvable were better left untouched. After all, what is destined to appear will appear. Worrying about these things was utterly meaningless. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, a distinguished guest arrived. At least to Director He Luden it was so. Looking at the woman before him, He Luden, as the director, couldn't help but shake his head. He even felt a strange surge of excitement, for only after becoming director did he realize how dire Earth's situation truly was. He had originally hoped to establish an Avengers alliance to protect Earth's peace, yet those individuals had absolutely no intention of uniting, which caused him great frustration. Clearly, this matter could have been exceedingly simple. Isn't protecting Earth's peace the responsibility of every inhabitant? Sadly, his hopes remained mere illusions, especially with mutants causing trouble. Various disasters followed one after another, and what troubled him most was that these calamities could no longer be resolved by humans alone. When did Earth become like this, as if humans no longer held dominion? Fortunately, Captain Marvel had returned. Indeed, the figure before them now was none other than Captain Marvel. He was once his close friend, a universal peacekeeper unlike other pacifists. Captain Marvel was a peculiar existence dedicated to safeguarding cosmic peace. Legends of his efforts to thwart evil forces spread throughout the universe. Because of this, S.H.I.E.L.D. maintained a strong connection with Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel had even once given He Luden a pager to contact him. Yet until now, the director had never used. This was their sole means of communication, reserved for the final moments, such as when Earth faced destruction and needed him to preserve its last peace. Captain Marvel looked at his former comrade and could not help but speak. Have you now grown into the highest official on this planet? Upon hearing this, He Luden, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was momentarily stunned. What did Captain Marvel mean? Did he not consider himself a human? If he remembered correctly, the other's identity was indeed human. Yet he dared not voice these thoughts, for Captain Marvel's power was undeniable. Instead, he shook his head. Impossible to be the highest official. This planet is fair, so at most I simply maintain peace here, just as you maintain peace across the cosmos. Hearing these words, Captain Marvel nodded, affirming what he had suspected. Earth remains peaceful for now, but he quickly voiced his own doubts. When I was maintaining peace on other planets, I sensed something unusual in this universe and star system. Several large-scale battles erupted, which are exceedingly rare in this star system. Has Earth recently seen many powerful beings? Why are there such massive energy fluctuations? A battle of interstellar scale? He Luden was stunned upon hearing this. In his memory, although Earth had faced numerous battles recently, and many strong individuals emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, he had to admit Earth's conflicts were still in a very primitive stage, at least in terms of civilization. But if we speak of true interstellar battles, he could assure that Earth currently had no chance of resistance. An enemy's interstellar warship alone could annihilate Earth. This he was confident of. What Captain Marvel did not know was that Yu Jie existed on Earth. After returning to his manor, Yu Jie had thoroughly concealed his power. Until Yu Jie chose to unleash it, no one could detect his presence, not even Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel had originally been on other planets, steadfastly upholding his ideals and maintaining peace. But he soon discovered many strange powers erupting in the cosmos, and Earth was in a sense his home planet. He had to acknowledge this, so he hurried back immediately despite the vast distance. Captain Marvel's speed was unmatched, and soon he was back on Earth. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find Earth intact. Moreover, the terrifying and formidable forces that had appeared seemed to vanish abruptly. This was why he came to S.H.I.E.L.D., for in his eyes it was a renowned presence on Earth. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance, he hoped to investigate the sudden appearance of these unknown forces to see if something unexpected had truly occurred. As he pondered this, he was surprised to sense something different. After reflection, Hela recounted all recent. There was indeed little evidence of interstellar matters on Earth, and no satellites detected anything in the cosmos, which only deepened Captain Marvel's curiosity. In Captain Marvel's eye, something must have happened on Earth. It seems that a more powerful presence has completely erased these events. Otherwise H.I.E.L.D. would have received the news, and the director Nick Fury would be feeling a bit perplexed here. Based on all the information gathered so far, it's not hard to analyze that Earth has become much more chaotic than before. However, there haven't been any particularly troublesome events, even as mutants continue to stir things up. Yet the mutants haven't made things extremely dire. Looking at Captain Marvel, he sensed something was slightly off. He could naturally feel that things might be much worse than he imagined. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have come to Earth, but it's clear that they still care greatly about the planet. After all, they have been maintaining peace in the universe, and for the past 30 years they have hardly returned to Earth. Glancing at Captain Marvel, he couldn't help but speak up. If you're really concerned, then you can stay on Earth for a while longer. I can send someone out to help you investigate whether there truly is a crisis that we haven't considered. Captain Marvel nodded at first, then shook his head. For Captain Marvel, the current events exceeded his expectations to some extent. He had sensed something different about Earth, but he didn't know exactly what was going on. Captain Marvel nodded, and then spoke up. This situation might be worse than we imagined. Something must have occurred on Earth, otherwise I wouldn't have had such a strong intuition. At my stage, it's actually hard to articulate this kind of intuition, but since it has emerged, it undoubtedly exists. Captain Marvel was certain that something had indeed happened on Earth. Although this matter hasn't been exposed, yet it can be inferred from his intuition. This matter to some extent absolutely surpassed his imagination, and it was precisely for this reason that the S.H.I.E.L.D. director was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to be so stubborn, but upon reconsideration, it was for the sake of Earth's peace. Otherwise, they wouldn't be discussing such chaotic matters with him, and he nodded in agreement. If something really has happened, as long as there is a trace left on Earth, I can certainly help you find it. Captain Marvel glanced at the other party, but did not speak further. He was well aware that since the other party had not provided any information this time, it meant they did not want to expose it. This point was clear to Captain Marvel, yet it made it even harder for him to understand what had happened on Earth. Captain Marvel likely never anticipated that even though Yu Jie had saved Earth several times, each rescue did not occur during battles on the planet. From Yu Jie's perspective, any battles occurring on Earth weren't worth his attention. They were the planet's own affair. As long as it didn't affect him in the short term, Yu Jie wouldn't interfere with anyone. However, matters beyond Earth were not so easily resolved. Yu Jie understood better than anyone that coming to Earth from the universe at this time could hardly be for the purpose of fostering friendly and peaceful relations. No one would believe that if it were spoken out loud. Moreover, while there may not be any particularly outstanding beings on Earth, it could certainly be considered a small center of the universe. It wouldn't be surprising if an accident occurred in such a center. After sensing the overall aura of Earth, Captain Marvel shook his head again. According to his original thoughts, as long as the other party had appeared on Earth, there would definitely be traces left behind. Even if those traces were deliberately erased, as long as the other party had existed, the information would not be entirely absent. However, after several bomb explosions, Captain Marvel's expression changed directly. Just as his previous investigations had shown, he still hadn't obtained any answers. Without a doubt, the other party's actions were very clean, leaving him with no traces to follow. This left Captain Marvel feeling quite strange, making it hard to imagine such a terrifying powerhouse had appeared on Earth. Yet as these questions arose in his mind, Captain Marvel couldn't help but shake his head. He felt he was being overly extreme, since the other party didn't want to reveal their secrets. It meant that they still wished to remain on Earth. With this thought, he ultimately made a decision. It's best to leave Earth. There were far too many matters in the universe. At the moment he arrived on Earth, the signals he left behind started calling for him immediately. Clearly, other planets in the universe were also facing some crises that needed his resolution. Although he had a good relationship with Earth and felt a strong bond, the ambitious Captain Marvel would naturally not focus all his attention solely on the planet. Since he couldn't find answers here, there was no need to waste any more time. Releasing his final investigation signal, after a brief moment, Captain Marvel squinted his eyes once more. The results of this last investigation were nearly identical to the previous ones. There were no different responses, and with this thought, he shook his head again, soon finding the S.H.I.E.L.D. director once more. He needed to bid farewell to the other party, since he had only come to Earth feeling that something was a bit odd. Why had so many powerful forces appeared on Earth? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he never expected Captain Marvel would leave Earth so soon after arriving. He felt a bit reluctant, as there were too many troubles arising on Earth, often resulting in extinction and downfall. Even he didn't have much energy left to manage everything. It was a rare opportunity to have Captain Marvel here, who could help alleviate some of his burdens. Otherwise, that group of mutants would undoubtedly cause him endless trouble. After all, even Iron Man had been quite... Captain Marvel quickly departed from Earth, and at that moment Yu Jie, who was far away in the manor, narrowed his eyes. In fact, when Captain Marvel was scanning the entire Earth, Yu Jie had already sensed his presence. Originally, Yu Jie wanted to see what this guy was all about, but considering how he had been busy outside lately, he thought Yu Jie had no intention of continuing the conversation, as he understood that wasting time here was utterly meaningless. It would be better to rest. Honestly, he had not rested enough during this time, although he did have a slight nostalgia for the Hulk. Before this, the Hulk could be considered the housekeeper at home, and he took care of all sorts of affairs. Now the Hulk was nowhere to be found. For a moment things at home felt somewhat off, and Hela returned to the manor. Perhaps it was the excitement of reunion, and as soon as they returned the two began a passionate session of intimacy. On the other side, the Hulk had left Yu Jie's manor, and was indeed on a completely different path. He could feel the pressure increasing within Yu Jie's manor. Previously, as a researcher, the Hulk would never have such thoughts, as he believed that scientific research was what he should try. However, after witnessing Yu Jie's display of such formidable power, even the Hulk felt a hint of reluctance. He understood even better that he possessed excellent leverage, and it was this leverage that made him aware he could venture further down the path of strength. Unfortunately, having been in Yu Jie's manor, even if he wished to become stronger, there were not many opportunities. Now that Yu Jie allowed the Hulk to step out, he successfully embarked on his own path of challenge. The Hulk aimed to grow stronger, digging into his own potential. On the other hand, he sought to challenge more formidable opponents. During this time, the Hulk had already built up a formidable reputation. Previously, the Hulk did not have a good relationship with the military, as they had been hunting him down. This made the Hulk feel like a rat crossing the street, but with Yu Jie's help in building his confidence, the Hulk's mindset shifted completely. He knew that rather than continuously hiding, it was better to actively step out. Only by truly stepping out could one avoid trouble. If you hide, all the troubles will come rushing in. This concept was firmly ingrained in the Hulk's heart, and for this reason, he couldn't help but feel curious. During this time, the opponents he encountered were not particularly few, and the most obvious were the several battles with mutants. The Hulk had met that group of mutants, and news about him had completely spread from Magneto. Magneto was somewhat curious about the Hulk, believing that he was a life form entirely similar to mutants, but soon this thought was completely abandoned. The Hulk was not a mutant at all, he was more like a complete madman. Originally, many voices among the mutants wanted to collaborate with the Hulk, as his strength and destructive power were evident. If they could get the Hulk conquering the world, would become much easier, but unfortunately their idea was merely the reality was harsh. Perhaps due to previously encountering too many mutants, the Hulk harbored no good. In fact, the moment they appeared before him, the Hulk took action. One must admit that his combat power had increased significantly thanks to these mutants. In some sense, the sheer number of mutants, which numbered in the millions, made their existence feel more pronounced on. However, it cannot be denied that each mutant is an exceptionally independent being, each possessing a myriad of bizarre powers. It was because of this that the Hulk was astonished to find that with each battle his power received a fundamental enhancement. Previously, the Hulk's power had remained at a certain stage, neither good nor bad, and he could only amplify his strength when he became increasingly furious. This power was also temporary, as the Hulk's emotions stabilized or he reverted to Dr. Banner. His power would completely disappear, but now it was entirely different. The Hulk lived in battle every day, and thus the power he unleashed had become somewhat of a norm. The saying "practice makes perfect" applied perfectly to the Hulk, as he could harness this opportunity to elevate all the power within him. Moreover, this enhancement was not temporary, but permanent. As long as he wished, he could elevate his power to an exceptionally high level. On the other hand, the mutants were unaware of the Hulk's intentions, and they repeatedly sent people to seek trouble with. Unfortunately, these became the Hulk's best allies, at least from his perspective. They indeed helped him enhance. Most importantly, the strength that had not improved in the past 6 months was elevated within a week. This brought much surprise to the Hulk, but he never expected the military would come again. Moreover, this time the military sent none other than General Ross, who was not new to dealing with the Hulk. He bore no goodwill towards the Hulk, as this guy had escaped from his grasp more times than he could count, and there were mysterious forces behind him. This left General Ross with thoughts that were in some respects merely thoughts. The scientists did not disappoint General Ross. After being defeated by the Hulk last time, these mad scientists developed a better substitute. This substitute was named the Red Hulk. The Red Giant was brought out as soon as he appeared by General Ross. General Ross has always believed that he is a person who does not let grievances linger overnight. Once someone provokes him, he must retaliate in a short time. Because of this, he harbors no good feelings towards the Green Giant. He wishes he could tear the Green Giant apart. Unfortunately, he does not have the strength to kill the Green Giant, but that does not hinder his intense hatred for him. This situation has affected his mood recently, but fortunately the group of scientists has not disappointed him. After a period of hard work, the scientists successfully developed new experimental subjects. These subjects were ordered by General Ross to be named the Red Giant. The appearance of the Green Giant during their previous battles continues to replay in General Ross' mind. As a result, he has become obsessed with the existence of the Green Giant. If he cannot obtain such power, what is the point? With these events unfolding, the Green Giant's greatest opponent has emerged. The Green Giant squinted at General Ross, not far away, feeling no goodwill towards this human. After all, the other party has caused him trouble more than once, otherwise the Green Giant might not care. However, the various actions taken by the other party have directly provoked the Green Giant, who began to roar out, "Damn you, you've finally appeared again. Do you know how hard I have been searching for you during this time?" The Green Giant spoke directly, and it is hard to imagine the anger igniting in his eyes at that moment. During this time, although the Green Giant has been constantly improving his combat strength and battling various powers, in reality, he has many thoughts, the most important being to kill everyone who has wronged him before. General Ross has been pressuring him for many years. Since he could transform into the Green Giant, the other's gaze has been fixed upon him. The Green Giant understands that the other party is trying to use him to change certain things. He is simply honest, not because of this. General Ross furrowed his brows. "You could have collaborated with us, but you are too problematic. You let such a good opportunity slip by," General Ross said, waving his hand, and then a giant nearly the same size as the Green Giant appeared. It was the Green Giant's opponent, the Red Giant. The Green Giant assessed the newcomer while also keeping an eye on General Ross. In the Green Giant's view, this guy in front of him is definitely not simple. Most importantly, he has been running away. Even though he has killed several of the other subordinates, before long they reappeared before him, full of vitality. With each encounter, the audacity of the opponent grows, making it increasingly disgusting to the Green Giant. He decided that from the start of the battle he would take care of General Ross. He thought it and acted upon it. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Green Giant charged forward. A glimmer of light flashed around him, boosting his strength in a short time. However, to his surprise, the Red Giant, who had been relatively inactive, also moved at this moment. Rather than being merely an experimental subject, he was more like a true slave. At this moment, he was being enslaved by General Ross. The terrifying power erupted between the two, causing even the Green Giant to squint his eyes. As he looked at the Red Giant, he felt a mix of curiosity about why this being had stood up at this moment. From him, he could sense a familiar, yet somewhat strange aura. The Green Giant did not realize that this opponent was created using his own genes, and in a sense, shared some blood relation with him. Unfortunately, even the Green Giant could sense that something was very wrong with the other's body. The most obvious thing was that he should have felt this aura before. As memories flooded his mind, he shook his head. The Green Giant did not find the answer he sought. But that does not mean he must sacrifice everything to find an answer. On the contrary, some things are better left unthought when they cannot be understood. The roaring Green Giant charged at the Red Giant once more, who seemed to have anticipated this move. Knowing the Green Giant would take action, he too charged forward, and the two giants collided. General Ross squinted his eyes, not wishing to say much about the battle. He merely wanted to see if those fools had deceived him again. Before General Ross was about to enter the battlefield, he had killed several scientists over some issues, because those scientists in a sense did not achieve the results he desired. In his view, such people were not worth keeping alive. General Ross was more about killing the chicken to scare the monkey. He was well aware that the pace of development was still too slow. If these scientists were merely pursuing their research while neglecting their main task, then it would mean that this matter was much more complicated than he had imagined, prompting General Ross to choose to eliminate. He needed to remind these individuals what they should be doing, as the powers of the Green Giant and the Red Giant clashed against the original Green Giant. The sudden attack managed to suppress the Red Giant slightly. But who would have thought that just when the power of the crow was not yet fully dissipated, the Red Giant also charged forward at this moment. Ignoring the wounds on his body, even the Green Giant was taken aback. The Green Giant had seen the Red Giant's performance, but at this moment, he looked more like a madman. He completely disregarded his pain and bodily reactions, charging straight towards him. The thoughts that had appeared in his mind were cast aside by the Green Giant. The Red Giant had undergone far too many changes in a certain sense. However, the Green Giant knew that he must defeat the other in a short time. Otherwise, it would lead to a prolonged nightmare. At this moment, the Green Giant's power was also rapidly increasing. In some respects, they are actually completely consistent. For the Red Giant is born precisely because of the Green Giant. However, due to several previous experiments, the scientists found that the Red Giant was not merely a single failure. Yet now they can confidently proclaim to the world that their experiment has succeeded. The Red Giant undoubtedly stands as their most perfect creation during this period, excelling in power and recovery, even inheriting the fury of the Green Giant. As long as the opponent is sufficiently enraged, they can enhance their power here. Of course, this is just a basic feature, and the scientists are certainly not satisfied with just these functions. Soon they discovered that it was entirely feasible to implant even more powerful genes into the opponent's body. For instance, the stronger they get, the stronger they become. Such a phenomenon heavily relies on an individual's inherent genes, and the scientists found similar genes within the red giant's body. It is precisely because of these genes that the red giant has become almost a perfect existence. The scientists never anticipated that through their efforts they could create such an astonishing imitation. No, the current red giant can no longer be considered a counterfeit product. He is already much stronger than the original green giant. The green giant and the red giant collided, with the green giant looking at the opponent in astonishment. He could sense a significant improvement in the opponent's strength compared to just moments ago. This completely overturned his expectations. Logically, the opponent should also require some emotional communication to enhance their power. The green giant is now all too aware of this, having tried to incite his own anger more than once. After getting angry, his power would grow exponentially. But what about the opponent? Clearly still engaged in battle with him, yet they could elevate their combat strength right. Even the green giant must acknowledge the strength displayed by the opponent, though after another collision, both the green giant and the red giant were forced to retreat. However, the green giant sensed something was off. Although both were retreating, he knew that his own retreat was far greater than the opponent's. The opponent seemed to have retreated as well, yet they did not fall back too far, as strictly speaking, he should not be superior to the opponent. Thinking of this, the green giant's green glow became even more radiant. At this moment, he could only think to himself, "I will outshine you in green." The green giant never believed the opponent could defeat him, for the power he possessed was simply too overwhelming. Moreover, the green giant could enter a state of rage at any moment. It is well known that the green giant's strength is fueled by his emotions. General Ross had witnessed everything unfold. He was not unfamiliar with the various powers exhibited by the green giant, who, on the contrary, he was quite knowledgeable. At this moment, the sudden display of actions by the green giant caused General Ross to shake his head. He had expected the green giant to have made considerable progress after leaving that estate. However, watching the opponent unleash their power, now even General Ross found it somewhat laughable. For he understood more than others that the red giant had indeed become progressively perfect. He had not witnessed the verification of true power. But this did not hinder General Ross from predicting this testing revealed treasures. He knew that the red giant was to a certain extent truly terrifying. He had not witnessed the verification of true power. But this did not hinder General Ross from predicting the disparity in strength between them. For instance, the green giant had elevated his power to a new height due to his anger. However, the green giant never expected that the red giant would exhibit no glow at all, with emotions remaining entirely unchanged from before. The opponent charged forward. The green giant squinted his eyes, feeling his power steadily rising. Yet the opponent did not accumulate power, but instead locked onto him once more. In order for his fist to collide with the green giant's fist. Boom! The collision occurred, and the green giant's expression changed. Once again, he was forced to retreat. However, the green giant's expression underwent a new change. He was acutely aware that while accumulating power just now, he had considered whether to strike directly to see if he could teach the opponent a lesson in a short time. But who could have thought that this idea would become meaningless shortly after its inception? The opponent showed neither anger nor any other power. It was entirely through the opponent's instincts that he was suppressed. This was the green giant, something he simply could not comprehend. Logically, the red giant should not be too different from him. Yet how could the opponent utilize their own power to contend with him? This completely exceeded the green giant. This made the green giant abandon the idea of attacking. He needed to reassess the opponent and see what was truly going on. Why could they unleash such powerful strength without anger? Having fought many times before, he understood that sometimes one does not need to be stronger than their opponent. However, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. This is crucial. In the blink of an eye, the red giant's fists fell upon the green giant repeatedly. And the green giant observed all of this. His body and limbs were currently being tormented by the red giant, for the power unleashed by the red giant was simply too overwhelming. In an instant, it was fully released, and the aura continued to grow. This caused the green giant's thoughts to change once more. He originally intended to observe the opponent's new, but it seemed that the opponent was unwilling to wait any longer. Touching the wounds on his body, the green giant shook his head again. These wounds had in a sense become a source of his anger. At this moment, the fury could expose the green giant's ability to elevate his combat power within a short time. Unfortunately, the green giant quickly sensed something amiss. For a red glow began to flicker on the red giant. This red glow appeared, swiftly transforming almost instantly into a fist that struck the green giant. Does the Hulk have thoughts? Naturally he does. However, what the Hulk did not expect was that his opponent could unleash such tremendous power in such a short time. This power is truly terrifying and overwhelming. In almost an instant it has already suppressed him, and this oppressive aura seems to be changing as the Hulk watched his opponent move. Over here, he does not know what has happened nor whether the situation will become even worse. However, as the saying goes, the first to act gains the advantage, and he cannot let his opponent seize the opportunity. Thus he needs to unleash his most terrifying power in the shortest time possible, and this time the strength he exerts may be even more formidable than before. In an instant the forces of both collided. General Ross had been watching the battle between the two giants, and he had full confidence in the Red Hulk. In an instant the forces of both collided. General Ross had been watching the battle between the two giants, and he had full confidence in the Red Hulk. It was alarmingly short. It was so brief that even many technologically advanced weapons today could not match the destructive power of the Red Hulk. Even if the Green Hulk could come up with some new tricks, it would not change his perception. This was his most certain thought. Unfortunately, as the aura around him changed, the Green Hulk also took a deep. The battle to some extent exceeded his imagination and overturned many of his previous ideas. However, the Green Hulk would not simply admit defeat in a short time. Power always undergoes changes. You may demonstrate great strength momentarily, but can this strength truly be sustained? Previously, the Green Hulk did not think it was possible. And how could the Red Hulk maintain it indefinitely? What he needed to do was simple: waste time here, continually delay his opponent to uncover what was different about them. Once he could seize the opportunity, the opponent would undoubtedly pay the price. As these thoughts shifted far away in the manner, Yu Jie also squinted his eyes, sensing a strange aura. It was disrupting the mark he had left. Long before the Green Hulk left, Yu Jie had placed a mark on him. This mark could help him understand the state of the Green Hulk. Although the Green Hulk was merely a bodyguard and caretaker, he was indeed a competent subordinate, and the Green Hulk's significance in Yu Jie's heart had increased considerably. This mark allowed Yu Jie to more accurately know the location of the Green Hulk and the current state he was in. Previously, some changes had occurred within the Green Hulk's body, all of which Yu Jie had observed. However, the aura Yu Jie sensed now was significantly different. The most obvious change was that the Green Hulk's aura had begun to weaken. Previously, Yu Jie had assessed the situation several times. In his view, while some accidents might occur, these could still be controlled. But this time the decline in the Green Hulk's aura was too rapid. It completely overturned Yu Jie's previous understanding. Yu Jie couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed the Green Hulk had hit a brick wall. Otherwise, how could such a strange aura arise from him? As he shook his head, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. The truth was, the Green Hulk was still his subordinate. I wonder which group of blind fools dares to come out and seek death, he said as an extraordinarily powerful force began to manifest from Yu Jie. In Yu Jie's view, the Green Hulk was useful. Moreover, through their previous interactions, the Green Hulk's position in his heart had changed. Naturally, he had to pay a bit more attention to him. This confirmed that no one could kill the Green Hulk here without his permission. Soon Yu Jie began to mobilize the power within his body. Due to the battle during this time, he had already gained control over the power within him. Most importantly, this power allowed him to control it at will. He could even channel this power to an unexpected location, such as to his subordinate. Previously, Yu Jie had not taken such actions as he did not have a competent subordinate worthy of his help with this. However, now that events surrounding the Green Hulk had unfolded, Yu Jie understood that this guy likely needed his assistance. Even so, Yu Jie did not move directly. He wanted to wait a little longer. He had previously told the Green Hulk, if you want to become stronger, you should seek a completely different path yourself. It could be said that the Green Hulk's current state was greatly related to Yu Jie. After all, it was Yu Jie who had suggested that he go out for a look. Since the Green Hulk had not reached the point of death, there was no need for him to act. On the battlefield, the Green Hulk was once again suppressed. After the Red Hulk gained a slight upper hand, the power he unleashed underwent a tremendous change compared to before. Most importantly, each burst of power was increasing, which was the most perplexing aspect for the Green Hulk. Clearly, the opponent's power had already been formidable before, yet now they could once again elevate their strength in such a short time. This was the part he found utterly baffling. How could someone continuously enhance their power? Even after experiencing so many battles, he still had not mastered such a technique. Yet the Red Hulk could repeatedly tap into this power. This had completely overturned the Green Hulk's thoughts, and he had lost count of the number of scars on his chest. These wounds were still bleeding, and as the Green Hulk felt the continuous pain radiating from his body, he did not expect things to turn out this way, nor did he foresee that his opponent could achieve this in such a short time. This suppression completely shattered the Green Hulk's expectations. Now the Green Hulk also realized that his body was weakening. Even his rage seemed unable to be unleashed once more in such a short time. Is despair waiting for him? Failure? Or death? At this moment, Yu Jie had already noticed a significant change in the state of the Green Giant. If it had been before this, such an accident would have been absolutely impossible. Because of this, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. He did not wish for the Green Giant to encounter too many unexpected. Due to this reason, Yu Jie began to control his own power, waiting for the right opportunity. As soon as that opportunity arises, he would transfer all his power to the green giant. The other party absolutely needed this power, yet because of this Yu Jie remained calm. The green giant's gaze was fixed solely on the red giant. I'm curious why you choose to help these humans. Don't tell me you have no consciousness. I can sense a completely different aura from you. As he spoke these words, the green giant looked at the other party, wondering if the red giant would respond at this moment. It is known that from the start of the battle until now, the state of the red giant has been very strange. It was as if the other party was a mute, having no intention of communicating. Despite having many thoughts, the green giant miscalculated. After he spoke, the red giant still showed no intention of communicating. A more powerful force erupted from the red giant. Following this scene, the green giant immediately reacted. Initially, he thought the other party should be as unfortunate as himself, becoming the most pitiful test subject, but now it was no longer that simple. The other party seemed more like a puppet lacking any meaning or strength. Precisely because of this, the green giant decided not to waste any more time. As the wasted time increased, it could not change the outcome. Controlling his emotional fluctuations, the green giant's power surged once again. At the same time, General Ross, who had been watching everything, shook his head. He naturally knew what the green giant. However, in General Ross' view, such thoughts were meaningless. The most important thing was that the red giant was no longer simply a human to a certain extent. Even if it was a monster created from human cells, what General Ross and the others needed was not a human, but rather a monster, a war machine that only obeyed orders. In this regard, the red giant performed excellently, and because of this, General Ross felt no fear. The other party would encounter unexpected events during the battle. On the contrary, he could see that the green giant's state was significantly different from before. The current reason for the green giant's condition is likely because he has realized the environment he is in. It must be said that such a development is a rare occurrence for General Ross. After all, the crisis that the other party has unleashed can be resolved directly in a short time. At this moment, the green giant narrowed his eyes. He never contemplated how strong his opponent truly was, because as long as he is angry enough, he possesses sufficient power to contend with the other party. However, the current strength of the red giant had directly shattered all the green giant's thoughts. At least previously, the green giant felt he was evenly matched with the other party. Therefore, any unexpected events during the battle could be controlled. However, the events unfolding now have completely disrupted his plans. At the very least, the green giant is acutely aware that maintaining this situation might bring more trouble than anticipated. The red giant was entirely different from what the green giant had imagined, for the command given to the red giant was to eliminate his opponent in the shortest time possible. From the start of the battle until now, the red giant had unleashed his power more than once. Yet he still had not achieved his goal. The green giant was a completely irrational madman, that's General Ross. However, the red giant's intelligence was even lower, as he only adhered to rigid principles. For instance, General Ross had previously commanded the red giant to kill the green giant, and naturally the red giant had no other thoughts now. He wanted to completely crush the green giant according to the previous orders. The opponent's fist exploded against his chest once again, and this time the force was far more terrifying than before. Even the green giant narrowed his eyes. He could feel the pain radiating from his body this time. It was much stronger than before, and he found himself unable to control his own body, causing the green giant to furrow his brows. He knew that if this continued, he would most likely be killed by the other party. Taking a deep breath, the green giant created some distance between them. He needed time to recover his body. However, the red giant, who was now gradually weakening, could not possibly let this opportunity slip away. The red giant's speed and strength surged once again in a short time. In the blink of an eye, his fist had struck the green giant's chest. It was still the same spot as before, the same wound, and the positions of the two had not changed at all. If one were to speak of it, the scar seemed even more brutal than before as the green giant reached out to firmly grasp the red giant's fist. He wanted to seize an opportunity, but the next second the green giant's expression changed. He realized that just as he was, a strange and unfamiliar force suddenly emerged in his world. Yet this sudden power helped the green giant immensely in that instant. Originally, the green giant had merely held on to the red giant, and he even found it somewhat difficult to stop the other. However, after this force manifested within him, the green giant directly utilized it to fling the red giant away. At the same time, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The power that manifested within the body of the Hulk naturally came from Yu Jie. Yu Jie had been closely monitoring the various conditions arising within the Hulk's body, ready to control his own power to assist the Hulk whenever something seemed amiss. A sense of crisis had already begun to surge within the Hulk's body. Faced with this threat, Yu Jie could not stand by and watch the Hulk be killed by the opponent. Therefore, he directly transmitted his power, and the Hulk's body reacted promptly. Controlling the power within the Hulk, clenched his fist, enveloped by an even more terrifying force. The Hulk even penetrated through the chest of the red giant, a sight that stunned not only the red giant, Even General Ross, who had been watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. He never expected that the Hulk could unleash such terrifying and powerful strength. From the beginning of the battle to this moment, the Red Giant had maintained this state without any visible injury. It was precisely because of this that General Ross was very clear in confirming that this guy could never be a match for the Red Giant. As long as the two of them made contact and unleashed their full power, there was no way the opponent could defeat. However, the events unfolding now had completely overturned General Ross' thoughts. Once the Red Giant was injured, it meant the opponent would have no chance to rise again in a short period. Clearly, according to his expectations, the Hulk should have been dealt with here, and the Red Giant had demonstrated extremely terrifying and powerful strength. If these two forces combined, even the Hulk would have no chance of resisting. Yet the wound on the Red Giant seemed to tell him that what had happened had completely subverted his thoughts. If these two forces combined, even the Hulk would have no chance of resisting. Yet the wound on the Red Giant seemed to tell him that what had happened had, most notably the power displayed by the opponent, was far greater than before. Even General Ross, an ordinary person, could discern this. Currently the Red Giant was being suppressed by the Hulk. As long as the Hulk maintained this posture and continued fighting, the Red Giant would have no chance of a comeback. General Ross did not want to waste any more time here. Various thoughts had already flashed through his mind. Most prominently, it seemed that those damned scientists were playing tricks on him again. Because what he saw had completely overturned his expectations, the most obvious was that these university scientists would not deceive him. They must be doing their utmost to create an extremely terrifying existence. However, the Red Giant was certainly not among those creations, having caused trouble multiple times. Still not having received the answers he sought, General Ross was determined to deal with those guys when he returned. Otherwise, they would have no idea what effort and seriousness truly meant. But just as General Ross was about to make a move, the Hulk had already completely torn off the Red Giant's head. The power bestowed by Yu Jie to some extent did not have any other effects. It merely amplified the Hulk's strength. This increase in power allowed him to unleash a terrifying threat in a very short time. Moreover, this power affecting the physical body was the best for the Hulk. As the Hulk killed the Red Giant, his gaze shifted not far away to General Ross. He had no favorable feelings towards this guy, so he moved once again. He would not give the opponent any chance, especially after several provocations. The Hulk was absolutely furious about letting the opponent escape multiple times. This time, as the opponent attempted to flee, the Hulk would naturally not allow this opportunity. In the next moment, he directly increased his speed, and his power exploded within a short time. The speed and strength unleashed by the Hulk this time were far more intense than during his battle with the Red Giant. Because the power recently bestowed by Yu Jie was still within the Hulk's body. Before General Ross could react, he was already struck down by the Hulk's hand, and the battle quickly came to an end. The Hulk raised his head to look at the sky. Regarding the sudden appearance of power within his body, the Hulk did not fully understand, but soon this power. This is definitely not my power is nowhere near this strong. So who could it be? As he muttered to himself, Yu Jie's image unconsciously appeared in his mind. In the Hulk's view, the crisis he faced now could be described as a life-and-death crisis, as the Red Giant was indeed stronger than his current self. Moreover, the fact that the Red Giant had not even revealed Li Bai yet was what surprised him the most, since they were both giant-level existences. Then the opponent must also be completely aligned with him, capable of enhancing their power through anger, yet the Red Giant had maintained a normal state throughout the ongoing battle. It was precisely because of this that the Hulk could confirm that the opponent still had many hidden cards yet to be used. However, before the opponent could utilize these hidden cards, he had already gained a power far more terrifying than them. Almost instantly, he had killed the opponent. The Hulk was not a fool. Such things could happen to him. A part of it was due to his good fortune, and another part was because someone had helped him. Now, how many people on the entire planet would help him? The Hulk did not need to think. He knew it was that couple from the situation with the Hulk has come to a complete end. At this moment, Yu Jie shook his head. For him, what happened with the Hulk was entirely expected. This time, the Hulk has most likely resolved his troubles. Based on Yu Jie's understanding of him, the Hulk doesn't have many enemies aside from those who triggered the gamma rays. The Hulk is essentially quite normal on Earth. And even if others have thoughts about him, they must possess sufficient. If one lacks sufficient power, yet harbors thoughts against the Hulk, it would be akin to dreaming impossible dreams. It is important to know that the power the Hulk unleashes when enraged is incredibly terrifying. This is not something an ordinary person can compare to, and because of this, Yu Jie shook his head once more. It seems your troubles should be over now, but I hope you won't encounter any more issues going forward. As a lazy person, Yu Jie despises trouble, especially those that require his intervention. To some extent, his thoughts lean towards taking it easy. He has no grand ambitions. He doesn't have many thoughts, even regarding the significant matter of maintaining peace in the universe. It is primarily because those matters directly affect Yu Jie that he engages in such activities here. As for the realization of such awareness, it is completely impossible for Yu Jie understands more than others. When the sky falls naturally, there are tall people to take the blame. He is merely a cute little lazy fish here. However, just as Yu Jie had just laid down, he opened his eyes once again. He could sense an extremely familiar aura appearing in the universe, and this aura seemed to have fought against him. Because of this, Yu Jie quickly vanished from Earth. When he reappeared, he was already in the universe, and sure enough, it was that damned group once again. Yu Jie did not know who he had offended, as he kept encountering that group over and over again. Moreover, according to his previous understanding, this should fall under the domain of the gods. But why were they insistent on appearing around Earth? The aura Yu Jie sensed this time was indeed closely related to the previous ones. Indeed, it was the same group that fought against the gods before, the very ones sealed in the bygone era. However, the gods of the new era have yet to come and resolve the issue, causing them to stir outside Earth. Previously, Yu Jie did not sense the power of this seal. But as they began to stir again, Yu Jie discovered that a seal seemed to have appeared beyond Earth. Due to his previous battle against eternity, Yu Jie could accurately discern this so-called seal. It is most likely the thing that sealed the gods, and because of this Yu Jie felt a bit of a headache. It seems things are not as simple as he imagined, at least his opponents seem to have plans to cause trouble here. Yu Jie looked around and unleashed his superhuman powers. Originally, he thought he wouldn't need to get involved in. However, since the enemy has come to his doorstep, it is absolutely impossible for him to stand idly by. Miserable human, I sense your aura. Why are you here? Do you intend to stop us? At this moment, Yu Jie suddenly heard a familiar voice. It seemed to belong to that group from the bygone era. Yu Jie frowned at this moment, although he remembered that they had thoughts they shouldn't appear so quickly. Moreover, even if they were sealed, could they still sense his existence? After thinking for a moment, Yu Jie cautious, why do you choose Earthlings? Earth has no grievances with you. I actually don't want to discover you, but it's clear you are trying to stir trouble on my turf. Yu Jie did not wish to engage in excessive dialogue with this group of ancient gods. Their power is undoubtedly far more formidable than he imagined. Otherwise, Eternity would not have chosen to flee at the first opportunity. In Yu Jie's view, Eternity's departure was merely a retreat. However, as a god of the new era, he actually chose to run away when faced with his ancient predecessors. Even Yu Jie found this somewhat disdainful. However, just as he was pondering more about Eternity, the voice in his mind rang out once again. Those guys from the past used despicable means to seal us in the past. They thought that once we returned to the past, we could never come back. It is simply wishful thinking. This world is not as simple as they imagine. Previously, Yu Jie did not think much of this statement. But with the appearance of these ancient gods, he realized there was indeed some truth to it. Having survived in the bygone era for so long, they actually had to come out. At this moment, Yu Jie did not stand on Eternity's side. Rather, he stood more from Earth's perspective. He did not know much else, but he was very clear that if the ancient gods chose to break through the seal around Earth now, it would mean that many unexpected events would occur in a short time, and these surprises are likely to be unacceptable. Quickly, Yu Jie took a deep breath. He knew there were some things that could be done, and some that could not. For example, the ancient gods' current choices under Yu Jie's watch are absolutely unacceptable. You may cause trouble, and you may even mess things up here. But you absolutely cannot treat Earth as your battlefield. Your conflicts are your own. I believe there is no need to extend them to the entire planet. Moreover, Earth did not kick you when you were down, did it? Take my advice and leave this place. Go into that universe to find your opponents. If those who were killed by Yu Jie could come back to life, they would surely be astonished. Yu Jie actually spoke these words, for they viewed him as a madman who would act at the slightest provocation. How could he possibly say such things here? Wretched human. Do you even comprehend whom you dare address? Do you truly grasp the price your words will exist? You do not. For you are but a human, a mere insect. As Yu Jie's words faded, the voice of the ancient god resounded once more within his mind. Yet something in that voice unsettled Yu Jie deeply. For in his view, such arrogance was utterly unnecessary. After all, both sides had already stood irrevocably opposed. Why utter such hollow declarations at all? And now Yu Jie harbored a singular, unshakable resolve. He would wait for these madmen to emerge, and then beat them to death with his bare hands. It seems imprisonment has stirred rather vivid fantasies in you. No matter. If confinement displeases you, then by all means stage a prison break. And upon your escape, I shall present you with a most extraordinary gift. What say you? Yu Jie's tone carried a faint mocking lilt, yet the ancient god remained utterly unresponsive. In the ruins of the old age, the four ancient gods exchanged silent, wordless glances. They had not communed with the new age for millennia. To them, the new age had always belonged. No force could wrest it from their grasp. Though the eternal ones had stripped it away long ago, they deemed that loss nothing more than an aberration, a fleeting misstep that cost them their most treasured possession. Now, however, they had reflected, and now they had returned. In an instant, overwhelming power erupted. They had long since grown capable of breaking free from their seals. Otherwise, they would never have dispatched avatars to jointly dismantle the bindings, even if Yu Jie had already annihilated those avatars. Yet this did not mean the seal would inevitably collapse. Rather, their decision to act stemmed from a profound certainty. They now sensed with absolute clarity that their own strength alone sufficed to shatter it. Still, doing so unaided would consume precious time. Sending forth avatars to strike from within and without would accelerate the process exponentially. Yet precisely this realization caused their brows to furrow in unison. Yu Jie's words in some subtle way pricked at their pride, striking them as mockery. How long had it been since any human dared stand before them and speak thus? In that very moment, the four ancient gods hurled their might against the seal, and the already faltering barrier shattered completely. Their gaze locked instantly upon Yu Jie, yet they detected no anomaly in his aura. He stood before them like an ordinary human adrift in the void. Yet the four ancient gods knew full well no mere mortal could survive such cosmic desolation. To endure the vacuum of space demanded extraordinary constitution. For most beings, such an environment was lethally inhospitable. Yet Yu Jie stood there unmoved, his eyes sweeping over them with calm, unblinking scrutiny. That sight narrowed their eyes, only to widen again with sudden ravenous hunger. Only they knew the torment they endured in the old age, existence itself a slow, agonizing decay. Even their divine power had waned, though they remained gods aloof and exalted. The erosion gnawed at their very essence. Now with the seal utterly undone, the gods of the old age would return, not as relics of bygone eras, but as sovereign harvesters of the new age. Past, present, and future alike would bow to them alone, the sole, eternal deities. Yu Jie could not fathom their thoughts, but the raw surging power radiating from them betrayed their intent, and that intent unmistakably was violence. Their gaze alone screamed hunger, as though they yearned to devour. During his prior battle with the Eternal Ones, he had clashed with one of their avatars, a being that viewed him not as foe, but as feast. It required no insight to deduce that these four now gazed upon him with identical insatiable hunger. Yu Jie's intuition proved correct. In the old age, their power had dwindled steadily, each day a slow starvation. Their minds warped grain by grain. Their thirst for power became pathological primal. At the sight of Yu Jie, they beheld not a man, but the rarest, most exquisite offering in creation. For the energy he radiated struck them as the perfect sacrificial essence. In an instant they encircled him, each wreathed in incandescent light. This luminescence differed markedly from what he'd witnessed before. For Yu Jie had fought their avatars, and knew well these beings were far more formidable than they appeared. To breach such a seal demanded not only terrible sacrifice, but also terrifying innate might. Without such power, no being would dare attempt it. Shaking his head, Yu Jie moved, swiftly, decisively. Let me see what marvels these decrepit relics of the old age can possibly offer. With their presence confirmed before him, Yu Jie abandoned all pretense. To him, they were nothing but failures. For if they possessed true supremacy, how could they have languished so long in bondage? Indeed, they had been sealed long before Yu Jie ever set foot upon earth. Given that truth, he knew these four, however exceptional, were ultimately limited. And so he withheld no strength, not a single iota. He launched his assault without hesitation, and even the four ancient gods faltered stunned. It had been eons since any human dared raise a hand against them, let alone charge forward with such audacious courage. The ancient gods never anticipated that Yu Jie would actually have the courage to confront them. It had been hundreds of millions of years since they encountered such a human, and before they left they were aware that beings like him existed on Earth. However, humans never piqued their interest. They were well aware that humans were an exceedingly weak race. In such a race, it was impossible for any strong individuals to exist. Yet now Yu Jie, for all his shortcomings, astonished them with his bravery. I never expected that after so many years a human with such courage would appear on Earth. But unfortunately, courage alone is not enough. The ancient god spoke, as a radiant light began to flicker in his hand. He would not hold back against Yu Jie. In an instant, he unleashed his most powerful abilities. At the same time, the other three ancient gods also unleashed their powers, which should have been Yu Jie's responsibility. Yu Jie noticed that the four beings before him had slightly different appearances. He intended to seize the opportunity, yet he was startled to realize that his thoughts might be overly naive. Even after being sealed for so long, the four ancient gods still possessed an incredibly formidable and terrifying power. Under this force, he could feel his body seemingly melting as Yu Jie's eyes narrowed. He never expected that the battle would escalate to such intensity right from the start. His opponents were eager to become even stronger. Yu Jie abandoned his intentions to attack and prepared to meet his opponent's Hedon. For a moment, the four ancient gods who had initially planned their assault were stunned as Yu Jie opened his arms wide. He appeared entirely ready to embrace death, something they never anticipated. The four ancient gods exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting a sense of confusion. They could not comprehend the significance of Yu Jie's actions at that moment. But soon their confusion transformed into astonishment. Boom, did he die? Under the combined assault of the four ancient gods, Yu Jie was slain. Nevertheless, his aura recovered in an instant. The Yu Jie who had been killed reappeared before them, and this time the power emanating from him was completely. Previously they could sense that although Yu Jie had unleashed a force, it was still under control and would not pose much, but this time the resurrected Yu Jie presented a power entirely unlike before. Even the four ancient gods felt a hint of surprise, but soon one of them spoke up. The death of the new era is somewhat different from what I imagined. Is it possible that humans in this era can now steal the power of the divine? It was understandable that the ancient god would express such thoughts as his memories were still fresh. Death is an experience every being must undergo regardless of whether they are from Earth. The birth and demise of life in the universe itself constitutes a cycle. Today, you are born, tomorrow you perish. This seems to be a law that never changes in the cosmos. Only true deities can ignore such laws, though some powerful beings may bypass these causal rules due to their innate gifts. However, in Yu Jie they sensed none of these attributes, which is why the ancient gods appeared so astonished. Yet at that moment they could not help but laugh. It seems you are quite surprised by everything happening to me, but what if I tell you this is just the beginning? Yu Jie did not wish to waste time, and suddenly the power of a super scion erupted from him. His hair color transformed, once more golden locks appearing atop Yu Jie's head. Moreover, his gaze shifted. The power of a superhero merged with that of a super scion. This scene unfolded so swiftly that even the ancient gods could not react in time. At this moment, the ancient gods felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from Yu Jie. Had they known of such a transformation, they would never have acted so rashly. Yet after exchanging glances, once more the four ancient gods unleashed their powers again. As gods from the old era, they had witnessed far too much. Thus they bore little concern for any existence. As gods from the old era, they had witnessed far too much. Thus they bore little concern for any existence. They knew they were the strongest, and no one could alter the status quo. Because of this, everyone there shook their heads. Each ancient god gathered their powers once more. Just as before, they approached Yu Jie with nearly identical intentions, but this time their forces were even more formidable. As deities of the old era, they understood the concept of resurrection and the cycles of cause and effect, but they knew even better. As long as one's power is sufficiently strong, any death can occur. In the face of absolute power, nothing can evade. It just so happened that the four ancient gods possessed such deadly power which to others might seem frightfully formidable and nearly insurmountable. However, to them it was trivial. Having survived from the old era to the new, they aspired to become true deities in this age. The power wielded by these four ancient gods was undoubtedly terrifying, with black light emanating from each. They enveloped Yu Jie entirely, and once again channeled their powers, differing from their previous display. Previously, each had merely unleashed their strongest capabilities, seeking to eliminate Yu Jie in a short, but now everything was entirely different. They knew Yu Jie possessed the power of resurrection, necessitating a change in strategy. A direct assault would not suffice. They would resort to tormenting him. In the process of inflicting suffering, they would seek another opportunity to eliminate Yu Jie. With this thought, each of their powers surged in intensity. Even Yu Jie felt somewhat surprised by this. The four ancient gods seemed a bit different from his expectations. Initially, he thought they would continue their relentless assault, but now it appeared he had underestimated them. But in the next moment, the sensation of death wrapped around Yu Jie once more. His body began to fade away. At that moment, all the ancient gods focused their gazes on Yu Jie. They were acutely aware that Yu Jie was different now given the power he had unleashed prior. In their eyes, although he seemed somewhat powerful, it was nothing extraordinary. For them, true strength was never as simple as it appeared on the surface. Even if Yu Jie could to some extent resist the consequences of death, as long as he was present, he had to bear it. An even more terrifying power erupted from the four ancient gods, who almost instantly elevated their in stark contrast to their previous intention to annihilate Yu Jie outright. The mindset of the four ancient gods had changed. Since they could not kill Yu Jie in an instant, they would slowly torment him instead. They aimed to strip Yu Jie of all hope through this torment, something even Yu Jie himself had not anticipated. The four ancient gods could take such actions at this moment. However, soon after, as their power continually affected Yu Jie, even he squinted his eyes. He could clearly feel that their strength had already taken a significant toll on him in a short time. Yet it was still not enough. Yu Jie smiled as he felt death once again enveloping him. In fact, he had to thank the four ancient gods, who otherwise his strength would not have increased so much in such a short period. The four ancient gods understood the nature of the power Yu Jie possessed. They would never engage in battle with him in this manner, as his strength had undergone a dramatic change from the very beginning. Previously, each time Yu Jie faced death, it brought him tremendous peril. But this time was entirely different, for he had been directly restrained in a particularly dire situation. It could be understood that Yu Jie's power was continually suppressed, which in turn had significantly amplified his Super Saiyan strength. It is known that the Super Saiyan's power grows stronger with each battle. The more damage he endures, the greater his combat prowess increases in a short time. This was why at this moment Yu Jie even felt a hint of anticipation, hoping his opponents could bolster their. In a breath, Yu Jie was swiftly pulled back from the brink of death, and the four ancient gods could clearly discern. At this moment, Yu Jie was vastly different from before, with the most apparent change being the shift in his combat. This sudden change was something they had never anticipated. Consequently, the four ancient gods exchanged glances once more. How could they not know what was happening now? However, they also believed that this was not something worth worrying about. Yu Jie had already demonstrated his resurrection power before, so the four ancient gods knew he would surely employ this power again in the upcoming battle. Moreover, he might be even stronger than before, but that was not the most critical point. As long as their power was sufficient, Yu Jie would not be able to make any new moves here. They simply did not expect that Yu Jie would squint his eyes at this moment. The ancient gods' movements were completely captured by Yu Jie. Although he had not paid much attention to their actions before, it was clear now. It seemed he had underestimated them. The demeanor they exhibited now far exceeded his imagination. After all, the ancient gods had never displayed such power before. Some things could be easily distinguished. For instance, if an opponent was about to strike, Yu Jie would not need to guess. A mere glance would reveal their. The current state of the ancient gods was entirely different from before, which implied they would directly attack him next. Upon realizing this, the power within Yu Jie began to gradually dissipate, for he knew that with his current self, it was utterly impossible to kill his opponent here, so the best choice was naturally to conceal his strength. Let them think he could only resurrect, but not increase his power. Only by shaping the situation to their assumptions could he gain more initiative in the upcoming time. Unbeknownst to the ancient gods, Yu Jie had already figured out what he intended to do in such a short time. To them, Yu Jie was merely displaying some resilience. Yet this current resilience was meaningless. An unparalleled power erupted from their beings. Moreover, the strength unleashed this time was even more formidable than imagined. Most notably, Yu Jie could sense that the ancient gods had significantly increased their power during this release. It seemed that every time they believed they could rely on their strength to kill Yu Jie, thinking of this made Yu Jie squint his eyes. He did not intend to reveal the eruption of his power here. On the contrary, he aimed to continually conceal his strength and wait for his opponents to take the bait. Though you can resurrect, even gods have their limits. Your resurrection limit is to us merely trivial. The ancient gods slowly spoke to Yu Jie at this moment. From the faces of the ancient gods, it was evident that they were confident in their own strength. They believed Yu Jie could not pull off any tricks in such an environment. Yu Jie glanced at these beings, not intending to continue speaking, for he understood more than they did. What was happening now was somewhat acceptable. Since they were willing to suppress him, let them continue to do so, as long as he could get closer to death and weaken further. Then the combat power he could gain in a short time would only increase. Yu Jie's performance surprised the ancient gods, who exchanged glances. As gods who had fought their way through from the old era, they naturally possessed wisdom far exceeding that of ordinary beings. They could not be completely at ease, due to Yu Jie's sudden actions. With each attack, they were speculating about what was happening with Yu Jie. For instance, they were somewhat uncertain about what exactly had transpired with him. Why was Yu Jie able to control the decline of his combat power in such a short time? This was something they found utterly perplexing. It should be noted that when he was just revived, Yu Jie had erupted with an extraordinarily powerful aura. If they might not have thought too much about it before, the idea of someone gaining a power stronger than before death after dying seemed utterly wrong. This was an exceedingly strange situation. Even the four ancient gods could sense that something was amiss. You don't intend to hide your power here and then strike at us, do you, pitiful human? Such thoughts are utterly meaningless, one of the ancient gods said with a smile, already imagining the moves Yu Jie might take against him. However, he did not care at all, as he understood that the events unfolding were still largely under their control. As long as they could control the development of all events, no accidents would occur. The moment the power began to erupt, Yu Jie felt as if one ancient god was gradually increasing their strength. Previously, this scene had not been so apparent, but now it had become exceedingly clear. It was as if the opponent was deliberately provoking him. It seems that even deities have moments of fear, yet your provocation is utterly meaningless, Yu Jie remarked with a smile, fully aware of what the other party was thinking, yet he wondered what of it. Yu Jie's sudden words took the ancient gods by surprise. In their eyes, Yu Jie had already become their prey. Yet now Yu Jie's sudden actions seemed to indicate that things were far from simple. It was as if Yu Jie knew exactly what they were doing. The tallest of the four ancient gods stepped forward at once. As the only ancient god known for his strength among the four, he was also the most powerful executor of strength. Due to this, the four ancient gods did not need to deliberate before sending him out. They could also see what kind of battle this one would have against Yu Jie. Finding a flaw in the battle between the two sides was indeed a good idea from these ancient gods. Even Yu Jie had to admit that after just a glance he understood exactly what they were thinking. However, as death slowly approached, Yu Jie's expression remained unchanged from before. What he was like before was what he was like now. It was as if things were meant to be this way, leaving the ancient gods feeling somewhat uneasy as they could see Yu Jie had spoken such words before. More so it was because Yu Jie had confidence in his own power. Otherwise, how could he take such actions? With each breath, Yu Jie's power was gradually rising. Moreover, at this very moment Yu Jie charged forward. The speed he exhibited was far more terrifying than before. It should be noted that Yu Jie had previously taken a passive approach. As long as the opponent had thoughts about him, Yu Jie would endure everything. However, now that the ancient gods had taken action, Yu Jie did not remain silent again. Instead, he took the initiative to attack, and the powers of both sides clashed at once. Yu Jie squinted his eyes. He could feel the power bursting forth from his opponent, once again locking onto him. Not only this ancient god before him, but the gazes of the other three ancient gods were also instantly fixed upon him. Yu Jie was now entirely certain that the previous actions of the opponent were more like a test. They wanted to see what kind of stance Yu Jie would exhibit here. Yet because Yu Jie had been passively taking hits, they found themselves unable to test him. After all, it was Yu Jie who had taken such actions. Now it was completely different, because Yu Jie was— they could discern that Yu Jie's state was entirely different from before. The disparity in power between the two was also increasing once again in a short span of time. For others this could be a strange feeling. However, Yu Jie did not care. In fact, he was somewhat looking forward to the four of them striking at him again. If these four ancient gods were to directly attack him, then his power would surge tremendously in a short period. Yu Jie was certain of this, for after experiencing several deaths his strength had made significant progress. Yet this kind of progress actually required the opponent to continuously kill him to enhance. It seems we have underestimated you. We never expected you to really hide your power here. But can hiding your power really allow you to defeat us? That is simply wishful thinking. The towering ancient god suddenly spoke, as he believed he had seen through all of Yu Jie's plans. The reason Yu Jie had deliberately concealed his power before was precisely because he believed he could control everything here. However, what was happening now had completely overturned his thoughts. Yet Yu Jie merely shook his head slightly. Immediately a more powerful force erupted from Yu Jie, his golden hair flaring up, once again radiating a terrifying aura. If you think I am hiding my power, then I am sorry, you are mistaken. I just wanted to see how much pressure you can bring upon me. After all, in my eyes you are not worth my excessive focus. When it comes to mocking, Yu Jie simply did not wish to mock his opponents. He could sense that the other three ancient gods were somewhat restless. Perhaps they would suddenly strike at him during the gaps in battle. Had Yu Jie not awakened the powers of the Superman and Super Saiyan, then he might still be cautious. But now, with both powers surging within him, Yu Jie was very clear about their intent to kill him when he was off guard. Humans so humble, do you even know what you are saying? To rebel against the divine, you shall pay the price. The towering ancient god launched another attack. As he had stated, he held no affection for Yu Jie, especially since Yu Jie dared to speak so boldly, and he would offer Yu Jie no opportunities. Thus, he once again heightened his power. Furthermore, this surge of power was far more terrifying than before. Yu Jie merely glanced at him and smiled faintly. The power you exhibit may seem formidable to you, but to me it is not so, for I have battled even divine beings. Yu Jie naturally knew that his opponent did not understand the meaning behind his words. They were unaware of the previous battles. Yu Jie would certainly not reveal that he had already fought against the gods of the new era. The ancient gods were in essence divine beings as well, but merely remnants of an ancient era. In times past, they were the most powerful entities, unmatched by any. However, Yu Jie was entirely different. From the gods of the new era to the ancient ones, he had experienced far too many battles. This made Yu Jie realize that so-called gods were simply beings with greater power. Yet countless deaths and repeated enhancements of power made Yu Jie understand that strength is merely temporary. After all, he could infinitely elevate his own power. He might not unleash particularly strong power in a short time. However, as time passed, the power he would unleash would become even greater. The towering ancient god glanced at Yu Jie. There seemed to be some subtle differences in Yu Jie compared to before, yet he could not discern exactly what had changed. The other three ancient gods also focused their gaze on Yu Jie. It seemed that after Yu Jie began to speak, the aura emanating from him had shifted slightly. The three ancient gods hesitated at this moment, unsure whether they should strike directly at Yu Jie. The duration of the battle was neither too long nor too short, yet they were unaware of whether Yu Jie had any hidden cards he had yet to reveal. Their choice to engage in a wheel battle was largely to see if Yu Jie had any hidden cards that had not been exhibited. If possible, it would be best to force Yu Jie to reveal all his hidden cards with one ancient god's engagement. After a round of probing, the three ancient gods shook their heads. They had not obtained the information they sought. Thus they refrained from attacking directly. They were well aware that if they did not understand what hidden cards Yu Jie possessed, it would be unwise to act. It was very likely that Yu Jie would bring them completely unexpected surprises in the upcoming battles. They once again restrained themselves. On the other hand, the towering ancient god had no such thoughts. Yu Jie's actions and taunts were vividly etched in his memory. He clearly understood that Yu Jie must pay the price for this. No one had ever continuously provoked a divine being and lived to tell the tale. Perhaps due to this, a surge of power erupted from him. Immediately, Yu Jie could sense a change, especially when a hint of darkness suddenly appeared on the ancient god's chest. In the blink of an eye, this darkness transformed into a vortex. This vortex seemed to continuously absorb power from its surroundings. Yu Jie could definitively conclude that what he was witnessing was exceedingly abnormal. This was likely the opponent's hidden card, and due to this realization, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. He did not know what means his opponent would employ, but based on everything he observed, it felt as though he could discern. For instance, the opponent's power was far greater than he had imagined. In the next moment, that power with its irresistible pull wrapped around Yu Jie, something he had never anticipated. However, Yu Jie quickly regained his composure. He had previously fought against similar opponents. Eternity had adopted such a battle style. If the previous Yu Jie had been oblivious, the current Yu Jie seemed to have gained some understanding. Whether divine beings of the new era or the old, they utilized identical powers. It was merely a different approach. Eternity had once employed a battle style akin to black holes. Yet that power had not defeated Yu Jie. Now this ancient god was using a similar black hole technique. It seemed capable of absorbing power as well. Yu Jie did not pay it too much mind, because he knew that even if the opponent showcased such power, it would not defeat him. Even if he were entirely drawn into the black hole, with the immense gravitational pull continuously devouring his body. Such power was precisely what Yu Jie had long anticipated. Indeed, within a mere moment, Yu Jie's body was utterly torn apart. Meanwhile, not far away, Yu Jie's body once again manifested. This scene startling not just the battling ancient god. Even the three ancient gods who had been observing narrowed their eyes at this moment. They had never expected that Yu Jie could resurrect after his body had been completely shattered. Moreover, as the ancient god with the most perceptible senses during the battle, he could sense that Yu Jie's aura had undergone a significant transformation. Just as they had previously speculated, Yu Jie was not merely resurrecting. It seemed that after his resurrection, he had also enhanced his power. In light of this, the expressions of the three ancient gods completely changed. Had it been merely a trivial matter, they might not have cared. However, the fact that Yu Jie could enhance his strength after resurrection meant that he was an indomitable cockroach. No matter how they attacked Yu Jie, he could potentially resurrect in a short time, thereby increasing his power. In the universe, there was no more troublesome opponent than this. Yet at this moment, Yu Jie launched his attack. However, it appeared more like a death wish, shocking the towering ancient god slightly. What was Yu Jie's action all about? How could he gain power after resurrection? Yet Yu Jie's first move post-resurrection was to charge directly at his opponent. He actually dashed straight into the black hole. Boom! Before long, his body was once again shattered. Is Yu Jie powerful? Naturally, he is powerful, and there is no doubt about that. If the four ancient gods could not understand what kind of strength Yu Jie possessed before, they certainly can now. However, after continuous battles, even they could clearly perceive that Yu Jie is far from an ordinary human. Who among humans can resurrect infinitely, and even increase their power after each resurrection? It is precisely because of this. They looked at Yu Jie once again. I now have some doubts that you are not a human from Earth, because throughout Earth's history, there has never been such a powerful being. Are you perhaps a deity from ancient times? The towering ancient god had never thought during battle about what hidden cards his opponent might hold, or what kind of power they possessed. Previously, he believed that no matter what hidden cards or powers existed, they could not possibly be stronger than himself. Yet everything Yu Jie demonstrated now had completely overturned his imagination. He felt the need to understand what kind of being Yu Jie truly was, and thus he directly unleashed the power from his bygone era. He wanted to utilize the power of the gods to see if Yu Jie was indeed a human from Earth, which could be traced directly back to Earth. Unfortunately, after he summoned his powers, he did not obtain the answers he sought. Most notably, he did not find anyone on Earth resembling Yu Jie, and Yu Jie should be considered the most powerful deity on Earth. At this moment, even the ancient gods had to regard Yu Jie as an equally matched opponent, with the highest standard for an opponent being a deity. The other three ancient gods at this moment slightly distanced themselves from the battlefield. They could sense that the power Yu Jie unleashed was far stronger than before. However, they also did not believe that their companion would be defeated by Yu Jie here. Because they were companions, they understood better just how terrifying their companion's power truly was. It was merely due to the circumstances of battle that their opponent had not shown their full power here, but that did not mean they lacked such strength. Yu Jie shook his head upon hearing the ancient god's words. If the so-called deities are beings like you, then I find deities to be utterly meaningless. Moreover, beings like deities have no reason to exist at all. Yu Jie as a human yearned most to be a laid-back person. Thus, several times during crises on Earth, Yu Jie chose to stand by and do nothing. He felt there was no need for him to take action directly, but as Earth faced more and more threats, Yu Jie had no choice but to step forward. However, after stepping forward, Yu Jie pondered more than once about why he had become a powerful being. Becoming strong was merely to better play the role of a laid-back person, a person unconcerned with worldly affairs. Yet this group of deities before him seemed to— Becoming strong was merely to better play the role of a laid-back person, a person unconcerned with worldly affairs. Yet this group of deities before him seemed to tarnish his dreams. According to their mindset, deities should be above all capricious. When happy, they destroy a planet. When unhappy, they destroy a galaxy. What significance does such a deity hold constantly destroying this? And that is there any difference from being in— Considering the essential differences between himself and these beings, Yu Jie began to detest their recognition. The towering ancient god never expected Yu Jie would utter such words. Yet he could sense that Yu Jie was genuinely opposed to such an identity. If you are the deity of a new era, then we might be in a death struggle, but since you are not a deity, and you do not wish to acknowledge the identity of a deity, then we can resolve this matter directly. For instance, by abandoning this battle. What do you think? After the other party spoke, Yu Jie was directly stunned. Yu Jie never expected the other side would surrender here. Indeed, in Yu Jie's eyes, the words of the other party seemed more like a soft surrender. However, the previous actions of the other party indicated that they had extremely strong intentions towards him. Surrendering and softening were almost impossible. Yu Jie looked at the other party without speaking. Ziz, ziz, ziz. The next moment, a black hole appeared behind him. He saw a hint of disdain on the ancient god's face. The patience of deities is extremely limited. Do you know that? You have wasted too much time here. This opportunity should have belonged to you, yet you did not seize it properly. Now you shall face the wrath of the deities and die experiencing the greatness of the deities in death. Initially, Yu Jie thought the other party might have changed their mind, perhaps even stepping onto the path of goodness. But it now seemed he had underestimated the other party. They had never thought of sparing him. Even as the other party acknowledged that he could be regarded as a deity, Yu Jie could sense the light in their eyes becoming even more brilliant. It was as if they had seen some incredible delicacy, which was the reason Yu Jie showed no sign of retreat here. Instead, he charged towards the black hole, just like his previous actions. When the black hole completely tore Yu Jie apart, the towering ancient god was stunned at that moment. Yu Jie reappeared, exactly the same as before. However, there were also significant differences. Most notably, Yu Jie's combat power had once again risen. Just as they had thought before, Yu Jie could unleash even stronger power each time he was killed. Precisely because of this, the other three were somewhat restless. Originally, they were still contemplating whether to give the ancient god a chance to help the other party eliminate Yu Jie, but who could have imagined that at this point in the battle Yu Jie would resurrect once more. Moreover, the power Yu Jie exhibited was far more terrifying than anything they had seen before. Thus they fell silent no longer, but instead charged forward together. When the four ancient gods surrounded Yu Jie, once more Yu Jie began to laugh. What difference was there between these guys' actions and before? In fact, you need not resort to the so-called wheel battle. After all, I have seen shameless deities like you before, and anyway you are all going to die. Damn it, how dare a mere human speak such words to us? Do you even know what you are saying? You will pay the price for this. Suddenly the ancient god spoke, and as he did, a tiny planet appeared behind him. The planet was red, radiating a completely different kind of light from within. Yu Jie squinted his eyes as he watched this scene. He could sense a power similar to that of the sun emanating from this tiny planet. Could it be that the opponent could create a sun out of thin air? While Yu Jie was puzzled, he felt the gravitational pull of the black hole intensifying once again. In no time, he was once again drawn into the black hole. Meanwhile, the small planet he had seen earlier was also charging towards him. Seeing this scene, Yu Jie understood that the opponent still harbored malicious intentions, wanting to kill him here. They even hoped to enhance their power to increase their destructive capabilities, but this idea was simply too ridiculous. They had no idea what they were doing, and soon Yu Jie was completely torn apart. However, not far away, Yu Jie's figure reappeared before everyone. The expressions of the four ancient gods changed subtly at this moment. In fact, they had suspected something was off with Yu Jie when they first attacked. Especially with the power Yu Jie wielded in battle, how could a mere human possess such terrifying and powerful strength, constantly dying, and yet continuously enhancing himself? It defied their imagination, and in their memories of the old era, there was no existence like the goddess of— They had seen something like this before, but they were certain the goddess of death could only resurrect infinitely. However, she would never grow stronger after resurrection. Yu Jie resembled an upgraded version of the goddess of death. Moreover, the amplification of strength was simply too high. Yu Jie had no idea what kind of nefarious plans the ancient gods were concocting. Yet for Yu Jie, since these guys had become his opponents, there was no longer a need for them to survive. A more terrifying power erupted, for with this resurrection, Yu Jie's strength surged once more. Each time it doubled. Now Yu Jie could stand on equal footing with the four ancient gods. Before the ancient gods could react, they already felt a tremendous force surging from their chests. Immediately the four ancient gods were sent flying through the cosmos. Who would have thought Yu Jie would launch an attack in such a short time? Moreover, the power Yu Jie displayed this time was simply overwhelming. At that moment, the four ancient gods, finally one of the ancient gods spoke. The power this human is showing seems somewhat different. If we continue to entangle with him, there is no way we can achieve ultimate victory. The four ancient gods spoke among themselves without fully revealing their words. As this ancient god spoke, the other three remained silent, instead narrowing their eyes. They could communicate through mere glances. It was clear they were beginning to realize. Yu Jie was far stronger than they had imagined. Moreover, there seemed to be an extremely potent force within him. The ancient gods had countless thoughts about this power. However, having thoughts was not a good thing, for though they could see it, they could not grasp it, especially since the power Yu Jie displayed was still increasing. Thus, the four ancient gods found themselves in a very passive position. Initially, they believed Yu Jie was indeed incredibly strong, but such strength must have its limits. They could completely strike at Yu Jie once his power diminished. However, now with each death, Yu Jie's strength received a terrifying boost. No one knew. They dared not gamble on this. Over 1 billion years ago, they had once gambled with the deities. No one knew. They dared not gamble on this. Over 1 billion years ago, they had once gambled with the deities. An unexpected high-stakes gamble had led them to lose everything. They could certainly escape from their seals at any cost, but deep down, they had lost the desire to gamble. Thus, the first thought of the four ancient gods was to directly distance themselves from the battlefield. There was no need to continue fighting Yu Jie. Once they did, it was uncertain whether they could even kill him. More likely, they would cultivate him into a terrifying existence that even deities could not face. Yu Jie had never imagined that within such a short time these guys had contemplated so much in their minds. Yet even so, Yu Jie did not stop his actions and charged forward. Boom! Yu Jie's speed and strength were truly terrifying. No one could stop Yu Jie at this point. If this were before, it would have been somewhat difficult. However, now Yu Jie no longer had to worry about those things. After experiencing dozens of deaths, the power he wielded had become extremely terrifying. Moreover, Yu Jie was well aware of his own strength. If he experienced death once more, he would surely enhance further. But Yu Jie had no means to boost his power through self-destruction. He could only engage in battle. Otherwise, if self-destruction were an option, Yu Jie might as well kill himself at home a few billion times. Then he would have no rivals in the entire universe. Yu Jie charged forward once more, his target still the towering ancient god. This guy had been mocking him since the wheel battle began, even repeatedly adopting a condescending posture which Yu Jie found most unpleasant. However, just as Yu Jie unleashed his power and was about to reach his opponent, the opponent retreated. The next second, a subtle change occurred in the universe. The four ancient gods vanished before Yu Jie so brazenly. Yu Jie wanted to use his instant teleportation to locate their position, but after activating it, he found no trace of them. At this moment, Yu Jie understood. They must be hiding in some unknown parallel world. Only in this way could he not lock onto their position through instant teleportation. What luck! With the departure of the ancient deity, Yu Jie could only temporarily return to Earth. He understood that the other party no longer wished to continue battling with him. Even if he had some thoughts, it was impossible to find the opponent in a short time. This group of individuals had long been well-versed in the universe, and could even traverse through various spaces. Despite Yu Jie having signed in many times, he still had not gained similar abilities. Instant teleportation in a strict sense was merely a skill within this universe. It was not enough for expansion throughout the entire universe. Because of this, even if Yu Jie desperately wanted to kill the opponent, he had no suitable opportunity. As Yu Jie returned to Earth, an unexpected event occurred. The ancient deity had always been a god of the old. These entities of the old era should have been extinguished within that time, but who would have thought they returned with their tenacious vitality? Although a rather unpleasant battle took place with Yu Jie for the ancient deities, this was also an opportunity. An opportunity to declare their return to the entire universe. Long before this, Eternity had begun to contact several others, hoping to stop this group of ancient deities here to prevent them from truly escaping from their seal. Unfortunately, before Eternity could gather everyone, news about the opponent spread throughout the universe. The ancient deities had escaped from their seal, and were not only that, they intended to compete for the throne of the new era's deities. They were about to leap from the old era directly into the new era, which was undoubtedly astounding news, because before this he knew that the opponent could only release some avatars from the seal. It was not enough for the true body to escape. Given what was happening now, I thought it was necessary to inform him that things had changed. Even those damned individuals had begun their plans. When eternity received this news, the first thing that came to mind was that the opponent intended to stir up trouble. If the opponent acted step by step, eternity might not be able to manage, but under such grand circumstances he no longer needed to think. He understood clearly what the opponent was thinking. It was evident that they would not let this opportunity slip as they aimed to incite a battle among the deities. The universe was not only home to these 5 deities, there were countless others, though those deities were not as powerful as these. Even so, they were still deities, and the deities of the old era had arrived in the new era, aiming to provoke war. The best way to do this was to bring all deities into the conflict. Eternity almost immediately guessed the opponent's intentions, but because of this he became increasingly troubled. As things had become exceedingly tricky to a certain extent, Eternity began to ponder how he should proceed. After all, once this matter truly developed, even he would have no way to stop it. There might even be more unexpected occurrences, yet this was completely contrary to Eternity's thoughts. The ancient deities had already begun to implement their plans. They completely declared their return, and in an instant many beings in the universe learned of this news. Their level of shock was far more exhilarating than that of Eternity. Some of these deities were newly ascended, while others had come from the old era. They knew better than anyone what the presence of these ancient deities truly signified. In a time long ago, there were actually only 4 deities of the old era. These were the 4 ancient deities that had escaped from their seal. Only they were qualified to be called ancient deities, for the power they possessed was exceedingly formidable. Whether it was time, rule, space, or causation, each of these powers in their hands seemed as trivial as a child. Thus many deities from the old era began to form their own thoughts. Deities possess power, but they do not merely seek power. They also need faith, for every life that is born possesses a certain amount of faith power. However, this faith power is exceedingly chaotic. The universe is limited in size, and the faith power it possesses is also quite restricted. It is precisely because of this that no new deities are born. To a certain extent, faith power can also decline significantly, which is a source of great headache for most deities. To prevent such occurrences, their best choice was to stop things from changing and coming into being here. To stop it here, however, would require a battle. Only by killing the opponent could they ensure the faith power wouldn't leak on a large scale. Yet since every deity could become a deity, it meant that the opponent possessed incredibly terrifying power without a doubt. Therefore, once the opponent became a deity, the battle became utterly meaningless. Everyone was a deity, and there was simply no way to kill the other. They could only seal the opponent, but what happens after sealing? The opponent does not die and continues to receive their share of faith power. Because of this, most deities here would rather develop another unexpected divine war. Long ago, Odin, known as the king of deities, had already conducted a battle between deities. Moreover, Odin leveraged his absolutely formidable strength to overturn certain influences of deities in the universe. Yet for most, it was merely a display of Odin's martial prowess. It did not bring them any benefits, but once a battle occurred between the new era and the old era, it meant that the stances of both sides had changed significantly. Everyone could gain what they desired in this war. One represented the old era, while the other represented the new. They all wanted to see whether the old era would completely overturn the new era, or if the new era would perfectly inherit everything it should have and suppress those individuals. No matter who it was, everyone was eagerly awaiting the occurrence of this event, especially those who could no longer be considered human. They were a group of gods, deities destined to exist eternally in the universe. The 4 ancient deities had been secretly watching this matter. After all, everything was orchestrated by them, and now as they saw the universe appearing to descend into chaos, they had completely forgotten about Yu Jie. Hela and Yu Jie were enjoying a rare moment of leisure in their estate, but at that moment Yu Jie noticed a sudden change in Hela's expression. "Darling, what's wrong?" As Yu Jie spoke, Hela's complexion shifted immediately. He first nodded, then shook his head. "There has been some unexpected incident in Asgard. It seems that the entire universe is in disarray." Hela's words were somewhat peculiar, leaving Yu Jie stunned, as he could not comprehend the meaning behind Hela's statement. Hela then relayed all the sudden news she had received to Yu Jie, who finally started to grasp the situation. It seemed someone was deliberately instigating war. For some reason, the first person to flash through Yu Jie's mind was the 4 guys he had previously let go. The 4 ancient gods had disappeared, but from Hela's earlier description, he could easily guess that those unrepentant individuals were still plotting mischief. Thus they decided to directly provoke a war, and this time it wasn't just a personal matter. It was a battle between the gods, a clash between the deities of the old era and the new era, soon to unfold unexpectedly. "It seems I was too lenient back then." Yu Jie suddenly spoke, realizing that this situation was in a strict sense something he had caused. Had he killed the 4 ancient gods back, then such chaotic events would never have arisen. As the saying goes, a single misstep can lead to eternal regret, and now the enemy was cleverly taking advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble. However, he also noticed that Hela's expression was off. It wasn't due to the impending war. Yu Jie had come to understand Hela quite well. Moreover, having been together day and night, just a glance was enough for him to see that Hela's state was extremely unusual. Most notably, there was a hint of extreme delight in her eyes. Previously, Yu Jie would never have believed this, but considering Hela had gone out multiple times to enhance her strength, it all began to make sense. Yu Jie soon realized that Hela wanted to gain power from this situation. Although Hela hadn't explicitly stated her thoughts, a single look was enough for Yu Jie to understand. In fact, Hela had indeed experienced battles among the gods long before. During that time, she was the most powerful death god under Odin, unmatched by any deity. Even those who dared to challenge her paid with their lives. In that chaotic and dark era, Hela was the sole blade, and no one could survive beneath its edge. Once upon a time, Hela had also contemplated whether to engage in more divine wars. Only battles among the gods could allow one to gain immense power in a short time. As a former deity, Hela understood very well what this divine war meant. The gods could not engage in a battle without cause. It was primarily driven by interests. Without sufficient incentive, these gods were no different from humans. Once interests were involved, they resembled a group of insatiable humans. Hela was no exception at this moment. However, she felt that this situation was precisely what she needed. She could sense that Yu Jie seemed to be enhancing his strength every day, which unknowingly placed considerable. The occurrence of events is largely due to their causes and effects. Now Hela clearly saw that Yu Jie was too powerful, so powerful that she couldn't even see his shadow. What does this cause and effect look like? Hela didn't even dare to think about it, as she just wanted to enhance her strength as much as possible and get a little closer. I want to be involved in this war. Hela suddenly turned and said to Yu Jie, who was first taken aback then nodded. Yu Jie understood Hela's intentions very well. Because of this, he wasn't planning to stop her. Moreover, he wholeheartedly agreed. Hela had never shown her decisive demeanor in front of Yu Jie. After Yu Jie provided a clear answer, Hela directly vanished from his sight. Yu Jie slightly squinted, then, through teleportation, he locked onto Hela's position. Hela had already returned to Asgard. He never expected his wife to be so eager to start a war. Was his wife a fervent war enthusiast? As he spoke, Yu Jie arrived in Asgard, yet this time, he chose to remain hidden. He had no intention of exposing himself. He wanted to see what kind of battle his wife would face, and of course the most important reason was his concern. Now all sorts of monsters were running rampant, and no one knew if Hela would encounter a more formidable opponent. However, based on Hela's previous character, it was easy to discern that she would not seek help from him in the face. Therefore, the best course of action was to quietly hide behind Hela and observe everything, as she had long since left Asgard after returning to Earth. She no longer held the title and status of the God Queen, but with the onset of the Divine War, Hela had returned. Perhaps it was because of the terrifying combat power Yu Jie had displayed earlier that many in Asgard had just begun to feel relieved. When Hela finally gave up Asgard, everyone was stunned upon her return, but even so no one dared to. Hela's strength was already apparent, and coupled with the terrifying nature of her man, nobody wanted to cause trouble for her in such an environment. Regarding the current situation, Hela appeared quite satisfied, because she knew very well that she did not need a group of strategists. She only needed a pack of obedient dogs. The upcoming war would be extremely ruthless and cruel. Thus, she did not require anyone to point her in the so-called direction. She only needed to lead the most elite soldiers of Asgard to charge out. Those who attempted to cause trouble in front of her would be cut down. I know that many of you have thoughts about me, but I want to tell you that it's best not to entertain those thoughts for this time. I will lead you to the battlefield. At the very moment Hela spoke, a terrifying power erupted from her. In an instant, all the soldiers focused their gazes on Hela, many of whom were familiar with her. They knew that Hela was an immensely powerful being, but the question remained whether her power had truly reached a level that required everyone to look up to her. This was a question, but now it was no longer a question. On the contrary, everyone here received an answer they did not wish to obtain. The power emanating from Hela seemed to be far more formidable than what Odin had displayed. For a moment the soldiers gaped, unsure of what to say. This is not just my opportunity, but also the opportunity for all of Asgard. Do you know how chaotic the universe has become? Wars are erupting everywhere. All the gods are gearing up, eager to obtain everything they desire, and what does your Asgard represent? Do you realize that this is the realm of the mightiest god king, the most powerful world in the entire universe? How can you accept the weak standing above you? I must say Hela truly has a way of inspiring people. Yu Jie, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but smile as he listened to his wife speak. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he saw her like this. However, this did not diminish Yu Jie's fondness for the goddess. As Hela spoke, many soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, even though Hela's ascension to God King was not entirely above board. But she is still Odin's daughter, and she is indeed a deity. This destined that they had no right to interfere with what was happening above them, but rather where they stood. Their own duties would not permit them to take a step back at this moment. On the contrary, the fire within them had been completely ignited by Hela. Asgard had not seen war for far too long. Many had even forgotten what Asgard truly meant. The battles fought hundreds of years ago had almost cemented Asgard's unparalleled status. It is even more so today. But now how many still remember Asgard? In an instant, everyone's state was completely adjusted. Hela observed all of this, and she too smiled. This group of soldiers was indeed worthy of her spirit. On the other side of Asgard, Thor looked at Odin, unsure of what to say regarding his sister's sudden return. He had known about it before, but he did not expect that his sister would stir up war so soon after returning to Asgard. Thus Thor wanted to see what his father's thoughts were, but who could have thought that Odin's demeanor was somewhat strange at this moment? He looked at Thor, and then at his wife, showing no intention of communicating with Thor at all. This made Thor feel he did not come to watch his father show affection towards his mother. My dear father, shouldn't you stand up at this time? Asgard is no longer peaceful. The hard-won tranquility is about to vanish. Thor nearly voiced that Hela was going to ruin Asgard. Fortunately, his reason told him not to say such words. After all, he was in Asgard and his sister was over there organizing the army, perhaps even spying on everything. By that time, he would most likely suffer the consequences. Odin had been chatting with his wife. However, as soon as Thor spoke, he closed his mouth and looked at Thor. Odin appeared extremely serious, and there was even a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Child, I once believed you were the most suitable candidate, but it seems you are still far from enough. As the God King of Asgard, the first thing to do is maintain Asgard. Do you know how chaotic it is outside now? I have not gone out yet. I still know that all the gods have gone completely mad at this moment. They wish to display their might here and seek more faith. Is this not our best opportunity? At this moment, Odin resembled a war fanatic. Thor had never seen his father display such a state before. He squinted, then opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Instead, Odin directly interrupted Thor. You should be following your sister to showcase the greatness of Asgard. This is our chance, our only opportunity. Thor never expected his father to say such words. But he could not guess that a flame was burning fiercely in his father's heart. Perhaps his father was reminiscing about the past of conquering all. Yet even so, Thor was still unwilling to follow his sister, for he truly had little inclination towards war. He only wished for Asgard to remain as peaceful as it once was, to continue thriving in peace. Unfortunately, everything seemed to be contrary to his wishes, most notably that his thoughts received no approval from anyone. Odin had no intention of continuing the conversation with Thor. Instead, he used his power to send Thor. When Thor regained his senses, he found himself amidst the army, surrounded by soldiers that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. For a moment, Thor was at a loss for words, but he could sense that there was something off about the people around him. It was as if each person had been ignited. This was fundamentally different from the soldiers he had seen before. Everyone now seemed like a blazing fire. A fire that desperately wished to ignite itself completely. He knew that before this, these soldiers were more like a stagnant pool of water. Who would have thought that a war would ignite this stagnant water entirely? It had turned into boiling hot water, ready to destroy everything. It seems my timid brother actually harbors thoughts of yearning for war. Hela smiled as she spoke, having just spotted Thor upon his appearance. Thor looked at his sister, momentarily unsure of what to say, for he had no intention of participating in this so-called. Although he could sense that the soldier's state was far more intense than he had imagined, he was fully aware that he was merely a bystander. War had nothing to do with him. This was entirely due to his damned father placing him in the fire. In my view, you should be a coward, having no thoughts of war and not even participating in it. However, I must admit you have surprised me a little. Now fall back in line. We must depart. Hela waved her hand as she spoke, causing Thor to finally realize that everyone around them had already begun to move. This time Thor was genuinely taken aback. He realized that Hela was not as simple as she appeared. Yet he never anticipated that the terror she exhibited was beyond his imagination. Most notably, Hela's dominance was far greater than he had envisioned. To him, the current situation seemed set in stone, with no possibility of turning back. After taking one last look at Asgard, Thor shook his head. What more could he do now that things had come to this? Before long, under Hela's leadership, the army of Asgard began to march. The grand army set off and soon found themselves in the vastness of the cosmos, prompting Thor to start taking in his surroundings. He completely failed to understand Hela's intentions in initiating this war. After all, if a war was truly to be launched, there should have been discussions beforehand. The best strategy would still be to know who they were fighting and how to engage them. Yet he saw no sign of Hela's actions, nor did it seem she had any intention of communicating with anyone. This caused Thor to feel a sense of unease. He sensed that his sister was about to do something. Otherwise, she would not be acting so irrationally. In his mind, even if his sister were to act out, there should be some level of rationality. The problem was this was anything but rational. It was downright insane. Moreover, the state of the soldiers around him surprised Thor. These soldiers showed no inclination to inquire about what they should be doing or who their opponents were. They resembled puppets. As he looked at these familiar yet strange soldiers, Thor found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't even figure out how to communicate with these people. Moments later, the advancing army came to a halt. At this moment, Yu Jie's gaze was also fixed on Hela. Indeed, since this army set off, Yu Jie had been following closely beside Hela. Now as the battle of the gods commenced, all the deities rushed out, and who knew what chaos they would bring to the universe. As a devoted husband, Yu Jie would certainly not allow his wife to be threatened at any moment. However, at this moment, Yu Jie had yet to grasp Hela's true intentions. It seemed he was simply acting on his own thoughts and preferences. As he looked at the somewhat unfamiliar planets around him, Yu Jie found himself puzzled about what his wife was actually. Before long, flames began to slowly ignite around the planets. Watching these flames, Yu Jie was initially stunned, but then he quickly came to realize what was happening. These flames appeared somewhat inexplicable, yet the power they possessed was undeniably formidable. These flames appeared somewhat inexplicable, yet the power they possessed was undeniably. She actually dared to seek trouble with Mephisto right away. Mephisto was a god who had transcended limits. He could not be defined as merely an old or new god. His existence was more like a symbol, a mark. Long ago, Odin had fought against him, but several battles yielded no desired result. Odin was acutely aware that this fellow was far from normal. He was not a deity that could be dealt with easily. Even if he wanted to kill him, it would require an unimaginable cost. Soon figures began to emerge from the flames. Thor finally reacted, knowing that after returning to Asgard this time, he had been immersed in the library. He wanted to see what Yu Jie was all about. The power Yu Jie displayed was far beyond what an earthling should possess. Yet no matter how he looked at it, Yu Jie was just an ordinary human. Still, he maintained a state of trepidation when facing Yu Jie. This only heightened his anxiety. Nevertheless, Thor wanted to see if there were any descriptions of Yu Jie in the. Precisely because of this, he realized that the planet he had come to seemed to be the home of the flame demon Mephisto. Was his sister insane? The first opponent she chose was actually Mephisto, a truly unreasonable deity. The mysterious and terrifying nature of this being had prompted Odin to warn Thor multiple times that if he encountered Mephisto in the universe, the first thing to do is to run. Mephisto's power was far too great. Even his father did not wish to battle him. Yet his sister was willing to go all out against him. Figures began to appear from the flames, and these figures immediately launched an attack on the advancing army. I can see that you are from Asgard, but have you forgotten your past pain? Or does Odin, that old fool, still want to taste the flames on me? A deep voice suddenly rang out, and at that moment the flames surged once more. The figures in the flames gradually faded, and soon a colossal figure emerged from the flames. It was none other than Mephisto, the god of flames. I am aware of Odin's failure, but why do you think I will also fail? Hela began to speak, and as she did, she stood up. He continuously approached his opponent, and flames began to appear around Hela. At that moment, Mephisto's expression turned slightly strange, as he had never encountered such flames before. Moreover, from the flames, he could sense a terrifying destructive power within them. Even Mephisto couldn't help but scrutinize the situation, as he was well aware of Hela's capabilities. He had seen Odin's eldest daughter during that great battle years ago, and understood that she possessed an immensely terrifying power. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was invincible in battle. However, he did not expect that in such a short time she had grown to this extent. Furthermore, the overwhelming power emanating from her surprised even him. Meanwhile, Yu Jie, who was hiding in the shadows, let out a slight sigh of relief as he too was aware of Mephisto's strength. Yu Jie knew that the opponent was not as simple as they appeared, but thankfully Hela had fully mastered the power of the. This was one of the important reasons Yu Jie felt at ease, as the power of the Phoenix was cosmic level. Hela had certainly controlled all of that power over such a long time, so Yu Jie was not particularly worried. I am curious if such an existence can die. Hela suddenly spoke at that moment, and her gaze towards Mephisto appeared somewhat unsettling. Mephisto never expected Hela to be so brazen. She dared to speak such words in his presence. Your words remind me of your father. Long ago he also said something similar to me. You should ask him if his chest still hurts these days. Hela was unaware of what Mephisto's words truly implied. In fact, during that battle, Odin had not managed to suppress his opponent. He was even ambushed by Mephisto, which left a significant hidden danger, and it was for this reason that Odin's strength continued to decline, especially the flame mark left on his chest. Up until now, Odin still bore the existence of that flame mark. Moreover, the flame mark was continuously eroding Odin's body, causing his strength to wane. However, despite this, Hela did not pay much attention to his words, for she would not genuinely inquire of her father what had happened back then. Even if unexpected events had occurred back then, those events were now in the past. What she needed to do now was to correct the wrong path her father had taken, and before long Hela charged forward. I have to say, you truly possess great courage, even more than your father. Mephisto watched as she rushed towards him, laughing, thoroughly unsure of what thoughts she held. However, without a doubt, Hela's actions at this moment seemed akin to seeking death. Even if she wielded the power of flames, Mephisto had reached the pinnacle of understanding flame. No other gods could surpass him in mastery of flames. Hela's speed was swift and the power of the flames surged explosively. Thus, before Mephisto could react, she had already dashed through him. Mephisto was an elemental being. He was not like a human, yet even as an elemental being he could sense that the power emanating from her was some. His flame seemed unable to merge with hers, causing a shift in Mephisto's gaze. He understood more than anyone that flames could inherently blend together regardless of their type. Moreover, as the god of flames, his control over them was exceptionally terrifying. He could now sense that these flames had far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps in some way her flames were not truly flames, but another form of energy that existed through flames. With this in mind, Mephisto's perception of Hela shifted entirely. The saying "blue surpasses blue" describes Hela perfectly in her current state. You are stronger than your father. I must admit, as your flames are completely different from mine, I have taken an interest in you, girl. Mephisto spoke again, but as he did, an overwhelmingly terrifying power was born at that moment. Although Hela's displayed power was indeed somewhat different, and a bit stronger, this power was not enough for him to Moreover, as the god of flames, he harbored his own pride. The moment his power erupted completely, he had already determined what he would do. Mephisto's power was frightening, something Hela had not anticipated, for it was only when Mephisto charged at her that she finally reacted. It seemed as if he had merged with the very heavens and earth. In this space, he could attack however he pleased. In the blink of an eye, Mephisto, who had been in front of her, was already behind her. His flames had thoroughly enveloped her. The power of Hela's phoenix began to slowly emanate at this moment. She was acutely aware that if she continued to remain in this state, she would have no chance of turning the tables. Therefore, the most crucial task was to control her power and unleash it once more, ensuring not to give her opponent any opportunity. The power of the phoenix, just as Yu Jie had imagined, began to slowly explode. However, this time the power that erupted was not as strong as before. Despite the fact that Mephisto's flames were entirely different from hers, it did not hinder him from creating a flame barrier to restrain her. As he watched Hela make a move, he quickly realized that she was definitely up to something. Therefore, he would never allow this situation to transform into something else. Directly restraining Hela was his best option. Hela also felt that her power seemed to be restricted. However, in the next second, a flicker of flame flashed in Hela's eyes, and the power of the phoenix erupted. The power of the black phoenix is truly terrifying. When it erupted from Hela, Mephisto never expected that she could condense such formidable strength in such a short time. However, the form this power exhibited seemed somewhat different. It appeared to Mephisto that if the opponent wished to continue battling here, they must first find a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, there would be no possibility of defeating him. Yet Hela's choices appeared to be somewhat different now. Hela was not contemplating how to strike. Rather, she was like a madwoman, directly unleashing her most power. In a moment, the strength displayed was overwhelmingly powerful. Even Yu Jie, who was watching, narrowed his eyes as he observed his wife battle. After all, if a crisis arose, he might need to rescue her at a moment's notice. However, Yu Jie realized that his concerns might have been unwarranted. Hela's power was far greater than he had imagined, and more importantly, Yu Jie could see that the opponent's strength seemed to be hidden. This was not a good sign for him. The opponent's power was in some sense continuously concealed, because once the power of the Black Phoenix was unleashed, it would present a form of large-scale destruction. Yu Jie understood this better than anyone. However, it seemed that there was a slight change in the situation from his perspective, most notably that the power of the Black Phoenix was being controlled by Hela. In a particularly low state, Mephisto's gaze was now directly fixed on Hela. Initially, he had thought to defeat her with his own strength, but now it seemed that things were somewhat different. Most conspicuously, the power displayed by Hela was increasing in an extremely bizarre manner, completely altering his thoughts. Yet, even so, Mephisto did not consider the matter finished. The most evident sign was that the power displayed by Hela was surrounding him in an extremely peculiar manner. Previously, it was Mephisto's power that restrained Hela, but now it was entirely different as his own power. In the first moment of using her power, Hela did not directly defeat Mephisto. On the contrary, she gradually collected her strength around herself. Then she released that power once more. Because of this, Mephisto could feel that the battle had in some sense completely transformed. If he could not find a more suitable opportunity in a short time, it was evident that he would soon be at Hela's mercy. I must say you are far stronger than your father. Even that fellow Odin would never possess such immense power. Mephisto slowly spoke, his two sharp horns gradually revealing themselves above his head. This scene made Hela narrow her eyes. In fact, just now Mephisto appeared before her in a very ordinary demonic form, which Hela was quite aware of. But as he revealed his demonic feat, it signified that he was beginning to get serious. With this thought, Hela also slightly narrowed her eyes. How could she not understand the opponent's intentions? Yet even so, Hela did not believe that he could extinguish her flames with his power. The power of the Black Phoenix, the most terrifying force, is that it never extinguishes. It is a form of ultimate destructive power, once ignited it will not die out. Unless everything is burned to ashes. Hela knew this better than anyone. It can be said that although both sides wield flames, the flames are also ranked. Mephisto's flames could not extinguish hers to a certain extent, and her flames could not even assimilate his. This was what Hela was most satisfied with. She had not only witnessed her father battle Mephisto, but also knew that he was an extremely terrifying existence in the elemental domain. Because of this, Hela was even clearer that the best way to defeat him was to find a suitable opportunity. Yet no opportunity could be so easily found. Fortunately, the opponent chose to use flames to open a path for himself. This move to some extent also aligned with Hela's own expectations. Thus, Hela's flames began to devour the opponent's flames at the first moment, and Mephisto's actions were exactly what she hoped for. No, this is impossible. Why is my power disappearing? Damn it, you are secretly absorbing my strength. Suddenly, just as he was about to make a move, Mephisto felt something was off with his body, and his gaze was fixed firmly on Hela. He felt that in that fleeting moment too much of his power had vanished. The disappearance of this power was largely due to someone stealing it from him, which made Mephisto react immediately. It appeared that Hela was battling him as an equal. But in a direction he had not noticed, she was secretly siphoning his strength, which made Mephisto's expression turn extremely grim. He absolutely would not allow this situation to continue, for he knew that if Hela could consume his power, then if time were extended indefinitely by her, he would certainly not be her match. Unfortunately, Hela had no intention of giving him any opportunity, for in her hands brilliance began to flicker. The flames were merely the power of the Black Phoenix. However, Hela possessed more than just the power of the Black Phoenix. In fact, she also wielded a power of darkness that enveloped the flames. From a distance, a difficult-to-describe black hue emerged above the flames. Mephisto was taken aback, having never expected Hela to suddenly manifest yet another power he had never encountered. For a moment, Mephisto was uncertain whether to attack or defend. Yet he could sense that Hela was vastly different from before, and the aura around her continued to grow. It seemed as if she intended to destroy everything. Even if you master fire, it does not mean you can control your own. How naive of you, little girl, to think that this strange power can defeat me. You are truly too naive. You have no idea just how powerful I am. As he spoke, a surge of even greater power erupted from Mephisto. Everything was indeed just as he had imagined, yet for Mephisto, even knowing his opponent had hidden cards, he would not choose to retreat. Over the years from the old era to the new, he had inherited far too much. These things had enlightened him, allowing him to grow over such a long time. He did not believe that Hela could defeat him. Because of this, he took a deep breath, gathering a more terrifying power around himself, while everything that had vanished before was now reborn. Flame giants appeared behind Mephisto, surprising both Hela and Yu Jie, who lurked in the shadows. Yu Jie could discern that Mephisto's power was significantly different from before. The most obvious difference was the aura emanating from him. Though he had made moves before, they had only showcased his power to a certain extent. This power was not yet enough to threaten Hela, but now in Yu Jie's eyes, everything he saw completely subverted his expectations. The most striking change was that the power he possessed was slowly dispersing. If it were merely a case of dispersing his power, Yu Jie would not have paid much attention, but as it spread, he could clearly sense that the other party seemed to be increasing his power. Indeed, the intensity of the battle was far more fierce than anticipated. Yu Jie never expected that these clones could grow stronger in such a short time. It was not just Yu Jie who realized this. Hela, in the midst of battle, also recognized the situation. However, Hela merely furrowed his brow. From the moment he stepped up to fight, he knew there was no retreat. In his mind, he even envisioned Yu Jie's silhouette. Many times he could only watch as Yu Jie fought, and returned alone, wishing to help him countless times. But he knew that he was merely a burden now, unable to assist Yu Jie in any way, and his thirst for power was driving Hela to the brink of madness. The strength of his opponent further confirmed that Hela must obtain the other's power, as he knew that by devouring it his own strength could be greatly enhanced. In truth, there were many lives for Hela to choose from, yet he still did not opt for the weaker ones. Hela understood that if his opponent was not strong enough from the start, he would gain little in terms of power. This was something he could not accept. In a breath, a more terrifying power erupted from Hela, surprising Yu Jie in the distance. Yu Jie also had many thoughts about his wife, but he knew her strength was still in its infancy. She did not display any particularly strong abilities, yet now Hela had used his strength to reveal to Yu Jie that everything was far more complicated than he had imagined, notably the sudden surge of terrifying power. In an instant, it had completely overturned Yu Jie's expectations. The most apparent change was that the power previously displayed was quite standard, so Yu Jie had not speculated much about Hela's true strength. Would this bring him a different sensory experience? However, now with the waves of terrifying power erupting, even Yu Jie could sense the change in aura. It was overwhelmingly strong. Hela seemed to have elevated his power to an entirely new level almost instant. Don't think that just because you have increased your so-called power you can defeat my clones. Strictly speaking, we are always far more terrifying than you can imagine. Mephisto was also able to perceive the changes in his opponent. Thus he slowly began to speak, and as he did, an even more terrifying aura emanated from him, far stronger than before. Hela watched, but did not act immediately. If this is your trump card, then clearly it does not impress me at all. Hela spoke up, and with his words a more powerful force erupted from him, initially intending to unleash just a bit of strength to continue the fight. However, he never expected that Mephisto was far more silent and could elevate his power to such a high level in such a short time. Thus Hela could not choose to remain silent any longer. The flames of both sides gathered once more. However, this time Mephisto was far more terrifying than before, as his clones had grown to possess strength comparable to Mephisto's true form. 7 or 8 clones swiftly enveloped Hela, flames continuously pouring toward his body, seemingly intent on completely devouring him. However, the black flames on Hela also revealed their fangs. The two sides seemed to entangle in an instant, as Yu Jie, hidden in the shadows, observed everything. At the same time, he could feel that Mephisto was indeed different from what he had imagined. The most apparent difference was that Mephisto had not once used the previously displayed methods again since the beginning. One must understand that the best strategy on this planet is to set up a suitable barrier. With a sufficient barrier, one can directly lock onto their opponent. The opponent would have no chance of defeating oneself, yet after using it once, Mephisto inexplicably abandoned his best combat strategy. Instead, he chose to directly clash his power with Hela's, which was the most puzzling aspect for Yu Jie. He could sense that things seemed different. In the midst of battle, one could clearly choose a better and simpler way to deal with their opponent. Yet unexpectedly, another completely different approach was chosen, one that even Yu Jie could not comprehend. At the same time, Yu Jie was painfully aware of the situation here. Yet unexpectedly, another completely different approach was chosen, one that even Yu Jie could not comprehend. At the same time, Yu Jie was painfully aware of the situation here. If the other party really harbored such intentions, then Yu Jie had to ensure he could unleash his power in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, unexpected accidents could very well occur, and at this moment Hela's gaze was fixed on Mephisto. Mephisto's numerous clones swiftly enveloped Hela completely. Moreover, the power contained within these clones was nearly identical to that of Mephisto's true self. Because of this, Hela could distinctly sense that things seemed a bit different. The other party must hold some completely different thoughts. If they did not have differing intentions, there would be no need for them to attack. Furthermore, at this moment, the radiance emanating from Mephisto was far more dazzling than before. Mephisto's gaze was directly fixed on Hela. This was because Mephisto knew that to defeat his opponent in a short time, he had to choose a particularly effective method. And the best way to execute this method was naturally when the opponent had yet to react. It must be said that Mephisto's idea in battle was quite brilliant. Unfortunately, at this moment his thoughts became utterly meaningless, for he had already unleashed his power completely. Hela was more aware than anyone of her own strength. Even if Mephisto wanted to defeat her here, he must also choose an exceptionally effective method. It was not enough for him to simply wish to suppress her. The unparalleled power was unleashed in an instant, far stronger than what had been displayed earlier. I must say your strength seems to far exceed my expectations, but if this is all the power you possess, I don't consider you my opponent. You may even pay for it with your life. Mephisto spoke again, while an even more radiant light erupted from him. Both sides unleashed a terrifying radiance. As these two forces collided, Hela charged at her opponent once more. Hela knew all too well that opportunities were too scarce for her now, especially if she continued to wait here. It would be better to unleash her power directly. She would not give her opponent any chances. It must be said that Hena's choice was extremely reckless, but it was indeed the best opportunity for her at this moment. At the very least, Mephisto had not anticipated that during the clash of their powers Hela would directly abandon. Instead, she chose to bypass the clones and charge directly towards him. By the time Mephisto saw Hela, the light was already flickering in her hand. Moreover, this light was completely black, with no trace of flames to be seen. It was precisely because of this that Mephisto was momentarily stunned by her actions. Somewhat mad, even overturning his previous understanding, yet it must be said that her actions were significant. Mephisto merely glanced and hurriedly retreated. He knew it was impossible to withstand her in such an environment. This move was clearly infeasible. He was unaware of the powerful aspects of Hela's attack, but she was able to strike at this moment. This was undoubtedly because Hela already knew what she wanted to do. Being cautious was necessary to defeat an opponent, and when unprepared, any action from the opponent was filled with threat. The terrifying power was radiating. In contrast, a faint smile flickered across Hela's face, as she was fully aware of how reckless her actions were. However, Hela no longer had the mental space to consider whether it was reckless or naive. For her, what she needed to do was much simpler. She only needed to unleash her power while Mephisto had yet to react, and then the opponent would have no chance. It must be said that this collision allowed Hela to seize the opportunity. Even if Mephisto noticed he still wanted to evade, but it was already impossible. After all, the most terrifying power erupted. Hela had already identified her opponent's weakness. The radiance atop the demon's horn was dazzling from the very beginning, something Hela had long noticed. But Hela also understood that to strike here, she needed to seize the opportunity. Fortunately, the previous collision had created the best chance for both sides. Hela officially seized this opportunity and unleashed all her power at once. This force struck directly at the opponent's demon's horn, and when Mephisto realized it, he discovered that his power was already beginning to wane. The angle of the opponent's attack was far too cunning, even more terrifying than he had imagined. The best scenario Mephisto had previously envisioned was to strike while the opponent was unprepared, or to seize the opponent's vulnerability before they reacted, but he had not anticipated that before he made his move, Hela had already acted. She even shattered her own demon's horn. The shattering of the demon's horn meant that her power began to dissipate, and recovering this power within a short time would be exceedingly difficult. At this moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Hela's mouth as her power had already erupted. Not only that, but Hela was even controlling her power to envelop the opponent, slowly absorbing their strength. This scene surprised Yu Jie somewhat. His wife actually had some means in the midst of battle. At the very least, such a mysterious calculation could lead to an irreparable outcome with just one mistake. Yet Hela still did it, and even succeeded. Hela's attack was exceedingly cunning, and the power it unleashed was terrifyingly overwhelming. Mephisto had no time to defend himself, and at this moment his demonic foot shattered completely. Damn it, how is this possible? How could you know my weakness? How could your strength have increased so much in such a short time? Mephisto's face was filled with disbelief, for he thought the other's power might be slightly different, perhaps a bit stronger. However, he could not afford to be defeated here. The power within him was continuously draining away. This precisely indicated that Hela's recent attack was entirely effective, and a smirk of disdain appeared on Hela's face. Your pride and arrogance are the true reasons for your demise. As he spoke, Hela once again increased his strength, fully aware that he must suppress Mephisto directly at this moment. The opponent's demonic horn had shattered, and while he was still some distance from death, Hela could take this opportunity to continuously absorb the opponent's power. Once the opponent's power was absorbed by Hela, even if the opponent had thoughts of retaliation, he could not rise against him at this moment. With that thought, he raised his power to an even higher stage once again. At this stage, the things Hela could unleash were increasing, and even inadvertently the things Hela could control were multiplying in a short amount of time. The flames around him were gathering towards Hela, but these flames did not belong to Hela. They were Mephisto's. However, due to the shattering of his demonic horn by Hela, Mephisto could no longer control these flames. Thus, these flames immediately became Hela's food, and as Hela absorbed them, light flickered in his eyes. However, due to the shattering of his demonic horn by Hela, Mephisto could no longer control these flames. As the flames on Mephisto. Now within Hela's body, there was not only dark power and the power of the Black Phoenix. There was even Mephisto's power. The three powers quickly fused together. Previously, the fusion of the first two powers would have caused great harm to Hela. However, now having learned from past experiences, the additional power was quickly suppressed by Hela. Hela could even directly utilize this suppressive force. Controlling the power within his body, Hela slowly closed his eyes, and after a while he stretched open his eyes. I must thank you, it is your hospitality that has allowed my power to rise once again. If before the battle between Hela and Mephisto was evenly matched, now, with the sudden increase in power, Hela could see all of Mephisto's weaknesses. As long as he was willing to strike, Mephisto had no chance. Mephisto also sensed that it was clearly impossible for him to recover his strength here. The power Hela had just unleashed was far too terrifying. Moreover, this power had directly stripped away part of his original strength, and the power within him had begun. The power within a breath always had the potential to unleash unexpected things. Yet even so, Mephisto did not want to continue fighting Hela here. If he revealed all his trump cards, he could certainly struggle, but he knew that such a struggle was meaningless now. Hela's previous actions had already demonstrated that the opponent's power far exceeded his own. This was not that Odin fellow. Previously, he could ambush Odin and leave him with some profound memories, but Hela was far superior to him. This time your luck is truly good, but next time I will reclaim everything you took from me with interest. Just wait for it. Flames once again erupted from Mephisto as he was unwilling to continue stalemating with Hela. He knew that continuing the stalemate would bring him no benefits, so he chose to leave, and he was even more aware. If he couldn't leave, Hela would undoubtedly kill him, but his actions were still a bit slow. With a cruel smile on his face, he stood amidst the flames, seemingly becoming the fire god of this world. However, in the next second his expression froze, because he realized that his thoughts might have been a bit too naive. Most obviously the flames had vanished, yet he remained on the battlefield, facing Hela. It is clear that you are even more naive than I imagined. I initially thought you would fight me to the death, but it seems you gods do not possess much desire to fight. You are merely a bunch of cowards, and I know the fate of cowards. As he spoke, Hela charged directly at Mephisto, unleashing a terrifying power. In an instant, he completely enveloped his opponent, and at that moment Hela could feel his power rising once again. Mephisto never expected that Hela would actually stop him from escaping, and Hela succeeded. Not only that, Hela directly intercepted all of his power. In a moment, Mephisto found himself unable to retaliate. Hela's terrifying power completely encased him, and soon Mephisto was left with but a breath. Yet in that breath he lacked even the qualification to speak. He could only watch as Hela extracted the last trace of his original power from his body. Gods are hard to kill, but that does not mean they cannot be killed. Hela, as another god, possessed such power. Mephisto paid for his pride and arrogance with his life. Soon Hela turned to look at his army. This battle began swiftly, but ended even quicker. For Hela, he needed to find a sufficiently strong opponent to ensure that this war would proceed favorably. Now, having killed Mephisto, he could feel the mindset of every soldier changing. This is just the beginning. Let the universe hear the voice of Asgard, my brave warriors. Yu Jie observed everything that Hela was currently doing, taking it all in. He gradually dispersed the power he had just summoned as he felt that Hela no longer needed to be overly concerned about. The power that Hela had just displayed was indeed overwhelmingly strong, far exceeding Yu Jie's expectations. In Yu Jie's view, if Hela were to harness such power for her own purposes, it would pose no significant issues, and she could even gain more strength throughout the universe. As for Mephisto, Yu Jie naturally had nothing much to say about that fellow, as he had already witnessed the eruption of the other party's power. It seemed that the other party did not know how to seize the opportunity. Even Yu Jie could see that Mephisto could have made a last-ditch effort to counterattack after the destruction of Demon's Corner. Perhaps it could have brought some unexpected advantages to Hela, yet the other party chose to remain calm instead. It was precisely this calmness that led to the loss of the best opportunity. It seems the upcoming battle will be even more intense than I imagined, Yu Jie remarked, keeping pace with the gradually departing army, knowing that Hela had already opened up the situation. In fact, Hela had already made a resounding start, and the next task was to lead this group of soldiers to stir things up across the universe. Yu Jie grew increasingly curious about how well Hela could manage things here, sensing that she had already slain so many deities. Moreover, the recently deceased Mephisto had directly elevated Hela's power by several levels. Furthermore, the power originally within Hela's body seemed to have calmed down at this moment. One must understand that the power within a person's body is extremely limited. Of course, this person does not include Yu Jie, who has a sign-in system that allows him to perfectly integrate more power, but Hela is different. Hela's body should not be able to contain this much power, yet Yu Jie noticed that she seemed to be able to control the absorption of power to some extent. Moreover, she gathered so much power into a single entity. Yu Jie observed this keenly, realizing that this was also Hela's opportunity. He did not plan to interfere, even contemplating whether he should capture some deities for Hela to absorb more. However, this thought was quickly discarded by Yu Jie after it briefly surfaced. He respected Hela's initiative. To some extent, it was because Hela wanted to strive for herself. Since she had such intentions, Yu Jie would certainly not interfere with her thoughts. In some ways, Yu Jie was pleased to see Hela striving so earnestly. Even if he wanted to stop her, he would have no means to do so. Her personality had already determined that she would be such a woman, yet Hela remained his wife. Therefore, Yu Jie once again followed behind the army. He still needed to protect his wife. This vast universe was not solely inhabited by Mephisto. There were also weaker and even more powerful deities lurking in the shadows. Those beings had not. Yu Jie trailed behind Hela, witnessing her commence her campaign. It had to be said that Hela was indeed an exceedingly crazy general. Hela's actions completely overturned Yu Jie's understanding of all generals, because her battles were simply too. As the king of Asgard, he was aware of the specific locations of other deities. Thus, without hesitation, he charged directly into battle, storming into their lair. War broke out in the enemy's lair, with Hela leading the charge, and she was exceedingly ferocious. The deities they sought this time were not particularly powerful either. War broke out in the enemy's lair, with Hela leading the charge, and she was exceedingly ferocious. The deity. Yu Jie observed all this, but he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Hela's actions were indeed too reckless. It was understandable that there were rifts between the deities of the new era and those of the old. Yu Jie could comprehend this, but even in war there should be factions involved. However, Hela had no factions, as she did not distinguish between the deities of the old era and those of the new. It seemed that all deities had suddenly become Hela's opponents, and this situation caused Yu Jie some worry. He might become a thorn in the side for everyone if those deities were not easy to deal with. If they faced an equally matched opponent, they might not show much. However, if they faced only one individual, and this person could offer them enough benefits they would immediately reveal their fangs. Yu Jie even felt a hint of doubt was Hela doing this deliberately. At this moment he had no idea what schemes Hela was plotting. Yet as Yu Jie followed closely behind Hela and observed her various actions, he could keenly sense that she certainly had a grand plan. What this plan entailed, however, remained unclear to Yu Jie, but it did not hinder his thoughts on what she might be To be able to act here naturally indicated there was a goal in mind, and a glimmer sparkled in Yu Jie's eye. However, Yu Jie quickly shook his head, regardless of what Hela was doing, as long as she was happy that was enough. Moreover, her power was indeed increasing. Just recently the 7 or 8 deities slain by Hela had contributed to her growth and strength. One could say that every battle made Hela stronger. Yu Jie even had a fleeting illusion if Hela could slay all life in the universe, would she not become the most powerful being? For a moment Yu Jie felt a stir of excitement. After all, those chaotic deities were just too troublesome, always seeking trouble on Earth. But if he could make his wife the only deity in the universe, wouldn't that mean he could enjoy a cozy life at home with his wife and children? However, this thought merely flashed through his mind before Yu Jie dismissed it. There were still a host of others lurking in the shadows who had not yet revealed themselves. Feeling the power surging within her body, Hela couldn't help but smile at this moment. As the war for life began, Hela gained considerable strength from the battle's powers that she would not have been able to attain. No one was willing to step forward at this moment, and precisely because of this, there was a sense of anticipation on both sides. He knew that various battles would likely unfold in the time to come. These battles would be far more terrifying than those he had participated in alongside Odin. This very fact made Hela even more eager. He understood that amidst so many battles, the most thrilling aspect was the moment he defeated his opponents and absorbed their power. As a deity, Hela was also aware of the existence of the power of faith. This power was a deadly temptation for any life form, and no deity could afford to abandon it. Her fondness for faith was precisely why the fall of many deities brought Hela unexpected power of faith. This power of faith also helped Hela better regulate the strength within her body. Rather than being merely a kind of power, it was more of an intangible, elusive energy. If you don't utilize this energy, it might seem no different from ordinary power. But once you begin to use it, it undergoes a tremendous transformation as Hela absorbed the powers of various other deities. For her body, it was undoubtedly a burden. However, as the power of faith continued to increase, the absorbed strength further aided Hela in her adjustments. Every power entering her body had already reverted to its original form in a short time. This realization made Hela acutely aware that she needed even more strength. Strictly speaking, Hela still required an unexpected war to unify the power within her body, although she had absorbed all the strength. Hela was also clear that the absorbed powers were still somewhat different. They could not transform into her own strength in a short time if kept separate. This was something Hela did not wish to see. If one were to be strict, she hoped that these powers could unify into her own strength. Because Hela had not been afforded sufficient opportunities to gain such power, her gaze was also cast upon the entire universe. Those deities from both the new and old eras did not directly rush out as Hela had imagined. This led to some changes in Hela's plans. However, unbeknownst to her, the ancient gods had already set their attention on the new era deities was partly to become the deities of this age. On the other hand, it was also for the immense power of faith, but having an idea and executing it were two entirely different concepts. The most apparent was that they were simply incapable of making a move. Their strength could not be restored in such a short time, and after instigating the war, they had secretly eliminated several deities. However, the power of those deities could not help them recover their strength more effectively or swiftly. Therefore, the ancient gods focused their attention on more powerful deities. They needed to absorb more life force to restore themselves to their peak state. Once they returned to their peak, neither the old era deities nor the new era deities would be able to stop them. However, their thoughts could only remain thoughts to a certain extent, for they currently lacked the strength to directly surround those at their peak. If they acted, what awaited them would be a fate of utter destruction. Furthermore, with the appearance of Yu Jie, these ancient gods realized that the current universe was vastly different from their expectations. The ancient gods' focus on Hela was also because she had been the most frenzied deity during this period. Not only did she continuously slaughter her fellow deities, but she also obtained a massive amount of power. To a certain extent, what the ancient gods needed most was the power exhibited by Hela, and for this reason, they deemed it necessary to take action. However, due to Yu Jie's previous battle, they sensed that the current deities in the universe might be far stronger than they had imagined. If they were to act here, they must find a suitable opportunity. If there was no appropriate chance to strike directly, if they encountered a powerful existence like Yu Jie, they would find themselves in a situation of losing more than they gained, and could very well be defeated. Hela had already proven this point. Because the last few battles she fought were closely observed by the ancient gods, they knew that the power Hela wielded was not as simple as it seemed. In fact, Hela had yet to reveal her trump cards until now. Therefore, what they needed to do was to ascertain what Hela was truly about before they would take action against her. Without confirming what Hela was truly about, they would absolutely not entertain any thoughts about her, because they understood that if they acted at this moment, it would mean there was no room for reconciliation. At that point, the ancient gods might become the second Hela. Whether new era deities or old era deities all knew that Hela had suddenly burst onto the scene, and she was a fervent warrior. She was neither a new era deity nor an old era deity. In fact, she was a third party, and this third party adopted a ruthless attitude towards all life, that is to eliminate them all. Which deity would allow such chaos to persist? But the ancient gods would not permit Hela to slip away from them. How could they possibly give up such a rich feast? Hela recently felt a sense of unease, as if something was about to happen. This feeling was somewhat inexplicable to him, as he had never experienced such a sensation before. However, the emergence of this feeling indicated that something indeed was about to occur, and Hela quickly came to realize. Most likely it was related to faith. Many people were unsure how to articulate the emergence of faith power. It must be acknowledged that faith power is indeed the foundation upon which every life relies for survival. Hela had never experienced this feeling before, primarily because he had not encountered such matters. Yet now the emergence of this feeling signified that he was about to face some chaotic events. Hela felt somewhat. However, soon certain speculations arose in Hela's mind. He believed it was likely that those so-called deities were about to take action against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be experiencing such a strange feeling. Realizing this, Hela did not rush to act. Instead, he chose to set up camp. He knew that his best choice was not to strike immediately, but to observe what this feeling truly represented. He wondered if someone truly had intentions towards him. If that were the case, it meant that other troubles might soon arise. Meanwhile, Yu Jie, who had been secretly acting as a bodyguard, narrowed his eyes at this moment. While Yu Jie felt some confusion about Hela's actions, he did not overthink it, knowing that Hela had been fighting for quite. Resting was quite normal, but Yu Jie could sense that an extraordinarily powerful force had emerged beyond this star system. Moreover, this powerful force had directly locked down the entire star system. Undoubtedly something had appeared. Just as Yu Jie had previously suspected, Hela's actions attracted everyone's attention to a certain extent. Those deities were not beings willing to reason with anyone. Their minds were filled with a singular thought: if one does not act for themselves, they will perish. Yet Yu Jie did not strike directly. Instead, he slowly began to feel this force, wanting to see who was behind it. At that moment, as Yu Jie began, his eyes narrowed, and within moments he had completely reacted. The owner of this force was actually those fellows. Not long ago, Yu Jie had fought against the ancient gods. He was already familiar with the power of the ancient gods, but he did not expect that the ones coming to trouble Hela were actually those four ancient gods. To this day, Yu Jie still did not know what those four ancient gods were called. However, without a doubt, they were a significant reason why the entire universe was embroiled in a battle of deities. It was all because of those four ancient gods. They had complicated matters to an extreme degree. There was even no way to reconcile the old gods with the new gods. The wars were not merely isolated incidents. During this time, Yu Jie had seen far too many battles while following Hela. Some of these wars had been completely unnecessary to erupt. Yet they still broke out. For Yu Jie, those four ancient gods lurking in the shadows were the most troublesome existence. These four fellows had no bottom line, and Yu Jie could almost instantly guess their actions. He had never thought much about the battle of deities before. But looking at Hela's demeanor, Yu Jie could surmise that the deities seemed particularly eager for the war. It was as if this battle could bring them entirely different surprises. Because of this, Yu Jie knew that what the four ancient gods were plotting was likely much more. Yu Jie slowly released his power. If it were an ordinary opponent, he might not activate his strength here. But if it were these four fellows, it would be unnecessary. These four were far more terrifying than the other deities, and their strength had surely recovered during this time. Yu Jie had not forgotten that when he first encountered the four ancient gods, they were merely in a weakened state. He had never seen the ancient gods at their peak, but he knew they would undoubtedly be different. After all, among the five great deities, the Eternal One had chosen to flee the moment he first encountered them, which clearly indicated that the four ancient gods were extremely powerful beings at their peak. Before long, Hela also lifted his head. He could sense that the entire star system was undergoing severe. It seemed that a strange force had entered this world, and the surroundings of the star system felt as if they were directly locked down, with four auras spreading towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Hela dashed out, wanting to see who exactly was causing trouble for him this time. Just moments later, Hela collided directly with the four ancient gods. Hela looked at the four ancient gods before him, constantly searching his memories. However, after searching, Hela found no information about the four ancient gods in front of him. He could feel that the power of the four ancient gods was entirely the same as that of the deities. It could be confirmed that these four fellows were likely also deities, but why was their power so strange, so ancient, so dark? I must say upon hearing your news and sensing your power all four of us went completely mad. In this universe there exists a being not beneath that fellow, and while we cannot reach that fellow it seems we might be able to obtain you. The ancient gods began to speak as they saw Hela, and even Hela was taken aback. What exactly were they talking about? However, from the greedy looks in their eyes it was not difficult for Hela to analyze that these four ancient gods seemed to have intentions towards him. Moreover, they seemed to want to devour him right here. Hela found such gazes quite repulsive. Though I do not know where you four came from, you are doomed. Since others had intentions towards him, Hela naturally could not greet them with a smile. However, just as Hela was about to act, a familiar figure appeared before him. Yu Jie appeared wearing a smile as he confronted the four ancient gods. Long time no see, I thought you four old immortals had already perished, but unexpectedly you are hiding here. Yu Jie did not address Hela directly. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the four ancient gods. It is not the first time he has dealt with these four individuals, and encountering them once again is a fortunate event. After all, those capable of creating chaos are best left dead. Fortunately, they have now appeared right in front of him, without the need for him to exert effort in searching. Hela also turned her attention to Yu Jie. So you have been following me all along, huh? As Hela's voice rang out, Yu Jie turned his head, his eyes filled with affection as he focused on his wife. You left silently, and being your man is truly exhausting. The four ancient gods did not expect that the two before them were actually a couple. However, the four ancient gods began to communicate among themselves, fully aware that Yu Jie's appearance meant that things were no longer simple. Yet the four ancient gods did not choose to retreat directly. After a period of slaughter, they had gained a certain amount of strength, and their bodies had recovered significantly. Recalling their previous battle with Yu Jie, the four ancient gods were filled with rage. As deities, when have they ever been bullied by humans to such an extent, forced to hide due to human pursuit? Earthling, you should not have come here. Do you really think that just because you won against us last time you can defeat us? This time we will not run away, you will pay the price. The same towering ancient god spoke again, his gaze still fixed on Yu Jie, revealing that he had intentions toward him. It seemed as if he wanted to devour Yu Jie right then and there. To Yu Jie, such a look was meaningless. Rather than exhibiting such a gaze, it would be better to demonstrate more formidable power. Since both sides had spoken, it was destined that they could not reach a peaceful resolution. They could only showcase their most powerful abilities here. Only the stronger ones have the right to live and speak. Meanwhile, Hela quietly stepped back. She understood that with Yu Jie's appearance the battle would not be so simple, and she had guessed it. Yu Jie had presumably been following her since she left Earth, continuously protecting her. When faced with enemies she could handle, Yu Jie would not intervene. His presence before her indicated that these four ancient gods were beyond her capability. With Hela's retreating motion, Yu Jie let out a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that Hela would choose to join the battlefield at this moment. If it were just Yu Jie alone, then no matter what happened he would not care. He could resurrect infinitely, continuously increasing his combat power. However, if Hela joined this battle, the things he needed to consider would multiply. Yu Jie did not notice that as Hela stepped back she tightened her fists once more. Hela had left Earth constantly instigating wars primarily to catch up with Yu Jie. But now that Yu Jie was standing before her, she realized she still could not keep up with her man. She could only watch her man fight from a distance. The four ancient gods were somewhat surprised. The choices of these two were not simple. They could sense that their relationship was far from ordinary. Fortunately for the ancient gods, although Yu Jie was somewhat terrifying, as long as their strength was powerful enough they could slay him. Previously they were too weak to take action against Yu Jie. Now after such a long recovery their strength had undergone tremendous changes. With such strength backing them, their ambitions surged once again. In their view, Yu Jie's previous actions were not worth excessive concern. Now all they needed to do was unleash their power and slay Yu Jie. That would be sufficient. Let me show you what true terror is. Do not think that just because you won by luck last time you can defeat us. That is impossible. You are merely an ordinary earthling. The towering ancient god spoke once more, and at the same time a black scythe appeared in his hand, radiating a completely different black light. Yu Jie first glanced at the opponent, then at the scythe in his hand. It was not difficult to deduce that this was likely the opponent's weapon. During their previous battle the opponent had not used this weapon. Most likely it was because the opponent's strength was insufficient to wield it. Now after such a lengthy recovery the opponent's body had nearly fully recovered, allowing them to wield this. I hope you will not disappoint me. Just because you wield a scythe does not mean you are impressive. I think you might be joking with me. Yu Jie smiled at his opponent, and simultaneously his own power erupted as he directly unleashed the might of a Super Saiyan. Moreover, the power of a Superman enveloped him instantly. Hela, who had been watching from a distance, was stunned. She did not expect her man to be so terrifying. How could he have become so powerful in such a short time? Although Yu Jie had been strong before, Hela felt she could still catch up with some effort, but but now Yu Jie's sudden explosion instantly made Hela feel that the gap between them had been widened unknowingly by Yu Jie. Moreover, it seemed that she could not even see the figure of her opponent now. A hint of bitterness arose in her mouth, had all her efforts been in vain. But soon determination appeared in Hela's eyes again. She understood that Yu Jie's immense strength was certainly not accidental. Since Yu Jie could become powerful, then why couldn't she strive to become even stronger? She had decided that after this battle she would obtain more power to become as strong as Yu Jie. The battle between Yu Jie and the ancient gods also began. Just as Yu Jie had anticipated, the opponent's weapon was indeed their means of survival. Yu Jie had previously fought against the towering ancient deity and understood the true nature of his opponent. However, now that the opponent wielded a weapon, Yu Jie could keenly sense a significant change in his foe compared to. Most importantly, the opponent's power had increased to a certain extent, leaving Yu Jie uncertain about the true nature of that strength. Originally, Yu Jie thought that although the opponent could unleash a tremendous amount of power in a short time, it wouldn't significantly affect him. Yet now, as the scythe in the opponent's hand began to swing, Yu Jie felt as if his body was on the verge of. This feeling was somewhat inexplicable, but it perfectly illustrated the change in the opponent's capabilities. Feel the pain, feel the arrival of the abyss. The towering ancient deity suddenly displayed the scythe towards Yu Jie's position once more. This time, although the scythe passed through Yu Jie's body, it did not completely sever him, leaving Yu Jie momentarily stunned. He could sense that the scythe seemed somewhat different, but he never expected that the weapon in his opponent's hand would not cut him open. What was going on? Yu Jie was momentarily perplexed, but then he noticed that his body seemed to be starting to disintegrate. Was it due to the speed of the scythe? Or was it because of the overwhelming strength? This turn of events was something Hela never anticipated, as her man seemed able to hold his own against the opponent, but in just a moment his body began to crumble and at the same time a flame of inexplicable anger began to ignite within her, filling her body with an explosion. Without waiting for Hela to act, Yu Jie's body appeared once more, but this time it was different. This body possessed an incredibly terrifying strength. This caught Hela off guard. She had never expected her man could resurrect. Moreover, after his resurrection, there was a strange change in his aura. Yu Jie was unaware that Hela's gaze was fixed on him, but he had his sights locked on the opponent's scythe instead. He could sense that the scythe held by the ancient deity was definitely not right, and to this day Yu Jie had yet to understand what that scythe truly was. Did it affect his soul, or did it have an impact on his physical body? He simply couldn't comprehend it. Just then the opponent made another move, swinging the scythe towards him once again. The motion was completely identical to before. Even Yu Jie had no time to react before his body was once again disintegrated. At this moment, even Yu Jie could sense that the opponent's power was truly very eerie. Don't think you can infinitely resurrect. We have no way to deal with you. You are far too naive. You do not understand what divinity truly means. You can resurrect indefinitely, but I can also strike you down endlessly. You have no chance at all. The ancient deity slowly spoke to Yu Jie, and at that moment Yu Jie resurrected once more, feeling the power in his body surging. At that moment Yu Jie charged towards his opponent, feeling somewhat puzzled by the ancient deity's abilities. Although he could not comprehend them, it did not hinder his thoughts about the opponent. As long as his power was powerful enough, he could directly disregard the opponent's strength. It must be said that Yu Jie's actions were quite impulsive, and this was especially evident to the ancient deity. Thus he swung the scythe once more, and Yu Jie shattered yet again. In no time Yu Jie recovered once more. The distance between them was not great, yet due to the constant deaths, Yu Jie still failed to touch the ancient deity, who instead displayed a look of utter disdain. It was clear that in his view Yu Jie's current actions were not much different from seeking death. Yu Jie took a deep breath at that moment. Regardless of whether to attack or retreat, he knew that if he did not choose to flee, the opponent would definitely strike first. As for attacking, the opponent would still retaliate. Thus it was better to strike directly at this moment. It seems your powers have mostly recovered. You can actually wield the causality of the new era. I underestimated you, old timers. Yu Jie's battle continued, and a somewhat familiar voice echoed. Yu Jie turned around. Just as he thought, the Eternal among the 5 deities had appeared. Not only the Eternal, but there seemed to be 2 other figures by his side. After a quick glance at Yu Jie, they realized that a clash between the deities of the new era and those of the old era was imminent. However, unexpectedly, before the 2 sides could engage in battle, he had run out. He even played a somewhat troublesome role in the situation, with Yu Jie squinting at the battlefield. He had just learned from the Eternal's lips that the scythe seemed capable of severing his causality, thus delivering a devastating blow to him. The 4 ancient deities suddenly turned around at the appearance of the Eternal. Initially, they were somewhat surprised, wondering if the Eternal would bring all the deities of the new era. Now seeing that there were only 3 of them, the 4 ancient deities felt reassured. They had managed to survive. This was naturally due to their ample confidence in their own strength. Despite the cost of the breakthrough revolution, the opponents before them were not yet enough to instill a sense of despair. Moreover, the most important thing was that he could sense something entirely different from these opponents. The three deities of the new era could not cause them any impact here. The towering ancient deity once again focused his gaze on Yu Jie. Unlike the Eternal, it was Yu Jie who was now his target, as he had lost count of how many times he had thought of obtaining Yu Jie's body. Unfortunately, he had never had a real opportunity to seize Yu Jie's body, and now the latter was still in the process of resurrection, while his own causal powers continued to grow. As long as the scythe remained in his hand, Yu Jie would have no chance of turning the tide. Considering this, the towering ancient deity swung his scythe once more. He seemed unaware that Yu Jie's golden hair was somewhat dazzling. The bloodline of the Super Saiyan can be regarded as the ultimate form of the Saiyans to some extent. However, despite this, there are many states of the Super Saiyan, and each stage is merely an evolutionary path of the Super Saiyan. In fact, the power contained from the first generation to the fourth generation of Super Saiyans is entirely different. For instance, the power that Yu Jie possesses at this moment appears capable of directly breaking through to the third generation of Super Saiyan. However, he has not fully awakened the bloodline of each generation precisely because of the countless deaths he has just experienced, which has allowed Yu Jie to touch upon a different aspect. The perfect form of the first generation of Super Saiyans enveloped his entire body at this moment. Yu Jie's gaze underwent a slight change. Previously, his eyes were mostly filled with madness. There was even a hint of desire, a desire for battle, for death, for destruction. Now all those desires had completely vanished, leaving behind only an extreme indifference in Yu Jie's eyes, as if nothing in the world could make him think. The ancient god naturally did not expect that within such a short period of time, due to death, Yu Jie had completely awakened the potential of the Super Saiyan. When he looked again, he found that his leadership was unable to lock onto the opponent. At this point, the ancient god was truly stunned. How is it possible? How could you increase your power to this stage in such a short amount of time? The scythe can lock onto a person's cause and effect, thus severing their connections and directly annihilating a person. Because once a person's cause and effect completely disappears, they are no longer connected to this world. Yu Jie could infinitely resurrect here due to the life code. However, it is also because of the Super Saiyan that allows the opponent to infinitely increase their combat power during this infinite resurrection. Yu Jie had not developed the power of the Super Saiyan extensively because he understood that developing the Super Saiyan required more death. The heavier the injuries he sustained, the more his combat power could be increased. Originally, Yu Jie believed he needed countless battles to perfectly develop the power of the Super Saiyan. Yet he never expected that it would be through this group of ancient gods that his bloodline power would be thoroughly awakened. Now Yu Jie's state is the most perfect state of the Super Saiyan. Currently, the power of the first generation is already far stronger than the peak period of the third generation. This is still without Yu Jie entering the second stage. The Super Saiyan is divided into 3 stages, and the power that can be unleashed in each stage is extremely terrifying. However, these stages are also distinct. From the initial stage to the peak, there are a total of 4 stages, and it is rare for a Saiyan to directly enter the peak stage. Generally, they can only enter the later stages. Most Saiyans transition directly from the later stage to the second stage, overlooking the peak period. Once a Saiyan can enter the peak period, their overall combat power will experience a terrifying increase. Since you've been playing here for so long, isn't it time for me to take my turn? As he spoke, Yu Jie charged forward, directly missed her. Yu Jie's speed and strength were completely different from before. Moreover, the most important factor is that the scythe in the opponent's hand can no longer pose any threat to him, allowing Yu Jie to be certain that he could kill the opponent in a short time. The ancient god was still questioning why Yu Jie could enhance his combat power so much in such a short time. It was simply unfathomable. Was the opponent infinitely resurrecting and increasing their combat power? This thought just emerged, but was immediately denied by the ancient god himself, for he didn't believe that such a life form could exist in the universe. Even among those standing at the pinnacle of the era, none possessed such power. The other 3 ancient gods also turned their gaze towards Yu Jie. They had not expected that the scythe capable of severing cause and effect had not cut off everything about Yu Jie, but rather elevated him to an entirely new stage. The other 3 ancient gods exchanged glances. They knew that things had changed. At the very least, what was happening now had taken a turn towards an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Yu Jie squinted his eyes. Regarding the kind of power he possessed, he did not show it. However, because of having fought against the opponent, Eternity understood that this power was too formidable, even beyond imagination. Originally, Eternity thought he would need to unite the powers of other deities to suppress Yu Jie. However, due to the 4 ancient gods of the old era, he realized that was no longer necessary. He believed Yu Jie should not be able to evade the combined assault of the others. Yet now Yu Jie intends to demonstrate through his strength that whether they are deities of the new era or those of the old era, no deity can suppress him. In no time the towering ancient god was sent flying. Yu Jie's power had thoroughly taken effect on him. At this moment Yu Jie took no combat techniques, relying entirely on the power contained within his body. I have to say this feeling is simply wonderful. I never expected that I could be so powerful. Should I thank you for allowing me to experience such greatness? As Yu Jie spoke to the ancient god, his fist once again struck the opponent's chest, causing it to crack slightly. Immediately after, the entire chest was completely shattered, as Yu Jie's power was simply too overwhelming. With his body, it was impossible to withstand Yu Jie's strength. At this moment Yu Jie did not cease his actions. One ancient god was simply not enough to satisfy him. Yu Jie's target was the 4 ancient gods. All 4 ancient gods must die. The terrifying power erupted in an instant, and this time the force was far more terrifying than the last. In a mere moment, all 4 ancient gods were sent flying. Each ancient god bore wounds, and this scene made eternity feel more and more uneasy. The power Yu Jie displayed exceeded his imagination, and for a moment he no longer wanted to stir up trouble here. In his mind, the best choice now was naturally to leave. Because if the battle continued, he did not know whether anything unexpected would occur on the ancient god's side, but it was highly likely he would die. Yu Jie now is too terrifying. Even from a distance his body seemed to tremble due to Yu Jie's power. As Yu Jie continuously faced death, boundless power surged within him. Both the Life Codex and the Super Saiyan form could to some extent provide Yu Jie with even greater strength. Prior to this, Yu Jie had not placed too much emphasis on these matters. After all, he understood very well that no matter what kind of opponent he faced, as long as they could apply pressure on him, it meant that his strength could once again be enhanced in a short period, and this was precisely the reason. Here Yu Jie directly closed his eyes, elevating his power to an even higher level. For Yu Jie, the actions of the ancient god had already determined that there was no possibility of redemption between them. More importantly, the gaze of the ancient god was always fixed on him, as the other party sought not just to kill him once, but repeatedly. This confirmed that one of them must die. However, for Yu Jie, death was out of the question, for his power was firmly established. As long as he had an idea, he could suppress his opponent here regardless of whether the opponent had any vastly different. That was the opponent's concern. Why does a mere human possess such immense power? This is completely against the laws of the universe. The ancient god spoke again. To them, the power Yu Jie displayed was simply not something a human from Earth should possess. But no matter how one looked at it, Yu Jie was just an ordinary human from Earth. This made the ancient gods even more hesitant as they realized that Yu Jie was vastly different from before. Most importantly, the power possessed by Yu Jie was truly terrifying. In mere moments, power erupted, and Yu Jie did not give his opponent much chance. Since the ancient god harbored intentions against him, Yu Jie naturally would not grant the other party. An unparalleled power erupted almost instantaneously, and this time the strength unleashed was far more potent than before. So much so that the ancient gods failed to react. Yu Jie had already charged before them, and a ki blast appeared once again in his hands. Moreover, this ki blast was fundamentally different from the ones he had unleashed before. As Yu Jie activated this power, countless ki blasts radiated outward from him. This time the ki blast displayed an even more terrifying aspect, representing the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. Additionally, due to his previous deaths, Yu Jie had activated the most perfect states of every phase of the Super Saiyan transformation. Now for Yu Jie, all he needed to do was make a slight move to eliminate his target. The ancient god did not expect Yu Jie to elevate his power once again in such a short time. Every ancient god wore expressions full of shock, and once again they chose to retreat. They knew that resolving the issue with Yu Jie here would be somewhat troublesome, especially since they could not see Yu Jie's limits. Generally, if a battle truly broke out, both sides would consider what kind of opponent they were facing and how they could find opportunities during the fight. However, when facing Yu Jie, they were astonished to find that they could not perceive any opportunities from him. Was it necessary to engage in a battle with no foreseeable outcome? The ancient gods had no intention of pursuing such a fight. The ancient gods' gaze remained fixed on Yu Jie. They understood that every move Yu Jie made would determine what would happen next. If Yu Jie showed no signs of change, there might still be room for maneuver. But once Yu Jie truly began to act, it would signify that matters could become exceedingly troublesome in a short time. This had already been evident previously. Yet the ancient gods still believed that their strength would not be suppressed. I am curious, do you really believe you can still be the same as before? Yu Jie set his gaze fixed on the ancient. For Yu Jie, the previous battle could only be regarded as an accident, and such an accident would not fundamentally change anything. Moreover, he had been waiting for this opportunity, which was most crucial. Now the opportunity Yu Jie awaited had fully arrived. There was no possibility for the opponents to act against him. This was the source of his confidence. In almost an instant, Yu Jie launched another attack with the ki blast, merely serving as an appetizer. The true power belonging to Yu Jie had always been grasped firmly in his hands, and this time, he radiated his power across the entire battlefield. Almost all the power was Yu Jie's. The Eternal, who was watching from the side, squinted at this moment, fully aware of the strength Yu Jie possessed. However, he did not expect Yu Jie to unleash such tremendous power in such a short time, as if every second saw a new Yu Jie emerge. Previously, he thought Yu Jie was powerful, but he would not pose much pressure on him. Now it seemed he was too, especially after Yu Jie unleashed his power. The Eternal could feel that Yu Jie's strength began to suppress the ancient gods. There was even a hint of that power directed towards him. The Eternal finally realized that Yu Jie was not only going to act against the ancient gods. In fact, Yu Jie's gaze was also fixed on him, but he had not found a suitable opportunity. Thus the other party did not act directly against him. Moreover, since the ancient gods had not been exterminated by Yu Jie, he merely leaked a small fraction of his power. Yet even that small amount of power seemed incredibly terrifying at this moment. The Eternal glanced at the two divine beings beside him. Immediately the three of them showed fear in their eyes, and the three divine beings began to retreat. For they knew very well that the threat embodied in Yu Jie's displayed power was extraordinarily terrifying. To defeat Yu Jie in such an environment was truly laughable. We absolutely cannot give him any opportunity at this moment. Once he seizes the chance, we will have no possibility of survival. The ancient god suddenly spoke for him. The most important thing was to truly suppress Yu Jie's development at this moment. Because Yu Jie's strength was already evident here, if his combat power continued to grow, even the ancient gods would have no chance to resist him. Yet the demeanor Yu Jie displayed now was completely incomprehensible. Oh, just a moment ago one might have thought they could suppress him. In the next moment, Yu Jie would use his strength to show that all of this was nothing but a delusion. Simultaneously, Yu Jie's gaze was also fixed upon the ancient gods. He could sense that from the very beginning until now, none of the four ancient gods had revealed any overwhelming. For Yu Jie, this was somewhat surprising, but it quickly turned into a matter of course. Because if the opponent couldn't resolve him in a short period, it meant they had to follow the path he set for them. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jie couldn't help but smile, though a more terrifying power had erupted. The power of the Super Saiyan had been perfectly developed by Yu Jie long ago, and now his golden hair flowed down to his shoulders. For a moment, even the ancient gods were somewhat astonished. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing whether to join forces to launch a more intense attack against Yu Jie. In the next second, Yu Jie used his strength to show them that true power was never just empty words. The strength Yu Jie displayed was simply terrifying, overwhelming all thoughts in an instant. Yet Yu Jie did not give up on this matter, controlling his power as it slowly radiated outward. Just like the energy wave he had previously exhibited, Yu Jie believed that there was no better opportunity than this. He just hadn't seized it before. For him, if he let this opportunity slip away, it meant there would be no possibility left in the future. I thought the divine would possess some great power, yet it seems even deities can fear and bleed. Should I send you on your way? As he spoke, a more terrifying power erupted from Yu Jie, and his golden hair, previously draped to his shoulders, now wildly extended to his waist. At this moment, Yu Jie looked like a god of slaughter, an extremely terrifying aura constantly emanating from him. For the ancient gods, they had already known prior that Yu Jie possessed exceedingly terrifying strength. Yet at that time, they believed they could match him with their own power. Now upon reflection, they realized that the situation had completely overturned their expectations, and the gap between them was continuously widening. Even after exchanging glances, the ancient god who was closest to Yu Jie showed signs of retreating at this. They did not wish to continue fighting Yu Jie here, as his terrifying strength had utterly shocked them. Yet at this moment it appeared that Yu Jie had not fully revealed his strength. It was precisely because of this that everyone here could not guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen, especially for the ancient gods. The ancient gods took a deep breath, controlling their power, and soon the four of them held their respective divine. Yu Jie was no stranger to this scene, because previously the tall ancient god had already taken out his scythe. As for the powers possessed by these ancient gods' divine artifacts, Yu Jie did not know before, but now he could. It was probably an extension of each ancient god's abilities. The powers they lacked could instead be gained through their divine artifacts. It was also because of this power that they could achieve unimpeded success, but now Yu Jie was completely different from his former self. The former Yu Jie might not have been able to make a move to eliminate these damned ancient gods. Now Yu Jie could completely rely on his own strength to firmly suppress these fellows. According to Yu Jie's own thoughts, he could once again increase his power. Previously, Yu Jie did not know that the power of the Super Saiyan could directly merge with the power of the Superman. Even earlier, Yu Jie's Silver Superman power was on the verge of unlocking, but it still remained at a bottleneck. No matter what Yu Jie did, he could not break through the threshold of the Golden Superman. Now, with the power of the Super Saiyan completely converging within him, Yu Jie was astonished to discover all previously encountered thresholds had vanished, and more importantly a glimmer of light appeared in Yu Jie. For Yu Jie this was a strength he had never experienced before. Every move exuded a terrifying power capable of annihilating worlds. An unparalleled power spread throughout Yu Jie's entire being, causing him to squint his eyes. He wanted to see how the ancient gods would face him this time. After all, he had thoroughly suppressed them before. It was good for the opponent to have ideas, provided those ideas could be maintained. At least in Yu Jie's view, no matter what thoughts the ancient gods had, Yu Jie was completely unconcerned. The impact caused by the combination of instantaneous movement and Superman's explosion was naturally extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached them. One of the ancient gods holding a staff looked at Yu Jie in disbelief from a distance. His staff was somewhat similar to the scythe of the tall ancient god, except that the scythe was for severing causality, whereas his staff could seal space. As long as space was sealed, speed would hold no advantage. Even facing him moving was a ridiculous thought, yet now Yu Jie used his strength to show him that the artifact in the ancient god's hand seemed as useless as a fire stick. Before the ancient god could think, Yu Jie's fist had already struck him. What can be done in a second? For others it might only be a fleeting moment. Yet Yu Jie sent all four ancient gods flying with a single punch. In just a fleeting moment, Yu Jie unleashed his most formidable power. This was something the ancient gods had never anticipated, as they still wielded their respective divine artifacts. It is known that each person's divine artifact can bring a significant boost to their strength. However, after Yu Jie took action, they realized they had not conquered any power. On the contrary, they became mere playthings in Yu Jie's hands, which infuriated the ancient gods. The ancient gods had long forgotten how it felt to be so humiliated, even when encountering the deities of a new era. They had never faced such a humiliating situation, yet now Yu Jie was using his strength to suppress them. None of them could break free, causing their minds to become increasingly turbulent over time. With your current strength, defeating me is nothing but a pipe dream. Are you planning to flee again like last time? Yu Jie's sudden remark caught the ancient gods off guard. Just as the ancient gods were about to act, they sensed something had changed. A more terrifying force emerged around them, and the ancient gods, not being fools, quickly reacted. Yu Jie was not merely suppressing them, he had also locked down the surrounding space. If anyone attempted to break the space and escape, they would inevitably face Yu Jie's attack at the first opportunity. The ancient gods understood this clearly and exchanged glances, realizing they needed to find the most suitable method to counter this situation. Otherwise, as time passed, the four ancient gods would have no chance left. The ancient gods' mindset was extremely naive, as they had no idea how powerful their opponent truly was. Soon the ancient gods' gaze returned to Yu Jie. From the previous battle to the present, it was clear that if they did not confront Yu Jie head-on, there would be no resolution. Thus the ancient gods immediately summoned the power within their bodies. As deities, they naturally possessed the pride of gods, and such pride would never allow them to flee once again. Quickly the towering ancient god charged at Yu Jie, wielding a scythe that emitted an extremely dazzling black light. Beneath this blackness, it seemed that something else was present, and even Yu Jie was somewhat taken aback. He knew these ancient gods were not his opponents. Currently their best option was to open a portal to another world and escape. Yet Yu Jie never expected that they would not choose to flee directly, or instead they engaged him in combat. The strength between them maintained a delicate balance, with Yu Jie initially stronger. However, the opponent's seemingly self-destructive actions stirred something within him. For a moment, he could have suppressed Yu Jie, but that moment was simply too brief. At least the current ancient gods did not have the strength to seize that moment, and Yu Jie, needing to do nothing, grasped the opponent's scythe in his hands. In the next second, Yu Jie forcefully tore the scythe apart, not directly attacking his opponent, but rather shattering the weapon in their hand. No one expected this scene, and for eternity watching this unfold, it was more than just a simple case of goose. He had been observing this battle, eager to see what outcome would arise between Yu Jie and the ancient gods. Would Yu Jie triumph over the opponent, or would the old gods step over Yu Jie's corpse to regain their form? Eternity could not determine what would happen, as he knew there was a significant disparity in strength between the two. A tiny event might lead to unimaginable consequences, and now looking back, Yu Jie had indeed changed everything with his death. Long before eternity had witnessed Yu Jie, who had died not just once in battle. He had seen Yu Jie transform from a useless being into a terrifying powerhouse through his own demise. Now facing the ancient gods, Yu Jie employed the same tactics he had used in previous battles. It was precisely because of this that eternity realized the battle was over. Sure enough, after Yu Jie completely tore apart the opponent's divine artifact, his own power continued to surge. In the next moment, the towering ancient god had no chance to struggle, being wholly enveloped by Yu Jie's power, and at that moment Yu Jie's expression changed. As he struck at the towering ancient god, he noticed the space trembled slightly. He had completely locked down. He was confident that anyone attempting to leave would be killed by him. But who would have thought that the ancient gods would use their own as bait, causing him to lose track of their speed? As a result, the opponent escaped from his grasp once more, and Yu Jie's expression turned increasingly grim. The hard-won opportunity seemed to have slipped through his fingers again, and in an instant Yu Jie turned his gaze. Though the old gods had left, it was uncertain when those damned ancient gods would re-emerge, but Yu Jie felt he needed eternity here to explain some matters to himself. At the very least, eternity had to pay a small price for this. After all, if it weren't for eternity's observation, the opponent might not have fled so quickly. Yu Jie's strength had indeed reached a significant level. He was also self-aware that the ancient gods surely had hidden cards. However, the reason the ancient gods chose not to use their trump cards and opted to retreat was largely because they had noticed eternity's presence. If they fought to a standstill with Yu Jie, eternity would definitely reap the benefits. This was something the ancient gods could never accept. Thus, the ancient gods chose to leave, promptly not continuing the battle with Yu Jie. Earth. Yu Jie was battling across the universe with his wife. However, the Earth is now facing an unexpected war with the discord between mutants and the S.H.I.E.L.D. becoming increasingly severe. Even the X-Men are getting busy, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is genuinely feeling a bit of a headache over the current situation. Yet he knows that even if he has a headache, it won't solve the issues, especially since he lacks extraordinary powers. In the current mutant war sparked by the mutants, S.H.I.E.L.D. seems utterly useless. Fortunately, a while ago, sensing that many changes might occur, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. contacted several superpowered fighters. These individuals appear to be agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but in reality they are merely contract workers who signed agreements. It is precisely because of the appearance of these contract workers that S.H.I.E.L.D. has slightly alleviated the impact of the mutant war. However, what astonished the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. most was the appearance of the Hulk. This guy has appeared. He is no stranger to the director, as he knows this is Yu Jie's servant, and indeed Yu Jie's only subordinate. Yet the Hulk is wandering outside, having clashed with mutants more than once. Upon learning this news, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately sought out the Hulk. Hoping that he could join their ranks, the Hulk, who was still on his quest for power at that time, immediately agreed to the request without hesitation. He knows that once he unites with S.H.I.E.L.D., it will lead to endless battles ahead. Sure enough, after S.H.I.E.L.D. signed the Hulk, they promptly informed him that a battle awaited him. In no time, the Hulk was on the battlefield. Logically, he had already battled mutants multiple times, but this time, he could clearly feel something different. The mutants seemed to attack like madmen, even though they didn't need to act this way. They could have invested gradually, as before, yet their current actions were incomprehensible, revealing themselves when it was obviously not beneficial. Such behavior was almost unthinkable before, yet this group still proceeded. Moreover, it was even more frenzied than expected, leaving the Hulk puzzled as he engaged in battle with them. The Hulk's strength is terrifying, and combined with the battles he has experienced recently, his power has reached an incredibly fearsome stage. Now the Hulk, looking at these damned mutants, charged forward without uttering a word, resembling a humanoid killing machine. These mutants each possess their own superpowers, making them formidable on the battlefield. However, the opponent they face is the Hulk, a terrifying existence who relies solely on his physical strength to deal with monstrous threats. These foolish mutants began to set traps using their powers upon seeing the Hulk. However, the next second, as the Hulk started to move, they were stunned. His speed was astonishing. In the previous second, he was still several hundred meters away, yet the next moment the Hulk had charged right before them. These mutants were still thinking of using their powers to subdue the Hulk. A bunch of damned useless creatures only knowing how to hide. Do you think you can survive by hiding? The Hulk roared as he charged at his opponents. It must be said that after being killed by the Hulk in the first moments, the mutants' immediate thought was to escape, because they knew that if they continued to fight, they would definitely not be a match for the Hulk and would instead be slaughtered by him. Thus, without a second thought, all the mutants chose to flee, and upon witnessing this scene, the Hulk felt a surge of anger rising within him. The Hulk's strength, speed, and defense had always been controlled by his anger. Now he would no longer suppress. The Hulk quickly spotted the location of the fleeing mutants. He jumped over, and this action looked somewhat insane. The Hulk quickly spotted the location of the fleeing mutants. He jumped over, and this action looked somewhat. Even the mutants had not expected that their pursuer, who they had barely escaped from using their abilities, would arrive right before them in the blink of an eye. The Hulk descended from the sky, his body covered in blood, and this blood was not his own, but mostly that. Some mutants' faces had already turned extremely pale. Didn't they say this monster is also a mutant? Why is this mutant exterminating us? This is unbelievable. The appearance of the mutants who were once dominating the battlefield had completely vanished, leaving only the Hulk using his immense power to slaughter the remaining mutants. These mutants never anticipated how terrifying the Hulk would be, especially with the speed at which he eliminated it. The last mutant didn't even manage to utter a word before being smashed by the Hulk, reduced to a pile of meat. Watching his strength increase after defeating his opponents, the Hulk nodded in satisfaction. However, he soon noticed a more powerful force in the northeast direction. After thinking for a moment, the Hulk charged forward. He wanted to see if it was those damned mutants again. These guys have been appearing more frequently lately, completely shedding their previous cunning demeanor. When the Hulk arrived in the northeast direction, he discovered a striking figure appearing. Wrapped in red, they were surprisingly floating in midair. If Yu Jie were here, he would instantly recognize that this is the Scarlet Witch. However, the Scarlet Witch now has crimson eyes. She no longer resembles the figure Yu Jie knew. She seems like a madwoman, completely unleashing her powers, causing the Hulk to frown upon merely glancing at her. The power she displayed was somewhat strange, yet it was undeniably strong. The Hulk could sense this strength even before getting close. Is the Scarlet Witch powerful? Naturally. Unfortunately for the Hulk, he has no idea just how formidable the Scarlet Witch truly is. To him, the Scarlet Witch is merely a mutant with a bit of flair, but what reason does a mutant have to survive? The Hulk has gone mad, charging recklessly at her, but before he could even get close, he felt as if he was walking at a mere 5-meter distance. He found himself frozen in place, while the Scarlet Witch, still engaged in her slaughter, suddenly turned around. Her crimson eyes locked onto the Hulk's gaze. Looks like another interesting toy has arrived, but this toy has no idea what it's doing, the Scarlet Witch said with a slight smile, her words somehow lacking the tone of jest. It felt more like she was commenting on an inconsequential matter. The Hulk's eyes were scanning the Scarlet Witch as he remained uncertain of the power she possessed. However, as he found himself unable to approach her, the Hulk realized that her strength was far beyond what he had. Thus, the Hulk decided to look for another opportunity to strike. Continuing the fight might not be as simple as he had imagined. Since you're here, don't leave. Pay the price with your life. The Scarlet Witch extended her hand, unleashing a terrifying power. It was clear that the direction in which the Scarlet Witch unleashed her power was aimed directly at the Hulk. As he contemplated attacking her, she sensed the murderous intent emanating from him. If he harbored intentions to kill her, the Scarlet Witch would not allow the Hulk to live. In the next moment, a surge of power erupted from her hand. The target of her unleashed force was the Hulk's chest, and in moments blood erupted across his torso. The wound began to spread, and the Hulk, now on the ground, felt something was terribly wrong with his body. But in the next second, the Hulk's expression changed as he sensed an inexplicable anger rising deep within. He understood that this anger was likely due to the Scarlet Witch. He had never encountered such an opponent before. The damage she had caused him was unacceptable. Without a second thought, the Hulk launched another attack on the Scarlet Witch. However, what he didn't realize was just how terrifying her chaotic magic truly was. Previously, the Scarlet Witch had been leading her normal life at home. But who could have anticipated that a war among mutants, countless deaths, and wars surrounded the entire planet? This triggered the activation of the Scarlet Witch's soul magic, igniting her powers in her mind. Moreover, a previously unthinkable idea emerged to completely eradicate all living beings on Earth. It must be said that this was an extremely insane thought, even somewhat incomprehensible. Yet the Scarlet Witch was determined, and the Hulk collided with her once more. Earlier, the Hulk could only stare at her from about 5 meters away. Now, due to his rage, he had moved a full 2 meters closer. To some extent, this was a sign of progress in strength. At least the Scarlet Witch was somewhat surprised by the Hulk's. She knew that this hulking body harbored immense power, but she did not believe he could break through the barriers she had. Yet the Hulk overturned all her expectations, prompting the Scarlet Witch to take things seriously. It was time for her chaotic magic. Once again, the power surged around the Scarlet Witch, and it was terrifying. Before the Hulk could approach her, he was sent flying once more. The Hulk's expression shifted as he looked at her. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Why is your strength so strange? I haven't even gotten close to you. Before he could finish his words, he felt another surge of power erupt from her. This time the force was directed at him again. Do you not realize what you're doing? Do you not have any thoughts about me? Anyone who brings about a change in me must die. Perhaps even the Scarlet Witch didn't notice how everything about her had transformed. For before this, she was certainly not a person prone to anger, or someone who struggled to control her emotions. With the awakening of her power, the Scarlet Witch was no longer the rational mutant she had once been, but rather resembled a madwoman. Everything she did stemmed from her inner thoughts, and these thoughts were particularly erratic. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. This should not be a logical moral stance, yet to the Scarlet Witch, anyone who appeared before her had already, thus that person must die. This bizarre logic, combined with the Scarlet Witch's terrifying power, brought unparalleled disaster to the city. Indeed, many could hardly imagine that a mutant could cause such immense impact on a city in such a short time. The terror of this power was beyond words, yet the Scarlet Witch single-handedly altered everyone's perception. The Hulk gradually controlled his power, intending to launch another attack, but the Scarlet Witch merely glanced at him and instantly understood what he was plotting. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Witch didn't care about such occurrences, as she was more aware than anyone else of her own strength. With a snap of her fingers, she could bring about ruin. No existence like the Hulk could defeat her. Moreover, she was curious to see to what extent the Hulk could elevate his power in his fury. After all, he had only moved 2 meters closer. The Hulk continued pounding his chest, and in the next moment, he had closed the distance to her. The Scarlet Witch looked at the Hulk with a hint of surprise as he felt that the Hulk had no right to confront her. Yet the opponent boldly approached. The Hulk spat out blood while casting a disdainful gaze at the Scarlet Witch. "Do you really think you can defeat me with that lofty demeanor? That is the funniest joke in the world." As he spoke, the Hulk moved a step closer, as he had not been able to approach the Scarlet Witch before. Now, having mobilized the power within his body, he could somewhat control himself and approach the Scarlet Witch. However, his thoughts were somewhat naive. The moment he reached out his hand, the Scarlet Witch was also moved. "What are you? How dare you laugh here? Do you think you have the right to do so?" The moment the Scarlet Witch spoke, terror began to manifest, and this terror was extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, the power exploded. Unparalleled force was meticulously deployed around, and the Hulk was once again sent flying. Feeling the pain radiating from his body, disbelief was written all over the Hulk's face, as he never expected things to turn out this way. Initially, he thought he could reach the Scarlet Witch and subsequently defeat her. Yet the opponent utilized her power once again to wake the Hulk up. Pain surged through him, accompanied by anger. Anger was the source of the Hulk's power. For a moment, he even forgot his pain and charged towards his opponent. It was just like before, a favorable wind, yet entirely different, as the Hulk had not touched the Scarlet Witch prior. This time the Hulk directly broke through any barriers set by the Scarlet Witch, rushing right in front of her. With a punch landing on her, as the Hulk threw this punch, the Scarlet Witch's body flew away like a kite caught in. After a while, she heavily crashed into the ruins, and disdain was etched on the Hulk's face. He knew the Scarlet Witch wasn't as simple as she appeared, but once closed, she was still just a waste. This was the Hulk's greatest understanding of the Scarlet Witch, but in the next moment the ruins began to tremble, as an even more terrifying power erupted. The Scarlet Witch emerged from the ruins, radiating an unimaginable red light. Within that red light lay an undercurrent of fury. Only she knew how furious she truly was. Almost in an instant, she unleashed her power. This surge of power thoroughly affected the Hulk. He could not have imagined that the Scarlet Witch would emerge so quickly. Moreover, there was an incredibly terrifying force emanating from her. But before he could react or take any action, her power had already taken effect on him. The Hulk was sent flying, and at that moment his wounds expanded. His face was filled with incredulity. He never imagined things would turn out this way. Initially, he thought he would be slightly suppressed by her. Yet he believed she was definitely not his match, which was the source of the Hulk's confidence. But now, as the Scarlet Witch attacked, he realized his thoughts were somewhat laughable. It seemed he had no chance to even struggle before her. This sense of helplessness felt more like an unexpected. As this thrill intensified, he could no longer restrain the power within him, and in the next moment the Hulk roared to the heavens. An even more terrifying force erupted from the Hulk, something that was absolutely impossible before. For the power within the Hulk could only be triggered by anger to a certain extent, but anger is also limited. If a person's anger were infinite, then that person could not be called human, but rather a beast. Before this, the Hulk had not only unleashed his anger once. He even wanted to ignite this power completely here. However, the Hulk's thoughts were good, but reality was cruel. He had not found a way to open the door to his anger. Now, through a twist of fate, in battle with the Scarlet Witch, the Hulk had directly opened his door to anger. A perfect new phase was born. The wounds on his body slowly began to disappear, and the Scarlet Witch's gaze was fixed on the Hulk, as he was her most frequently observed opponent. She could sense that the current Hulk was vastly different from before, with the most apparent change being that everything about him seemed transformed. The Hulk no longer resembled the Hulk, and there was even a strange aura emanating from him. "You are not that guy. That guy would never possess such immense power. Who exactly are you?" The Scarlet Witch did not understand that someone could increase their power through anger, but according to her perception, a new hypothesis emerged. The current Hulk was no longer the Hulk, for the previous Hulk was merely now a completely transformed individual stood before her. Of course, the current Hulk was only a slightly more powerful waste compared to just moments ago. In the next moment, the Scarlet Witch's power erupted from her own hands, eager to see what surprises this guy. However, once her power acted upon the Hulk, she was completely stunned. She did not expect that after unleashing her power she would not injure him. No, the Scarlet Witch narrowed her eyes. Some events replayed instantaneously in her mind, and she quickly reacted. The opponent's power was a bit strange. It could instantly restore his body to its original state upon being hit. This strange power should not have been within his capabilities. After allowing you to be arrogant for so long, isn't it time for me to perform now? A surge of power once again manifested on the Hulk's body as he spoke. The Hulk realized that after entering a completely new phase, his control over his body and emotions was no longer on the same level. In the past, he had to intentionally provoke himself thinking of things that angered him to enhance his power, but now it seemed like he only needed to think of anger. He could simply become angry, and in that moment of fury, he could elevate his strength to a whole new level. The explosion of power was astonishingly easy. As a result, the Hulk needed little thought to elevate his power to a completely new stage. This was also why he once again approached the Scarlet Witch. His power directly affected the Scarlet Witch, who had been sizing him up. She wanted to see how the Hulk was different. Clearly the opponent was just a particularly useless fellow, yet now he dared to show such an attitude towards her. Are you trying to tell me that you possess tremendous power? A hint of disdain flashed in the Scarlet Witch's eye. No one understood better than her what was really happening, even if there were some changes within the Hulk's body. It transformed him into another form, even enhancing his overall strength, but to the Scarlet Witch this wasn't particularly novel. Her chaotic magic hadn't been fully unleashed either. In just a moment the Scarlet Witch once again boosted her. Moreover, the power increase this time was significantly more terrifying than before. The moment a talent from the Yu Opera approached the Scarlet Witch sent him flying with a wave of her hand. But the next moment the Hulk stood up again, relentless like an unkillable cockroach, continually charging at the Scarlet. At first the Scarlet Witch didn't take it too seriously. She swatted him away as if he were a fly wanting to see what he would. However, the Scarlet Witch didn't expect that after repeated attempts the Hulk could still stand up and come at her with vigor. Even the Scarlet Witch could sense that something was amiss. It seemed like every time he got up his power increased. Little did the Scarlet Witch know that after entering this new phase the Hulk's control over his body exceeded. Most notably, he could elevate his strength in a short period. However, due to anger his increase was quite limited. It took some time to perfectly control the explosive power of his breathing. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Witch never anticipated that the Hulk would change from his previous form and strike her with a punch. Isn't it time for me to take action now? After all, after letting you play for so long, you should pay a price. As he spoke, the Hulk's fist struck the Scarlet Witch once again. The Hulk had waited far too long for this moment, as he had been ruthlessly trampled by her before. Moreover, he found no opportunity to retaliate against her power. Precisely because of this, the Hulk understood that defeating her in a short time wouldn't be as simple as it appeared. He needed to provoke himself, repeatedly digging out the power of his anger time and again. Fortunately, the Scarlet Witch was a very interesting woman, which allowed him to draw out his anger effectively. Thus, he elevated his power to a completely new phase, enabling him to send her flying. Much of this was due to her own strength. It must be said that the Scarlet Witch was somewhat surprised by the power displayed by the Hulk. She never expected him to elevate his strength to this level at this moment. But the next second the Scarlet Witch took a deep breath and soared into the air. A look of disdain filled her eyes as she never believed the Hulk could pose any threat to her. Her current performance seemed more like a fleeting moment. Could a fleeting moment be considered a peak? A red light continually fell from the Scarlet Witch's hand. However, just as the Scarlet Witch thought she would eliminate the Hulk, he suddenly crouched down and in the next second propelled himself into the air. The Hulk did not possess the power of flight. This was an inherent advantage for the Scarlet Witch. Yet she didn't expect him to leap from the ground. Moreover, with such strength, he jumped high into the air. Initially, the Scarlet Witch planned to use her power, but now faced with the terrifying power he displayed, the Scarlet Witch was somewhat incredulous, resulting in another hit from the Hulk. She was even knocked down from the air by the Hulk with great force. This is impossible. You are just an ordinary mutant. How can a mutant display such immense power? What kind of monster are you? The Scarlet Witch looked at the Hulk with disbelief, knowing that while mutants were powerful, it was extremely rare for a mutant to possess strength comparable to that of the Hulk, leading the Scarlet Witch to disbelieve that he was a mutant. She had seen the actions of mutants before, and she understood what means those fellows had. In comparison, the Scarlet Witch could certainly confirm. The Hulk was not comparable to those useless beings, more importantly the Scarlet Witch could elevate her power at any time. Therefore she once again enhanced her strength, gradually distancing herself from the Hulk, due to the terrifying suppression he exhibited. The Northern Witch understood that she absolutely could not get close to him, but once she did, he would seize the opportunity. At that point it would no longer be her chance. Unfortunately, just as the Scarlet Witch moved, the Hulk charged in again, as if he had gone mad. After all, the Scarlet Witch could realize her opportunity. Naturally, the Hulk would not miss this opportunity, and his power erupted instantaneously between the two. The Hulk did not intend to showcase his strength here, but the Scarlet Witch was simply infuriating, having toyed with him more than once. Wanting to control the entire battlefield was like pouring fuel on the fire for the Hulk. Thus he directly enhanced his power. Do you know what you are doing? You have no idea what you are doing. Your power looks utterly ridiculous. Unparalleled strength erupted from the Hulk as he approached the Scarlet Witch once more. Under the incredulous gaze of his opponent, the Hulk's fist struck her chest, and in the next moment the Scarlet Witch was sent flying again. Her body resembled a kite out of control, not allowing the Scarlet Witch a moment to adjust her position. She realized the Hulk was charging at her like a madman, and this time he was much faster than before. In an instant he caught up to her, his fists raining down on her chest, as if they were free. The red glow surrounding the Scarlet Witch slowly faded. Her opponent's strength was simply too terrifying, leaving her no chance to retaliate as her body retreated. Due to the overwhelming strength of her opponent, everything the Scarlet Witch had previously arranged vanished in a strange crimson hue appeared on the Scarlet Witch's face. The Hulk was completely unaware he had unintentionally enraged her. In an instant the red energy enveloped the Scarlet Witch completely before the Hulk could even think. However, he found himself unable to break through the red glow, and his body was uncontrollably sent flying. By the time the Hulk reacted, the Scarlet Witch had already flown right in front of him. Her eyes were completely black, devoid of any human semblance. "So now you are the monster, aren't you?" A hint of disdain flickered in the Hulk's eyes. This was ironic considering the Scarlet Witch had questioned his humanity from the start. Yet at the end of this battle, she had become the monster. Did the dragon-slaying youth ultimately become the evil dragon? But before the Hulk could think further, the Scarlet Witch waved her hand, unleashing a terrifying force. Simultaneously, she sent the Hulk flying, a display of power that was truly horrifying. A visibly large wound appeared on the Hulk's body with blood gushing from it. It's important to note that the Hulk had just advanced to a new stage. He could heal his wounds quickly, but even so the wounds were only healing slowly and were far from their previous state. The occurrence of this event left the Hulk astonished, yet he quickly rose from the ground, controlling his anger. The Hulk felt the need to unleash his power once more, as maintaining his current stance could allow his opponent to seize the opportunity. At that time it would no longer be in his control. The Hulk had his thoughts, which he found somewhat laughable. As the Hulk moved, the Scarlet Witch clenched her fist, and at that moment he was sent flying again. The Hulk didn't even notice how the Scarlet Witch was mobilizing her power. He only felt his body becoming uncontrollable in an instant. The explosive force in the air was so unbelievable that the Hulk widened his eyes, trying to comprehend what was happening. Yet he could feel the gap between them widening, and an extremely strange aura was emerging from the Scarlet Witch. Under this aura, the Scarlet Witch's power seemed to be increasing. As her strength grew, there was no longer any trace of humanity about her. One could say the Scarlet Witch had completely transformed into a monster. A thoroughly monstrous being was but the Hulk took a deep breath and charged forward, unaware of what surprises awaited him. Yet the Hulk knew there was no retreat possible. From the moment he stood up, it meant he needed to resolve the situation. Even if his opponent's power was now stronger than his own, the Hulk was riddled with countless wounds in an instant. Some wounds hadn't even had time to heal before the Scarlet Witch struck again, causing them to widen. In no time the Hulk was left with no uninjured part of his body, revealing a state of great exhaustion. At that moment the Hulk seemed on the brink of death. Yet a new life force began to emanate from him. This scene left the Scarlet Witch somewhat surprised. Of course her surprise was only temporary. "You don't actually think that with your current strength you can defeat me, do you? Or do you believe the power that has emerged within you is already strong enough? Don't you find everything you are doing utterly ridiculous?" As the Scarlet Witch spoke, a somewhat surprising force erupted. Moreover, this power had already reached a new level since she began to speak. At this moment the Hulk sensed that something was off, the most obvious being the appearance of a red glow behind us. In an instant this glow transformed into a flame. This flame appeared rather inexplicable, as if it intended to ignite the entire world. The Hulk took a deep breath and charged forward. He knew his instincts were not mistaken. It seemed the Scarlet Witch intended to completely destroy this world, and the Hulk had never imagined he would one day walk the path of a savior. But now that things had come to this, there was no possibility of retreat. He could only try his best to salvage the situation, and the Hulk moved swiftly. In an instant he collided completely with her flames. In the next moment the heavens would break, and the earth would shake. ZZZT. 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 A strange sound echoed. The Hulk opened his eyes, finding himself upon Earth, yet everything around him felt subtly unfamiliar. He was certain he had been locked in brutal combat with a deranged woman. Then as she unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, Earth itself seemed on the verge of annihilation. The Hulk shook his head. His thoughts felt unnervingly disjointed, his mind strangely unmoored. Floods of alien memories surged through his consciousness, memories not his own, leaving him hesitant, scanning his surroundings with wary uncertainty. Earth appeared unchanged, yet utterly devoid of the cataclysmic aura he expected. The Hulk he truly had no recollection of how this could be. His last certainty was mutual obliteration, his and hers, in that final shattering clash. He should have dragged her into oblivion with him. Yet now surrounded by sights both achingly familiar and eerily alien, certainty dissolved into doubt. He should have dragged her into oblivion with him. Yet now surrounded by sights both achingly familiar and rage ignited within him. I never imagined that blast failed to kill you, so now you shall die. Even as the words left his lips, he lunged forward. An unimaginable force erupted from his frame, but Scarlet, which did not even glance his way. With a single sweeping gesture he hurled her backward, raw transcendent power roared forth from his very being. Yet before her he crumpled, unable to withstand even a single strike. He tumbled backward, and in that instant he sensed a profound divergence in their energies. That power the moment it erupted had irrevocably altered reality. His expression hardened with dawning, yet he found himself hurtling back toward the very place he believed should have been reduced to ash by Scarlet. Where was he? A question flickered across his mind, just as Scarlet, which perceptive and cold, seemed to read, "Foolish creature, you've torn open the gates of the multiverse. We stand now upon an alien Earth. Do you truly believe you bear no price for this?" Her words struck like temporal lightning, jolting him awake, crystallizing understanding in an instant. What precisely did her words imply? Bruce Banner, a preeminent theoretical physicist, knew well the concept of the multiverse. It echoed the notion of parallel universes, yet transcended them, infinitely branching realities, countless Earths converging upon one threshold. Never had he imagined Earth itself could serve as the fulcrum, the hinge upon which the multiverse swung open. Such a notion defied reason, though Yu Jie, were he present, would have calmly affirmed Earth has always been a crucible of the impossible. For Earth is at its core the origin point of chaos and of termination. Thus it is uniquely poised to become a gateway to the multiverse. When any being's power exceeds Earth's structural tolerance, the multiversal gate shatters open. Until recently the Sorcerer Supreme held those rifts in check. His ancient laws stood as bulwarks, yet with the Sorcerer Supreme still recovering, no guardian remains to seal the breach. Thus their cataclysmic duel shattered the barrier, propelling them violently into this unknown universe. Neither moved to fight again, not yet. This world was profoundly alien, yet hauntingly familiar. In the multiverse, destination is never chosen. It is surrendered to chance. They might have landed upon a perfect mirror of their home, or plunged into a realm where physics itself wore a different face. Reality, after all, wears infinite masks, truth and error alike. Having arrived here, they must re-establish contact with their native Earth, though even the Hulk now wondered whether catastrophe had already unfolded there. For once the multiversal gate tore open, countless others may have fissured across Earth, unseen, uncontrolled, unpredictable. No one could foresee their consequences, but one truth stood stark: Earth's peril had escalated beyond measure. To call it precarious would be an understatement. Scarlet Witch turned away. She knew slaying the Hulk in haste was... She wasted no further breath on him. Instead she pivoted, determined to find her way back. This cosmos, this Earth, was not hers. The Hulk watched her retreat, then slowly shook his head. He understood nothing of her motives, yet he rose, resolve hardening. His purpose mirrored hers exactly. To this world they were intruders, strangers with no claim, no anchor. Their only imperative was departure, swift, decisive, absolute. The multiverse's emergence meant reality itself had grown volatile. What was true one moment could invert into falsehood the next. And deep within him stirred a disquieting intuition that the multiverse's awakening heralded not liberation but doom. Once universes coexisted in silent equilibrium, each sovereign, each veiled in mystery. Now every door stands wide open, no boundary remains intact. No one can predict what emerges, but under the dark forest principle, most outcomes spell ruin. One misstep could plunge them into eternal oblivion. The Hulk felt trepidation, but also clarity. He must find his way home, and fast. If possible, he would seek Yu Jie. Only such a paragon of power could seal the multiversal rift, for without him chaos knows no limit. Yu Jie had returned to Earth, and with the death of the ancient god, he was acutely aware that he needed to come back. After all, at the moment he killed the ancient god, he could sense that something unexpected was happening in the universe. Even if the eternal debt had not been settled, the war of the gods must continue, but an instinct within Yu Jie told him that he had to return to Earth. Even if the eternal debt had not been settled, the war of the gods must continue, but an instinct within Yu Jie told him that he had to return to Earth. Yu Jie could feel that strange sensation in his heart growing stronger. When he looked around, he discovered a black vortex had appeared beside his estate at some unknown time. Within the vortex seemed to be a power that sent chills down his spine. Yu Jie squinted his eyes, but did not make any move. In the next moment, a familiar figure emerged from the vortex. Unexpectedly, it was Tianqi. Yu Jie was somewhat incredulous at Tianqi's appearance, because he had killed this person earlier, yet now Tianqi had somehow walked out from the vortex. As Yu Jie watched the vortex, Tianqi's gaze was directly fixed on him. It seems this universe is not as exceptional as I imagined. The first being to appear before me is actually a human, said Tianqi. As he opened his mouth, Yu Jie immediately realized that this person was not from this universe. Then the vortex that had just appeared near his estate was easily explainable. Clearly, it was a gate to the multiverse. But how could anyone on Earth possibly open the gate to the multiverse? Such a gate required an extraordinarily terrifying power or a significant accident to come into being. At least Yu Jie felt that presently, aside from himself, no one on Earth should be able to open that gate using. The events unfolding now were somewhat subverting Yu Jie's imagination. He suddenly understood why he was in such a hurry to return to Earth. It must be because Earth had developed a different consciousness to some extent. Was it not a call for him to return, but rather an intention to use him to protect Earth? For a moment, Yu Jie's expression became somewhat grim. Yu Jie could feel that it was not the gate to a parallel universe, but rather the gate to the multiverse. Because events in parallel universes are often the opposite. But now the malice evident in Tianqi's eyes was unmistakable. He was completely aligned with the weather of. If he was also a madman, it meant that the black vortex that had just appeared was undoubtedly the gate to the multiverse. In an instant, Yu Jie's power erupted. He would not waste time here. Yu Jie charged forward. In Tianqi's incredulous gaze, he decapitated him. Yu Jie once again focused on the black vortex. He was fully aware that the vortex before him was the gate to the multiverse. He just didn't know which damned lunatic had the power to open the gate to the multiverse. At this moment, an immature thought had already formed in Yu Jie's mind. All beings on Earth with extraordinary powers should be eradicated. Those guys could always bring unexpected surprises when you least expect it. This surprise was something Yu Jie did not want to witness. At least he did not wish for these matters to waste his time. His wife was still caught in the war of the gods, and just because he killed the ancient god Eternity, had chosen to flee at the first opportunity. But with Eternity's flight, it meant that the troubles he would face next would become even more complicated. The most obvious issue was that 3 ancient gods were still surviving in the universe, and they might cause trouble everywhere in a short time, which remained uncertain. Yet his wife was still somewhere in the universe. However, with the opening of the gate to the multiverse, Yu Jie had reason to believe. In fact, whether it was himself or the gods in the universe, they should all be able to sense this situation, hence the universe would become even more chaotic. You never know what might happen next, so Yu Jie needed to close these damned gates. Considering this, Yu Jie no longer hesitated and walked directly towards the black vortex. In the next second, he arrived at a brand new Earth. Even on this Earth, he felt an extremely unfamiliar sensation. At the same time, Yu Jie fully realized that he was originally not from Earth, thus this so-called multiverse was entirely different. Previously, Yu Jie had been pondering whether there was a version of himself in other universes. But as he stepped into this brand new universe, he also came to a realization. It was likely that there was no version of himself in these universes. After all, according to the theory of the multiverse, once the gate to the multiverse opens, everyone must find their own counterpart in each world and kill themselves to gain new powers. Yet he felt no connection upon entering this universe, as if he had arrived in a strange city. These universes did not welcome him. Because there was no version of himself in these universes. After considering this, Yu Jie understood why Earth was called. Perhaps it was to have him close the gates of the multiverse, likely because he was completely non-existent in each universe. Thus it would be simpler for him to undertake this task. At the same time, Yu Jie also understood that in this new universe he needed to find a gate that looked exactly like the vortex he had seen on Earth. Because the gates to the multiverse are entirely random across different universes. The last gate might have been in Yu Jie's estate, but the corresponding gate could be in that area, or even on that planet. However, Yu Jie knew that the gate in this universe surely was not in the cosmos, since Tianqi had emerged from the vortex. This meant that the gate was definitely in Antarctica without a doubt. After all, the attribute of the other party was evident. If he remembered correctly, the other was a sleeping mutant. In the next moment, Yu Jie flew to Antarctica. Amidst the extreme cold, he squinted his eyes, seemingly having arrived at the right place. He also saw that black vortex gate. But this time the number was off. Looking around, there were far too many people surrounding the gate. Yu Jie's gaze immediately fell upon this group of people. He could sense that these individuals were vastly different from those he had encountered before. Previously, Yu Jie had pondered an extremely important question. That was whether the Marvel universe he was in was still the same universe he remembered. In fact, Yu Jie had speculated more than once about this matter. However, based on the current developments, it was not difficult to analyze that the universe he was in was most likely the main universe. Because of this, Yu Jie felt a sense of relief if his universe were a backup or alternate universe. Then the ensuing events would become very troublesome, as various unexpected incidents could occur across parallel universes. Some incidents can be resolved, but others may be impossible to handle once it is confirmed that his universe is an alternate one. This also meant that if that universe sought to devour the main universe, he would be suppressed to a certain extent, which would still be trivial in comparison. Now, as Yu Jie watched the actions of these people, he suddenly realized that his universe was probably still the main. Once this was determined, he could act freely without concern. In the blink of an eye, terrifying power began to emanate from him, and shortly after, Yu Jie charged forward. In fact, many of these people were familiar to him, but so what? As long as it was confirmed that they were not from the same universe, it didn't matter what he did here. In almost an instant, Yu Jie's power erupted completely. It was important to note that his strength was extraordinarily formidable. Previously, Yu Jie had refrained from using his power here not out of kindness, but rather because he was contemplating the background of this group of people. Now that Yu Jie had confirmed he came from the main universe, there was no need for any existence from other parallel universes to continue living. Yu Jie's speed was so swift that those standing outside the vortex never expected someone to suddenly charge out. When they finally reacted, their expressions were filled with surprise as they looked at Yu Jie, but this astonishment quickly turned to terror. They never anticipated that at the moment Yu Jie struck, a terrifying force erupted from him. With the release of this power, the first person Yu Jie attacked could not even withstand a single round before being killed. Among them was the god of thunder from Asgard, who was no weakling in this universe. At least many of these people knew the extent of the god of thunder's strength. However, the god of thunder never even had time to react before being slain by Yu Jie. This indicated that the individual who had arrived this time was exceptionally formidable, and all eyes turned to Yu Jie. They began to scrutinize Yu Jie, and some even attempted to probe him. However, Yu Jie paid no mind to their thoughts or actions, and directly launched an attack, causing his terrifying power to surge once more. The power of the Golden Superman was now coursing through him, and in an instant Yu Jie killed 2 more. At this moment, he turned to look at the others, but before he could act, he noticed thunder beginning to appear in the sky, causing him to narrow his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the one who had come was likely the king of the gods, Odin. Thinking of this, Yu Jie couldn't help but smile. Although he had refrained from attacking Odin in his main universe due to Hela, he had been tested by Odin more than once, and thus held no fondness for him. Of course, in his main universe, Hela was sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, so even if he had thoughts of attacking Odin, he couldn't do so. Unfortunately, he was currently in a parallel universe. No matter what he did, Hela would be unaware, and at this moment Yu Jie could take out his frustrations on Odin. Without waiting for Odin's thunder to strike him, Yu Jie charged forward. Odin originally wanted to see who dared to kill his son, but before he could speak, Yu Jie charged at him like a madman. A terrifying force emanated from Yu Jie, which even surprised Odin. What kind of power was this? When his gaze fell upon Yu Jie, he was astonished to discover that Yu Jie seemed to be merely a human. This thought was quickly dismissed by Odin himself. When could a human be so powerful? What kind of strength did the god of thunder possess? As a father, he was well aware that the god of thunder could not be killed by a human. This figure before him was undoubtedly a powerful deity from the universe. He concealed his identity here, and Odin's mind began to race. Who had he offended in the past? This power was exceedingly terrifying, and in an instant Yu Jie's strength. Although I know you come with ill intent, it seems we have never met before. Why have you killed my child? Odin's sudden inquiry did not receive the response he sought, as Yu Jie merely glanced at him before unleashing his power. This power was exceedingly terrifying, and in an instant Yu Jie's strength surged once more. Odin gripped his staff tightly. He aimed to strike at Yu Jie, but when he focused on Yu Jie, he found that Yu Jie had disappeared from his sight. As Odin searched for Yu Jie's whereabouts, he realized he could not find where Yu Jie had gone, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He knew that the following events would not be so simple, but at this moment Yu Jie also wore a look of difficulty on it. He felt an unfamiliar power suddenly descend around him, seemingly restricting his own strength. With a slight frown, Yu Jie looked around. No one had attacked him, so where was this power coming from? Yu Jie suddenly looked up at the sky. In his view, the individual who could strike at him now was likely an existence he could not confront. For a moment, Yu Jie's expression began to change, but before that he still had to kill Odin. At the moment, when Yu Jie felt the pressure upon him, Odin also realized that his mindset had shifted. Most importantly, his strength had unexpectedly increased. This left Odin somewhat surprised, turning his gaze towards Yu Jie. Previously, Odin had no idea what kind of existence Yu Jie truly was. However, as his strength began to rise at this moment, Odin could be certain that the situation had changed. Most notably, it was the extraordinarily strange power emanating from Yu Jie. After a brief consideration, Odin acted without hesitation. He moved swiftly, though the power he unleashed was not as formidable as before. Thus Yu Jie narrowed his eyes as he perceived that his own strength was being suppressed. This meant that the opponent's strength would increase, and for Yu Jie it might be the worst opportunity. Yet Odin did not seize this chance. An unparalleled force erupted, even stronger than before. At that moment, Yu Jie once again unleashed the power of the Golden Superman. Yu Jie was acutely aware that if he could not suppress his opponent here, it would likely mean being suppressed once more in the near future. Previously, Yu Jie was unsure who had attacked him, but now he could fully confirm the identity of the troublemaker. It was most likely the will of this universe, which upon his entry into this parallel universe was the first to It was not a being from this universe, but the will of the universe itself. The universal will could be considered the first entity to realize his arrival, thus it immediately bestowed some of the power of this universe upon others. However, even so, the Thunder God was still killed by him, which implied that the universal will did not truly comprehend the extent of Yu Jie's formidable power. Thinking of this, Yu Jie couldn't help but smile at this moment. In the next second, the power within him surged once more, but this time he remained cautious. He was very clear that if he were to unleash his strongest power all at once, it could very well draw the full attention of the universal will. The best approach was naturally to fight while adjusting his strength. Only in this way could he control his opponent's thoughts, and even catch them off guard when they were about to strike. Odin certainly had no idea that Yu Jie had already pondered so much in such a short time. However, in Odin's heart, the fact that Yu Jie could kill his son meant that Yu Jie was not so simple. Even so, Odin was not prepared to let Yu Jie off easily. In an instant, thunder gathered around Odin. As the king of Asgard, he possessed the innate ability to summon thunder. Although the thunder god also possessed such power, his thunder seemed trivial compared to Odin's. Now in just a moment, Odin completely harnessed his thunderous might. In the blink of an eye, everything around them had slightly changed. Even Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. The opponent's thunder restrained him, but so what? The power of the Super Saiyan was also unleashed by Yu Jie at this moment. Although the Golden Superman had significantly enhanced Yu Jie's capabilities, it was the strength of the Super Saiyan that he was utilizing. This was more about resisting the forces of this universe, as the Golden Superman was already considered an extraordinarily terrifying existence in any universe. However, because this universe was suppressing him, Yu Jie had no choice but to use this power to counteract the universe. For Yu Jie, the nature of battle had slightly transformed. Yet even so, Yu Jie did not believe that his opponent could defeat him, for the power of the Super Saiyan was indeed very formidable. Moreover, prior to this, Yu Jie had already fully activated this power. It was because of this that he soon found himself smiling again. Odin's gaze remained fixed on Yu Jie as he sought to ascertain what means this human possessed. Although Yu Jie displayed impressive speed alone could not represent the entirety of his strength. The perfect combination of speed and strength was where true terror lay. Yu Jie, having entered a golden state, was indeed very swift, but his true strength had yet to be fully revealed. Odin was also controlling his thunder, continuously encircling Yu Jie. In Odin's mind, all he needed to do was confine Yu Jie. Then, irrespective of what the opponent did next, they would not be able to escape his lethal strike. Odin's plan was commendable, but it seemed he still underestimated Yu Jie before him. At the very moment when the thunder ensnared Yu Jie completely, a force erupted from Yu Jie. The power of the Super Saiyan had always been within Yu Jie, but he had not found the right opportunity to. Now, however, Yu Jie felt that the opportunity had finally presented itself. Why should he continue to maintain his? An even more terrifying power was born within Yu Jie, while Odin's gaze remained closely fixed on him. He wanted to see what means Yu Jie would employ, but by the time he looked again, Yu Jie had already completely shaken off. At the same time, he also elevated his power to an extreme. The strength displayed at this moment was far more potent than before. Thus Yu Jie directly opened his eyes, for he knew that with his strength now revealed, Odin would not sit idly. He would only seek more opportunities, which was entirely in line with Yu Jie's expectations. Odin had been waiting for his opponent to make a move. Once the opponent took action, Odin would also strike without hesitation. Now Odin could completely sense the aura of his opponent drawing ever closer. Thus Odin did not hesitate in the slightest. Instead, he directly distanced himself, not wanting to be restricted. Unfortunately, his thoughts were good, but reality was harsh, for Yu Jie once again leapt into action. The perfect combination of the Super Saiyan's power and speed resulted in the most terrifying explosion. Yu Jie had been controlling his power all this time. He knew that after entering this universe, the will of this universe had already set its sights on him. It was very likely that the other party had some thoughts about him, and because of this, Yu Jie did not want to unleash his most powerful strength directly. He wanted to gradually enhance his power as the battle continued. This way he could both numb the universe's probing of him and keep his opponent unaware. One must say that Yu Jie's idea was quite good. However, Odin was even more cunning than anticipated. Because at the moment to strike, Odin had his gaze fixed on Yu Jie, wanting to see if this fellow would have any thoughts when he made. For this reason, when Odin noticed Yu Jie showing signs of movement, he instantly chose to flee. He had no intention of continuing the battle with Yu Jie, as he was well aware that if the fight escalated again, it would likely mean that unexpected events could occur in the following time. Thinking of this, Yu Jie looked around. He needed to search for traces of Odin. Meanwhile, Odin was also looking around Yu Jie. Although Yu Jie had not made a move, Odin knew that Yu Jie must also be searching for him. Once Yu Jie found him, it would mean that the other party would strike hard. One must say that Odin had already guessed much of the other party's intentions. However, what Odin was completely unaware of was that he was not Yu Jie's opponent at all. Of both sides seemed to be searching for an opportunity here. But only Yu Jie's opportunity in a strict sense could truly be called an opportunity. There was no need for a clash of powers between the two. In fact, when Yu Jie decided to take action, he already knew what would happen between them. Feeling that Yu Jie's state was somewhat different from before, Odin squinted his eyes. Realizing that this might be his chance, he felt it necessary to strike directly at this moment. If possible, he wanted to cause Yu Jie some trouble, and at that instant when the thunder appeared, Odin charged forward. According to Odin's current thoughts, there was absolutely no possibility of an accident at this moment, as he had found the best opportunity. Let me show you what it means to provoke the gods. Die. As Odin struck, he also began to laugh, but unfortunately what happened next completely overturned his expectations. At that moment, Odin realized that things had completely changed, most notably when his power erupted. Yu Jie suddenly turned around, and when he fixed his gaze on Odin, this scene caught Odin slightly off guard. He wanted to clarify at this moment, turning to look at Odin, and said with a smile, "If this is your confidence, it's clear that in my eyes your confidence is worthless." As he spoke, the power that erupted from Yu Jie became increasingly terrifying, leaving Odin no time to react. Just as he was sent flying, he suddenly noticed a huge wound had appeared on his chest. The wound came too quickly for him to react, and before he could recover his body, he found that Yu Jie, who had been in front of him, had vanished. Odin, who was trying to gather himself, constantly scanned the surroundings, even summoning his thunder. At this moment, after having fought with Yu Jie, Odin clearly understood that it was impossible to kill Yu Jie especially considering the terrifying power Yu Jie had unleashed. Even Odin had not fully reacted to it, as various doubts flashed through his mind about how the other party had caused him such great harm, and even more terrifying power erupted. Yu Jie had always been standing beside Odin, watching him to see if he would bring him any surprises. Unfortunately, after making a move, Yu Jie was quite disappointed, because in Yu Jie's eyes he had nothing impressive to show for. After several battles, the other party had shown no change from before. For Yu Jie, a lack of change meant there was nothing to look forward to. Unparalleled power erupted, and with the support of this force, the formidable strength completely overwhelmed Odin. Odin originally wanted to see what was going on here, but when he looked again, he found that everything he saw was completely different. At this moment, Odin realized that he seemed to have underestimated his opponent, especially the terrifying power the opponent displayed. Odin even wanted to ask Yu Jie who exactly he was, and why he possessed such terrifying power. Clearly, in Odin's eyes, Yu Jie was just an ordinary human. When did humans become so powerful? Unfortunately, his question would remain unanswered. After Yu Jie killed Odin, he could feel that the suppression on his being seemed to have increased significantly. At this point, Yu Jie also realized that it was definitely the consciousness of the universe that had begun to take notice of him. Thus, it was continuously suppressing him, even wanting to eliminate him. However, for Yu Jie, this was precisely a good thing, because he could sense that this universe was merely a substitute. Everyone's strength was not that great, so he could completely kill all the powerhouses within this universe. At that time, the consciousness of the universe bearing them would be shattered in an instant. At the same time, he would also be able to absorb this power. With this in mind, Yu Jie headed towards the universe, knowing that it wasn't just Earth that had whirlpools appearing. In fact, whirlpools had appeared all over this universe, and many people were puzzled. Only a fool like Tianqi would directly enter the whirlpool. After a brief time, Yu Jie arrived in the vast. At the same time, he felt a strange piece of information. With the arrival of this information, Yu Jie also realized that he had been somewhat narrow-minded. After just killing Odin, he sensed that many beings within this universe had already set their sights on him. Yu Jie realized that he was still somewhat narrow-minded, for at the moment he took action, the entire universe fell. It was precisely because of this that the entire universe began to harbor hostility towards him. For Yu Jie, this may not be a big deal, but for the entire universe it signified that their existence was becoming precarious. Innumerable parallel universes previously managed their own affairs without any issues. However, now with the gates of the parallel universes opened, everything had been completely upended. All matters had become exceedingly complex to a certain extent, so much so that the deities within the universe sensed the unfolding events immediately. Especially the creator god of this universe, who immediately understood that the universe was now facing an unforeseen crisis. Thus, under the leadership of the creator god, all deities began heading towards the location of Earth. Yu Jie was aware of this. No matter which parallel universe Earth served as a transit point, the occurrence of any danger would inevitably mean that Earth was in trouble. This was why numerous deities rushed towards Earth at the first opportunity, and upon realizing this, Yu Jie chose not to take further action. He decided to wait for the arrival of the deities, knowing that prior to this he only intended to plug the loopholes and fill the whirlpools in all the universes. However, thinking about the events that would unfold regarding the parallel universes, Yu Jie hesitated, as he was not one to invite trouble. Once trouble arose, it would mean he had to take action, which Yu Jie felt no fondness for. He was also acutely aware of what he should do. For instance, he should completely resolve these troubles from the source. Positioned above Earth, it wasn't long before Yu Jie saw several lights beginning to flicker. As soon as Yu Jie summoned all his strength, he discovered that the group of visitors were all deities without exception. He even spotted the creator god hidden among these deities. For each universe, every deity had its own. Moreover, beliefs are independent, meaning that the two sides could never unite. But who would have thought that after Yu Jie's appearance, these deities would actually choose to unite? Watching this scene, Yu Jie felt a sense of relief. He knew that if he had to resolve them one by one, it might take a considerable amount of time, but now that they were coming together, things would become much simpler, and for a moment Yu Jie couldn't help but smile. However, the other deities were naturally looking at Yu Jie with complex expressions, for before their arrival, each deity received a message in their mind. It was a message from the will of the universe directly informing them that the entire universe was under threat. They had to stand up here. Precisely because of this, they needed to take action immediately. Upon discovering Yu Jie, the deities found there was only one so-called stowaway. They were aware of the stowaway's arrival and had speculated about how powerful the stowaway could be, but regardless of which deity, none of them saw anything different about Yu Jie. In fact, they looked at him with a hint of surprise. To them, Yu Jie appeared to be just an ordinary human, and they had not detected any signs of divinity on him. Unfortunately, just as they were pondering this, the creator god among them narrowed his eyes. They were the most curious and the ones who understood the state of the universe best. From the information they had just perceived, it was not difficult to analyze that although this human appeared to be just, the power he possessed was absolutely beyond what an ordinary human could compare to, and in an instant some lives couldn't help but take action. Their arrival was primarily due to the will of the universe, for they understood that the universe would never deceive them into coming here to meet a mere human. As one deity made their move, the gazes of the other deities focused directly on this battle. However, in the next moment, Yu Jie also took action. Sensing the auras that had arrived once they were almost all present, Yu Jie showed no hesitation and unleashed his power. The power of the Super Saiyan and the Golden Superman surged, and this time it was not merely a matter of resisting the will of the universe. Because Yu Jie knew exactly what he needed to do, in an instant, he completely unleashed this power. Before the opposing side could even react, he had already slain a deity. The fall of a deity was something quite unbelievable for most people. As a result, these individuals stood dumbfounded, realizing that this guy was definitely not an ordinary human. But who could have imagined that someone who looked completely human could kill a deity in such a short time? After all, a deity was an existence of the same level as them, and the fact that a deity could die left some deities in disbelief. However, in the next second, Yu Jie moved once more, for according to his own thoughts, he could not afford to waste time here. After all, many universes were waiting for him to resolve them slowly, and the arrival of the deities in this universe meant that things could be simpler. Unparalleled power erupted from Yu Jie, and soon after the war belonging solely to him began. For others this might just be a plain battle, but for Yu Jie it was war. A war between himself and the deities. Many deities were somewhat surprised by Yu Jie's current actions, but they understood well. Yu Jie would definitely not be joking with them here, so they rushed forward, needing to resolve the situation in a shorter amount of time. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force surged from each deity, as if telling them that if they killed Yu Jie, they could obtain more power similar to this. Yu Jie harbored no intention of holding back. His eyes narrowed sharply. He intended to observe whether any among these beings would covet the spotlight shining solely upon him. Such opportunists were all too common. They might strike without warning the moment his vigilance wavered. In the past, Yu Jie might have dismissed such concerns, but now nearly 100 civilians stood beneath his. If they harbored no designs, that would be nothing short of miraculous. The deities themselves had never imagined Yu Jie's terror. Moments earlier, he had merely seemed aware of their presence. In but an instant, Yu Jie unleashed his full power, and countless lives having brushed against him fell instantly beneath his blade. After a dozen deities perished at Yu Jie's hands, even the onlookers among the divine assembly could no longer conceal their profound alarm. They well understood what unfolded before them heralded an existential crisis of staggering magnitude. Yu Jie was utterly unknown to them. His origins shrouded his strength unfathomable. Yet for these deities, such uncertainty posed no immediate dilemma. There were far too many lives here. Hundreds, in fact. Deploying so many deities against a single man seemed excessive. Inevitably, some would fall, others survive. The fallen would forfeit their believers' devotion, a truth that stirred shifting calculations in many. They recognized this as a golden opportunity. Let others perish while they bided their time, thus securing greater advantage for themselves. Their intentions were sound. Reality, however, proved merciless. Each deity schemed to exploit the chaos, hoping Yu Jie would slaughter rivals and leave behind spoils of faith. Yet none anticipated the sheer, overwhelming terror of Yu Jie's might. Every assault launched against him surged with lethal intent. Even the deity who stood directly before Yu Jie fell in a single exchange, annihilated by power beyond measure. At that very moment, the Creator God's gaze finally locked onto Yu Jie. Until now, the Creator God had waited, biding time to strike. But that patience had just expired. Yu Jie's unleashed power was too cataclysmic. Further delay would doom every living soul to slaughter. As the Creator Gods, they could not permit such annihilation to proceed unchecked. They could forge countless deities, but never reorder the sacred hierarchy. Yu Jie's actions had already shattered the cosmic order itself. If left unchallenged, his rampage would reduce their painstakingly constructed harmony to utter ruin. Eternal, the embodiment of permanence in this world, now stirred into motion. He possessed no ancient cunning. Within this universe, no variable like Yu Jie had ever existed. Thus, he deemed himself supreme, and charged toward Yu Jie without hesitation. Yu Jie glanced at him, and at last smiled. Wasn't this the same being he'd encountered before? A familiar face. Yet alas, the divine power of this universe bore no resemblance to that of his native prime cosmos. Indeed, these parallel realms were mere derivatives of the prime cosmos, its offshoots inherently weaker, their energies pale reflections of the prime's boundless might. Eternal's sudden assault barely registered in Yu Jie's awareness. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Creator Gods surged forth, joining Eternal in unified assault. They knew waiting yielded nothing, while Yu Jie's combat prowess swelled with terrifying speed. Eternal's move had dragged them irrevocably into the fray. Our allegiance to him was now their only recourse. As the 5 Creator Gods unleashed their combined might, even Yu Jie was stunned. Their power rivaled that of deities from the prime cosmos. As the 5 Creator Gods unleashed their combined might, even Yu Jie was stunned. Their power rivaled that of deities from the prime cosmos. So this invader was no match after all. Yet scarcely had the thought formed when reality twisted anew. Most striking was Yu Jie's dissolving body, reconstituting itself with eerie speed. Within moments he stood reborn, exactly as he had been slain. More crucially, his combat power had surged, rising to a level so terrifying it defied comprehension. Before they could react, Yu Jie lunged forward, his renewed force radiating even greater devastation. In mere instants, his adversaries crumbled. Eternal's torso fractured under the shock of Yu Jie's abrupt, devastating strike. This being is no mortal. No human could wound life itself. His form is unnatural, his energy alien. Eternal spoke aloud, sensing unmistakably how Yu Jie's power suppressed his own. His eyes narrowed, instinctively wary, instinctively calculating. He would not engage again, not yet. Instead, he signaled the others to approach Yu Jie first, to test whether their perceptions aligned with his own. Though the other 4 Creator Gods had held back until now, Eternal's retreat made his intent crystal clear, and they moved without hesitation. That synchronized advance made Yu Jie's eyes narrow in turn. He sensed precisely what motives drove them. Yet such calculation changed nothing. Terror erupted anew. Yu Jie charged forward once more. His tactic mirrored the prior assault. Only this time all 4 stood as his targets. Thus the force he unleashed dwarfed even his previous onslaught. Although you can be resurrected here, your body is ultimately just a human body, while we belong to the Creator God. You must understand that as the Creator God of this universe, we do not die. The goddess of death slowly spoke to Yu Jie, for just moments ago Yu Jie had posed a threat to several other Creator Gods. This caused a slight change in the expressions of those present here. Upon hearing the words of the goddess of death, Yu Jie shook his head. How could he possibly be unaware of what these beings were truly about? But what did this mean for Yu Jie? Before he had even made a move, he already knew the time required to kill these deities. It was certainly far more than he had imagined, and because of this Yu Jie directly unleashed his power. Wasting time was not something Yu Jie would do. The goddess of death did not expect that this human could be so ungrateful. She had already fully explained the situation to him, yet he still dared to attack her. It seemed he truly was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The goddess of death did not expect that this human could be so ungrateful. She had already fully explained the situation. These lights vanished from the goddess of death's hands, and black glimmers appeared around Yu Jie's body. These lights formed a visible prison, seemingly intending to confine Yu Jie here. Unfortunately, while the idea was good, reality was cruel. At this moment, Yu Jie directly extended his fist. His originally golden hair, which had merely stood up, now cascaded over his shoulders, even reaching his waist. Super Saiyan third form, his power erupted, completely surpassing anything he had experienced before. Most importantly, various combat techniques appeared in Yu Jie's mind. These combat techniques seemed to have been etched into his mind since birth. In the next moment, Yu Jie swung. A golden beam shot out directly from Yu Jie's hand, and simultaneously the golden light transformed into a golden dragon in an instant. The golden dragon roared as it charged towards the goddess of death, who had never anticipated that Yu Jie could break free from her death confinement in such a short time. It was one thing for him to break through this layer of confinement. He was also able to unleash such immense power, prompting the goddess of death to retreat, while the other deities began to step forward. As creator gods, they were well aware of the terrifying threat that Yu Jie had just displayed. Thus they understood that cooperation was impossible at this moment, and their best course of action was to engage. An incomparable force erupted. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jie began to laugh. In fact, the creator gods in this universe were far simpler than he had imagined. It should be noted that in his main universe the actions of these beings were completely different. Most notably in this universe they were surprisingly united. In his main universe creator gods would never join. Even when faced with deities from the old era they would not unite, which meant that the two sides were fundamentally. Thinking of this, Yu Jie slightly furrowed his brow. Oh, could there really be deities from the old era in his universe? Might there be some in this universe as well? However, Yu Jie quickly scanned the entire area and seemed to find no sign of them. Now, even Yu Jie understood. The people in each universe are completely different. Even the gods can experience unexpected events. For example, the creator gods currently united to attack him. Yu Jie took action once more. The golden light enveloped Yu Jie completely, and the golden dragons surged towards his opponents, as if they were alive. At the same time, Yu Jie's gaze was fixed on the Eternal, the one who had first attacked him. This one had chosen to retreat into the shadows, observing him now. It must be said that this move had somewhat overturned his expectations. Therefore Yu Jie would not allow this Eternal to survive. Though he could not be certain about other matters within every universe, the deity, known as Eternal, was undoubtedly the most troublesome. Thus he needed to eliminate the Eternal right from the start of the battle. Did he possess terrifying power? Without hesitation Yu Jie charged at the Eternal. Even the Eternal himself had not anticipated this. By the time he reacted, his body was already beginning to dissipate. At the moment of his body's disappearance, the Eternal reappeared just as the goddess of death had said. Generally, creator gods cannot be destroyed, because they are the only darlings of this universe possessing the power of unlimited resurrection. However, after Yu Jie killed the Eternal, he grinned. Previously, Yu Jie had not attacked such gods. Even when he killed other deities, his body showed no reaction. However, after killing the Eternal, he found that the universe's suppression on him was diminishing. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jie understood the will of the universe was already upon these creator gods. As long as he kept killing creator gods, then the power belonging to this universe would completely vanish, and once that power was exhausted it would mean he would no longer be suppressed. Thus he could swiftly and efficiently eliminate these beings. At this moment Yu Jie's terror was fully revealed, enveloped by unparalleled power. Moreover, leveraging this power, Yu Jie charged towards his opponents. He knew that having thoughts at this moment was of utmost importance. Additionally, these creator gods' thoughts were actually completely consistent with before. They believed themselves to be the darlings of this universe. Moreover, leveraging this power, Yu Jie charged towards his opponents. He knew that having thoughts at this moment was of utmost importance. Illusion. Yu Jie's speed and power at this moment completely overturned everything he had previously unleashed. At this moment, there was a marked change. By the time these individuals had any thoughts, Yu Jie had already charged in. As the pressure from the universe diminished, life here began to smile. He felt he had discovered an unexpected shortcut, one that would have been absolutely impossible before. Because Yu Jie knew he needed to endure this pressure to continuously eliminate his opponents. But now he could defeat them without having to bear that pressure at all. Isn't this the best thing in the world? Thinking of this, Yu Jie couldn't help but unleash his power. Although he had started battling the gods earlier, Yu Jie had discovered that he was being suppressed due to his status as a golden Superman. However, after a brief introduction to eternity, his suppression lessened slightly, and his internal power. The creator gods have been observing Yu Jie's changes, eager to see what this fellow was different about. Now right under their noses they realized that Yu Jie's power was incredibly unnatural. Most notably, Yu Jie had not controlled his power from the start, so whenever his power fluctuated, they were the first to sense it here, especially as Yu Jie was clearly not making any moves, yet could still amplify his power, overturning everyone's expectations. For a moment the creator gods were at a loss on how to confront Yu Jie, as the power he displayed was terrifying. Having thoughts is good, but some thoughts fail to resolve any issues, and the creator god's gaze remained fixed. From the creator god's perspective, if they wanted to resolve things here, they needed to understand what Yu Jie's power truly entailed. Thus they did not seek to boost their powers further, but instead focused on augmenting their strength. The desire to eliminate Yu Jie during this time was a good thought, but thoughts are ultimately just thoughts. A more terrifying power erupted from Yu Jie. Though Yu Jie had not made a move before, he had been looking for an opportunity. Now with the creator gods beginning to formulate thoughts, Yu Jie understood that they would not continue waiting. The best idea was to explode with power here immediately, and in an instant golden light radiated around Yu Jie more vibrant than before. The power Yu Jie unleashed now appeared even stronger, causing his expression to shift slightly. Yu Jie had always known he needed to amplify his chances of defeating his opponent in this time. The terrifying power erupted, something the creator gods had not anticipated. Yu Jie was able to elevate his power to this stage in such a short time. Even the creator gods wanted to explode with power here. Thus the 5 creator gods united and various lights erupted from them. This brilliance was far more dazzling than before, for in their eyes, as long as they could temporarily bind Yu Jie, they could eliminate Yu Jie without restraint. Now, unfortunately, their power could not solve any of their problems. The unparalleled power had been waiting within Yu Jie for too long. He just needed an opportunity to release. Yu Jie's gaze had always been focused on his opponent, wanting to seize this opportunity against them. With no way to have ideas against himself, Yu Jie directly maximized his power this time, even control. As the light from his opponent approached, it dissipated entirely, for Yu Jie had already planned for this. While his opponent formulated thoughts, Yu Jie would directly strike. This power was fearsome enough that the opponent could not face their light heat in. As soon as he approached, Yu Jie disappeared without a trace. At that moment, they realized that Yu Jie was far more terrifying than they had imagined. In the blink of an eye, the outcome had been overturned, and Yu Jie's gaze was now fixed on the goddess of death. She had wanted to strike against him earlier. Her gaze was also quite unsettling. In such battles, how could one allow their opponent to have thoughts while remaining in? Yu Jie was well aware of this, thus, he began to control and gradually release his power. In a moment, the goddess of death's body vanished without a trace. After several seconds, her body slowly began to reappear. How is this possible? Why can you display such powerful strength here? This is simply not right. You are not human. The goddess of death exclaimed angrily, as everything happening before her completely overturned her imagination. Moreover, the goddess of death was unwilling to accept these occurrences, while Eternity squinted his eyes. Eternity understood that Yu Jie indeed possessed the power to eliminate them. He had been introduced to this before. If it weren't for the universe continuously aiding him in restoring his body, he might have already dissipated. Because of this, Eternity suddenly spoke up, looking at his siblings around him. Do not hold back, we must act swiftly. If we give him a chance, we will be the first to pay the price. Yu Jie knew very well that Eternity was here to stir trouble. Not just Eternity, these fellows had their gazes fixed on him. But even so, what if? He had been prepared to create chaos from the very beginning, resulting in his power rising once more in a short time. Moreover, after having previously eliminated the goddess of death, the universe's pressure on him was continuously decreasing. For Yu Jie, this was the best news. Furthermore, his actions were something the opponent never anticipated. At least the creator god's thoughts were subtly shifting as they understood that Yu Jie's strength had undergone another transformation. And such changes were not friendly. They could potentially bring about even more terrifying consequences in a short. If this is the most powerful strength you possess, then I am afraid your power is simply too weak, so weak that I do not even wish to cast a glance at you. Only by provoking them would they rush in blindly. Once they charge, I will be able to eliminate my opponents in a short. Previously, my gaze had been fixed on my opponents. I knew that after killing 2 gods, this group of deities had begun to feel uneasy. However, the thoughts of Eternity were far beyond my guesses, for they had gathered the will of the entire universe. Even now, the entire universe continuously strives for Eternity, enhancing their strength, and the gaze of Eternity quickly surveyed the surroundings. Previously, some gods had battled against me here, but upon their arrival, these gods chose to stand by and this was not what Eternity wished to see, as they aimed to weaken my power as much as possible in a short time. The most obvious concern was that the power I currently wielded was exceedingly strange, capable of causing even greater trouble for everyone in a short time. Thus, Eternity needed to revert to the same strategy as before, using this group of gods to slowly drain my strength until it completely disappeared. Now that I had demonstrated my formidable power, even Eternity understood that the situation had completely. To rely solely on their plans to deal with me was exceedingly unrealistic. Only by eliminating more gods to exhaust my strength could they hope to defeat me. Eternity retreated. I observed this, but what concerned me more was the true intentions of these individuals. Initially, I thought they might be plotting something, but now it seemed they not only aimed to create chaos, but also to make things even more disordered. I must admit their ideas were commendable, but unfortunately thoughts are merely thoughts. However, neither I nor Eternity anticipated the ongoing changes throughout the universe. The will of the universe had previously bestowed power upon Eternity, naturally hoping they could defeat me in a short time. However, they did not expect that the power I could unleash would be so formidable, resulting in both Eternity and the goddess of death being slain by me once. Therefore, the will of the universe once again distributed its power among the gods, and now every god bore a trace of the universe's will. At this moment eternity sent them out, effectively walking into a tiger's den, and I directly took action. After slaying a few gods, I noticed that the suppression of my power was fading. Perhaps eternity would not understand. But I, along with the monks, did not know that this was the last resistance of the cosmic consciousness attempting to use the power of these life forms to resist me. Unfortunately, these gods were ultimately weak. My power was terrifying, and all the lives here attempting to challenge me were eliminated within a single exchange. At this moment, I opened my eyes. I could sense that my opponent's power was to some extent still increasing. Yet this increase was depleting the very power possessed by the universe, while simultaneously elevating my strength to a new stage. This was an unexpectedly good piece of news, at least for me. I had waited too long for this moment, and with a breath my power surged once more. This time the power I gained was far more formidable than before, to the extent that all gods who approached me were eliminated. In an instant eternity realized that their thoughts had some issues. I was akin to an elephant. These gods were more like ants attempting to harm an elephant with their tiny bodies. Was this not a joke? Eternity's gaze fell upon several nearby creators. He knew they could not afford to wait any longer and had to strike decisively. Otherwise I might undergo another transformation. More importantly, eternity could sense it. As these gods were slain by me, my strength unexpectedly received a tremendous boost in a short time. This was the worst news. We cannot wait any longer. We must take action immediately. If we give this fellow more opportunities, it would be akin to pushing ourselves into an abyss. Such a thing must not happen. Let's act together. After saying this, eternity charged forward, understanding better than others what he was doing. Moreover, eternity was acutely aware that if matters truly progressed to that point, I could easily use my power to eliminate all gods in this universe. Eternity's figure leading the charge was seen by the other creators. With the power I had just displayed, my combat prowess had undergone a tremendous transformation. Thus this group understood that as matters changed once again, my strength would greatly increase in a short time. They needed to make the same choice as eternity and act directly to stop my upcoming moves as much as possible. I must say their thoughts were excellent, but reality was far harsher than they imagined. The most evident sign was the golden light surrounding my body, slowly emanating outwards. All life forms felt that another change had occurred within me at this moment. If previously suppressed power was have, now a significant portion had been thoroughly unleashed. I could fully harness the power of the Golden Superman, and the terrifying suppression brought by the merging of Golden Superman and Super Saiyan was not as simple as one might imagine. All this time I had been unable to freely summon the power of the Golden Superman. Now as the suppression weakened, I could fully access this power. In an instant a smile appeared on my lips. I knew the opportunity had arrived. Let these damned fellows understand what true cruelty is. In almost an instant Yu Jie's power had reached a pinnacle. For him, there was no longer any need to control. As he killed more lives, the suppression from this universe became increasingly negligible. He could even unleash a more terrifying power in a short span of time. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jie revealed his most formidable strength. At this moment Yu Jie was fully aware of his actions, knowing that it was impossible for his opponent to resolve the situation quickly. The terrifying power had already peaked in just a moment. Harnessing this force, he laughed, doubting that his opponent would remain indifferent. He believed that the universe would first enhance the powers of those fellows. Otherwise they would not be qualified to continue battling against him. One must admit that the power Yu Jie exhibited was overwhelmingly strong. The goddess of death and eternity exchanged a glance. They had been watching Yu Jie's movements, fully aware that striking at this moment meant seizing the core. It seemed they paid little attention, but this very reaction made both of them realize immediately. Perhaps from the very beginning Yu Jie knew what he was doing, and naturally wouldn't concern himself too much with his opponent. In Yu Jie's eyes everyone else might as well be dead. One must say that their thoughts aligned perfectly with what Yu Jie was thinking. To Yu Jie this was simply the way things were. The next moment, he fully elevated his power. Yu Jie moved swiftly. Even the power he unleashed was immensely strong. In the blink of an eye he faced his opponent once more. This time Yu Jie's actions were straightforward and brutal, directly enhancing his strength to its highest level. Eternity, being closest to him once again, felt the sensation of being reduced to ashes due to their direct contact. Under the threat of this power he began to dissipate slowly. Yet Yu Jie's expression remained unchanged, for he knew that after killing Eternity the latter would surely revive shortly. However, the suppression from this universe would continually decrease. Because of this Yu Jie was even more expectant, but before he could act Eternity revived once more. Moreover, Eternity appeared directly behind him, a green light emanating from Eternity's hand as it Yu Jie felt as if he had lost control of his body. Before he could react, a more powerful force erupted, far stronger than he had anticipated. The fact that his opponent could use such a peculiar power in such a short time made Yu Jie's expression change as he scrutinized the enemy. He needed to see what this fellow was up to, how he could adjust his strength again in such a brief duration. As he lost control, Yu Jie understood that he was about to revive again. Sure enough, not long after this thought crossed his mind, the other four creator gods also elevated their power. In an instant, Yu Jie's body began to shatter continuously, and before long, he once again experienced the cycle from death to rebirth. This time, however, Yu Jie's power had increased, and he finally reacted, realizing that something was off with this. Because the power Yu Jie possessed was beyond his comprehension, it was astonishing that he could revive immediately after being killed. Moreover, his power increased once again after revival, which left him utterly perplexed. What sort of power should a human possess? This was a question, but no human should have such strange power as Yu Jie. Being able to revive after being killed was astonishing. At this time, someone once again turned their gaze toward the goddess of death, as eternity was very familiar with her. This fellow was completely different. He controlled the cycle of life and death. He could even directly strip away a human's life. As eternity's gaze fell upon her, the goddess of death immediately realized what he intended to do. However, the goddess of death bitterly shook her head. She knew exactly what eternity was thinking. He certainly hoped she could erase Yu Jie. Unfortunately, this was impossible, for the goddess of death was astonished to find that there seemed to be no trace of Yu Jie in the cycle of life and death. Since he was not in the cycle, how could she erase him? The goddess of death had contemplated similar methods from the very start. Wanting to eliminate Yu Jie, after all, he was too strange. He was merely a human, yet who had seen a human wielding such immense power? Now that she had truly engaged with Yu Jie, she realized her thoughts might have been a bit naive. Only eternity's expression grew increasingly grim, for he understood well. If she could not erase Yu Jie within the cycle of rebirth, it meant he was not a being of this universe. However, every parallel universe should be interconnected. The goddess of death should be able to erase him. Why was it that she could not even erase him? This was the most perplexing part for eternity, and at that moment Yu Jie once again killed the two founders closest to him. As they revived, Yu Jie charged once more toward the goddess of death, his hands glowing as she failed to react. Yu Jie's power was already acting upon her, and in an instant the goddess of death's body was completely obliterated. This scene came rather suddenly, leaving both her and eternity stunned. The two were still contemplating how to deal with Yu Jie quickly. Yet no one expected him to be this terrifying. He was able to unleash such tremendous destructive power in such a short time. They needed to rethink. Meanwhile, Yu Jie moved again. In just a moment, Yu Jie elevated his power to a pinnacle stage. He was acutely aware that time could not be wasted here. This group of individuals had been probing him, attempting to find a way to defeat him. Although Yu Jie wanted to label them as dreamers, he knew that dreaming was not necessarily a flaw. They might even waste time here. With the whirlpools of various parallel universes opening up, Yu Jie understood that he could not afford to waste too much time in any one universe. There were too many parallel universes, and he had no idea which one might suddenly erupt with an unforeseen crisis. Yu Jie needed to resolve the situation with these individuals in a shorter span of time. Golden light enveloped Yu Jie completely, marking a significant transformation from his previous self. Most importantly, the radiance that erupted from Yu Jie was far more dazzling than before. He had always been seeking opportunities here. For Yu Jie, the search for opportunities was paramount, especially during critical moments. For instance, now that his opponents were controlling him, they did not expect him to break through their restrictions. Thus, he aimed to inflict harm upon them. At this moment, Yu Jie once again enhanced his power, having faced the Eternal 4 times and been defeated. After defeating the Eternal before the opponent could resurrect, Yu Jie had already charged towards the goddess of death, with golden light flickering in his hand. Once more, he combined the powers of the Super Saiyan and Superman, leading to another defeat for the goddess of death. Following that, Yu Jie charged towards the 3 primordial gods as he had done previously, seemingly lost in a bloodlust. Continuously defeating them as they resurrected after multiple attempts, the bodies of the other gods finally began to change. At this moment, Yu Jie realized that the force suppressing him had completely vanished. He knew all too well that this was because he was now able to transcend the restrictions of the entire universe. On one hand, the universe had expended most of its energy to empower these gods. Therefore, for the current Yu Jie, all he needed to do was send these gods on their way. Due to this situation, Yu Jie quickly elevated his power once again. The Eternal and the others finally understood the truth. It turned out that from the beginning, Yu Jie had been suppressing his own power, and the strength he possessed was truly in just a moment, this power surged to an unimaginable level. In such an environment, to continue battling, Yu Jie had to seize more opportunities, even observing whether Yu Jie might suddenly reveal any vulnerabilities. However, Yu Jie would not allow them to harbor such thoughts. He relentlessly defeated them, continuously utilizing his power. Finally, Yu Jie elevated his power to a completely new stage. Every time the power of the Super Saiyan was defeated by an opponent, it could increase his strength to a certain. Moreover, as the battle time continued to lengthen, his own strength would receive a tremendous boost, embodying a bloodline power born for battle. At this moment, Yu Jie could feel his opponent's gaze fixed upon him, as they believed he could stir up trouble in a short. Unfortunately, their thoughts were too naive, rendering it impossible for them to cause any disturbances here. After countless defeats, the resurrection power within these gods was finally exhausted. At this moment, Yu Jie burst into laughter. He had wasted far too much time and was unwilling to continue. The gaze of this group was still fixed on him. It was remarkable how they still hoped to turn the tide. Sure enough, as the Eternal reached out, the radiance around him became extraordinarily bright. In an instant, the light erupted from Yu Jie, and when he looked again, only the Eternal remained among the primordial. Undoubtedly, the other founders had completely fused with the Eternal, and they were now acutely aware that defeating Yu Jie in such a brief time was impossible. Thus, it was better to merge into one, directly presenting their most massive form. Yu Jie's gaze fell upon the Eternal, sensing that the current form of the Eternal was far more powerful than he had imagined. However, even so, this form of the Eternal was still no match for him. Before Yu Jie could strike, the Eternal initiated the attack, flames erupting from his hands. At that moment, Yu Jie completely vanished. Moments later, he resurrected once again, this time gazing at his opponent, sensing the power they possessed. Something fell off. This power was unlike that of the previous foes he had encountered, and at the same time, flames ignited once more. Yu Jie was directly defeated at this moment. After considerable effort, he finally understood that the opponent's power was at its peak. Resolving the situation in such a state would pose some trouble. Of course, it was merely trouble. The Eternal was equally surprised. Why was Yu Jie's resurrection power so peculiar? However, like them, Yu Jie surely had a limit to his number of resurrections. He could not resurrect indefinitely. Therefore, the Eternal dismissed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Once again, he elevated his power, aiming to take down Yu Jie once more. It must be said that the Eternal's intentions were admirable, but regrettably, they were merely thoughts. After losing 10 times in succession, Yu Jie charged towards his opponent, who was merely a group. The bodies of the opponents began to disintegrate, and the Eternal displayed an incredulous expression. How could it be possible for the opponent to enhance so much power in such a short time? Even in death, the Eternal could not comprehend that the current formidable Yu Jie was entirely a result of his own making. At this moment, Yu Jie shook his head. The opportunities had been granted by his opponents, yet they seemed unaware of how to cherish such chances. After the disappearance of the creator god, the deities in this universe were systematically eliminated by Yu Jie. Yu Jie shook his head as he gazed at the somewhat desolate universe, fully aware that this realm had been utterly destroyed to a certain extent. Perhaps it would not be long before the universe gradually faded away, which for Yu Jie meant the resolution of a troublesome matter. At the same time, Yu Jie returned to Earth once more, intending to venture into the vortex to seek out the other parallel universes he had previously discovered. According to Yu Jie's current thoughts, the best course of action was to eliminate all those who attempted to stir trouble. It must be said that Yu Jie's ideas were quite radical, yet he had put in sufficient effort for this. A powerful force manifested within Yu Jie, allowing him to find a vortex radiating red light without wasting too much time. After a brief glance at the vortex, Yu Jie charged forward without hesitation, well aware that what he sought. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had wasted too much time. Upon arriving in the new parallel universe, Yu Jie was taken aback. What was going on here? Why did he sense something amiss in this universe? He did not feel the power that had once suppressed him. In that moment, Yu Jie flew from Earth into the cosmos, finding it far more worthwhile to truly experience what was happening in the universe. Yu Jie moved swiftly, and upon entering the universe, he immediately sensed the unusual energy. When Yu Jie looked again, he was astonished to find Thanos, a figure he was no stranger to. This individual was indeed a headache in the main universe, possessing an immensely powerful lineage along with unexpectedly terrifying abilities. Yet among all the universes, Thanos could not be considered particularly terrifying. So why did Yu Jie feel that something was off about Thanos in this world? It soon dawned on Yu Jie that perhaps this universe was dominated by Thanos, which explained the strange feeling he had when he appeared on Earth. It was likely that Thanos had become the ruler of this universe. Given his character, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Thinking of this, Yu Jie couldn't help but shake his head, for he knew that with such a decision from Thanos, the tasks ahead for him would become considerably simpler. With only one opponent to face, there was no need to endlessly fight to find foes as before, and in Yu Jie's eyes, Thanos was not even his match. Having died countless times previously, Yu Jie's combat strength had once again reached a terrifying level, mastering his own power. Yu Jie charged directly at Thanos, not wanting to engage in dialogue, unleashing his power so suddenly that Thanos barely had time to react. Yu Jie sent Thanos flying, and by the time Thanos regained his senses, Yu Jie was already rushing back, noticing that something was off about him. During the battle, Yu Jie's power surged too rapidly, previously his strength might have seemed trivial in Thanos' eyes. But now when Thanos looked again, he discovered that Yu Jie's brilliance and strength had fully converged. In mere moments, Yu Jie's power had far surpassed Thanos' perception. Thanos furrowed his brow at that moment, aware of Yu Jie's unusual strength. It exceeded all his previous expectations. Thanos shook his head slightly while clenching his fist. The so-called Infinity Stones appeared around Thanos at that moment. Finally, Yu Jie's expression changed slightly. He hadn't anticipated that Thanos still possessed the Infinity Stones, but Yu Jie quickly regained his composure. That Thanos could become the ruler of the universe implied that he was indeed the strongest being here. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jie began to smile. It seems in this battle you might bring me some unexpected surprises. So let me see what surprises you have for me. Yu Jie spoke, surprising Thanos, who had assumed Yu Jie was mute. Thanos quickly shook his head. I must say the power you exhibit is somewhat formidable, but since my birth no one in this universe has ever been able to balance me. My family tried to balance me, but with the disappearance of those so-called deities, even the universe seems to reject me, leading to its own demise. Thanos' words were more of a boast, yet he failed to notice Yu Jie's disdainful gaze. For only Yu Jie knew what he was doing. These fools were truly useless, as Yu Jie understood that unexpected events might occur in each parallel universe. Ordinary people in his own universe might be extraordinary beings in other parallel universes. But he never expected that the beings in this universe could be so weak as to be dealt with by someone like Thanos. Without a doubt, Thanos had evolved to an unimaginable level in this universe, possibly due to the Titan heritage of his race being entirely different. Meanwhile, Thanos once again summoned the power of the Infinity Stones. In an instant, the power of the stones surrounded Yu Jie. Each stone shone brightly, and their combined light began to strike at Yu Jie's body. Yu Jie found himself once again caught in the cycle of resurrection and death, something he never anticipated, thinking that Thanos might be formidable. Yet it was still within the bounds of control. Who could have imagined that Thanos would unleash such overwhelming power in such a short time? He had completely overturned Yu Jie's expectations. Thanos' gaze remained fixed on Yu Jie as he sensed something amiss with this fellow after the light emitted from him. Most importantly, Yu Jie's focus seemed to be entirely on the gem rather than on him. Could it be that this guy thought he could ignore the gem here? A look of extreme confusion flickered in Thanos' eyes. However, what transpired next completely overturned his expectations, as he believed his power was immensely formidable. Someone like Yu Jie was undoubtedly not a match for him. Even now, he felt his own power gradually, and after continuously defeating Yu Jie, he realized he had been overly naive. Yu Jie's body was constantly disappearing and reappearing. This meant that the opponent's body seemed to exceed his expectations. Because of this, Thanos knew he needed to find a suitable opportunity again. Given the current situation, it was impossible to defeat Yu Jie in a short time. Especially considering the strange power Yu Jie had displayed earlier, he could resurrect infinitely. At this thought, Thanos clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, the infinity gem in his hand erupted with an even more dazzling brilliance, and the speed of Yu Jie's death significantly increased at this moment. The infinity gem was the most powerful force in this universe, and since Thanos had been controlling it, the potential power he could unleash was formidable. Because of this, Yu Jie understood that resolving the situation in a short time was clearly impossible. He even needed to reconsider a more suitable plan. It must be said that Yu Jie's thinking was excellent. However, his thoughts could not be resolved here. The most apparent change occurred the moment his power increased, altering his plans entirely. Thanos was not particularly adept at seizing opportunities, yet he believed that as long as his power was formidable enough, he would not need to concern himself with any opportunity. With his power present, his opponent had no chance of defeating him. It must be said that his thinking had to some extent changed slightly. But in the very moment Yu Jie squinted his eyes, his gem suddenly flew out, and after dozens of deaths, Yu Jie's power had also significantly increased. For Yu Jie, this was the best filial piety. Being continuously killed was perhaps because he was gradually mobilizing his own power. Yu Jie was fully aware that to resolve the opponent in a short time, he needed to increase some power again. Thanos had not anticipated that Yu Jie could bring him such a great surprise. Most notably, Yu Jie's power had once again surged at this moment. The terrifying power spread rapidly. Moreover, this power was slowly radiating outward before Yu Jie could not strike at Thanos in a short time. Yet now Thanos had not anticipated this, as it completely exceeded his imagination. Originally, Thanos had thought that to resolve the opponent here, he only needed to unleash his power to create significant trouble for Yu Jie in a short time. However, what neither of them had anticipated was that his thoughts seemed somewhat overly fanciful. The power Yu Jie unleashed in a short time was indeed overwhelming. Even the gem's confinement could not restrain him, so, in just an instant, Thanos abandoned the idea of making a move. Instead, he swiftly altered his strategy, and in a moment Thanos once again amplified his power. However, this time Thanos did not utilize the power of the Infinity Gem. Instead, he launched an attack at Yu Jie, relying on his inherent strength. At this moment, Yu Jie felt something was slightly off. Just then, the Infinity Gems returned to Thanos, who unexpectedly absorbed them back into his body. Now it felt as if he were not battling Thanos, but rather fighting against the Infinity Gems. For a moment, Yu Jie was somewhat astonished about who he was actually fighting. Or was it that something was inherently amiss within Thanos' body? Previously, Yu Jie had sensed that there was something strange about the aura emanating from him. However, even if he sensed it, there was no way to counter it. The most crucial aspect was the opportunity for both sides to engage here. Once again, Thanos' fist struck Yu Jie. Yu Jie stepped back at this moment. Due to his enhanced combat power, he was now able to withstand Thanos' punch directly. Yet simultaneously, Yu Jie charged towards Thanos' position. This time his strength was even more formed. His fist directly hammered into Thanos' body, catching him off guard and leaving him pondering. As Thanos wondered what was happening, that power erupted again, and this time the force seemed drastically different. This led to Thanos' thoughts changing once again. In a short time, he realized that resolving Yu Jie within a certain time frame was exceedingly improbable. After all, Yu Jie had just resurrected dozens of times in this battle. No human could infinitely resurrect in such a short period. Moreover, with each resurrection, the aura surrounding Yu Jie grew increasingly terrifying. Thanos understood that to defeat Yu Jie here, he must find a suitable opportunity. He could not act rashly or indulge in wishful thinking. The most important thing was to seize the right opportunity and strike directly. Because of this, Thanos took a step back. At the same time, he continued to harness even greater power. He wanted to see just where Yu Jie's limits lay. After launching this punch, before Yu Jie could react, he was swiftly eliminated, while his body quickly began. However, just as his body was being restored, the residual force from Thanos' punch impacted him once again. Thus, death once more descended upon Yu Jie. I must admit, you do have some prowess, but such power will not affect me in the slightest. You are not worthy of making me retreat. According to Yu Jie's own thoughts, the opponent aimed to settle it here. He must exert sufficient strength. He couldn't simply say that because the opponent had a plan he would be eradicated at this moment. However, at that moment, Yu Jie could sense the opponent's aura continuously increasing. As expected, his words had stimulated Thanos to some extent, causing Thanos to once again enhance his power. Just as Yu Jie had previously thought, this guy seemed very unusual. Even the power he possessed was unlike any opponent he had faced before. Thus, Thanos sought to accumulate his power more effectively and quickly here to help him eliminate his opponent. It must be said that Thanos' thoughts and strength both improved in a short time, yet even without that, he clearly wanted to eliminate the opponent. He might still need a bit of time. Just in an instant, his power surged once more, and at that moment Thanos also. How could he not know that once Yu Jie saw his power increase, the opponent would surely be prepared? He might even display other different techniques, which was what Thanos looked forward to the most, for he understood better than anyone what his actions truly meant. If it was merely a fleeting thought, it would remain just that. However, if he could unleash a more powerful strength within a certain time frame, then things would become much simpler. It must be said that the current events were indeed somewhat off. Yu Jie could feel that as he unleashed his power, this guy was also adjusting his own strength. It was as if he was scheming against the opponent while the opponent was also scheming against him. It was merely mutual scheming, yet Yu Jie was confident in his own strength. After all, he had always controlled his own strength, trying to eliminate his opponent, and this time was no different. Moreover, in Yu Jie's eyes, the opponent had the least opportunity. It was impossible for the opponent to suppress. The alignment of thoughts and reality could become more precise over time, and for this reason Yu Jie couldn't help but smile. For Yu Jie was certain that Thanos was completely different from before. Only Thanos was unclear why this guy had undergone so many changes in such a short time. And what was the deal with the power that Yu Jie possessed? By the time Thanos reacted, Yu Jie's fist had already smashed through his head. What transpired next was just as Yu Jie had envisioned. Not only could he revive, but the opponent also possessed the power to revive. Moreover, this should be the ability of the opponent as the master of the universe. For a moment, Yu Jie did not dwell on it too much, for he knew that not only could he cheat here, but the opponent could also do so. Thanos becoming the master of the universe was certainly not an easy feat. Because of this, Yu Jie directly elevated his power to a more powerful stage. In this stage, Yu Jie could accomplish much more, while Thanos looked at Yu Jie with a hint of disbelief. He knew that Yu Jie was somewhat different, but the opponent absolutely could not act as he had previously thought. Now that Thanos had revived, he adjusted his power once more. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to eliminate his opponent. Just as he had previously thought, he absolutely could not waste time here, and Yu Jie's gaze was fixed on the opponent. For Yu Jie understood that the things the opponent could do were precisely because the opponent already knew how to proceed. Thoughts do have an impact in the face of combat power. Only by having a clear plan could one elevate their strength to the corresponding stage. Because of this, Yu Jie squinted his eyes. He controlled his power, elevating it to a brand new stage, and at that moment Yu Jie smiled. He had never believed the opponent could suppress him in such a short time. It was as if Thanos was now observing Yu Jie slowly adjusting the power of the Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones were extremely important to Thanos, thus he communicated with them, and once again increased the power he received. Yu Jie had already anticipated this scene beforehand, but at that time he felt the need to find a suitable opportunity. Otherwise things would certainly not be as simple as he envisioned. Now the opponent, utilizing the power of fusion, had once again attacked him. As Yu Jie retreated, he took a deep breath. As the saying goes, as long as your strength is formidable enough, no one can be your opponent. Yu Jie knew this well. Thus he controlled his power and charged towards the opponent, even smiling slightly, as he was very clear. In such an environment, eliminating an opponent required a certain amount of time, but it was also not just about needing. At this moment Thanos must also be devising ways to scheme against him, and might even lay sufficient trap. It must be said that the thought was good, but what happened in reality would absolutely not be so simple. The two sides exchanged once again. As their fists collided, both Thanos and Yu Jie controlled their strength without retreating, but the next moment the power of the Golden Superman and Super Saiyan exploded forth. Yu Jie felt that wasting time was utterly meaningless. Having given the opponent a chance, he naturally needed to send the opponent on his way. However, since the opponent had not used any means here, it meant that the opponent was a waste without any trump cards. How could this possibly allow Yu Jie to take it easy? Thus Yu Jie decided to send the opponent on his way, first delivering an unexpected surprise. At the same time Thanos squinted his eyes, realizing that Yu Jie was somewhat off. Thanos fixed his gaze upon Yu Jie, knowing that he had to act decisively at that moment. Otherwise what awaited him was an unimaginable fate, especially since Yu Jie had shown no signs of formidable power from the very beginning. Yet the threatening aura emanating from his opponent now seemed to indicate that this power could still grow within a certain time frame. Because of this, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes. Not only that, he was constantly guessing what actions this guy might take next, for he knew that Thanos would never act carelessly. In fact, Thanos might once again amplify his strength in a short period. Long before, Yu Jie had speculated multiple times about what actions his opponent would take. Because Yu Jie understood better than anyone that in such an environment failure to act decisively could lead to unforeseen consequences. Moreover, a character like Thanos would absolutely not allow things to change according to Yu Jie's understanding of him. Thanos would surely enhance his power at the most opportune moment, leading the unfolding events to take a different. For Yu Jie, this was not a good situation. In fact, he needed to enhance his strength once again in a short time. He knew that previously Yu Jie had repeatedly controlled his power to approach Thanos. However, this was not particularly surprising to him. Only when Thanos began to control his power and reflect it outward did Yu Jie realize that his actions seemed to have no impact on him. In fact, it even allowed his opponent to seize the opportunity, and for a brief moment, Yu Jie's power reached its limit, embodying the strength of a Super Saiyan and a Golden Superman. In an instant, this power enveloped Yu Jie. But at that moment, Thanos also radiated with shining light. Watching Yu Jie increase his power, Thanos realized that his opponent did not intend to joke with him here. He only wanted to complicate matters further. Some surprises are always evident. Yet some surprises are not so simple. The terrifying power between the couple had already reached its peak. As a result, Yu Jie narrowed his eyes here, but for him, this was not something worth worrying about too much, because long before this, Yu Jie had elevated his power to a higher stage, but when he saw the bread being delivered, he slightly shook his head, realizing he had given Thanos too many opportunities. But since Thanos did not cherish them, it was no longer a matter of cherishing or not. Instead, Yu Jie needed to elevate his power to its highest stage. In an instant, a terrifying aura completely spread from Yu Jie. This time the power unleashed was far more terrifying than before. At least before Thanos could react, his body began to vanish. It was just a fleeting moment before his power increased once again. Since Yu Jie had decided to resolve matters with Thanos here, he naturally could not afford to waste too much time. In an instant, he enhanced his strength once more. Since Yu Jie had decided to resolve matters with Thanos here, he naturally could not afford to waste too much time. In an instant, even the Infinity Stones manifested from Thanos' body at this moment. Yu Jie knew very well that Thanos certainly could not possess the power of eternal life. It was more because the Infinity Stones constantly endowed him with similar powers, which allowed Thanos to repeatedly come back to life. What Yu Jie needed to do was actually very simple, to continuously defeat his opponent while Thanos revived. After hundreds of deaths, the Infinity Stones on Thanos' body had lost their brilliance, even becoming somewhat. Yu Jie understood that the current situation was close to being resolved by him. He shook his head, realizing that he had given his opponent the best opportunity right from the start. It was just that his opponent seemed to have taken it for granted. Now, with both sides' strengths elevated to this stage, the next steps would not be so simple. Sure enough, in just a moment Yu Jie unleashed his power. In Thanos' incredulous gaze, Yu Jie poured all that power into him. In another instant the power exploded, leaving no chance to struggle. Under this force Thanos was completely because of this Thanos could not help but want to roar to question Yu Jie why he possessed such powerful strength. But thoughts were ultimately just thoughts, for what he did at that moment could not solve anything. Even at that moment Thanos was merely a pawn in Yu Jie's eyes. In an instant an even more terrifying power spread around the board. Yu Jie knew that Thanos still possessed the ability to revive. His opponent would likely revive a few more times. However, the power Yu Jie used this time was far stronger than before, making every action Thanos took seem utterly ridiculous. Sure enough, the terrifying power erupted once again, and Thanos walked the path of death and revival yet again, but this time Yu Jie turned and headed for the exit of this world. It wouldn't take long before his opponent would completely disappear in the power. Yu Jie still had that confidence, for he had long laid countless power bombs around Thanos. As long as his opponent had any thoughts or movements, he would meet the explosion of the power bombs. Sure enough, after Yu Jie left this world, Thanos met his doom. Previously, Thanos had been somewhat curious about why his opponent chose to turn and leave. Now he had realized that it was because Yu Jie knew he had no opportunity to survive. Thus Yu Jie could leave so confidently, though as Thanos felt the ebbing of life, he shook his head here. He realized that he had failed to handle a matter well from beginning to end. Even in this universe, the powerful self was merely an illusion. Not long after Yu Jie arrived in a new universe, sensing the information within this cosmos. Soon Yu Jie began to mobilize his power. The slaughter was about to commence. In the new universe, there are indeed deities and numerous powerful beings. However, these deities and strong individuals cannot stop Yu Jie in the present day. As Yu Jie continues to slay more deities, he realizes that his power has unexpectedly reached an unforeseen. Because of this, Yu Jie cannot help but shake his head. The best opportunity has always been in his hands. No one can stop him here, and according to his original plan, he needs to eliminate all parallel universes completely. Then he must find the substitute universes and utterly destroy them. This is Yu Jie's initial plan. As the parallel universes begin to make contact, the filial piety and power of each universe have converged. It is very likely that something similar to the main universe has already appeared in the substitute universes. This is the situation Yu Jie is most unwilling to face, so he needs to clear all parallel universes. This way these universes will have no connection and won't have excessive power interactions. Because of this, Yu Jie does not hide his power in the slightest and begins to unleash his strongest ability. Upon entering a new universe, Yu Jie directly elevates his power to its peak, and the beings from other universes slowly sense his presence. In an instant, Yu Jie becomes the target of everyone, but these individuals seem to have no idea how powerful Yu Jie truly is. To them, he merely appears to be a soft target. They believe they can easily eliminate Yu Jie until he suddenly turns and transforms into an exceedingly fearsome tiger. It is then they realize that they have unwittingly provoked a truly terrifying existence. After 2 days of relentless pursuit, 3 universes have been utterly destroyed by Yu Jie. After destroying these universes, Yu Jie feels his power rising once more. It must be said that the beings in these universes are still so foolish, thinking they could kill him just by looking at him. It is as if he has inadvertently maxed out his talent for mockery. However, Yu Jie is also very clear that his presence is not a good thing for any universe. Moreover, beings like him will inherently not garner any goodwill. Nevertheless, Yu Jie does not stop his advance. He knows he must quicken his pace now. He cannot afford to waste any more time, as the substitute universes must have already undergone changes. If the substitute universes change in essence, even his own existence after emerging could be affected. Because of this, Yu Jie cannot help but unleash all his power and begins his slaughter. Another month and a half passes. During Yu Jie's month and a half of slaughter, dozens of parallel universes have been destroyed, yet he soon realizes that something is not quite right. These parallel universes seem to be extensions lacking the fundamental power that a universe should possess, and Yu Jie begins to understand. It seems he has been schemed against. Realizing this, Yu Jie quickly concludes that it is likely due to the substitute universes gaining their own consciousness. They are no longer willing to be mere substitutes. Instead, they wish to take the initiative and threaten them. The situation is probably exactly as he imagined, otherwise he would not have encountered so many parallel universes. Quickly, Yu Jie began to teleport. As the connections between these universes tighten, his teleportation is no longer limited to just one universe. He can even link multiple universes. To some extent, Yu Jie's teleportation has completely disregarded the constraints of time and space. Even the barriers of the universe cannot restrict him. Yu Jie swiftly traverses through dozens of universes in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Yu Jie obtains the information he seeks, but this time he is slightly taken aback, not expecting the substitute universes to have grown to such a scale in such a short time. He discovers that there are 3 parallel universes that pose the most headaches, and their power is threatening the main universe. Yu Jie is not foolish and quickly realizes this. It is likely because they have gained their own consciousness after manifesting, causing them to gradually absorb the power of other parallel universes. However, due to his sudden appearance, their plans have had to undergo some changes. After absorbing each parallel universe, they utilize the inherent power of that universe to create forces similar to parallel universes. Thus, they attract his attention. Additionally, they seize this opportunity to continually increase their power, leading to the emergence of the 3 substitute universes in Yu Jie's view. Because of this, Yu Jie cannot help but comment that these universe wills are indeed something remarkable. After all, according to his original thoughts, these universes should have been waiting patiently for him to come and resolve them one by one. Who would have thought that the other side, having arranged a suitable path for him in advance, would not allow him to proceed easily? However, for Yu Jie, this is not something he needs to dwell on excessively. Now that Yu Jie has enhanced his power, he understands that since the other side wants to stir trouble here, he cannot disappoint them. He must resolve their troubles as quickly as possible. Soon Yu Jie enters the first universe, one of the weaker substitute universes he knows. The power of this substitute universe should not be as troublesome as imagined. He can even observe what exactly is happening in these substitute universes. Yu Jie's thoughts are commendable, but once he arrives in this universe, he realizes that things have changed. The power possessed by the other side is somewhat strange. Not long after, a gigantic monster appears before him, and it turns out to be the Hulk. Yu Jie's expression changes dramatically. He did not expect the Hulk to appear before him. This substitute universe's derivative is probably this very Hulk before his eyes. Looking at the green giant before him, Yu Jie revealed a deeply contemplative expression. In his view, he thought he would never encounter the green giant again. However, unexpectedly, in these 3 alternate universes, he encountered the green giant once more, and it seemed that the green giant had undergone some changes. Most importantly, the gaze of the being seemed to reveal a semblance of an apocalyptic world, which is precisely how Yu Jie could sense it. The green giant before him should not be a mere giant, but rather the embodiment of this universe's will, much like those beings he had faced before. However, this being was more thorough, and Yu Jie could even feel the anger of the entity rising unknowing, yet he had done nothing at all. In such an environment, it was least likely for the entity to increase its anger, yet it was precisely increasing here. His own rising anger also meant that the opponent's combat power was increasing here. It was for this reason that Yu Jie could determine that the entity was surely the embodiment of the universe's will. Thus, the entity exhibited such a strange state, but even so, Yu Jie would not pay it too much heed. For at the moment he laid eyes on it, he recognized the essence of these universal wills. None of them were benevolent, they all wanted to create chaos here. Since that was the case, Yu Jie would not give them any opportunity. He intended to present the entity with the most surprising gift. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jie's power surged to its peak, and at the same time, he slightly shook his head. But what he did not expect was that before he could make his move, the green giant charged towards him. Yu Jie even felt a bit of amusement, as the entity's speed was too slow. It was impossible to catch him here, but the moment Yu Jie had that thought and began to act, the opponent's fist struck his chest, and his body shattered at that moment. At that moment, Yu Jie realized that it was not that the entity was slow, rather his eyes could not keep up with the entity's movements, leaving only an illusion behind. In the blink of an eye, the green giant also absorbed the power from other parallel universes. Upon realizing this, Yu Jie knew he could not afford to be careless in the upcoming battle. Most importantly, the power possessed by the opponent was simply too formidable. However, Yu Jie still had no intention of communicating with him, for he was very clear. Now that things had reached this stage, both sides already knew what the other was doing. Thus, any significant communication was utterly unnecessary. They would directly unleash their respective powers. The forces of both sides erupted forth to the point where Yu Jie had no time to react, and his body was damaged once more. Having barely revived and returned to his original state, he found that the opponent's power was simply too overwhelming. Yu Jie could even sense that the entity wasn't using any techniques, relying solely on its inherent physical strength. This brought a distance of damage that was in many ways far stronger than he had imagined. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Jie felt the need to create some distance between them. He immediately utilized instant teleportation to move his newly restored body behind the green giant, but before Yu Jie could make another move, the opponent's fist suddenly swung back towards him. Yu Jie could not have anticipated that the entity could react so quickly, even managing to track his movements. In an instant, his body shattered again. He had to admit that the current green giant's power was truly overwhelming, far exceeding his expectations. In that moment, both the powers of Superman and Super Saiyan manifested within Yu Jie. for his opponent undoubtedly possessed cosmic-level strength. Yu Jie had naturally kept a trump card hidden. However, he did not expect that by doing so it would become his own weakness. As the two forces merged within Yu Jie, the aura emanating from him continuously changed. Most importantly, a fierce glint flickered in Yu Jie's eyes as he understood that he needed to elevate his strength to a higher level here. Only then could he impact his opponent. Otherwise, with the entity unleashing even more terrifying power, there would be no chance of turning the tables. The power in the blink of an eye was always so unbelievable. Even Yu Jie did not expect that when his fist struck the opponent, the entity would block it without even showing any signs of retreat. This was the most astonishing aspect for Yu Jie. He was well aware of the nature of the power his opponent possessed. However, he did not expect the opponent's defense to be so terrifying, not only blocking him, but also he could sense that the green giant's power was increasing at that moment. The anger was continuously rising, which meant that the green giant's combat power was also constantly escalating. From the beginning until now, the battle had entered an extremely intense state. For Yu Jie, this was not good news. He had to adhere to his original plan. He wanted to defeat the opponent without wasting too much time observing the current situation. It was easy to analyze that the green giant was not as simple as he had imagined, and he would need to exert even more power to defeat the entity. Yet the green giant completely disregarded what Yu Jie was thinking, and instead unleashed its power once. Due to the complete fusion of the two powers within Yu Jie, he managed to withstand this attack. However, he did not pay much attention to it, knowing the opponent's power would still increase. It was as if he could be killed by the opponent again. Therefore, Yu Jie steeled himself. He aimed to gain even more combat power from this encounter. It must be said that Yu Jie's approach was quite reckless. As a result, without much action, he was killed by the green giant once again. And so the cycle continued. Endless battles, constant deaths, and continuous improvements, while the green giant's expression remained unchanged. Clearly, in the eyes of the Hulk, the power that Yu Jie had unleashed could not change anything. Unfortunately, he seemed unaware that Yu Jie could continuously enhance his combat strength during battle. Because of this, Yu Jie did not pay much attention to how the Hulk would perform. The Hulk and Yu Jie were alike constantly augmenting their own strength. For Yu Jie, all he needed was to seize the right opportunity to elevate that power. However, the events that unfolded in the next moment left both of them somewhat surprised. To Yu Jie, although the Hulk's enhancement had no upper limit due to the cosmic level, it was evident that the Hulk would still have a visible control phase here. As for the Hulk's cosmic incarnation, he was somewhat astonished. How could a human possess such immense power? Were all humans in the main universe this strong? The Hulk was perplexed, but soon both sides began to exert their powers to communicate. The strength in their breaths was always so formidable. Thus Yu Jie did not expect the other party to change things in such an environment, and for this reason, he directly shook his head. Although Yu Jie had controlled his power before, he had not increased it to a particularly noticeable level. Now that both sides had elevated their powers, even Yu Jie could feel the unexpected. It seemed to arrive unceremoniously. At this moment, Yu Jie gathered his power in both hands and struck directly at the Hulk. The Hulk couldn't help but retreat. At this moment, even he realized that Yu Jie's strength had changed. The most obvious change was the power emanating from the other party. It had surprisingly elevated to this level in a short time, overturning all previous expectations. At this point, to change anything, one must clearly understand what Yu Jie was all about. One might even wonder if Yu Jie's power would increase again within a certain time frame. One must admit the thought was good, but unfortunately Yu Jie was not prepared to provide the other party with an answer. His power had once again risen to a brand new level. At this stage, Yu Jie even saw what the power of the Super Saiyan 4th state was all about. Thus, Yu Jie could not miss this opportunity. He needed to seize it to once again elevate the power of his Super Saiyan bloodline. Currently, his Super Saiyan bloodline was not the diluted version. Because he had previously grasped the peak power in his hands, the things he could do were simply too many. Coincidentally, at this moment when the unexpected occurred, an even more terrifying aura erupted from the Hulk. Soon after, two more Hulks appeared before Yu Jie, and at that moment, he fully understood. Sure enough, these three alternate universes had actually united, and they intended to use their powers to completely replace the existence of the main universe. One must admit that the other party's idea was truly terrifying, but even so, it couldn't resolve any problems. The three Hulks directly launched an attack towards Yu Jie. Originally, Yu Jie had just reached a brand new stage. However, due to this sudden surge of power, he was completely annihilated. After a brief moment, Yu Jie finally reacted. It seemed like he had been killed again, but Yu Jie noticed that something was off with his body. Because just before, he was comprehending a brand new stage, and there were still many things he could do in this stage. However, under a certain threat, changing certain matters required grasping more possibilities, but now there was no need to grasp. Perhaps they could directly elevate the power of the Super Saiyan to a new stage. Watching the other party, Yu Jie's golden hair began to slowly turn black. Moreover, a force began to slowly converge around Yu Jie, causing hair resembling that of a monkey to appear. The three Hulks never expected that at this stage of battle Yu Jie would once again undergo a transformation. Furthermore, this time Yu Jie's transformation was visibly apparent not just in physical form, but also in the explosive surge of power. At that moment, a pill suddenly appeared in Yu Jie's hand. This pill was obtained from a previous sign-in event, and its effect was simple yet brutal. It directly multiplied a person's power by 100 times. It should be considered a technique of Doraemon. However, Yu Jie did not expect to use this pill so soon. Before, he was still pondering when he would get the chance to use it. But with the ongoing changes, Yu Jie had not found a suitable opportunity until now, observing the various rising auras of his opponents. Yu Jie understood that this was his best opportunity. With the enhancement of this power, even doubling his own strength would be no problem. The terrifying power always brings unexpected surprises in a short time, especially now that Yu Jie was very clear that to a certain extent, he already possessed all possibilities. The power of the Super Saiyan combined with the power of Superman, along with the addition of this power pill, made him feel that his strength had reached a peak. His body was evolving towards a completely new direction, while the three Hulks exchanged glances with one another. They were very aware that in the current environment they were facing, their opponent had risen to an unexpected stage. After exchanging glances, the three Hulks simultaneously held each other's hands. In the next moment, the three Hulks transformed into one Hulk. However, the power of the opponent also multiplied. Seeing this scene, Yu Jie suddenly froze. He finally understood. This damned alternate universe had been stalling for time. They wanted to merge together to completely overthrow the main universe. One must admit that the other party's idea was excessively terrifying, but this idea could absolutely never become a reality. If Yu Jie had remained unaware, it would have been fine. Now that Yu Jie knew, he naturally would not allow the other party's intentions to materialize. The gaze of the Green Giant was fixed on Yu Jie, for in his eyes it was essential to act against Yu Jie while leaving him no opportunity. It should be noted that prior to this, the power exhibited by Yu Jie, though formidable, was still insufficient to suppress a group of people here. However, as the battle continued to evolve, the Green Giant suddenly reacted. Yu Jie had been concealing his true strength all along. He had been waiting for the right moment to unleash his power. Understanding this, the Green Giant was well aware. To strike, one must seize the opportunity, even needing to elevate their power directly. Therefore, the three Green Giants from the cosmos stood up at this moment. Unparalleled strength erupted from the Green Giant, a sight that even surprised Yu Jie momentarily, though his astonishment was fleeting. After all, Yu Jie would never allow his opponent to pose a threat to him in such a short time. Just as the Green Giant was about to strike him down, he fused all his strength together. Now Yu Jie understood better than anyone that a slight oversight was unacceptable. However, the most crucial point was to consider everything that had not happened before. It must be said that Yu Jie's obvious thoughts had undergone a drastic change. But the Green Giant was completely unaware that Yu Jie had been prepared from the very beginning. For the Green Giant, the opportunity to act now might not be the best. Yet it was also the most shocking, as Yu Jie once again came into contact with the Green Giant, and their powers erupted once more. As their powers collided, the Green Giant's expression changed instantly. This was the first time he realized there was a discrepancy in power between himself and Yu Jie. Most importantly, he found himself unable to suppress Yu Jie. This was the most unbelievable thing for the Green Giant, who had always believed his strength could match Yu Jie. Now the events unfolding seemed to tell him just how naive his previous thoughts had been. He could not suppress Yu Jie, but instead Yu Jie seized the opportunity. In the next second, Yu Jie's power erupted once again against the Green Giant. This time the force unleashed was far more terrifying, reaching a peak in an instant. In the next second, Yu Jie's power erupted once again against the Green Giant. This time the force unleashed. He certainly knew that his opponent would increase their strength in a short amount of time. However, Yu Jie's power was also slowly waiting. In the moment they made contact, a more terrifying aura. The Green Giant had been waiting for this result. He wanted to see if Yu Jie would increase his power while he was not. However, the Green Giant's continuous waiting did not yield the results he desired, leaving him no choice but to stop. He controlled his strength, raising it to a peak, and simultaneously unleashed it, increasing his power to the limit in an instant. Even Yu Jie had to retreat at this moment. The events that had just transpired had completely overturned his expectations. He never anticipated that he would be caught off guard by his opponent during the battle, as Yu Jie had initially thought the other party had no chance to continue fighting him. Now the powers of both sides clashed completely, and Yu Jie once again felt the threat of death. Sure enough, two more hands emerged from the Green Giant's body, which fiercely grabbed Yu Jie. Simultaneously, he infused his power into his hands, and this strength erupted instantly. Out compared to before, this force was overwhelmingly powerful. So much so that before Yu Jie even reacted, he was completely torn apart, for he had not increased his defenses throughout so many battles. This was because Yu Jie knew that sufficiently powerful strength could replace any defense. Moreover, no one would choose to wear the thickest armor and take the most brutal blows. Such behavior seemed foolish to Yu Jie. Therefore, he would only focus on increasing his power. However, the appearance of the green giant seemed to exceed Yu Jie's expectations. Yu Jie could feel that his opponent's combat power was truly extraordinary. Not only did he possess tremendous offensive power, but his defensive capabilities were equally remarkable. With both combined, Yu Jie found himself with no way to resist. As such, Yu Jie needed to choose a better strategy, but just as this thought crossed his mind, his opponent charged at him. It seemed he still wanted to take action, watching the figure rushing towards him. Yu Jie shook his head. Some things that could absolutely not happen a second time with Yu Jie. This was something that no one could change. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Jie raised his power to a peak once again. At the same time, Yu Jie smiled, for he had failed to seize the opportunity before. But now he could use this chance to let his opponent know what cruelty truly meant. A terrifying aura erupted from Yu Jie at this moment. This time Yu Jie could completely use this opportunity to suppress his opponent. Because of this, the green giant had not yet reacted before being sent flying by Yu Jie, leaving a fist-sized. This was something these people had not anticipated, as they thought they would catch Yu Jie off guard. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? An unexpected event occurred, changing little, but directly plunging things into a more intense state. Both sides seemed evenly matched. Even Yu Jie could not help but scrutinize his opponent. He knew that the opponent's actions were completely different from what he had imagined. It was as if they were testing him here. Yu Jie's gaze remained fixed on his opponent, for he knew that his time here was limited. He could not afford to waste any more time, as he understood the stakes were much higher than mere survival. The alternate universe allowed him to mature continuously, largely because his opponent knew exactly what steps to take next. In just a moment, Yu Jie harnessed his power, reaching a peak stage. This very realization caused him to smile once again. Unparalleled strength erupted from Yu Jie, catching even the Hulk off guard, as he seemed to attack with a frenzied intensity. Each surge of power exceeded all expectations, leaving his opponent utterly stunned. Prior to this, he had contemplated creating a distraction or perhaps stalling for more time. However, Yu Jie's quick response and the terrifying force he unleashed were completely unforeseen by the Hulk. As a result, plans needed to be reworked, but Yu Jie would not grant them any time to think. He realized that the unfolding events were taking a particularly grim turn. Yu Jie did not wish for the situation to escalate further, and thus he once again elevated his power without hesitation. It appeared that unleashing his full strength was precisely what Yu Jie needed to do. This scene was something the Hulk could never have anticipated. The ancient god believed he could suppress Yu Jie as much as possible, leaving him no opportunities. It must be said that having ideas is good, but reality is often cruel. The most apparent aspect was power, which manifested differently here. The moment Yu Jie unleashed his power, the entire space seemed to tremble, as if all the forces in this universe were now under his observation. Yet what concerned Yu Jie more was the actions of his opponent. If they intended to confront him here, they needed to bring forth corresponding strength. If his opponent lacked the requisite power to fight him, it would merely signify that their ambitions were delusions. The strength Yu Jie suddenly unleashed was far more formidable than anyone could have imagined. Thus the Hulk could not comprehend the nature of Yu Jie's sudden might. By the time they focused on him and sought to alter the situation, it was too late. An unexpected aura burst forth from Yu Jie, for as he had previously thought, he would not give his opponent any opportunity. Therefore, Yu Jie was determined to reveal his trump card, knowing full well that his greatest asset was the power he possessed. However, Yu Jie was also aware that his strength required control. He had amassed far too much power over this. It far exceeded the limits that a single individual could bear. Yet Yu Jie was no ordinary person. His physique destined him to withstand far greater and more terrifying forces. However, this was merely Yu Jie's physical condition, which was significantly influenced by his environment, such as the universe he currently inhabited. From Yu Jie's perspective, he absolutely lacked the strength to resist this force, prompting him to consider his next actions carefully. He had to be mindful of the cosmic conditions, wondering how they stood. If the cosmic situation was favorable, perhaps within his main universe, then the power he could unleash would be even greater. However, now that the Hulk from the alternate universe had begun to consume energy, he bore certain traces of the main universe. It was precisely due to this realization that Yu Jie no longer hesitated and fully ramped up his power. He knew this was his best chance. He could seize this opportunity to momentarily achieve peak power. Thus Yu Jie charged forward. It must be said that Yu Jie's speed was astonishing, leaving the Hulk completely unprepared. By the time he reacted, he found numerous wounds appearing all over his body. Indeed, this time, there were far too many wounds. The Hulk could not fully grasp the situation. By the time he formulated a plan to counterattack, he found himself unable to move. At this moment, Yu Jie muttered incantations, as if narrating something. Previously, he had acquired some spells that required considerable time to cast. Most importantly, Yu Jie did not wish to use these so-called spells to restrain his opponent. However, the emergence of the Hulk had radically altered Yu Jie's plans. Thus, Yu Jie had to re-evaluate his battle strategy, and he immediately began to restrain his opponent, leading to a performance solely for Yu Jie. As his opponent was restricted, Yu Jie continuously enhanced his strength within his own body, simultaneously unleashing this power upon the Hulk. The Hulk was incredulous. He never anticipated a mere human could completely seal off the strength of an entire universe. Strictly speaking, it was the power of 3 universes that had been utterly confined, turning him into a living target. The occurrence of this was simply unfathomable. Yet the incredibility also implied that Yu Jie possessed terrifying power. This sudden turn of events made the Hulk realize he was no match for Yu Jie. From the very beginning, Yu Jie had concealed his true strength, never fully revealing his fangs. Once again, Yu Jie shook his head, sensing the Hulk's aura fading away. It would not be long before his opponent, along with this universe, disappeared entirely. With this in mind, Yu Jie shook his head once more and activated his instant teleportation. Now that the trouble was resolved, he needed to return to his own universe to deal with those who were still clinging to life. After all, this upheaval had provided them with an opportunity. After resolving all matters across every parallel universe, Yu Jie returned to his native universe. The instant he re-entered his native universe, Yu Jie was startled to discover that all the interdimensional gateways had vanished without a trace. It appears those universes are gradually fading from existence. Yet for Yu Jie, his own affairs remained far from concluded. After all, several instigators still lived here. Unlike before, Yu Jie's cultivation had now reached its absolute apex. With but a single thought, he located the accursed Elder Gods. Precisely because of this, Yu Jie instantly materialized within the Elder Gods' extra-dimensional sanctum, where they were still scheming how to strike against him. They debated whether to exploit the residual resonance of the parallel universes to amplify their power, yet never imagined their adversary would appear before them at that very moment. Each Elder God stared in stunned disbelief at Yu Jie standing before them. None had anticipated his arrival would be so swift. Even the Elder God's eyes flickered with astonishment. Before they could react, Yu Jie struck, without hesitation, without warning. A terrifying surge of power erupted from Yu Jie's being. The Elder Gods scarcely registered the threat before being utterly annihilated. Yu Jie in turn shook his head once more. He well understood their nature. Yet what weighed heavier upon his mind was the utter mediocrity of their strength. In fact, countless beings across the parallel universes could have matched or even surpassed them. Having eradicated this faction, Yu Jie traversed the cosmos, not seeking the so-called primordial deities. Instead, he carefully modulated his immense power and swept his awareness across the void, knowing full well that the living tribunal dwelled somewhere within this universe. It was precisely due to the living tribunal's interference that chaos had proliferated so wildly. Though Yu Jie's power now sufficed to perceive the tribunal itself, he knew the matter would not be simple. Even if he could sense the tribunal, unless it chose to manifest resolution, would remain elusive. The matter of Earthlings bears no relation to me. I wish no involvement. Please spare me. At that moment, an unexpected voice resonated within Yu Jie's consciousness. Yu Jie instantly recognized it, the voice of the living tribunal. A quiet, knowing smile then spread across his lips. He had not expected such timidity before he'd uttered a single demand the tribunal had already submitted to. This surrender struck Yu Jie as profoundly unexpected, so much so that he shook his head in mild disdain. He commanded the tribunal to obey his will. Foremost among his decrees was the complete sovereignty of it. Only thus could Earth within this universe remain forever free from entanglement. As for whatever else might unfold upon that world, Yu Jie held no further concern. All he desired was to dwell quietly with his wife, days unburdened by shame or restraint. That alone was enough. He had safeguarded Earth beyond measure. All he desired was to dwell quietly with his wife, days unburdened by shame or restraint. That alone was enough. He had safeguarded Earth beyond. Yet this omnipotent entity demanded so little, and though the tribunal dared not inquire why its silence stemmed not from wisdom, but from sheer terror. For it knew with chilling certainty that Yu Jie could erase this entire cosmos as effortlessly as breathing. As arbiter of life, the tribunal perceived the threads of every living being across creation. It sensed each soul's potency, each destiny's arc, except Yu Jie's. In him the tribunal detected no life thread whatsoever. Undoubtedly, Yu Jie's power had transcended all comprehension, so vast, so absolute that the tribunal lacked even the fundamental qualification to probe its nature. Thus, having assented to Yu Jie's decree, the living tribunal immediately severed Earth from cosmic entanglement, sealing its autonomy without delay. It understood full well hesitation would invite catastrophe. It saw clearly. Yu Jie possessed neither patience nor mercy. As the tribunal withdrew, Yu Jie acknowledged that part of his purpose had been fulfilled. Thereupon Yu Jie employed instantaneous translocation to locate Hela. With the collapse of the parallel universes, the divine war had ceased unnoticed. Hela still pondered where Yu Jie had vanished. To her utter astonishment, he suddenly appeared behind her arms, encircling her tightly. Moreover, a faint, enigmatic smile played upon Yu Jie's lips, an expression Hela had never witnessed before. Yet almost instantly she sensed something deeply unsettling beneath it. Without explanation, Yu Jie grasped her hand and teleported them both back to Earth. Hela opened her mouth, but Yu Jie silenced her with a gesture and gently laid her upon the bed. An unforeseen passionate reunion. 3 years later, Yu Jie soared through the cosmos with his twin children. He had never imagined fatherhood would arrive so swiftly. Yet once cosmic equilibrium settled into perfect stillness, Yu Jie found himself astonished, bereft of purpose beyond procreation. Thus he commenced his parenthood endeavor in earnest. Yet after birthing 2 children, Yu Jie discerned something extraordinary about them. Not only were they born with innate knowledge, their bodies pulsed with staggering primordial power. Such beings were too formidable to remain on Earth, for even the slightest motion could shatter the planet. With no alternative, Yu Jie scoured the stars until he discovered worlds suited to their nature. There he entrusted them to fate, letting them thrive or falter on their own terms. Occasional reunions would suffice. As for Earth, it remained solely his and Hela's sanctuary. Surely he would not abandon his wife merely because he had become. Soon thereafter, Yu Jie returned once more to Earth. There Hela awaited him, when suddenly a colossal gateway manifested above the planet, its contours unervingly alien. Its surface blazed with incandescent light, a sight that stirred genuine surprise within Yu Jie. Frowning, he stepped forward nonetheless. It seems a new adventure beckons.